After the catastrophe began 300 years ago, awakened beings were born on Blue Star. Data released by the state shows that nearly half of the citizens are able to successfully awaken, possess their own abilities, and become awakened individuals. Once you become an awakener, after review and testing, you can choose to join the Awakener Academy to systematically learn about your abilities and prepare for fighting against void beasts or becoming a void beast researcher in the future. Although most people's awakened abilities are not combat ready and are mostly special abilities to assist in daily life, a very small number of people have the opportunity to become void hunters through cultivation, hunting void beasts and protecting the country. Today's Awakening Day is to test whether you are qualified to become awakeners. In a classroom in Tianjin, a teacher with Mediterranean skin was speaking eloquently and fluently. Suddenly, a white light reflected off his thick glasses, and the chalk in his hand shot out like a bullet, flying straight towards the back door of the classroom. "Su Yi, you're late again." The chalk traced a strange arc and struck a student near the back door squarely on the head, causing the student to scream in pain. At the same time, a handsome young man grabbed the classmate's shoulders with both hands, skillfully using them as a shield, coughed, and peeked out from behind with a strange expression. "Good morning, Teacher Wang. You've been late 22 times this month." Teacher Wang slammed her hand on the table, her eyes wide with anger. "There are still 8 days left. It's not like I'll be late for the whole month." Su pushed his resentful deskmate Wang Peng back to his seat, muttered as he stood up and sat back down in his own place. "Those 8 days are weekends." Teacher Wang was so angry that her head was practically steaming, and her voice became a few decibels higher. "Besides, the school gates close automatically after 8 o'clock. How did you sneak in?" "That electronic access control system." So you touched his nose and blinked. "I left a back door open during the information technology class presentation." "You actually hacked into the school server?" Teacher Wang's eyes widened, and just as she was about to explode, a teacher walked in through the door. "Teacher Wang, it's time. Let the students gather in the auditorium." Considering the importance of Awakening Day, Teacher Wang could only glare at Su Yi and wave her hand, shouting, "All students, assemble and line up to proceed to the auditorium." At the end of the line, Wang Peng and Su Yi walked side by side, giving each other a thumbs up with admiration. "Brother Yi, you're truly amazing, daring to hack into the school server." Su yawned and replied nonchalantly, "Don't even mention it. The firewalls the school uses are pretty basic, nothing like national level ones." Changing the subject, he smoothly said, "It works on the same principle as before, so it's easy to crack. But let me tell you, I saw quite a few things when I logged into the school server this time. Our principal actually sent money to female teachers in private." He and Wang Peng walked and whispered to each other, following the group until they finally arrived at the school auditorium. Amidst the noise, the auditorium, which can hold thousands of people, gradually quieted down as several people in suits took to the stage. "I heard that a lot of teachers from the Awaken Academy came this time," Wang Peng said in a low voice, "as well as some of the top 10 academies. I saw on the news a few days ago that Longsha Academy, which is ranked number 1, also sent people to our city. I just don't know if they've come to our school. From what I understand, as long as someone has an A-level or higher ability in the Awakening test, the teachers at these academies will be scrambling to recruit them. If someone awakens an S rank, those teachers would probably start fighting right there and then. If they awaken an SS rank, they might all have to kneel down and beg to join their academy. As for the legendary SSS level, never mind, there are only 3 known in recent years, and our school could never have one. I don't ask for much, I'll be satisfied as long as I can awaken an A-level ability." He looked up ahead, a glimmer of hope in his eyes, and kept muttering to himself, "Ability." Su Yi stared calmly ahead, his eyes flickering as if he were pondering something. "It has been 3 years since I transmigrated to this world. Although this is still the Blue Star, the world order and background are completely different from his previous life. The existence of awakened ones, abilities, and void beasts completely overturned his worldview. He spent a whole month going through documents and gathering intelligence to figure out all the information about these things. 300 years ago, on a day of calamity, Earth was invaded by a race called the Void Demons. The Void Demons unleashed a species called the Void Beasts, which, with overwhelming power, slaughtered millions of humans in just the first hour of their arrival. For the next 200 years, the Void Demons continued to invade and slaughter humanity. At the same time, a group of awakened individuals with special abilities emerged among humanity. They possessed superhuman strength, fiercely battling the Void Demons and slaying the rampaging Void Beasts. The war lasted for 200 years until the first Kunlun realm being appeared in the Dragon Kingdom, the Taotai, and the tide of the war began to turn. Under the leadership of Taotai, 70% of the Void Demons in the Dragon Kingdom were killed, and their strongest were also severely injured, ultimately forcing them to retreat. In this catastrophe, the vast majority of countries on Earth perished, with only 5 countries surviving. After being injured, the Void Demon established a kingdom among the 5 nations, occupying nearly 70% of the Blue Star's landmass, and secretly plotted to invade the 5 nations again. Earth thus entered a brief century-long period of peace. Over the past few centuries, humanity has rapidly studied the abilities of awakened individuals individuals and standardized the awakening test to be conducted in the final year of high school at the age of 18. On the high platform, the teacher in the suit delivered a passionate and eloquent speech. Suya's consciousness had long since dissipated, leaving only a buzzing noise in his ears. Finally, the lengthy speech ended, and several teachers guided the students into the backstage area of the auditorium in order to take ability tests one by one. Soon, the students emerged from backstage with varying expressions. The difference in mood and level of awareness can be clearly seen on their faces. At this moment, Wang Peng's voice came into Suya's ears again. "Brother Yi, why do we have to be 18 years old to take the awakening test? It's strange that we have different birthdays. Generally speaking, the body is considered fully developed around the age of 18, Su replied without hesitation, snapping out of his reverie. According to government data, only at this age will the abilities of awakened individuals become apparent and detectable. If some people awaken too early, their bodies will not be able to withstand the burden, so this time period was set. At the same time, it is also to distinguish ordinary people who have not awakened or whose awakening ability is weak. The so-called Awakening Day ability test is actually the government using special ability stones to stimulate and activate the abilities within us. So even if you are a few months away from adulthood, you can use this to activate your inner abilities in advance. As far as I know, some wealthy families will spend a lot of money to buy special ability stones when their children are teenagers to help them awaken their abilities in advance, and use expensive materials to nourish their bodies. In this way, compared to students who only awaken on Awakening Day, they have several more years to familiarize themselves with their abilities and train in advance. Wang Peng was stunned. He had never heard of this information from books or the internet. "Brother Yi, where did you get this data and information from?" Su blinked, preparing to make up a few lies to get by, when suddenly a loudspeaker in front of him blared. "Next up, Su Yi from Class 4 of Senior 3, please come backstage for your ability test." Guided by several teachers, Su also entered a room backstage at the auditorium. Inside the small hut, a man in work clothes stood ramrod straight, with a name tag bearing his name hanging around his neck. He was a government employee specifically assigned to conduct ability tests for students in various high schools on Awakening Day. Teacher Wang has explained the specific procedures for Awakening Day countless times in class. Su also skillfully took out his ID card from his pocket and handed it over. The staff member named Wang Ji immediately took the ID and inserted it into the machine for identity verification. After confirming his identity, he returned the ID card to Su Yi and said loudly, "Su Yi, before we begin the awakening test, I need to explain the basic level classification to you. Are you ready?" As he spoke, he gently tapped the recorder on his chest. This is a protective procedure established by the government to prevent certain groups who have failed to awaken or are dissatisfied with the results of awakening from their actions from trying to shift the blame to staff members and cause trouble for personal gain. Several similar awakening disturbances have occurred in the past, with parents and students accusing staff of manipulating things behind the scenes after failing to achieve their awakening goals. Some people, who failed to enter the Awakener Academy because they didn't pay attention in class, blamed the staff, claiming that they didn't explain things clearly, causing many staff members to be unable to work properly and thus resigned. In the aftermath, the government quickly adjusted the awakening process and developed comprehensive protective measures to both protect staff and ensure the integrity of the process. With recorders and complete process instructions, such situations can be avoided to the greatest extent possible. Su nodded, already familiar with the procedures. "Ready." Wang Ji cleared his throat, and his voice suddenly sped up as if dozens of times, but every word was clearly imprinted in Suya's mind. After the calamity 300 years ago, awakened beings appeared on Earth. After hundreds of years of changes and the unremitting efforts of several generations of researchers, we have collected a large amount of intelligence data on awakened individuals and finally classified the abilities of all awakened individuals into different levels. The highest level of awakened ability is SSS, and the lowest is D. Each ability is further subdivided into different types. The classification of ability levels has its own unique standards. First is the D-level ability, which is the most basic and also accounts for the largest proportion among awakened. About 60% of awakened ones have D-level abilities. D-level abilities are mostly supportive, with average combat strength, only having some special abilities that are different from ordinary people. C-level abilities already possess basic combat capabilities, but some abilities may bring significant side effects. B-level abilities are considered elite among awakened, with strong combat power, but they also have some drawbacks or side effects. And those with A-level abilities can be described as geniuses. They can be directly admitted to the Advanced Awakener Academy without examination. They have perfect abilities and are the future elites with a great chance of becoming void hunters. S-rank abilities are the mark of a genius, 1 in 10,000. Their abilities are near perfect, generally powerful, and with a little training, they can demonstrate formidable combat strength. Each S-rank ability has at least one special effect. An even higher SS level ability is a peerless genius that only appears once every 10 years in the entire Dragon Recording Kingdom. SS-level abilities possess two powerful special effects, each of which is incredibly potent. As for SSS-level abilities, they only exist in legends. According to data released by the government, only 3 awakened ones with SSS-level abilities have been born on the entire planet Earth to date. After Wang Ji finished explaining the ability level classification with a serious expression, his expression softened, and he patted Su Yi on the shoulder. However, I'm telling you this not so that you'll think that ability level is the ceiling. While good abilities are powerful, they require even more cultivation from the awakened individual. Even a D-rank ability can potentially defeat an S-rank ability user with proper training. Therefore, do not underestimate yourself. Even if you awaken a D-rank ability, you should still work hard to cultivate and strive to contribute your strength in the future fight against the void beasts. Even if you fail to awaken your abilities, you can still enter a regular university to continue your studies. As researchers, we can also make our own contributions to society. Wang Ji's speaking speed gradually returned to normal, clearly indicating that he had just activated some kind of ability. Although these words sounded a bit long-winded, they were actually all said in just 10 seconds, and the content of each sentence was clearly engraved in Suya's mind. This is precisely the function of the D-rank ability, quick speech. Faced with Wang Ji's seemingly inspirational speech, Su remained unmoved, simply standing listlessly in place, staring blankly ahead with dead fish eyes, his face full of weariness and boredom. He had heard these words countless times before. They seemed to be introducing the awakening process, but in reality, they carried a disclaimer to some extent. His expression suggested he had absolutely no interest in the upcoming aptitude test. Wang Ji was slightly taken aback. He had never seen a student show such a cold expression on awakening day. High school seniors are supposed to be at an age where they are full of passion and a bit of adolescent angst. The importance and anticipation for awakening day should have been deeply rooted after more than a decade of cultivation. But this was the first time he had ever met a student as composed as Su Yi. He blinked, not thinking much of it, and could only continue following the procedure to carry out the awakening ceremony. He solemnly took out a fist-sized, light blue stone from his pocket. The surface of the stone is covered with patterns, as if forming some kind of mysterious design, constantly emitting light like a breathing lamp. This is an ability stone made of special materials. You can test your abilities by holding it with both hands and focusing your attention on the stone. Su Yi took the power stone, and his palm immediately felt a chill, as if his whole heart had calmed down. He gripped the power stone tightly with both hands, his mind seemingly drawn towards it. Soon, the power stone emitted a pale white light, enveloping his body. Oh, Wang Ji smiled slightly, and a wisp of green smoke drifted out from the power stone, transforming into a line of text in the air. Congratulations, Su Yi, you have successfully awakened your abilities. Although it's only a D-rank ability, you're already qualified to enter the Awakener Academy. As he spoke, he pointed to the words in the air. Su looked up and saw words formed from the wisps of smoke. Rank D ability, Repairman. The government's technology department embeds special devices in the ability stones, which automatically connect to the database and manifest as blue smoke based on the different reactions of the ability stones. This is an ability to repair objects with energy. Although it does not have direct combat power, it has great potential for development. Whether it's a repair shop, a precision instrument repair department, or a special item maintenance unit, they all welcome your skills. Among all D-level abilities, this practical ability has a very broad career prospect. Wang Ji nodded and gave Su Yi a friendly smile. You can leave now. Your awakened ability information will be directly uploaded to your ID card. He deliberately avoided mentioning specific details about the Awakened Academy, fearing it might hurt Su Yi's pride. After all, it is an extremely difficult path for a D-rank ability user to join the Awakener Academy and become a void hunter. Upon seeing the D-level ability he had acquired, Su raised an eyebrow, a strange expression appearing on his face. While Wang Ji was explaining, he had already put the hand holding the power stone behind his back, avoiding the recording camera. The power stone faintly shimmered with a faint red light in his hand, seeping through his fingers, but Wang Ji did not notice it. He remained calm, quickly withdrew his left hand, and handed the power stone back to Wang Ji, holding it only in his right hand. After losing the touch of his hands, the red light vanished without a trace. Because Su deliberately concealed it, Wang Ji did not notice anything unusual. Su thanked Wang Ji and then turned and left the hut. Just as he pushed open the door to leave, Wang Peng happened to walk out of another room backstage. Upon seeing Su Yi, he immediately greeted him excitedly. Brother Yi, what's wrong with you? Have you really awakened your abilities? Let me tell you, I just awakened a C-level ability. In our school, those who can reach this level are extremely rare. Su blinked, somewhat surprised that Wang Peng had awakened a C-level ability. But as one of his few close friends at school, he smiled and calmly replied, I guess I've successfully awakened. It's only a D-level ability. A D-level ability? Just as Wang Peng was about to speak, hurried footsteps suddenly came from afar. Immediately afterwards, a furious growl rang out. Su Yi, you bastard, I've finally found you. Su Yi took a small step to the side, and a figure lunged forward forward like a goalkeeper diving for a ball, landing face down in front of him and sliding 2 meters away. Suyi and Wang Peng looked down and saw a tall, burly boy, about 1.85 meters tall, grimacing as he got up from the ground. He was wearing the same school uniform as them, with an arrogant expression, glaring at them fiercely, and constantly rubbing his face. Su looked the man up and down, then turned to Wang Peng with a puzzled expression and asked, "Who is this guy? Is he your friend?" Wang Peng's lips twitched, and he replied in a low voice, "Have you forgotten, brother Yi? This is Liao Wei from class 3 next door. Last week you tricked him into kicking him into the well, and it took him 3 whole hours to climb out." Oh, so it was him. Su suddenly realized, finally remembering the person in front of him. "How many people have you harmed? You've forgotten what happened last week." Liao Wei's eyes widened as he listened to the two men's unabashed whispers, roaring inwardly. But he didn't show it, he just snorted and stared at Suyi triumphantly. "I just awakened. Now I have a B-level ability, one of the top students in the entire school. Getting into the Awakener Academy will be a piece of cake." He clenched his fists, looked up at the ceiling, and spoke with excitement. "Let me tell you, if you bow down and apologize to me now, and admit your mistake for what happened last week, I might let you off the hook. If you don't know what's good for you," he sneered, glancing ahead. But Suyi and Wang Peng, who were originally standing in front of him, had already walked more than 10 meters away and didn't hear what he was saying at all. The two seemed to completely ignore him, not taking him seriously at all. Several students passing by, seeing him talking to himself, looked frightened and quickly took a detour to stay away. "Stop right there." Enraged, Liao Wei quickly caught up with the two men and stood in their way. "This guy is really persistent." Suyi rubbed his nose and turned to look at Wang Peng. "Do you remember why I kicked him into the well?" Wang Peng immediately replied, "He seems to be one of Tang Xiaowan's suitors. Ever since you rescued Tang Xiaowan and a Princess Carrie in public last week, her fanatical fans have made you their #1 assassination target. What a troublesome woman." Suyi looked troubled after hearing this. Last Monday, he was late as usual. Because there was a security guard at the school gate, he specifically chose to enter the school through the side gate. At that time, the school was holding a flag-raising ceremony, and all the students were gathered on the playground. Tang Xiaowan, the school's top student and most beautiful girl, is standing on a high platform as a flag raiser. Suyi entered the school from the very back of the high platform. For some unknown reason, the railing and floor of the platform where Tang Xiaowan was standing suddenly broke. She lost her footing and fell from the high platform. At this critical moment, Suyi, who happened to be behind her, had to catch her in a Princess Carrie to protect the Jian Bingguizi he had just bought. He originally intended to sneak back to class, but instead became the focus of attention for the entire school. Rumors circulated that Suyi deliberately damaged the floor to stage this hero saves the damsel in distress incident. In an instant, he became a major enemy in the eyes of Tang Xiaowan's fan club. So, he was lucky enough to get a severe scolding from teacher Wang for being late, and incidentally, he was also put on the assassination list by Tang Xiaowan's almost fanatical fan club. Incidentally, the #1 on the assassination list is his hands that were holding Tang Xiaowan and a Princess Carrie, the second is his eyes, and the rest of his body is listed from top to bottom according to the distance of contact with Tang Xiaowan. Liao Wei, standing before her, was one of Tang Xiaowan's many suitors. Last week after school, he tried to intercept Suyi, but Suyi tricked him into kicking him into a well pit, and it took him 3 hours to climb out. "Suyi, I'm not done with you about what happened last week." Liao Wei's eyes widened in anger, his voice firm and powerful. "Since you've awakened too, let's fight to the death in the way of the awakened. At the graduation ceremony the day after tomorrow, I will formally challenge you. I hope you won't be intimidated." Suyi and Wang Peng showed no surprise at all in the face of Liao Wei's provocation. They seemed to have witnessed similar scenes countless times before. They sighed and walked together behind Liao Wei. When he reached his side, Wang Peng finally felt a pang of pity and stopped. "If I remember correctly, Liao Wei, you transferred to our school a few months ago, right?" He put his hand on Liao Wei's shoulder and said seriously, "Have you ever thought about why, out of all the many people in Tang Xiaowan's fan club, only you dared to confront Brother Yi? Also, there just happens to be an uncovered well at the place where you blocked Brother Yi's place? What do you mean by that?" Liao Wei tensed up and turned to look at Wang Peng in confusion. Wang Peng gave him a sympathetic look and said meaningfully, "Our school has an organization called the Anti-Elimination Alliance, which has nearly 200 members and their sphere of influence covers 3 surrounding universities. There are also quite a few people from outside the school who are considered members." He patted Liao Wei on the shoulder lightly. "I hope you don't become one of them." After saying that, Wang Peng jogged to catch up with Suyi, and the two walked away from each other, leaving the auditorium. The Annihilation Alliance? Liao Wei stared blankly at their retreating figures, a chill running down his spine. What kind of organization is that? After the aptitude test, the students left the school one after another. "You can rest at home tomorrow. The school will start preparing for the graduation ceremony based on all students' awareness records. The day after tomorrow, the school will hold a graduation ceremony for the awakened." Suyi and Wang Peng left the school, exchanged a few casual pleasantries, and then said goodbye. Since the two lived in in different directions, they naturally couldn't travel together. Su boarded the bus skillfully and soon arrived home. He lives in an old neighborhood. He has been living here ever since he transmigrated to this world 3 years ago. His parents in this world mysteriously disappeared a month before he transmigrated. He opened the shoe cabinet, changed into slippers, and went straight into his bedroom, closed the doors and windows, and draw the curtains. After almost completely sealing off the room, so he sat back down at his desk and gently pulled open the left drawer. He took out a pale blue stone and gently placed it on the table. If teacher Wang Ji were standing here right now, he would surely recognize this as the ability stone he used to test his students' abilities. However, this power stone is several times larger than the one in Wang Ji's hand. It is shaped like a bowling ball, with intricate patterns engraved on its surface, emitting a faint blue light. Suyi placed both hands on the power stone at the same time, focusing his mind. Soon, the power stone turned white, symbolizing that he had awakened his D-rank ability, Repairman, today. Yet his expression remained calm, his hands still pressed against the power stone, silently waiting. 3 seconds later, the originally milky white light was suddenly permeated by a wisp of red, quickly turning into a bright crimson, shining with a blood-like radiance. In an instant, the entire bedroom was enveloped in this bright red light. As an ability stone made of special materials, it will shimmer with different colors of light depending on the ability, and the ability represented by red is. The ability stone in Su Ye's hand did not have a chip embedded in it that was connected to the government database, so it neither emitted smoke nor displayed the name of the ability. He found this ability stone among the relics left by his parents. It didn't contain any chip. The ability level could only be determined by the light it shone. In the first year after he transmigrated, he found the power stone in his home and, with his own abilities, figured out its function and how to use it. As his investigation revealed, although most students can only activate their abilities through the stimulation of the ability stone on awakening day. However, some wealthy families can stimulate their children's abilities as early as 16 or 17 years old through special means. 3 years ago, when Suyi found this power stone, he made it shine red and successfully awakened his power ahead of schedule. Logically speaking, he should have obtained an extremely rare SSS level ability, which only 3 people in the world possess. No matter how many times he searched government databases and collected countless materials, he could not find the name of his ability, nor could he test its specific effects. This ability can only be triggered by ability stones, but cannot be truly utilized. After studying a large amount of information, he finally came to a vague conclusion: he might be an awakened twin. Only a very small number of people can become awakened twin abilities. On the day of awakening, they will awaken 2 abilities simultaneously, and these 2 abilities are mostly complementary. Ability levels can also be drastically different, which is extremely rare. After today's awakening day, when Suyi successfully awakened the D-rank ability, Repairman, his guess seemed to be further confirmed. However, he did not display his SSS level abilities in front of Wang Ji, but instead chose to hide them. Now that both of his abilities have awakened, it may mean that he can try to perceive the specific effects of his abilities. Su slowly removed his hand from the power stone and carefully put it back in the drawer. He was silent for a moment, then closed his eyes. As an awakened being, he is able to perceive the effects of abilities by connecting with his own mental power. So-called mental strength is actually attention or focus. After the awakening day, energy will be generated within the awakened one's body. This energy is the source of driving force. Soon, in a strange sensation, the effects of the 2 abilities gradually appeared in Suya's mind. Upon seeing the appearance of his abilities, he immediately opened his eyes, revealing a strange expression. "No wonder I couldn't sense the effects of that SSS level ability before," he muttered under his breath, his face full of embarrassment and helplessness. Su also acquired a D-level ability during his awakening day, Repairman, which is an extremely simple and basic ability. Its effect is to use energy to repair damaged non-living objects. However, the energy and time required to repair an object will vary greatly depending on the material it is made of. He began testing his abilities, guided by his intuition. He casually picked up a pencil from the desk and snapped it hard. The pencil immediately broke in 2. Then, he grasped the broken half and muttered to himself, the way energy operates should be. In an instant, a faint white light appeared in his palm. Immediately afterwards, a milky white thread extended from the broken end of the pencil, which was enveloped in the white light and connected to the other half of the broken end. In no time, the 2 pencils joined together and were restored to their original state. Su also picked up the pencil and examined it carefully. The pencil was intact, without any signs of breakage. He broke the pencil again. This time, he opened the window and threw the broken half out. Once the broken pencil disappeared into the darkness, he raised the remaining half in his hand and once again used his repairing hand technique. The white light enveloped the pencil once again. But at the broken spot, as if growing out of thin air, half a pencil quickly sprouted. Energy consumption has increased. If there are no damaged parts around, can the shape be reshaped using energy? Su put the pencil back on the corner of the table and didn't continue studying it. At this moment, he was more concerned about another SSS level ability within his body. This capability has never appeared in government databases and doesn't even have a name. After experiencing its effects, Su decided to name it himself. SSS level ability, Survival of the Fittest. As an SSS level ability, it typically has 3 special effects. He could roughly perceive the 3 special effects of natural selection. Special effect 1, Evolution, permanently enhances own abilities by consuming special materials. Special effect 2, Mortal Transformation, randomly increases the level of a certain ability for a certain period of time, and restores the original level after use. Special effect 3, Prodigy, after completing specific conditions, randomly learn a new ability, but only at the D level. These special effects are concepts that surfaced in Suya's mind after he perceived them. Although many conditions are still unclear, this is undoubtedly a true SSS level ability. He finally understood why he could only feel the effects of this SSS level ability on the day of awakening, after he awakened his repairmanship. This ability is almost tailor-made for twin abilities. However, he could only comprehend D-level abilities and could only use them in combination with D-level abilities, which gave Su quite a headache. This ability has extremely high growth potential, but looking at the present, it's not even as powerful as some A-level abilities. Because it has no active effects, it can only be used by relying on his existing D-rank abilities. Most D-level abilities have no direct combat power whatsoever. Therefore, even if the ability level is improved, the combat effect is difficult to guarantee. Su didn't think much of it. Instead, he took a deep breath, silently activated the energy in his body, and began to operate the survival of the fittest technique. The actual effect can only be determined through actual testing. His approach to the manipulation of energy remains the most primitive attempt. Using this method, he had no way of knowing the trigger conditions for special effects 1 and 3. Therefore, at this moment, he can only activate the second effect of survival of the fittest, mortal transformation. Target, Repairman. A wisp of pale red light flashed across Suya's palm. At the same time, a concept came to mind. Transformation from the mundane to the mortal realm successful. D-rank Repairman, level randomly upgraded to SSS rank. Restores to original state after 1 use. A strange feeling instantly swept over Suya's entire body. In his perception, the Repairman seemed to have undergone a complete transformation. Although it is not yet possible to fully perceive the specific effects of the Repairman's actions at this moment, but he had a feeling that this ability was no longer simply the Repairman. It's as if even a simple pencil could be transformed with such power. As your cultivation level increases, different abilities will also become more effective. This manifests as reduced energy consumption and enhanced ability effectiveness. If that's the case, a Repairman who is forcibly promoted to SSS level might also receive a similar upgrade. Suya's expression flickered, and a slight thought crossed his mind. Perhaps the Repairman at this moment could even turn ordinary objects into precious gems. He stood up, eager to verify it. He pushed open the door and went straight to the small room in the house where miscellaneous items were stored. There was a small, open-work attic above the room. He climbed the ladder, bent down and groped around, and finally found an old-fashioned box in the dust. These are the old things left behind by his parents in this world. His parents were both archaeologists. 3 years ago, during a large-scale expedition to an archaeological site, they triggered some kind of mechanism and subsequently disappeared completely. 3 years ago, when Suyi transmigrated to this world, his parents had been missing for several months. However, they left quite a few things at home. That bowling ball-sized power stone was the one Suyi found in this box. This box contains many archaeological tools. Unfortunately, apart from these tools and ability stones, the box only contained a badly damaged ancient pot. This ancient pot looks like some kind of antique. It's about the size of a palm and its surface appears to be made of bronze, covered with patterns. However, it looks like it has been hit hard, with cracks all over it, and it's badly damaged. 3 years ago, when Su discovered this ancient teapot, he felt that it was extraordinary, so he has always kept it carefully in a box. He carefully picked up the antique pot and returned to his bedroom. On the back of the antique pot, there was a label. It is obvious that his parents put this up for easy memorization, and it has the 3 small characters Julie Pot written on it, which seems to be the name of this ancient pot. What kind of effect would it have if I used a Repairman with SSS level abilities to fix this thing? So he gently touched the ninely pot, and such a thought flashed through his mind. The transformation from mortal realm effect is not one that can be used casually. He could clearly sense that once he upgraded his Repairman to SSS level, he would be unable to use the transcendent skill again, at least for a period of time. Therefore, the choice of experimental subjects is particularly particularly important for this single-use repair tool. This is also why he specifically dug out the Jolie pot. This antique was practically the most precious treasure in his home. Moreover, this pot is very likely related to the disappearance of his parents. Even if it has no other use, being able to restore this ninely pot to its original state would probably fetch a lot of dragon coins. Su smiled slightly and, without hesitation, stroked the broken body of the Jolie pot with his right hand, activating the repair hand. His palm suddenly burst forth with a blazing red light. The red light instantly enveloped the ninely pot, and then an extremely terrifying energy fluctuation suddenly emerged from the broken pot. The energy fluctuation flashed by, as if swallowed by a black hole, and was directly sucked into the spout of the pot. Then, the Jolie pot was quickly repaired in the dazzling light. The originally broken teapot body is now, as if time has reversed, constantly repairing the missing parts. The bronze vessel quickly returned to its original state, and even a bronze plug appeared at the spout, sealing the hole. Su also felt his energy and physical strength rapidly draining away, but he did not stop immediately. Instead, he carefully measured his limits. The repair process took only 30 seconds. A moment later, the red light gradually faded away. The Jolie pot looks like an ancient bronze artifact that has just been unearthed, sitting quietly on the table. From the outside, there is absolutely no sign of anything unusual. After the repair was completed, the red light in Suya's palm quickly faded, and his ability returned to its original D level. His body felt as if all the energy had been drained away, and he slid off the chair and onto the floor. A look of shock appeared in Suya's eyes. At that moment, he felt completely powerless and had no energy left. Not only that, his mind became foggy, and he was as weak as if he hadn't eaten for more than 10 days. Just this once, and it drained all my energy and left me so weak? Even though he was mentally prepared, the feeling of exhaustion still far exceeded his expectations. He managed to raise his hand to steady himself on the table, then swayed back into his chair, the shock still lingering in his eyes. What exactly did I fix? Could this be the Juebao mentioned in the government documents? Tianjin, the old city area. A girl wearing a JK skirt, chewing bubblegum, strolled leisurely down the dimly lit street with her long legs. It was nighttime, and the flickering streetlights cast long shadows of her. All around was quiet, as if the whole world had fallen silent. Soon, she reached the end of the alley, where a high wall stood before her, as if she had reached a dead end. This should be it, she murmured to herself, a gentle breeze ruffling her long hair and revealing her exquisite, flawless face. She casually spat out the bubblegum in her mouth, and just as the bubblegum flew out, she lightly snapped her fingers. In an instant, the bubblegum exploded in the air like a bomb, vanishing without a trace. Then, she gently pulled open her shirt, reached into her chest, and took out a cell phone. If I had known I couldn't bring a bag on a mission, I wouldn't have worn this outfit. She muttered a few words of dissatisfaction, opened her phone to check the map, verified her location, and then put the phone back into her chest. After finishing the action, she stretched and gently pressed the headset she had already put on, reporting, "Senior, I'm in position." Received. The others have been waiting for you for a long time. Hurry up. Okay, the girl drawled, squatted down, and pulled a yellow talisman from the edge of her over-the-knee socks. She forcefully stuck the yellow talisman to the wall in front of her, then raised her thumb, a hint of hesitation flashing in her eyes. This hesitation didn't last long. She bit her fingertip, and a drop of blood slowly seeped out. She frowned and pressed her thumb on the yellow talisman. Instantly, a mysterious aura surged from the yellow talisman, soaring straight into the sky. Having accomplished all this, she looked up at the night sky and murmured, "Juebao, the world in the mirror." To be honest, this is the first time I've ever used it myself. I hope it's as magical as the legends say. The moment she pasted the yellow talisman, from the four directions of the old city, four invisible energies rose simultaneously, soaring straight into the sky. These four invisible forces converged in the air, intertwined, and finally transformed into a square, transparent barrier that covered the entire area. The air blurred for a moment, then returned to calm. "The world in the mirror has unfolded." A serious voice came through the girl's earpiece. At the same time, several figures darted swiftly from all directions of the area, shouting, "The Void Beast is right here. Find it quickly and complete the mission. Report it immediately if you discover it, never go it alone. This virtual beast is stronger than an ordinary rock realm cultivator. You are no match for it." "Then what is the purpose of this pot?" Sui asked, fiddling with the newly repaired Jolie pot by the desk, his face full of doubt. After a short rest, he regained some strength and was finally able to move around normally. Taking advantage of this time, he began to examine the Jolie pot in his hand, wanting to test its specific effects. But no matter how he fiddled with it, or even opened the spout to inject energy, there was no reaction. Could it just be an ordinary ancient bronze artifact? The pot spun between his fingers. But would an ordinary ancient pot consume so much of my energy? You should know that he used a precious SSS level repair skill to repair the ninely pot. Never mind, at least it's still a complete bronze artifact. If we need money in the future, we should be able to sell it for a good price. Sui pondered for a moment, then casually stuffed the ninely pot into his pocket and stood up. The previous treatment of his hands had almost completely drained him. He felt weak all over, and the constant hunger made him feel extremely uncomfortable. He dragged his heavy steps toward the kitchen, looked at the only piece of bread and 2 eggs left in the refrigerator, and couldn't help but sigh and rub his forehead. This was the breakfast he originally planned to have for tomorrow morning, intending to buy some new ingredients after finishing it. However, due to the excessive energy expenditure, this amount of food was far from enough to fill their stomachs. Looks like I'll have to go to the convenience store to buy something. Su reluctantly put on his shoes, pushed open the door, and went out. Although his neighborhood is located in the old city of Tianjin and is in a remote area, he still has to face reality. However, there is still a 24-hour convenience store outside the residential area. It was already past 10 p.m., but Su had no intention of enduring the intense hunger to go to sleep. The deafening roar seemed to tear the entire night sky apart. Fang Xian's face was pale, and she staggered back several steps. She never expected that she would run into a virtual beast right after she finished setting up the mirror world. This is a shadow beast among the void beasts. She murmured the name of the void beast in front of her expression growing increasingly solemn. Even among all the virtual beasts, the shadow beasts are among the most powerful. The monster before them was about 2 meters tall, standing on all fours, its fangs gleaming with a chilling white light in the moonlight. Its entire body was shrouded in black energy, with large scales vaguely visible covering its body, and its crimson eyes burned with intense killing intent. Fang Xian suppressed her inner panic and quickly touched the Bluetooth earpiece in her ear with her right hand. "Senior, I'm here." Her pupils suddenly contracted, and she abruptly turned her head. A black scale streak sliced through the night sky, grazing her cheek as it flew past. The next moment, a red bloodstain appeared on her fair and delicate face. Although the wound was not deep, blood seeped out from it. The earphones that were originally on my ears instantly shattered in two and fell to the ground. Fang Xian stared straight ahead, a look of surprise on her face. She gently touched her cheek and wiped away the streak of blood. Then, she looked down at her blood-stained thumb, her gaze lingering slightly. A sense of oppression surged from within me, unstoppable. "You, how dare you hurt my face?" she murmured, repeating the words over and over, her eyes flashing as she looked up at the virtual beast not far away. A surge of energy instantly enveloped my entire body. "It seems you've chosen your own death." Finally, I've regained my strength. Inside the convenience store, Suyi took a big bite of bread, a look of pure enjoyment on his face. The feeling of hunger slowly receded from his body. The discomfort from previous energy depletion quickly dissipated at this moment. "Brother Yi, haven't you eaten all day?" the cashier standing in front of the counter asked involuntarily, looking at Suyi wolfing down his food with a puzzled expression. He has been working here for 2 years. 2 years ago, he was suspected by the store manager and was about to be sent to the police station because of a theft that occurred in the store. Su happened to be present at the time and helped him out of the predicament and found the real culprit. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Zhugu was able to continue working here, and the two became acquainted as a result. Although he was older than Su Yi, he still respectfully addressed him as Brother Yi. But this was the first time he had ever seen Su Yi pouncing like a hungry tiger. Su took a big gulp of mineral water, swallowed his food, and replied without looking up, "Isn't it normal for young people to replenish their energy for nightlife?" "Oh, Brother Yi, you found a girlfriend?" Upon hearing this, Zhugu immediately revealed a lewd smile and winked. "Would you like a box of combat gear? I'll give you a 20% discount." "Girlfriend? So tacky." Su finished his last sip of water, casually tossed the trash in his hand into the bin, and scoffed, "My comrade only has this golden right hand." Zhugu rolled his eyes and stood to the side complaining, "Brother Yi, you've been drained dry by your comrades, haven't you? You're still a high school student. You should be more restrained. Stop talking nonsense. I'm going home." Su didn't bother to reply, shrugged, and walked out of the convenience store, preparing to go home and continue studying his abilities. "Take care on the road, Brother Yi." Zhugu waved with a smile. "I heard there have been several unexpected disappearances in the old town recently, so you'd better be extra careful." "Disappeared unexpectedly?" Suyi muttered to himself as he walked out of the store. He happened to see the related news these past 2 days. In the past 2 or 3 days, several missing persons cases have occurred in the old city area. The police are scrambling to deal with this. "What a coincidence, this kind of thing just had to happen to me." He muttered to himself, put his hands in his pockets, and walked straight home. A gust of cold wind swept by, causing the dim, dilapidated streetlights to sway slightly. In the stillness of the night, Suyi suddenly heard a muffled thud. He suddenly stopped and looked to the side in surprise. The muffled sound seemed to come from another world, both distant and strangely real. Could it be my imagination? He squinted, held his breath, and listened intently. The only sound around him was the howling wind. Just as he thought he had misheard and was about to continue, another dull sound came from beside him. This time, Su was certain that he wasn't hallucinating. The muffled sound, though distant, was so clear it seemed almost within reach, not an illusion. He closed his eyes and stood there listening intently. A moment later, the muffled thud suddenly rang out again. "Is this the place?" Su opened his eyes quickly, took 2 quick steps forward, and looked towards the alley alley entrance on his left. It was a dead-end alley, with walls on both sides, pitch black and deserted. But those muffled thuds all seemed to come from inside this alley. He stood at the alley entrance, his eyes flickering, revealing a hint of hesitation. Personally, Sue is also someone who hates trouble, but his intense curiosity made him particularly attentive to the strange sound. This curiosity is like someone shouting in a square that there are beautiful women running naked. Even though you know it's probably a pervert, you still can't help but turn around and take a look. He stood hesitantly at the alley entrance, and after a long while, the muffled thud rang in his ears once again. This time the noise was extremely loud, and you could vaguely hear girls screaming. Sue squinted at the front, then suddenly took a step back and muttered to himself, "I have a bad feeling about this. Let's go back." His intuition told him that there was probably big trouble ahead. Rather than acting out of curiosity, he ultimately chose to avoid the potential danger. He turned and quickly tried to leave, but after taking only 2 steps, a loud roar came from behind. Sizzle! Like the sound of a mirror shattering, Sue turned his head sharply and saw that the air at the alley entrance seemed to have broken apart like a mirror. Within that crack, a world appeared, exactly the same as the environment around it. At the same time, the roaring sound that had been in my ears was no longer far away, but came clearly from the broken crack. A deafening roar and a violent impact suddenly erupted, making him dizzy and his blood churn. Immediately afterward, a cry of surprise rang out from the crack. The mirror world has shattered? Just how strong is this guy? Ha! Someone's nearby? Sui quickly took 2 steps back, his eyes filled with shock as he looked at the crack, his mind racing. Immediately afterwards, a pair of surprised, beautiful eyes met his in midair through the crack. "You're an awakened one too?" Fang Xian's expression changed slightly upon seeing Su Yi, and she exclaimed loudly. She sensed a trace of residual energy fluctuations from Su Yi. "Do me a favor." She quickly pulled her phone from her chest and threw it at Su Yi. Before he finished speaking, Su Yi turned around like the wind and ran away quickly. The phone flew out and crashed heavily to the ground, even blowing off the back cover. Fang Xian stood dumbfounded in the crevice, staring ahead in disbelief. That guy, he actually ran away? Her surprise didn't last long. Her expression changed drastically, and she quickly leaped into the air. The shadow beast's claws swept down, striking the ground heavily with a deafening roar. Fang Xian nimbly dodged the attack, quickly regained her balance in midair, and hurled a stone with her right hand. The rocks fell rapidly and slammed into the shadow beast's massive body. Immediately afterwards, Fang Xian snapped her fingers, and the stone exploded on the shadow beast's body, raising a cloud of dust. At the same time, the gap beside her was quickly repaired under the influence of an invisible force. That guy ran way too fast. I was thinking of asking him to call my senior for me, Fang Xian muttered in dissatisfaction, looking down with a serious expression and growing increasingly tense. She alone was no match for this shadow beast. Amidst the billowing dust, the enormous shadow beast shot straight into the sky like a cannonball, dispersing the smoke and dust. However, its attention was no longer on Fang Xian, but instead, its crimson eyes flashed as it turned towards the direction Suyi had fled, as if it had sensed something. Suyi quickly moved through the streets, his expression complex. What was that monster just now? Was it a virtual beast recorded in the database? The nameplate on that girl's chest looks like it belongs to Dragon Summer Academy, right? According to Wang Peng, these are the awakened ones from Longsha Academy who have come to Tianjin. It seems they came to Jin City not to recruit awakened ones, but to hunt void beasts. Countless clues rapidly converged in his mind, and in just a few seconds, Suyi reached a conclusion. That's why, the moment he saw the girl, he made his decision immediately: run. After all, he was just a newly awakened awakener and had almost no combat power. Although the girl from Dragon Summer Academy seemed to want his help, but Su would never risk his life alone, so he decisively chose to leave. However, before he fled, he vaguely saw a cell phone fly out. It seems that this ethereal beast has been lingering in the old city for quite some time. Could the recent disappearances also be related to it? As Su ran towards home, he quickly thought things through. Just then, the air half a meter away suddenly burst open. Su turned around in a daze, only to see a huge black claw smash through the air and come crashing down on him menacingly. Hey, 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 please stop. Even though the brain instantly sends an evasive command, Suya's body didn't have time to react at all. Just as the terrifying giant claw was about to fall, a red light rushed over at an even faster speed and suddenly blocked Suya's path. A roaring sound came from right in front of him, and the gust of wind that followed made him stagger and almost fall. He quickly stopped, only to see Fang Xian standing between him and the shadow beast. Her skirt and hair fluttered in the wind, her arms were wrapped in a faint red glow, but her face was slightly pale. "If it affects civilians, I'll lose academic credits," she murmured, gritting her teeth and desperately supporting the giant claw, her eyes filled with determination. However, at this moment, the shadow beast roared again. A black scale-like armor shot out from the sky, transforming into black light and heading straight towards Su Yi. "Hey, watch out!" Fang Xian's expression changed drastically, and she shouted urgently, but the giant claw in front of her became even heavier, and she was unable to break free to help. Faced with the rapidly approaching black light, Suya's pores stood on end, his blood seemed seemed to boil, and his adrenaline surged. A life-or-death crisis suddenly overwhelmed him, yet he remained surprisingly calm. The next moment, he rushed forward and crashed into the gap, then rolled and crawled inside. The crack in the mirror was being repaired at lightning speed. As the gap continued to shrink, the rapidly moving black light finally failed to catch up with Su Yi and disappeared without a trace before the gap was repaired. Su also sat up abruptly, staring at the enormous phantom beast before him, and murmured, "I have a feeling I've stumbled into an even more dangerous place." Senior, Fang Xayan's voice call has dropped. On the rooftops of the old town, the two were moving about when a boy suddenly rushed over and joined them. "I've already noticed." The leader, dressed in a blue robe with his hair neatly styled, had a solemn expression. Not only that, but the energy in Fang Xayan's mirror world leaked out twice, as if it had been shattered. "Energy leakage?" The senior frowned and said in a deep voice, "This is not right. Logically speaking, the mirror world should be unbreakable and almost impossible to destroy, unless an external force finds the mirror world from the outside and shatters it." Before he finished speaking, his expression changed drastically, light flashed beneath his feet, and his speed suddenly increased several notches. "Hurry over there! Fang Xayan's life is in danger!" On the street, Fang Xayan shouted loudly, and his whole body burst out with blazing red light, finally repelling the phantom beast. She was panting heavily as she turned to look at Su Yi, who was rolling up from the ground, her face full of anxiety. "What are you doing in here? Didn't you ask me for help? I'm a kind-hearted person and always happy to help others," Su said with a righteous expression, but his heart was filled with unease. He looked around and was surprised to find that the street was exactly the same as the one he had seen before. The surrounding walls and buildings are lifelike, but they lack any trace of life. "Then why did you run away in the first place?" Fang Xayan was so angry she was about to explode, glaring at him. "I just like sports," Su muttered, but his eyes were fixed warily ahead. At this moment, the shadow beast's fangs were bared, and its scarlet eyes were fixed on him, even with a hint of excitement. It rubbed its palms together incessantly, its internal energy surging, already poised to pounce on him. Just then, two pebbles suddenly flew from the side and hit the shadow beast precisely in front of it. With a snap of the fingers, the two pebbles exploded instantly, kicking up clouds of dust and producing a deafening roar. Before Su could react, a figure swiftly grabbed him and carried him forward at high speed. Looking back at Fang Xayan, whose face was pale, Su quickly adjusted his posture and ran forward alongside her, asking, "So, what exactly do you want me to do for you?" Without saying much, Fang Xayan reached into her chest, pulled out her spare phone, and quickly said, "Make the first call and tell our senior to come and rescue us. The lock screen password is 1019. Her attention was completely focused on the shadow beast, and she dared not be distracted for even a moment. As soon as she finished speaking, she stomped on the ground and pulled Su Yi up 3 or 4 meters high from the street, landing on the wall of the alley next to them. As soon as they jumped up, the shadow beast's giant claw slammed down, creating a deep crater in the ground. If they hadn't been able to dodge, they would probably have been smashed into mincemeat long ago. Fang Xayan's face grew increasingly pale. He was no exception. Previously, in order to protect Su Yi, she forcibly endured the attack of the shadow beast, and her energy was almost exhausted. However, the shadow beast only suffered minor injuries, which were not painful at all. If the fight continues, she won't last until her senior arrives. "No, there's no signal," Su shouted, waving his phone. "This guy's energy can actually block signals." Fang Xayan's face darkened further. As she ran at top speed, she threw 3 stones behind her without looking back. The stone exploded in midair, briefly halting the shadow beast's pursuit. But her breathing became more and more rapid, and the intense energy consumption made her unable to hold on any longer. If she were alone, she could fight back desperately, and at least she wouldn't be in such a sorry state. But just now, the mirror world shattered, unexpectedly involving ordinary people. Whether for the sake of the school motto or academic credits, she has a responsibility to protect them. Her ability, Christmas Gift, while not fatal to the shadow beast, can temporarily halt its advance. If she can hold out until her seniors arrive, she will be able to escape successfully. 8 meters per second, abdomen. Suddenly, I heard a whisper in my ear. Fang Xayan looked back with relief and saw Su Yi running quickly while muttering to himself. "What are you muttering?" she couldn't help but ask. "I'm calculating this guy's running speed and weaknesses," Su replied calmly, his eyes unusually calm, like a cold machine. Fang Xayan was taken aback. She hadn't expected that this guy, who looked like he was in high school, could remain so calm in such a critical moment, a calmness that was reassuring. "Wait, you just said this guy's weakness is in his abdomen?" She quickly realized what he meant and stared at Su Yi with wide eyes. "That's impossible." Even before the battle began, she had attempted to attack the shadow beast's vital areas, such as its eyes, throat, and abdomen. However, the opponent's entire body was covered in scales, especially its abdomen, which was tightly wrapped in black scales, making it difficult to cause any real damage. "Didn't you notice?" Su replied quickly. "If I'm not mistaken, this guy's scales are very evenly distributed. Even the explosion you detonated couldn't break through its defenses. You threw the stone 3 times in total. During the first 2 attacks, it made no defensive moves and simply withstood withstood them. But just now, on the third time, when the 3 stones you threw were about to hit its body and explode, it suddenly curled up. It makes this movement, which means it's worried about getting hurt. Fang Xian's eyes lit up as she quickly picked up where Suyi left off. The shadow beast curled up its body precisely to protect its waist and abdomen, but it clearly has scales on its abdomen. I just noticed that the scales on its abdomen expand like muscles the instant it attacks, meaning that its abdomen is unprotected at that moment. Fang Xian looked at Suyi with amazement and shock, never expecting that the young man beside her would have such keen observation skills. She immediately perked up and with Suyi jumped down from the wall, picking up a few pebbles along the way. I advise you not to attack directly. Suyi's calm voice rang out from beside him. This guy is quite intelligent. If an attack fails once, it will definitely take precautions in advance. By then, it will be as difficult as climbing to the sky to find its weakness. So what do you plan to do? Fang Xian asked in a low voice, frowning. Use this. Suyi opened his right hand, revealing a half-cut pebble in his palm. A deafening roar came from above their heads. The shadow beast finally caught up, stomped its forelegs hard, smashed through a wall, and arrived with a gust of wind. In just a few seconds, it had already rushed more than 10 meters away. At the same time, Su quickly read out the plan, conveying all the details to Fang Xian. Are you sure this will work? Fang Xian stared wide-eyed at Suyi in disbelief. We have no other choice. Suyi stared intently ahead, remaining calm even in the face of life and death. Alright. Fang Xian gritted her teeth, stomped her right foot on the ground, and, in a baseball pitching stance, threw the half-pebble at the shadow beast with all her might. I'll trust you this once. The pebble pierced the night sky like an arrow released from a bow, shooting straight towards the shadow beast's belly. Faced with the sudden attack, the shadow beast's body surged with black light, as if it had received a warning. It quickly curled up its body into a ball and rolled forward. The pebble struck its hard scales indifferently and bounced off to the ground. The shadow beast flipped itself up, landing on all fours, and a hint of confusion and bewilderment appeared on its ferocious and terrifying face. It stopped and stared at the two of them with its crimson eyes, even tilting its head slightly as if to act cute. Hey, you liar! Fang Xian grabbed Suyi's shoulders and shook him violently. This is no use at all. And the way it looked at us, it was like it was treating us like idiots. I was actually looked down upon by a void beast. She regretted listening to Suyi. Su had just told her not to use her powers, but to just throw pebbles. But after she did it, she realized that how could this half-pebble possibly hurt the virtual beast? The shadow beast let out a deafening roar. It landed on all fours again, leaped forward, and charged quickly toward the two of them. For it, a distance of less than 10 meters is just the distance of a leap. Fang Xian's expression changed drastically. She quickly grabbed Suyi and turned to dodge. Suyi's body remained motionless, his eyes fixed intently ahead, while he rapidly recited a string of numbers in a low voice. Enough! His eyes flashed, and he suddenly stretched out his right hand, pointing straight ahead. It was only then that Fang Xian noticed. Suyi held half a pebble tightly in his palm. Judging from the broken part, it is clearly the same pebble she just threw. The shadow beast's massive body transformed into a shadow, enveloping the two of them. Fang Xian could even see the white light reflected from its ferocious fangs. It swung its claws, and the scales that had been covering its abdomen tore open, revealing a bloody mess of skin. At this point, the distance was too close, and she didn't have time to launch an attack. Even her escape was extremely rushed. However, Suyi, who was holding her tightly, remained unusually calm and expressionless. You only get one chance, don't miss it. Suyi suddenly shouted, and white light surged from his right palm. Ability, Repairman, activated. Instantly, the half-pebble in his palm flashed with a dazzling white light. A milky white energy thread shot out rapidly from the fracture. The next moment, the half-pebble that Fang Xian had thrown out seemed to be pulled by a silk thread, flying back through the air. It was incredibly fast, covering several meters in half a second, and quickly flew directly beneath the shadow beast as it took off. Fang Xian's eyes flashed, and she reacted quickly. Just as the pebble arrived, she lightly rubbed two fingers together and skillfully snapped her fingers. Rank A ability, Christmas gift. A surging wave of air swept over them instantly, blowing Suyi and Fang Xian back several steps. The explosion caused flames that turned into thick smoke, obscuring the view ahead. Half a second later, a heavy thud came from ahead. The shadow beast crashed to the ground, stirring up a gust of wind that dispersed the dust. Its abdomen appeared to have been blown open, with blood gushing out. Dark energy flowed continuously across its body, but it only struggled a few times before losing its life force and collapsing to the ground. A faint blue light burst forth from the shadow beast's mind and rapidly flew towards Suyi. Suyi's expression changed slightly as he clearly sensed the light entering the ninely pot in his arms. The strong wind whipped Fang Xian's hair and skirt, and Suyi's calm face suddenly took on a strange look. Did it succeed? Fang Xian stared wide-eyed, looking ahead in disbelief. The shadow beast, also from the rock realm and far superior in combat power, was actually killed by her. Hey, did you see that? She turned around abruptly, looking at Suyi behind her, her voice filled with excitement and relief at surviving the ordeal. I saw it, its blue and white stripe, Su replied replied subconsciously, suddenly feeling a surge of murderous intent. The next moment, Fang Xian grabbed him by the throat, and he flailed around like a drowning man, crying out, "I'm going to die. I'm going to die. I'm going to die." A moment later, Fang Xian finally let go, her cheeks flushed, and she stood there, her eyes filled with disbelief. They had been tracking this shadow beast for almost a week. Even within the rock realm, its combat power is among the top. However, with Suye's help, she actually managed to kill him. Cough cough cough. Suye coughed rapidly while muttering under his breath, "It's not like I went to see it on my own initiative. If you dare say that again, I believe I'll blow your hair off." Fang Xian's face turned even redder, and she stomped her foot, glaring threateningly at Suye. She turned and stared at the shadow beast's corpse on the ground, took a deep breath, and a look of disbelief flashed in her eyes. "Did I really kill this shadow beast? Everything has its weaknesses. As long as you address the problem appropriately, it's not surprising that the weak can overcome the strong." Suye's voice came from the side. He looked down at the shadow beast, his eyes gleaming. "A memory from 3 years ago suddenly flashed through my mind." Weakness, Fang Xian murmured to herself, vaguely recalling the phrase she had heard many times in school. She was suddenly startled. Compared to herself, Suye's astonishing insight and judgment, and even the ability he ultimately displayed, were the most crucial factors in killing the shadow beast. He had even taken all the effects of her abilities into account in his calculations. "Who exactly are you?" Fang Xian's expression instantly turned serious, her gaze fixed on Suye, and she asked in a deep voice. "I'm just an ordinary high school student passing by," Su said sincerely. If he had a choice, he wouldn't want to get involved in this inexplicable incident. But for some reason, the moment the shadow beast saw him, it seemed to regard him as prey and relentlessly pursued him. Upon hearing Suye's answer, Fang Xian felt a tightness in her chest, and her lips twitched slightly. How could an ordinary high school student possess such accurate judgment and analytical abilities? She frowned and muttered to herself, "That's strange. According to what my senior said, this mirror world shouldn't have been torn apart so easily. How exactly did this guy break the mirror world and even affect reality? If the mirror world hadn't shattered, Su would never have been involved in this battle. Logically speaking, getting involved in incidents involving ordinary people is already a huge dereliction of duty." A heavy thud broke the silence. Immediately afterwards, Fang Xian and Suye's expressions changed drastically, and they looked up abruptly. "Impossible." Suye frowned, looking ahead in disbelief. Not far away, a black shadow twice the size of the shadow beast from before was staring at them menacingly. It exuded a chilling aura, its killing intent burning like flames. "I finally understand why the world in the mirror was shattered." Fang Xian's face turned pale. She had finally found the answer to the question. The mirror world is the one that Zhue Bao uses most frequently. By placing mirror symbols in rectangular shapes around the city and connecting them with each other, a mirrored world can be created. In this mirror world, energy can be quickly filtered to transfer virtual beasts into it. Logically speaking, the defenses of the mirror world are extremely strong, making them difficult to break through in ordinary battles, let alone affect reality. However, if the void beast attacks the mirror world from outside, it can damage the barrier to some extent, causing the mirror world to shatter. Looking at the shadow beast in front of her, Fang Xian's conclusion gradually became clear. The reason the mirror world shattered earlier was because this guy launched an attack on the mirror world from the outside. This time, there wasn't just one, but 2 void beasts. This is completely different from the intelligence they received before the mission. If both shadow beasts appear at the same time, even if they join forces, it will definitely be a fierce battle. Now, she has just killed a shadow beast and her energy is almost depleted. Faced with the sudden appearance of the second shadow beast, she was almost powerless to fight back. 2 jet black scales shot out rapidly, tearing through the air towards Suye and Fang Xian. Su's expression changed several times. This sudden turn of events caught him off guard, leaving him no time to react. Just then, Fang Xian suddenly pushed him behind her, forcefully extending her right arm and instantly displaying her energy. With 2 muffled thuds, Fang Xian's body was violently impacted and sent flying, crashing heavily into the wall behind her. She coughed up a mouthful of blood, her body slumped down, and she weakly looked at Suye. "Run." Before she could finish speaking, her eyes rolled back and she fainted. A deafening roar resounded, and after shooting out 2 streaks of scales, the shadow beast stumped the ground and charged towards Suye at high speed. It's as if from the very beginning, its only target was Suye. Su tried desperately to react, but this shadow beast's speed is far superior to the previous one. In the blink of an eye, it covered more than 10 meters and swooped down in front of Suye. At close range, Suye could even clearly see every single sharp fang of the shadow beast. However, his body was too slow to dodge, and he could only watch helplessly as the gleaming white fangs crashed down. Just as the shadow beast attacked, less than a meter away from him, suddenly, I heard the sound of hurried running. A figure sped past Suye at a speed even faster than a shadow beast. The blue robe fluttered in the wind, and Su saw the figure rush forward and actually disappeared directly beneath the shadow beast. With a wave of his right hand, a dagger materialized out of thin air in his previously empty palm. He was a young man with a resolute face, about 25 or 26 years years old, but his expression was unusually firm, without the slightest hesitation. He swung his knife and slashed fiercely at the shadow beast's abdomen. Faced with the sudden attack, the shadow beast reacted quickly. It began to curl up, trying to protect its abdomen with its thick scales to withstand the attack. Just then, Suyi heard a young man shout in his ear, "Freeze!" The beast's curling motion abruptly stopped as if it had been electrocuted. Seizing that moment, the young man in blue robes plunged his dagger deep into the shadow beast's abdomen and pulled it out forcefully. Accompanied by mournful animal cries, blood rained down from the sky. The enormous shadow beast was ripped open and crashed to the ground with a loud thud. Its eyes were filled with resentment, and it desperately shot out two black scales from its body, pointing them directly at the young man in blue robes. At this moment, the young man in the blue robe was in free fall. Despite the two beams of black light, he remained calm and did not even make any defensive movements. Just as Suyi was looking, a metal round shield appeared out of thin air in front of the young man, blocking the two beams of black light. The enormous phantom beast crashed to the ground, and the blue-robed youth landed on the ground with it. A pale blue light quickly entered the ninely pot, but only Suyi could detect it. The others did not notice it at all. Suyi's eyes gleamed with surprise as he looked ahead. Is this the strength of the awakened ones from Dragon Summer Academy? He recognized them from the nameplate on the blue-robed youth's chest. They, like Fong Xin, were all awakened ones from Dragon Summer Academy. More accurately, they are void hunters. Su was genuinely impressed by their seamless teamwork. Two shadow beasts have been killed in the old city of Jinchang. Please send someone to clean up the battlefield. The young man in the blue robe took out his phone from his pocket, reported the news, and walked towards Su Yi. As soon as he finished speaking, he put away his phone and extended his right hand. Dragon Summer Academy, Xiao Sha. Su also grasped the other person's hand and was immediately pulled up. He blinked and calmly announced his deskmate's name, Wang Peng. Don't worry, I'm fine. Senior, Sister Xin is amazing. She actually killed a shadow beast all by herself. A childish voice came from behind. Su turned around and saw a short-haired boy walking out with a look of amazement on his face. If we had arrived any later, she might have been in danger. On the other side, a girl wearing denim shorts and with long, slender legs walked out leisurely, her expression indifferent, and she immediately locked her gaze on Fong Xin by the wall in the distance. She waved her hand gently, and the previously floating shield immediately disappeared. If I'm not mistaken, you're also an awakened one? Xiao Sha suddenly looked at Su Yi and asked, a high school student? He just awakened his abilities on awakening day? Su hesitated for a moment, then nodded slightly. It would be impossible for Fong Xin to kill that shadow beast on her own. Xiao Sha spoke succinctly, her gaze fixed on Su Yi. Did you help her? If it's convenient, could you please move to another place so we can discuss this in more detail? Don't worry, we are the 5th hunting team of Longsha Academy, and we mean you no harm. Of course I believe you. Su nodded, surprisingly honest. But Sister Fong Xin just saved me, so I want to go see her first. She's fine, she just fainted from the energy shock. Xiao Sha nodded. But if you're worried, you can go and take care of her for a while. After saying this, he turned around, his gaze falling on the two shadow beast corpses in front of him, and ordered in a deep voice, Guiyan, Xiaoli, collect blood samples, and also collect about 5 scales. He stood there, his eyes slightly glazed over as he stared at the corpses of the two shadow beasts, his mind filled with thoughts. A high school student who gets caught up in the mirror world is able to help Fong Xin kill a shadow beast. Could that kid really have an ability of A-level or higher? He was very concerned about how Fong Xin and that high school student had managed to kill the shadow beast together. Senior, all collected. Just as he was lost in thought, Wei Yan and Xia Li's voices pulled him back to reality. Okay. Xiao Sha nodded. Take Fong Xin and that high school student with us, let's leave first. As he spoke, he turned his head, only to find his gaze involuntarily fixed on the spot. Not far away, apart from Fong Xin, who was unconscious against the wall, where could Su Yi be seen? Where is that guy? Su pushed open the door and entered his home, letting out a long sigh of relief. I almost got entangled in those troubles. He muttered to himself, but his eyes betrayed his exhaustion. Facing a living, breathing virtual beast for the first time, he was tense all over, but now he finally relaxed. Although Dragongxia Academy is renowned throughout the country and is almost the most powerful academy for awakened individuals, but Su had absolutely no desire to have anything to do with them. After investigating the dangers and background of this world, all he wanted was to find a safe place to live and prioritize his own safety. As the most prestigious academy, it naturally bears the responsibility that comes with its reputation. According to the data he had, the mortality rate of students at Longsha Academy was nearly 10% higher than that of other awakened academies. Without absolute certainty, Su had no intention of putting himself in danger. Another reason that prompted him to leave the scene quickly was, he quickly returned to his bedroom and took out the Jiuli pot from his pocket. This originally simple and unadorned Jiuli pot, which had been completely unresponsive, now began to emit a faint blue light. Sure enough, it absorbed something from those two virtual beasts. Su Ye's eyes gleamed as he murmured to himself. He saw it clearly before. The moment the two illusory beasts died, died, a pale blue light burst forth from their bodies and directly entered the nine-li pot. Those two beams of light seemed to be visible only to him, others appeared completely unaware of them. This seemingly ordinary Jolie pot appears to be hiding a secret. He gently lifted the lid of the pot and looked inside, but all that could be seen was darkness, and nothing could be seen at all. The pale blue light that was exhaling gradually dimmed and slowly disappeared. After hesitating for a moment, Suyu once again poured the energy in his body into the nine-li pot. During previous tests, the Jolie pot did not react at all even when energy was injected, but at this moment, the instant he injected energy, he felt a sudden dizziness, as if his consciousness had been sucked into a pot, and he felt a strange sensation of being tossed and turned. A moment later, his drowsy consciousness finally returned. When he looked at the world before him, he was stunned. Before my eyes lay a paradise of birdsong, fragrant flowers, and lush foliage. A waterfall cascades gently, the sun hangs high in the sky, and a light breeze blows. Everything seemed incredibly unreal. In a daze, Suyi even thought that he had traveled through time again and arrived in another world. Looking down at my own body, it felt just as real as it does in real life. Compared to the original body, this body is much lighter, as if it is completely unrestrained. This is your spiritual body, which is naturally much lighter than your physical body. Suddenly, a slightly aged voice rang out. Su suddenly looked up and glanced around. Who's talking? Go to your right, and you'll see me, the voice said again, guiding him. Oh no, it should be your left-hand direction. Faced with this strange sound, Su narrowed his eyes slightly and still stepped to the left. About 5 steps. Yes, that's right. The voice guided him forward. Here? Yes, that's right. Take about 3 more steps forward. However, after Su took a few steps, the voice suddenly shouted, Oops, you've gone too far. You've stepped on me. At that moment, Sui also felt as if he had stepped on something hard and hurriedly lifted his foot and looked down to check. Soon, his expression became unusually strange. A section of bronze-like shell was visible protruding from the soil beneath their feet. Looking at the exposed parts, he felt a sense of familiarity. Very well, now I'll trouble you, young friend, to pull me out. Suya's expression grew increasingly strange. Could it be that the thing that was talking to him all along was this thing buried in the ground? He didn't rush to pull it out, but instead kicked it lightly a few times with his foot. How did you get buried in the ground? Hey, came a voice from inside the pot. Stop kicking. You're about to break my back. The world inside the pot had changed, and the energy was surging. I had been asleep for a long time, and my power had not been fully unsealed. Before I knew it, I was shaken into the ground. Now that you're here, young friend, please help this old man. Sui looked doubtful and casually stroked his chin. No, if you are a demon sealed underground, wouldn't it be like releasing a tiger back into the mountains if I let you out? Hey, young friend, when have you ever seen someone whose only head is sealed? A muffled voice came from the pot. Besides, if I were truly sealed, how could you possibly unseal me so easily? When Tang Sanzang removed the talisman for Sun Umyukong, he had to recite scriptures. That makes some sense. Sui took advantage of the lull in the sound of the pot to walk around and confirm that there was nothing unusual about the surroundings and that the soil was soft. Without further hesitation, he squatted down, gripped both ends of the bronze casing tightly with both hands, and pulled upwards with force. Fortunately, it wasn't buried very deep. With a little effort, he pulled it out of the soil. When Su saw the entire bronze artifact, he was immediately shocked. Jolie pot? He stared in shock at the bronze artifact in his hand, which was exactly the same as the Jolie pot he had restored. Just as he was stunned, a force suddenly came from his hand. The nine-li pot flew out of his hand and floated in midair. Immediately afterwards, an incredibly mysterious aura emanated from the pot. The lid of the teapot trembled slightly, and wisps of ethereal mist rose from the gaps. In an instant, Suya's surroundings seemed to transform into a fairyland, with swirling mist filling the air. Could it be? He became excited. The scene before him brought to mind countless stories he had read in his past life: Aladdin's lamp, the magic ring, the old man with the ring. Could it be that the nine-li pot contains the soul of an unparalleled powerhouse, and he is the one destined to be there? Just as he was filled with excitement and anticipation, the lid of the teapot began to tremble more violently and intensely. Su gradually calmed down and stared blankly at the kettle lid churning for a minute. After a moment, the lid stopped vibrating. The aged voice rang out again. That young friend, could you help me open the lid of the teapot? I have been asleep for too long, and my power has been severely depleted. For some reason, there was a hint of embarrassment and guilt in his voice. Su remained silent for a few seconds, rolled his eyes, and then lifted the lid of the teapot. A cloud of pure, ethereal mist gushed forth from the spout of the pot like a fountain. A figure emerged from the swirling mist. The figure was small, with half of its body still inside the nine-li pot, yet it exuded a mysterious aura. However, this feeling did not last long. Not long after emerging, the figure coughed violently due to inhaling too much immortal mist. Seemingly noticing Suya's speechless gaze, he quickly coughed and exhaled lightly, dispersing the surrounding mist. His face finally came into Suya's view. The person in front of them was an old man who had shrunk countless times. Half of his body was hidden in the Jolie pot, with only his upper body showing. If we disregard his earlier lack of any ethereal ethereal quality. Describing his appearance as ethereal and otherworldly wouldn't be too much of an exaggeration. But the old man's behavior just now made Suyi feel no respect for him whatsoever. It's unclear whether he was trying to save face or simply felt too embarrassed. The old man stroked his beard, looked at Suyi with a deep gaze, revealing an unfathomable expression, and said calmly, "I am the spirit of this world within the pot. You can also call me the immortal in the pot." A world within a pot, an immortal within a pot? Suyi's eyes flashed quickly, and he figured it out in just 2 seconds. In other words, my consciousness is now being drawn into the ninely pot. He looked the old man up and down. "You unreliable fellow, are you the spirit of this place, or the little master inside the pot? A little pot? What a joke!" The immortal in the pot nearly spat out a mouthful of blood, shouting angrily, "I am a spirit of the vessel, not a eunuch." "So you don't like that title?" Suyi quickly added, "How about fairy eunuch then? He's gone from a lowly eunuch to a powerful eunuch." Tisk. Suyi smiled wryly. Alright, since you don't like it, I'll call you Chinibu from now on. Boy, I advise you to stop fooling around." The immortal in the pot was so angry that he blew his beard and glared. "I am the immortal in the pot, don't give me those weird nicknames." The two stared at each other for 2 seconds, and Su finally compromised, "Then I'll take a step back and call you old who. No matter what, I am a celestial being, so show me some respect." The immortal in the pot was clearly dissatisfied with this title and insisted that Suyi call him an immortal. "If you keep talking nonsense, I'll put the lid on your teapot." Suyi was getting impatient and threatened, raising the lid. "Young friend, you are quite a handsome young man. The title Elder Pot is indeed very fitting." Elder Pot's expression changed, and he immediately admitted defeat. Su stared helplessly at the flexible spirit, his eyes filled with speechlessness. He took a deep breath and asked, "So, why did my consciousness enter this world inside the pot?" He still had some doubts. He had only injected energy into the ninely pot, but he had been inexplicably drawn into the world inside the pot. However, he vaguely guessed that this might be related to the pale blue light emanating from the two virtual beasts. "Because you, young friend, are the first person in hundreds of years to restore the Jiuli pot," the old potter replied calmly. "The souls of the two previous virtual beasts were absorbed by the ninely pot, causing the ninely pot, which had been dormant for many years, to start operating again. And you infused the energy within your body into the pot, thus completing the recognition of its master. From now on, young friend, you are the owner of this ninely pot, the soul of the void beast." Suye's eyes flickered slightly, and he finally understood the origin of the two pale blue lights. But the situation before him still puzzled him. "Now that the ninely pot has recognized me as its master, what can it do for me? Ha ha." Upon hearing this, Old Man Pot immediately revealed a smug expression. "Speaking of the abilities of my world within the pot, they are truly countless." Then, like a live-streaming e-commerce salesperson, he launched into a long-winded introduction: soak in the immortal spring, plant immortal herbs, and raise mythical beasts. Refining spiritual weapons, cultivating puppets, alchemy and weapon crafting, spiritual talismans and formations. He said a lot in one breath, which greatly excited Su. Could this be his cheat code for time travel? In this world overflowing with energy and power, he actually managed to embark on a unique path of cultivation, reaching the pinnacle of the world with his cross-dimensional power. You should know that the path of cultivation he understood was far superior to that of these so-called awakened beings. "Are these all functions of the Jiuli pot?" Su asked excitedly. "You're overthinking it. How could that be?" Old Hu rolled his eyes and replied helplessly, "The Jiuli pot simply cannot provide any of the functions mentioned above. After all, this isn't thousands of years ago. The spiritual energy on this planet has long since deteriorated." Suye's excitement gradually faded, and he and Elder Hu looked at each other, and the air fell silent. After a moment, he said no more, picked up the lid of the pot and slammed it down on the Jiuli pot. Instantly, the lid of the teapot trembled slightly, and the old man's voice came from inside the pot. "Hey, let me out. I was just trying to lighten the mood, just joking around." Su also lifted the lid of the pot again, and the old pot emerged from the Jiuli pot once more. He was breathing heavily and muttered under his breath, "Young people these days have no patience at all. They can't even take a joke." Only when he felt Suye's murderous gaze did he cough and quickly say, "Ahem, although the functions I mentioned before are no longer possible, the ninely pot still retains some basic functions." "For example what?" Suyi glanced at him sideways, a hint of anticipation rising in his heart. "Sexy pot spirit, online chat available?" Old Pot winked at him playfully. Enough, I don't want to hear any more jokes." Suyi quickly slammed the lid down on the teapot, and Old Master Hu hurriedly shouted, afraid that any more jokes would anger him. At this moment, Su felt as if he had been tricked. He gripped the lid of the teapot tightly and stared at the old teapot. He had made up his mind that if that old fellow dared to make another joke, he would keep the lid tightly shut. Old Master Hu keenly sensed the danger, coughed lightly, and his expression turned serious. He quickly became solemn and said, "The current Jiuli pot is still incomplete, and most of its functions have long since ceased to work. Unless you reach the Kunlun realm, you will not be able to repair and perfect it with your own abilities. Otherwise, to completely repair the ninely pot, we must must find its original broken fragments. Seeing that Suya's impatience was becoming more and more obvious, the old potter dared not keep him in suspense and quickly added, however, although the Jilly pot is damaged, some of its basic functions are still usable. For example, I can help you see the unlocking conditions for the 2 special effects of your ability's survival of the fittest. Furthermore, the Ninely pot retains its original refining function. As long as you provide enough materials, I can control the Ninely pot to refine them. Furthermore, the Jilly pot possesses the most basic spatial function. This world inside the pot is now 100 feet in length and width, and you can store and retrieve items at will. Of course, in order to preserve living organisms, they must be made unconscious. These functions will become more and more perfect as long as you provide enough energy or find the broken pieces of the pot to repair it. After listening to Mr. Hu's series of explanations, Suya's expression finally softened a little. The functions described by Mr. Hu even exceeded his expectations, which surprised him quite a bit. But the next moment, he suddenly reached out and grabbed the Jilly pot in midair, pulling the old pot in front of him. How did you know that my ability is called survival of the fittest? And from the beginning, I felt that you understood me very well. Of course, because after the Ninely pot recognized its master, I can sense your surroundings to a certain extent. Although I cannot see your specific memories, I can perceive the common sense and basic information in your mind. Just like when you see a beautiful woman, you can judge her measurements at a glance. What I perceive is also this kind of superficial appearance. Old Master Hu quickly waved his hand to explain. If I count the time, it has been decades since my last brief awakening. My understanding of the present world comes entirely from you and the 2 previous hosts. This can also be considered one of my abilities. Alright. Suyi paused for 2 seconds, then gently released the Ninely pot, choosing to temporarily trust the pot elder. After all, he named his ability himself, and only this explanation makes sense for Old Master Hu to be able to pronounce it so accurately. Soon, curiosity flashed in his eyes as he stared at Elder Hu and asked, "Can you sense the specific effects of the evolution and genius special effects in survival of the fittest?" Old Master Hu floated back into the air and pretended to straighten his clothes. Then, stroking his long beard, he slowly said, "As for the specific perception of the ability's effects, as long as you have a certain control over your own energy, you will be able to perceive them on your own. But since you're so curious, I can tell you in advance. Your SSS level ability, the first special effect of natural selection, evolution, can be upgraded using some special materials to enhance your D-level ability, Repairman. To upgrade Repairman from D rank to C rank, a Star Sea Meteorite Iron is needed to complete the evolution." Star Sea Meteorite Iron? Suyi frowned, having never heard of this name before. "This is a special material that only exists in the virtual realm," Elder Hu calmly replied. "With your current methods, it would be very difficult for you to obtain it." Upon hearing this name, Suya's brow twitched slightly. Ever since the human powerhouse Taodai drove the Void Demons out of the Dragon Kingdom 100 years ago, the Void Demons have been trying to invade the Dragon Kingdom again. Their method is to open the virtual realm and establish a special teleportation channel to connect the world occupied by the Void Demons with the Dragon Kingdom. Taking advantage of this, the Void Demons may invade the Dragon Kingdom through the Void Realm, or send Void Beasts into the Dragon Kingdom. To date, the appearance of the virtual realm has brought enormous losses to the Dragon Kingdom. The Void Hunters trained by the Dragon Kingdom will also locate the Void Realm through some means, and infiltrate it to destroy it before it invades. The establishment of the Void Hunter system was precisely due to the existence of the Void Realm. As expected, permanently evolving one's ability level is no easy task. Suyi took a deep breath, having been mentally prepared for this outcome. After all, the idea of raising one's ability level is unheard of. After awakening an ability, although the effect will increase with the level of cultivation, the level of the ability's essence is determined at the time of awakening and cannot be changed. This survival of the fittest effect has never been recorded in the database of the Dragon Kingdom. What about the third special effect, Prodigy? Su asked calmly again. The effect of the Prodigy ability is to awaken and comprehend a new D-rank ability after fulfilling specific conditions. Old Master Hu's eyes gleamed with amazement, and his expression carried a hint of excitement. This means that, in theory, you can master countless D-level abilities. And right now, if you want to master a brand new D-rank ability, you need to. He seemed to see something, suddenly froze, and his expression turned strange. What do you need? Suyi hated it when someone would stop halfway through a sentence, so he couldn't help but frown and ask. I need you to personally kill a void beast of the rock realm. Elder Hu blinked and stated the condition frankly. Young friend, the two illusory beasts you encountered today were beings from the rock realm. You want me to kill a creature like the shadow beast with my own hands? Suya's expression immediately turned strange. Although he had previously cooperated with Fong Xian to successfully kill a shadow beast, the main damage and credit for the kill came from Fong Xian's Christmas gift. With his current skills plus the almost non-combat capable repairman, it would be virtually impossible for him to personally kill a void beast. He rubbed his temples, feeling a headache coming on. Although survival of the fittest is an SSS level ability and seems powerful. He can only use its second effect, Transformation from Mortal Realm, at present. The other two special effects are currently unavailable for him to activate. By the way, your second special effect, Transcendence, has a different cooldown period depending on the level it's upgraded to. The cooldown time required to upgrade an ability to C level and to SSS level is vastly different, Elder Who calmly added. And you previously upgraded, Repairman, to SSS level, repairing my main body. This means that you won't be able to use Transformation again for at least a month. Suya's lips twitched, his eyes filled with helplessness. Does that mean that survival of the fittest will be completely useless for the next month? Actually, there is another way to reset the cooldown of Transcendence. Oh, what method? Suya's expression shifted slightly, his eyes filled with anticipation as he looked at Elder Hu. As long as you successfully activate the third special effect, Genius, you can reset the cooldown of Transcendence. You'd better shut up. Suya rolled his eyes as he listened to what Old Hu was saying, which sounded like nonsense, and slammed the lid back on. Inside a rented room, Fang Xian's eyelashes trembled as she finally opened her eyes. Oh, Sister Xian is awake. Gui Yan, who had been sitting on the edge of the bed in a daze, noticed her movements and immediately showed an excited expression, shouting loudly. As soon as he finished speaking, two figures quickly pushed open the door and entered, walking straight to the bedside. Shayan, Sisterly, and the senior? Fang Xian looked ahead in confusion, her mind still somewhat hazy, and struggled to sit up. She rubbed her temples, the last image in her mind still lingering on the moment he pushed Suyi away, and the scene of herself being knocked away by the second shadow beast. That second shadow beast. They've already been killed by us, Gui Yan said casually, grinning and making a V sign. Oh right, there was a high school student next to me at the time. Fang Xian suddenly came to her senses and asked nervously. As a void hunter of Dragon Summer Academy, failing to protect civilians is a serious dereliction of duty. That guy? Don't worry, he's fine. Gui Yan shrugged and shook his head with a hint of helplessness. He lied to his senior, saying he would take care of you, but then he ran away while we were gathering materials. Oof. Xiaoli snorted coldly, her brows furrowed with disdain. A man who only knows how to run away. Escape? Fang Xian gave a bitter smile, many images flashing through her eyes. If it weren't for him, I wouldn't have been able to kill that shadow beast at all. As expected, you didn't hunt that shadow beast alone. A strange light flashed in Xiao Sha's eyes, revealing an expression of I knew it. He was filled with doubts about what happened last night. A high school student who had just awakened his abilities on Awakening Day was actually able to cooperate with Fang Xian to hunt down a rock realm shadow beast. He was also very curious about Su, and Fang Xian looked down at her clothes, a strange look in her eyes. I don't think he left immediately. She pointed to her clothes and looked at the three people in front of the bed. My clothes look new. Your clothes are new? Xiaoli looked at Fang Xian's JK uniform and tilted her head in confusion. Yes. Fang Xian stared at her brand new clothes, a strange light flashing in her eyes. During the battle just now, I was attacked by the shadow beast multiple times, and my clothes are now tattered. But now it is perfectly intact, as good as new. I think that guy must have used his abilities to repair my clothes. Could his ability be S-rank, river against the current? Xiao Sha wondered, stroking his chin. That's a space-time manipulation ability. If properly nurtured, its future potential is limitless. I don't think so. Fang Xian shook her head, recalling the abilities Su Yi had used and the energy fluctuations within his body. If I'm not mistaken, his ability should be D-rank, Repairman. What did you say? Gui Yan, standing to the side, widened his eyes. A newly awakened D-rank ability can actually help you kill a rock realm shadow beast? Xiao Sha's curiosity intensified. Although D-rank abilities are the lowest level, as long as the user's skill level improves and they develop their abilities properly, they may not be inferior to S-rank abilities. However, D-level abilities have many limitations and are applicable in limited scenarios, so very few people can use them to advance to higher-level awakened individuals. But he had never heard of a high school student who had just awakened a D-level ability being able to assist Fang Xian in killing the rock realm void beast. I'm getting more and more interested in this guy. Xiao Sha smiled slightly. During this mission, the principal specifically told me that if I encountered a talented high school student, I could give him a dragon jade so that he could participate in the entrance exam. Does the principal mean for you senior students to find a few awakened ones of S rank or higher? Gui Yan tilted his head and looked at Xiao Sha, his face full of doubt. The battle against the void demons is not measured by ability levels, Xiao Sha replied calmly. Compared to so-called talent, practical combat ability is the key. In my personal opinion, that guy from earlier was quite talented. Fang Xian, tell me all the details of the battle later. I want to see how that kid cooperated with you to kill the shadow beast. I remember he just called himself Wang Peng, right? He turned to Gui Yan. Go and retrieve his information to confirm his identity. There shouldn't be any need to confirm, right? Would he give a fake name? Gui Yan took out a name tag. I found this when I was dealing with the body. It must have been dropped by him. Xiao Sha stared at the name tag that read, outside Jincheng number 3 middle school, Wang Peng, his eyes suddenly narrowing. He asked abruptly, "Did you wipe this name tag after you found it?" "No, it was this dirty as soon as I picked it up." Xiao Sha chuckled. "Looks like that guy gave a fake name." "A fake name?" Wei Yan exclaimed in surprise. "Impossible, right?" "Look, there's not a speck of dust on this name tag," Xiao Sha said, pointing to it, "but that kid's chest was covered in dust just now." "Isn't he a repairman?" "This doesn't seem right," Wei Yan said, somewhat puzzled. "If he dropped this badge while dodging the Shadow Beast's attack, then he wouldn't have had a chance to use his ability at all." Xiao Sha analyzed. "This guy is quite meticulous, he's becoming more and more intriguing." He looked around and pointed to the security camera on the street next door. His face should have been captured before he entered the mirror world. "Go and retrieve the surveillance footage and have the technical department check his identity." At this point, he shook his head and chuckled. Maybe he already knew his image was being captured by the camera. If we wanted to investigate him, he wouldn't be able to hide his identity, so he simply didn't bother to disguise this name tag. "Is this a test for us?" "The matter of that high school student has been resolved." At this moment, Xiao Li's voice rang out coldly as she handed over her phone screen. A message just came from the school's technology department. "The appearance of 2 shadow beasts in Jincheng this time is no coincidence." She looked calmly at everyone and read in a composed tone, "A week ago, the 38 hunting teams, which went to suppress the Void Realm, were completely wiped out. They sacrificed their lives to severely injure a mountain realm void demon. And this illusory demon has already left the illusory realm and entered the Dragon Kingdom. In addition, due to the turmoil in the Void Realm, the multi-headed void beasts also left the Void Realm along with the void demons. Since the death of our city's defender, by Mian, a new defender has not yet been chosen. Perhaps this is one of the reasons why the other side chose this city." "You mean, the 2 shadow beasts we encountered escaped from that illusory realm?" Fang Xin asked in surprise. "Since the shadow beast has appeared in Jincheng, it means..." Wei Yan quickly connected the dots and his expression changed slightly. "That heavily injured void demon is very likely lurking in Jin City." Xiao Sha's eyes flashed with a cold light as he quickly drew his conclusion. Under the guidance of Master Hu, Suya's consciousness slowly returned like the tide and reintegrated into his body. He slowly opened his eyes, his mind churning with thoughts, lost in contemplation. Just now, inside the 9-li pot, he received a wealth of information from the old pot's mouth. Even among precious artifacts, the Jiuli pot ranks among the most mysterious. In addition, it contains a world within a pot and has the ability to absorb souls. Its existence is a fatal temptation for the void beasts. That's why the 2 shadow beasts rushed at Suyi like madmen after they noticed him. Of course, after absorbing the souls of the 2 shadow beasts, the spirit of the pot, old pot, awakened and concealed the aura of the 9-li pot. Therefore, Suyi could rest assured that he would no longer be hunted down by the void beasts because of the 9-li pot. At this moment, his mind was completely relaxed and a feeling of exhaustion gradually permeated his entire body. He needed time to process all the information he received in such a short period of time. "Never mind, I'll just take a nap first." Suyi turned over and lay back on the bed, casually placing the 9-li pot on the bedside table. "A strong feeling of fatigue kept washing over me." He fell into a deep sleep a few minutes later. That night he, who hadn't dreamed in a long time, once again relived that recurring dream. It's less of a dream and more of a memory hidden deep in my heart. An exceptionally profound memory. In the dilapidated park, Suyi and a girl sat side by side on a swing, gently swaying. The girl smiled brightly, swinging vigorously against the wind, her hair fluttering in the breeze, the sunlight shining on her, as if her whole being was glowing. Suyi, standing beside him, looked exhausted and slowly swayed on the swing like an old man. "Suyi, thank you so much for earlier." Suddenly, the girl leaped lightly off the swing, landed steadily with her arms outstretched, and looked at Suyi with a smile. "It's nothing, just a small favor," Su replied with a yawn, completely unconcerned. "Look at you, why do you always have such a blank expression and no energy at all?" The girl walked up to him lively and pouted to express her dissatisfaction. "Ha!" Faced with her complaint, Su also laughed awkwardly and said in a teasing tone, "If you suddenly appeared in a strange world, you would feel just as world-weary as I do." "A strange world?" The girl tilted her head in confusion, her face full of doubt. "It's nothing, I was just saying it offhand," Su said, squinting and casually brushing it off. "Don't you have any dreams?" the girl asked curiously as she sat back down on the swing. "Dreams?" Suyi squinted, staring blankly ahead. "Only children who have no concept of reality would have such vague and unrealistic dreams." "Ha, you're so pessimistic." The girl laughed brightly, not minding his words at all. She gently swayed on the swing, her eyes sparkling brilliantly in the sunlight. "I've had a dream since I was a child." "Oh, what is your dream?" The girl's hair floated in the air, her whole body was bathed in sunlight, and her smile was pure and flawless. "I hope that on Awakening Day 3 years from now, I can become an Awakener. When the time comes, I will definitely enter the Awakener Academy, strive to become a Void Hunter, and fight to completely eliminate the Void Demons, to protect our country, and to protect all people." When Su opened his eyes, it was already past 8 in the morning. The memory from 3 years ago resurfaced in my mind in the form of a dream. dream. The Void Hunter. He turned over and got up, the girl's words echoing in his mind once again. A boring dream. After quickly washing up, he returned to his desk. Last night's battle left us exhausted, and much intelligence and information has yet to be processed. He clasped his hands together, rested his elbows on the table, and gently pressed his thumbs against his forehead, forming a triangular gap before slowly closing his eyes. This is a habitual action he takes when thinking, which helps him calm his mind. Based on last night's test, the repairman's effective range is approximately 10 meters. Even with his eyes closed, Suya's mind quickly replayed the scene from last night, every detail crystal clear. From 10 meters away, the repairman cannot connect to the damaged part and can only use energy to start repairing the object itself. The energy consumption varies depending on the material. Within a 10-meter range, the damaged parts can be connected by energy, and other parts can be attracted with my palm as the center, with low energy consumption. The reason we were able to successfully kill that shadow beast last night was because we took advantage of this characteristic of the repairman. Fang Xian's ability, Christmas gift, should be to turn any object she touches into a bomb. Let her throw out half of the pebble first, then I'll use my repair hand to retrieve the other half. When the shadow beast attacks, I'll unleash my power to blast through its exposed belly and kill it. This also shows that abilities don't overlap, but can be stacked. His mind was like a well-organized library. He quickly archived and organized the intelligence he had gathered and tested during last night's battle, like neatly arranging books on a bookshelf, and memorized it thoroughly. For Su Yi, constantly reflecting and summarizing is his absolute trump card for surviving in this world. A moment later, he released his hands, stood up, and lazily stretched. Then, he took out the jewelry pot from his pocket, placed it on the table, gently lifted the lid, and tapped the body of the pot. However, the jewelry pot remained completely still, showing no reaction whatsoever. That old guy lied to me? Su Yi frowned, staring down at the ninely pot, which remained deathly silent. After a 2-second silence, he suddenly grabbed the ninely pot and roared at its spout, "Old pot master, come out here." As soon as he finished speaking, a cloud of steam burst out of the spout of the kettle. Old master who appeared, his face filled with terror, and a few drops of saliva still lingered at the corner of his mouth. He quickly scanned his surroundings, crossed his arms over his chest, adopted a stance reminiscent of Ip Man, and asked nervously, "What happened? Is it the end of the world?" A few seconds later, his gaze fell on Su Yi, and he immediately jolted and realized what was happening. "Oh, it's you, young friend. Don't shout at the spout next time, my ears are about to explode." He yawned, finally catching his breath. "Is this what you meant by tapping the pot to summon you?" Su Yi squinted at the unreliable spirit, speechless. "Ahem." Old master who blushed deeply, awkwardly stroking his beard. "I didn't accidentally fall asleep. I didn't hear you. You, a spirit, still need to sleep? As you know, I only recently awoke and am still weak. I need to recover my strength through sleep." The more he talked, the more guilty he felt. He quickly cleared his throat and awkwardly changed the subject. "Young friend, what is it that you called me out for? You didn't finish explaining the refining function of the ninely pot yesterday." Su stopped dwelling on it and cut straight to the point. "Tell me again." Old man who blinked before speaking, "One of the functions that the ninely pot still retains is refining. However, due to the damage to the pot, its refining function is not perfect. As long as you can find an object with energy and use the soul of a virtual beast as a binder, I can activate the refining function to refine it. Judging from the current situation, the things refined by the ninely pot should be able to reach the level of something called jade treasure. So, as long as I find something with energy, you can refine it into a jade treasure, right?" Su Yi raised an eyebrow and asked eagerly. "The power of the ninely pot is currently limited. If the energy of the materials being refined is insufficient, it can only produce incomplete jade treasures at most, which are merely in form and can hardly exert any power," the old potter quickly replied. "For you, this defective product is practically equivalent to scrap metal." A glint flashed in Su Yi's eyes, but he didn't care at all. He seemed to have other plans, and continued, "What kind of things are more likely to carry energy? In theory, the longer an object is stored, the more likely it is to accumulate energy." Understood. After getting the information he wanted, Su Yi put the lid on the pot without saying a word and put the jewelry pot back in his pocket. "Hey, young friend, where are you going?" Old pot's voice was deep and muffled, coming from the pot. "Antique Street," Su replied without turning his head, a strange light flashing in his eyes. "I want to test the repairman ability." Chao Sha and the other three stayed up all night. Their eyes were red as they flipped through various documents, a map spread out in front of them covered with all sorts of markings. What did the technical department say? Chao Sha stared intently at the map of Tianjin in front of him, scanning it back and forth. Based on the on-site investigation and assessment, the ability of that void demon belongs to the category of mental influence. Guo Yan looked at the message on his phone and replied wearily, "Although the 38th hunting team was completely wiped out, it still caused great damage to the void demons. Judging from the energy traces, it is seriously injured. If it wants to recover, it must replenish its energy as soon as possible. And it has been a full 8 days since he fled. Since the two shadow beasts have already appeared in Jin City, he is is most likely still in Jin City and probably does not have enough strength to escape elsewhere. Xiao Sha listened to Gui Yan's report, his eyes growing colder. For void demons, the most effective way to restore energy is to hunt awakened ones. If I'm not mistaken, those two shadow beasts were deliberately released by him to scout out the distribution of awakened in Jin City. For him, time is life. This also means that he will definitely launch an attack in the near future to hunt down awakened individuals in order to heal his own injuries. But Tianjin is so big, how can we be sure where he will attack? Fang Xin frowned, sitting cross-legged on the bed, her face full of frustration. At this moment, her injuries had mostly healed. You should know that since the death of the city garrison commander, Whiteface, 3 years ago, no new city garrison commander has taken over. Currently, there are only 4 of us who are able to move freely in the entire Jinchang Rock Realm and above. There are some ordinary Rock Realm hunters in the city, but they are currently stationed at schools near the city center. Around Awakening Day, they are mainly responsible for defense and protection. That's a void demon of the mountain realm, not to mention he's accompanied by a Rock Realm fiery wolf. The other void hunters all have their own missions. If we try to mobilize them, there will be vacancies in the areas they are protecting. Xia Li's tone was as calm as ever, and there was no extra expression on his face. They won't risk taking responsibility to support us until they find concrete clues about the void demon. Besides, Senior is also a mountain realm cultivator. He is fully capable of dealing with a heavily injured void demon. This is also the reason why our void hunting team exists. Our primary task now is to locate the void demon and kill it before it launches its attack. So Fang Xin drawled, pouting, what exactly should we do to locate the void demon? Unless it shows itself, searching for it throughout Tianjin is like looking for a needle in a haystack. Let's think about it from a different perspective. Xiao Sha, who had been silent for a long time, suddenly spoke up. Since we can't locate the void demon, let's try to guess where it might go. It urgently needs to heal its injuries and must absorb a large amount of energy from awakened beings. In other words, it might attack places where awakened individuals have gathered during this period. Gui Yan's eyes lit up, and he immediately followed Xiao Sha's line of thought. If that's the case, he quickly swiped his phone and then showed a map. There are 6 events and gathering places in the city in the past 2 days. These places are mostly frequented by ordinary people and some ordinary awakened individuals, Xiao Sha said, shaking his head slightly. Depending on the level of the awakened one's abilities, the amount of energy they can provide to the void demon also varies. In other words, besides quantity, quality is equally important to void demons. He quickly circled 10 red circles on the map. Don't forget, Awakening Day has only just passed 1 day ago. Different high schools hold their graduation ceremonies at different times. Aside from today being a public holiday, there are a total of 10 high schools that will hold their graduation ceremonies tomorrow. At the graduation ceremony, a large number of awakened ones gathered, and their overall strength far exceeded that of ordinary awakened ones. Xia Li murmured, her eyes gleaming. That's right. Xiao Sha stared at the map, his expression grave. If he wants to recover from his injuries, attacking the school is definitely the best option. What we need to do is analyze and determine the possible locations where the void demon might attack before tomorrow, so as to find its hiding place. Based on past data, the strength of the awakened ones at Tianjin No. 1 High School should be the strongest among these 10 high schools, Wei Yan analyzed in a low voice. The void demons are very likely to launch an attack on No. 1 High School. The intelligence of the void demons is in no way inferior to that of humans, Xia Li said coldly. What if it deliberately chose a more distant university, taking into account that we would be targeting No. 1 High School? Sister Li makes a lot of sense. Fang Xin nodded in deep agreement. The 5th middle school in the south of the city is the farthest from the 1st middle school. If we can intercept him at the 5th middle school, we might actually be able to catch him. But what if he reverses the logic and attacks other universities in the city instead? Xia Li continued to argue. By then, it will probably be too late for us to rush back from the south of the city. Hey, aren't you just making things worse? Fang Xin finally realized what was going on, her lips twitching as she looked at Xia Li. At this rate, when will this ever end? Xia Li means that we can't just rely on guessing what the other party is thinking to determine the location of the attack, Xiao Sha said, calmly, explaining on Xia Li's behalf. To truly understand the other party's intentions, we need to start with more objective clues. Judging from the 2 shadow beasts we killed, they were clearly intelligent and were being controlled by the void demon to gather intelligence. If we act rashly, we will only fall into the trap set by the other side. Fang Xin pouted in dissatisfaction and muttered, can't we just ask these high schools to postpone their graduation ceremonies? For example, we can schedule only 1 or 2 schools to hold graduation ceremonies each day, so that we can better defend ourselves. Sister Xin, you really should use your brain more. Gui Yan chuckled twice and looked over. If we really do that, the void demons will definitely be alerted. Moreover, our forces are concentrated near the school, so we could easily settle for attacking other places far away from the school. This will not only expose our position, but also put us in a difficult position to be controlled by the other side. He lay low for a week, deliberately waiting until after Awakening Day to take action, because most of the Void Hunters and Awakeners in the city were scattered and guarding different schools. If we postpone their graduation, they will miss out on admission to the Awakened Academy. Even if the government agrees, those newly awakened students and their parents will never accept it, which would undoubtedly ruin their future. How dare you call me stupid? Fan Xian's cheeks flushed red, and she angrily punched Gui Yan with her fist. She stood up from her chair and stormed out the door, saying angrily, "These kinds of brain-intensive tasks are yours to handle. I'll go out and buy you breakfast." Fan Xian left the rented room directly, her eyes filled with frustration. I thought this trip was just a regular void hunting mission, but I never expected that a void demon would escape from the void realm. This is completely different from fighting in the virtual realm. The enemy is lurking in the city and could launch an attack on civilians at any time. On the contrary, they seem to be constrained and even had to predict the possible locations of the void demons. The thought of these mentally taxing tasks gave her a headache. For some reason, Suya's face from yesterday suddenly popped into my mind. That guy's pretty smart, she muttered to herself. With his intelligence, he might be able to deduce the void demon's attack point. And the senior is also very interested in him. Before she could finish speaking, a familiar figure suddenly flashed into her peripheral vision, strolling leisurely along the street with a piece of bread in his mouth. That guy looks just like that high school student from yesterday. Fan Xian's eyes widened as that familiar face came into view. She was absolutely certain she hadn't mistaken it. The next moment, she pushed off the ground with both feet and shot out like an arrow, rushing straight at the figure. Suyi seemed to realize something, and suddenly turned his head, almost dropping the bread in his mouth. He was startled, and without saying a word, he grabbed the bread, turned around and ran away. At this moment, he was wailing loudly in his heart. "I just went out to stroll through an antique street. How could I be so unlucky as to run into this not-so-bright JK girl again? If she gets involved with you, you're likely to get into trouble." Suyi, familiar with the alleyways, swiftly navigated several turns, and Fan Xian quickly disappeared from his sight. He turned to look at the empty space behind him, finally breathed a sigh of relief, and patted his chest. "Thank goodness she's not very bright. If you keep chasing me like this, you'll never catch me in your next life." A gust of wind swept past his head. Su's face froze, and he turned his head blankly. With a deafening roar, Fan Xian descended from the sky, landing heavily on the ground and shattering a section of it. She glared at Suyi with the air of a delinquent girl. "Suyi, who did you just call mentally challenged?" "Sister, who are you?" Suyi asked, looking at the angry Fan Xian with a puzzled expression. "You little brat, still pretending to be stupid?" Fan Xian clenched her knuckles and walked towards him. "I think you might have mistaken me for someone else." "Actually, I have a twin brother," Su said, blinking earnestly. "Then why did you run away when you saw me?" "I'm the school sprint champion. My legs suddenly started itching, and I don't know why, but I just wanted to run a few steps. If you utter another word, believe me, I'll blow your hairline back 3 centimeters. Heroine, spare my life." Upon hearing this, Suya's expression changed drastically, and he quickly lowered his head to admit his mistake. A receding hairline is a major no-no for men. Fan Xian stepped forward, and without saying a word, reached out and hooked Suya's head under her arm. "Just come with me obediently, I have something to ask you." Suya's eyelids twitched, and he shrugged helplessly, knowing he couldn't escape. He could only endure the pain and feel the soft, bouncy touch next to his head as Fan Xian pulled him forward. "Where shall we go to talk?" "Let's go with that breakfast stall." Fan Xian casually pointed to a spot not far away and led him there. "How do you know my name?" Suyi squinted as he was being squeezed, his head feeling like it was being hit by waves in the sea. "You think you can fool us by giving a fake name?" Fan Xian scoffed. "The captain already found out your identity through the external surveillance. You already knew this, so there was no need to test me here, was there?" "Boss, 3 bowls of tofu pudding and 6 fried dough sticks, please," she shouted, and sat down with a hearty heart. Suyi blinked. "1 bowl is enough, I can't eat that much." Fan Xian glanced at him, then called out to the owner, "4 bowls of tofu pudding and 2 fried dough sticks." Suyi. Not long after, the owner came over with a plate and put down 4 bowls of tofu pudding and fried dough sticks. Fan Xian quickly placed the 3 bowls in front of her and began to eat heartily. Su took a couple of bites casually, but his eyes kept scanning his surroundings. "I advise you not to even think about running away," Fan Xian said vaguely, her expression indifferent. "My ability has a range of 25 meters, so even if you run 20 meters, it won't be a problem. If you dare to run, I'll blow you into a Mediterranean Sea. Is it really okay to tell me the effects of your abilities?" Su also gave up the idea of running away and squinted at Fan Xian opposite him. "What does it have to do with anything?" Fan Xian swallowed a mouthful of food, her beautiful eyes fixed on him, her tone calm. "Anyway, you deduced this distance last night, didn't you?" "Actually, I'm not that good." Suya's eyelids twitched, trying to make an excuse. "This isn't a question, it's a statement." Fan Xian took a big bite out of a piece of fried dough stick and stared at him. Su felt as if he were sitting on pins and needles, a chill running through his body. Fan Xian may not be very bright, but her intuition is frighteningly accurate. Before Before he could speak, another voice came from the other end. Tell me your analysis of my abilities from last night. Her expression was as if she wanted to gnaw Suya's scalp off. Suyi felt a chill run down his spine. After hesitating for a moment, he obediently said, your ability should be to turn any object you touch into a bomb. The destructive power is equivalent to that of a hand grenade, and the range of destruction varies depending on the size of the object. At the same time, you can transform up to 3 objects into bombs, and you can detonate them separately. If you choose to manufacture a new bomb, then the first bomb will be replaced. I estimate his effective range to be roughly between 23 and 26 meters, not even accurate to 25 meters. However, you always snap your fingers before activating your ability. I'm not sure if this is a habit of yours to show off or a limitation of the ability itself. Fang Xian's expression remained calm, but she was secretly shocked. Although she had a gut feeling that Su also had some suspicions about her abilities, but to his surprise, his reasoning almost perfectly matched her actual abilities. Meanwhile, she had already finished her first bowl of tofu pudding. He casually wiped the corner of his mouth, revealed a smile, and looked at Suyi. Snapping my fingers is a necessary action for me to activate my ability. You probably heard about it on Awakening Day 2. Abilities above D level but below S level will all have side effects or limitations to some extent. My ability is an A level Christmas gift, so naturally it's no exception. Apart from that, your judgment of my abilities is almost always accurate. How interesting, so interesting. She looked Suyi up and down, her eyes full of appreciation, as if she were looking at a precious treasure. Su was also somewhat terrified by the gaze and immediately became alert, goosebumps instantly rising on his skin. You're really quick-witted. Fang Xian lowered her gaze, started drinking her second bowl of tofu pudding, and continued eating her fried dough sticks. Perfect timing. I have some things here that I need your help analyzing. If you can analyze even a little bit of this, I won't hold yesterday's matter against you. The blue and white stripes flashed through Suya's mind, and he muttered somewhat awkwardly, I didn't see it on purpose. A murderous intent immediately locked onto his body. His expression froze, and he quickly forced a smile, saying hurriedly, please speak, heroine. If there's anything I can do to help, I'll do my best. Fang Xian rolled her eyes, but still quickly told Suyi about their situation and current predicament in detail. The truth about the demons lurking in the city cannot be told to the general public, lest it cause panic. But based on Fang Xian's observation of Suyi and her contact last night, she was certain that he was trustworthy and quick-witted. Moreover, he is an active high school student, so he must have a more thorough understanding of the relationships between universities. Su was initially indifferent, but when he heard the words virtual demon, his expression suddenly brightened, and he became unusually focused, listening attentively to the entire narration. Fang Xian ate as she talked, and by this time she had already drunk her third bowl of tofu pudding, and only 2 fried dough sticks were left. After listening, Suya's expression turned serious. He clasped his hands together and placed them on his forehead, adopting a pensive posture. After a moment of contemplation, he spoke. So, what you're all wondering now is which university the void demon will target. That's right. Do you have any thoughts? Fang Xian replied indistinctly, chewing her food. If I were him, Suyi spread his hands, shrugged, and said in a relaxed tone, there's a 90% chance I'd choose option 3. A 90% probability? Fang Xian was very surprised by this judgment and stared at him with wide eyes. You should know that when they were analyzing the situation in the rented room, they were completely baffled by it. Yet Su was able to draw such a firm conclusion based solely on her description. The reason is simple, Su said, opening a city map on his phone and showing it to Fang Xian. Xiao Sha's analysis is correct. If the void demon really needs to hunt awakened ones to recover from its injuries, as you say, then it will definitely target university graduation ceremonies. 10 universities will be holding graduation ceremonies tomorrow. Number 1 middle school, number 2 middle school and experimental middle school are located in the city center. The 3rd, 6th, and 12th middle schools are located in the west of the city. The remaining schools are evenly distributed in the eastern and southern parts of the city. He zoomed out of the map, turned on the drawing function, and crossed out the 4 universities. These 4 schools are the first ones to be ruled out. The 2 schools in the east of the city are located in remote areas, surrounded by deserted places, and the quality of the awakened individuals is generally low. Instead of letting it run there, it's more convenient to just find a square. As for the number 5 and number 7 middle schools in the south of the city, it's because their locations are too remote, with no bustling downtown areas nearby, and the environment is relatively empty. Ha! Fang Xian stared at the map, her brows furrowed, her face full of doubt. If that's the case, wouldn't it be better to choose these 2 schools in the south of the city? After it finishes hunting, it can just run away. I ask you, with your abilities, were you able to sense the energy fluctuations the moment it began its hunt? Suyi turned to look at Fang Xian, his tone calm. If you detect the energy fluctuations, how long would it take you to get to the south of the city at the fastest speed? About half an hour. In half an hour, it will have to hunt down awakened ones, prepare to escape, and deal with you. Suyi tapped the table lightly slightly, his tone relaxed. Once it shows up, you will be able to lock onto it quickly, making it very difficult for it to escape. But the situation you described would be the same in other schools. Fang Xin frowned, her eyes filled with confusion. I've already said that there are no busy downtown areas around the two schools in the south of the city, Su replied calmly. What would you do if it attacked several schools in the city and then broke into the downtown area? We'll be helpless, and it will be very difficult to pursue them. Fang Xin's expression changed, and she immediately understood the reason. So the so-called geographical remoteness is not an advantage for it at all, Su said calmly. On the contrary, it is a trap, a cage drawn on its own territory. As for the 3 high schools in the city, they have good geographical locations and strong teaching staff. This means that more university professors will come to recruit students during the graduation ceremony. Among these teachers, there are quite a few awakened individuals with combat capabilities. In addition, awakened individuals from nearby government departments can provide immediate support. If it chooses to target high schools in the city center, it will only get itself into a quagmire and find it difficult to extricate itself. Therefore, it could only choose these 3 schools in the west of the city in the end. These 3 schools are close to each other and are surrounded by bustling downtown areas. Among them, the number 3 middle school, located in the very center, has convenient transportation access in all directions, connecting to the surrounding areas. If I were it, I would most likely launch an attack from this school. More importantly, there are few awakened in the west of the city. Even when teachers from the major awakened academy visit, they are mostly data-driven scholars, and they are basically at the stone realm level. After all, the teaching quality of these 3 schools is much worse than that of the city center. He smiled and shrugged. If you conduct a radiating search centered on the 3rd middle school, you may be able to find traces of the void demon. After Su finished speaking, he took a slight breath and added, by the way, I am a student at number 3 middle school. Fang Xin was deeply moved, feeling that Su Ye's words were logically connected and flawless. But after hearing this, she stared at the person opposite her suspiciously, and asked with some doubt, you're not trying to lead us to the vicinity of your school so that you can protect you, are you? How could that be? Su Yi drawled, looking at Fang Xin with a mocking gaze. You're using the heart of a gentleman to suspect the mind of a petty person. It seems you have a good grasp of your position. Ha! Su put away his phone and snorted. There's another reason why I was able to make this judgment. The 2 void beasts we encountered in the old town. If you're not mistaken, those 2 void beasts were released by the void demon. Then it is very likely lurking near the old town. And the 3 high schools closest to the old city are located in the west of the city. Of course, we cannot rule out the possibility that it is deliberately creating a false impression to mislead you, but considering the distribution of combat power throughout the city and the difficulty of evacuation, I think it is unlikely that it is creating a false impression. What you said makes a lot of sense. Fang Xin suddenly realized and unconsciously touched her chin. The mere fact that the void beasts appeared in the old city is not enough to draw a definitive conclusion. However, combined with Su Ye's previous analysis, the exact location where they encountered the void beast last night became strong evidence. I will tell my senior all your analysis. Fang Xin finally finished the last fried dough stick and patted her stomach with satisfaction. If your deduction is correct, we only need to search all the places in the west of the city that might be hiding void demons before tomorrow, and we can stop his attack on the school. Now that I've analyzed this matter for you, I should be able to leave now, right? Su Yi smiled awkwardly and got up to leave. Wait a minute. Fang Xin suddenly stopped him, smiling slightly. Given that your analysis was very valuable and helped me a lot, I'll give you a reward. You haven't been awakened for long, so your knowledge about awakened beings is probably still very basic. As your senior, let me teach you some skills in advance. Because nearly half of the students fail to awaken, and the awakening day is usually set in the senior year of high school, most schools do not want students to feel a sense of loss, and also to avoid them becoming uncultured brutes after awakening. Therefore, all students receive ordinary basic education before the awakening day, plus some basic knowledge about awakening. Su blinked, silently complaining to himself. He already knew all about the awakened ones from the government database, and even knew more about them than Fang Xin did. But he's currently playing the role of an ordinary high school student, so he can't reveal too many flaws. He could only feign interest and smiled at Fang Xin, saying, then I'll listen? Then you'd better listen carefully. Fang Xin raised her eyebrows and smiled with satisfaction. She had long wanted to teach others like a teacher. She cleared her throat and said slowly, the level of an ability is fixed at the time of awakening and cannot be improved. But awakened individuals can enhance the effectiveness and scope of their abilities by raising their own energy level. As long as the energy is strong enough, even a D-rank ability can unleash tremendous power. Based on years of national measurements and assessments, we have roughly divided energy into 6 levels. Energy is like stone, accumulating scattered throughout the body. This is the first realm, the stone realm. Energy is like a pile of pebbles, compact and concentrated. This is the second realm, rock realm. The energy is like 10,000 rocks forming a mountain, tall and profound. This is the third realm, mountain realm. Energy is like mountains forming peaks, majestic and dense. This is the fourth realm, the peak realm. The energy is like a series of peaks and ridges, stretching endlessly. This is the fifth realm, the ridge realm. And above these five realms is the most powerful sixth realm, Kunlun. This means that one's own energy is like the legendary immortal mountain Kunlun, boundless and ethereal, symbolizing infinity. Su nodded thoughtfully. This information largely matched what he knew, but he pretended to be hearing this for the first time, and after thinking for a moment, asked, "How long does it normally take to enter the rock realm?" "At least a few months, at most." Fong Xin chuckled and didn't continue. Su quickly understood her meaning. "I understand. Only those who have entered the rock realm are qualified to become void hunters. Most awakened individuals will stay in the stone realm for a long time." "You understand quite quickly." Fong Xin nodded. "But there are exceptions. If an awakened one performs exceptionally well in the stone realm, or possesses an S rank or higher ability, they can join the void hunting team ahead of time and become a void hunter." "How are hunting teams usually formed?" Suyi continued to ask with curiosity. "This information is not considered a secret to the awakened." Therefore, Fong Xian answered his questions without any reservations. "Currently, there are 10 academies in the country that are qualified to form a hunting team. According to the rankings, each academy has 10 hunting teams. The hunting teams' numbers are arranged in order of the academy's ranking. That is to say, there are a total of 100 hunting teams within the Dragon Kingdom. The team is generally led by a captain who is at the Mountain Realm level and supported by 3 to 5 members who have reached the Rock Realm level. At the beginning of the hunting team, each member's responsibilities and abilities needed to complement each other, and the entire team had to cooperate closely. Our hunting team 5 is one of the several hunting teams of Dragon Summer Academy. Of course, in addition to joining the Void Hunter team, after passing the assessment, one can also choose to become a lone ranger who acts alone, which is also the path favored by many powerful void hunters." After saying this, Fong Xian looked at Suyi with a half-smile. "Do you have any other questions?" "Not at the moment," Su replied calmly. He reassessed the strength of the rock realm void beast in his mind. "That's perfect. I have something else I want to ask you." Fong Xian suddenly blinked, looked directly into Suyi's eyes, and smiled slightly. She deliberately told these things first in order to adjust Suyi's emotions and lay the groundwork for the questions that followed. "I refuse." Suyi gave his answer instantly, barely raising his eyes. "Hey, I haven't even said anything yet." Fong Xian paused, then pouted, looking somewhat dissatisfied. "You just want to invite me to join Dragon Summer Academy, don't you?" Suyi's face showed a lazy expression, having already seen through Fong Xian's thoughts. "You could tell that?" Fong Xian stared wide-eyed in confusion, her face full of bewilderment. "And why did you refuse? Dragon Summer Academy is the top-tier academy for awakened ones. You actually refuse to enter the Awakened Academy, which everyone else is fighting tooth and nail to get into. If you'd like, I can get a senior student to help you get admitted without taking the entrance exam. The tallest tree in the forest is the first to be felled by the wind," Su replied calmly. "Joining Longsha Academy may not be a good thing. Although the returns are high, the risk factor also increases significantly. As far as I know, the casualty rate of awakened individuals at Longsha Academy is probably the highest among all awakened academies. Moreover, the people of the Void Demon Council especially like to target students of Dragon Summer Academy." "You even know about the Void Demon Council?" Fong Xian's eyes revealed an even stronger strangeness. Ever since she met Suyi yesterday, she felt that this high school student was mysterious and hard to understand. "Isn't it just an organization made up of a bunch of Void Demon lackeys? They specifically target awakened ones, coercing and enticing them to join the council and serve the Void Demons," Suyi said casually. He had previously reviewed a large amount of intelligence related to awakened ones in government databases. He learned of the existence of the Void Demon Council at that time. "A genius like me will be targeted very quickly once I show my talent." "You're quite confident." Fong Xian squinted at him, having never seen such a narcissistic person. "You were pretending to be an ordinary high school student yesterday, trying to get away with it. There's another reason." Suyi finished his tofu pudding in one gulp and stood up. His expression turned cold at this moment, making Fong Xian feel a little unfamiliar with him. "I don't really trust the Void Hunters. In my opinion, most Void Hunters choose this path only for fame, fortune, and personal desires. You enjoy privileges greater than those who have awakened, yet you are unwilling to bear the responsibilities that come with them. Frankly, I don't think joining such an organization would benefit me at all." "Hey, what are you saying?" Fong Xian couldn't accept this insult and slammed her hand on the table in anger. "We fought to the death against the Void Demons to protect the people. Do you know how many Void Hunters sacrifice their lives every year in the fight against the Void Demons? Can those who use those they should protect as bait, just to kill virtual beasts and accumulate merit, be considered to be protecting the people?" For some reason, Su's voice suddenly rose a few decibels, and his emotions also became slightly volatile. Their eyes met, and their argument attracted the attention of the surrounding diners. "I'm sorry." Suyi quickly composed himself, his face regaining its calm and languid expression. expression. I've already told you what you wanted to know. I'm just a selfish person who only cares about his own safety. Therefore, I will not join Dragongxia Academy. I just want to quietly be an ordinary awakener. I hope this is the last time we meet. Thank you for treating me to breakfast. He nodded slightly, then turned and left. Fang Xian stood there, her chest heaving with anger. Being a void hunter was her childhood dream. In her eyes, it was a sacred pursuit, worth protecting with her life. But this mere high school student dares to slander the identity of a void hunter. The void hunter is not the selfish person you describe. Fang Xian caught up with Su Yi, her voice so firm it was almost unquestionable. Protecting the people and hunting down the void beasts is our duty. Oh, really? Su stopped and replied calmly, then I hope you can find that demon within a day and stop him from attacking the school in advance. We definitely will. Fang Xian answered without wavering, as if she were making a promise to Su Yi, or as if she were making a vow to herself. We will not allow anyone to be harmed by the void demon. I will do everything in my power to protect everyone. That's wonderful, Su said calmly, turning and continuing on his way. His attitude infuriated Fang Xian, who clenched her fists and glared at him. She angrily clenched her fist, watching Suya's figure recede into the distance, and murmured softly, the void hunter is definitely not what you describe. Inside a house in the western part of Tianjin, heavy breathing filled the air. On the large bed, a man enveloped in black energy sat cross-legged, his breathing steady yet heavy. His face was no different from that of an ordinary person, but a jet-black gemstone was embedded between his eyebrows. The gem was buried deep between his brows, and with each breath, its dark light flowed continuously. Suddenly, the man's expression changed, and he abruptly opened his eyes, spitting out a mouthful of blood. Damn void hunter! His eyes flashed with a fierce light, and he cursed in a low, muffled voice. We must replenish our energy and recover from our injuries as soon as possible. Since the two void beasts were killed by the void hunters, they will definitely be on guard in searching for my location. However, these few void hunters are not particularly strong. He leaped out of bed, a cold smile on his lips, and suddenly stretched out his right hand. In the palm of his hand, mist churned, vaguely revealing the figure of a ferocious wolf spirit. With this fierce wolf, it should be enough to give those void hunters a real headache. The intelligence gathered by the void beasts is almost complete, and the surrounding environment of the school has also been investigated. Now, all we can do is wait for the right opportunity. He withdrew the mist from his palm, clenched his fist, and his eyes grew even fiercer. Brother, this time, I will definitely show you my strength. At the entrance of the antique street, Su took a deep breath, trying to calm himself down. I almost lost control of my emotions just now. He rubbed his nose, shrugged, and a nonchalant expression returned to his face. Let's focus on what's in front of us first. Shaking his head slightly to clear his mind, Su Yi stepped into the antique street. As the most famous street in the old city area of western Hangzhou, it was already bustling with people even though it was not yet noon. The stalls on both sides were so numerous that it was dazzling. The vast majority of what they sell are scrap metal of dubious origin, displayed here just to try their luck and see if they can fool any fools. However, occasionally, one or two genuine treasures can be hidden among these rubble. Once this accidental discovery spread, it attracted even more people to flock to it. Many people come here with the mindset of finding treasures in a garbage dump. They are often taken advantage of by unscrupulous merchants, yet they are smug and think they have found a treasure. The more someone tries to get something for nothing, the more likely they are to be fooled. In Suya's view, this mentality is no different from that of those who want to get rich overnight through the lottery. He walked through the streets, ignoring the shouts of vendors on both sides, his hands in his pockets, tapping his feet lightly. A few seconds later, a mist rose rapidly up his sleeve and eventually enveloped his ears. How is it? Can you feel it? Su Yi asked in a low voice, his lips barely moving, a voice only he could hear. Fortunately, the surroundings were noisy, and no one noticed his strange behavior. Old master, whose voice actually came from this wisp of mist, clearly ringing in Su Yi's ears. The energy contained within such ancient artifacts is difficult to pinpoint precisely through energy fluctuations. I can only sense it roughly. Try walking west first. Upon hearing this, Su immediately turned around and walked westward. After passing through countless stalls, old master, whose voice rang out with a hint of excitement, stop. There's an ancient artifact imbued with energy at that stall on your right. Although the energy is limited, it should be enough to meet your current needs. Oh, Su stopped and looked to his right. At the stall beside me, a middle-aged man with sharp teeth and a cunning appearance was setting up his stall while fanning himself. His stall was filled with all sorts of oddly shaped vases and antiques. Many of the artifacts are damaged, which only makes them seem more like valuable antiques. Noticing that Su had stopped, the stall owner's eyes lit up, and he smiled warmly, standing up to greet him. Young man, what would you like to see? The items here are all treasures that have been passed down for hundreds of years. These are all family heirlooms, and each one has an extraordinary history. Su pretended to stare intently at the stall owner and muttered, you really have quite a few family heirlooms. Of course. The stall owner was completely oblivious to Su Yi's teasing. Instead, he enthusiastically grabbed a few bottles and began to introduce them. Look, this is a bowl from 500 years ago, and this is a jade vase from the imperial court from 300 years ago. This is amazing. It's said to be a spoon used by the Empress Dowager of the previous dynasty. Sui took the bowl, which was said to be 500 years old, and carefully turned it over. His expression instantly turned strange. He shook the bottom of the bowl at the vendor, blinked, and asked, "What does microwave safe written on the bottom of the bowl mean? Microwave ovens existed 500 years ago?" The stall owner coughed awkwardly a few times, hurriedly took the bowl and tossed it aside, saying with a wry smile, "I probably grabbed the wrong one in my rush to leave." "Don't worry, sir. Apart from that bowl, everything here is a treasure. You definitely won't lose out." Su rolled his eyes, not believing the stall owner's words at all. Just then, Elder Hu's investigation finally yielded results. The broken sword on your right is the only ancient artifact here that still possesses energy. This should be the target you're looking for. Sui followed the gaze and quickly noticed the broken sword on the stall. The hilt is antique, but the blade is broken, rusty, and severely damaged. Judging from its appearance, even if it is an antique, its absolute value is not high due to severe damage. He picked up the broken sword and examined it for a moment, then suddenly asked, "How much is this broken sword worth?" A glint of shrewdness flashed in the stall owner's eyes. He immediately sensed a business opportunity. The next moment, he quickly snatched the sword back, held it to his chest, and hurriedly said, "Oh dear, I can't sell this. It's a family heirloom. I accidentally left it here. It's definitely not for sale. Are you okay? Is this the approach they're using?" Su sneered inwardly, but his expression remained unchanged. Although he really wanted to buy the broken sword, he immediately pretended to be indifferent, got up, shrugged, and walked forward. "All right, since it's a family heirloom, I won't force you to accept it." The stall owner held the broken sword, looking completely bewildered. "Why is the plot so different from what I expected? Something's not right. Hey, buddy." Seeing that Su was really about to leave, the stall owner finally couldn't help but call out to him. Su turned his head and asked in confusion, "What's wrong?" "Ahem." The stall owner cleared his throat and held up the broken sword in his hand. "Although this broken sword is a family heirloom, but I can tell you're quite interested in it. Then I'll reluctantly part with it today. I'll sell it to you if you can offer a reasonable price." He pretended to be reluctant to part with it, holding the broken sword in both hands and showing it to Sui. "Actually, I'm not that interested." Sui glanced at him with a half-hearted look. However, he still pretended to walk back and took the broken sword to examine it carefully. "Since you've put it that way, boss, then give me a price. This broken sword is a family heirloom passed down for thousands of years. Today, I have met a wise master, and I am willing to entrust it to you." The stall owner's lies came out without any sense of embarrassment. "I see we have a connection, young friend. For just 2,000 dragon coins, I'll sell you this family heirloom." 2,000 dragon coins? You really have the nerve to ask for that. Su Ye's lips twitched slightly. He was quite familiar with the tricks of these merchants, and it's a treasure that has been passed down for thousands of years. "If you sell it for 2,000 yuan, ask your ancestors if they will agree." Without even lifting his eyelids, he said directly, "One price, 10 dragon coins." The stall owner was stunned, his scalp tingling. "Although 2,000 dragon coins is an inflated price, your bargaining is too aggressive. Cutting it by 1,990 at once is like severing a major artery." He forced a smile and looked at Sui, awkwardly saying, "Brother, you could buy more scrap metal outside for more than this price." "All right, I'll reluctantly give you a further discount. 1,000 dragon coins, here you go." "No, 10 dragon coins it is." Su was determined and insisted. "You're going to sell this treasure for $10? Aren't you just ruining my stall?" The stall owner snapped. "I'll give you a discount of 300 dragon coins at most. If you don't want to buy it, then forget it." Sui then truly understood the methods of these unscrupulous merchants. The item that cost 2,000 dragon coins was reduced to 300 in just a few breaths. There's clearly still room to make a profit. He took a deep breath, his eyes suddenly sharpening as he stared at the stall owner and said, "Some of the things here are newly unearthed, aren't they?" "What did you say, sir? I don't quite understand." The stall owner's temple throbbed, his expression changed slightly, and he quickly forced a smile. This one, and that one." Sui pointed to several broken porcelain pieces on the stall, his expression indifferent. "The bottles are still covered in mud and haven't dried completely. This mud is from the same spot as the damp soil on your shoes, and you also have a few osmanthus petals stuck to your feet. In the past week, it has only rained in the western suburbs of the city, and there is only one place in the suburbs where osmanthus trees are planted. Damp soil, osmanthus petals, and these few pieces of porcelain with soil attached. The only place that fits these criteria is that ancient tomb complex in the far suburbs. You have calluses between your index and middle fingers, which are probably from using tools." His tone was calm, but his words struck the stall owner like a thunderclap, causing him to break out in a sweat and swallow hard. Sui raised his eyes slightly, looked at him, and said calmly, "You must have just come out of the tomb and rushed here to set up a stall." What are you saying?" The stall owner kept wiping the sweat from his forehead with his sleeve, looking around in a panic, afraid of being overheard. "You should know that going into a tomb without permission is tomb raiding, which is is a criminal offense, Su said aggressively, ignoring his excuses. But then he changed the subject and smiled slightly. Don't worry, I won't report you. I am indeed somewhat interested in this broken sword. How about this? I'll offer you 50 dragon coins, and you sell it to me. I'll pretend I didn't see anything just now. He was confident that he could easily acquire the broken sword through this combination of coercion and enticement. Unexpectedly, after hearing his price quote, the stall owner's eyes widened, and he quickly shoved the broken sword into his hand, afraid that he would change his mind. His eyes gleamed with smug satisfaction and a sense of relief at surviving a close call. Suyi caught a glimpse of that expression, his lips twitched, and he couldn't help but curse inwardly. We still lost money. At that moment, Fang Xian pushed open the door of the rented house forcefully. She angrily threw the breakfast she had bought heavily on the table, then plopped down on the bed. Sister Xian, what's wrong with you? Did you step in poop when you went out? Gui Yan tilted his head and said with a hint of teasing, You're the one who stepped in poop. Fang Xian retorted irritably, punching him hard with a fierce look in her eyes. Gui Yan clutched her head in pain and looked to the side with a wronged expression. Senior, look at Sister Xian, she's practically a violent woman. Who told you to be so cheeky? Chao Sha yawned as she walked out of the restroom, casually wiping the water droplets from her face, and asked indifferently, Fang Xian, what happened to you when you went out? Fang Xian slammed her hand on the table angrily, her tone crisp and decisive. The Void Demon's target is number 3 middle school. Ha! Upon hearing this, the other three were stunned, their faces full of confusion. Then, Fang Xian quickly repeated Suya's previous analysis like a machine gun. The expressions of Chao Sha and the others gradually changed from bewilderment to seriousness, and finally to shock. After she finished speaking, Gui Yan jumped up from his chair, so surprised he could barely speak. Sister Xian, when you went out just now, did an apple hit you on the head and suddenly you had an epiphany? These reasoning points were interconnected. Although they couldn't be as certain as Su Yi, they were about 70% sure that they had basically identified the target of the Void Demon's attack. Fang Xian, did you come to this conclusion yourself? Chao Sha asked, her breathing slightly rapid and her voice tinged with excitement. Nonsense, of course it's me. Fang Xian answered smugly, arms crossed and pouting. However, Xia Li and the other two soon narrowed their eyes and stared at her with suspicion. Okay, it wasn't me. Fang Xian smiled wryly and finally sighed. It was that high school student who deduced it yesterday. I just ran into him downstairs. She briefly recounted how she met Su Yi, but made no mention of the conflict between them. That guy really is a genius. Chao Sha exclaimed without thinking much, then quickly returned to his desk and circled a red area on the map near the west of the city. If his reasoning is correct, that Void Demon must be hiding in this area. Gui Yan, send this conclusion to the technical department and tell them to retrieve all the city surveillance footage from the west side of the city. We must find all possible hiding places for the Void Demons by today, and we must find them. Suyi looked at the broken sword in his hand, which he had bought for a hefty 50 yuan, and asked with skepticism, can such a broken sword really be transformed into a precious jade after being refined? You really underestimate the power of the 9-li pot. The old potter said with a confident smile, stroking his beard. If it were the complete Jolie pot, let alone a precious jade, miracle pills, puppet architecture, anything you want, we can refine it. It can even refine souls into puppets and build houses within the world inside the pot. Although the 9-li pot is now incomplete, refining a flawed jade artifact is still a piece of cake. You can make something so incomplete sound amazing, Suyi said, glancing sideways at Old Huan, unable to resist complaining. Alright, enough talk, let's start refining. He sat down cross-legged, eager to witness firsthand how Elder Hu would refine the broken sword. Old Master Hu cleared his throat, his expression immediately turning serious. He pointed, and the broken sword on the ground immediately floated up. Immediately afterwards, a cloud of incomparably pure immortal mist surged out from the pot he was in. The wisp of celestial mist constantly shifted and condensed in the air, eventually taking the shape of a refining furnace. Guided by the old man, the broken sword was quickly sucked into the mist. Then, he waved his right palm, and a pale blue light rushed from afar. Suyi immediately recognized that the spiritual light faintly resembled the shadow beast from yesterday, and immediately understood that this was the shadow beast's soul devoured by the 9-li pot. The soul of the shadow beast was sucked into the refining furnace, which quickly turned the pure white fairy mist blue. Then, the refining furnace shimmered with blue light, and the body of the pot seemed to burst into flames, beginning to burn fiercely. Suyi sat cross-legged on the ground, propping his chin up, staring intently at the flames rising in the refining furnace. About half an hour passed. The furnace, which was filled with celestial mist, suddenly stopped burning. 2 seconds later, the forging furnace suddenly exploded in the air, and a broken sword fell straight down, embedding itself deeply in the soil beneath its feet. Old Master, who looked completely exhausted, slumped against the edge of the 9-li pot, wiping away non-existent sweat from his head. I'm so tired. Young friend, look, if there's no mistake, this broken sword should have already been refined into a precious jade. Su jumped up from the ground, picked up the broken sword stuck in the ground, and a look of surprise flashed in his eyes. This once rusty and dilapidated broken sword now looks brand new, as if it were just forged. The hilt is engraved with beautiful patterns, and the blade is extremely sharp, yet it still retains obvious signs of breakage. The rust had long since disappeared, and the sword was so smooth that it reflected Suye's handsome face. The refining function of the ninely pot is insufficient to completely restore the broken sword. The old man's voice came from not far away. Although it used the souls of the void beasts as a binder to refine the energy within the sword and transform it into a precious jade, but this energy is extremely weak, almost unable to unleash the full power of the jade treasure, and can only be considered a flawed product. Old Master, who was quite puzzled by this, not understanding why Su Yi would specifically refine such a useless broken sword. Su's expression shifted slightly, as if he was making a plan, examining the broken sword in his hand. The broken sword, only half the length of a forearm, was surprisingly heavy. After a moment, he casually asked, "Can the ninely pot's refining function refine things that don't contain energy? What do you want to refine?" Old Pot asked. "Make a scabbard for this broken sword." Old Master, who rolled his eyes and waved his right hand. Several pieces of ore flew in from a distance and hovered in his palm. Under the cover of fog, the ore quickly deformed. Within minutes, a scabbard large enough to hold the broken sword was formed. This function is much better than a 3D printer. Suye's eyes lit up as he took the sword sheath and casually stuffed it into his pocket. "So, young friend, what exactly are you planning to do?" Old Master, who couldn't contain his curiosity, and finally asked. "Didn't I already say?" Suyi gripped the broken sword tightly in his right hand, and a surge of pure white energy immediately enveloped the blade. "I want to test the characteristics of the repairman." His repairman got to work. In an instant, the broken sword changed. Immediately afterwards, a surge of pure energy burst forth from the sword. Sensing this fluctuation, Elder Hu's eyes widened in disbelief, and he exclaimed, "How is this possible? Could this be? Time flies, and a night passes in the blink of an eye." 4:30 a.m. Even in summer, the night sky in this city in the northern part of the Dragon Kingdom is still as black as ink. On a rooftop somewhere, three figures stood side by side, quietly waiting for something. Suddenly, the three of them seemed to realize something and turned around to look behind them. A pale blue robe fluttered in the night breeze. Xiao Sha lightly touched her toes and floated down from the air, as light as a butterfly, without making a sound. He skillfully put on the headset and calmly said, "The final location has been identified. According to the technical department's screening, 5 suspicious locations suspected of harboring void demons have appeared in the west of the city in the past 10 days. We have completed the investigation of the other 4 locations, leaving only this last one." His gaze pierced the night sky, fixed on a bungalow at his feet. "This is an urban village with a sparse population. Most of the young people have gone out to work. This family used to be inhabited by 2 elderly people, but they haven't left the house since about 8 days ago. It seems they were likely attacked by void demons." "Damn void demon." Upon hearing this, the other three's expressions hardened, their eyes filled with intense killing intent. "How is the setup for the mirror world going?" Xiao Sha asked calmly. "It's all been arranged long ago," Wei Yan replied quickly. "Our battle here will absolutely not affect any civilians. Close the protection zone to that area of bungalows." Xiao Sha nodded slightly, the night wind ruffling his hair, revealing a deep and cold gaze. "Fang Xian will remain on standby outside for this operation, while Guiyan, Xiaoli, and I will enter the mirror world to fight." Fang Xian pouted, somewhat dissatisfied, but still nodded obediently. "Very good, let's begin." Xiao Sha calmly gave the order, then leaped off the rooftop like a javelin, plummeting straight down towards the bungalow below. On either side of him, Guiyan and Xiaoli also jumped down at the same time, their expressions calm and without any ripples. Just as they jumped off the roof, Fang Xian, who was still standing on the roof, looked serious, put her hands together, and made a triangular hole in front of her chest. Pale red energy surged from the void, and then 4 streams of energy rose simultaneously from the 4 corners of the urban village, quickly forming a square, transparent barrier that enveloped the area in the night sky. Juebao, the mirror world. In an instant, the urban village was covered by a mirrored world. From the outside, everything here looks normal, almost no different from before. However, the interior has been divided into 2 independent spaces, so even if the battle is fierce, it is difficult to affect the surrounding buildings and residents. They actually used my unhealed injuries as an excuse to make me stand guard outside. Fang Xian sat lightly on the rooftop, swinging her legs casually, her eyes full of dissatisfaction. However, as the captain of the 5th hunting squad, Xiao Sha had to obey orders. Given her previous experience, she must guard against the mirror world being destroyed from the outside, so as not to affect the nearby residents. Just as Fang Xian was resting her chin on her hands, gazing listlessly at the night, her cell phone suddenly rang from her chest. She opened her shirt, reached inside, quickly pulled out her phone, and pressed the call button. "Hello." She had barely opened her mouth when a hurried voice came from the other end of the phone. "Sister Xin, I've finally found out what you asked me to investigate." The voice on the phone was that of a young man, his tone excited but also a little tired. "I even went to the intelligence department for ages to find the information for you." "Ha, well done." done. Fang Xian's face immediately lit up with joy upon hearing this. When I get back, I'll definitely treat you to a good meal. He. The boy chuckled dryly, seemingly having no hope for the promise. I just hope you won't wake me up again so I can get a good night's sleep. I've packaged all the intelligence and sent it to your phone. Check it yourself. But Sister Xin, why are you so interested in a high school student who's only just come of age? Is that guy going to be my future brother-in-law? Fang Xian slammed down the phone, glaring fiercely at the screen. Brother-in-law, my foot. Wait till we get back. I'll teach you a lesson. She muttered to herself as she quickly found the file the boy had sent and opened it immediately. The document clearly contains Su Ye's personal information, age, life story. Fang Xian scanned through the pages quickly, almost as if checking a household registration book, until her gaze suddenly stopped on one spot, and her expression froze slightly. At the end of the document was a line of dark red text. A survivor of the chaos in Haicheng, who had direct contact with the void beasts, has undergone psychological counseling. The timestamp clearly shows 3 years ago. Sure enough, that guy encountered a void beast before. Fang Xian's expression hardened, and she immediately scanned another document in the file package. It was a detailed record of a story from 3 years ago titled The Chaos in Haicheng. She quickly opened it and read it line by line. A few minutes later, Fang Xian's expression turned extremely serious, and anger even welled up in her eyes as she gripped her phone tightly. No wonder that guy was so disappointed in the Void Hunters. What exactly happened to him 3 years ago? Suddenly, her expression changed slightly, and she looked down anxiously at her feet. Although that energy fluctuation was only fleeting, but she immediately realized that only a void demon could possess this power. This means that the void demon is indeed hiding here. Meanwhile, the senior students have already made contact with the void demon. You've arrived. The man in black stood with his hands behind his back in the slightly dilapidated bungalow, calmly watching Xiao Sha and the other two walk in through the gate. His tone was steady, clearly indicating that he had expected their arrival. It seems you already knew we were coming. Xiao Sha remained calm, looking directly at the other person. Nightmare, the void demon. Nightmare, is that the code name you gave me? It's not too bad. Nightmare smiled faintly, surprisingly accepting the name calmly. However, your statement is somewhat inaccurate. He smiled at Xiao Sha, completely ignoring Gui Yin and Xiaoli who were quietly surrounding him. Didn't I know you'd come? Instead, we had already made preparations for your possible appearance. The fact that you were able to find this place means you're not stupid. You seem to be a meticulous person, Xiao Sha said with a slight smile, unconcerned. Since you enjoyed preparing so much, how did you end up like this? Upon hearing this, a hint of displeasure flashed in Nightshade's eyes, but he merely snorted. It's common for plans to go awry. Judging from the results alone, those void hunters have all been killed by me. I still vividly remember the horrific way they died. At this point, his expression turned cold and cruel. Xiao Sha's expression instantly darkened. You shouldn't have insulted them. He opened his right palm, and a tang sword appeared out of thin air, landing steadily in his hand. A fierce aura surged from him, and the dim light in the room seemed to sense this pressure, flickering erratically. I don't care how much preparation you've done. Your fate today is only one thing: to die here. Nightmare slowly extended his right hand from behind his back, making a pleased gesture, with a half-smile on his face. I'll be watching. Dark energy erupted from his body, like a smoke bomb exploding, instantly engulfing the entire room. When the alarm clock rang at 7 o'clock, Su, unusually, did not stay in bed. Instead, he jumped up and sat on the edge of the bed. Graduation ceremonies are extremely important for every awakened one. Even Su Yi didn't want to be late on this crucial day. He quickly tidied himself up, munched on a piece of bread, and lazily walked out of the house. The moment he stepped out of his house, the figure hiding behind the tree tensed up and quickly dialed a number. Boss, Su Yi has already left. What clothes was he wearing? A fierce question came from the other end of the phone. He was wearing— the man looked up and quickly replied. He was wearing a white shirt and black pants. Damn it, if you grab anyone off the street, they'll all be wearing white shirts and black pants. How am I supposed to recognize him? The man was ashamed after being scolded. He frowned and pondered, then his eyes suddenly lit up. Oh, and he had a conspicuous red armband tied around his left arm. There was a very noticeable red armband on his left arm. Did you all hear that? In an alley, a burly man in a school uniform put down his phone and looked around. Su Yi has a red armband on his left arm today. Keep a close watch on everyone, don't let anyone escape. Yes, boss. About 30 students beside him responded in unison, each one full of energy, their eyes gleaming with the flames of revenge. This is the only way Su Yi can get to number 3 middle school. Once graduation is over, seeing him again at school will be as difficult as climbing to the sky. The leader was squatting on a trash can, waving his arms and shouting fiercely. We've suffered so much because of Su Yi these past 3 years. This is our last chance for revenge. I was kicked into a well, mistaken by the police for someone handing out flyers, and bitten on the butt by a dog released from the dog market. He clenched his fists angrily, recounting the blood and tears of the past 3 years. To defeat him, we victims formed the Anti-Him Alliance, just for today. Oh, the surrounding crowd immediately became excited, shouting in unison, their faces filled with anger. "Hey, move aside, I need to collect the trash." Just then, an elderly sanitation worker walked out from the side, interrupting his pre-battle pep talk with a look of disgust on his face. "Oh, I'm sorry." The usually domineering leader immediately jumped off the trash can and bowed respectfully. "Excuse me, why has he suddenly become so obedient?" The underlings thought to themselves, quite surprised to see their boss's attitude change so drastically. "So this is our last chance. We must get our revenge today." The leader turned around, raised his fist again, and encouraged everyone. "Humph, a bunch of ragtag soldiers, what kind of behavior is this?" Suddenly, an untimely snort came from the side. More than 30 students glared at him, only to see that the person speaking was the sanitation worker who had just taken a garbage bag out of the trash can. "Sir, what do you mean by this?" The eldest brother's face darkened, and he immediately looked over. "You little kids have no sense of unity at all. Each generation is worse than the last." The old man threw the garbage bag into the garbage truck behind him, put his hands behind his back, and struck an arrogant pose. "Back when I was in school, we fought against hundreds of people from other schools for the sake of loyalty. It was a much more impressive scene than what you see here. A bunch of guys with no sense of cohesion wouldn't even be considered grunts in our day." Upon hearing this, the previously dissatisfied crowd immediately showed admiration and looked at the old man. "Sir, please give me your guidance." The eldest brother quickly cupped his hands in a respectful bow. The old man lowered his head leisurely, like a hermit, and looked at the respectful boss in front of him, and said calmly, "Cohesion is about uniting everyone into a force. How can you possibly have any sense of unity when you don't even have a proper sign?" Back then, our opponents, apart from the cadres, all had shaved heads as their underlings. Identification, the leader frowned in thought, seemingly agreeing deeply. "Indeed, we need something to distinguish people. If Sue also finds help, then we'll be in trouble." Just then, a plastic bag was thrown in front of the boss. He looked up and saw the old sanitation worker pushing his garbage cart away. "These are things I just found. Maybe you can use them." The eldest brother picked up the plastic bag, his eyes immediately lighting up. Inside was a bunch of unopened yellow armbands. "Everyone, tie this yellow armband around your right arm. If Suyi really does find help, that will be the distinguishing feature between us and the other side." Meanwhile, in another alley, just across from this alley, more than 30 young men dressed in various styles squatted in a corner, their faces equally fierce, staring at the passing crowd. The leader, a man with a mohawk, was on his phone, talking to someone. "Are you sure? That bastard Suyi has a yellow armband on his right arm? Great." He put down the phone, stubbed out the cigarette butt in his mouth, and stood up. "Brothers, pull yourselves together. That little bastard Suyi is about to pass by here. Keep a close eye on them." He stomped on his cigarette butt angrily. "That little bastard, he tore our Azure Dragon Hall to pieces 2 years ago. I will never let him get away with this." "Humph, a bunch of slackers, what kind of behavior is this?" Suddenly, a soft snort came from behind the group of young people. The man with the rooster-like haircut suddenly turned around and saw an elderly sanitation worker standing proudly next to the garbage truck, holding a plastic bag full of red armbands. It's about time." Suyi glanced at the time and muttered to himself, "Hey, you two." He put his phone away, turned to look at the two people tied to the ground, their faces full of terror, and gave them an innocent smile. He crouched down, put his arms around the two of them, and glanced at them with a smile. "Now, call your boss. As for how to say it, I probably don't need to say more, right?" The two nodded like chickens pecking at rice, not daring to have even the slightest thought of rebuttal. Sue also picked up their phones, quickly dialed the nearest number, and then held them all to their ears. As soon as the call connected, the two swallowed hard and simultaneously reported the news. "Su Yi has appeared on the target street." "What?" The two bosses who answered the phone in the alleyway simultaneously revealed excited smiles. They pointed towards the street and shouted, "Charge! Capture Su Yi and avenge him!" Immediately afterwards, a noisy chorus of footsteps rang out, and more than 60 people from both sides surged out of the alley like a tide, confronting each other on the street. Their eyes quickly locked onto the armband on the other person's arm, and their expressions immediately brightened. The students, all wearing yellow armbands on their right arms, were in high spirits. On the other hand, the delinquent youth had a red armband tied around his left arm and a fierce expression. The student leader and the guy with the mohawk opposite him both lit up at almost the same time, pointed forward with their right hands, and shouted in unison, "They must be the helpers that Sui found. Su is among this group of people. Brothers, charge!" Dust filled the air, and shouts and noise filled the entire street. On one side of the street, Su, looking languid, casually walked past the fighting crowd with a piece of bread in his mouth. He hadn't gone far when Grandpa Wang, the sanitation worker pushing a garbage cart, walked up to him. "Thank you, Grandpa Wang." Su also took out a 50 yuan dragon coin and handed it to the old man. The two stopped at the same time and turned to look at the two groups of people fighting fiercely in the morning sunlight. They let out a long, meaningful sigh and exclaimed in unison, "Young people, how full of energy they are." When Suyi stepped into the campus, he was surrounded by students with excited faces. They are all people who successfully awakened their abilities on on Awakening Day, and they are full of anticipation for today's graduation ceremony. After a day of rest, everyone had a better understanding of their own abilities. But most high school students have never learned how to harness energy. Therefore, even if one can use their abilities, the effect is extremely limited. At most, it's enough to move a pebble or blow a piece of paper away. Their control over energy doesn't even qualify them as being at the stone realm level. Su was able to use his repair skills so skillfully because he had awakened his abilities several years ago. Over the past 2 years, he has been exploring ways to circulate energy. Although there was no systematic training and the methods were rather crude, the ability to use it normally was not a problem at all. Just as Su was walking towards the classroom with the leisurely pace of an old man taking a stroll, a furtive figure crept closer to him. Su Yi. As they drew near, Wang Peng shouted and rushed out, spreading his arms to try and hug Su Yi. However, Su Yi, who seemed oblivious to his approach, took a small step to the left the instant he lunged at him. Wang Peng fell face first to the ground, raising a cloud of dust. Next time, don't use such an ambiguous tone when you call me, and don't even think about getting physical. Su Yi stared helplessly at her deskmate and couldn't help but complain. I'm afraid people will misunderstand my sexual orientation. Damn it, how did you even know I was getting close? Wang Peng got up, casually brushing the dust off his clothes as he muttered to himself. Next time you launch a sneak attack, pick a better angle, Su Yi said, pointing to the shadow on the ground and rolling his eyes. He had noticed the unusual shadow beneath his feet long before Wang Peng approached. I see. Wang Peng clapped his left palm, revealing a look of sudden realization. Being around you really does make me a burden. Su Yi's lips twitched, and he sighed, rubbing his forehead. Ah, brother Yi, on my way here, I think I saw those guys from the Annihilation Alliance fighting with the thugs from the Azure Dragon Hall. Wang Peng didn't care about Su Yi's sarcasm at all, and instead burst out laughing. Yeah, they were squatting by the roadside trying to cause me trouble, so I just let them bump into each other properly, Su said with a shrug, seemingly unconcerned. Awesome. Wang Peng gave a thumbs up and continued to laugh. I remember that the Azure Dragon Hall was a pretty big criminal organization 2 years ago. I never expected that I would be completely defeated by you, brother Yi, in less than 2 months. If you hadn't led me astray that day, causing me to accidentally wander into their territory, I wouldn't have gotten involved with them. Su Yi glanced sideways at Wang Peng, muttering with dissatisfaction. They only cursed at us a couple of times, and you just destroyed their gang, brother Yi. No matter how you look at it, you're heartless. Wang Peng was extremely surprised, never expecting Su Yi to push the blame onto him. Cough cough. Su coughed a few times, thinking to himself that this matter had indeed gone a bit too far. However, it might not be a bad thing to let these delinquent youths disband their gangs and focus on their studies. That was all in my youth. It's not worth mentioning, not worth mentioning. It's only been less than 2 years. Wang Peng complained again, then changed the subject, his eyes lighting up as he looked at Su Yi. By the way, brother Yi, did you have your abilities tested after you went back? He immediately became excited when his abilities were mentioned. I did a lot of research after I got back. I awakened a C-rank ability called Metal Mastery, which is quite powerful. As he spoke, he opened his palm and stopped with Su at the entrance of the teaching building. A faint energy fluctuation gathered in his palm, and after a moment, several nails flew out of nowhere and landed steadily in his palm. See that, brother Yi? Wang Peng excitedly grabbed a nail and showed it off to Su Yi. I can manipulate the metal around me as long as I activate my ability. Su looked up at the ceiling speechlessly. Although Wang Peng only sucked a few nails into his hand, it was already quite remarkable that he was able to activate his ability without any knowledge of energy manipulation. However, this ability has enormous potential if properly cultivated. Not bad, your abilities. Just as Su was about to comment, the two of them were suddenly enveloped in a shadow. Looking back, they saw Liao Wei's burly figure standing behind them, staring at them with a cold smile. Su Yi, we meet again. Su Yi and Wang Peng took a step back at the same time and walked into the teaching building. I remember you, you're Yang Wei from class 3 next door. Su Yi's eyes widened, and a flash of inspiration struck him as he immediately remembered the guy's name. My name is Liao Wei. Liao Wei roared angrily, you're the one who needs to take care of your stomach. Your whole family takes care of their stomachs. The roar immediately attracted the attention of students passing by. Hearing his words, everyone showed strange expressions and looked Liao Wei up and down. Some of the female students blushed, lowered their heads, and hurriedly ran away. Sigh, Liao Wei. Su Yi patted his shoulder earnestly and sighed. Having this disease isn't the problem. The key is to get treatment as soon as possible. You're still a high school student. If you get treatment soon, you might still have a chance to find a girlfriend. The veins on Liao Wei's temples bulged, and his anger surged to the top of his head. His face darkened, he cracked his knuckles, and said with a cold laugh, word by word, I was originally planning to have a go at the graduation ceremony with you. It seems you want to attack me right now. His face was contorted in a ferocious grimace, and a surge of energy emanated from his body. I awakened a B-rank ability, which is much stronger than you half-baked people. Wang Peng, Su Yi said in a low voice, turning his head, could you use that ability again? Try turning it slightly to the right. Oh, although Although Wang Peng didn't understand Su Ye's intention, he still obediently activated his ability. The next second, several more nails flew down from above and landed precisely in his palm. What exactly do you want? Let me tell you, Liao Wei frowned, staring at the two men, and continued his domineering declaration. However, immediately afterward, a shadow fell over his head. Without the support of two nails, the sign at the entrance of the teaching building suddenly fell, hitting Liao Wei precisely and knocking him to the ground. On the other side, Wang Ping stared wide-eyed at the nails in his palm and Liao Wei, who was lying on the ground not far away with the doorplate on his back. Did you take these nails off the doorplate? Su, who was standing next to him, patted him on the shoulder and turned to leave, saying, this is the ability you activated. If the school wants to compensate, don't blame it on me. Hey, brother Yi, you've gone too far. Wang Peng shouted with a bitter face, and hurriedly chased after him. After returning to the classroom, teacher Wang quickly came in. The classroom, which was once packed with people, now has less than half the students left. Looking across the entire planet Earth, only about 50% of people are able to successfully awaken. Whether one can become an awakened being is determined at birth, but one can only truly see the future direction when one reaches adulthood. Those who fail to awaken can only participate in the regular college entrance examination and contribute to the fight against the virtual demons in other ways. As graduation approached, teacher Wang's face showed a hint of melancholy. He briefly explained the things to pay attention to at the graduation ceremony, and soon it was 8 o'clock. Alright, students. Teacher Wang stood up from the podium, clapped her hands, and said, everyone, let's gather on the playground. Our graduation ceremony will be held on the playground. Teachers from all 6 Awakened Academy have come to the school. After the ceremony, there will be a skills demonstration and interviews. Students with outstanding performance may even have the opportunity to be admitted without taking the entrance exam. This is another major highlight of the graduation ceremony. Competition among Awakener Academies is fierce in order to recruit capable Awakeners. To date, there are 20 Awakened Academy in the Dragon Kingdom. The top 10 academies all have hunting teams, making them the dream schools for all awakened individuals. In these academies, you can not only learn basic knowledge, but also hone your combat skills, improve your strength, and strive to join the Void Hunting team to directly fight against the Void demons. Awakened individuals with average combat strength or who were not selected will choose one of the last 10 academies. Although they cannot directly fight against the Void beasts, they mostly learn logistical and support work to assist the Void Hunting team. It is thanks to these reserve forces that the Hunting Void Squad has been able to continue fighting until now. A graduation ceremony is not just a way to mark the end of high school life. It was also an interview for awakened individuals. Those who perform well in the interview have the opportunity to be admitted directly to the Awakener Academy without taking the entrance exam. Although those who visited the school this time were all ordinary teachers or clerical staff from the Awakener Academy with mediocre abilities, their solid theoretical foundation was enough to judge the students' talents. Su Yi and Wang Peng strolled out of the classroom and headed towards the playground. He looked around and thought to himself, it seems that they have already stopped that Void demon. Students gradually made their way to the playground. Only 110 people attended the graduation ceremony this time, less than half of all the senior students. Most of the remaining students who were not awakened were disheartened, and many have yet to recover from the blow of Awakening Day. In the center of the playground, more than 20 teachers from various awakened academies, the principal of number 3 middle school, and the homeroom teachers of each class stood in neat rows, watching the students coming and going with serious expressions. Su Yi! A furious roar came from afar. Immediately afterwards, Liao Wei charged in from afar like a wild boar, and stood behind Su Yi. He was in a sorry state, with a large bump clearly swollen on his head. You rascal, when will this ever end? Su sighed, his brows furrowing slightly. Liao Wei glared angrily at Su Yi and said through gritted teeth, I challenge you to a duel against awakened ones. As soon as he finished speaking, the surrounding students erupted in an uproar. Even the teachers from various awakening academies nearby had their eyes light up, revealing meaningful expressions as they all turned their attention to them. The houses, which were originally mirror images, have now all collapsed. In this mirror world, the entire urban village appears to have become a ruin, with not a single intact place left. Smoke and dust filled the air, but were soon dispersed by a gust of wind, revealing several figures. Nightmare's arms hung limply in front of him, swinging wildly as if dislocated, his body covered in blood, and he was panting heavily. Opposite him, Xia, Wei Yan, and Xiaoli were also seriously injured, forming a triangle that tightly surrounded Nightmare, slowly adjusting their breathing. Is this guy really seriously injured? Wei Yan spat out a mouthful of blood and looked ahead in surprise. We've been besieging him for so long, and he's still so energetic. Don't lump me in with those ordinary void demons. Nightmare exhaled softly, his arms enveloped in black energy as he pushed upwards with all his might. As the sound of bones dislocating rang out, he actually put his dislocated arm back in place and casually swung it around. This kind of injury is nothing at all. His tone was calm, but there was a hint of weakness in his eyes. My current condition is quite
good. You mean, our fight with you only depleted your energy and we didn't even manage to really hurt you?
Xiaoli snorted coldly, her icy tone revealing a hint of anger.
He's right.
Xiao Sha brandished his tang sword, flicking the blood off the blade, and said coldly, from the very beginning, he has been using energy to protect himself. The harm we caused him was only superficial, it didn't touch the root of the problem at all.
It seems this captain has a very clear understanding.
Nightshade smiled faintly, displaying a gentlemanly demeanor.
But how much energy do you have left? Xiao Sha sneered.
You use energy to constantly defend and dodge, and you also use your abilities to interfere with our minds, but you have never launched a fatal attack.
With your current energy, you can barely even protect your own body, can you? Your energy level is so high that even the mountain realm can't withstand it.
He stared directly at Nightmare.
You're wasting so much energy,
only to use it for defense.
What exactly are you trying to do? Yes, what exactly do I want to do?
Nightshade countered, a strange smile playing on his lips.
Why don't you guess, Captain?
Seeing this expression, Xiao Sha felt a sudden tightness in her chest and a vague sense of unease. He abruptly turned to look at Gui Yan and asked urgently, tell me, how much time has passed since we entered the mirror world?
How long has it been?
Gui Yan paused, then took out his phone and answered, puzzled, we've only been here for about an hour. But when he saw the time on his phone, his eyes widened in disbelief, and he exclaimed, impossible.
It's already 8 in the morning? Is my phone broken? Damn it! Xiao Sha finally understood the source of his unease. This guy used his ability to confuse our sense of time. He's been stalling us here. What?
Gui Yan and Xiaoli were both startled.
He's right here. What's the point of stalling for time? It's a void beast.
A sudden thought flashed through Xiao Sha's mind, and he abruptly drew his sword and charged out.
This guy released that gang wolf.
He had been worried that Nightshade might have a trump card, so he didn't act rashly and instead adopted a cautious strategy, but now he couldn't worry about that anymore.
Bingo! Nightshade grinned. You got it right.
The next moment, his smile vanished abruptly, and several streams of black energy surged from behind him, entangling the three of them.
Unfortunately, there's no reward.
Xiao Sha swung his sword, and the bright blade light instantly shattered the black energy. Then, with a flick of his left hand, two daggers appeared out of thin air and stabbed straight towards Nightmare. Nightmare smiled, took a few steps back, and simultaneously unleashed his energy, easily blocking the two attacks. Compared to the same Void Hunter squad that also injured me, you are far too weak. He stood firmly in place and spoke calmly.
You must be a newly formed team.
Both in terms of numbers and strength, they are far below my expectations.
Let me guess, your last hunting Void squad must have just been wiped out not long ago, right?
Captain, you've really had a tough time leading a team of inexperienced newcomers. These words clearly touched a nerve with Xiao Sha.
Xiao Sha's eyes blazed with fury and killing intent as he charged toward Nightmare.
Freeze! At this moment, Gui Yan broke free from the Nightmare energy's restraints and shouted forcefully with his hands crossed. Nightmare's body seemed to be frozen in place, momentarily still. But the next second, he was back to normal, and his right palm met Xiao Sha. Suddenly, many phantoms appeared before Xiao Sha's eyes. He had anticipated Nightmare's ability to disrupt the mind, and immediately focused his mind to dispel the illusions. However, even so, that momentary lapse in concentration caused his intended strike to miss, and Nightmare slapped it away. After Nightmare deflected Xiao Sha's attack, his left hand swiftly stabbed towards Xiao Sha's abdomen like a rapier. Just then, a shield suddenly appeared and blocked Xiao Sha's way. However, the shield shattered instantly like a bubble under the attack of the Nightmare's energy-encased shield. Taking advantage of that brief moment of opening, Xiao Sha forcefully held his sword horizontally to protect himself. The blade trembled, and Xiao Sha flew backward like a cannonball, crashing through half of the ruined wall and raising a cloud of dust. Nightmare watched the dust rise and smiled, saying, the immobilization spell cast by Shadow Step can be broken simply by refracting light. It uses energy for protection, but it can be broken with even stronger energy. In my opinion, you two little guys from the rock realm can't even restrain me. Captain, your two teammates are really useless. Upon hearing this, Wei Yan and Xia Li's faces paled slightly, and their eyes blazed with anger. Two sharp whistling sounds suddenly arose, tearing through the dust, and instantly approached Nightmare. His expression changed slightly, and he quickly mustered his energy to deflect the two throwing knives away. But one of the throwing knives cleaved through the energy layer, leaving a bloody gash on his face. The flying knife landed and instantly dissipated as energy. A figure leaped up from the ruins. You're not qualified to give me pointers on my team members. Xiao Sha calmly walked out of the smoke and dust, and a broken wall next to him collapsed with a crash, hurtling towards him. But with a casual swing of his knife, the broken wall shattered into countless fragments, which scattered around him. Xiao Sha's bravery surprised Nightshade. He wiped the blood from his face with a faint smile and said, Captain, do you really want to get entangled with me here? My pet is about to go on a killing spree. Even if you try to escape, I will stop you. Xiao Sha's face was expressionless. He lightly slashed the ground with his tang sword, then quickly raised it and pointed it at Nightshade. As a Void Hunter, my mission is to kill you right here. As for that fierce wolf, he gently raised his hand and pressed the switch on his earpiece. My teammates will do everything in their power to stop it. Why are the
seniors so slow? On the rooftop, Fong Xin yawned and frowned as she looked down at her feet.
It has been nearly 4 hours since the senior students entered the mirror world. If she hadn't been able to sense their energy fluctuations, she probably would have rushed in already.
Can that heavily injured void demon really hold off the seniors for this long?
As a void hunter, she must trust her companions and strictly follow orders. Therefore, no matter how urgent things were, she had to stay at her post until her senior gave her instructions. Suddenly, she heard a static sound coming from her earpiece.
Half a second later, Xiao Sha's voice came through the earpiece. Fong Xin.
His tone was more serious and heavy than ever before. Fong Xin, who had been somewhat nonchalant, immediately became serious, quickly stood up from the rooftop, and pressed the switch on her headset.
Senior, I'm here.
Nightmare has disrupted our sense of time and dispatched rock wolves to prepare for an attack on the school. Xiao Sha's voice came through the headset, while the sounds of battle continued to emanate from within. But his tone was unusually calm, and he issued the order with unwavering determination. Based on that high school student's analysis, rush to the school immediately to protect the public.
I command you, no matter what happens, you must protect every civilian and never let them get hurt. You are all alone. But no matter what, we must stop that wolf and protect everyone as much as possible.
Almost the instant her senior mentioned ganglang, Fong Xin began moving at high speed, rapidly traversing between rooftops, and rushing towards the direction of number 3 middle school. Upon hearing Xiao Sha's almost ruthless order, instead of showing any displeasure, she smiled firmly.
Long hair flew backward as they moved quickly.
Her gaze became incredibly firm.
From the moment I became a void hunter, she was already prepared.
She gently pressed the earpiece, her voice calm. Hunter Fong Xin, orders received. I swear on my life that I will protect all the people and do everything in my power to stop that fierce wolf.
Fong Xin placed her feet on the edge of the rooftop and leaped out into the open space ahead.
It was early morning, the sun was shining brightly, and the sky was cloudless. Right beneath her feet, countless office workers walked along the street, amidst a constant flow of traffic. People's faces were beaming with smiles, filled with anticipation for tomorrow.
I will never allow anyone to destroy this peaceful world.
Fong Xin's body, which suddenly leaped up, was instantly enveloped in crimson energy. The next moment, she was like a rapidly falling meteor, bursting with terrifying speed, and instantly disappeared into the air.
Awakened One's Duel. This is a special challenge among awakened beings, utilizing their abilities.
At the graduation ceremony, awakened ones not only have the opportunity to showcase their abilities to the teachers of various Awakened One academies, you can also showcase yourself through duels. As long as innocent people are not harmed, such duels are still supported by teachers. After all, these children might one day fight against the void beasts and void demons. Only by accumulating combat experience in advance can casualties be reduced. As soon as Liao Wei challenged Su Yi, countless eyes immediately flocked to him from all around.
The two of them instantly became the focus of attention on the playground.
Sigh, women are truly a source of trouble. Faced with Liao Wei's provocation, Su sighed helplessly and shrugged. Just because he wanted to show off his manliness in front of Tang Xiaowan, he impulsively challenged me to a duel.
Zhang Wei, you're being far too childish. My name is Liao Wei.
Liao Wei replied through gritted teeth, his anger burning even more intensely in his eyes. Upon hearing Tang Xiaowan's name, he was visibly taken aback, then snorted angrily, I just don't like you, it has nothing to do with Tang Xiaowan. A pair of beautiful eyes swept over from the crowd. Xiaowan, that looks like one of your suitors over there, a lively girl next to her said with a smile.
What suitors? Don't talk nonsense, Xiaoyu. Tang Xiaowan's voice was gentle, but a hint of helplessness appeared on her face.
Dozens of pairs of eyes kept scanning her and her best friend.
Their presence made them the most eye-catching focus on the playground. However, Tang Xiaowan's gaze lingered on Suya's face, and an image immediately flashed into her mind, causing her ears to turn slightly red.
Last week, she accidentally fell off the flag-raising platform, but was rescued by Su Yi, who happened to be passing by, who carried her in a princess carry in front of everyone. Having never had any contact with the opposite sex before, she could never forget that scene. What impressed her most was Suya's expression as if he had seen a plague god. Before she could even say thank you, Suyi suddenly threw her to the ground and ran away in a flash. That guy is quite the character, said Xiaoyu, a lively girl beside her, with a smile. I don't know why, but a lot of the boys in our class talk about his name every day. Every time he is mentioned, people always use frightening words like annihilate or exterminate. Suyi, Tang Xiaowan repeated the name softly, her eyes sparkling, as if her thoughts were drifting away, lost in thought. Meanwhile, most of the students had already gathered on the playground, their faces beaming with smiles, looking forward to the upcoming graduation ceremony. However, directly above the school, a cloud of mist enveloped in black energy was constantly shifting and swirling, as if waiting for something. Suddenly, a black light swirled in the mist. The next moment, the mist seemed to receive some kind of command, and a mournful wolf howl rang out. Immediately, the fog began to surge violently and expand wildly. The wolf's shadow appeared and disappeared in the mist, occasionally letting out a low growl, and its energy rapidly increased. No one noticed the strange change overhead. On the
playground, the students were still enjoying themselves, smiling as they watched Su Yi and Liao Wei. Seeing that Su Yi still looked lazy, Liao Wei became even angrier. He said fiercely, "Su Yi, are you afraid?" Faced with the provocation, Su rubbed his temples helplessly and replied calmly, "I was thinking of keeping a low profile as graduation approaches and not wanting to cause trouble. But you keep bothering me, so I have no choice but to." Before he could finish speaking, he suddenly looked up, his expression changing drastically. The next second, before Liao Wei could react, Su Yi kicked him away. "Get down on your feet." Su Ye's roar echoed across the playground, and he quickly lay down on the ground. Wang Peng, who was standing next to him, believed him and without hesitation put his hands on his head and lay down on the ground. "Su Yi, you actually ambushed me." Liao Wei rolled twice on the ground, his blood surging, and sat up halfway, full of shock and anger. Before he could finish speaking, a terrifying beam of light crashed down from mid-air, sweeping across the ground at an astonishing speed like a laser. The intense heat melted the rubber surface of the playground. A long trench appeared on the playground, burning everything to ashes. Liao Wei, who had just gotten up, collapsed to the ground, his eyes filled with terror. If Su hadn't kicked him away in time, he would probably have been incinerated by that flame by now. A surge of air rose from all around the ravine, ruffling Su Yi and Wang Peng's clothes. Fortunately, apart from the three of them, there was no one near the pillar of light and no casualties were reported. Su Yi suddenly looked up, his gaze fixed on the direction from which the beam of light was coming. A massive figure, nearly 3 meters tall, descended from the sky and landed heavily on the playground. It was a giant wolf with completely black fur. Its eyes were fierce, its body was surrounded by dark energy, and smoke was billowing from its open wolf mouth. A half-purple crystal was embedded in the center of his forehead, which shimmered slightly purple under the light, making him appear even more ferocious. Many people on the playground noticed the strange occurrence and screamed in terror when they turned around and saw the giant wolf. They scattered and fled, desperately trying to get away from the wolf. The awakened academy teachers, who had been sitting on the playground, all jumped up in shock, ignoring the overturned tables and chairs, and exclaimed in astonishment, "A void beast gang wolf from the rock realm. How could a virtual beast appear here?" Although they came from the Awakeners Academy, they were neither combatants nor void hunters, and had almost no experience fighting void beasts. After all, since the Awakening Day is at a unified time, the strong students in the academy go to well-known high schools to recruit new students. Schools like Number 3 Middle School, which are in the middle to lower ranks, can only be responsible for selecting students. A teacher's expression changed drastically, and he immediately squatted down, pressing his hands to the ground. In an instant, 4 thick vines rapidly rose from beneath the beast's feet, tightly binding its 4 claws. After accomplishing all this, he roared and shouted, his voice echoing in all directions, "This is a void beast from the rock realm. I can't hold out much longer. Everyone, run!" How could a void beast appear here? Su Yi was slightly startled, but he remained calm, his mind racing. Could it be that those guys didn't find the void demon? No, that's not right. If that's the case, the one attacking should be the void demon, not this gang wolf. Without the slightest hesitation, he abruptly pulled the still-stunned Wang Peng to his feet and shouted at him, "Run!" Only then did Wang Peng realize what was happening. He roared and ran off in the opposite direction without looking back. Su Yi did not follow immediately. Instead, he crossed the ditch and walked to a spot not far away, where he picked up Liao Wei, whose legs were weak. "What are you standing there for? Run!" Liao Wei, who was still in shock and fear, finally came to his senses after Su Yi's shout. He stared at Su Yi with wide eyes, his expression complex. Finally, he pursed his lips, lowered his head, and ran desperately forward. The void beasts of the rock realm are no match for the people here. The nearest awakened ones should have already sensed the energy fluctuations. How long will it take for them to arrive? Despite his anxious expression, Su Yi remained calm and composed. At this point, the only solution is to take advantage of the brief moment when the wolves are bound by the vines and quickly retreat to minimize casualties. The students and teachers of the Awakened Academy scattered and fled for their lives, not one daring to linger in front of this terrifying void beast. Just as Su was preparing to retreat, a hurried shout came from behind him. "Xiaoyu, are you alright?" Su also looked back. As the crowd dispersed, Tang Xiaowan anxiously squatted down and helped her friend up. He recognized the girl. She was Nie Xiaoyu, Tang Xiaowan's classmate. The two were very close and almost inseparable. At this moment, Nie Xiaoyu's face was filled with terror, and her right foot was covered in blood. The wolf's breath had shattered the ground, and the flying pebbles had cut her feet and calves, causing her to fall to the ground. Fear flickered in her eyes, and she tried to stand up several times, but was too weak to support her body. Snap, snap. The sound of vines snapping came from afar. Su Ye's pupils suddenly contracted as he noticed that the vines binding the wolf's 4 legs had begun to break, unable to withstand its strength. A glint flashed in the eyes of several boys passing by Tang Xiaowan, and they rushed towards her, wanting to be heroes and save the damsel in distress. But just then, a piercing wolf howl rang out from behind them. The sharp sound waves terrified them, making them lose their minds. They had no time to think about saving lives. Their faces were filled with terror as they ran forward without looking back. In just a few seconds, everyone behind Tang Xiaowan
Xiaowan ran in front of her. Many people fell to the ground in panic, but bystanders had no time to help them up. They could only get up on their own, ignoring their injuries, and continue to desperately flee for their lives. At that moment, almost everyone had only one thought in their mind: survival, the most primal instinct. Tang Xiaowan's body trembled uncontrollably. She was clearly terrified. Right now, she could easily abandon her friend and escape on her own. But her gaze was firm, and she gripped Nie Xiaoyu's arm tightly, trying to lift her up. Xiaoyu, hold on, let's go quickly. Suyu witnessed this scene, and the memory from 3 years ago seemed to resurface, deeply imprinted in his mind. Uncle, run. Auntie, take your daughter with you and get out of here right now. Are you alright? Don't stop. The girl in white moved through the crowd like an elf. Even with terrifying monsters closing in from behind, she didn't choose to run away. Instead, she kept helping everyone in need. They're practically identical. Memories flashed through his mind like lightning, and Su didn't hesitate to run against the crowd to the back, muttering under his breath, that idiot. He exercises regularly and is agile. He caught up with Tang Xiaowan in just a few strides. Tang Xiaowan looked up, her expression trembling slightly, staring at him in disbelief. At this critical moment, someone was actually willing to come back to help her. Su didn't say much. He pulled her up with one hand, and then with another force, lifted Nie Xiaoyu off the ground. What are you standing there for? He roared at Nie Xiaoyu, who was still in a state of fear. Run! Don't look back. If you want to live, even if you break your leg, keep running forward. His roar was like a sharp sword, piercing Nie Xiaoyu's dulled survival instinct. She stood up with great difficulty, shouted something, and then staggered forward. The wolf howls grew closer, and the massive wolf's figure covered more than 10 meters in just a few steps, getting less than 20 meters away from the three of them. Tang Xiaowan glanced deeply at Suyi. Knowing the situation was urgent, she quickly turned around, grabbed Nie Xiaoyu's arm tightly, and led her forward at a fast pace. Seeing the two start running, Suyi didn't hesitate and ran straight in another direction. In the blink of an eye, only the three of them remained on the playground. The sound of the wolf landing heavily was like an earthquake, and the ground trembled. It moved swiftly on all fours, at an astonishing speed, closely following behind. Its wolf-like eyes gleamed with a bloodthirsty light, its gaze fixed on Tang Xiaowan and Nie Xiaoyu. Their faces turned pale, and as they felt the overwhelming aura coming from behind them, their hearts tightened, and fear spread. Just then, a whooshing sound suddenly rang out. Half a brick slammed into Gonglong's face. You idiot! Suyi cursed from the other side, then continued running without looking back. The wolf growled, unable to tolerate the provocation, and hurriedly turned around, abandoning Tang Xiaowan and Nie Xiaoyu, and charged straight at Suyi. Suyi weaved through the fitness equipment along the playground, speeding towards the teaching building. He could feel the surging airflow coming from behind him. His face was cold and stern. He gripped something tightly in his right hand, carefully calculating the speed and distance in his mind. The wolf was extremely fast, like a runaway train hurtling around. The iron parallel bars and horizontal bars were knocked away and scattered all around, but this did nothing to slow down its pursuit. Suyi was shrouded in shadow, but out of the corner of his eye, he caught a glimpse of those stark white fangs. He could even smell the pungent, fishy stench emanating from the wolf's mouth, so close that he could almost smell it. Just as the fangs were about to bite and tear him apart, Suyi's eyes flashed, and he suddenly threw a punch. A white thread shot out from his palm and quickly connected to the broken horizontal bar behind him. The next moment, his body was pulled backward as if by a force, flying backward at a speed even faster than the bite of a wolf. The development of abilities is endless. Once you have a good understanding of your own power, you can produce completely different effects. Throughout the day, Su also conducted numerous tests on the repairman, and the one he was using now was one of its special effects. Repair is performed using the object to which the energy is attached as the origin. While running, he channeled his energy into the half of the horizontal bar and removed the loose piece of metal. Now that his abilities have been activated, he is pulled by the broken piece of iron and quickly returns to the horizontal bar that is being repaired. Suyi firmly gripped the horizontal bar, then staggered 2 steps due to the momentum. Not far away, the wolf missed its target, landed on all fours, and quickly turned around with a drifting motion. Immediately afterwards, the wolf opened its mouth, and a beam of light shot out, heading straight for Suyi. Faced with this pure energy attack, Su had nowhere to hide. A bitter smile appeared on his face as the image of that white figure flashed through his mind. I never thought I would do something as stupid as you. It seems I'm just as hopeless as you. His eyes were calm. Since he couldn't dodge it, he could only calmly face the impending attack. Just then, 3 red lights flew rapidly from behind him and crashed directly into the scorching breath exhaled by the gang wolf. Immediately afterwards, a familiar angry shout rang out from behind. Stop daydreaming. Grab the horizontal bar in front of you. Su heard the sound very clearly. Without hesitation, he gripped the horizontal bar tightly. Immediately following, a crisp snap of fingers rang out. An explosion suddenly occurred directly in front of him, and the deafening shockwave almost blew Suye's entire body away. If he hadn't grabbed the horizontal bar in time, he probably would have been blown away by now. The sudden explosion surprised Ganglang, who couldn't help but let out a low growl. Su's arms went numb, and he only released them when the gale gradually
gradually subsided. I never expected that you, such a heartless person, would almost lose your life to save someone. Fang Xian landed in the air, stood in front of Su Yi, and smiled gently. Today, she wasn't wearing that JK skirt. Instead, she wore a black long-sleeved shirt and trousers. The slightly fitted waist design accentuated her figure, making her look dashing and heroic. Since you're here, you should have come earlier, Su said, slightly out of breath, with a hint of helplessness. I've been traveling at full speed, and thankfully I made it in time. Fang Xian's gaze was fixed ahead as she met Gang Lang's eyes, her aura gradually rising. However, I should thank you. Thank me? Su Yi looked puzzled. Yes. Fang Xian took a deep breath, took out a hair tie from her pocket, and gently put it on her wrist. I want to thank you for not making me break my promise. A gentle breeze lifted her hair, and she naturally gathered it up into a ponytail, no longer letting it sway in the wind. Then, her eyes blazed with fighting spirit, and she clenched her fists, crossing them back and forth, assuming a fighting stance. From this moment on, I will do everything in my power to stop it, and I will not let anyone get hurt. Su Yi, see clearly what a true void hunter really looks like. Her heroic and spirited appearance stunned Su Yi for a moment, but his expression quickly changed, and he shouted urgently, "Be careful!" Not far away, the fierce wolf dispersed the dust and pounced on Fang Xian with a terrifying aura. Su Yi's expression was solemn. He glanced ahead and saw that Fang Xian was not moving at all, showing no intention of dodging. "Are you crazy?" he yelled, trying to get her to dodge the attack. However, Fang Xian smiled and said, "Today, I don't need to worry about flashing anyone." The next moment, a scene that shocked Su Yi appeared. Faced with the charging wolf, Fang Xian suddenly leaped into the air and executed a spinning kick with astonishing speed, slamming her right foot hard into the wolf's face. The wolf's body froze for only half a second before its massive form was kicked away. It crashed heavily onto the playground, growling softly, then quickly rolled over and stood up, its eyes flashing with shock and anger. Su was dumbfounded, staring at Fang Xian in astonishment. Those who hunt voids don't just fight based on ability. Fang Xian landed lightly, her laughter ringing out. Physical skills training can even overturn the gap in ability levels. She glanced back at Su Yi, her tone firm and unwavering. "Leave here immediately, don't stay any longer. The awakened ones should arrive soon. Evacuate the people near the school as soon as possible, let them." Before she could finish speaking, a deafening roar interrupted her. The wolf opened its massive jaws, its roar shaking the surrounding area. From beneath its feet, four clusters of black energy rapidly spread outwards, surging outwards like a tide. In a short while, this black energy enveloped the school, forming an energy barrier that covered the campus. This is. Fang Xian's expression changed drastically. A-level ability, Colosseum. Even virtual beasts possess abilities? Suya's expression changed slightly, and he quickly looked around. At this moment, the school was covered by a semi-spherical black energy, like a pot lid covering the entire campus. The teachers and students who tried to leave from a distance were almost all blocked by this energy. They desperately tried to break through the energy barrier, but were all bounced back. They could only frantically pound on the barrier in front of them, their expressions panicked. Apart from a handful of students who managed to escape the campus before the barrier was formed thanks to their agility or special abilities, the remaining 100+ teachers and students were all trapped inside the school. In the distance, several figures rushed towards them at high speed. They were awakened ones who had sensed the commotion and arrived at the scene. However, when they rushed towards the black barrier, they were all blocked outside and unable to break through the barrier. According to the data, not only void beasts, but even void demons possess their own abilities. Fang Xian stared intently at the barrier surrounding them. The A-rank ability, Colosseum, can trap people within a certain range in a barrier. It belongs to the category of domain law abilities. This domain cannot be destroyed unless the caster actively dispels it or the caster dies. Only then will the barrier dissipate over time. Otherwise, those inside the Colosseum will have absolutely no chance of escape. This guy is planning to wipe out everyone in the school. Roared. Ganglang activated his ability, stomping his right foot hard on the ground. A huge crater suddenly appeared on the playground, and the wolf's eyes flashed with a fierce light as it stared intently at Fang Xian. Immediately afterwards, it charged forward, heading straight for Fang Xian. So fast. Suya's pupils shrank sharply, clearly sensing that the speed of the gang wolf had increased significantly. Clearly, its strength and speed have been enhanced in this arena. Fang Xian managed to protect herself with her arms, but was still swatted away by the wolf's claw. She quickly adjusted her posture in midair, pulled 3 fruit knives from her bosom with her right hand, and swiftly chopped them down in a triangular pattern, while snapping her fingers at the same time. The flames spread rapidly, and the shockwave from the explosion enveloped the wolf's body. However, less than half a second later, a beam of blazing energy shot out from the shockwave and into the sky. Fang Xian quickly turned her body, and the beam of light brushed past her body, accurately hitting a teaching building behind her. A corner of the teaching building was instantly shattered by the beam of light. The flying stones shattered into countless hard rocks that fell to the ground. Students near the building scattered in panic, creating a chaotic scene. Stones rained down from the sky. A student, unable to dodge in time, fell to the ground, his face pale, and looked
looked up at the sky in despair. Fortunately, an awakened teacher reacted quickly, shouting angrily. His arms suddenly grew larger, and he rushed forward, smashing the stone with a single punch and saving the student.
Fang Xian stared nervously into the distance until she was sure the students were safe before she finally breathed a sigh of relief.
But then, anger flashed in her eyes, and she turned to glare fiercely at the wolf that emerged from the dust. I will never allow you to destroy this place. After saying that, she took out 4 yellow talismans from her bosom. She gripped it tightly in her hand and threw it with force. The 3 yellow talismans shot out rapidly, flying in 4 directions. She stuck the last one to her feet. This time, she didn't hesitate to bite her fingertip and smear her blood on the yellow talisman. The mirror world, begin. The rising energy quickly enveloped the area defined by the 4 yellow talismans. A second later, the howling of wolves on the playground stopped abruptly. The playground returned to silence, a gentle breeze blowing, as if concealing everything. The mirror world is still the same. Zhu Bao's ability. Suya's expression changed slightly, and he immediately reached out to touch what was in front of him, but a transparent barrier blocked his palm. Looking back, the surroundings were still shrouded in black energy. Although Ganglang was sent into the mirror world, its power still permeates the surroundings. Suya's expression kept changing. Finally, he looked deeply into the distance, then turned and left. We must not waste the precious time that Fang Xian bought for them. He wanted to personally find a way to break the Colosseum and help all the teachers and students escape. The playground in the mirror world is no different from the real one, full of traces of the rampant destruction by the wolves. At this moment, only Fang Xian and Gang Lang exist in this world. The wolf's black fur swayed gently in the breeze as it growled softly, but a hint of disdain flickered in its eyes, showing it didn't take the woman in front of it seriously at all. Fang Xian then noticed that the explosion caused by her previous ability did not seem to have caused any damage to the wolf. Although she and Gang Lang both belong to the rock realm, the difference in their actual combat strength is obvious. She gently brushed aside her bangs, slowly exhaled, took out a piece of bubblegum from her pocket and put it in her mouth. Half a second later, he skillfully blew a bubble. The bubble gently burst, and Fang Xian looked ahead helplessly. I really don't know if I'll ever have the chance to chew bubblegum again. Gang Lang stomped his right foot heavily on the ground, like a vicious dog devouring stars and the moon, exuding a suffocating sense of oppression. Each time its massive body landed, it stirred up a gust of wind, making the artificial turf on the playground rustle. From a distance, its nearly 3-meter-tall body resembles a moving house. Now that I think about it, there are so many things I didn't have time to do. Fang Xian chewed bubblegum while muttering to herself. I want to go to the south and see the sea. I had promised to take Xiaoyu to the amusement park before. And there's the hot pot in Sichuan. I've always wanted to try it. Sigh. It feels like I haven't had a vacation in ages since I became a void hunter. They used to joke about me never having been in a relationship, and I never had the chance to try. She scratched her hair in frustration, as if complaining, ugh, being a void hunter is exhausting. We get up at 6 o'clock every day to train. We don't even have weekends off, and we have to take on another task as soon as we finish one. At this rate, I feel like I'm aging 10 years. Ganglang dragged its paws impatiently, its gaze fixed on Fang Xian, seemingly having lost all patience. Fang Xian realized this, finally closed her eyes, took a deep breath, and took out a strangely shaped stone from her bosom. The stone seemed to be made of some special metal, and it was shaped like a 5-pointed star, which she could just hold in her palm with her 5 fingers. She looked at Ganglang, smiled slightly, and said calmly, however, becoming a void hunter has been my dream since I was a child. I won't fall here easily. Furthermore, I want to prove to that kid that the void hunters are not what he claims to be. A sudden gust of wind blew by, causing a leaf to fall and land right between her and Ganglang. The leaves swayed gently and slowly fell to the ground. In an instant, the man and the wolf began to move almost simultaneously. The wolf's claws lashed out like the wind, swiftly striking Fang Xian. The claws tore through the ground, creating 5 deep furrows. Crimson energy erupted from Fang Xian's body. She dodged the wolf's attack with a leap and landed directly above the beast. She gripped the special metal in her right hand and pressed it hard against its back. A fanatical smile appeared on her face. My ability is not only related to the material of the object, but also increases in power with distance. A crimson light shone in her palm, growing ever brighter, as radiant as the sun. The wolf sensed an unprecedented danger and growled as it frantically twisted its body, trying to throw Fang Xian off its back. But Fang Xian held tightly to the fur on its back, remaining motionless, and the light in her palm grew even more dazzling. Although today is not Christmas, but Merry Christmas. When Wang Peng saw Suyi appear from the direction of the playground, his eyes lit up immediately, and he excitedly shouted and rushed over. His voice was full of concern for Suyi. Don't worry, I'm fine, Su replied calmly, a hint of tenderness flashing in her eyes as she gently patted his shoulder. Suyi, another figure approached as well. Liao Wei reappeared before him, his face filled with a complex expression. Half a second later, he suddenly bent down and said solemnly, thank you. If it weren't for you, I might have already. Brother Yi has already left. Wang Peng interrupted Liao Wei, looking at the big guy sky with a helpless expression. Liao Wei straightened up, his ears turning red with embarrassment. Brother Yi saved you, not to get your thanks. Wang Peng shook his head calmly, his gaze fixed on Su Ye's retreating figure. He simply followed his heart, nothing more. Su looked around but couldn't see Tang Xiaowan and Nie Xiaoyu. They seemed to have fled in another direction and hadn't appeared here at all. Faced with the wolves' pursuit, the students and teachers scattered and fled to various corners of the campus. He ignored them and walked straight to the edge of the arena, covering his hands with energy and reaching out to touch it. A flash of black energy, and he immediately withdrew his hand as if he had been electrocuted, the energy covering his palm almost instantly being devoured. Stop trying. A teacher from the Awakened Academy leaned against the barrier, half squatting, and said in a low voice, Colosseum is a domain law type of ability. Unless there are void hunters of the mountain realm or above here, no matter what means are used, it is absolutely impossible to destroy this domain. We can't get out, and people outside can't get in. He looked up at Su Yi, his eyes filled with despair. In the Deep Colosseum, that wolf's strength, speed, and even defense will increase by at least 30%. That little girl, the void hunter from the rock realm, is definitely no match for it. She'll be killed. Even if she dies, we'll never escape this cage. We're finished. What did you just say? Su Ye's expression changed slightly as he stared intently at the Awakened Academy teacher beside him and asked anxiously, You're saying that the speed and strength of that fierce wolf will increase by 30%? Yes. The teacher scratched his head helplessly and said in a low voice, I specialize in studying ability data at the Academy. Based on past data of awakened individuals who possess the Colosseum ability, the increase in the Colosseum in the rock realm is approximately 30%. Damn it, that beast has been hiding its true power all along. Su Ye's expression changed drastically, and he turned to look towards the playground. When Ganglang used his ability before, although his strength and speed were improved, he thought the increase was at most 10%. But if what the teacher said is true, its power amplification is as high as 30%. This shows that Ganglang has been hiding his strength all along. I ask you, is there a big difference between void hunters and void beasts, both of whom are in the rock realm? He squatted down and questioned the teacher without any politeness. The teacher, unconcerned by his attitude, murmured, the division of realms is only related to one's own energy. But in actual combat, due to their size advantage, the strength and speed of the void beast far surpass those of awakened beings at the same level. Unless the awakened one possesses extremely strong physical skills or abilities with extremely high destructive power. Otherwise, it would be difficult for an awakened being of the same level to fight a void beast one-on-one. That's why the void hunters form void hunter teams to cooperate in hunting void beasts. That girl, she's definitely going to die. Su stood up with a grim expression, finally realizing how serious the situation was. Fang Xian appeared calm and collected just now, even seemingly able to go toe-to-toe with Ganglang. But in reality, she must have felt the terror of the gang wolf. Furthermore, the gang wolf is exceptionally cunning and has concealed its true strength, which has been amplified. This means that Fang Xian is very likely to be infected. The image of Fang Xian standing in front of him, her resolute expression showing no fear of death, flashed through his mind. Su Yi, see clearly what a true void hunter is like. What a fool. What a true void hunter. Su Yi stood up quickly, all hesitation vanishing from his eyes in an instant, and turned to rush towards the playground without hesitation. Having experienced the tragedy 3 years ago, he was unwilling to watch it repeat itself. Hey, brother Yi. Upon seeing this, Wang Peng's expression changed drastically, and he shouted urgently, but Su Ye's figure disappeared from sight without stopping. The teacher, squatting on the ground, murmured as she watched the departing figure, her eyes filled with shock and confusion. Does this child really want to go and die? Even a void hunter from the rock realm can't deal with a void beast, so what can he, a high school student who is just awakened, possibly do? However, for some reason, a ripple stirred in his heart, as if he were infected by Su Ye's courage, and he shakily stood up from the ground. Perhaps, there's something else I can do. The ponytail tied behind her head came undone due to the violent impact. Fang Xian's figure was blasted away like a cannonball, crashing heavily to the ground. The soil on the playground was shattered by her impact, cracking open like a spider web. This guy has been hiding his true strength. Fang Xian coughed up a mouthful of blood, half of her body was stained red with blood, and her eyes flashed with deep shock. She could even feel that at least 3 of her ribs were broken. At this moment, her right arm was a bloody mess, as if it had been through a violent explosion, charred black, and hung limply at her side. She struggled to her feet, her body swaying, a hint of resentment in her eyes. Not far away, the howls of the fierce wolves transformed into sonic waves that swept over, their massive bodies now riddled with wounds. Its back looked as if it had been blown open, covered in blood, which stained its fur red, but it remained vigorous and full of life, its wolf eyes gleaming with treachery and cunning. In order to deliver a fatal blow to Fang Xian, it deliberately concealed its amplification power, all for that one strike. I didn't expect that such a close-range explosion would only cause such little damage to it. Fang Xian staggered to her feet, almost blown over by the sound wave. She stared silently ahead, a bitter smile on her lips, her chest heaving as she gasped for breath. Am I going to die here?
barrier? A flame of resentment burned in her chest, threatening to set her ablaze. I promised my senior that I would protect everyone here.
Ganglang adjusted his stance and charged towards her. She gritted her teeth and used her still intact left hand to toss the red ore in her palm forward. Then, she awkwardly snapped her fingers with her left hand. The red ore suddenly exploded in the air, scattering a cloud of red mist. This piece of crimson ore was her last weapon. The force of the explosion clearly injured the wolf quite badly. It let out a low growl and rolled backward. Despite its injury, it remained exceptionally fierce and imposing. However, the shockwave from the violent explosion knocked Fang Xian, who was already unsteady on her feet, to the ground. She got up again, her legs trembling, but she pursed her lips and stared firmly ahead. I said I would protect everyone here. I will never let you get any closer. A flicker of hesitation crossed her eyes before she finally placed her palm against her chest. A flash of crimson energy passed through his palm.
This is the ultimate move for Christmas gifts, a farewell gift. Once activated, she will become the final bomb.
It's 10 times more powerful than a regular bomb.
If the distance is close enough, this power is enough to blast the wolf through its entire body.
At this moment, a look of madness flashed in her eyes. Even if it costs me my life, I will never let you leave here.
Ganglang rolled to his feet, his body covered in wounds.
Its eyes blazed with fury, and it pounced on Fang Xian again, its forepaws pounding the ground.
Fang Xian stared ahead, silently calculating the distance. The index finger and thumb of the left hand are pressed tightly together, ready to snap. Unaware of what was happening, the wolf charged forward relentlessly.
Fang Xian stared intently ahead, waiting for it to take the last step, preparing to unleash her power and perish together with it. Just then, a whisper suddenly came from another world, abruptly rang out.
Is this the place?
The air shattered like a mirror, and a piercing sound echoed in all directions. The wolf stomped its forepaws on the ground and stopped abruptly, looking warily in the direction from which the sound came.
Fang Xian also stopped moving and looked incredulously at the source of the sound.
Right in the middle of them, Su Yi, wielding a broken sword, shattered the mirror and his figure suddenly appeared. He stood there in the gap, panting heavily, clearly having just run a long way, but when he saw Fang Xian, a smile appeared on his face.
I've come to save you. At this moment, not only Fang Xian was stunned, but even Ganglang was completely bewildered, not expecting that someone would intrude into this battle.
Wait, how did you get in here?
Fang Xian's expression shifted repeatedly as she stared incredulously at the vicinity of the gap. Get out of here. This is not something you can handle. Just then, the wolf suddenly bit down and pounced on the two of them.
Given the close proximity, Fang Xian dared not use the farewell gift, otherwise Su Yi would definitely be affected. She gritted her teeth and suddenly threw something forward.
In an instant, a transparent barrier rose into the air and covered the gang wolf.
The wolf desperately rammed against the barrier, but was unable to break through for a time.
You'd better leave quickly.
This is an artificial jade treasure, sealing shield, that my brother gave me.
It's a dual-phase barrier that can only trap it for a minute at most, Fang Xian quickly explained. Leave now, I have a way to deal with it. And, moreover, you're planning to unleash some kind of suicidal move without wanting to affect me, right?
Su Yi stepped out of the gap without hesitation. Soon, the broken mirror behind them was quickly repaired, sealing the area off again.
You know you still. Fang Xian stared in astonishment at Su Yi, who had stepped into the mirror world and was now standing before her. I want to apologize to you.
Su Yi stared quietly at the struggling, constantly crashing against the barrier in front of him, his right hand gripping the broken sword, his tone calm. For certain reasons, I have a prejudice against the group of void hunters.
I have always believed that most people in this world are sophisticated egoists.
Even those hunters with extraordinary abilities, who claim to protect the people, are no exception in my opinion.
In fact, once they gain status and fame, they cherish their lives even more.
They fight against the void beasts and void demons only to enhance their own status and reputation. When they are in danger, their first priority is always to protect themselves.
But I never expected that you would risk your life to this extent to protect the students of the school.
His expression was calm, his words were steady, and his eyes were firm, showing no sign of backing down. The wolves kept ramming the barrier, and within seconds, the barrier was covered with cracks. At this moment, Ganglang was trapped inside the sealing shield and could not escape, but Fang Xian's attacks could not reach it inside the shield either. As Su spoke calmly, the broken sword in his hand gradually brightened, absorbing the energy within his body.
Fang Xian was breathing rapidly, and the energy within her body flickered, as if she were about to self-destruct at any moment.
As void hunters, protecting civilians is our duty. This is also my childhood dream, and I have worked hard for it to get to where I am today.
Fang Xian said firmly, gritting her teeth as she looked at Su Ye's back.
I will prove to you that the void hunters are not what you imagine.
Those guys you met in Haicheng 3 years ago cannot represent the majority of void hunters.
She took a step forward and hissed, "Get out of my way. This is my battle with it. You have no right to interfere." She was ready to strike, waiting for Ganglang to break free of the barrier before unleashing her full power to kill him. As a void hunter, she has hundreds of civilians behind her, and she cannot back down. It seems you've
investigated me. Su didn't back down, instead, he calmly continued. 3 years ago, by chance, I met a girl. She's lively and cheerful, with a simple and innocent personality. She naively believes the world is full of sunshine, and she's adorably naive. And her stupid dream is to become a void hunter. In the 3rd month after we met, I accompanied her to Haicheng, a neighboring city, to see an art exhibition because I lost a bet. But on that very day, a virtual beast suddenly rushed into the exhibition area. Faced with that terrifying phantom beast, everyone scattered and fled for their lives. More than a dozen people were devoured alive by that phantom beast right in front of me. But only she continued to move among the crowds, running tirelessly to help those who were trapped in trouble and unable to escape. Fang Xian stared blankly ahead, her clenched fists trembling slightly. These details were never mentioned in the documents. That's why she was able to better understand the deep anger in Suye's heart and the root of his huge prejudice against the void hunters. Suye remained expressionless and continued. In the end, when the phantom beast approached, she chose to push me out, but she herself had half her body bitten off by the beast. At that very moment, several void hunters suddenly made their move and killed the void beast. They hid in the crowd, watching helplessly as the masses were swallowed up, yet they did nothing. It wasn't until that idiot stepped forward and slowed down the void beast's movements for a second that they were able to seize the opportunity and kill it. All of this is because they want to wait for the best opportunity to kill the void beasts and earn merit, even at the cost of watching the people they are supposed to protect being eaten. When this past event was mentioned, a flash of anger appeared in Suye's eyes, but he quickly suppressed it. And that idiot, in the end, fell into my arms, and the last thing he said was, "Suye, look at me just now. Did I look like a void hunter?" Fang Xian's body trembled slightly, her breathing became rapid, and a hint of reluctance and anger flashed in her eyes. She couldn't believe that among the void hunters she had always admired, there could be such selfish and cold-hearted individuals. However, Suye's voice still came from in front of her. "I have never thought that the so-called lofty void hunter in her eyes is worth pursuing, but I see her shadow in you. If she were still alive, she might have stood up for the person she wanted to protect, just like you did today." This is probably the light she kept mentioning. The barrier sealing the wolves was already riddled with cracks and on the verge of collapse. The wolf growled incessantly, poised to destroy the barrier and tear the two people before it to their deaths. "Get out of the way. Don't stand here." Fang Xian noticed Gang Lang's movements and became increasingly anxious. At this moment, the only thing she could use to stop the wolves was her final farewell gift. But Su was standing right in front of her, so she couldn't use this last trump card. "I used to think that idiots like you couldn't possibly survive in this wicked world." However, Su remained calm and composed, showing no panic despite the impending collapse of the barrier. "But perhaps, the world needs more idiots like you." He raised his broken sword high, pointing it at the fierce wolf in front of him, his eyes burning with intense fighting spirit. As they spoke, the gathered energy erupted from the sword, causing intense fluctuations to ripple across its surface. Fang Xian then noticed the broken sword and exclaimed in surprise, "Is this the aura of the jade treasure? That's what you used to enter the mirror world." But soon, her expression changed, and she said urgently, "The broken sword in your hand is, after all, a damaged jade treasure, and it can't unleash its full power. Get out of the way. That wolf is not something you can handle." With a low growl, the wolf broke through the barrier and pounced on Suye. However, a white light suddenly enveloped the broken sword in Suye's hand, the light seemingly repairing the broken blade and extending upwards. At the same time, an astonishing energy fluctuation erupted from the broken sword. "I forgot to tell you." Suye gripped the broken sword tightly with both hands, facing the oncoming airflow, his hair and clothes flying backward, revealing a calm yet slightly crazed look in his eyes. "My ability is called Repairman. As long as conditions permit, even if the sky falls, I can fix it too." One day ago, a world within a pot. Old Master, who stared in astonishment at the bronze sword that was gradually extending in Suye's hand, never expecting that Suye would be able to repair this ancient treasure. Moreover, the residual energy within this ancient sword is rapidly expanding as it is being repaired, unleashing violent energy fluctuations. Su's face turned slightly pale, as the ancient sword had absorbed almost 80% of the energy within his body. But his eyes were bright and alert, and through this change in energy, he confirmed his suspicions. The defining characteristic of a repairman is to restore something flawed to its wholeness. From this perspective, the damaged Juebao can naturally be restored to its complete state. Or rather, this is also closely related to the refining function of the nine-li pot. Holding the ancient bronze sword, Su could clearly feel the powerful energy contained within its blade. "Master Hu, I remember you said that every jade treasure contains a special ability, right?" "That's right." Old Hu stared at the bronze sword in surprise and nodded in reply. "These abilities are similar to the power of awakened beings, but they are not limited by energy realm. The strength and effectiveness of the ability depends solely on Juebo himself." "Can you sense the power and effects of this ancient bronze sword?" "I can sense it." Old man whose expression turned strange as he stared directly at Suye. "However, young friend, there are two things I need to remind you of. First, this sword, like the nine-li pot, was once a fragment of a powerful jade treasure, but its essence
essence is almost completely damaged and it can no longer be restored to its peak state. Holding it might bring you some unnecessary trouble. Even so, after you repair it, it will still be able to exert considerable power. Well, what about the second thing? Su nodded slightly, indicating that he could accept it. Old master who stared at the sword in Suye's hand and slowly said, the second thing is, facing the charging wolf, Suye's gaze remained firm. The restoration of the bronze ancient sword was complete. Although the sword was heavy, he could still wield it nimbly after infusing it with energy. With his left hand, he swiftly flung half a tile at the wolf's head and immediately began repairing it. The other half of the tile in the palm immediately connected with the tile in the air. The energy transformed into thin white threads, pulling Suyi swiftly into the air. The D-rank ability of Repairman displayed amazing effects in his hands. Fang Xian stared at Suye's actions in surprise, her eyes flashing, her heart filled with shock. Is this really the D-rank ability, Repairman? Why is he so adept at using it? Normally, D-level abilities are mostly support abilities, and very few people can use them in combat as flexibly as Suyi. The wolf pounced and almost grazed past Suye's body. Under the force of traction, Su also quickly rose into the air, and the tile in his hand was restored to its original state. The wolf then nimbly spun around on all fours, turned its head, and spat out a beam of blazing white energy. The beam of light approached Suyi almost instantly. He was in midair and had no way to dodge, and was immediately in danger. Watch out! Fang Xian's heart clenched as she saw Suyi about to be hit by the breath, and she cried out in alarm. However, a smile appeared on Suye's face. He casually tossed the tile from his palm, gripped the sword hilt tightly with both hands, and slashed downwards with force. Immediately afterwards, to Fang Xian's astonishment, Suyi held the sword with both hands and actually split the breath in the middle. His body was pulled by gravity and he slashed his way to the ground. The severed breath transformed into two shockwaves, crashing into the buildings behind it and instantly sending up countless rubble. He actually severed the breath attack. Fang Xian muttered to herself, her eyes fixed on the ancient bronze sword in Suye's hand. These patterns, she carefully examined the patterns on the ancient sword, and suddenly an image from a textbook came to mind. Juebo, Guxiao, wasn't it shattered by the void demons in the war 200 years ago? So this sword is called Ancient Knight. Suyi smiled slightly as he heard Fang Xian's whisper. According to Elder Hu, this sword was once an extraordinary treasure. It is only natural that it can be recorded in the data. Without the slightest hesitation after landing, he pushed off with both feet and unusually swiftly sprinted towards Ganglang. When Ganglang saw that his breath had been cut off, his eyes showed astonishment and anger. Seeing Suyi rushing towards it, it felt slighted and swung its right palm out like the wind. The beast's claws were enveloped in its own energy, making them incredibly hard. It was full of confidence that it could crush the human in front of it. In the records and history books, Fang Xian murmured softly, her eyes fixed on the front. Jubao, Guxiao, possesses the S-rank ability, Shaoduan, and its effect is, facing the beast's claws that were lunging at him, Suye's eyes flickered slightly, and he met the attack with both hands holding his sword. Ganglong's eyes widened in horror. Its right claw touched Guxiao and was instantly severed as if it were tofu being cleaved by a cleaver, revealing an extremely clean cut. The severed claw flew high into the air. At the same time, Fang Xian's whisper finally came down, indestructible, unbreakable, possesses absolute defense-breaking power. The wolf then let out a deafening roar. Blood gushed out like a fountain from the severed claw. Suye's eyes were sharp, and he continued to sprint forward almost without pausing. There is no defense that Guxiao cannot break through. That's why, even with the incomplete Ancient Knight in his hand, he could easily tear apart the mirror world and break into it. That's why he could easily cut off those seemingly hard wolf claws, as if he were chopping vegetables. A deep sense of dread flashed in the wolf's eyes. Faced with this sword that could cut through everything, it dared not confront it head-on with its body. Instead, it leaped backward on 3 legs. Then, it shook its head, and 3 thin black rays flew out of its mouth, forming an inverted triangle shape, and shot towards Suyi. Faced with the sudden change of tactics, Su's expression changed slightly. He concluded almost instantly that he could not block all 3 attacks. His eyes narrowed, and he made a decisive decision, continuing to rush forward without slowing down. Then we won't try to block it. Suyi's shoulders were instantly pierced by 2 black beams of light, and blood gushed out from the wounds. The black light below was severed by his Ancient Knight. He groaned, his body trembled slightly, but his speed did not decrease at all, and he continued to charge. The excruciating pain from his shoulders spread throughout his body, and blood gushed out. But he didn't pause for a moment, leaping up and slashing at Ganglang with his sword. The wolf clearly hadn't expected anyone to withstand its attack and charge right up to it. It revealed its anger, the pain of its broken claw causing it to lose its mind, and it swung its left claw out, smashing it against Suye's body. The claws covered Suye's body, continuing to approach. At this moment, Suye seemed to have no time to turn his sword around and block, but his gaze remained fixed ahead, and suddenly he threw a section of a sword sheath from his bosom into the air. Anything that is considered to be of one nature can be repaired. The repairman activated instantly, and Guxiao guided him through the air in a nearly 100 180-degree arc, heading straight for Gang Lang's head. Gang Lang's attack missed again, and Su took the opportunity to insert Gu Shao into the sword sheath. However, this scabbard was originally prepared for the broken sword, and its length was simply insufficient to accommodate the repaired Gu Shao. The scabbard was instantly severed by the blade, splitting in two and falling to either side. 5 seconds left. Su Ye's expression was solemn, but he kept calculating the time in his mind. The words of Master Hu from that day still echo in my mind. The second thing is, D-level abilities are ultimately limited. Given your current energy level, you're at most at the stone realm. This means that even if you repair this ancient bronze sword and make it a complete jade treasure, it can only last for a minute at most. The added energy will dissipate, and it will revert to its damaged state. And the energy within your body can only support you in repairing it once in a short period of time. So you must not rely on it too much, and cherish this precious minute. 55 seconds have passed since he restored Gu Shao. Su was silently calculating the time in his mind. With years of training, there will never be a half-second error in this timing. Because time was of the essence, he was willing to endure the attack and get close to the top of the wolf's head. The wolf was filled with a sense of crisis. Its fur stood on end, and it sensed extreme danger. It roared and its tail lashed out like a whip, slamming into Su Yi. Although he immediately sensed the attack from the tail, his body was unable to react in any way. Su Yi spat out blood, lost his balance, and was sent flying. A trace of resentment flashed in his eyes. Oh no, I was careless. Even the most meticulous plans can have flaws. The gang wolf, in terms of both appearance and attack method, was no different from an ordinary wolf, and he subconsciously regarded it as a canine creature. Unlike felines, canines typically use their tails to communicate and maintain balance, and they are not very flexible. Moreover, the wolf had never used its tail to attack before, so he never expected it to suddenly use its tail. Gang Lang had been hiding this fact, but suddenly launched a fierce attack at this moment, with surprisingly good results. In addition, his physical reaction was far inferior to that of a hunter who had been trained for many years. Even if his brain had reacted, his body did not have time to dodge. At this moment, Su Yi felt as if he had been hit by a car, experiencing a dull and unbearable pain in his chest. He almost lost consciousness, and his body flew uncontrollably to one side. 4 seconds left. He endured the excruciating pain, forcibly pulled himself back to consciousness, dared not think too much about making a mistake, and quickly took remedial measures. He barely managed to adjust his posture, gripped the ancient sword tightly in his hand, and desperately threw it at the wolf's head. Why? Gu Shao sped through the air, heading straight for Gang Lang's head. At this distance, the wolf's pupils shrank to the size of pinpoints, and it suddenly opened its mouth, a beam of energy condensing inside. 2 seconds, cough. Su landed heavily, the impact of the fall aggravating his injuries, and he coughed up blood again. He rolled on the ground and struggled to look up ahead. Upon seeing the energy ball condensing in Gang Lang's mouth, his expression changed drastically, and his heart was filled with unease. At this distance, Gu Shao cannot completely sever this attack. I will be blasted away by the energy impact. He gripped the artificial grass on the playground tightly, a look of resentment flashing in his eyes, his mind racing. There's only 1 second left, is there any other way? Even though he had given it his all, he still couldn't ignore the huge gap in their skill levels. Gu Shao continued flying forward at high speed, while Gang Lang's attack was already poised to launch. Its eyes were sinister, determined to tear those two humans to shreds once it knocked the broken sword away. Right now, 2 pebbles drew 2 red trails, forcefully inserting themselves between Gu Shao and Gang Lang. Su quickly turned his head and saw Fang Xian maintaining her throwing posture, her eyes flashing red, snapping her fingers with all her might. A pebble exploded in the wolf's mouth, unleashing a surge of energy that shattered the energy ball within. White smoke billowed from the wolf's mouth, its flesh and blood mangled as if its chest had exploded. It revealed a look of shock and anger, its gaze sweeping over Fang Xian, its heart filled with rage, wishing it could tear this human woman to pieces. However, the shockwave from the close-range explosion also lifted Gu Shao up in midair, making him spin and fly backward, preventing him from continuing to fall. Su Ye's newly risen joy was instantly extinguished, as if a bucket of cold water had been poured over him. However, the next moment, he heard the snap of fingers again. The second pebble that Fang Xian threw, aided by the shockwave from the previous explosion, landed diagonally above Gu Shao as he flew backward. At her detonation, the stones shattered, and Gu Shao was swept up by the blast wave, spinning downwards at an even faster speed. The wolf looked up in disbelief. In its wolf eyes, the ancient sword spun rapidly and grew larger quickly. At this speed, we'll make it in time. An excited look appeared on Su Ye's face, and the flame of hope that had been extinguished in his clenched fist burned brightly again. The pale purple crystal that had been hidden on the head of the wolf suddenly began to flash with an eerie purple light. The purple light shone in the sky, almost dyeing the sky purple. Immediately afterwards, a violent surge of energy burst forth from the gem. Purple light gathered above the wolf's head, vaguely forming a figure. Immediately, a loud, unrestrained laugh rang out from the figure. Ha ha ha! Don't worry, by the time you arrive, I will have already healed my injuries and slaughtered everyone in these schools. Of course.
course. If you're not afraid of dying, then come after me, Captain. The sound came from afar, as if it were rapidly approaching from a distant place. The figure quickly solidified, and a man dressed in black appeared out of thin air, standing steadily on top of the wolf's head. With a smug smile on his face, he looked around and carefully observed the surroundings. However, soon, the wind whistled past his ears. A spinning bronze sword slashed toward him at incredible speed. What is this? The man's smile froze instantly, and his voice stopped abruptly. In midair, a wolf's head with its eyes wide open in death and a severed arm flew high into the air. Blood splattered everywhere. The urban village in the west of the city, a world reflected in a mirror. The vast expanse of black energy converged into a sphere, enveloping everything within it. Vo Yen and Xiao Li were seriously injured. Leaning against the ruins, they were panting slightly and staring ahead in disbelief. Is this the power of the mountain realm void demon? It's terrifying. Vo Yen muttered to himself, a sense of fear rising in his heart for no reason. They had only been with the hunting void team for 3 months, and this was their first direct encounter with the mountain realm void demons. Compared to the battle-hardened team members, they were still relatively inexperienced. Do the other hunting teams usually fight monsters like this? Xiao Li's face showed a hint of solemnity, but his eyes flashed with intense resentment. Just as Nightmare said, their supposedly invincible abilities proved insufficient even for support roles in this battle, and they even needed their seniors to distract them and protect them. Just when the two were almost in despair, a pale blue light, like the aurora borealis, tore through the darkness and came at great speed from afar. Xiao Sha held a light blue longsword, the blade transforming into an extremely long sword light that forcefully tore through the black energy, allowing the moonlight to shine down once more. Time seems to freeze in the moment the mirror world unfolds. Therefore, even though the real world is as bright as day, it is still the dead of night here. Xiao Sha's gaze was calm, his movements were like the wind, and his blue robe fluttered behind him. In a few seconds, he wiped out the surrounding black energy. At this moment, the long sword in his hand was like a radiant star, becoming the sole focus of this world. It's over, Nightshade! Xiao Sha roared, slashing down with his longsword. The night sky seemed to be torn apart, and a figure was forced out, falling to the ground, the sword pointing straight at him, unable to move. Cough cough, Nightshade could no longer maintain his previous composure. The intense energy collision aggravated his internal injuries, and he coughed up a mouthful of blood. As expected of Captain, Nightshade wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, maintaining his composure even in the face of death. He slowly stood up, Xiao Sha's sword still pointing at his head, as his body slowly rose. At this moment, although Xiao Sha was seriously injured, his energy fluctuations were much weaker than before, and he could hardly maintain his mountain realm aura. But his expression remained resolute, his gaze fixed on Nightshade. This S-rank ability, Sword Tomb, is indeed extraordinary. Nightshade's face paled slightly as he looked at Xiao Sha with a light laugh. It can randomly summon various swords and blades with its own energy, among which there may be jade treasures and ancient weapons. The sword in your hand should be considered a powerful jade artifact. It certainly took me a lot of effort to summon this blue shadow, Xiao Sha said calmly. But now that you have successfully summoned it, there can only be one outcome for you. That's where I killed them. He gripped the blue shadow tightly, the blade trailing a pale blue tail that floated in the air without ever falling. Why don't you drop your sword? Nightshade smiled slightly, his eyes fixed on Xiao Sha. Are you worried that I might use my abilities without your knowledge? The smile in Xiao Sha's eyes gradually widened. The next moment, the figure in front of him suddenly blurred and turned into Gui Yan's terrified expression. Senior, wake up, it's me. Don't kill me, that guy is right behind you. Xiao Sha hesitated for only a moment before swiftly slashing down with his sword. Gui Yan's shoulder was grazed by the sword, instantly splattering a cloud of blood. He let out a low growl, but his expression quickly changed, reverting to Nightmare's appearance. Despite being slashed on the shoulder by the sword, he managed to protect himself with energy, but was still cut open. I never expected you to be able to cut down the sword without hesitation. Nightshade's gaze was gloomy as he stared at Xiao Sha with disbelief. Aren't you afraid that if I really used my power, the one who was killed in front of you would be your teammate? Gui Yan, though unreliable most of the time, won't beg for mercy like you do when it really matters. Xiao Sha forcefully drew his sword, his tone remaining calm. If it really is him, he will definitely take the blame and let me see the truth. The next strike will definitely not miss. After confirming that the person in front of him was indeed Nightmare, Xiao Sha did not hesitate and swiftly swung his sword down. However, my vision blurred again. The surrounding scenery changed rapidly, as if I were in a forest. Standing before them were 4 severely injured and maimed people. They wore the same blue robes as Xiao Sha, dragging their crippled bodies, and turned around in unison, their faces full of resentment. Xiao Sha, why did you abandon us? Upon seeing them, Xiao Sha was struck dumb. His usually calm demeanor suddenly overwhelmed him with emotion. You bastard! The image shattered instantly, and the blue shadow drew a blue sword mark, slashing fiercely at the ground. With a loud crash, a long crack appeared in the ground where his sword touched the earth. Taking advantage of his brief pause, Nightmare quickly dodged and darted to the other side. A strange smile appeared on his face, and he burst into laughter. Sure enough, painful memories always make you
you weak humans lose control of your emotions. Let's end this boring game here. I think my pet has taken control of the situation. He steadied himself by sliding his feet, calmly looking at Xiao Sha, who was chasing after him with a burning rage. He took out a pale purple gem from his pocket and crushed it fiercely. A purple barrier instantly rose up, enveloping him entirely. Xiao Sha swung his sword fiercely at the purple barrier, but was blocked and could not advance an inch. "This is a jade treasure, purple influence transformation," he exclaimed, never expecting that this void demon would possess such a rare jade treasure. But soon, his expression changed drastically, as if he had remembered something. Could it be that the other purple influence transfer is on that fierce wolf? Nightmare was enveloped in purple light, and the purple barrier gradually became illusory and transparent, as if it wanted to take him away from the mirror world. "Quickly, leave the mirror world and head to number 3 middle school. Fang Xin is in danger." Xiao Sha turned and shouted angrily at Gui Yin and Xia Li, his tone more urgent than ever before. Nightmare, seeing Xiao Sha's anger and anxiety, burst into laughter. "Don't worry, by the time you arrive, I will have already finished healing and slaughtered everyone from these schools. If you're not afraid of your lives, then come after us, Captain." The sound gradually faded away, and Nightmare's figure, guided by the purple light, vanished from the spot. The scene before my eyes suddenly changed. Nightmare appeared with a smile in a completely new world. However, the next moment, he heard the sound of wind in his ear. He quickly looked up and saw a cold light rapidly enlarging and falling down. "What is this?" Nightshade's smile froze instantly, and his voice stopped abruptly. Nightmare stared incredulously at the sky. The ancient bronze sword, spinning and flying towards them, slashed down sharply. His left arm was enveloped in energy, but it was instantly severed like tofu when touched by the sword blade, and the severed arm flew high into the air. The wolf beneath his feet let out a final howl, then its voice abruptly ceased. The wolf's head flew up and fell to the ground along with its severed left arm. Only at this moment did Nightmare finally see the scene before him clearly. The excruciating pain from the severed arm instantly swept through his entire body. He, who had maintained his gentlemanly composure until now, was contorted with rage, roaring ferociously, and splattering blood. The enormous wolf crashed heavily to the ground, taking the Nightmare above it down with it, raising a cloud of dust. The ancient sword, which spun and slashed down, almost instantly restored itself to a broken sword the moment it severed the wolf's head and plunged deeply into the ground. Suyi and Fang Xin looked at each other, completely bewildered. Their hearts tightened as they stared at the sudden figure. They barely managed to kill the gang wolf after exerting all their strength, but to my utter surprise, someone suddenly appeared here. "You, how dare you?" Nightmare staggered to the ground, his right arm tightly covering the broken part of his left arm, using energy to seal the wound and stop the bleeding, his face contorted with pain. "Even the injuries I sustained while fighting the Void Hunters in the Void Realm were far less severe than what I am suffering now." Fang Xin noticed the fluctuations in Nightshade's aura and the jet black gem between his brows. Her expression changed drastically, and she exclaimed, "Is that the Void Demon? How did he end up here? Where are the seniors?" At the same time, a burst of static suddenly came from her earphones, followed by Xiao Sha's urgent voice. "Fang Xin, that Void Demon used purple influence transfer, and it has most likely transferred to your side. Hold on, if we can just get through 10 more minutes, we'll be able to." A black beam shot from afar. Fang Xin reacted quickly, turning her head sharply. Her earphones were shattered, and the shockwave left a bloody gash on her cheek. Nightmare's eyes flashed with extreme rage, and he gently lowered his right index finger, causing the mountain realm energy within his body to erupt instantly. An overwhelming momentum swept over us. Both Fang Xin and Suyi felt a heavy weight on their shoulders at this moment, as if they were facing a savage beast. Suya's heart sank, and he staggered to his feet. The joy he had just felt from killing the gang wolf had completely vanished. Is it a case of one wave subsiding only for another to rise? His chest heaved violently, and his body swayed unsteadily. The impact of the wolf's strike had caused him great harm. "You actually killed Ganglang." Nightshade was furious, muttering under his breath as he approached step by step. With each step he took, the pressure on Suya's shoulders grew heavier. Suddenly, a light flashed in his eyes, and he seemed to freeze in place. The pale red light shone in his pupils. "Although this step was not in my plan, even if it dies, the Colosseum energy field maintained within its body can still last for 5 minutes." Nightmare took another step, and pale black energy spread from the soles of her feet. Simultaneously, the sound of mirrors shattering echoed from all around. This incredibly solid mirror world shattered under the impact of his energy. Fang Xian's face turned pale, and her expression changed drastically. The hastily arranged mirror world is indeed not stable enough. She suddenly looked up and gazed into the distance. Above the school, the black energy of the arena still shrouded the entire world. "These 5 minutes are enough for me to crush and trample all of you ants to death." As they whispered, Nightmare appeared just 2 meters away from Suyi. "How dare a mere trash human from the rock realm sever my arm?" He took a step forward, and his right palm shot out like lightning, aimed directly at Suyi, who was still standing there motionless. A red light flashed past and exploded violently in Nightmare's palm. The shockwave from the explosion swept towards him, instantly instantly enveloping his entire body in thick smoke and dust.
Fong Xian staggered to her feet, gritting her teeth and enduring the excruciating pain as she struggled to walk towards them.
I'm still here, how can I let you attack others? At the same time, the sound and shockwave of the explosion finally brought Suyi back to his senses. He noticed Fong Xian's movements, his expression changed drastically, and he shouted urgently, "Don't come any closer. Get away."
A burst of black light shot out from the smoke and dust of the explosion and struck Fong Xian instantly. Fong Xian was powerless to resist and was blasted away by the black light, crashing heavily into the outer wall of the school.
The violent shock caused her to vomit blood again, and her body slumped down, unable to get up for a moment.
The strong wind dispersed the smoke and dust, and Nightmare was completely unharmed by Fong Xian's attack.
He didn't rush to kill Fong Xian, but his gaze was fixed on Suyi, his eyes burning with anger.
My perfect plan was ruined by you, a brat from the stone realm?
He flipped his palm and slammed it down, his palm brimming with powerful energy. In his view, this blow was enough to smash Suyi to pieces. However, at that moment, a bloody smell suddenly wafted into his nostrils. Suyi's hand firmly gripped his wrist, blocking his attack in midair. At this moment, his hair and beard seemed to explode, and the blood in his body evaporated rapidly as if boiling. The crimson mist enveloped him, and his speed and strength seemed to be enhanced, allowing him to block Nightmare's attacks out of thin air. This is the new D-level ability Boiling Blood, granted to him by the third special effect of Survival of the Fittest Genius after he killed the gang wolf.
A perfect plan?
Suyi chuckled coldly in a low voice. His voice was deep and muffled, as if he were under immense pressure, but his eyes flashed with mockery.
Is the perfect plan you're talking about your flawed, unpredictable, and naive plan, like that of a kindergarten child?
His taunt instantly enraged Nightshade.
The latter's wrist suddenly surged with energy, shaking Suya's palm away, and the anger in his eyes almost solidified.
But he still sneered and asked in a deep voice, "You dare to speak to me like that? Is it just because of your meager, boiling blood ability? If I remember correctly, this thing is the weakest D-rank ability in the human ranking system, right? Excuse my bluntness, but this ability to gain speed and strength by burning one's own blood is, in my opinion, utterly pathetic." Suyi suddenly chuckled, his hair drooping, and the burning of his blood ceased.
You know what? I've always felt like I'm pretty lucky.
He clenched his fist, feeling the new abilities he had gained from killing the gang wolf, and took a deep breath. I hope your luck will allow you to survive my next attack. Nightmare looked down at Suyi with a cold smile. Suyi stared directly at him, gently closed his eyes, and the red light in his palm quickly spread throughout his body. Half a second later, he opened his eyes, a smile playing on his lips. Looks like the cards I drew this time.
It's Xiao Wang. Right after Suyi killed Gang Lang,
the third special effect of Survival of the Fittest was successfully triggered, allowing him to immediately comprehend a brand new D-level ability, Boiling Blood. This ability has a simple and brutal effect. It involves burning one's own blood to gain several times the speed and strength.
Among D-rank abilities, those that can be directly used in combat are extremely rare.
However, it is also one of the few abilities with extremely severe side effects. According to calculations from the national database, an average person can only maintain the effects of boiling blood for a maximum of 3 minutes.
If the time limit is exceeded, the person will quickly fall into anemia.
If this ability is not removed in time, there is even a risk of death due to lack of blood. At this moment, facing the suffocating and terrifying pressure of Nightmare, Su also activated the second special effect, Transformation, that he had regained due to the Genius effect. This time, his target is this brand new ability, Boiling Blood. The effect of transcending mortality is to randomly raise one's abilities to any level between C and SSS. Moreover, the effect will disappear after one use. Su has always considered himself to be lucky. At this critical moment, his luck did not disappoint him.
Although I didn't manage to get the top-tier SSS level upgrade randomly.
But at this moment, Boiling Blood has been completely transformed and has undergone earth-shattering changes. SS rank, Boiling Blood. Basic effect, Boiling. The blood that boils from boiling blood can increase all of your abilities fivefold. Special effect 1, Blood Mask. Condenses 5% of one's own blood into a blood mask, granting a burst of attack power. Special effect 2, Blood Burn. A move released by burning blood. Its power is increased by 50%. The two special effects and basic effects brought about by the increase in Boiling Blood's ability level flashed through his mind. Suya's lips curled up slightly, but his eyes remained unusually calm as he stared at Nightshade. Although he was only at the Stone Realm, Nightmare was not at his peak at the moment. His aura was weakening and his arm was broken. With the blessing and enhancement of SS rank Boiling Blood, he now finally has the strength to barely fight this void demon. Suya's expression instantly ignited an even stronger rage in Nightmare's eyes. He couldn't understand why this brat from the Stone Realm dared to be so arrogant in front of him. Die! Nightmare's eyes flashed with cold light, and his right fist, wrapped in energy, slammed towards Suya's face. However, the scene he envisioned of a human head being blown apart did not occur. Suya simply and unpretentiously blocked the fist in mid-air. At this moment, Suya's hair and beard flew wildly, and his blood was boiling. The blood mist, rising rapidly rapidly from the boiling blood, filled the surroundings and turned into wisps of blood steam that drifted into the air. "I've already said it," Suyi said in a low, cold voice. "My luck is really quite good." His right fist slammed out with such speed that it even caused a sonic boom. Nightmare was struck in the chest by the punch, and his entire body was sent flying backward like a cannonball. The terrifying impact shattered the energy covering his entire body, and the shockwave spread throughout his body. Nightmare crashed into the wall at the edge of the school, instantly smashing through the solid wall, and its body slammed into the black barrier of the arena before being bounced to the ground. He barely managed to suppress the churning blood and chi within his body, and just as he got up, a streak of blood-red light suddenly rushed from afar and appeared before his eyes in an instant. "Tell me, who is the person trapped in the Colosseum?" Su spoke in a low voice, and stomped his right foot hard on Nightmare's body. Nightmare trembled all over, desperately manipulating energy to roll to one side to dodge. Sui stepped on the ground with his right foot, and the hard ground instantly cracked, forming a spider web-like pattern of cracks. The shockwave continued to spread, bouncing Nightmare's body into the air. He struggled to maintain his balance, staggered backward, and exclaimed in disbelief, "How is this possible? How can a mere D-rank ability unleash such power?" A sense of absurdity spread through my mind. If it weren't for his self-control, he probably would have already cursed, "This is still a D-level ability?" But Su didn't give him a chance to react at all. Boiling blood can only last for a maximum of 3 minutes. He dared not dispel his power in the slightest. Once the debunking is lifted, boiling blood, which was just upgraded to SS rank by the Transcendental, will drop back to D rank. He stomped his feet hard on the ground and charged towards the direction Nightmare was dodging, throwing out his right fist. Just then, the scene before my eyes suddenly changed. The person in front of them had turned out to be Fong Xian, who was leaning against the wall with a terrified expression. She stared at him incredulously. "Suyi, what are you doing?" Suyi's fist struck Fong Xian's face with perfect accuracy without any hesitation. Fong Xian's face contorted instantly, her body flew backward, and she reverted to her true form as Nightmare. His face was contorted in a grotesque grimace, his eyes flashing with shock and disbelief. "How could you not hesitate at all?" His ability is called Mirage, and it belongs to the A-level category of mental influence abilities. Once activated, it can create extremely realistic illusions that are indistinguishable from reality. Even the powerful Cao Sha would hesitate and waver briefly in the face of his abilities. However, Suye's attack did not stop, as if he really wanted to break through Fong Xian. The human brain is extremely sophisticated. Su landed steadily, the physical strain causing him to frown slightly. As he adjusted his breathing, he strode toward Nightmare, thinking, with proper training, one can even possess abilities comparable to a computer. I have extremely detailed models of all the scenes around me in my mind. How could a sudden hallucination like yours affect me? Even with my eyes closed, I will never miss. As they were talking, Su had already caught up with Nightmare, which was flying backwards and landing. At this moment, he looked like a demon, his face contorted with pain from the boiling blood. This sight, when seen by Nightshade, sent a chill down the spine of the Void Demon. The threat of death loomed over his mind for the first time. "This punch will send you to your grave." Without hesitation, Su threw a heavy punch. But just as the fist landed, the Nightmare before my eyes transformed once more. Suya's vision blurred for a moment, and suddenly he saw a girl in a white dress with only half a body remaining, who was still managing to force a smile. "Suyi, look at me just now. Did I look like a void hunter? You shouldn't have become her." Suya's eyes blazed with fury, and his right fist erupted with scorching blood flames. His fist, brimming with fiery power, slammed into the ground, instantly creating a 3-meter-deep crater. "And you shouldn't have hesitated for even a moment." A maniacal laugh came from the side, filled with madness. Suyi suddenly turned his head and saw Nightmare take the opportunity to dodge and disappear into the distance. At this moment, Nightmare's eyes flashed with malice, and he whispered with a hint of madness, "If I hadn't been seriously injured and lost an arm, how could you, a mere stone realm brat, have forced me to this point?" Although his abilities do not have direct destructive power, he is, after all, a master of the mountain realm. If he hadn't already been injured and hadn't had a lot of energy depleted by Cao Sha and the others, he would never have been forced into this state. I am the younger brother of the 10 emperors. How could I be blocked by a mere human brat? He gathered energy in his left palm, which condensed into a black energy ball, and then flung it behind him. The energy ball hurtled forward at high speed and instantly struck a distant floor. The building exploded after being hit, and large rocks, some as high as half a story, rolled down rapidly toward the ground. Su's expression changed drastically, and he hurriedly looked up in that direction. If I remember correctly, that's where Wan Pang and his group are. More than 20 students gathered there. If you are hit by a rock, you will surely die. You weak and foolish humans. Nightshade laughed maniacally. Will you choose to save them, or continue fighting me? Anger flashed in Suye's eyes. He turned around abruptly and rushed out. He did not want to become the kind of void hunter he once despised. A cold glint flashed in Nightmare's eyes, and a sneer curled at the corner of his mouth. Your pointless guarding is the root of your human folly. Without hesitation, he began moving in the opposite direction. No matter what, I need to devour some
humans first to recover my energy and injuries. But he had only rushed a short distance when he heard a strange noise behind him. At this moment, not only Nightmare, but even Sue, who had rushed more than 10 meters away, stopped. Several thick vines rose from the ground and supported themselves under the rock. The force of the falling stone was greatly reduced, but it quickly broke the vines and continued to fall. At the same time, several forces converged from all directions, and various abilities of different strengths and strange shapes rushed towards the stone. In the blink of an eye, the huge rock and countless falling bricks were all shattered by a powerful energy, with fragments scattered all over the ground. From the smoke and dust, dozens of figures slowly emerged. As the smoke cleared, nearly 100 students and teachers appeared before Su Yi. Leading the group were the awakened academy teacher who had been cowering by the barrier in utter despair, and his classmate, Wang Peng. At this moment, the despair in the teacher's eyes had completely vanished. Although fear still lingered, he shouted, "I've gathered everyone in the school together. If you fall, there's no point in us running away. Go for it. Don't worry about us, we can protect ourselves." Behind him, familiar classmates and teachers gathered together, all watching the playground nervously. Despite the distance, they could still sense the surging energy and blood power emanating from the void demon and Su Yi. Summoning his courage, Wang Peng took 2 quick steps, then cupped his hands around his mouth and shouted, "Brother Yi, beat this demon to death. I believe you can do it." His eyes were full of trust, as if he were fearless, and he shouted desperately, "Damn humans!" Nightshade's expression changed drastically, and the figure that was about to turn and leave suddenly stopped. His original plan was to defeat the students scattered throughout the school one by one, devouring them to recover from his injuries and regain his energy. Unexpectedly, this group of humans, who only knew how to run away in times of crisis, actually dared to reunite. They seemed to place all their hopes on Su Yi and Fang Xian, believing that they could defeat Gang Lang and defeat themselves. Su stared blankly at the nearly 100 figures that had gathered, a slight smile appearing on his lips. The next moment, he turned around abruptly and said, as if talking to himself, "Perhaps this is exactly what a fool like you wants to protect." He slightly raised his eyes to look at Nightmare, his boiling blood reaching its limit, about to break the 3-minute barrier. "This time, I will definitely not miss." He stomped heavily on the ground, causing it to crack, and his entire body, like a blazing fire of blood, instantly approached Nightmare. He threw 2 punches in quick succession. Even though Nightmare quickly erected an energy defense, it was still forced to retreat repeatedly. His chest churned violently, blood gushed out, energy trembled, and madness shone in his eyes. "How could I let you block my way here? I will prove to my brother that I am not merely the younger brother of the 10 emperors, but also a void demon capable of standing alone." The faces of those demons who flattered him on the surface but looked down on him behind his back flashed through his mind again. And then there was the brother's disappointed gaze and cold words. "With your meager strength, attempting to open the void realm and enter the dragon kingdom is tantamount to courting death. Don't waste my time here. If you have nothing better to do, go and hone your skills. You are my younger brother. Don't always think about such childish things. Don't embarrass the title of the 10 emperors." Nightmare roared, no longer retreating, and swung its one arm fiercely at Su Yi. "I am the only victor. I will never lose." At this moment, the black gem between his eyebrows burst forth with dazzling light, and his overall energy level increased several times over. Su also threw a punch to meet the attack, his eyes cold and roaring. That guy Fang Xian almost risked his life to protect the group behind him. "How could I possibly let you hurt them?" In an instant, the blood in his body evaporated, and the blood mist floating in the air quickly condensed into a blood-red mask covering his face. The instant the blood-red face appeared, his right fist increased in speed, almost becoming a blur, as it charged straight at Nightmare. Above the sky, the incredibly sturdy arena shattered with a deafening roar. Several figures rushed out from one side. It was Cao Sha and his 2 companions who had arrived, along with other awakened ones who kept trying to break into the arena, and even several groups of armed police rushed in to try to protect the civilians. Cao Sha, wielding a blue long sword, was anxiously looking ahead when he suddenly froze. Blazing blood flames shot into the sky. On the already chaotic playground, Su and Nightmare's fists clashed fiercely. However, his fist struck Nightmare first, piercing through his chest and creating a bloody hole. Nightmare's face twitched violently as he stared incredulously ahead, muttering under his breath, "Brother." Su Ye's expression turned solemn as his mask shattered, turning into a bloody mist that dissipated behind him. Nightmare's fist stopped in front of Su Yi, unable to get any closer. The next instant, his body exploded, turning into a cloud of blood mist, and was actually forcibly blasted to pieces on the spot by Su Yi. "Hey!" Cao Sha murmured, staring ahead, the blue shadow in his hand turning into a stream of light and dissipating. "I remember Fang Xian once said that Guy's ability was D rank, right?" At this moment, not only him, but also Guiyin and Xiali behind him were stunned, staring in disbelief at what was in front of them. The 3 of them swallowed almost simultaneously, the same thought popping into their minds. "This is a D-level ability? You call this a D-rank ability?" The pure white ceiling came into Su Ye's view. He stared silently at the ceiling for about 3 seconds, then adjusted the light and slowly sat up. "Hey, Su Yi, you're awake." Guiyin
Yan, who had been keeping watch by the bedside, noticed his movement, immediately put down her phone, and showed a look of surprise. The sound was loud, and a few seconds later, Xiao walked in from outside the door.
"Oh, you're awake." Su looked around and then at the two of them. "What's the date today?"
Yan's expression was solemn as he said in a deep voice, "It's August now, and you've been unconscious for 2 whole months."
"This joke isn't funny at all," Suyi said without hesitation, picking up Yan's phone and looking down at it.
"He was unconscious for 3 whole days. I thought the first thing you'd say when you woke up would be, 'Where am I?'" Xiao said with a smile as she sat down on the chair by the bed.
"Isn't this a hospital?"
Suyi raised his left hand, with an A4 line attached to the back of his hand.
"Judging from the beds and equipment, it shouldn't be hard to recognize."
"You can see the billboard of the trade building outside the window. This should be the West City Central Hospital. And I am here, presumably because of excessive blood loss."
"What about reaction time?"
Xiao turned to look at Yan and asked with a smile.
42 seconds. Yan looked at his watch, his eyes filled with amazement. "Did you see that?"
"You determined the time, place, and current state of your unconsciousness in just 42 seconds, Xiao said approvingly. "This speed of observation and judgment is worthy of the word genius.
Such rapid observation and judgment in battle are enough to anticipate the enemy's moves and seize the advantage."
He patted Yan on the shoulder with a smile, then turned to Suyi and said, "You killed a mountain realm void demon and a rock realm void beast. In addition, you saved all 110 students in the entire number 3 middle school.
These achievements will all be recorded in your name.
The government will also give you a generous reward in accordance with the regulations for void hunters."
Suyi remained calm, and after a second of thought, replied, "Can I just receive the reward? The credit should be attributed to you."
"I don't want to be too flashy, lest I attract unnecessary trouble."
"Are you sure?"
Xiao asked with a faint smile, though she had expected it.
"Do you know how prestigious this achievement is among the void hunters?"
"With this achievement, even if you join Longsha Academy, you will become one of the best among the freshmen. Others will also respect you greatly."
"Just a meaningless, empty title."
Suyi removed the needle from the back of his hand, sat cross-legged on the bed, and silently sensed his physical condition.
"Where is Fong Xin?"
He suddenly remembered Fong Xin, who had been knocked unconscious by nightmare during the battle, and asked,
"Don't worry, I'm perfectly fine."
A muffled voice came from the doorway. Su looked up and his expression immediately turned strange. A person who looked like a mummy, bloated and limping, was being helped in by Xiali.
"You've awakened your bloodline and turned into a mummy?"
Suyi barely managed to suppress a laugh, his face remaining tense.
"Enough nonsense," Fong Xin muttered, only one eye showing, in a low voice. "That's a void demon from the mountain realm.
It's already a miracle that we survived. Her injuries are too severe. This is the only way to treat her urgently." Xiali remained stern, her expression icy. But Su also noticed that the corner of her mouth twitched slightly, a subtle movement that was almost imperceptible.
"Looks like everyone's here."
Xiao glanced back at Fong Xin, who had just walked in, and suddenly stood up from her chair.
Yan also immediately stood up. With Xiali's help, Fong Xin walked to the two of them, and the 4 of them lined up in a row, their expressions immediately becoming serious. "Bow,"
Xiao whispered, and the 4 immediately stood solemnly, placing their right fists on their left chests and standing tall.
"Suyi, as the captain of the 5th hunting squad, I would like to express my gratitude to you."
They all bowed, showing no regard for their status, and paid their respects to Suyi. Although Fong Xin was a bit clumsy and moved a beat slower, she still bowed deeply to Suyi to express her gratitude. "The appearance of void demons and void beasts on campus this time is a grave dereliction of duty on my part."
Xiao spoke calmly, his voice tinged with guilt. "If you hadn't risked your life to stop me, the consequences would have been dire.
Your actions made up for our mistakes and saved 110 lives.
Thank you from the bottom of our hearts."
His tone was solemn, his expression sincere, and his words were full of genuine emotion. However, the scene that Xiao had originally envisioned, in which Suyi was moved, did not occur. Seeing their actions, Suyi seemed to see something dirty and immediately shrank to the other side of the bed, showing an extremely disgusted expression.
"Do all you void hunters enjoy playing these awkward etiquette games? Ha 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 ha." Fong Xin laughed so hard she almost fell over inside the mummy room.
"Senior, I told you long ago, the sky doesn't fall for that." Xiao sat up awkwardly, her lips twitching slightly.
The atmosphere that had been created was completely shattered by Fong Xion's burst of laughter. He rubbed his temples in exasperation and muttered, "That's how it's always portrayed on TV."
4 pairs of eerie eyes turned to him at once. He quickly coughed and looked at Suyi with a serious expression. "We have already taken care of the aftermath of this incident. The students who witnessed the incident will only conclude that the void demon fought Fong Xian to the point of serious injury and was killed by you, and they won't cause you any trouble. Although I am very interested in your situation, the college has sent an urgent message that we must return as soon as possible." He pulled out a broken sword from his pocket, which was the ancient sword that he had failed to retrieve back then, along with the scabbard that had been cut in half.
"These are your things, I've recycled them for you. Regarding the reward, someone will contact you later to distribute it to you. Besides,"
after placing Placing the items on the bedside table, Xiao Sha's expression turned serious again. He took out an antique jade pendant from his pocket and tossed it to Su Yi. I heard some things about you from Fong Xin. I also know that you have a prejudice against the Void Hunters. I don't expect you to change your mind right away, but I hope you can see for yourself what kind of people a Void Hunter really is. The jade pendant fell into Su Yi's hands, and Xiao Sha led the other three away. As he approached the ward door, he turned slightly, revealing his profile, and smiled faintly, if possible. I hope to see you at the entrance ceremony. Su Yi reached out and took the jade pendant, then looked down to examine it closely. The jade pendant is carved with a lifelike green dragon, and feels cool and comfortable to the touch. The back of the jade pendant is engraved with the two characters Longxia. As the oldest academy in the Dragon Kingdom, Dragon Summer Academy is renowned and is the dream school of all awakened beings. Su Yi had heard about the origin of this jade pendant. This special jade pendant was meticulously crafted using special materials extracted from the Void Realm and Spirit Jade, and is known as Dragon Jade. The jade pendant not only contains a certain amount of energy that can nourish the body, but also has an extremely important use. It is the admission ticket to Dragon Summer Academy. Other awakened academies select students through interviews or academic performance. Dragon Summer Academy has only one admission requirement: invitation only. Dragon Jade invitations are only issued to special personnel of Dragonxia Academy or members of the Hunting Void team. For this reason, Longxia Academy admits very few students each year, but each one of them is the elite of the elite, and at least 80% of them can become Void Hunters and participate in the battle against Void Demons. In terms of both overall strength and resources, Longxia Academy is several times ahead of the second place. Su Yi held the Dragon Jade in his hand, a complicated expression appearing on his face. I never thought I would actually get a Dragon Jade. To enter Longxia Academy, one's ability rating must be at least B, and most students' ability levels are almost all above A. He is the first person in history to gain admission based on his D-level ability. Initially, Su also held a great prejudice against the Void Hunters, but the appearance of Fong Xin and the others, and their act of risking their lives to stand in front of everyone, gradually changed his view of the Void Hunters. Countless memories flashed through my mind. After experiencing the turmoil at school, he realized more deeply the importance of strength. If he wanted to find out the truth, he had to become stronger. The image of the girl who had died in front of him reappeared before his eyes. He muttered to himself, I have to find many answers myself, regardless of the cause of her death or those who caused her death. Before the awakening day, my abilities had not yet awakened, and there were many things I couldn't investigate. He used to distrust everyone and only wanted to use his own strength to uncover the truth. There are still many doubts hidden in that past event. He plans to find that hunting team and question them face to face to get to the bottom of it. Although my impression of the Void Hunters has changed somewhat, I still have no intention of relying on others. Faced with the choice of an awakened academy, he only considered a few academies with lower risks and never thought of the conspicuous Dragon Summer Academy. If I want to quickly improve my strength and find that Void Hunting team, I must accelerate my strength improvement. Su originally intended to throw the jade pendant directly into the trash can. However, just as he was about to throw it, he stopped and stroked his chin. I wonder how much money I could get if I sold this Dragon Jade? At the entrance of the Central Hospital, just as Xiao Sha and his group left, an extra-long sedan slowly pulled up in front of them. Two men dressed in black, who looked like bodyguards, got out of the car and opened the door for everyone. They got into the car one by one, and the car started and sped off towards the airport. Senior, why are we going back so soon? Hui Yan looked at Xiao Sha with a puzzled expression and couldn't help but ask. The nightmare who died this time had a virtual jade between his eyebrows. Xiao Sha's expression also became much more solemn. You should know that there is also a strict hierarchy within the Void Demons. Possessing the Void Jade means that he belongs to the noble class among the Void Demons and has an extraordinary status. After I reported his details to the school, the board of directors replied to me today. After a pause, he spoke with a serious expression. Nightmare is very likely the younger brother of Dawn, one of the current 10 emperors of the Void Demons. What? The 10 emperors? Fong Xian suddenly looked up from the mummy, her eyes wide with shock and disbelief. The board's assessment of this is quite dangerous. Xiao Sha nodded and continued. 50 years ago, after the disappearance of the strongest human, Senior Tao Tai, the Void Demons have been making moves ever since. Although we tried our best to keep it a secret, they still found out through special channels. They intend to make a comeback and invade the Dragon Kingdom again. Now that the 10th Emperor's younger brother has died on our territory, it's hard to say whether they will take this opportunity to carry out some retaliatory actions. That's why the board summoned us back so quickly, wanting to get more details. Wouldn't Su be in particularly danger? Fong Xian was the first to think of this question, and anxiety immediately appeared on her face. If the Void Demon really wants revenge, it will definitely go after him first. That's why you just handed the Dragon Jade to that guy, Xiaoli said coldly, her voice tinged with contemplation. Besides, we've already blocked the news. If the Void Demon wants revenge, it can only come to us.
us. Hey, what did you just throw out, senior? Fan Xian finally realized, and her face lit up with a look of sudden understanding.
Xiaoli rubbed her temples helplessly, then said, but that guy is indeed different from ordinary people.
Didn't you guys notice? He was acting disgusted just now, deliberately shrinking to the side.
Actually, she just didn't want to owe us a favor, so she deliberately acted that way.
Yes.
Xiao Sha smiled, as if she had seen through him long ago. He may seem nonchalant on the surface, but he is actually full of justice.
If he can really join Dragon Summer Academy,
it might stir up a huge storm. He turned to look out the window, a slight smile playing on his lips.
Lord Mingzhou, you really can't open the Void Realm without permission.
A demon was anxiously chasing after the white-clad figure ahead, trying desperately to stop the 10th Emperor. He rushed to my side, his eyes filled with panic. You should know that the Dragon Kingdom is now protected by boundless innate talent. Given your status and strength, once the Void Realm opens, those human powerhouses from the Kunlun realm will soon besiege you. Hasn't His Majesty the King already said that now is not the time to start a war? Mingzhou abruptly stopped, his right palm swift as the wind, grabbing the Void Demon by the neck and lifting him up. His appearance was similar to nightmares, but his expression was extremely serious, with a black gem between his brows gleaming faintly and his eyes burning with raging fury. So you mean, my own brother died in the Dragon Kingdom, and I could only watch helplessly, unable to do anything about it, is that right? His voice boomed like thunder, deafening, and his palm shone with intense white light, almost illuminating half the sky.
Mingzhou, wasn't the reason your incredibly foolish younger brother died precisely because you put too much pressure on him?
A teasing voice, tinged with a hint of coquettishness, came from the side. You're taking your anger out on your clansman now. How utterly useless.
Mingzhou released his grip, throwing the Void Demon to the ground.
Filled with rage, he turned to look at the sexy red-haired woman standing against the wall not far away.
Red Rain, do you think I won't dare to touch you just because you're one of the 3 stars?
A bright light flashed behind him, and terrifying energy fluctuated.
Hongyu smiled charmingly, not intimidated by Mingzhou's imposing manner at all.
Instead, she parted her red lips slightly and said calmly, Your Majesty, the King of Void, His Majesty summons you to the Void God Palace for an audience now.
Ancient fragments have appeared over in the Star Kingdom.
You need to activate the virtual realm and enter the Star Kingdom to capture it.
Upon hearing His Majesty's name, Mingzhou's pupils constricted sharply, and the energy behind him dissipated somewhat.
As for the human who killed your brother, Hongyu smiled faintly, slowly retreating until her figure gradually disappeared. That guy from Paradise has already sent a counselor to kill him.
If all goes well, soon, that human's corpse will be brought to you. Brother Yi, over here.
Inside McDonald's, Wang Peng waved to Su Yi at the door, with a deluxe family bucket laid out in front of him. I was just discharged from the hospital and you called me here.
Su Yi plopped down and unceremoniously grabbed a few fries and stuffed them into his mouth. Is there something important you want to say? Isn't this to celebrate your successful recovery, Brother Yi?
Wang Peng said with a smile, but his eyes were somewhat evasive, as if he was hiding something.
I've never seen you so generous before. Su chuckled twice and began to wolf down the food in front of him. Wang Peng chuckled, grabbed a French fry, and popped it into his mouth. Brother Yi, do you know how stunning you looked at school the other day?
The female students were staring at him, their eyes practically glued to the screen. Those guys from other classes who joined the Annihilation Alliance were so scared by your appearance that their legs went weak. I must have looked incredibly handsome back then, Su mumbled, taking a big gulp of cola and letting out a satisfying burp.
You really are handsome. Wang Peng's lips twitched.
If you hadn't fallen face down immediately after throwing that punch, your handsomeness would have doubled.
Su stopped chewing, his eyes widening. Was the way I fell down really that embarrassing? Damn it, my glorious reputation.
If I had known I was going to faint, I would have struck a pose before I collapsed. He muttered something with regret and took a vicious bite of the chicken leg. Shortly after that Void Demon was destroyed, several Void Hunters from Dragon Summer Academy arrived. The other students all thought that it was because they had greatly weakened the Void Demon that you had a chance to destroy it. But I know that you, Brother Yi, definitely killed that Void Demon with your own hands. If it weren't for you, the Void Hunters wouldn't have been able to get here in time, and we might be dead already.
They weren't entirely wrong,
Su Yi said calmly, without any intention of taking credit. If they hadn't weakened the Void Demon, I wouldn't have been able to confront it head-on. After you fell into a coma, Tang Xiaowan was quite concerned about your injuries. She asked me for your contact information several times and even asked me to thank you on her behalf. Oh, and Liao Wei, he's also been wanting to thank you in person.
You gave them my contact information?
Su paused, staring nervously at Wang Peng.
How could that be? Wang Peng patted his chest triumphantly. I refused outright.
I told them, Brother Yi, your contact information is not something they are worthy of.
Ha, he.
Su Yi squinted and retorted, actually, if the school beauty wants to add me as a contact, you can give her your contact information too. After venting his frustrations, he casually grabbed a tissue to wipe his mouth, revealing his usual lazy demeanor, and looked at Wang Peng. You're really acting strange today. Speak up.
What exactly do you want to say by specifically asking me to come out? I knew I couldn't hide it from you.
Wang Peng Peng smiled wryly, then suddenly looked at Su Yi and hesitated before speaking. Actually, Brother Yi,
let me state first, my sexual orientation is normal. Su Yi suddenly interrupted, staring at him warily. Of course I like women.
Wang Peng was interrupted, and the words he had just prepared fell apart. His face turned bright red and he responded loudly. It was this interruption that calmed his emotions considerably. He took a deep breath and quickly said, I want to join the Awakener Academy.
Ah, I know.
Su Yi leaned back lazily in his chair, showing no surprise.
It's Shucheng Academy, right? Ha! Wang Peng was stunned for a moment, then exclaimed in surprise, huh? How did you know?
You have awakened a C-level ability. Based on my assessment of you, no more than 3 colleges will be able to admit you. Since your parents' hometown is in Shucheng College is the most suitable choice for you.
That college is ranked 5th in the country, which is pretty good and would suit you well. It's a deal. Wang Peng hadn't expected that Su already knew everything before he could even say it.
This unexpected situation made him scratch his head, but he continued, actually, I came here today to say goodbye to you.
I'm going back to Chengdu with my parents first thing tomorrow morning.
There's school registration and a bunch of other miscellaneous things to do. I'll probably be busy for a while. See you again sometime in the future, probably a long time from now.
Ah, I know, Su replied casually.
I want to thank you for taking care of me over the years.
You talk too much nonsense. Su Yi slapped Wang Peng on the head. Becoming an awakened one must be your dream, right?
His expression was calm, but his eyes held a hint of encouragement. He stared at himself quietly, at his first friend after the time travel, and his only companion at school, and gently clenched his fist.
Now that you've successfully awakened, let's keep working hard.
The image of that girl in a white dress, sitting on a swing and bathed in sunlight, seemed to flash before my eyes again. But this time, his response was completely different.
Dreams are a wonderful thing, aren't they? Longsha Academy, Principal's office.
Xiao Sha pushed open the door and immediately saw Principal Xiao Wu sitting behind his desk. This is an old man with white hair and beard, whose face is etched with the history of the Dragon Kingdom. According to legend, Principal Xiao Wu was born on a day of calamity 300 years ago and is one of the longest-lived people in the Dragon Kingdom to date. He was also an awakened one, with unfathomable strength, yet almost no one had ever seen him in action, nor did anyone know the extent of his power. At this moment, the principal had his hands clasped together, his face calm and his eyes bright, as if he had not noticed Xiao Sha's arrival at all.
Principal, I've arrived.
Xiao Sha stood in front of the table and spoke solemnly, then waited silently for a response. However, Xiao Wu remained in the same position, his eyes unblinking, simply gazing quietly ahead.
Principal?
Xiao Sha called out again in confusion, looking at the principal. A moment later, he heard a soft snore and finally realized what was happening. Veins bulged on his temples. Xiao Sha slammed her hand on the table and shouted in a high-pitched voice, Principal,
you drew eyes on your eyelids again, sneaking off to sleep.
The loud noise instantly woke Xiao Wu from his dream. The elderly old man suddenly jolted awake, and his bright and piercing eyes opened, revealing the real eyes hidden beneath his eyelids.
Ha!
He looked around blankly, a trace of drool still clinging to the corner of his mouth.
What's wrong? What happened?
Xiao Sha looked helplessly at the unreliable principal in front of her and sighed silently, rubbing her forehead.
This is Longsha Academy. How could an ordinary earthquake possibly affect the school? Oh, right.
Xiao Wu looked enlightened, finally snapping out of his daze. Only then did he notice Xiao Sha.
Hey, Xiao Sha, what are you doing here? Didn't you call me here?
In just a few minutes, Xiao Sha felt his anger rising sharply, and the veins on his forehead bulged.
I remember now, it seems there really was such a thing.
Xiao Wu stood up with a smile and stretched.
As expected, old people become forgetful. By the way, what did I ask you to come here for? You're asking me. Xiao Sha finally couldn't hold back any longer and slammed her hand on the table. I want to know too.
Xiao Wu crossed his arms, tilted his head and thought for a moment, then suddenly his eyes lit up. That's it.
He looked at Xiao Sha. Have you eaten? Xiao Sha could no longer hold back and slammed her fist on the principal's desk. A fist mark was immediately left on the mahogany tabletop.
Xiao Wu's eyelids twitched, and he immediately hugged the table tenderly, shouting loudly, Hey, this is a table I commissioned at a high price.
Young people these days, how can they be so reckless?
I still have a lot of things to take care of, Xiao Sha said, almost gritting her teeth.
If you have nothing else to do, principal, I'll take my leave now. Ah, I remember now.
Xiao Wu's voice suddenly came from the table.
The student you recommended, his name is Su Yi, right?
The playful expression on his face vanished completely, and his voice became much calmer. Xiao Sha stopped walking and turned back to look.
I've read the report you submitted. He awakened a D-level ability?
Yes, principal, Xiao Sha replied solemnly, his voice low, but based on our contact with him.
Perhaps he is an awakened twin.
Moreover, both of the abilities he possesses should be at the D level. At this point, his expression suddenly became somewhat strange, and the scene of Su Yi shattering nightmare with a single punch flashed through his mind.
Although it can be vaguely discerned that the ability Su Yi used should be the D-level ability, Boiling Blood, but no matter what, he still couldn't understand why a D-level ability would have such terrifying explosive power. So, even though he awakened a D D-level ability, you still think he's qualified to enter Dragon Summer Academy? Xiao Wu sat back down at his desk and asked thoughtfully. That's right, Xiao Sha nodded in agreement. His talent is exceptional. He absolutely deserves to join Dragon Summer Academy. That nightmare demon was killed by him. However, to protect him, we have already kept the news under wraps. Even if he doesn't choose to join Dragon Summer Academy, he shouldn't be threatened in any way. One of the reasons I called you here is precisely this matter. Xiao Wu crossed his arms and gently placed them in front of him. You should know that Nightmare possesses the Void Jade and belongs to the high-level Void Demons. In terms of both strength and status, it far surpasses ordinary Void Demons. I've heard about it, Xiao Sha said thoughtfully. It's precisely because of his special position that the board of directors is so eager to recall us. Then do you know? Xiao Wu raised his eyes slightly, his spirited gaze fixed on Xiao Sha, that the Void Jade possesses the function of recording. What did you say? Xiao Sha's expression changed slightly, and her tone immediately became tense. He only learned a little about the existence of the Void Jade in the last 2 years, and even then, he only knew the basics. After all, such Void Demon nobles have only appeared less than 5 times in the Dragon Kingdom so far. A Void Demon who possesses a Void Jade will transmit all the scenes he experienced before his death back to the Void Kingdom at the moment of his death. Xiao Wu's words were like a bomb, causing Xiao Sha's expression to change drastically. Doesn't that mean? That means the disguise you put on for that child was completely useless, Xiao Wuping continued calmly. At the moment Nightmare died, his elder brother, the 10 Emperors of Bright Day, had already seen the scene before his death. Killing the Nightshade's child will inevitably bring the Void Demon's revenge. Xiao Sha was shocked and immediately wanted to turn around and leave. I'm going back to Jinchang right now to protect him. Even if you go back now, you might not make it in time, Xiao Wu said calmly, his voice slowly drifting over. Anger flashed in Xiao Sha's eyes as he glared ahead, ready to lash out. However, the principal's next words rang out leisurely. So I had already sent a reliable person to pick up the child. That man just finished his mission, so I'll just give him a ride back. A reliable person? Xiao Sha was stunned, not realizing for a moment who the principal was referring to. That's the guy. Xiao Wu suddenly frowned, tilting his head in thought. Hey, what's his name again? He remained lost in thought for a full minute. Just as Xiao Sha was getting impatient, his eyes finally lit up. All right, I remember that child's title is Ice King. It's him. Xiao Sha's brow twitched, a complex emotion flashing in his eyes, but he also breathed a sigh of relief. If it's him, then there's really no need to worry too much. So there's another matter I wanted to discuss with you today, Xiao Wu said softly, looking at Xiao Sha. Please speak, Principal, Xiao Sha replied respectfully, regaining his composure. Go to the airport and pick up Instructor Lian Shou and bring him back to the academy. His flight should be at 8 p.m. Instructor Lian Shou? Upon hearing this name, Xiao Sha's expression immediately turned strange and shocked. Wait, could it be this time? That's right. Xiao Wu smiled faintly and replied calmly. The entrance exam in 10 days will be conducted by Instructor Lian Shou. These freshmen are really unlucky. Xiao Sha's eyes twitched involuntarily as she recalled the scene when she entered school a few years ago. That's the guy known as the Devil Instructor. He sighed softly and muttered to himself. That kid should be able to pass the entrance exam, right? He shook his head, turned and left. I'm going to the airport now. Watching Xiao Sha leave the office, Xiao Wu revealed a deep gaze and gently looked out the window. An SS level awakened one, the young master of the Qin family in Linchang, and the daughter of the Tang group. Now another D-level kid has appeared. It seems this year's entrance exam will be particularly interesting. A faint smile appeared on his lips as his hand gently brushed past the fist mark left by Xiao Sha. The touched areas immediately returned to their original state, and the mahogany tabletop was once again intact, as if it had never been hit. It looks better this way. Okay, please take him to his destination. Thank you. Su closed the car door, watched the taxi drive away with Wang Pang, then shook his head and chuckled. After leaving McDonald's, the two went straight to a karaoke bar. While drinking, Wang Pang sang incoherently, shouting, I must become a void hunter. I will never be a burden to Brother Yi in the future. In the end, he got completely drunk and lost consciousness. It was already past 8 o'clock in the evening. The night breeze gently caressed Su Ye's face, making him a little more awake. Although he didn't drink too much, he drank quite a bit with Wang Pang, and he was a little tipsy. The void hunter, he murmured softly, then shook his head and smiled. In the past, he had never imagined that the idea of becoming a void hunter would ever cross his mind. There is still some time before the enrollment assessments for the various awakened academies conclude. This opportunity allows him to carefully consider which college's entrance exam would be more suitable for him. Su patted his cheeks lightly and continued walking until he reached a vending machine. He dropped in a coin and quickly retrieved a bottle of mineral water. The cool water slid down his throat, immediately invigorating him. He still has many things to deal with right now. After successfully activating the third special effect of survival of the fittest genius, he gained a new ability, boiling blood. The wizards entered a month-long cooling-off period. He must wait a full month before he can once again perceive the conditions for triggering the prodigy ability. According to his analysis,
the next trigger condition will most likely not be a scenario like killing a rock realm void beast. After obtaining boiling blood, he can also perceive the conditions for evolving boiling blood to sea level through the first special effect, evolution. This time, the condition is no longer limited to Starsea meteorite iron, which is only available in the void realm. However, to successfully evolve into boiling blood, one still needs to obtain a special material called blood lotus. It is said that the blood lotus only grows deep in the snow mountains, and even if it is sold on the market, it costs more than 100,000 dragon coins, making it very expensive. At least for Suyi right now, this amount of money is simply unaffordable. As for the second special effect, transformation, after boiling blood was upgraded to SS level, it also entered a 2-week cooldown period. During these 2 weeks, he will no longer be able to use the transcendental technique to enhance his strength. As expected, we cannot rely entirely on the ability of survival of the fittest. I must hone these 2D level abilities to perfection and work together to solidify my combat strength. While he was thinking, Su had already finished the mineral water in his hand. Before the bottle cap could be tightened, a strange night wind blew in. The lights from the vending machine in front of us and the street lights behind us began to flicker. A moment later, the lights suddenly went out. The darkness lasted for about a second before the lights came back on. Su paused, immediately noticing something was wrong. Although it was late at night and there were few pedestrians on the road, people were still coming and going, and many young people were enjoying the nightlife. But after that strange night wind blew by, the surrounding pedestrians vanished without a trace, as if they had evaporated into thin air. In this world, it seemed as if he was the only one left, with nothing but the gentle sound of the wind in his ears. No way. Suya's drunkenness vanished instantly, and a sense of unease welled up in his heart. He turned his head sharply. This is called limited virtual realm, and its effect is similar to the mirror world you use. Behind him, a man in a tuxedo stood smiling, as if he had been waiting for a long time. By the way, the world in the mirror is a treasure created by drawing inspiration from the limited virtual realm. Su squeezed the empty water bottle in his hand hard, threw it aside, looked at the man, and said thoughtfully, "Let me guess." In the middle of the night, a man in a tuxedo stared at me, a high school student in the prime of my life, with a perverted smile like that of a stalker, and trapped me in this special space. You're the kind of gay guy who's been craving sex for a long time, right? The man's smile froze instantly, and the corner of his mouth twitched slightly. However, he quickly regained his composure and looked at Suyi, saying, "If I were really the person you're describing, you should be lying on the vending machine right now, not standing here talking to me." "Ha, that's what I thought too." Su chuckled twice, then his smile faded, and he looked ahead with a firm gaze, saying decisively, "You're a member of the Void Demon Council." "Oh, you actually know the name of the council?" The man seemed somewhat surprised, looking at Suyi with a hint of curiosity. "Yes, I also know that you are all the henchmen of the Void Demons." Suyi sneered, his words full of sarcasm. "No, you should be called traitors." The man showed no anger, and a faint smile remained on his face. "All living beings do not understand us at all, nor do they understand the goals of the Void Demons." He looked at Suyi with a hint of pity. "We exist only for the greater good. Only by assisting Lord Zumo in achieving that ultimate goal can we save this world. It seems this council is more like a cult." Suyi sneered, his words becoming increasingly sharp. "Are you going to say next, 'I truly believe in the Void Demon'?" "You won't understand until you're baptized," the man said calmly, smiling faintly. Then, he smiled and looked at Suyi. "According to Lord Bliss, you are a rather intelligent fellow. Why don't you guess why I'm here?" "It's because of Nightmare, isn't it?" Suyi replied calmly, having already deduced it the moment the other party appeared. "Fong Xin and the others wouldn't lie to me, so the matter of me killing Nightshade must have been handled properly, and my identity information has been kept confidential. But you still appeared in front of me. This means that the news of my killing of Nightshade was transmitted to the Void Demon in some special way. Nightmare said before he died that he was the younger brother of the 10 Emperors. I guess you're the guy the 10 Emperors sent to deal with me." His analysis was clear and logical, and he spoke without any panic. Instead, he used the conversation to buy time while his mind raced, trying to figure out a way to escape. "Indeed, you are very clever." The man in the tuxedo nodded approvingly and suddenly extended his hand. In that instant, Suya's expression changed slightly, and he immediately felt his whole body being suppressed by an invisible force, unable to move. This is not some kind of special ability, but simply a suppression exerted by energy. "But that's precisely why you'll die here today." The man maintained a smile throughout, his eyes calm as still water. He very gentlemanly placed his right palm on his chest and his left hand behind his back, and bowed to Suyi. "I am the 17th member of the Void Demon Council. Don't even think about resisting, you have no chance of winning, because my level of attainment is." Suya's expression changed slightly, and he trembled with all his might, but remained motionless. At this moment, apart from his face, which could still move freely, his entire body was being suppressed by an invisible force. No matter how much energy he tried to activate, he could not shake this force. Previously, Nightmare of the Mountain Realm had also suppressed him with energy, but at that time, he only felt a slight heaviness in his shoulders. The energy energy being used by this 17th counselor was like a tsunami, making it impossible for him to move an inch.
Is this the peak realm? Suyi once again felt the enormous gap in energy realm advancement.
Nevertheless, he slightly raised his eyes and looked straight ahead. This, Mr. Congressman.
Was it really necessary to specifically send a peak realm awakener to kill me? I am but an ant in the stone realm.
Even if you send a rock realm expert, I am still no match for him. Counselor number 17 chuckled lightly, then said calmly, in the Void Demon Council, apart from a few elite seeds, there are no beings below the mountain realm. To become a member of parliament, one must at least be from the mountainous region. His words came to an abrupt halt, his expression changed slightly, but he chuckled and said, under these circumstances, you still dare to attempt to investigate parliamentary secrets. At such a young age, he has an extraordinary character and is indeed quite intelligent. He swung his right hand, and Suyi immediately felt as if an invisible hand was tightly gripping his neck, making it difficult to breathe. Su clenched his right fist and struggled desperately to break free from the force, but to no avail.
If I really wanted to kill you, it would be easy.
Just as Su was about to suffocate from lack of oxygen, Counselor number 17 spoke again, slowly withdrawing his right hand. To me, it would be like strangling a chick. Suya's body fell to the ground, coughing violently and gasping for breath. As breaths of oxygen filled his lungs, his face, which had turned purple due to lack of oxygen, gradually returned to normal. For a moment, he even thought he was really going to die. Fortunately, you have one more chance to survive. Counselor number 17 smiled at Su Yi, showing no hostility whatsoever. But only Su knew that if he had held on for 3 more seconds, he might have fallen into a coma due to lack of oxygen to his brain.
What cough do you want to do? Su asked, panting heavily.
Lord Bliss has ordered that you be given a chance, Counselor number 17 said softly, as if conveying some kind of sacred decree. As long as you are willing to join the Void Demon Council, that Lord will do his best to train you and protect your life. As for Lord Mingzhou, everything will be taken care of for you, so you won't have any worries.
What a tired old trick of appeasement. Su had recovered considerably, chuckled, and looked ahead. Didn't you just say that the council doesn't have any awakened individuals below the rock realm?
As long as you are willing to return to the council, Lord Bliss will naturally have a way to help you break through to the rock realm in a short time, Counselor number 17 replied calmly. If you wish, becoming a mountain realm within 2 years is by no means difficult. The terms are tempting, Su sneered.
Aren't you afraid I'll betray you?
You will understand us once you are baptized, Member of Parliament number 17 replied.
What, is this some kind of brainwashing ritual? Baptism lets you see the true nature of the world.
The senator's eyes gleamed with fervor, as if recalling something.
When you see this real world, you will fully understand the goals of the Void Demons. At that time, you will willingly join the council and act for the adults' goals. The reality of the world, what does that mean? Su Ye's eyes flickered as he hurriedly asked. Don't you think you've asked too many questions? Counselor number 17 regained his indifference and calmly ended the conversation.
Parliament can give you strength far beyond that of your peers.
It can lead you to the highest happiness. Money, power, women, strength, knowledge, life, even death can be reversed.
Upon hearing this, a strange light flashed in Su Ye's eyes.
Whatever you desire, you will get what you want.
The counselor's voice gradually rose in intensity before slowly returning to calm.
Parliament never forces anyone to join. I'll only ask you once. He looked directly at Su Yi and slowly asked, would you like to join the council? You just said that after joining the parliament, even death can be reversed?
Su Ye's voice was deep as he looked directly at member number 17.
That's right, Counselor number 17 laughed. Once you become a counselor, you can make a wish to Lord Bliss. Whatever your wish, the adults will help you fulfill it. It even includes the wish to bring the dead back to life.
Su was struck dumb, his breathing became rapid, and a familiar figure flashed through his mind.
Is everything you're saying true? He asked urgently, his voice trembling slightly at that moment. Sensing his emotions, Representative number 17's eyes revealed an incredibly peaceful expression. Of course it's true. My wife, Lian Xiang, passed away unexpectedly 7 years ago. It was Lord Bliss who resurrected her and brought her back to my side. I witnessed every detail of her resurrection with my own eyes, and that is why I have the utmost respect for the Elysian. In that case, then Suya's body trembled slightly, and the regret that had been buried in his heart for a long time grew wildly like bamboo shoots after a spring rain. If given the chance, perhaps she could too.
Representative number 17 opened his right hand, looking at him with satisfaction, waiting for him to make the right choice.
However, the longing on Suya's face vanished instantly, replaced by a mocking smile. He even stuck out his tongue. How could I possibly join an organization that sounds like a cult? Do I look that stupid? He looked ahead with a cold smile, his eyes full of mockery. How was my performance just now?
The expression on Representative number 17's face changed from relief to shock and then instantly turned cold. Without the slightest hesitation, he stretched out his right hand, clenched it into a fist, and launched a fatal blow at Su Yi. Su Yi immediately felt an invisible force pressing down on him from all around, as if it were trying to plunge him back into the suffocating state he had been in before.
At that moment, moment, he finally understood the other party's determination and the level of danger. If they don't get the answer they want, they will be quickly eliminated. Such an organization is extremely dangerous. Representative number 17 stared coldly ahead, activating his ability to completely eliminate Su Yi. However, a hint of surprise flashed in his eyes the next moment. A burst of intense blood-red light erupted from Su Yi's body. He let out a muffled groan, the sound indistinct, and a white thread slowly spread across his palm. In the next instant, his body transformed into a bloody shadow, breaking free of its restraints and rolling to the side as if drawn by a force. Counselor number 17 could see clearly that Su Yi had a bottle cap hidden in his palm. The bottle cap now fits perfectly with the mineral water bottle he had thrown earlier. The water bottle, which had been deflated, suddenly swelled up as if it were being inflated. Cough, cough, cough. Having successfully escaped, Su Yi finally regained his ability to move. He leaned on his knees, panting heavily, wiped the drool from the corner of his mouth caused by the pressure, and looked ahead with a cold smile. Unfortunately, I have no intention of dying so easily. As he spoke, he had already broken free of his boiling blood state. Even if one exhausts all their blood, it would be difficult to inflict effective damage on a peak-level expert. It's better to conserve our energy for later responses. Oh, Counselor number 17 looked surprised, not expecting that Su Yi could break free of his restraints. The D-rank ability Repairman, and the D-rank ability Boiling Blood. I never expected you to be a twin awakener. However, both of the awakened abilities are only the lowest level, D-rank. I really don't understand how you killed Lord Nightshade. He glanced at the water bottle in Su Yi's hand. Throw the water bottle as soon as you see me, and trigger your ability with the bottle cap at the same time. It seems you had already planned to use this method to escape. But I'm curious, do you really think that just because you've temporarily escaped my grasp, you can get away? For me, suppressing you is as easy as breathing in drinking water. So that's how it is. This is the essence of your ability? Unexpectedly, Su Yi showed no fear whatsoever. Instead, he chuckled, as if he had seen through something. What did you say? Counselor number 17's expression hardened slightly as he stared directly at Su Yi. I thought it was the energy of the peak realm that suppressed me so I couldn't move. Su Yi straightened up and replied casually. But I found out I was wrong. If you could suppress me with just energy, you wouldn't have needed to raise your hand before attacking me. He stared directly at Counselor number 17, his eyes gleaming with a light of complete understanding. While the energy of the peak realm is indeed extremely threatening to me, it hasn't reached the point where it can completely immobilize me. What truly restricts my movements and allows me to launch attacks is probably your ability, isn't it? Let me guess, is it some kind of invisible hand? A flicker of surprise crossed Counselor number 17's eyes, and his expression turned slightly grave, but he quickly smiled with relief. That's right, my B-rank ability is called Invisible Hand. That really suits your perverted, gay, and twisted sense of humor, Su Yi sneered. The counselor remained unmoved, calmly gazing ahead. Perhaps Lord Nightshade's death at your hands is not an accident. But that's precisely why I can't let you leave here alive. A cold glint flashed in his eyes, and he swung his right hand out. With your strength, even if you know my abilities, what can you do to me? Alarm bells rang in Su Yi's mind, and he quickly reached for his waist with his right hand. The next moment, he pulled out a broken blade, held it in his hand, and was enveloped in white light. With the help of the repair hand, Gu Shao instantly returned to normal. He swung the ancient bronze sword and slashed to the side and forward. 3 pitch-black arms fell from the sky. You actually managed to sever my invisible hand? Counselor number 17 looked shocked again. As a peak-level being, he originally intended to easily kill this high school student who had just entered the stone realm, but he was defeated twice in a row. He quickly noticed the ancient jade artifact in Su Yi's hand, and his expression changed slightly. A jade artifact that can ignore my energy slash? With a cold expression, he raised his hand again. This time, his energy was so overwhelming that Su Yi could barely breathe, and a shocking scene appeared in Su Yi's eyes. Behind representative number 17, more than 20 pitch-black arms stretched out like spider legs. Each one was pitch black and seemed to stretch endlessly. 3 of the broken pieces were severed by Su Yi. Black energy surged at the fracture point. 3 black hands miraculously grew back from the broken parts. The counselor deliberately displayed his abilities to Su Yi, making them no longer invisible, as if he wanted to make his death clear and understandable. The next second, more than 20 arms shot out simultaneously, like a net enveloping Su Yi. Su Yi's expression turned solemn, and he hurriedly swung Gu Shao, trying to sever these arms. However, an arm flew out at lightning speed, forcefully blocking Gu Shao's path. A powerful impact was felt. Su also clearly felt that Gu Shao, who was waving his hands, was fixed in the air by a powerful force. He looked ahead and saw the black arm flying towards him, its hand like a claw, 4 fingers pointing down and thumb pointing up, holding Gu Shao suspended in the air. As long as it doesn't touch the blade, it won't be cut off? Counselor number 17 said calmly. Simple and direct. More than a dozen arms quickly spread out, climbing up Su Yi's body and once again immobilizing him. Even Gu Shao slipped from his palm and plunged straight into the ground. His body was lifted high, and the voice of representative number
number 17 rang in his ears.
This time, you have nowhere to run.
A hand came crashing down towards Suya's face. The counselor, unwilling to waste time, prepared to snap his head off.
However, Su suddenly seemed to give up resisting, letting out a long breath, his gaze fixed on the back of counselor number 17, and he shouted in a drawn-out tone, "Although I don't know your name. But senior, haven't you seen enough yet? If I don't act now, I'm really going to die here."
"What did you say?" Counselor number 17 became more alert and hurriedly turned around to look behind him. However, he had just turned his head away. A biting cold wind swept in from behind, instantly enveloping the entire space. A biting wind howled, and the surrounding temperature plummeted. A figure slowly emerged from the shadows, heading straight for representative number 17.
The dim light illuminated his face. This is a man with short, light-colored hair.
He was about 27 or 28 years old, wearing a close-fitting robe and long boots. His hair and clothes were exceptionally neat, without a single strand out of place. His face was sharply defined, but his eyes were cold and piercing, like the biting wind around him. His boots slammed into the ground, breaking the surrounding silence.
Immediately afterwards, a continuous stretch of ice spread out from beneath his feet, covering the entire ground in a matter of moments.
"Who are you?" Counselor number 17 was startled, and an indescribable sense of crisis quickly enveloped his entire body. He was completely unaware that someone had silently intruded into this restricted virtual realm. The man didn't answer, but stared coldly ahead and took another step. This time, the spreading frost directly covered and enveloped the more than 20 black arms that were imprisoning Suyi. The pitch-black arm was instantly covered in frost and then shattered. Ice flowers scattered everywhere, and Suya's body fell from mid-air. The bone-chilling cold made him shiver slightly. He involuntarily rubbed his hands together, looked ahead, and breathed a sigh of relief. This energy, combined with the power of ice. Counselor number 17's invisible hand was broken, and his expression changed drastically. All the severed black arms vanished into nothingness behind him. He stared intently at the white-haired man, a name flashing through his mind, and a look of shock appeared on his face.
"You are Ice King Ruanrui. Ice King Ruanrui. The Peak Realm Hunter is renowned for his fame.
He possesses an extremely powerful energy conversion skill among S-class abilities, Ice Age.
He once single-handedly froze an entire illusory realm, including its entrance, and even trapped 2 Peak Realm illusory beasts, thus gaining widespread fame."
Ice King, Suyi rubbed his sore neck, looking at the white-haired man, pondering to himself. He had noticed this person as early as when the limited virtual realm opened. He guessed that the other party was a void hunter sent to protect him, but he didn't expect them to be so powerful. The invisible hand that had left him helpless was frozen into countless shards of ice in the blink of an eye.
"Ha, it seems I miscalculated this time." Counselor number 17's face was gloomy.
His invisible hand can bring people back to life, but this requires a huge amount of energy. Since the void hunters have sent this Ice King, it seems I can't kill him. He snorted coldly, his energy surging as he tried to escape.
"Did I give you permission to leave?" Ice King Ruanrui stared at him indifferently, his tone as cold as ice.
The next moment, Counselor number 17 was shocked to discover that his feet had been frozen solid. His expression changed drastically, and his energy expanded and exploded, shattering the ice beneath his feet.
"What?" Immediately afterwards, he was suspended in mid-air, using an invisible hand as support to create a floating effect.
Suyi stroked his chin in thought, already having no doubt about the outcome of this battle. At this moment, the arm of representative number 17 completely vanished into nothingness, disappearing into the void.
These arms are completely invisible to the naked eye. His expression was cold and stern, and the energy within him erupted,
surging towards Ruanrui like a tsunami. "Your Excellency Ice King, we are both at the peak realm. Do you really have to be so aggressive? I admit you may be better than me, but if you push me too far, I will not let you get away with it." He used both soft and hard tactics, his gaze was cold and stern, and his eyes burned with a determination to destroy everything.
"Oh." Ruanrui raised his head indifferently and glanced at the 17th counselor floating in mid-air.
In the next instant, only an icy shadow remained where he stood. He had vanished without a trace. At the same time, a chilling voice rang in the ears of representative number 17. "I'd like to know, what makes you mistakenly believe that I'm on the same level as you?" Representative number 17 trembled violently, his blood seemed to rush upwards, and his hair stood on end.
He was completely unaware of Ruanrui's movements.
He roared, and more than 20 invisible hands behind him, carrying immense force, slammed towards Ruanrui's side. However, Ruanrui simply gazed calmly ahead and gently extended his right palm. A burst of icy mist erupted from the palm of his hand, spreading out in a cone shape. The frost instantly froze those invisible hands in mid-air, revealing the arms that were previously invisible. Not only those invisible hands, but even half of representative number 17's body was covered in frost. A bone-chilling cold seeped into his body, and his eyes were filled with horror. How is this possible? How can it be so strong? He gritted his teeth, shivering from the cold, yet his expression was one of madness. "You forced me to do this. Once I break free of this limited virtual realm, everyone nearby will perish. I'd like to see whether you'll protect these people first, or kill me first." He began to channel the energy within his body, attempting to break through this limited virtual realm. But soon, his expression changed. No matter how he tried to activate it, the surroundings remained unchanged, and the limited virtual realm was not damaged at all. What do you think I did by expending energy to freeze the surrounding area? Ruan Rui stared at him expressionlessly. The frost covering the ground wasn't meant to impress him. In reality, he never showed himself. He was secretly using energy to freeze the surroundings to prevent his opponent from escaping. You actually froze this space? An incredulous thought surged in Counselor number 17's mind. His horror had reached its peak. They are both experts at the peak level, so why is there such a huge gap between them? Both at the peak level? Ruan Rui murmured softly, his right palm pressing lightly towards Counselor number 17's face. At this moment, Suye's eyes flickered, sensing something amiss, and he shouted urgently, "Senior Ice King, watch out behind you." Two thick, dark arms suddenly emerged from the ground and slammed towards Ruan Rui. Representative number 17 looked crazed. This is his final move, a strike that gathers all his energy. If hit, even the Ice King will be severely injured. His maniacal smile was frozen solid by layers of rising ice, solidified on his face. At the same time, two black arms less than half a meter away from Ruan Rui were also frozen by the rapidly spreading ice from the ground. Ruan Rui remained expressionless, gently clenching his fist. In an instant, the 17th counselor's frozen body, along with his two black arms, shattered and turned into countless ice shards that scattered to the ground. At the same time, the second half of his whispered sentence slowly escaped his lips. "You dare to compare yourself to me? Domineering and powerful." Su was deeply shocked by the strength displayed by this Ice King. This was the first time he had witnessed a duel between peak-level experts up close. Ice shards and ice flowers danced all around as Ruan Rui landed lightly from the air and walked straight towards Su Yi. Thank you for saving me, Senior." Su also bowed respectfully to express his gratitude. Before he could finish speaking, Ruan Rui interrupted. "When did you first discover me?" Su blinked, hesitated for a moment, and then answered, "From the beginning." "The reason?" A hint of surprise flashed in Ruan Rui's eyes, but her face remained calm. "My brain constantly remembers and reconstructs the surrounding scene," Su answered honestly without hiding anything. "This is a skill and instinct that I have deliberately practiced. As soon as the virtual realm was set up, I noticed that the light from the lamps was off." He pointed to a light at a distant corner, "So I guess someone must have used some means to hide their presence and figure under the light. To deal with an ant like me, the Void Demon Council probably won't send more than 2 members. Therefore, I can roughly guess that you are probably a Void Hunter who came to protect me." "A good deduction." Ruan Rui nodded, giving a fairly fair assessment. At this moment, he finally walked up to Su Yi and said calmly, "Since you have already sensed my presence, so when that congressman extended the invitation to you, did you genuinely refuse, or were you forced to refuse because of my presence?" At that moment, Su also felt a bone-chilling cold rushing towards him. Ruan Rui's eyes were icy cold, staring intently at him, as if trying to see into his soul through his eyes. Under such pressure, he didn't even have time to think things through. Faced with such forceful questioning, Su felt a surge of inexplicable anger. He enveloped his entire body in energy, forcefully withstanding the pressure, and looked directly at Ruan Rui, his tone turning colder. "The result is right in front of you, so what difference does it make? I don't believe their nonsense." "Was that attraction you showed just now just acting?" Ruan Rui persisted, pressing for an answer. Ruan Rui felt that Suye's earlier hint of attraction was definitely not feigned. The idea of the dead coming back to life violates the rules of the world and is simply impossible, Suye replied calmly. "How could I possibly believe such cult-like lies?" "Very good." Ruan Rui ignored Suye's attitude and simply nodded coldly. The pressure on Suye immediately dissipated, and the chill quickly receded. The Ice King simply stared at him nonchalantly and said calmly, "I hope you won't do anything to betray humanity. If you truly intend to join the Void Demon Council, I will personally kill you." "Ha, I hope that day will never come." Suye stretched his slightly stiff hands and feet and hummed softly. Only he himself knows what he was thinking just now. Perhaps for those who have nowhere else to turn, the words of Representative number 17 will be their lifeline. But he remained rational and calm throughout. As for whether he was truly moved, only he knows the answer. The air gradually fell silent. Ice King Ruan Rui stood there without saying a word. Su touched his nose, feeling an extremely awkward atmosphere. He glanced at Ruan Rui, thinking to himself, is this guy trying to create some kind of cold-faced persona? Shouldn't he have stated his purpose and explained things to me at this point? Ruan Rui seemed to notice Suye's gaze and looked over as well. After a moment, he finally spoke. "The principal sent me to protect you. You've been thinking for so long and all you can come up with is this nonsense." Suye thought to himself, his lips twitching involuntarily. For some reason, he had a vague feeling that this Ice King Senior seemed to be. He took a deep breath, forced a dry laugh, and replied, "It seems the principal had anticipated this situation. Clearly, both the Ice King and Chao Sha were from Dragon Summer Academy, and they sent people to protect him after realizing he was in danger." Ruan Rui responded coldly again, then fell silent once more. A few seconds later, he looked at Suye
in confusion. Don't you have anything you want to ask? What the hell am I supposed to ask? Sue roared inwardly. You were threatening me just a second ago. Do you expect me to fawn over you and be nice to you?
Sue sighed softly, rubbing his forehead as his dissatisfaction with the Ice King gradually dissipated. He had figured it out. This Ice King seemed to simply have social anxiety and be unable to speak properly, and meant him no harm. Regardless, the other party saved my life, so there's no need to let the atmosphere remain awkward. He took a deep breath before asking, the principal sent you here not just to protect me, right? Ruan Rui nodded, but then fell silent. Is that all? Just say You should explain yourself clearly, Suyi mentally screamed, almost jumping up and down in frustration. You were so aggressive just now, how come you can't say a word now? He had never met such a difficult person to communicate with. Ruan Rui seemed to realize that he should say something, frowned slightly and pondered for a moment, then continued, to be precise, I just happened to be around here and came to protect you on my way. He turned to look at Suyi and asked expressionlessly, you should have the Dragon Jade, right? This is an invitation to enter Dragon Summer Academy. The principal asked me to ask you if you intend to join Dragon Summer Academy? Actually, I'm still considering this matter. Suyi had almost guessed another reason why the other party had appeared, and deliberately showed a hesitant look when he answered. Of course, this was just a polite remark. He already had several other colleges in mind and was planning to take the assessments in the next few days. This is not only to learn about energy and abilities, but also to gain access to resources that can only be obtained by joining the academy. If the materials needed to upgrade his abilities can be procured through official organizations, the difficulty will naturally be greatly reduced. The principal said that you are now being watched by the Void Demon Council. Ruan Rui tilted his head, seemingly recalling the principal's instructions over the phone. The hunters of the Void are short-handed and cannot send someone to protect you around the clock. Damn it! Suya's expression changed drastically, and he cursed inwardly. At that moment, reminded by Ruan Rui, he suddenly realized that today's attack was just the beginning and would never end there. If you can enroll in Longsha Academy, I can take you there. No one will be able to lay a finger on you within the academy's boundaries. Of course, if you don't want to, I can also send you to the nearest protective facility. There will be hunters patrolling and protecting you there, but you may have to stay there for months or even years until you feel safe before you can apply to go out. Don't worry, your death was an accident. The government will provide you with a monthly protection allowance and guarantee your basic living needs. Your safety is guaranteed. Of course, if you are confident that you can evade the pursuit of the Void Demon Council, you are free to move around as you wish. Actually, I've admired Dragon Summer Academy for a long time. Joining this academy is my lifelong dream. Suyi quickly took out the Dragon Jade and looked at Ruan Rui with a sincere expression on his face. At this moment, he was especially glad that he hadn't thrown the Dragon Jade into the trash can or rushed to sell it. He wasn't stupid. He hadn't planned to join Dragon Summer Academy before, but he felt that the academy was too unique and had a high mortality rate. But now his life is in great danger, and he can't expect someone to come and rescue him every time, nor can he waste time being locked in the protective facility, otherwise he would definitely miss the assessments of other colleges. All things considered, joining Longsha Academy is actually the best option to ensure his safety. Having witnessed the Ice King's strength firsthand, he felt much more at ease. His ability to be flexible and adaptable is not a weakness, but rather his passport to a bright future. Very good. Ruan Rui nodded and waved his right hand. The frozen space around them shattered instantly, and the real world reappeared. Let's set off now. Suyi had just sheathed Gu Xiao, which was stuck in the ground, when he froze on the spot. He had returned to his original world and was still standing next to the vending machine. People were coming and going around, and no one noticed that two more people had suddenly appeared there. You mean, we're leaving now? Su looked around, feeling utterly bewildered. It's already late at night. Although he agreed to join Longsha Academy, there's no need to rush to leave at this time, is there? The death of a counselor will inevitably make the Void Demon Council wary. They are unlikely to send anyone to attack him anytime soon. I can accompany you to see your parents and say goodbye, and pick up some luggage while we're at it, Ruan Rui said expressionlessly, not joking at all. My parents have been missing for a long time, so there's nothing special to prepare in terms of luggage, Suyu replied calmly, a slight twitch at the corner of his mouth. He had already placed some important things, such as the Power Stone and his parents' belongings, into the world within the pot. He can retrieve his belongings at any time with just a thought, without needing to go home specifically to prepare his luggage. Ruan Rui stared at him for a few seconds, then suddenly said, I'm sorry, my parents also passed away when I was very young. No need to apologize in a place like this. Suyi couldn't help but shout and complain in his heart again, and your way of comforting people is so weird. What does that also mean? My parents are just missing. Their bodies haven't even been found yet. Before transmigrating, he was an orphan. After transmigrating, his parents in this world had long since disappeared. He didn't actually have any special feelings for his parents. He just felt something was off about what Ruan Rui said. I'm just curious, why do we have to leave now? Isn't the normal start of the school year in September?
Will there be anyone at school this early? Besides, I should at least prepare before enrolling in school. I'm exhausted from the battle just now. How about I go home and get some sleep and set off again tomorrow? Su chuckled dryly, but the weariness in his eyes was undeniable. Who told you were guaranteed admission? Ruan Rui looked at him with some surprise, tilting her head in confusion. What do you mean? A sudden sense of unease welled up inside Su Yi, and his expression tightened. Don't I have the dragon jade? What's the use of this thing? Long Yu is just an invitation to enroll, Ruan Rui interrupted him. Only with this will you be qualified to take the entrance test. Wait, you mean? Only those who pass the entrance test can truly join Longsha Academy and formally enroll, Ruan Rui said calmly. The entrance test will officially begin at 8 o'clock tomorrow morning. This is to filter out unqualified people. This way, these students will still have time to attend interviews and assessments at other Awakened Academy. Only students who pass the test are eligible to participate in the entrance examination 10 days later and be ranked. Other qualified students have been heading to the school to prepare for the exam. You're already in the last batch. Su's head was buzzing when he suddenly remembered a sentence Cao Xiao left before he left. If you can, I hope to see you at the entrance ceremony. So that, if possible, had another meaning. Time is of the essence. We must leave tonight. Ruan Rui looked at Su Yi expressionlessly. Do you need me to go home with you to get your things? No need. Su sighed and rubbed his temples. How do we get going? As expected, getting into the country's #1 Awakener Academy is no easy feat. Just then, a gasp came from the crowd behind them. Immediately afterwards, the roar of engines suddenly rang out. A luxury car pulled up beside Su Yi with a beautiful drift. He looked back and saw a Rolls-Royce parked there steadily. Just as he was surprised, a refined-looking elderly man got out of the driver's seat, opened the back door, and respectfully invited the two of them to get in the car. The old man, dressed in a suit, with elegant manners, looked at them with a smile. Young Master Ruan Rui, as you instructed, I have arrived on time. Please get in the car, we'll be leaving right away. Ruan Rui climbed into the back seat without looking back, and looked at Su Yi, who was still standing there. What are you standing there for? Get in the car. Su Yi crushed the mineral water bottle in his hand again, his lips twitching as he muttered, damn rich kids. He climbed into the car and quickly drove away amidst envious glances. In the distance, a desolate mountain presents an extremely eerie sight. The area above the halfway point of the mountain was frozen solid, and even the scorching summer sun could not melt that layer of frost. On the mountaintop, several ferocious-looking ethereal beasts were frozen into ice sculptures, motionless. One of the ice sculptures suddenly trembled violently. Seconds later, the ice sculpture suddenly exploded, and the surging energy around it instantly shattered the other ice sculptures. A bird-shaped phantom beast with 2 wings broke free from the ice sculpture, its entire body trembling wildly as if frozen. Its face was fierce, its eyes were filled with anger, and it stared intently at the sky. The energy within its body surged continuously, gradually dispelling the bone-chilling cold. Damn Ice King! The beast actually spoke in human language, its growl filled with hatred. His eyes flashed with resentment, and he could even see the image of that expressionless, icy man reflected in them. I will make you pay the price. He closed his eyes, sensed things carefully for a while, then flapped his thawed wings and instantly soared into the sky, disappearing into the night. After an unknown amount of time, Su heard the sound of the car engine being turned off while he was half asleep and finally woke up in a daze. Have we arrived yet? He asked, rubbing his temples, his head spinning from the exhaustion of the battle. The refined-looking old man gently pushed open the car door, gesturing for him to get out. It was late at night when Su stepped out of the car. The howling night wind brushed against his face, making him more awake. However, when he looked around, he was stunned again. You're not telling me the Dragon Summer Academy is built in a place like this? Before me lay a desolate wasteland. There wasn't a single building, not even a mosquito. What are you looking at? It's right here. Ruan Rui's voice came from behind. Su Yi turned his head and looked over, his pupils shrinking slightly. A helicopter was parked prominently on the open ground behind him. After escorting him out of the car, the refined old man went straight into the helicopter cockpit. As he operated it, the propeller went from slow to fast, spinning rapidly and emitting bursts of roar. Ruan Rui, sitting in the back row, called out to him expressionlessly. The capital is far from here, and I don't have the patience to take a car. Hurry up and get on. If all goes well, we can get you back to the academy before the entrance exam starts. Don't you want to sleep a little longer? Ruan Rui asked casually. It takes at least 4 hours to fly from here to the academy. You won't arrive until around 6 o'clock. If you don't get some rest, how will you handle the entrance exam? Su rolled his eyes, leaned back in his chair, and said through his headphones, this is my first time riding in a helicopter. He pointed to the ceiling, where the buzzing of the propellers continued into the cabin. The fuselage is shaking violently, and with all this noise, how could I possibly sleep? He sighed softly. I slept for a few hours in the car just now. That should be enough. Tianjin and Beijing, where Longsha Academy is located, are two very close cities geographically. However, since the disaster 300 years ago, the capital city has become almost the core area of the
the Dragon Kingdom, and its urban area is also the largest. Longsha Academy is located in the far suburbs of Beijing. If you drive there, it will take at least 8 hours. For this reason, in order to save time, Ruan Rui chose to travel by his own helicopter. After receiving Su Ye's response, Ruan Rui fell silent again and said no more. Su was silent for a moment, then finally couldn't help but ask, "Is there anything I should pay attention to for this entrance exam?" Time was of the essence, and he had no chance to conduct any prior investigation. Knowing that he would need to prepare for the test after landing, he could only hope that the Ice King in front of him would give him some hints. "The test content changes every year," Ruan Ruiping replied calmly, "but the test generally focuses on a comprehensive assessment of qualities. Because all students have passed the combat test before entering the school, the entrance test will not have too strict combat requirements, and will mainly test comprehensive abilities." Combat test? Suyi frowned upon hearing this. "Does this mean I have to do it again when I go back to school?" "No, your combat test is over," Ruan Rui said calmly. "To be able to survive for 2 minutes against a peak-level awakened being is a result that far surpasses 90% of the new students." "So you haven't made a move all this time because you've been testing me in combat?" Suya's expression changed slightly. "Yes, I was originally in charge of your combat test. I'd like to take this opportunity to observe how well you perform under pressure," Ruan Rui said frankly, without any hesitation. "Aren't you afraid that senator will kill me?" Su asked. "I am absolutely confident that I can stop him before your life is threatened," Ruan Rui replied calmly. "Aren't you all at the peak realm?" The level of one's ability only indicates the depth of its development and the amount of energy it possesses, but it does not represent true combat power, Ruan Rui explained patiently to Su Yi, his expression unchanged. Physical skills, ability level, and combat talent, these factors all greatly influence a person's strength. Under certain restrictions, it is not impossible to fight across realms. Although we are both at the peak of the realm, I don't even need to use 30% of my strength to kill him. Su listened attentively, and his understanding of the awakened became even clearer. Fang Xian had previously mentioned physical skills in the mirror world. His expression shifted slightly, and he couldn't help but ask, "This physical technique?" Suddenly, a gust of wind came crashing down on us for no apparent reason, and the helicopter began to shake violently. Su almost slipped off his seat, quickly grabbing the armrest to steady himself. "What happened?" Ruan Rui's expression changed slightly. He stood up and looked towards the cockpit. "Old Fang, what happened?" "Young master," Old Master Fang calmly turned his head from the driver's seat. "You may have to deal with some trouble. We've been attacked." "An attack?" Su turned around, incredulous. "We're 4,000 meters in the air." He looked ahead following the cabin lights, and his eyes suddenly narrowed. In the pitch-black night sky, the lights faintly illuminated a colossal object over 4 meters tall. The giant shadow hovered high in the sky, blocking the plane's path. From its appearance, it looks like a giant, strange bird with its wings spread out, creating a gust of wind and shaking the plane. "It's that night owl." Ruan Rui's expression changed drastically. "It's actually still alive." In his perception, the virtual beast had already lost its life force after he froze it. Ice King. In the night sky, the roar of the owl was like rolling thunder, its sound shaking the heavens. "You probably never expected that my power is King of the Night. Today, I will avenge my fallen comrades." Its entire body erupted with peak-level energy fluctuations, unstoppable. "So that's how it is." It used energy to preserve a sliver of life, concealed its presence, and broke free from my ice seal by taking advantage of the power of the night. Ruan Rui muttered to himself, his face expressionless. "It seems I was careless. You overconfident beast." A cold glint flashed in his eyes, and he reached out to grab the hatch without hesitation. Su reacted quickly. As soon as the cabin door opened, he immediately grabbed the handrail to steady himself. A strong suction force came from outside the cabin. Ruan Rui stood at the edge of the hatch, looking calmly ahead. "This guy is in your hands now, Old Fang." "Don't worry, young master." Old Master Fang gave a thumbs up, his face showing no panic, only unwavering trust in his young master. "Hey, are you going to go out and fight it?" Suya's expression changed, and he turned to look at the door. "This is at an altitude of 4,000 meters. The opponent is a strange bird that can fly in the air, and is at the same peak level as Ruan Rui. If the battle gets out of control, they could fall off the mountain at any moment. Don't worry about me, take care of yourself first." Ruan Rui ignored Suya's shouts and jumped out of the cabin. "I will win." As soon as he rushed out, the strong airflow slammed the hatch shut again. "He just jumped like that?" Su's expression changed drastically. Before he could take a closer look, the plane suddenly tilted sharply to the side and flew forward. He could only grip the handrail tightly, desperately trying to keep his body steady and prevent himself from being thrown out of the cabin. Through the slanted window, he could vaguely see Ruan Rui's figure soaring into the sky, and behind him, 2 enormous wings, formed from solidified ice, flapped frantically. "Brother Suyi, please hold on tight." Old Fang's steady voice came from the front. Even with a peak-level void beast blocking his way, he remained calm and composed, showing no sign of panic. Immediately afterwards, the helicopter began to shake violently. However, in the hands of this skilled old butler, the helicopter still flew steadily to the side and forward. Su gripped the handrail tightly and looked out the window. Suddenly, the wings on Wan Rui's back unfolded and he became a blur, quickly passing over the plane and rushing forward. Ice King, you will surely die a horrible death here today. The owl let out a piercing roar, the sound waves like rolling thunder. His massive body shimmered with dark energy, and with a flap of his wings, countless black blades rained down like a storm. Faced with this wide-ranging attack, the helicopter was almost completely enveloped. Just as Su was feeling a little nervous, Wan Rui calmly waved his right hand. In an instant, countless ice blades appeared behind him. With a gentle flick of his finger, the ice blades seemed to be guided, precisely striking each of the black blades. The black blades and ice blades collided and dissipated, exploding into layers of frost in the air, but not a single wave of attack affected the speeding helicopter. Under Fong Lao's control, the plane flew through the frost without slowing down at all, moving to the side away from this earth-shattering air battle. Before long, the two figures gradually shrank in size. Su Ye's pupils contracted as he saw a shocking scene through the narrow window. Ruan Rui flapped his ice wings, transforming into a blur, and engaged in a fierce battle with Night Owl in the air. The violent black energy and the power of frost collided continuously, each impact unleashing a dazzling energy fluctuation. From a distance, it looks like countless fireworks blooming in the sky, a magnificent and spectacular sight. Is this what battles between Peak Realm Awakeners are like? Su Ye's heart pounded wildly, and his eyes gleamed with an indescribable light. Previously in the limited virtual realm, Ruan Rui killed the 17th counselor with just one move. Although both were at the peak level, that counselor was completely unable to unleash the powerful moves of the Ice King Senior. It was this peak-level void beast before him that truly forced Ruan Rui to use his full strength. Su Yi finally truly felt the power of a Peak Realm Awakener. If the Peak Realm is already this powerful, how terrifying must the Ridge Realm and Kunlun Realm be? Various speculations flashed through his mind, stirring up waves in his heart. The sounds of fierce fighting gradually faded into the distance. Under Mr. Fong's guidance, they finally left the combat zone, and the aircraft regained its stability. Are we just going to leave like this? Su Yi looked out the window. In the pitch-black night, only two blurry lights could be vaguely seen flickering. Don't worry, young master won't lose, old Master Fong replied calmly. I will obey young master's orders and safely deliver you to Longsha Academy. You really have a lot of faith in him, Su Yi said, raising an eyebrow slightly as he looked at the refined old man. I watched the young master grow up from childhood. Old Master Fong smiled calmly, a hint of reminiscence flashing in his eyes. If he says he will win, then he will definitely win. I hope so, Su Yi murmured to himself, looking out the window again. Although it might be a bit of a detour, we should still be able to arrive at the academy on time. Old Fong steadily piloted the helicopter, casually glancing at the instrument panel. After the battle, young master will find a way to get to the academy on his own. Old Fong's words were suddenly interrupted by a shrill scream. Su Yi suddenly turned around, his pupils shrinking sharply. In the darkness, a dark shadow flew toward them as swiftly as a whirlwind. You dare? Ruan Rui's angry shout was like a thunderclap. Su Yi saw a huge ice spear, about 2 meters thick, shooting from a distance into the air, pointing directly at the dark figure. The shadowy figure spread its wings, revealing the cold and ferocious face of the night owl. The brief battle had left it battered and bruised, but its gaze remained steadfast as it stared ahead, already devising a plan to deal with the Ice King. Facing the enormous ice spear, it surged with jet-black energy, quickly turning 90 degrees to the side and narrowly grazing past the spear. The ice spear hurtled straight toward the helicopter with a sharp whooshing sound. However, when it was less than half a meter away from the plane, the spearhead suddenly disintegrated, turning into ice shards and dissipating into the air. At the same time, the afterimage of the owl swooped down, its massive talons aimed straight at the helicopter. I'll let you see with your own eyes how your compatriots die a horrible death right before your eyes. This guy actually wants to threaten Senior Ruan Rui with our lives. Su Yi was shocked and immediately understood Night Owl's intention. Old Fong's expression also turned serious. He gripped the control stick tightly, desperately adjusting the direction in an attempt to evade the owl's attack. But the owl was extremely fast, and no matter how Fong Lao controlled it, there was no way to avoid it. The bird's claws gripped the layer of ice tightly. Su looked out the window in surprise and saw a transparent, spherical ice barrier enveloping the helicopter, protecting it as it flew forward. The bird's claws gripped the solid ice, sending ice shards flying, but it failed to break through it. A streak of ice approached rapidly from afar, then suddenly stopped in midair. Ruan Rui's face was icy cold, his eyes filled with murderous intent. You're courting death. Without hesitation, he flapped his ice wings and transformed into a streak of light, swooping down towards the night owl. He gathered cold energy in his hands, quickly condensing it into an icy spear, which he thrust directly at the night owl. The owl quickly retreated, and seeing that there was nowhere to escape, it suddenly crossed its wings to block its way. The ice spear pierced the hard wings, producing a metallic clang. The owl's wings were as hard as steel. With the blessing of the Night King, I am invincible in the darkness. The night owl flapped its wings with all its might, and the violent air currents forced Ruan Rui to retreat repeatedly. excitedly. It flew backwards rapidly and caught up with the helicopter encased in an ice barrier in the blink of an eye. A cunning glint flashed in his eyes as he sneered. You still have to spare some attention to protect these two weaklings. What do you have to offer me in this contest? The bird's claws slammed down, striking the ice barrier with tremendous force. The hard ice layer instantly scattered into ice chips, and the cracks continued to expand. Although the helicopter fuselage was undamaged, Su Yi and Fang Lao inside the cabin both looked grave. A loud bang came from overhead. The strike, imbued with the full power of the night owl, shattered the ice barrier completely, sending ice shards fluttering down. Staring at the helicopter below, Night Owl's eyes flashed with cruelty, and its left claw suddenly reached into the cabin. The bird's claws grew larger and larger, and Su Ye's heart clenched tightly. A few drops of blood fell and splashed onto the plane window. Under Fang Lao's control, the helicopter tilted as it flew past the night owl. Su also saw through the window that Ruan Rui was standing blocking the side of the cabin. Despite his ice armor being pierced by bird claws and a bloody gash tearing open his chest, blood was still flowing freely. Look at you humans, always doing things that make you feel good about yourself. The night owl smiled smugly, looking like he had the victory in his grasp. It forcefully pulled out its right claw, and blood splattered between its claws. They have to fight me to the death, and they also have to be distracted by protecting their weaker companions. This will only lead to your utter defeat, Ice King. It grinned maliciously, its laughter filled with excitement. Is this the kind of painless attack you're talking about? Ruan Rui replied coldly, ice flowers beginning to form on the wound on his chest. Soaked in blood, the ice flower quickly transformed into a crimson blossom. He used this to freeze the wound. Although his face was somewhat pale, his gaze remained icy cold. I promise, this time I'll make sure you suffer a horrible death. Ruan Rui waved his palm, unleashing a surge of icy energy like a tidal wave, which lunged at Night Owl. But the owl caught up with the helicopter by flapping its wings and dodging. No matter what kind of creature it is, once its weakness is discovered, it's as if it has already stepped halfway into the abyss of hell. It chuckled menacingly, unleashing a surge of black energy as it desperately resisted the wave of ice. It's obvious that those two useless guys on this plane are your Achilles heel, Ice King. It waved its claws, as if trying to swat at the plane. Ruan Rui's eyes suddenly turned cold, but he could only helplessly manipulate the layer of ice waves to condense into half a wall to block the Night Owl's attack. Ha! Night Owl laughed, and two feathers flew off his body. The feather pierced the night sky and instantly struck Ruan Rui's shoulder, causing a spray of blood. Like this, Ruan Rui grunted, his eyes blazing with anger. This A-rank ability user, the Night King, greatly enhanced the strength of this peak realm Night Owl. Its energy, speed, and destructive power are all at least 3 times greater than usual. In the dead of night, this is undoubtedly the most formidable opponent. Then, the owl launched a frenzied attack on the plane. Every attack it made was blocked by the ice wall that Ruan Rui created, but Ruan Rui himself was constantly attacked by the night owl. Although he did not suffer a fatal injury in the short term, his face grew paler and paler. Hey, this is not good. Su Ye's expression changed slightly as he witnessed everything through the window. In terms of individual ability alone, Ruan Rui is far superior to Yi Xiao. However, the owls gained some kind of buff during the night, and Ruan Rui had to be constantly distracted to protect them, making it impossible for him to go all out. Even the usually composed old Master Fang appeared extremely grave at this moment. We have become a burden to the young master. In order to protect us, young master can only exert 50% of his strength. 50%? How can there be such a large restriction? Su Ye's heart tightened, somewhat unable to understand. Protecting is more than 3 times more difficult than attacking, old Fang said in a deep voice. Haven't you noticed? Since just now, we have been surrounded by the young master's energy. The consumption of this energy severely hampered his combat effectiveness and kept him constantly distracted. After listening to what Elder Fang said, Su looked outside carefully and vaguely realized what was going on. At this moment, countless tiny ice shards were scattered around the plane as it continued to move. It was the presence of these ice shards that allowed Ruan Rui to block the owl's attacks in time each time. He expended so much energy and was distracted, yet he still managed to fight Night Owl to a draw. Su Yi was secretly shocked, looking at the expressionless Ruan Rui. They protected the aircraft while fending off the owl's sneak attack. In this situation, the Ice King even had time to counterattack the Night Owl. In terms of strength, even with the Night King's support, Night Owl is definitely no match for Ruan Rui. But it was treacherous and cunning, using this method to tightly control Ruan Rui. In just over 10 minutes of fighting, Ruan Rui's energy fluctuations clearly weakened, indicating that he had consumed a great deal of energy. If this continues, even if we manage to kill Night Owl, Senior Ruan Rui will definitely be seriously injured. Su Ye's expression was solemn, as he could almost foresee the outcome. If it weren't for protecting them, Ruan Rui wouldn't have had to fight so humiliatingly. Elder Fang, let me ask you. Su Yi didn't hesitate and quickly leaned forward, asking urgently, if you abandon protecting us, how confident is Senior Ruan Rui in killing Night Owl? 100%. With young master's strength, killing this void beast would be a piece of cake if he didn't get distracted, Elder Fang replied in a deep voice. ice. Now, all he can do is trust his master and do everything he can to keep the plane away from the night owl. Very good, I understand. Suyi pulled his head back, his eyes showing determination. He then kicked open the hatch, gripped the handrails tightly, and stuck his head out. Just then, the giant bird claw suddenly fell, and an ice wall suddenly appeared in front of Suyi, blocking the attack. What are you doing? Go back now! Ruan Rue shouted angrily. Su remained unmoved, his hair flying wildly in the wind, but his eyes were unusually solemn. He channeled his energy and shouted against the wind, Senior Ruan Rue, stop protecting the plane. Use all your strength to kill this strange bird. Noisy ants. A cold glint flashed in Night Owl's eyes, and two black beams of light swiftly descended, pointing directly at Suyi, intending to kill him. However, another patch of ice flowers appeared above Suya's head, forcefully blocking the two attacks. Go back quickly. I will kill this beast myself. Ruan Rue's face was cold and stern, completely ignoring Suya's shouts. I'm not kidding. I can protect this plane. Just go ahead and fight. Focus on killing this strange bird. Ruan Rue was frowning, about to rebuke him, when he suddenly caught the determination in Suya's eyes. Trust me, Su said without saying a word, simply shouting those three words, piercing through the night and looking directly at Ruan Rue. Ruan Rue was slightly taken aback and saw a rare confidence and determination in the young man's eyes. After shouting, Su also crawled back into the plane. He suddenly smashed the glass next to him with a punch, his expression instantly calming down, and the expression on his face gradually faded. Old phone, follow my instructions. From now on, we'll have to protect ourselves. Very good. Ruan Rue's gaze returned to the front, and she murmured softly. Although he found the request utterly absurd, the look in those eyes inexplicably instilled a sense of trust in him. He himself couldn't figure out why he would believe this little devil from the stone realm. A surge of fervor welled up within me. With a flick of his wrist, the ice shards surrounding the helicopter vanished instantly. After the protection disappeared, the abundant energy within his body surged out, his eyes grew colder, and he exuded a chilling aura. I'll trust you this once. He gazed at the night owl, slowly extending his right hand, coldly declaring, Beast, prepare to meet your death. Ha! Night Owl stared at Ruan Rue mockingly, then burst into laughter. My death is near? Do you know who you're talking to? It roared, and the feathers on its back transformed into a sky full of black light, shooting towards Ruan Rue. But this time, Ruan Rue focused all his attention on the battle, his face expressionless, as he swung his right fist forward. A chill permeated the air, freezing the night sky and also freezing the feathers that were flying everywhere. At this moment, the sky seemed to have solidified into a Milky Way woven from cold air. Ruan Rue uttered a soft sound, and the night owl's eyes widened as it arched its body and flew into the air. A fist formed from ice shot into the sky and struck its massive body, its chest and abdomen covered in frost. After abandoning his distraction and protecting others, he finally revealed his true strength. Ice King! Night Owl roared, his energy shattering his fist, his body trembling, but his eyes grew even colder. Two jets of pitch-black energy shot out from its body. A beam shot straight at Ruan Rue. The other one twisted in the air and headed straight for the helicopter. It attempted to repeat its previous tactic, using helicopters to exert pressure and forcing Wind Tui to distract himself from defense. Tilt the fuselage to the far left. Suyi shouted without hesitation when he saw the incoming energy through the window. Old Fawn was already prepared, and almost simultaneously with the command, he forcefully pulled the control lever to the left. The helicopter tilted violently and veered sharply to the left. But this turning speed was simply not enough to avoid that energy. Suye's eyes flashed, and he suddenly threw the half-glass shard in his hand out the window. A white thread extends from the debris, connecting to the broken window of the airplane. Pulled by this thread, the helicopter seemed to be pulled sharply by an invisible rope. Its speed increased dramatically, and it tilted and veered to the left. The incoming energy grazed the plane's underside. The hard outer shell of the fuselage cracked instantly, revealing a large hole. However, he successfully dodged the fatal blow. The shattered glass spun and flew backwards, landing back against the broken window. Before it could be repaired, Suyi grabbed it back into his hand. His face paled slightly, and he murmured, "It consumes more energy than I imagined." Forcibly moving the entire aircraft with his repairman's arm instantly consumed 70% of his energy. The rest is up to you, Senior Ice King. What? Night Owl tilted his head in disbelief. The scene he had hoped for never happened. Ruan Rue did not spare any attention to stop his attack. He didn't shoot down that plane either. Hey, you beast. The temperature suddenly dropped, causing Night Owl to shiver. Ruan Rue's voice was so close, only 2 meters away. Where are you looking? Ruan Rue flew straight at Night Owl and slammed his fist into its head, sending it crashing downwards. A surge of fighting spirit ignited in his eyes, and he finally breathed a sigh of relief. That kid actually did it. Then I need to finish this quickly. The owl flapped its wings, desperately trying to counteract Ruan Rue's momentum, barely managing to steady itself, but its pupils contracted rapidly. High in the sky, a massive ice meteorite, as large as a small mountain, plummeted like a shooting star. The icy meteorite crashed into the night owl, emitting a shrill scream, its back instantly becoming a bloody mess. But before the blood could dissipate, it was instantly frozen by the biting cold, and half of his body was tightly enveloped in frost. Ice King. Driven by rage, the owl let out a defiant roar, and his energy surged once more. Black energy enveloped the wings, which began to tremble violently. It spewed out a beam of energy from its mouth, shattering the meteorite into fragments, before flapping its wings again and soaring into the sky. Ruanruebing flapped her wings and swooped down towards the night owl as well. Both sides were filled with extreme killing intent, and the energy fluctuations of their peak realms collided fiercely in the air, shattering the clouds. At this moment, they unleashed their ultimate move without reservation, aiming to completely crush their opponent. Night Veil. The owl was enveloped in energy, as if draped in a light veil. The speed surged even higher, unleashing even stronger fluctuations. Ruanrue's pale hair fluttered in the wind, and her whole body exuded a cloud of icy air. These icy energies condensed and did not dissipate, eventually transforming into a half-giant behind him. The giant was formed entirely of ice, standing about 3 meters tall. Though it showed no anger, it was imposing, and its face was exactly the same as Ruanrue's. With his thick, strong hands, he struck the same pose as Ruanrue and lunged downwards. At this moment, he was like a god descended from the heavens, brimming with killing intent. A human and a beast, both clad in intense energy, collided with a deafening roar. Black energy and rising cold air seemed to split the sky in two. However, the impact lasted for less than half a second before the chill spread rapidly, completely enveloping the owl. Just as Elder Fong said, Ruanrue, when going all out, possesses overwhelming combat power. Behind him, the ice god gripped the night owl's right wing tightly with both hands, and with a forceful pull, tore off the void beast's wing. Blood rained down from the sky. Impossible! Impossible! Night Owl was nearly driven mad, the pain spreading rapidly throughout his body, unable to accept the horrific scene before him. At night, I am invincible. I am the king of the night. I will never lose. I don't care if you're the king of night or the king of sun, Ruanrue said coldly, his body covered in blood, as he casually tossed away the broken wing. Dare to block my way? Even if you're a god, you'll die right here. The giant icy fist crashed down, and Night Owl had nowhere to hide. His chest was pierced through, and blood gushed from the hole. I told you, I'd make you suffer a terrible death. Ruanrue's gaze was icy as he rapidly spread frost in circles around his ice fist, preparing to freeze Night Owl completely. That bastard! If it weren't for him, how could I have lost? Night Owl glared menacingly at the sky, his eyes fixed on the trembling, shaking helicopter, filled with hatred for His Majesty the King of Su. It let out a final roar, its body seemingly boiling, its energy surging wildly. You want to self-destruct? Ruanrue's eyes turned cold, and the ice god immediately extended 2 giant hands from behind him, tightly gripping Night Owl. The terrifying energy shockwave was like a raging torrent, shattering the ice god's arms into pieces. Even Ruanrue's body was sent flying by the powerful impact, crashing heavily to the ground. Just as the Night Owl self-destructed, a black feather flew off its body and hurtled rapidly toward the helicopter high in the sky. It seems to be over. Frost covered the sky, and through the broken window, Su saw Ruanrue's crushing victory. He breathed a sigh of relief and was about to repair the window when suddenly a terrifying energy fluctuation came from below. Suye's pupils suddenly contracted as he watched a black light pierce the night sky and crash into the side of the plane. The plane was hit hard and made a loud noise. The next moment, the entire fuselage shook violently, flew forward several meters with inertia, and then began to fall rapidly to the ground. What happened? Suyi gripped the chair tightly and shouted. At this moment, the plane was teetering on the brink of collapse, falling at an extremely fast speed, with clouds rushing past us. It seems that Mr. Fong also did not expect the plane to encounter this situation. He frantically pulled on the control lever, frantically manipulated the instrument panel, and then his face changed drastically as he cried out, "The propeller! The propeller is malfunctioning!" For helicopters, the propeller is almost the only power source for them to stay in the air. The black light shot straight at the plane and blasted through the propeller. Suye's face turned pale as he watched the white clouds rushing past on both sides, and his heart trembled. I thought that Senior Ice King had successfully killed the Night Owl, but unexpectedly, this happened. As the plane spun and plummeted, Su immediately abandoned the idea of parachuting. Jumping out under these circumstances is tantamount to suicide. In other words, this is the only way left. He gritted his teeth, pressed himself close to the cabin door, and pressed his palm hard against the cabin roof to activate the repair capabilities. A white light quickly enveloped the entire aircraft, and under Suye's energy circulation, the propeller, which was almost completely destroyed, began to be slowly repaired. However, pulling the entire plane had already consumed 70% of his energy. At this moment, he forcefully used the little energy left in his body to repair the propeller, and the energy was being consumed at an alarming rate. The white light gradually receded like a tide, and Su collapsed into a chair, completely exhausted. Did it work? He was forced to shut down his abilities due to energy depletion and could not be sure if the propeller was repaired. I'm still trying. Despite the critical situation, Old Fong remained calm, gripped the control stick tightly, and tried his best to restart the propeller. However, the plane continued to spin and fall, and its speed increased. The propeller remained motionless motionless, clearly indicating that it had not been fully repaired. "Get moving, get moving." Old Fong clenched his fist and roared in a low voice. Su's face was pale, and he was extremely anxious. If only there were a little more energy. He angrily slammed his fist into the chair, his heart filled with resentment. Just then, a wisp of mist flew out from Suya's waist and flowed into his body. For some unknown reason, white threads flew out of his body again, spreading to the top of the plane, but quickly disappeared after only 1 second. Crackling sound. The sound of fan blades turning came from the top of the machine. Though faint, it meant the propeller had finally started successfully. Old Fong. Su's eyes lit up, and without thinking about what had just happened, he immediately shouted, "I'm already trying." Old Fong excitedly pulled back the control stick, attempting to stabilize the aircraft again. However, it takes time for the propeller to start. Although the fan blades started to speed up, they still couldn't stop the helicopter from falling at high speed. With Mr. Fong's efforts, the spinning fuselage finally stopped spinning, but the descent speed did not decrease at all. Through the window, Suyi could even see the ground in the moonlight. The ground beneath my feet seemed to be a desolate wasteland on the outskirts of Tianjin, barren, and without a single village in sight. At this speed of fall, there is only one possible outcome. That would mean the plane crashes and everyone dies. Crackling and snapping. The propellers were spinning faster and faster. Although the speed at which the fuselage was falling had slowed down, it was still hurtling toward the ground with an unstoppable force. The ground in front of them was clearly visible, and it seemed that everything was completely too late. However, at this crucial moment, the falling fuselage suddenly struck something, and its speed abruptly stopped for a moment. Through the window, Su could only see a continuous expanse of icy fog below the helicopter. Phew, he leaned back wearily in his seat, finally letting out a sigh of relief. Looks like we're saved. 6 consecutive streaks of ice mist, spaced apart, acted as a buffer zone, effectively slowing down the falling aircraft. With this buffering effect, the propeller finally managed to move the plane with difficulty, and the feeling of weightlessness was greatly reduced. At the same time, the helicopter gradually approached the ground. Amidst billowing dust, and thanks to a series of buffering mechanisms, the plane finally landed steadily on the ground. Although the emergency landing was extremely dangerous, Suyi and Fong Lao, who were sitting in the cabin, were unharmed. Sizzled bang. A sound was heard outside the fuselage, followed by a layer of black smoke. Old Fong seemed to relax completely, leaning back in his chair, his back already soaked with sweat. Half a minute later, Suyi and Fong Lao got off the plane. The night breeze was blowing, and a figure fell from mid-air. At this moment, Ruan Rui appeared extremely disheveled. His clothes were tattered, and only one of the pair of ice wings on his back remained, already broken and shattered. Behind him, the frost giant's arms were shattered and its body was covered in cracks. With each step he took, the giant transformed into countless ice shards that scattered across the sky. His eyes showed some weakness, but when he saw that Suyi and Old Fong were safe and sound, a smile appeared on his usually indifferent face. The night breeze ruffled his short white hair, and under the moonlight, his pupils shimmered with a faint blue light, like sapphires. "Well done." He smiled briefly, nodded to Su, and expressed his gratitude. "Young master, it seems we need to change our plans." Old Master Fong stood beside the helicopter, frowning as he stared at the smoke billowing from the fuselage. That was the spot where the owl grazed during its first attack. Beneath the damaged outer shell was the helicopter's engine. The high-speed fall caused engine failure, and we don't have the tools to fix it in a short time. He turned to look at Suyi, his eyes filled with apology. "I'm sorry, you probably won't be able to participate in this entrance exam. In this desolate wilderness, there was absolutely no means of transportation to get to Longsha Academy." Suya's expression turned slightly serious. He didn't expect Dragon Summer Academy to postpone its entrance exam just for him. Taking a deep breath, he forced a smile and said calmly, "It's okay, this kind of unexpected situation. This time the responsibility lies entirely with me." Ruan Rui interrupted Suyi expressionlessly. "If it weren't for my mistake, that beast would never have appeared here." Then, he looked at Old Fong and asked, "What time is it now?" Mr. Fong glanced at his watch and quickly replied, 3:30 a.m. Su's expression changed slightly. Even if the helicopter wasn't broken, it would still take nearly 3 hours to travel. In any case, it seems he won't make it to the entrance exam, although it might be a little late. A chill rose from the ground, drawing Suya's attention back. He turned his head and saw that Ruan Rui's wings of ice had once again materialized behind him. "But I assure you, you will definitely be able to get to the college before the entrance exam. Hey, you wouldn't be thinking of..." Su's expression froze. The next second, before he could react, Ruan Rui grabbed his collar and lifted him into the air. The two flew into the sky together and quickly disappeared into the horizon. "No, it's nothing." Song Wei wiped the sweat from his forehead. "I'm just worried that if you were in charge of the testing, I'm afraid not even half of the 120 students who took the entrance exam would stay." He looked at the man in front of him and couldn't help but mutter to himself. Instructor Lianshou, known as the Devil Instructor, was about to retire when the principal invited him back to the school to be in charge of the entrance examination, which was to be held in 9 days. Unexpectedly, he proposed to take over the entrance examination exam himself at this time. Half. Lian Shou gave a strange smile. Haven't you noticed a significant decline in the quality of students at the academy recently? Instead of wasting resources on those useless people, we should reduce the number of students admitted and only recruit the outstanding little guys who are truly qualified to become void hunters. Song Wei felt increasingly embarrassed and couldn't help but say, our college only admits about 100 students each year. The students who can participate in the test are already the elite of the elite, yet you call them trash. Isn't that a bit excessive? Teacher Song Wei, you're really too dense. Lian Shou shook his head slightly, a look of disappointment on his face. Haven't you realized it yet? His gaze suddenly sharpened, like a sword poised to strike, radiating a suffocating aura. In the past 2 years, the void demons have become increasingly active. In the past few years, the number of void realms opened within the 5 kingdoms has increased exponentially, and the casualties among void hunters have become increasingly severe. So shouldn't we expand enrollment and cultivate more true elites? Song Wei asked, his face full of doubt. And then send them to their deaths? Lian Shou interrupted him mercilessly. In my opinion, those who do not have enough strength are just throwing their lives away even if they become void hunters. You, Song Wei frowned, about to argue again. Enough. An old voice suddenly interrupted the argument between the two. Principal Xia Wu's expression was solemn, his gaze fixed on the two of them. After a few seconds of silence, he slowly spoke. Why are you two in my office? A sense of oppression permeated the air. Lian Shou sighed, rubbing his forehead. I've only been away from the academy for less than 2 years, and Principal, your amnesia is getting worse and worse. Song Wei, as if it were a common occurrence, quickly stepped forward and explained in detail why the two had come here. I see. Xia Wu nodded, then suddenly waved his hand. I agree. This entrance exam will be entirely in the hands of Instructor Lian Shou. Teacher Song Wei, you can be the teaching assistant and help Instructor Lian Shou. I spent 3 days preparing this test plan. Song Wei smiled bitterly to himself but could only reply in a deep voice, yes, Principal. Lian Shou nodded to the principal, then turned and walked out, saying, then I'll have to trouble you, Teacher Song Wei. There's still half an hour until 8 o'clock. Let's go to the testing site to meet up. I don't like being late. Song Wei shrugged and followed closely behind. Since the principal had already made the decision, he naturally couldn't say much. Instructor Lian Shou, how many students do you expect to pass the test this time? The preliminary plan, Lian Shou said with a smile as he walked. 30 people. Dragonxia Academy, situated on a vast plain. Dozens of students gathered from all directions and headed toward the center of the plain. They came from all over the country, holding Dragon Jade, to participate in this entrance test. Almost everyone had a faint smile on their face, their expressions full of confidence. They are the best among their peers, far ahead of them in terms of both ability and overall performance. That is why they were able to obtain the Dragon Jade and come to the highest academy for awakened beings, Dragon Summer Academy. As expected of Dragon Summer Academy, even a random testing ground is so big, someone exclaimed in the crowd, slowly stopping in front of the sign with the 3 large characters testing ground. To avoid being late, they got up early and rushed over. Your name is Tang Xiaowan, right? That's a beautiful name. Not far away, a frivolous-looking boy with a head of red hair was eagerly surrounding a stunningly beautiful girl, his face full of excitement. He had never seen a beautiful woman like that even once in high school. If Su were here, he would definitely recognize that this girl is his former high school beauty, Tang Xiaowan. My name is Han Hao, and I've awakened an S-rank ability. Pretty impressive, huh? The red-haired boy introduced himself smugly, completely unaware of Tang Xiaowan's slightly furrowed brows. Tang Xiaowan had no interest in this sudden flirtation and was about to respond when 2 figures suddenly appeared out of thin air and quickly arrived in front of the sign. They were wearing light blue suits, and the insignia on their shoulders clearly indicated their identities. Good morning, instructor. Immediately, the surrounding students stopped talking, and many bowed respectfully. Not bad, there are so many punctual little guys. Lian Shou smiled slightly and took out a pocket watch from his pocket. He ignored the students around him, looked down at his pocket watch, and stood quietly. The other students immediately tensed up and lined up in front of Lian Shou. Even when communicating, they had to keep their voices down, afraid of offending the 2 instructors who were about to assess them. Students gradually gathered from all directions and converged at the front. Song Wei looked around and stared at the motionless instructor Lian Shou beside him, secretly wondering what kind of test this legendary devil instructor would prepare for the freshmen. Time passed by, and before we knew it, it was 7:58. There are 2 minutes left until 8 o'clock. At this point, the number of students gathered had reached 117. The list shows that exactly 120 people are expected to participate in the entrance exam this time. Song Wei thought to himself, glancing ahead. There are still 3 people who haven't shown up yet. Was I late, or? When the second hand passed the 12 o'clock position again, Lian Shou slightly raised his head and briefly counted the number of people. 1 minute left. A sudden commotion arose from the crowd. Everyone looked into the distance, and the girls exclaimed in surprise, covering their eyes with their hands and peeking out from between their fingers. In the distance, a burly man, at least 1.9 meters meters tall, with a buzz-cut and muscular build, was walking towards the crowd. He was shirtless, revealing his well-defined pectoral and abdominal muscles, and his eyes were unrestrained and wild.
"This is it, the freshman testing ground?"
He ignored everyone's stares and walked straight into the crowd, his voice deep and thunderous. A moment later, a big smile spread across his face.
"Let's get started, I can't wait. 2 more people haven't arrived yet." Song Wei's heart stirred, and his gaze swept over the pocket watch in Lien Shou's hand. At this moment, there are less than 5 seconds left until 8 o'clock.
It seems they won't make it to the test this time. He sighed softly, while Lien Shou beside him still wore a faint smile. It seems we don't need to wait for the remaining 2 either. Lien Shou was about to close his pocket watch when he suddenly stopped, revealing a strange smile as he looked up at the sky. This strange behavior immediately drew the attention of the students present, who all looked up to see what was happening.
Soon, they exclaimed in surprise.
A black dot grew larger and larger from high in the sky, seemingly heading straight towards their location. They could even vaguely see 2 figures, one of whom had wings on his back. The figure seemed to fall like a meteorite, hovering in the air one moment and crashing into the center of the plane the next. A gust of cold wind, carrying dust and smoke, blew in all directions. At the same time, the second hand of Lien Shou's pocket watch, which he had not yet closed, was pointing exactly to 12 o'clock. A chilling voice echoed from the smoke and dust, slowly saying, "Not a second more, not a second less."
"Looks like we made it in time."
The cold wind howled, and Ruan Rue's scarred body and the wings on his back swaying gently in the wind slowly appeared, which immediately shocked the students. His eyes were filled with deep weariness. Having just experienced a fierce battle with the Night Owl, he then personally led Suyi on a high-speed flight for 4.5 hours. Both his mental strength and the energy in his body were nearing depletion. As the smoke and dust completely dissipated, another figure gradually emerged behind him.
Su lay on the ground without any airs, retching violently.
The feeling of weightlessness from the rapid fall stirred a turbulent emotion within him.
"If I hadn't been completely without food since last night."
At this moment, they would definitely vomit up all the food in their stomach.
"I was wondering why someone would be so flamboyant."
Lien Shou put away his pocket watch and looked at Ruan Rue with a smile. "So it's you, you repressed little rascal. Long time no see, teacher Lien Shou." A hint of indescribable nervousness flashed across Ruan Rue's usually calm and composed face.
He twitched his lips slightly, then walked away into the distance without looking back.
"This student is a freshman this year. I have delivered him on time, and I will take my leave now." After saying that, he dragged his tired body away quickly without lingering. Suyi then wiped his drool and stood up from the ground. Watching Ruan Rue's departing figure, he inexplicably felt that this senior Ice King seemed to be fleeing for his life, his steps extremely hurried. More than 100 pairs of eyes stared at him, each with a different expression. There was shock, disdain, curiosity, and surprise. All the freshmen were deeply impressed by the way Suyi had descended from the sky, and they all looked him over. Amidst the crowd, Tang Xiaowan's beautiful eyes also flickered with surprise as she gazed at Suyi. They just happened to appear at this exact moment. Lien Shou withdrew his gaze, glancing at Suyi with a hint of amusement.
"Anyway, you've arrived on time. Now, join the ranks."
"Yes, instructor." In just a few seconds of observation, Suyi already understood the identity of the person in front of him. His pupils flashed, and he spotted a familiar figure in the crowd. He quietly walked to the back of the crowd, stood casually, and finally breathed a sigh of relief. In any case, he managed to make it to the entrance exam. "You're really something, kid." Suyi had just steadied himself when a low, teasing voice came from beside him. He turned around and saw a boy with a small braid giving him a thumbs up. The man had delicate features, but his gait was unsteady, and there was an unsettling strangeness hidden in his expression and movements.
"My name is Bai Tao. May I ask how to address you, brother?"
Suyi responded calmly, finally realizing the source of the strange feeling.
The aura emanating from Bai Tao can only be described in 4 words: shifty-eyed and sneaky.
His movements and shifty eyes subtly revealed a lewd nature.
This temperament contrasts sharply with his handsome appearance.
It gave the impression that he had done many bad things and was constantly on guard against the police.
"Brother Su, you're really lucky," Bai Tao said with a smile, as if they were old friends.
"If you had arrived a second later, you would have been in big trouble."
"Oh no?"
Su asked curiously. "What would have happened if we had arrived a second later?"
"Looks like you haven't heard of him."
Bai Tao raised an eyebrow and pointed to Lien Shou in front of him. "That guy in front is the infamous devil instructor, Lien Shou."
"A devilish drill instructor?"
Suyi showed interest. This information was extremely important to him since he was completely unprepared.
"What does this have to do with me being late?"
"Does that mean if I'm a second late, I'll have to do 1,000 push-ups?" he asked half-jokingly.
"The consequences are much more serious than that."
Bai Tao shook his head and smiled, about to speak, when a shout suddenly came from afar. A boy came running up, panting heavily. He quickly ran to the sign and leaned on his knees, gasping for breath. "I was so excited yesterday that I couldn't get out of bed this morning." He scratched the back of his head, revealing a smile that was both excited and a little embarrassed.
"Instructor, I'll accept whatever punishment you give me."
Lien Shou looked at him with a smile, his expression kind and gentle. He then took out his pocket watch and glanced at it. You are 1 minute and 10 seconds late. Sorry, instructor, I promise I won't be late next time. The boy stood at attention, his face serious, and solemnly made his promise. Life doesn't offer that many next times. Lianshou smiled as he put his pocket watch away, his gaze falling on the boy. You can go home now, classmate. Ha! The boy's face froze instantly, as if he had misheard. What did you just say? I said, you can go home now. Lianshou's smile remained unchanged. His sunglasses concealed his eyes, making it impossible to see through them. But today is the entrance exam. The boy panicked, his voice becoming hurried, and his initial excitement vanished. I thought that people who could get into this college would at least be a little smarter than their peers. Lianshou's smile faded slightly, and he calmly stared at the boy, saying, then I'll be frank. Student, your entrance exam is over. The result is unsatisfactory. Please go home. Why? The boy's face instantly darkened, unable to accept the fact. I have the Dragon Jade. I also possess S-rank abilities, so isn't it only natural for me to join Dragon Summer Academy? Does being 1 minute late mean I'll be disqualified from admission? Because I am the instructor here, and also the person in charge of this entrance exam, Lianshou said calmly, his face expressionless. His voice wasn't loud, but it carried an undeniable authority that made every student in the room tense up. Punctuality is the only and minimum standard for me. My assessment of anyone who is not punctual can be summed up in just 3 words. Someone like you doesn't deserve to be an instructor, the boy shouted angrily. No one knew how excited and thrilled he was when he learned that he had obtained the Dragon Jade. He had longed for this top-tier university for so long. As a result, he was disqualified simply for being 1 minute late? I want to see the principal. You have no right to cancel my admission. Anger surged within him, and the energy within his body began to fluctuate violently. You actually want to use your abilities on me? Lianshou's face showed a surprised and amused expression, with the corners of his mouth slightly raised. Almost instantly, the boy's body was sent flying like a cannonball and crashed heavily to the ground. Of the more than 100 students present, only 3 had their eyes light up and realized what had just happened. The burly man, who was 1.9 meters tall, grinned and stood there sizing up Lianshou. A boy wearing a light blue jacket, with his hair neatly combed and glasses, had a white light reflected off his glasses. Suya's expression was serious, and he was slightly shocked. It's actually this kind of ability. Lianshou stood motionless in place. In everyone's eyes, he had barely moved an inch, not even a finger. The sunglasses reflected a faint light in the sunlight, and an oppressive aura enveloped the surroundings. I don't care if you go to see the principal or anyone else. His voice was calm, but no one dared to underestimate this instructor. At least for the entrance exam, and indeed for all subsequent entrance assessments, my orders are absolute. Did you hear me clearly? He scanned the 119 students with his eyes behind his sunglasses. Your first entrance test is about to begin. Impressive and powerful. At this moment, all the students shared the same opinion about this devilish instructor. Su finally understood what Bai Tao meant by serious consequences. He was even grateful that he had caught up with the timing. If he had been half a second slower, the outcome would probably have been like that student who had fallen into a coma in the distance. This is the devilish instructor. Bai Tao stared nervously ahead and whispered, from what I understand, he has served as an instructor 3 times in the past, responsible for entrance tests and assessments. And in every test he was in charge of, more than half of the participants were eliminated. Suyi, you must be careful. Suya's eyes flickered slightly, but before he could respond, Lianshou announced in a loud voice, your first entrance test is now beginning. After saying that, he turned to Songwei beside him, leaned close to his ear and whispered, I remember, teacher Songwei, your ability is... Upon hearing Lianshou's instructions, Songwei's expression gradually became strange. He widened his eyes, lowered his voice, and looked at Lianshou. Are you serious, Instructor Lianshou? According to your requirements, at least several dozen of these students should be screened out. So what? Lianshou replied nonchalantly, raising his chin slightly. How about it? Can you do it? Yes, of course I can, but this test of yours seems like a last-minute idea. Songwei muttered to himself but could only rub his temples helplessly. Now he is just a teaching assistant, and he can only follow Lianshou's instructions. I don't care anymore. If all these students are eliminated, it has nothing to do with me. Songwei muttered to himself as he slowly walked to the right front. The students stared curiously at the teaching assistant who had suddenly left, and just as they were wondering what was going on, Lianshou's voice came again. The first test question is... As soon as he finished speaking, the crowd erupted in uproar, with voices of doubt rising and falling. Climbing mountains? Where are there any mountains here? The test site they were in was a flat field, completely flat on all sides, with not a single building within a radius of several kilometers. It took me almost half an hour to walk here from the dormitory building this morning. Where are the mountains to climb on this plain? This is about right. Songwei walked about 30 meters, stopped, looked ahead, and muttered to himself. Teacher Sangwei, please tell the students, where is the mountain? Lianshou smiled faintly, looked into the distance, and called out softly. All the students turned their their heads to look at Song Wei, who was 30 meters away.
Could there be another meaning behind this so-called mountain? Could it be referring to the awakened ones of the mountain realm?
Song Wei shrugged helplessly, gently lifted his right foot, and stomped the ground hard.
Isn't the mountain right under my feet?
Just as he kicked the ground, a deafening roar suddenly came from the depths of the plain.
The next second, the earth split open, and accompanied by exclamations, a towering mountain peak shot up from the ground and quickly emerged from the surface, standing tall and majestic.
The mountain peak is about 200 meters high, with winding mountain roads circling around it and dense forests covering it. The students stood there dumbfounded, staring up at the sudden mountain peak, nervously swallowing hard. They weren't stupid, they recognized him almost instantly.
The mountain in front of us was created by teacher Song Wei using his abilities. Just how powerful is he to be able to create a mountain out of thin air?
He's actually a peak realm expert.
Suyi clearly felt an energy fluctuation surrounding the mountain peak.
He looked at Song Wei with a hint of surprise, and couldn't help but sigh inwardly.
It truly lives up to its reputation as the prestigious Longxia Academy. Every teacher you randomly pick is a master at the peak level.
It should be noted that in the entire Dragon Kingdom, the number of awakened ones who can reach the peak realm is extremely small, almost like phoenix feathers and unicorn horns. Now, I will announce the rules for the first test.
Lian Shou's voice drew everyone's shocked gaze back to reality.
He stood quietly with his hands behind his back and began to read out the rules. The test is very simple. If you can successfully reach the summit within 30 minutes, you will pass the test.
Dozens of students looked surprised, clearly somewhat taken aback.
Climbing a 200-meter-high mountain in 30 minutes is something that even an ordinary person could accomplish with a little training. Moreover, they are all awakened beings, their internal energy is circulating, and their physical fitness has already been greatly improved.
Reaching the summit within half an hour is no problem at all.
Lian Shou smiled faintly and then added, of course, in addition to the time limit, there is another special rule. He slowly scanned each person's face and softly read, in this first test, only 80 people will pass. If there are already 80 people at the top of the mountain when you reach it, then I'm sorry, you will not pass this first test. These words immediately caused an uproar among those around them. The students, who had previously felt relaxed, now looked as if they were facing a formidable enemy, their faces filled with tension. In the first test, only 80 people were allowed to pass. This means they have to compete fiercely with others. Even if you can reach the summit in 30 minutes, it's all meaningless if you're not faster than others. The opportunity to enroll in Longxia Academy is rare, and no one will easily give up this hard-won opportunity. This is really troublesome. Suye's forehead immediately broke out in a cold sweat after hearing the two rules. This test is entirely about physical strength and the application of one's own abilities, which is far too disadvantageous for me. After his big fight with that 17th counselor, he was dragged to school by Nguyen Rue. Except for a short nap when I first got on the bus, I barely slept all night. Just a few hours ago, he was still outwitting and fighting against the virtual beasts at an altitude of 4,000 meters. He was almost completely exhausted, both physically and mentally. And now, he has to compete in physical strength with more than 100 geniuses of the same age. No matter how you look at it, his chances of passing this test are extremely slim. Moreover, he vaguely sensed something was amiss. I have a feeling that this test is not as simple as it seems on the surface. Does this mean we have to find another way to get through? Suye's gaze swept over each student, his mind racing as he searched for a solution.
But Lian Shou didn't give these students any time to think.
After explaining the rules, he waved his hand and laughed heartily. The first test begins now. Almost the instant Lian Shou finished speaking, someone activated their ability and rushed out. Suye's eyes flickered, and he saw a student suddenly fly into the air and quickly dash forward. The person was extremely fast, flying more than 10 meters in the blink of an eye, heading straight for the mountain peak. The other students, as if injected with adrenaline, rushed forward with all their might. They were like students rushing to the cafeteria after class, each one moving with incredible speed, as if they wanted to rush straight to the top of the mountain to complete the test.
Su reacted quickly and rushed out as well.
But when he looked back, Bai Tao, who had been beside him, had vanished and disappeared somewhere. He shook his head without thinking much, channeling his energy evenly into his legs, blending into the crowd as he approached the mountain peak, his mind still searching for a solution. As expected of teacher Sangwei, your mountain god abilities are becoming more and more proficient. Lian Shou walked at Song Wei's side, looking at the surging crowd of students in front of him, a faint smile appearing on his lips. Song Wei glanced at him with narrowed eyes and said, compared to you, I'm still far behind.
Even now, if I wanted to defeat you, I'd probably have to use one move, wouldn't I? Teacher Song Wei is being too modest, Lian Shou replied with a smile.
Since my injury, my energy improvement has stagnated and my cultivation level has even regressed. But you have been working diligently to improve your skills all these years.
How could I possibly defeat you in one move? Oh, Song Wei raised an eyebrow, a hint of excitement flashing in his eyes. Instructor Lian Shou, you really think so?
Yes, it would take at least 2 moves to defeat you now, Lian Shou sighed, shrugging helplessly. Song Wei stood there, his lips twitching, wishing
wishing he could slap himself twice. Why did you have to ask that extra question? He sighed deeply, looked at the student who had been knocked unconscious by Lianshou not far away, and gently tapped the ground with his toes. Instructor Lianshou, you went too far. He's just a child after all. The ground trembled slightly, and then a rock suddenly jumped out of the soil. This rock has hands and feet, and its arms are made of piled-up rocks, making it look muscular from a distance. Although the rock figure was only the size of a palm, it quietly approached the unconscious student and gently grabbed him. The student was easily carried on its head and headed straight for the college's medical building. It moves extremely fast, yet the students on its heads remain remarkably stable without the slightest bump. He didn't keep to the time and broke the rules, Lianshou said calmly. Not only that, he also tried to unleash his abilities on me. Behind his sunglasses, his eyes suddenly sharpened, and even Song Wei could feel a serious aura emanating from him. The abilities of the awakened are never used to deal with their own kind. Unpunctual, arrogant, and with a mocking attitude towards everything, lacking any respect or seriousness. If we let him join Dragon Summer Academy. Lianshou paused, his voice growing even colder. He will die. Song Wei remained silent, but an indescribable feeling welled up in his heart. Perhaps Instructor Lianshou wasn't heartless. His strictness may simply be a way to minimize the harm done to children who lack the necessary skills. As Song Wei's prejudice against this former school legend gradually dissipated, he developed a sense of respect for him. The two had only been talking for half a minute when the fastest moving people were already close to the foot of the mountain and ready to start climbing. The one at the very front was still the student who could fly out of thin air. With a smile on his face, he felt that this test was almost tailor-made for him and had no difficulty at all. This test is definitely mine. He swooped down to the foot of the mountain, made a slight adjustment, and then shot straight up to the summit like an arrow. Who would do something so tiring? Lianshou took out a cigarette at some point, lit it leisurely, slowly exhaled a smoke ring, and kept his eyes fixed on the students not far away. It's almost time, Teacher Songwei, let's begin. Don't secretly let the water run out. I understand. Songwei shook his head with a wry smile, squatted down, and pressed his right hand to the ground. A wisp of blue light flew out from the palm of his hand and instantly disappeared into the distant mountain peak. A muffled thud, followed by a gasp of surprise. The student who had been flying straight was seen falling from the sky like a kite with a broken string. He barely managed to steady himself as he hit the ground, then staggered and fell. He covered his bleeding nose and looked incredulously towards the hillside. There, a huge fist, as thick as a meter, is emerging from the mountain. Immediately afterwards, a series of buzzing sounds came from the mountain peak. A huge stone giant suddenly emerged from the mountain. After it emerged, the original mountain wall was restored to its original state, completely undamaged. The stone giant is about 3 meters tall, its body made of countless piled rocks, and it is full of explosive power as it leaps down from the mountainside. As it landed, the entire mountainside shook violently, as if an earthquake had struck. Seeing someone fall from the sky, the fastest runners tensed up and stopped. Hey, look up there! Suddenly someone in the crowd shouted. Everyone looked up, their pupils instantly contracting. The earth trembled. Several stone giants emerged one after another from the ground around the mountain, each one imposing and full of power and weight. At this point, the students had reached different positions on the mountain peak depending on their speed. These stone giants are evenly distributed throughout the mountain peaks, blocking and cutting off all roads leading up the mountain. I see. At this moment, Suyi was standing in the last group of people, just stepping into the foot of the mountain. Looking at the enormous stone giant before him, his expression changed slightly, and he finally understood the source of his unease. These monsters are the real test of the first trial. You have to evade the stone giant's pursuit, climb to the top of the mountain within half an hour, and still make it into the top 80. Suya's breathing quickened slightly, and his eyes quickly became extremely calm. And now I am not fully fit, and my energy is depleted. Finding a way out under these harsh conditions is extremely difficult. His gaze was as sharp as a knife, and a smile involuntarily crept onto his lips. What a hellish test. These stone giants all possess the strength of the rock realm. Suyi carefully observed the energy fluctuations on the stone giants and quickly came to this conclusion. From an energy perspective, each stone giant is no less powerful than the wolf that attacked the school. There are 5 in total. He looked up and saw about 5 stone giants perched on various parts of the mountain, ready to defend the road leading to the summit. The stone giant closest to Suyi stomped down heavily with its right foot, breaking more than 10 pieces of wood. Its eyes, like those of a wolf or tiger, locked onto the dozens of people beneath its feet, and it swung its fist fiercely. The expressions of the dozen or so people in front of them changed drastically, and they quickly retreated. Their internal energy surged, but before they could activate their abilities, they were punched away by the stone giant and tumbled down the cliff. More than a dozen figures fell from the mountain, rolled to the foot of the mountain, their eyes rolled back, and they actually fainted on the spot. Several of them landed on their chests and abdomens, their ribs clearly broken, and their injuries were extremely serious. Hey, how could this happen? Seeing this horrific scene, many students turned pale. They had never seen such a bloody scene. Isn't this just a regular regular entrance exam? Why are they being so ruthless? Even if they are exceptionally talented, they are still just high school students who have recently awakened their potential. Instantly, several people's legs went weak and they had the urge to turn back. Elimination: 13 people. On the plane, Lien Shou sat calmly on a chair made of stone, with a faint smile on his lips. Song Wei sat down beside him, sighed softly, and a flash of blue light appeared on his toes. Immediately, 13 rock figures emerged from the ground and escorted the unconscious students to the medical building. You told me not to hold back, but these children have only just entered the stone realm. What if someone can't withstand the attack and their life is in danger? Song Wei asked worriedly. Don't worry, that won't happen, Lien Shou replied calmly, his expression unchanged. They are all geniuses among their peers. The dragon jade they received was personally distributed by the academy, and they all underwent combat tests. Although their cultivation level is only at the stone realm, they have already mastered the basics of energy manipulation and will not be easily defeated. What if someone's abilities are more focused on support or reconnaissance? Song Wei continued to ask. Their actual combat capabilities may be weak, but their role on the battlefield is still significant. But in this forced combat environment, the gap between them and those with real combat abilities will be exposed. Do you think the enemy will show mercy just because you have weak combat skills on the real battlefield? Lien Shou asked rhetorically. The instinct for survival, how to cooperate with teammates, how to break through in the face of a desperate situation, and how to use all means to save your life are also issues that they must face. He gently pushed up his sunglasses, a smile playing on his lips, and said meaningfully, Teacher Songwei, you should have some faith in these children. Only in such harsh environments can we see whether these children are worthy of stepping onto the real battlefield. Songwei's lips twitched slightly, and he thought to himself, so as long as no one dies, it doesn't matter how badly injured you are? He glanced at Lien Shou and couldn't help but laugh. He's a true devil. Should we unite and find a way to defeat the stone giant? A girl in the crowd suggested, her voice trembling. Immediately, many people's eyes lit up, and they responded enthusiastically. Why don't we all work together to smash the stone giant first, and then think about the next step? No sooner had the words left his mouth than the stone giant in front of him swung his massive hand and slammed it down. The group that had just proposed the cooperation stopped retreating, their energy surging as they unleashed their respective abilities. A burst of fire exploded from the left, shooting straight at the stone giant's face. At the same time, a water jet suddenly shot out from the right side. Two completely opposite energies collided violently in the air, quickly canceling each other out and turning into a large amount of water vapor that filled the air. Not only did they fail to cause any damage to the stone giants, but the water vapor also obscured their vision. The two who unleashed these two abilities looked astonished and stared at each other from a distance. Before they could finish speaking, the stone giant's fist slammed down. The powerful shockwave sent the people flying, and they all rolled on the ground. One of them was at the very front of the shockwave and was instantly swept away, tumbling down the mountainside and losing consciousness. Another person has been eliminated. How foolish. Suyi glanced sideways at the students who were trying to team up as he tried to find his way along the mountain path through the side forest. How can we possibly cooperate when we are completely unfamiliar with each other's abilities? The nature and intensity of abilities, as well as the cooperation between people, cannot be understood or mastered in just a few words. This isn't a street fight where having more people guarantees an advantage. Fighting when people are unfamiliar with each other will most likely only result in them hindering and holding each other back. Not to mention, in this situation, they won't have any time to communicate tactics or coordinate their abilities. In other words, you still have to rely on yourself for this test. His gaze was fixed straight ahead, fixed on the space between the stone giant's legs. Due to its enormous size, the stone giant stood with its legs apart, leaving a very wide gap in the middle, enough for more than 10 people to pass through. Suyi is not alone in thinking this way. On the forest path where he was, several other people were also approaching the stone giant. Suddenly, Su caught a glimpse of a figure approaching out of the corner of his eye. That was the person who had charged ahead earlier and could fly through the air. He had a distinctive rooster-like hairstyle and had just been shot down from the sky by the stone giant. It was hard not to remember him. At this moment, his gaze sharpened, and about 1 meter above the ground, he flew forward rapidly, attempting to break through the stone giant's blockade single-handedly. Oh, this guy is... The rooster-headed creature suddenly increased its speed and rushed to the stone giant's feet. Just like Suyi had planned, it crawled between the giant's legs. The stone giant had just finished throwing a punch forward and was preparing to retract it to launch the next attack. In the blink of an eye, the rooster-headed creature darted between the stone giant's legs, a look of joy on its face. Success. But just then, a shadow suddenly covered his figure. He looked up and was immediately shocked, his soul almost leaving his body. The stone giant noticed his presence, bent its knees, and sat back abruptly, trying to block his advance. The massive body was falling at an extremely fast speed. At this speed, he wouldn't have time to crawl out before being crushed by the stone giant. Even if they don't die, all the bones in their body will be shattered. Oh no, oh no. He tried to stop himself, himself. It's too late to reverse now. Just at this critical moment, a hand suddenly reached out from behind, grabbed his foot hard, and pulled him out. The earth shook violently, and the stone giant collapsed to the ground, instantly shattering the earth and creating a deep crater. Before the man with the rooster-like haircut could react, he tumbled and flew out, crashing into the nearby woods. Only then did he realize that a black-haired boy had suddenly come to his rescue. "Hey bro," Sue grinned, looking at the still-shaken man with the mohawk. "Want to team up? I have a way that might help us get through here." The stone giant rose from the ground, but instead of pursuing Sui and the other two, it turned and attacked several students who were trying to squeeze through the gap. Because of their enormous size, the stone giant's every movement covered an area of several meters. For a time, no one could pass safely under his command. "Thank you for saving me." The man with the rooster-like hair looked Sui up and down and thanked him sincerely. He stood up, dusted himself off, and said, "However, I've never been comfortable working with others. Sorry, I'm still planning to do it myself." "Don't say that," Sue said with a smile. "Why don't you listen to my plan first? Trust me, the risk you're taking is very low, and the chances of success are very high." The man with the rooster-like hair paused, a look of hesitation on his face. Half a second later, he extended his right hand towards Sui, curved wings. After giving his name, he quickly said, "You just saved me, so we can cooperate this time. If we can really get past this stone giant, we'll go our separate ways and rely on our own abilities. Of course, our cooperation is only limited to the present moment." Sue nodded in agreement. "Tell me, what is your plan?" Shui stood up, staring intently at the stone giant that kept waving its arms, finding it increasingly troublesome. "Let's confirm this first." Sui looked at Shui. "Your ability should be to change your own gravity, right?" Shui turned his head sharply, his eyes filled with shock. How did you know?" "Every time he uses his ability, people think he is flying on flat ground." But this unfamiliar Sui was able to accurately describe the essence of his ability. "Judging from your initial trajectory as you rushed towards the summit, your flight path was consistently straight," Sui shrugged, explaining casually. "If you really have the ability to fly, there's no need to go in a straight line. Why don't you just fly diagonally to the top of the mountain? You should be able to change direction at will when facing the stone giant's attack. But you didn't do that, and you were almost attacked just now because you couldn't change direction. So my initial assessment is that your ability is to create a flight-like effect by changing the direction of your own gravity." Shui listened in a daze, staring at Sui as if he were a monster. Since the start of the test, he has used his ability at most twice. "I never expected that my abilities would be so easily seen through, and that the analysis would be almost entirely correct. As expected, none of the guys who could participate in the Dragon Summer Academy test were simple. A-level ability, Earth's core." Shui answered without hesitation. "I can reverse the direction of my own gravity. It can also briefly reverse the direction of gravity on the object it touches, but it can only be turned in 6 directions, up and down, left and right, and forward and backward. It cannot be moved diagonally. In addition, there is inertia, so I have to change direction in advance to accumulate kinetic energy before each reversal. In a sudden situation like that, I simply didn't have time to reverse the direction." "Very good, just as I thought." Sue nodded, and after confirming that the analysis was correct, continued, "Then listen, my plan is, someone has already passed the 4 stone giants." Songwei looked at the mountain peak ahead in surprise and couldn't help but exclaim, "As expected of an SS-level ability user, truly extraordinary." Lian Shou, who had been keeping an eye on the students' movements, nodded slightly. Given this situation, he might be the first to reach the summit. At this moment, several students with extraordinary abilities have broken through several stone giants and are heading towards the mountaintop. However, most people are still trapped in front of the first 2 stone giants and find it difficult to break through. In order to overcome the stone giant, the students used all their unique skills and demonstrated remarkable strength. However, the strength, speed, and destructive power of the rock giants far surpassed theirs. In a short period of time, nearly 20 people have been eliminated. "I didn't expect someone to be so powerful." Songwei raised an eyebrow, and his expression immediately changed when he noticed the situation with the second stone giant. He never expected that someone would choose this method to pass the test. "Oh, what's that guy up to?" Lian Shou suddenly asked curiously, looking at the mountain peak with excitement. Songwei followed the gaze and looked on in surprise. "The location of the first stone giant? Wait, that guy, is he crazy?" The stone giant waved its arms and legs, launching a relentless attack on the students who tried to pass through. Several students who rushed forward were forced back, standing there panting, their faces full of resentment. "How can this guy be so strong? We can't even get past the first stone giant. What are we going to do next?" What worries them is not only the number of people who can pass through, but also, most importantly, the time it takes to pass through. The test will end after 30 minutes. If they hadn't reached the summit by then, they would have been disqualified. Just as the group of students were getting anxious and at a loss, a figure suddenly darted out from the left. Instead of rushing through the gap, he stood firmly on the slope and shouted at the stone giant blocking his way, "Hey, you idiot!" Everyone looked over in shock. They couldn't even hide from the stone giants, yet someone dared to openly provoke them? Looking up, they realized that the one yelling at the stone giant was the student who had just fallen from the sky and was right on time. Suyi stood on the slope, staring directly at the stone giant ahead, and pointed his index finger. A clumsy and stupid stone like you trying to block our way is simply wishful thinking. Is this guy really crazy? The students behind him stared wide-eyed, completely bewildered by Suya's actions. At that distance, he'll definitely be sent flying by the stone giant's punch. Sure enough, the stone giant that had been guarding the area seemed to have gained sentience and turned its attention to Suyi. It seemed to possess the ability to think, and suddenly swung its enormous right fist, smashing it towards Suyi. Perfect, just in time. Seeing the approaching fist, a glint flashed in Suya's eyes, and he suddenly shouted. The next moment, he leaped down the slope as if he were going to jump over the mountain. The stone giant's punch missed its mark, and the tree where Suyi had been standing was blasted to pieces. Everyone watched in disbelief as Suyi continued to fall from the mountainside, unable to comprehend his intentions. Although they dodged the stone giant's attack, such an action seemed pointless. However, at that very moment, another figure suddenly leaped into the air at high speed from the other side of the stone giant and flew past. The curved wings adjusted their own weight, and the whole person fell forward. To everyone else, he seemed to be flying through the air at an incredible speed. Suya's plan echoed in his mind. These stone giants possess simple intelligence. When I actively attract its attention, you dash out from the right side at top speed. Just as Chui charged out, the stone giant sensed his presence. It quickly swung out its left arm, ready to block. However, as it swung its left arm, just as it was about to hit the curved wing, Chui suddenly tilted his body and fell downwards, as if he had anticipated the stone giant's movements, and just happened to brush past its arm. His mind was filled with memories of the past, and his eyes were filled with disbelief. It's exactly the same as what that guy said. A few minutes ago, Su took out a piece of white paper from somewhere and quickly filled it with dense formulas. You should have studied high school physics, right? He showed the blank paper to Chui. If you have the ability to change the direction of your own gravity, then the gravity and gravitational acceleration on your body still conform to the laws of physics. Based on my observation, the stone giant's punches are delivered at a constant speed, approximately 6 meters per second. Considering the range of its punch, the time required to change gravity, and the offset caused by inertia, perform a force analysis. He quickly ran his fingers across the formula, trying to make Chui understand it. Chui felt a headache coming on and couldn't help but shout, "How could I possibly understand what you're saying? Are you a monster? You calculate these formulas and measure the values all by mental calculation and visual estimation? Of course there will be errors, but the errors won't be too big," Su replied, touching his nose. "That's not the point at all," Chui said through gritted teeth, suppressing his grumbling. "Just tell me the conclusion, and I'll believe you won't lie to me." "Oh," Su stopped explaining, raised an eyebrow and smiled. "Very good, then you just need to follow my instructions and remember the 4 time points and the direction that needs to be turned." He casually crumpled the white paper into a ball and threw it behind him, his eyes full of confidence. "I will make sure you get through here. The first timeline is to rush out of the forest, and 5 seconds later change the direction of gravity downwards." Chui silently calculated the time in his mind, repeatedly repeating Suya's words. A massive stone arm swept across his head and slammed into the mountainside, sending a shower of rocks flying. He fell at an angle, his speed gradually decreasing, and then he charged forward again. Next, immediately shift the gravity forward and continue sprinting at full speed. The crowd behind him gasped in astonishment, deeply impressed by Chuyi's courageous action. He was almost swept off his feet by the stone giant. At the same time, they noticed something surprising. Suyi, who had just leaped down the hillside as if heading straight for the bottom of the mountain, was now swung high into the air, his body seemingly lifted up by an invisible force. A long rope was tied around his waist, one end of which was attached to a tree, which steadily pulled his falling body back. However, to the surprise of the students behind them, although the trees over there had been broken and fallen one by the stone giant's club, the tree tied to the rope was the only one that remained intact. Su swung up from the mountainside like Tarzan. At the highest point, he quickly untied the rope around his waist, rolled back onto the road, and then charged straight ahead. On this winding mountain road, he and Chui, one on the left and one on the right, one above and one below, rushed towards the stone giant's massive body like moths to a flame. Using the force of the swinging rope, Su also leaped a great distance, almost matching the distance that Chui lunged forward. The stone giant missed with his left fist. Seeing that Chui was about to pass under his arm through the mountain path, he was instantly enraged. He swung his right arm, which had previously smashed down the trees, and grabbed at his armpit, trying to pull Chui down from the air. But just as the giant hand was about to touch the curved wing, the wing's flight path shifted again. He first fell diagonally for half a second, and then quickly turned sharply to the left. At the second critical moment, after rushing forward for 3 seconds, adjust the gravity back downwards, and then immediately twist to the left with all your might. The stone giant's waving right hand missed its target, crashing into its own hard stone body with a loud bang. Guided by gravity to the left, Chui squeezed into the vicinity of the stone giant
giant's right side. The stone giant trembled, pulling back its left arm that had crashed into the mountain. It crossed its arms as if embracing itself just to prevent anyone from passing by. As expected, this thing has limited intelligence and will only act according to the rules set by its creator. Seeing this action, Su's eyes lit up, confirming his guess. No matter what happens, the stone giant's primary task is to prevent anyone from passing through. At this moment, its left hand quickly reached out to the left and rushed towards the curved wing. However, Chuyi's body froze once again, and then tilted and fell to the ground. The third time point, after flying to the left for 3 seconds, guided gravity back downwards. A fine layer of cold sweat beaded on his forehead. The enormous hand that was rapidly reaching out was only 30 centimeters from his hair. Even so, he still strictly followed Suye's previous instructions. At the final moment, redirect gravity forward in half a second and sprint at full speed. His gaze was fixed ahead, currently near the stone giant's chest. If you keep charging forward, you'll only crash into the stone giant's body. Should we shift the gravity upwards, to a higher position? The thought flashed through my mind rapidly, but the next second, he firmly denied it. No, since I promised him, I must believe him to the end. He disregarded everything, suddenly shifted his weight forward, and sprinted forward. The stone giant crossed his arms over his chest, but could only watch helplessly as the curved wings approached step by step, unable to stop them with his hands. Just then, it suddenly looked down and saw another figure. Using the curved wings as cover, Su quickly crawled under its crotch, trying to squeeze through the gap and rush to the rear. Hey, they're going to crash. The students behind them suddenly tensed up, their eyes fixed on the curved wings in front of them. The curved winged body was about to crash into the stone giant, but there was no deceleration or cushioning. His expression changed slightly as he also noticed Suyi rushing towards the stone giant's crotch. All his previous actions seemed to have become stepping stones for Suyi, just to attract the stone giant's attention and allow Suyi to pass through smoothly. Could it be that I've been deceived by him? Has he been using me all along? This thought suddenly flashed through Chuyi's mind. Even in this extremely dangerous situation, he gritted his teeth and firmly chose to trust. Faced with the two rapidly approaching figures, the stone giant instinctively decided to stop Suyi, who was about to pass between his legs. His massive body slammed down, mimicking the action he had taken to stop Chuyi, trying to flatten Suyi with his buttocks and block the mountain path leading behind him. As his massive body fell, a look of astonishment flashed in Chuyi's eyes. The enormous stone giant that had been blocking his way suddenly shrank as it sat down. His view suddenly opened up, and there was no obstruction at all. Curved wings brushed past the stone giant's head, quickly passed through the blockade, and rushed to the stone giant's back at an extremely fast speed. But he quickly turned around, staring in shock at the spot where the stone giant had sat. Do you know? That guy isn't going to escape. The weight of the rock giant was enough to crush Suye's body into pieces. Screams erupted from the crowd. No matter how you look at it, Suyi seems to have nowhere to retreat and is about to be crushed by the stone giant. However, at that moment, a white thread quickly emerged from beneath him and connected to Chuyi's body. A moment later, drawn by the white thread, a figure emerged at an extremely fast speed along the edge of the stone giant's buttocks. The roar was incessant, and dust flew everywhere. The stone giant's massive body sat on the ground, raising a cloud of dust. But then a figure emerged from the dust and quickly caught up with Chuyi. The two figures collided, and Chuyi was thrown from the air by the impact, tumbling and rolling to the ground. A moment later, he turned over and stood up, only to see that the torn fabric on his sleeve, which was covered by white light, was being rapidly repaired. Su, standing beside him, looked up at the sky with a broad smile. See, I told you we would succeed. The stone giant stood up again, ignoring the two people who had run behind him, and continued to block the crowd in front of him. Is this why you wanted me to tear off the fabric from the cuffs? Shui looked at Suyi with disbelief, finding it absurd. When they were discussing the plan, Su specifically asked him to tear off some fabric from his sleeve. I never expected it would come in handy now. Yes, this is my ability. How about it? Isn't it amazing? Suyi smiled as he sat up, slightly out of breath. Do you know that you almost got sat on to death by that guy just now? Shui scolded urgently, ignoring Suye's smile. If I hadn't chosen to trust you and adjusted the direction of gravity back then, you would be seriously injured by now. But didn't you choose to believe me? Suyi replied calmly, a faint smile still on his face. Shui was speechless for a moment, and the doubt that had flashed through his mind earlier made him feel inexplicably guilty. What a madman! He stood up and walked away without looking back. Our cooperation ends here. After taking a few steps, he suddenly stopped, turned around, and a complex look flashed in his eyes. I am very grateful for your trust in me, and I admire your plan. But this method is too dangerous and cannot succeed every time. He seemed to recall something, his tone slightly cold. Not everyone can choose to trust in this situation. As soon as he finished speaking, he leaped into the air and quickly disappeared into the mountains and forests. Watching the departing Chuyi, Suya's faint smile gradually faded. He opened his tightly clenched hand and casually tossed half a pebble into the air. It seems the backup plan will be unnecessary. This guy is actually quite honest. He never placed all his hopes on Chuyi. He didn't expect Chuyi to completely trust him. For him him, his goal was achieved when Chu-yi agreed to the plan. According to his calculations, unless the stone giant has a means to suddenly accelerate. Otherwise, as long as Chu-yi acts according to plan, there will be no major problems.
The only potential problem is that final time point.
If Chu-yi hesitated even slightly and slowed down or changed direction on his own, he would definitely be stopped by the stone giant because of his own slowing down. Prior to this, his several charges and changes of direction had already firmly attracted the attention of the stone giant. This is why Su was able to rush towards the bottom of the stone giant with almost no hindrance. Even before the stone giant sat down, he had thrown half a pebble forward. Even though Chu-yi hesitated and didn't continue charging forward, Su was still able to pass under the stone giant by relying on his repair skills. No matter what choice Chu-yi makes, it will not affect Suya's actions.
The fabric covering Chu-yi's body was the first line of defense.
Using the curved wings to attract attention and then throwing stones behind the stone giant is a second layer of protection. From a certain perspective, he did indeed make use of the curved wings, but he is also fulfilling his promises. As long as Chu-yi can completely trust him and act according to his guidance, he can guarantee that the two of them will successfully pass the first stone giant.
This also shows that the young pilot was able to succeed because he chose to believe. Lianshou smiled and explained each of Suya's actions in detail to Songwei beside him.
If he hesitates, or has even a hint of distrust, in the end, he will become bait to attract the attention of that kid named Su-yi, while he himself will be stopped by the stone giant due to slowing down.
So whether or not the flying boy chooses to trust only determines his own outcome and fate.
Su-yi, on the other hand, has double protection and will not encounter any accidents because of the flying kid's decision. Wonderful, absolutely wonderful. After witnessing Su-yi and Chu-yi successfully pass through the stone giant, Lianshou made no attempt to hide his admiration, laughing heartily and applauding enthusiastically. With his abilities, he could sense everything happening on the mountain, even from a great distance.
You mean, that student anticipated both outcomes from the very beginning and prepared backup plans? Songwei looked towards the mountain peak with a face full of surprise, finding it utterly absurd.
Not only that, he also judged and calculated the speed of the stone giant and the speed of the curved wings in just a few minutes.
Is this guy really a recent high school graduate? His gaze was fixed on Su-yi, who was getting up from the ground and continuing along the mountain path, his eyes flashing with a complex expression. And the ability he just used was the D-rank ability, Repairman, wasn't it? If I remember correctly, is this the first freshman with D-level abilities admitted to the academy? Ability levels never represent the full extent of strength.
Lianshou shook his head with a smile.
How many of those so-called A-level and S-level students can actually get past the first stone giant? At least in my opinion, this kid is in the top 5 among these freshmen. A loud roar came from halfway up the mountain, instantly attracting the attention of Lianshou and Songwei.
That's where the second stone giant is located, and now such a loud noise is coming from there. After noticing something was wrong, the two of them changed their expressions slightly.
Immediately, the reactions were completely different. Songwei's face turned pale as he looked towards the mountainside and said incredulously, Is this a joke? How could such a monster appear among the freshmen?
Lianshou's expression turned to wild joy, his lips curving into a wide grin. This year's freshmen are truly something to see. Watching Chu-yi leave, Su also got up from the ground. Several sounds came from behind the stone giant. Su-yi and Chu-yi successfully broke through the stone giant, which also revealed the stone giant's weakness. If these characteristics are used properly, they also have a chance to overcome obstacles.
Are there 4 stone giants left?
Su-yi gazed ahead thoughtfully, a sudden sense of unease rising in his heart. Given this situation, it would be extremely difficult for him to reach the summit within half an hour. Without thinking much, he was about to move forward when he suddenly heard a deafening roar. The earth trembled, and shockwaves surged from afar, causing his body to shudder slightly. He quickly grabbed a tree beside him to steady himself and looked ahead in surprise.
Judging from the distance, this seems to be the location of the second stone giant. Could it be that each stone giant has a different attack method?
This thought flashed through Suya's mind. Without hesitation, he immediately seized the time and ran forward. He walked along the mountain path through a jungle, when suddenly his eyes were drawn to a breathtaking sight. A stone giant, over 3 meters tall, lay on the ground, its body scattered everywhere, surrounded by more than a dozen shocked students. Several of them were even crushed under the stone giant, screaming and falling unconscious. These students rushed here before the stone giants appeared, thus avoiding the first stone giant's obstruction. At this moment, they, like Su-yi, were filled with confusion and shock, staring in disbelief at the collapsed stone giant before them.
He was knocked down?
Suya's pupils shrank slightly, not expecting the stone giant to fall to the ground like this. The earth trembled, and the stone giant began to tremble as it slowly rose to its feet.
Although it couldn't speak, Su could almost feel the anger surging within it.
The scattered stones seemed to possess an attraction, returning to it and reassembling into a complete body. It stomped its foot heavily, rolled over to its feet, and swung its fist forward with a fierce blow.
Ha! This thing is really sturdy.
A wild roar came from the air. Su looked up and saw a burly burly man with a bare upper body rapidly descending from mid-air. The stone giant's fall just now was clearly his doing. He grinned maliciously, his right fist enveloped in blood-red energy, and shouted, "Get out of here, or we won't be responsible if you get hurt." At his command, the students who had been gathered around rushed forward without saying a word. Now that the stone giants are being held back, it's the perfect opportunity for them to climb. Suddenly, several small rock figures emerged from beneath the feet of the men who had just been knocked unconscious. They immediately carried them and jumped down the hillside. Seeing the injured person being taken away, the students who were preparing to rescue him breathed a sigh of relief and then rushed forward. Su also did not see Chu-yi in the crowd. He seemed to have already bypassed the second stone giant and was heading towards the summit. Without hesitation, Su immediately blended into the crowd and ran up the mountain, glancing back slightly at the same time. The burly student fell rapidly, his right fist slamming into the stone giant's chest. The stone giant, who had just stood up, immediately fell to the ground again. The rock on its chest seemed to have been shattered, with fragments scattered everywhere. What kind of humanoid beast is this? Su-yi was shocked. He was stunned by what he saw. The burly man's energy fluctuations were clearly at the same stone realm level as theirs, but he completely suppressed the rock realm stone giant, making the battle one-sided. The burly man bent his legs and landed heavily as if in a horse stance, immediately causing spiderweb-like cracks to appear beneath his feet. He grinned maliciously at the struggling stone giant, his thick arms gripping its feet tightly, and then he swung the massive body against the mountain wall. Rocks slid down the mountain and the mountain wall cracked. The stone giant's body was deeply embedded in the mountain wall, and the burly man laughed and said, "That's all. I never thought that a monster made of piled stones like you would feel fear." He turned around without looking back, swayed his neck, and walked forward. If this is the entrance test, then it's far too easy. With a stomp of his feet, the ground beneath his feet instantly caved in, and he launched himself out like a cannonball. In a matter of seconds, he leaped over the crowd and flew to the edge of the cliff face high above, grabbing the rocks with his right hand. Boring, let's just climb to the top like this." Su looked up and saw him using his arms to propel himself up to the mountaintop. As his speed decreased, he casually slapped the mountain wall and then leaped upwards again. Such a climbing posture is truly breathtaking. Just as he was halfway through his leap, a huge stone arm suddenly emerged from the mountainside, attempting to knock him down. It's obvious that this test doesn't allow anyone to climb to the top of the mountain in this way. However, the burly man merely grinned maliciously, his speed undiminished, and threw a punch. The thick, stone-like arm shattered with a crash, turning into countless flying pebbles that fell to the ground. At the same time, a dark figure leaped up from the ground and took advantage of the gap in the broken stone arm to climb upwards. Su immediately recognized that it was Chu-yi who had just left. Taking advantage of the strong man's broken stone arm, he used his own strength to climb to the top of the mountain. The burly man noticed Chu-yi passing him, sneered, and didn't care at all, not taking him seriously at all. He exerted force with both arms and quickly caught up with Chu-yi. The two disappeared one after the other at the top of the mountain in the blink of an eye. Completing the test in this way, Su also withdrew his gaze, a ripple of emotion stirring within him. Dragon Summer Academy, are there really so many monsters? The power and aura that the burly man had just unleashed were extremely domineering, filling him with awe. He suppressed his slight disdain and his gaze became more resolute. The most important thing right now is to complete this test. It had taken 15 minutes to break through the two stone giants in succession. There is less than half the time left before Liansho sets the half-hour limit, and in front of him stood 3 stone giants. Another rumbling and shaking sound came from ahead of the mountain road. Looking into the distance, Su-yi could see the outline of a third stone giant. It was being harassed by several students, who were waving their arms and blocking the path ahead. At this point, including the students who rushed over from the second stone giant, there were now more than 30 students gathered here. After 15 minutes of interaction, most people had gained some understanding of the stone giant. Facing the third stone giant, they did not hesitate, quickly spread out their formation, and charged forward. The stone giant's attention was entirely focused on the people in front of him, and he had no time to pay attention to the newly arrived students. Su was about to blend into the crowd when he suddenly caught a glimpse of a person at the feet of the stone giant. That was a familiar figure he had noticed since arriving at Longsha Academy. She's actually here. There were 4 people at the feet of the stone giant. Su-ye's gaze lingered on the girl, momentarily frozen. That was Tang Xiaowan, the school beauty who had been in the same school as him. At this moment, her expression was firm, and she no longer seemed as helpless as she had been when facing the gang wolf. Clearly, she had mastered the skills to use her abilities. The 4 were very close to the stone giant, trying to use the gaps under its feet to rush to the top of the mountain. But the stone giant frantically waved his arms, desperately trying to stop them. It slammed its right fist down hard, and a student rushed out quickly, using both arms to block in front of his chest. The stone giant's powerful punch was actually deflected and seemed to bounce back. The fist seemed to have suffered a strong impact, and the stone at the tip of the fist shattered and scattered all over the ground. "We did it!" the student exclaimed excitedly, his face pale. Now! At his shout, the 4 quickened their pace and rushed forward. Taking advantage of the gap in the stone giant's damaged arm, they had a good chance of getting through here. However, after taking only a few steps, the stone giant raised its right foot and stomped down on them.
Hey, I can't take 2 in a row. You guys need to figure something out.
The student who had just withstood a punch from the stone giant turned pale and shouted urgently. Han Hao, with his full head of red hair, stood beside him, his eyes gleaming, and he stomped his foot hard on the ground. Instantly, the soil where the stone giant's left foot touched the ground turned into sand and gravel, creating a depression. In an instant, it involuntarily tilted to the side and lost its balance. The stone giant fell heavily to the ground, his back against the rock wall, but he still refused to give up trying to stop the four. It grabbed a huge rock and hurled it forward with all its might. At the same time, Tang Xiaowan, who had been silently accumulating energy, suddenly opened her arms.
The stone she was holding tightly in her hand transformed into a handheld cannon in a flash of energy.
This ability is actually.
The moment Suyi saw the cannon, a strange light flashed in his eyes, and his breathing became rapid. If I can use this ability, it might help me pass this trial smoothly.
But how can I get her to use her abilities to help me?
Tang Xiaowan suddenly fired her cannon at the incoming boulder.
With a loud bang and an explosion, her body staggered back 2 steps, clearly having endured a strong recoil. However, the boulder was also reduced to dust by the impact. After firing the first shot, the cannon in her hand immediately turned back into a stone and she casually threw it on the ground.
Quick, quick, let's rush over there.
A short student shouted anxiously and quickly ran forward. He shouted as he clapped his hands in the air. The stone giant's body seemed to be hit by an air cannon, and it froze for a moment. Just as it tried to get up, it crashed back into the mountain wall. The 4 men, their faces beaming with excitement, charged forward without looking back. However, at that moment, the mountain wall suddenly trembled, and a dark figure plummeted down at high speed.
Hey, that's him.
The student who first withstood the stone giant's attack looked up, and his expression changed drastically. The impact on the stone giant shattered the mountain wall, and a boulder about 2 meters wide rolled down. The others also looked terrified and ran forward with all their might. Having just attacked the stone giants with their abilities, they had no time to defend against this falling boulder. The 4 sprinted forward, trying to escape the danger zone before the boulder fell. Ouch! The shorter student, overly nervous, tripped and fell to the ground. The other 2's expressions changed slightly, and they hesitated for a moment but did not stop.
Stopping now will inevitably result in severe damage.
Tang Xiaowan, who was closest to the short man, stopped without hesitation and anxiously reached out her hand. Stand up quickly. The short man, as if grasping at a straw, quickly grabbed her hand. However, the boulder overhead was less than 5 meters away from them, and its shadow enveloped them all. The wind howled in his ears, and as he watched the rapidly falling boulder, fear surged through the small man's heart. He screamed, grabbed Tang Xiaowan's hand tightly, and leaped forward. Tang Xiaowan stared wide-eyed in disbelief as she looked ahead, only to be pulled forward by the small man. The short man rushed forward without looking back, completely disregarding Tang Xiaowan's safety. He kept muttering to himself, his expression tense. My father spent a lot of money and favors to get this dragon jade. I fought tooth and nail to pass the combat test. I absolutely cannot fall here. In his mind, there was only one thought: escape the area covered by the boulder, rush to the top of the mountain, and complete the test.
Hey, Xiaowan!
Han Hao, who was at the front, glanced at Tang Xiaowan, who had been pulled down, and his expression changed. He intended to play the hero and rescue Tang Xiaowan, so he turned around and helped her up. But looking at the rapidly falling boulder, if you turn around now, you could very well be crushed under it. Hesitating for a moment, he chose to save himself and rushed out of the danger zone.
Oh no, that girl is going to be pinned down.
The students behind her spotted Tang Xiaowan, and their expressions changed drastically as they exclaimed in surprise. Tang Xiaowan, who had been pulled down, was right in the middle of the rocks and had no time to get up and escape. She seemed never to have imagined that she would find herself in such danger while saving someone. In that life-or-death moment, countless images flashed through her mind. The most frequently appearing scene is the one where Suyi went against the flow of the crowd and pulled her and Nie Xiaoyu up.
Does saving someone really require such courage and come at such a high price?
At this moment, several people rushed forward desperately, trying to rescue Tang Xiaowan, who was about to be crushed by the boulder. They joined Dragongxia Academy to uphold justice and become void hunters, so naturally they didn't want to stand by and watch someone fall into danger.
However, a figure moved even faster, instantly passing by the crowd and rushing into the falling boulder without hesitation.
It was a figure covered in blood-red light, moving so fast it was impossible to keep up.
Su Ye's gaze remained calm.
Suddenly, he leaped to the left, kicking the rock wall hard. Using the momentum, he hugged Tang Xiaowan tightly and rushed to the side. With the boost from the boiling blood state, his speed was greatly enhanced. At the same time, the rapidly falling rocks crashed to the ground with a loud thud, kicking up a cloud of dust. Amidst the thick smoke and dust, the people who were about to provide assistance stopped abruptly, their expressions changing drastically. A sharp-eyed student's eyes lit up, and he suddenly shouted, "Look!" 2 figures darted out from the smoke and dust. Suyi, carrying Tang Xiaowan in his arms, narrowly escaped from under the falling falling rocks. However, at this moment, the direction he rushed out towards was the open cliff beside the mountain road. At their current speed, they'll just plummet straight down from the mountainside into the valley. A student with exceptionally quick reflexes immediately activated their ability. He flung out a rapidly extending vine, which slid down the cliff in an attempt to pull Suyi and Tang Xiaowan back. But just as the vine stretched out, they were repelled by a force and suddenly flung high into the air. He was full of doubt, feeling that his abilities had been actively repelled by some kind of energy. What on earth is going on? He stared in confusion at the vine that had been bounced up, his gaze fixed ahead. Seriously, why didn't that guy try to save him from the front, but instead pulled him off the cliff from the side? If they fall like that, even if they don't die, they won't have enough time to climb back up to the top of the mountain. Why are you here? Below the cliff, Suyi, holding Tang Xiaowan, plummeted rapidly. As he fell, he had already shut down his boiling blood technique. His eyes remained calm and serene. He had originally wanted to find an opportunity to get to know Tang Xiaowan alone and take advantage of her abilities, but unexpectedly, the opportunity came to him on its own. However, he couldn't use the method he planned in front of others, so he took advantage of the situation to lead her down the mountain and plunge straight to the bottom of the valley. As the scenery on both sides continued to rise, he reached into his robe, took out a rope, and swung it forcefully to the side. The rope caught on a tree branch growing horizontally on the mountainside, and the descent speed was immediately reduced significantly. He swung the rope, gently swaying it, and tumbled down the mountainside with Tang Xiaowan. This location is precisely between the first and second stone giants. After Suyi and Shui successfully passed the first stone giant, the other students followed suit and tried to pass it one after another. Some were eliminated, but most successfully bypassed the stone giant and continued their ascent up the mountain. There are only 10 minutes left until the half-hour time limit expires. There were no students to be seen on the nearby mountain roads. Suyi rolled over and got up, releasing Tang Xiaowan from his arms as he landed. Tang Xiaowan looked somewhat bewildered. She slumped to the ground for a few seconds before standing up with a complicated expression. Suyi, you saved me again. Don't get me wrong, I'm not saving you. Suyi waved his hand and quickly took a few steps back to keep his distance from Tang Xiaowan. Tang Xiaowan's eyes flickered as she stared intently at him. After a moment's hesitation, she suddenly spoke. In the past 2 years, you've saved me at least 5 times, haven't you? What are you saying? Suyi's expression remained unchanged as he scanned ahead, seemingly assessing his current location and the target he was looking for. I've already told you, I'm not trying to save you. And even if you think I was saving you, the time with the flag, the time on the playground, and this time, that's at most 3 times. Where did the 5 times come from? He strode forward, Tang Xiaowan following closely behind, her eyes fixed on his profile, and continued. 2 years ago, a thug from the Green Dragon Gang harassed me after school. He was hit by a billboard that suddenly fell down, and I took the opportunity to escape. A week later, the Azure Dragon Hall organization collapsed for some reason. Suyi continued walking. What does this have to do with me? Azure Dragon Hall? I've never even heard of it. He walked with firm steps, had a clear goal, and moved forward steadily. Tang Xiaowan quickened her pace to keep up, staring at his profile as she kept saying, a year ago, Xiaoyu and I were followed by a stalker. The next day, the stalker was stripped naked and tied to a tree in the park. Really? That's something to celebrate. Could it be that he did too many bad things and was punished by some superhero? Suyi jokingly replied. Tang Xiaowan didn't hear the answer she was expecting, frowned slightly, and quickly ran to Suyi's side to walk alongside him. A few weeks ago, I fell from the flagpole, and you happened to be there and saved me. But the flagpole was not damaged naturally. It was deliberately vandalized by a girl in the class the night before after school. That girl never came to school again after that day. She chose to drop out. There's only a week left until graduation. There's no way she'd drop out at this crucial moment. What exactly are you trying to say? Suyi frowned and looked to the side, his eyes darting around uncertainly. Were you the one behind all of this? Tang Xiaowan stared intently into Suyi's eyes, trying to discern something from them. Her eyes, like amber, shimmered with a captivating light in the sunlight. Tang Xiaowan, aren't you being a little too narcissistic? Suyi rolled his eyes, looking at the school beauty in front of him with a face full of disdain. So, according to you, I'm the perverted stalker, right? This isn't the time to talk about this. There are still 10 minutes left before the test ends, and I still need to. Sure enough, you're the cool kid my sister mentioned, Tang Xiaowan said decisively. She had more important questions to ask than the test. A glint flashed in Suyi's calm eyes, but it quickly disappeared. You definitely know your sister, right? Tang Xiaowan became anxious when she saw that he had no reaction. She stared intently at Suyi, a pleading look in her eyes. Can you tell me? My sister, what exactly caused her death? You were the one who accompanied her to the art exhibition before she passed away. Why did the art exhibition building suddenly collapse? Was my sister really killed by the collapsing building? What exactly happened there? Why won't the hospital let me see my sister's body? Suyi's face remained expressionless, but his right hand trembled slightly involuntarily. I don't understand what you're talking about. Tang Xiaowan shouted, that's my sister's name,
don't you really remember? Suye's body trembled slightly, and the figure in the white dress reappeared in his eyes. Thank you for saving me. My name is Tang Tan. Tan is in epiphyllum, isn't that nice? Did you know, Suyi, that I actually have a younger sister who seems to be in the same school as you? I'll introduce you to her sometime. Hey, you're not interested? My sister is a super beautiful woman, and incredibly cute. Suyi, I think I can't hold on any longer. If possible, could you please take care of my younger sister for me? She was innocent and introverted from a young age, and was easily bullied. If I'm gone, there will be no one to protect her. Ahem. Suyi, look, did I look like a void hunter just now? Memories flashed through his mind, but Su remained expressionless as he calmly gazed at Tang Xiaowan before him. I've already said, I don't know the person you're talking about. The things you mentioned have nothing to do with me. I'm not here to save you, I just want to cooperate with you. Cooperation? Tang Xiaowan was stunned and stood there dumbfounded. Don't forget, the entrance exam isn't over yet, and I don't want to stop here, Suyi replied calmly, interrupting the conversation. If you've misunderstood me, let's talk about it after the test. Although Tang Xiaowan had many questions in her mind, she suppressed them and her eyes were firm. She came here to carry on her sister's unfinished dream. Time is of the essence, and there is no time for further words. But we've fallen back to the bottom of the mountain. How can we cooperate to climb back to the top in 10 minutes? To be precise, it's 7 minutes and 45 seconds. Suyi turned around and walked quickly forward. But if everything goes smoothly, we should still be able to reach the summit. As he spoke, he tilted his head slightly, glancing at Tang Xiaowan behind him out of the corner of his eye. But I need to confirm, is the effect of your ability really as I suspected? Suye's speed increased, traversing the winding mountain road as he sped towards the summit. Tang Xiaowan followed closely behind, activating her own abilities without hesitation. My ability is S rank, Power of Creation. It can transform unconscious objects into matter, just as I guessed. A glint flashed in Suye's eyes, and a smile appeared on his lips. In other words, you just used your ability to turn a rock into a handheld cannon? Tang Xiaowan nodded. Yes, but the premise is that I must have a sufficient understanding of the substance being transformed. For example, if I want to turn a stone into a cannon, I need to familiarize myself with the structure of a cannon beforehand. Otherwise, at best, you can only conjure up a useless empty shell. If I want to transform it into substances like diamonds or pearls, I also need to have a full understanding of their molecular structure. You're number one in the whole school, and you actually take the initiative to study the structure of cannons in private? Suyi raised an eyebrow and teased. Tang Xiaowan blushed slightly, looking a little shy. I'm somewhat interested in machinery and weapons. What about the conversion speed and duration? Su didn't pay much attention to her hobbies and continued to ask. The speed depends on the material of the original object, Tang Xiaowan answered crisply. For example, turning a stone into an iron cannon takes about a minute. If it were steel, it might only take 30 seconds. The more complex an object is, the more energy and time it requires. As long as there is sufficient energy, the conversion effect can continue indefinitely. Suyi turned to look at her. So you use a special technique to temporarily transform matter, and it will return to its original state after use? Tang Xiaowan nodded. That's right. Very good. It's pretty much what I predicted. Suyi suddenly stopped and went to where they were going. Right in front of us is the location of the second stone giant. However, it is still embedded in the rock wall, covered with stones, and looks extremely disheveled. It seemed to sense Suyi and Tang Xiaowan's arrival, and struggled to climb out of the rock wall with a tremor. The pebbles on the ground kept flying up, gradually coalescing, trying to reshape its body. However, the wound that pierced its chest still failed to heal. Su did not bypass the stone giant and climb straight to the top of the mountain, but stopped where he was, as if waiting for it to recover. Hey, what does this mean? Tang Xiaowan exclaimed in surprise upon seeing this. Shouldn't we hurry up and run to the top of the mountain before it recovers? Even if I sprint at full speed, I won't be able to reach the top of the mountain in a few minutes. Suyi stared calmly ahead, then suddenly took out his phone and started operating it. I'm asking you, do you know what a rocket booster is? Although Tang Xiaowan couldn't figure out his intentions, she still replied, of course I know. It's a device used to accelerate rockets during launch. Can you transform it? Suyi suddenly asked. Are you kidding me? Tang Xiaowan's eyes widened, as if it were a fantasy. Didn't I say that to transform something, you must understand its structure? Rocket boosters are still state secrets. We have no way of knowing their specific structure. Even if it could be built, the energy and time required would be staggering. I won't let you build a complete rocket booster, Su said without turning his head, his eyes never leaving the stone giant that was about to reassemble its body and leap down from the rock wall. If you just scale it down proportionally, how long would it take to make two models that are about 1 meter wide? Tang Xiaowan stared at him, sensing that he wasn't joking at all. She thought for half a second before answering. This size will take about 5 minutes. If we disregard energy consumption and go all out to produce it, it might only take 3 minutes. However, as I said before, there's no concrete structure or blueprint. Is this design detailed enough? Suyi tossed a phone over his shoulder and asked without turning his head. Tang Xiaowan caught the phone
phone in a fluster, looked down, and her eyes widened in surprise. A blueprint with an extremely intricate and detailed structure was prominently displayed on the phone screen. Each part comes with extremely detailed data, making it incredibly precise. How do you have the design blueprints for a rocket booster? She asked instinctively, her voice filled with disbelief. These are documents that should only be stored in the national database, they're top secret. Wait, could it be that you? She stared at Sui, and an absurd guess suddenly flashed through her mind. Sui pulled out a sword sheath from his pocket and replied calmly, I was just curious and accidentally saved a few pictures. Is this a question that can be brushed off with mere curiosity? Tang Xiaowan was stunned on the spot, inwardly cursing, this is too much. Enough with the nonsense, Sui said gravely. I've given you the design drawings. Tell me, can you convert them into something else? At this moment, the stone giant's body had mostly recovered, and it finally struggled to jump down from the rock wall. However, there are too many damaged parts, and it is impossible to repair them completely in a short period of time. Tang Xiaowan's expression immediately became solemn and serious. She glanced down at her phone, the data of countless components flashing like a data stream in her eyes. At the same time, these parts seemed to materialize in my mind and were quickly assembled. A moment later, she opened her eyes and solemnly replied, easy. Give me 3 minutes, and I'm sure I can convert it. She exuded an aura of confidence. Very good. Sui, his body shrouded in blood mist, quickly grabbed Tang Xiaowan and rushed forward without looking back. In just 3 seconds, the two had rushed to the stone giant, who had regained most of his body. His steps never faltered. He charged upwards without looking back. As Sui climbed up the stone giant, he drew the ancient sword from its sheath, the broken sword enveloped in white light. The stone giant seemed to sense the provocation and angrily slammed its newly regenerated right arm at Sui. Su also placed Tang Xiaowan behind him and stepped forward with his sword drawn. This time, he didn't dodge, but directly swung his ancient night slash. The hard stone arm snapped in two, cleanly cleaved in two, and shards of stone flew everywhere. Suya's clothes fluttered in the wind from the punch, but he ignored the pebbles darting around him, his gaze remaining calm. There are 5 minutes left in the test. I will do my best to stall for 3 minutes. Turn this guy's 2 legs into rocket boosters. Don't worry, I will never let you get hurt before the transformation is complete. After the initial confusion, the students had a pretty good grasp of the stone giant's characteristics and attack patterns. Although these stone giants are all at the rock realm energy level, their attack methods are simple. They have no special abilities, and they can only swing their giant fists and feet to block. Overall, they are at most slightly stronger than stone realm awakeners, and their strength has reached the rock realm standard. Students who were able to obtain Dragon Jade and enter Dragon Summer Academy had all undergone combat tests beforehand. After calming down, they observed the stone giant, gradually used their strengths, and overcame obstacles one after another, advancing towards the top of the mountain. As the half-hour countdown drew ever closer, the number of students who successfully reached the summit gradually increased. They were all more or less wounded, but each of them had an excited and thrilled face as they managed to break through the barrier of the 5 stone giants and get here. See that, teacher Samwei? Lian Shou smiled and pointed towards the mountaintop. I told you long ago, these children are all geniuses. They won't be stumped by this kind of test at all. This level of difficulty is not a challenge for them at all. Songwei's lips twitched slightly, but he muttered to himself, in just half an hour, more than 30 students have been eliminated, including several S-level ability users. Not to mention that 5 students were seriously injured. If I hadn't intervened in time, they would probably have died on the mountain long ago. You're saying this doesn't count as a test? The total number of students eliminated in the past 5 years is less than the number eliminated in this single test. Of course, Songwei could only silently complain in his heart, but he forced a smile on his face and said with a dry laugh, ha, it seems that the time is almost up. Yes. Lian Shou looked away, nodded, and stood up, saying, we should also go up to the top of the mountain to welcome back these children who have passed the test. Songwei also stood up and followed closely behind Lian Shou. The next moment, a gentle breeze blew from where they were standing, and the 2 figures vanished without a trace. Meanwhile, atop the mountain, Lian Shou and Songwei lightly touched the ground and suddenly appeared as if they had teleported, immediately attracting the attention of the students who were resting. This is. They looked nervous, some still maintaining their school etiquette, and hurriedly stood up and shouted, good morning, instructor. The way the 2 instructors appeared out of nowhere astonished them. One of the blue-haired, bespectacled students raised an eyebrow slightly and muttered to himself, is this the flying shadow technique from the 5 arts? It can actually travel such a long distance. No wonder it's Dragon Summer Academy. Lian Shou smiled and nodded, his gaze sweeping over everyone present. After a moment, he counted the number of people, 78 people. It seems there are still 2 spots available. He took out his pocket watch again and looked down to check the time. It is indeed so. There are only 5 minutes left until the half-hour deadline for the test. About 30 seconds later, a panting figure climbed to the top of the mountain, sat heavily on the ground, and his face was full of excitement. We made it! We made it! It was the short student who had pulled Tang Xiaowan to the ground earlier. After successfully defeating the 3rd stone stone giant. The people who had cooperated with him all showed expressions of disgust and distanced themselves from him. No one wants to work with someone who abandons their companions in a critical moment. Despite his dissatisfaction, he managed to get past the two stone giants behind him and climb to the top of the mountain by relying on his own strength. Upon seeing the short man appear, more than a dozen people in the crowd frowned and cast displeased glances at him. He dragged Tang Xiaowan down in the critical moment, and everyone saw him trying to escape. In their view, this kind of person is extremely repulsive. The short man also noticed the gazes from all around him. He shrank his neck, feeling a little embarrassed, but still dusted himself off and stood up. I didn't mean to hurt her. In that situation, who could think of anything else? This opportunity to enter Longsha Academy is so rare. How could I possibly give up here? Besides, she wasn't crushed by the rocks and was rescued. Isn't that a good thing? Countless thoughts flashed through his mind as he tried to justify his actions. Soon, the guilt slowly dissipated, and he silently vowed in his heart, as long as I can successfully enter Dragon Summer Academy, I will never do such a thing again. With self-comfort, he smiled again, secretly pleased that he had passed the first hurdle. The only thing that made him a little nervous was whether the two instructors had seen what he had just done. Instructor, when I arrived, there was no one left in the back. He glanced cautiously at Lian Shou and tentatively asked, we should have passed the first test, right? At this moment, all he wanted to do was find out as soon as possible whether he could pass and ensure a smooth enrollment. Lian Shou looked up at him calmly. Rules are rules. The test is not over until the time is up. The short man shrank his neck and sat back down on the ground, somewhat embarrassed, but he also felt relieved. The instructor neither questioned nor reprimanded him. With so many students here, the instructors simply couldn't possibly take care of everyone. Moreover, he did not break the rules. He simply had to abandon his companions at a crucial moment. He kept reassuring himself, and instead of trying to ingratiate himself with the crowd, he sat quietly in a corner. Regardless, he has passed the test and become one of the top 80. The test will be over in a few minutes, so please bear with it. At worst, I can go and apologize to Tang Xiaowan properly after the test is over. She will definitely understand. He rested his chin on his hand, his mind filled with images of his life after successfully entering Longsha Academy, and a smile involuntarily appeared on his face. The hands ticked away second by second, and the time to end was drawing ever closer, with less than 2 minutes remaining. Just as the short man said, there were no other students behind him. Besides the more than 30 who were eliminated, a few others were still trying to break through the fourth stone giant, but they couldn't reach the top of the mountain no matter what. A hint of regret flashed in Songwei's eyes as he silently thought, it seems that only 79 people will pass this first test. In his perception, the students trapped under the fourth stone giant were exhausted and on the verge of giving up. Meanwhile, on the other side of the second stone giant, the two students who had fallen off the cliff were somehow getting into a fight with the stone giant. Instead of climbing the mountain, choosing to fight a stone giant is utterly pointless. He withdrew his senses, looked ahead, and sighed softly. A deafening roar suddenly came from the foot of the mountain. The tremor shot straight up to the mountaintop, like an earthquake, causing the people who were resting to tremble involuntarily. What happened? The little guy in the corner was so shocked that he fell to the ground and looked around blankly. Lian Shou, who had been gripping the stopwatch tightly and remained expressionless, suddenly smiled. That guy actually did it. The roaring sound grew louder as it approached, as if it had rushed from the foot of the mountain to the summit in an instant. Immediately afterwards, a huge shadow rose into the sky, obscuring half of the mountaintop. At that moment, almost 80% of the students stared wide-eyed, their mouths agape as if they could fit eggs in their mouths, looking up in shock at the sky. Everyone looked up. A gigantic stone giant suddenly shot into the sky from the side of the cliff. As it rose, countless stones fell back down. The stone giant had a large hole in its chest, and both its arms were completely shattered. Its legs, which were originally made of stone, were now connected to two thrusters that spewed out flames. The two thrusters seemed to have grown out of thin air onto its body. Their connection was seamless. Flames shot into the sky, and a loud roar erupted. Why is the stone giant here? What happened? Can stone giants fly? Astro Boy. A commotion arose from the crowd, who stared incredulously at the sky. Driven by the thrusters, the stone giant continued to rise. But two figures leaped down from above and landed heavily on the mountaintop. The stone giant in the sky rose several meters higher, then suddenly exploded in midair, like a burst of fireworks made of stone. Shards of rock flew everywhere, raising clouds of dust. Amidst the dust and smoke, a weary voice slowly rang out, "See? I told you, we can reach the summit." Suyi and Tang Xiaowan emerged from the smoke. His clothes were now tattered and torn, clearly indicating that he had suffered considerable injuries. But Tang Xiaowan, who was behind him, was unharmed, though her beautiful eyes flickered, as if she was still immersed in the shock she had just experienced. After using Gushao to fight for 1 minute, Suyi actually managed to delay the stone giant for 2 minutes, buying her time to use her ability. She also activated her abilities to the fullest extent, successfully transforming the stone giant's legs into propulsion devices within 3 minutes, directly carrying the two of them flying towards the mountaintop. Upon seeing the two appear, the students students in the crowd displayed a variety of expressions. They stared intently at Suyi, as if every time this guy made an appearance, it was always with such a grand spectacle. Shui and Bai Tao were both in the crowd, and when they saw Suyi, they both smiled. Han Hao also noticed Tang Xiaowan's presence and was immediately delighted, as it seemed that he still had a chance to get to know this beautiful woman better. The short guy on the edge looked like he'd seen a ghost, with a very strange expression on his face. He never expected that Tang Xiaowan could actually climb up the mountain. Congratulations on reaching the summit. Lian Shou laughed as he looked at Suyi and Tang Xiaowan, his eyes behind his sunglasses revealing admiration. But his smile quickly vanished as he showed off the pocket watch in his hand. But unfortunately, there are now 79 people on the mountain. There are 1 minute and 47 seconds left in the test. Impossible? This also means that only one of you can pass the test. These words caused another uproar in the crowd. These two climbed to the top of the mountain in such a magnificent way, but in the end, only one of them could be left behind. No matter what, it's such a pity. Song Wei, standing to the side, was also filled with surprise. He turned to Lian Shou and pleaded, "Instructor Lian Shou, these two children did manage to climb to the top of the mountain within the time limit. One more spot doesn't matter, let's just let them all pass together." No. Lian Shou's expression remained unchanged, he simply stared ahead quietly. Rules are rules. He held the pocket watch, sticking to his own ideas, but his gaze was fixed on Suyi. In this situation, what would you do? Only one person can pass. Tang Xiaowan's initial joy vanished as if doused with a bucket of cold water. She and Su finally made it to the top of the mountain, but only one of them could pass. A hint of resentment and disappointment flashed in her eyes, but she quickly gave a bitter smile and took a step back. "I'm quitting. If it weren't for you, I would have been eliminated long ago. This spot should rightfully be given to you." Su frowned slightly and glanced at Tang Xiaowan. "You've put in so much effort to get here, are you really willing to just give up like this? Without your abilities, we wouldn't be able to reach the summit. Why don't you try to find another opportunity, like playing rock paper scissors with me?" After making her decision, Tang Xiaowan did not hesitate any longer and simply said softly, "My sister once taught me this. We must always be grateful to those who have helped us. I came here because I wanted to carry on my sister's wish, but you are more suited to be a void hunter than I am. From both a moral and logical standpoint, you should be given the qualification to pass this test." Just as I thought, it's a stupid theory from a stupid person. Suyi scoffed and turned his head away. "Have you decided? There's 1 minute left." Lian Shou looked over. "Which of you two will take the last spot?" Su walked straight ahead and replied casually, "I've decided." His actions elicited various reactions from the crowd. They hadn't expected that Tang Xiaowan would so cleanly and decisively give up her chance to pass through customs. If it were them, they would never have given up such a hard-won opportunity so decisively. Su didn't stop walking. Instead of going into the crowd, he headed towards a corner. "So you're going to get this last spot?" Lian Shou asked, his gaze following Suyi. "No." As Suyi answered, he stopped in front of the short man. "Both of us need to pass this test." What do you want to do?" Upon seeing Suyi appear, the short man suddenly stood up, a wary look in his eyes. A strange sense of unease welled up inside him, and he said urgently, "There are already 79 people here. Only one of you two can pass the test at most. Do you intend to break the rules?" "Rule 1, Su said indifferently, looking at the short man, "climb to the top of the mountain within 30 minutes. Rule number 2, only 80 people will be able to complete the test in the end. If there are already 80 people when you reach the top of the mountain, then I'm sorry, you will not pass this first test." He repeated the rules that Renju had mentioned earlier, a cold smile slowly creeping onto his lips. Suya's right hand shot out like lightning, instantly grabbing the small man's neck and lifting him into the air. Located in a corner, within a few steps, he carried the small figure to the edge of the mountaintop. What are you going to do?" The short man's neck was grabbed, and he immediately had difficulty breathing. He waved his arms in terror. Energy gathered in his palm, and an invisible shockwave rushed towards Suyi. But Suyi seemed to have a premonition and slightly tilted his head to dodge the attack. In other words, as long as there are only 80 people on the mountaintop before the time runs out, it's fine. His hair fluttered in the wind, his eyes were filled with extreme indifference, but the corners of his mouth curled up in a dangerous arc. "Does someone like you, who betrayed his comrades and ran away alone, even deserve to be a hunter of the void?" The next moment, he released his right hand. The little guy suddenly started falling uncontrollably. His face was filled with terror as he frantically flailed his body, clinging to the rock face with both hands. His eyes blazed with despair as he screamed, "You're trying to murder me. Instructor, stop him." Suyi raised his right foot expressionlessly and slammed it down. "In that case," the short short man screamed in agony, his hands loosened in pain, and he plummeted uncontrollably off the cliff. At the same time, Lianshou seemed completely oblivious to what was happening and forcefully closed the pocket watch in his hand. Time's up. The number of people on the mountain is exactly 80. Congratulations on completing the first test. The crowd fell silent, all staring in awe at what lay ahead. Suye's ruthless methods made their hearts skip a beat. Falling off a cliff like that, you'll die. Songwei's expression changed slightly, and a blue light flashed in his palm. A tiny rock figure emerged from the rock wall and caught the falling little one in midair. He had already fainted from extreme fear. If he falls like that, he'll definitely die. Songwei frowned, looking at Suyi with some anger. There's absolutely no cushioning below this cliff. This is a living human life. Aren't you going a bit too far? As a student who had just come of age, Suye's behavior seemed too cruel to him. Isn't there a teacher here? Suyi turned his head, his lazy expression returning to his face. Would you let him fall like that? Songwei was taken aback, then subconsciously replied, of course not. That solves it, Su said calmly, walking directly into the crowd. Tang Xiaowan stood blankly at the edge of the mountaintop, her mind momentarily blank. She passed the test without even realizing it. But Suye's act of throwing people off the mountaintop sent a chill down her spine. His actions and expressions suggested that he didn't care about the little man's life or death at all. She looked at Suyi with a complicated expression, but felt as if a fog had enveloped him, making it impossible for her to see through him. Songwei was taken aback by Suye's words, and a strange feeling flashed through his mind. Did he take this into account before throwing the short guy off the cliff? That's not right. After a few seconds, he sorted out his thoughts and frowned, saying, don't try to change the subject. Is there any necessary connection between my willingness to save people and the cruelty of your actions? Your future goal should all be to become void hunters. If you all have this kind of mentality, how can I believe that you can protect the people and the country? Su was extremely exhausted. After a battle, his strength and energy, which he had barely recovered, were completely depleted. He sat on the ground, too lazy to argue, and calmly replied, what's it to me? Is it really a good thing to let someone who abandons their teammates become a void hunter? I just cleaned up one piece of trash for you. Songwei never expected that a freshman would be so rude and spout such fallacies. He frowned, about to lash out, but Lianshou stopped him. Well said. Lianshou smiled, completely unconcerned about Suye's attitude, and instead praised him loudly. A moment later, he turned to look at Songwei, who was slightly displeased, and said indifferently, Teacher Songwei, you are too bound by formalities. What do you mean? Songwei didn't expect Lianshou to stop him, and he frowned. Why did he appear last? Lianshou pointed at Suyi and asked. Because he went to save that girl. Songwei had naturally witnessed Suyi saving the girl and was deeply impressed by it. What did the student he kicked off the cliff do? He pulled down the person who was trying to save him and then ran away. Songwei continued, echoing Lianshou's words, but his brows furrowed more and more. However, this kind of survival instinct under danger, although wrong, can still be cultivated into a qualified void hunter with guidance and education. But he just attacked his classmates so viciously, which is too cruel and ruthless. That student did not deserve to die. That's why I hate you idealists. Lianshou shook his head and chuckled. You always think people can be changed. Even in this situation, that kid chose to abandon his attempt to save his companion. What makes you think he would choose to protect the people instead of saving his own life in a crisis? Songwei was slightly stunned, a deep sense of confusion flashing in his eyes. In his mind, people can be changed, and the profession of void hunter is sacred and should not be as cruel as Su Yi. But now that I think about it, it seems that what Su did wasn't wrong. When passing the first stone giant, he seemed to be using curved wing, but as long as curved wing trusted him, he would let the two of them pass together. When Tang Xiaowan was about to be hit by a rock and was in mortal danger, he was the first to rush out and save her without regard for the danger. The short man he abandoned also had character flaws, although Su's actions were extremely cruel, as if he wanted to kill the other party without any mercy. But it seemed he was already certain that he would step in to save him. In retrospect, everything he did was not only correct, but also quite righteous. However, this sense of justice and action deviated from the justice he held in his heart. The justice that Songwei upholds and adheres to is a selfless justice. However, the justice that Su Yi exercised was completely opposite to his. Songwei stood silently in place, lost in deep thought. Is the justice he upholds wrong, and Su Yi is right? Lianshou gave Songwei a meaningful look. The situation has changed drastically, and the entire Dragon Kingdom is about to face enormous danger. If all Void Hunters upheld Batman-like justice, humanity will eventually perish. Their compassion and extremely high moral standards will become the best weapon for the demon's attack, ultimately only harming themselves. He completed the test within the rules, so there was naturally no problem. Lianshou's calm words brought the debate to a close. Their argument also caused the students around them to frown and ponder, thinking about right and wrong. Lianshou smiled slightly and slowly walked to the students. You can take a short rest. We will be conducting our second test here in half an hour. His words interrupted everyone's thoughts, and they all showed surprise. Only half an hour to
rest? Oh no, I used up so much energy climbing the mountain. Everyone's situation is different, isn't that just too unfair? Loud noises rose from the crowd, all expressing their dissatisfaction. Lianshou smiled and took out a small, pure gold ball from his pocket, tossing it to the ground. Of course, to ensure this test is fair, I won't let you participate in your current state. The golden sphere shattered upon touching the ground, releasing wisps of golden mist that instantly enveloped most of the mountaintop, covering all the students. Su looked around curiously, only to feel the golden mist flowing into his body through his pores. In just a few breaths, he felt his injuries, strength, and even his nearly depleted energy recovering at an extremely rapid pace. He looked surprised and immediately realized that this seemed to be some kind of disposable jade treasure. This is Jua Bao's, welcome home. Lianshou looked at the incredibly surprised students in front of him with a faint smile on his face. Go all out to recover your strength and get ready. In the next test, less than half of you will be able to stay. Lianshou's words were like a depth charge, exploding in everyone's hearts. In the next test, will less than half of the people be able to stay? Doesn't this mean that they all have nearly a 50% chance of being eliminated? They had climbed to the top of the mountain with great difficulty, and they simply couldn't accept being eliminated like this. For a moment, the mountaintop was silent as everyone desperately absorbed the golden mist, using the power of the jade treasure to restore their energy and strength. Lianshou glanced at everyone indifferently, tilted his head slightly, and led Song Wei to a corner away from the students. Song Wei frowned, seemingly still pondering what had just happened. Since his birth, he has been exposed to the stories of his predecessors, the Void Hunters. From a young age, he longed for this noble profession and regarded it as his lifelong pursuit. After he grew up, he fulfilled his wish and joined Dragongxia Academy, becoming a glorious Void Hunter. Over the years, he has entered and exited countless virtual realms, fought countless virtual beasts and virtual demons, and was even injured several times while protecting the people. In his eyes, a Void Hunter should be just like him, full of a sense of justice, with an unparalleled sense of morality and responsibility. He firmly believed in his own sense of justice and regarded it as an honor. But Suya's actions just now shocked him. The outcome was clearly just, but the process of implementing that justice was somewhat unacceptable to me. Lianshou took out a cigarette from his pocket, lit it, and said with a faint smile, Teacher Songwei, you probably haven't had much contact with other Void Hunters, have you? Songwei turned around and nodded. When the hunting Void team was recruiting, my abilities made it difficult to cooperate with others, so I've always been a lone wolf. Within the Dragon Kingdom, there are a total of 100 hunting teams. However, not all Void Hunters will join a Void Hunter team. Some people with unique abilities who find it difficult to cooperate with others become lone wolves, hunting virtual beasts alone. Of course, the minimum requirement to become a solo traveler is to be in the mountains. Those above the mountain realm have no need to join the hunting Void Squad. The presence of a team would actually restrict their actions and be a huge waste of manpower. For example, someone like Wan Rui usually acts alone, and only when encountering extremely dangerous virtual realms will he be able to cooperate with other lone travelers. I thought so too. Lianshou exhaled a smoke ring and chuckled. You've never met any other Void Hunters, let alone cooperated with them. No wonder you're so naive. Although Songwei is a teacher, he is only 26 years old at most. Just 2 years after graduating from Longxia Academy, he became a teacher at Longxia Academy based on his abilities and theoretical knowledge. Therefore, the hunters he came into contact with were all teachers and students of the academy. Instructor Lianshou, what are you trying to say? Songwei frowned, looking at Lianshou with confusion. Justice does not take only one form, Lianshou said meaningfully. As hunters of the void, each of us has our own unique sense of justice. But we all arrive at the same destination by different paths. We are all fighting to achieve the justice we believe in. Of course, we must always adhere to the most basic bottom line. If we only focus on the outcome, justice will only become an excuse for selfishness. However, if you focus too much on the process, your judgment may be biased. Sometimes, you can't judge a person by their behavior, but you have to see their true nature. Think about it carefully. Is that child's essence justice or chaos? Does he have his own bottom line? He finished speaking, threw the cigarette butt on the ground, and casually stomped on it twice. By the way, do you remember the requirements I told you before? Once the time comes, I'll trouble you to prepare the venue for the second test. Lianshou turned and left without looking back. Songwei stood there, silently pondering Lianshou's words. Essence? His mind quickly flashed back to what Suyi had done during the test. After a moment, the confusion and bewilderment in his mind finally dissipated, and his tightly furrowed brows slowly relaxed. I see. Is this the justice that belongs only to him? 20 minutes passed quickly. Almost all the students have recovered their strength and energy thanks to the welcome feast. They were full of energy, their eyes were solemn, and all their gazes were fixed on Lianshou, who was leisurely returning from afar. They were all incredibly anxious about the upcoming second trial, fearing they would be eliminated. Don't be so tense, relax. Lianshou smiled slightly and looked around. Now that you've all recovered, let me explain the rules of the second trial. Everyone immediately perked up, sat cross-legged,
cross-legged and stared intently at Lian Shou, afraid of missing any detail. I believe that everyone here who wants to join Dragongxia Academy does so to become a void hunter. Lian Shou looked at everyone and said leisurely, but you should also know how dangerous it is to become a void hunter. As a void hunter, one must not only enter and exit various void realms, but also resist attacks from void beasts and void demons. Just then, when faced with these dangers, what do you think could significantly increase your chances of survival? A murmur immediately broke out among the crowd as everyone pondered the question Lian Shou had posed. Soon someone answered, sufficient power? Lian Shou shook his head slightly. Speed? As long as you run fast enough, you can avoid danger. Lian Shou shook his head again. Soon, the students offered a variety of answers. Energy, wisdom, powerful jade treasure. Various answers came out, but Lian Shou simply shook his head slightly. A moment later, a very cautious voice came from the crowd. Luck? Everyone looked in the direction of the voice and saw a boy with delicate features but an extremely sleazy demeanor speaking cautiously. Suyi immediately noticed that this was Bai Tao, who had disappeared immediately after the first test began. No one knows what method he used, but he was completely unharmed, as if he had never experienced any battle. That's right, it's all luck. Upon hearing this answer, Lian Shou's lips curled into a smile, and he spoke up loudly. In the same crisis, it is not only the strong who can survive. Often, it's the lucky one who survives. As soon as he finished speaking, the mountain beneath their feet began to tremble violently. The next moment, the entire mountain began to descend inch by inch. The group looked around in a panic, not understanding what was happening. Half a minute later, the mountain that had risen abruptly from the ground began to shrink. The uneven mountaintop gradually became gentler. The entire mountain peak looked like a raised sheet of paper, slowly being flattened. The trees that were originally located halfway up the mountain have now all been squeezed onto the same plane. Here, the mountain peaks have been transformed into a forest. The forest is about 200 meters long and wide, very vast, and blocked by countless trees. The slightly raised stone walls on both sides enveloped the entire forest, forming four boundaries. Lian Shou stood with his hands behind his back, a strange smile on his face. This is the second test I'm giving you, and it's also a test of your luck. Its name is Ghosts Arrest People? Upon hearing the name of the test, many people looked surprised. Isn't this a game that children often play? Why is it being used as test content here? And what does this game have to do with luck? Lian Shou observed everyone's expressions with a smile, his eyes behind his sunglasses gleaming with a strange light. After a moment, he continued, the rules of this test are very simple. In the next test, I will be the ghost in the game of tag, and you are the people who scattered and fled, hiding away. I will give you 5 minutes to take cover. As long as you're in this forest, you can hide anywhere, however you want. I will start catching people in 5 minutes. A sinister smile curled at the corners of his mouth, sending a chill down the spines of the students present. Anyone I catch and who loses consciousness will be eliminated and disqualified from admission. These words caused an uproar in the audience. The crowd's expressions changed slightly, and they looked ahead with surprise. They all clearly remembered how the late student was knocked flying. This instructor, Lian Shou, was unfathomable. Almost no one could catch his movements. And yet they have to hide and survive in such an environment? Lian Shou sensed the student's panic and immediately smiled slightly, emanating waves of energy from his body. The energy fluctuations grew stronger and stronger, then quickly stopped, spreading around his body. Upon sensing the intensity of this energy, the expressions of everyone present varied, and they all felt a faint pressure. I can assure you that when I fight you, I will limit my energy fluctuations to the rock realm, Lian Shou said calmly. After sensing this fluctuation, the students breathed a sigh of relief. If it's just the rock realm, then it's not invincible. Although everyone present was an awakened one of the stone realm. However, they each possess different abilities and have extraordinary combat talents. Even if you can't defeat Iwakage, the chances of surviving are still quite high. Confidence returned to their faces, and some of them immediately became eager to try. Lian Shou noticed the students' expressions, his smile widened, and he dissipated the energy fluctuations around him. This test will last for 10 minutes in total. If you can hold out for 10 minutes without me catching you, you'll pass the test. Finally, I want to give you a piece of advice. He stood there with his hands behind his back, looking relaxed. Time is money. I hope you'll have good luck and pass this test. He took out his pocket watch and waited silently for the second hand to turn. Just as it was about to reach the hour, he shouted loudly, Instructor Songwei, thank you for your help. As soon as he finished speaking, four rock walls rose up beneath his feet, forming a closed cuboid that enveloped his body. At the same time, the clock struck the hour, and Lian Shou's deep voice came from within the rock wall. Now, the test begins. The moment the sound was heard, the students, who had been waiting in ambush, burst forth with incredible speed and dashed toward the edge of the forest without looking back. Thanks to the welcome back and cleanse effect, they have all recovered to their peak condition. Their thinking was very simple. The rule is that the ghost catches people, so Lian Shou needs to start looking for people from where he is. Lian Shou is now located at the very center of the entire forest. By hiding at the edge of the forest, they can minimize their chances of being being caught. Within seconds, the forest center was nearly deserted and most of the 80 students had disappeared. Su frowned slightly, gazing at the stone wall in the center of the arena, his eyes narrowing slightly. He had already restored his tattered clothes to their original condition using his repair skills. At this moment, he was pondering the rules of this test. The rules seem simple, and Lien Shou has already limited his own energy level, but he always felt that something was not quite right. If the rules are limited to this, then they only need to hide at the edge of the forest to reduce the probability of being caught. In that case, Lien Shou would have no need to mention the word luck. This has absolutely nothing to do with luck. He quickly thought it through and, instead of staying put, ran straight off in one direction. By this time, there were not many people left in the forest. The remaining students had scattered to different parts of the forest. They all tried to stay away from others, fearing that Lien Shou would find them and take them down with him. Su silently observed the footprints on the ground, as well as the traces and energy fluctuations around him, and roughly deduced where the other students had gone. 2 minutes later, he stopped next to a tree and muttered to himself, "This will do." This place is located at the edge of the forest, between Lien Shou and the border. He neither hid in a corner like most people, nor did he keep his distance from Lien Shou. In Su Ye's opinion, this position is just right. He casually picked up a branch from the ground and started repairing it. The next second, drawn by the white light, he leaped up and flew onto the tree trunk along with the branch. The ancient tree was so lush and leafy that it could completely conceal his body. What he didn't expect was, he had just flew onto the tree when the leaves behind him trembled and a strange cry rang out. Su Yi suddenly turned his head and saw a figure climbing on the tree trunk in a very strange posture, looking nervous, and preparing to jump down from the tree. His movements were incredibly fluid. It was as if he had performed this escape maneuver countless times. "Bai Tao?" Su Yi asked with a strange expression, recognizing the person who was preparing to escape. "Ha!" Hearing someone call his name, Bai Tao, who was about to jump down from the tree trunk, stopped and turned his head. "It's you, little brother Su Yi." He maintained a posture as if ready to flee at any moment, cautiously keeping his distance from Su Yi, and gave an awkward smile. "I didn't expect it to be you. How did you get here?" Su Yi frowned, looking at Bai Tao with confusion. "There's no sign of anyone passing by here." Before choosing this location, he checked the surrounding environment and found no trace of anyone having passed by. "My abilities are rather special, hee hee." Bai Tao scratched the back of his head and chuckled, not revealing much information. Su looked him up and down with a suspicious expression. "Why didn't you hide at the edge of the forest? There are too many people at the edge of the forest. Although it's the furthest from the instructors, I still feel unsafe," Bai Tao said, squatting on a tree branch and scratching the back of his head with a silly grin. "Based on my years of experience, if you want to evade capture, you must avoid common sense and be as unpredictable as possible. What we can think of, that instructor can definitely think of too. Experience, pursuit?" Su also heard two very interesting words from Bai Tao. Just as he was about to ask further questions, a deafening roar of shattering rocks filled his ears, accompanied by Lien Shou's loud laughter that echoed in all directions. "Time's up. The ghost is coming to grab people." Su Yi and Bai Tao stopped talking almost simultaneously. They exchanged a glance, then silently hid among the trees, waiting with a slightly tense air. Is the so-called ghostly possession really that simple? But just half a second later, their expressions changed, and they both looked up. A violent energy surge leaped over their heads. But then Lien Shou's figure flew through the air at an extremely fast speed, making no attempt to conceal his energy fluctuations, and rushed straight toward the edge of the forest. The next second, a violent roar resounded. The two looked into the distance and saw that the edge of the forest looked as if it had been hit by a missile, with a cloud of dust rising up. At the same time, Songwei's calm voice came from the air. "The three have been eliminated." As a teaching assistant, his responsibility at this time was to inform each student of the number of students who had been eliminated. 3 people were eliminated all at once? Su Ye's expression changed immediately upon hearing this news. This test was far more dangerous than he had imagined. Even though he had limited his own cultivation level, Lien Shou's strength was still far beyond his imagination. Is that speed really something a rock realm cultivator could unleash? At the edge of the forest, Lien Shou stood with his feet firmly planted on the ground, which cracked into countless pieces, spreading out like a spider web. The forest was dimly lit, with only a few rays of sunlight occasionally filtering through, which shone on his sunglasses and refracted a dazzling sheen. His lips curled up into a smirk. The next moment, the tree to his right suddenly shattered into pieces. A student fell from the tree, his face filled with terror. What happened? Before he could finish speaking, his body was struck as if by an invisible attack, and he was sent flying backward, falling unconscious to the ground. Lien Shou didn't stop walking, and in the blink of an eye, he appeared next to the bushes 20 meters away. Another student was sent flying backwards through the air, collapsing unconscious on the ground. He didn't stop moving forward. With a powerful leap, he jumped dozens of meters further. As the trees collapsed, another student was eliminated on the spot. He looked relaxed, gazing into the distance, and muttered to himself, "Let's go over there next." He squatted down, as if he were in a horse stance, and then sprang up forcefully. The next moment, his entire body shot into the sky, piercing through like a javelin, and sped off to the other side of the forest. Just 5 seconds later, accompanied by a roar, Songwei's calm and collected voice once again resounded throughout the forest. Both have been eliminated.
Hey, 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 are you kidding me? Bai Tao, poised to jump down from the tree at any moment, listened to Songwei's report, his face deathly pale. He looked up at the sky, and every few seconds, Lianshou would dart through the air, using his powerful explosive force to leap to any point in the forest.
Every time he lands, several students are eliminated. In just 2 minutes, 10 people had been eliminated. He can leap from one end of the forest to the other with a single bound. Those who fled to the edge of the forest did not have the advantage of hiding that they had imagined. On the contrary, the large number of people being eliminated was due to the fact that a large portion of them were concentrated on the periphery. Suya's expression wasn't good either. He just stared intently at the sky, a sense of tension rising within him.
The direction is completely random, and the destination is completely random.
Based solely on his own thoughts and preferences, he freely roams throughout the forest, eliminating anyone he senses.
Is this what it means to test your luck?
Lianshou's behavior seems to perfectly exemplify the concept of luck. He was like a hunter with a shotgun, randomly pulling the trigger and killing the animals in front of him. Whether the students scattered throughout the forest can survive depends entirely on luck.
If they are not lucky enough to be hit by Lianshou's attack, they will definitely be eliminated.
This isn't safe at all staying here. Bai Tao's face was anxious, his eyes constantly looking at the ground, as if searching for a way to escape. But Su Yi, standing to the side, frowned deeply, his eyes gleaming.
But is this really just a simple test of luck? Judging from Lianshou's casual jumping movements, it seemed as if he was truly testing the student's luck. Anyone he caught would be eliminated almost immediately.
Those who weren't caught by him could be considered lucky and survived by sheer chance.
Is hiding really effective? Why is he eliminating people so quickly? Didn't the others hide themselves properly?
Su pressed his 10 fingers together and gently placed them on his forehead, his mind flashing with countless words and clues. Every word Lianshou uttered while explaining the rules seemed to float before his eyes.
Ha 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 ha.
Hide and seek, ghostly tag, 10 minutes.
He kept hearing messages about the elimination of personnel.
2 more minutes passed, and the number of people eliminated had increased significantly, reaching as high as 20.
Of the original 80 people, only 60 remain.
This alarming elimination rate left the students hiding everywhere in a state of panic, fearing that they would be the next ones to be eliminated.
Su felt a surge of irritation, finding the announcement of elimination particularly jarring. Wait, the number of people eliminated?
Suddenly, as if he had caught something, his eyes widened abruptly. Could this be the real purpose of this test?
If that's the case, perhaps. His eyes flickered, and he jumped down from the tree, running towards Lianshou's direction without looking back. Seeing Suya's actions, Bai Tao, who had been waiting in ambush, chased after him almost simultaneously and asked urgently, "What have you thought of? Why run?" Although he didn't know what Suyi wanted to do, he keenly sensed that following him seemed to be the right thing to do.
"This is not just a test of luck at all," Suyi said solemnly, moving at lightning speed, as if he were racing against time.
"What does this mean?" Bai Tao asked, looking puzzled, seemingly not understanding what Su was saying.
"We've been tricked." At this moment, a cloud of blood mist erupted from Suya's body, and his speed increased even further. Surprisingly, even with his accelerated speed, Bai Tao was still able to follow him closely without showing any signs of strain.
Su didn't pay attention to Bai Tao.
Instead, he looked ahead with a serious expression and blurted out his conclusion.
"Do you remember that tip? Time is money.
How can you possibly pin all your hopes on luck if you want to pass the test?"
During the conversation, Lianshou's figure finally appeared before his eyes.
At this moment, Lianshou was poised to charge towards another location. As Su Yi approached, he continued to eliminate the students who were hiding. But suddenly, his expression changed slightly, and he raised his head.
"They found it so quickly?" He smiled and looked ahead.
4 figures emerged from 3 directions almost simultaneously, forming a pincer movement and surrounding him. Su also raised an eyebrow when he saw the other 2 people rushing out.
Sure enough, others realized the true nature of the test and made the same choice as him. "What, you 4, aren't you going to see how your luck is?"
Lianshou smiled and looked to his side, his expression relaxed.
"Although I consider myself quite lucky," Su said, releasing his boiling blood.
His chest rose and fell slightly, but the corners of his mouth turned up slightly. "But I don't want to pin my hopes for the test results on such an elusive concept as luck. When making choices, I tend to only choose the answer with the highest probability of success.
Personally, I would prefer to be in control of my own destiny." He kicked aside the rubble in front of him and looked ahead. "Aren't you right, Instructor Lianshou?" What do you mean?" Bai Tao was a little confused. "You came all this way just to fight the instructor head-on? Are you crazy? Haven't you figured it out yet?" "We've been tricked," Suyi said calmly, quickly explaining to Bai Tao. "This test is completely unfair.
Whether you avoid an instructor who is at least at the peak level or not is completely meaningless."
Bai Tao's mind was a complete mess, and he couldn't understand what Su was saying at all. Didn't he say that he was going to suppress his cultivation level to the rock realm? The instructor's exact words were, I can assure you that when I fight you, I will limit my energy fluctuations to the rock realm. A student with light blue hair and glasses calmly walked out from another direction and spoke softly. This means that this bastard instructor is playing word games with us. On the other side, the shirtless, incredibly muscular man approached with a savage grin, his eyes filled with arrogance. As long as he doesn't fight us, he doesn't need to suppress his cultivation level, which is why he can move through the forest so easily, so he calmly explained, as the three of them continued to approach Lianshou. A fight is a two-way action. As long as no one else intends to make a move, he can eliminate anyone with his original level of skill in a way that is almost instantaneous. That's why no matter where we hide, he can sense our location and eliminate us directly. The so-called hiding is actually a trap designed to completely disperse our positions, and it is completely meaningless. The blue-haired, bespectacled man continued, as long as the students scatter and hide, their positions are completely dispersed, he can move around freely and randomly eliminate each person. His elimination rate is consistently 5 people per minute, which means that at this rate, he expects to eliminate 50 people within 10 minutes, the burly man said with a sneer. Although he was incredibly strong, he was also exceptionally intelligent. Let's do a simple calculation of the probability, Su said. If we really follow the rules and hide, the probability of survival is only 37.5%, but if we are unlucky enough to encounter him, we will be eliminated 100% of the time. Whether you pass the test or not depends entirely on luck. The three of them talked back and forth, and in a few seconds they completely surrounded Lianshou, staring at the instructor in front of them with predatory eyes. Lianshou remained unmoved, instead bursting into laughter and clapping his hands. Brilliant, you've grasped the true rules so quickly. The next moment, energy fluctuations of the rock realm emanated from his body, and the smile on his face vanished. So, the four of you want to be the first to stick your neck out and fight me here? Instructor, only those three want to beat you up, don't include me. A voice came from a great distance. Lianshou looked in the direction of the sound and saw that Bai Tao had somehow run far away and hidden behind a giant tree, only sticking his head out and shouting loudly. Suyi twitched his lips twice and silently gave Bai Tao the middle finger for running away in fear. But he didn't care. Rather, it's more accurate to say that, besides him, there were two other people who were able to perceive the trap within the rules, which was beyond his expectations. Su Yi. Lianshou looked at Su Yi, then glanced at the blue-haired, bespectacled man, and the burly man, and Qinzei and Jolie. Are you sure you want to gamble your chance of passing the test by fighting me here? By stopping me here, you are essentially standing up for the other students who are hiding in the forest. Even if you manage to stop me, the other students will benefit the most. You will gain absolutely nothing. Not only that, you also have to bear the risk of being defeated by me, which may result in you being eliminated and disqualified. He gave a thumbs up, pointed to Bai Tao hiding behind a tree in the distance, and continued, just like that guy. He and those students who are hiding don't have to take any risks. They can just watch you fight here and get benefits without any cost, increasing their chances of survival. If you are eliminated because of this, they will not feel guilty at all, and may even blame you for not being good enough. Instructor, don't slander me out of thin air. I can hear you. Bai Tao poked his head out and shouted loudly. I would feel heartbroken and guilty if they were eliminated. Lianshou twitched his lips, pretending not to hear, and continued, you can do what everyone else does and gamble on being one of the 37.5% of lucky ones, passing the test without paying any price. Even if you are eliminated, you can attribute it to bad luck. Even though I suppressed my cultivation level to the rock realm, the gap in combat experience between us is like an insurmountable chasm. Excuse me for speaking frankly, but if you challenge me, the probability of being eliminated is probably over 70%. His gaze, hidden behind his sunglasses, swept over the three of them, and he asked calmly, I'd like to ask you, why are you here? Why choose to take the risk yourself in such an important test? Didn't I say I prefer to take the initiative and choose my own destiny? Su smiled slightly, showing no intention of backing down or leaving. Moreover, based on my judgment, the probability of challenging you and persisting until the time runs out is far greater than that 37.5%. I think that your practice of arbitrarily eliminating people based on your own ideas, as instructor, is trampling on their dreams. Qinzei calmly pushed up his glasses and gave his answer. Everyone here strives for Longsha Academy as their lifelong dream. I cannot accept your willful and arbitrary test. Lianshou listened calmly to their reasons, then turned his gaze to Jolie. Jolie grinned. I hate being lied to. He looked Lianshou up and down without any respect, his eyes flashing with fighting spirit. And I'm very curious to know just how strong you really are, given that you've limited your cultivation to the rock realm. As for what others think, and what benefits or harms our actions will bring to them, the three of them shouted in unison, their thoughts and ideas reaching a consensus. They swung their fists and smashed them towards Lianshou's position. What does this have to do with me? What's it to me? What's it to me? They uttered slightly different but nearly identical words, their energy erupting as they relentlessly attacked Lianshou. A thick mist of blood covered Su Ye's body. A dazzling crimson energy energy enveloped Zhou Li's fist. A raging storm spread around Qinzai. But the next moment, three figures were sent flying almost simultaneously, instantly crashing into several large trees. Lian Shou wore a cold smile, his sunglasses reflecting a chilling gleam, but his body remained standing still, as if he had never moved. As I said, this is a test of luck. I regret to inform the three of this. You have overestimated yourselves by choosing to challenge me, which means your luck is absolutely terrible. Su Ye's body crashed into several large trees, breaking them in succession. The intense impact caused his blood and qi to surge, and he immediately spat out a mouthful of blood. This power is far too strong. Although I was mentally prepared and had already covered my back with energy in advance. However, the impact of Lian Shou's attack still surprised him somewhat. At the same time, in the other two directions, Qinzai and Zhou Li also stood up from the broken wood. They all seemed to be fine, though their expressions had changed slightly. It's obvious that Lian Shou just used his ability. However, none of the three people present could detect his attack trajectory. However, the three of them all revealed slightly eerie smiles as they looked at Lian Shou, as if they had confirmed something. Lian Shou frowned, not understanding why these three students were so calm under these circumstances. But the next moment, the three of them rapidly closed in on him again. However, as if they had rehearsed countless times, they moved in perfect unison, their speeds of movement varying. Leading the charge was Zhou Li, his feet firmly planted on the ground, his entire being resembling a ferocious humanoid beast, unstoppable. To his side and slightly behind was Qinzai, who was surrounded by a gust of wind, poised to strike, but did not approach directly. At the very back was Su Yi, who activated boiling blood, his steps quick and his figure blurry and uncertain. I've already said that. Lian Shou's expression remained unchanged, his energy surging rapidly as he prepared to unleash his power again to send the three people in front of him flying. Your actions are like moths to a flame, you are overestimating your own abilities. However, at that moment, a clump of fallen leaves suddenly rushed towards him. Qinzai manipulated the gale, swirling up the fallen leaves on the ground and covering Lian Shou's figure with an overwhelming force. An S-rank ability, Wind Whisperer, used only to stir up fallen leaves? Isn't that a bit of a waste of its potential? Lian Shou snorted coldly, releasing his energy and instantly scattering the fallen leaves in front of him, sending them soaring into the sky. I want you dead. But then his pupils contracted slightly. Using the fallen leaves as cover, Zhou Li had already closed in on him, his right fist blazing like a flame as he charged forward at lightning speed. For some reason, Lian Shou's heart skipped a beat as he sensed a very dangerous fluctuation in that punch. He dared not be presumptuous, his eyes immediately flashed and his energy surged. Zhou Li was once again sent flying backward without warning, hurtling towards the jungle. His robust physique was utterly powerless against Lian Shou's abilities. Fortunately, as if he had a premonition, he twisted his body forcefully in the air, using a giant tree as a buffer to regain his balance. Even so, he was still not more than 20 meters away. Lian Shou had just breathed a sigh of relief when two figures suddenly rushed up from the side. Su Yi and Qinzai attacked from the left and right, respectively, their fists fierce and carrying the full power of their bodies. Qinzai seemed to have specially studied boxing techniques, his punches were precise and skillful, each one accelerated by wind pressure at an extremely fast speed. His punches were fair and square, seemingly trying to suppress Lian Shou with his ability and speed. Su, on the other side, threw punches like a street thug, his fists and feet taking an unconventional approach, all aimed at Lian Shou's weak points, eyes, neck, lower body. Each of its attacks made his heart pound. Lian Shou's fists danced wildly in front of him like phantoms, forced to retreat continuously by the attacks of the two. Su Ye's tricky attacks made him quite nervous, fearing that he might accidentally injure his core. Even so, he still swung his hands so tightly that they were impenetrable. Although he was constantly retreating, he managed to catch all the attacks from the two men without suffering any harm. Just as he said, his combat experience was far superior to that of the three men, and he still seemed to handle the attack from all three with ease. At the same time, he was silently calculating the time in his mind. 1 second left. Suddenly, Qinzai lunged forward, launching a direct attack on Lian Shou. His right fist unleashed extreme wind pressure, increasing his speed by another 3%. Lian Shou's eyes turned cold, and he made a decisive move, immediately activating his ability. Before Qinzai's fist could land, his body flew straight out. But Lian Shou's gaze sharpened slightly as Su Ye's figure appeared behind Qinzai's flying body. Just a second ago, he actually used Qinzai's body as cover to stop the pursuit and distance himself from Lian Shou. At this moment, he was 3 meters away, looking at Lian Shou with a half-smile. I see. So this is the full extent of your abilities, instructor? Lian Shou's heart skipped a beat. He stood there with his eyes slightly narrowed, his expression unreadable. As Qinzai flew backward, surging air currents appeared behind him, acting as a buffer to catch his flying body and quickly stabilize him. Pause time for everything within your field of vision. Su Yi, slightly out of breath, exhaled a cloud of blood mist, his gaze fixed intently. This is your ability, instructor. He lunged forward, his right fist slamming heavily towards Lian Shou's face. Your abilities can't be used consecutively,
otherwise you wouldn't have given us the chance to attack you from both sides. The cooldown time after the ability is activated is 5 seconds, and you can pause for 3 seconds and use the ability to attack. The attack range is about 3 meters. He accurately described the effects of Lian Shou's ability, causing the latter's eyebrows to twitch wildly. In less than a minute of contact, this kid in front of me was able to see so much. I had doubts even before the first test. Suyi threw a punch at Lian Shou while rapidly chanting, "Why do you always wear sunglasses? Why was that late student suddenly knocked away? Even in this incredibly dark forest, you didn't take off your sunglasses. The reason for all of this is because you need to wear sunglasses to block your vision. As for why I judged that you can only pause time within your field of vision, it's because of that fallen leaf, isn't it?" Lian Shou said calmly while enduring Su Ye's attacks, a smile playing on his lips. "The fallen leaves behind me have all fallen to the ground, but the fallen leaves in front of me are still fluttering. By observing the condition of these fallen leaves, you have been able to determine the specific effects of my abilities, and the distance you maintain between each other is also to test the attack range and release time of my ability. The three of you were able to cooperate with each other without any communication, and tested the effectiveness, range, distance, and time of my ability. That's absolutely amazing." He made no attempt to hide his admiration, but his gaze grew increasingly cold. In the next instant, he swiftly swung his palm, interrupting Su Ye's attack and instantly grabbing his neck. As if the energy in Su Ye's body had been cut off, the pervasive blood mist immediately dissipated, and he was uncontrollably grabbed by Lian Shou. "But it seems you've misjudged one thing." He lifted Su Yi high in the air, his palm surging with energy. "Even if you've seen through my abilities, can you really defeat me?" Just as he was about to unleash his power and eliminate Su Yi, suddenly, a strong, thick hand attacked from behind him and forcefully grabbed Lian Shou's head. "Instructor, that last blow really showed no mercy." Jolie grinned maliciously as he shoved Lian Shou's head into the ground, showing no mercy whatsoever. Amidst the rising dust, Su suddenly felt his neck loosen, and he quickly rolled away from Lian Shou. He stared in disbelief at Jolie's actions, thinking to himself, this guy is way too domineering. Isn't he afraid of getting special treatment after the test? Jolie was full of fighting spirit, completely disregarding whether the person in front of him was an instructor or not. After smashing Lian Shou into the ground, he quickly followed up with a punch. Before the fist could even touch Lian Shou, he was kicked away by a tremendous force. Lian Shou braced himself with both hands on the ground and used a rabbit-kicking an eagle move to get up, looking somewhat disheveled. "You little brat, how dare you ambush me? Do young people these days even know how to respect the elderly and care for the young?" He cursed and swung his right palm, blocking Qinzhe, who was rushing towards him with a gust of wind, and pulled him down forcefully. Qinzhe landed uncontrollably on the ground, suffering a tremendous impact. At this moment, Lian Shou seemed to be truly enraged, and he showed no mercy in his attacks. He stomped his right foot hard on Qinzhe's chest, directly dispersing the raging wind that the latter had accumulated. Qinzhe's face turned pale. He was nearly knocked down and lost consciousness by the kick, and it seemed as if his energy flow had been stopped. "And you too." After pinning Qinzhe down, Lian Shou threw a punch to the side without turning his head. The speed of the punch caught Su off guard. He pulled a wooden stick from somewhere and thrust it straight at Lian Shou, but faced with overwhelming power and speed, his sneak attack became utterly useless. The wooden stick in Su Ye's hand shattered instantly. He clutched his stomach and knelt on the ground, feeling a spasm in his stomach. His whole body trembled as he lay on the ground, temporarily unable to fight. He finally experienced firsthand the terrifying combat power of this devil instructor. Even though he had suppressed his cultivation level to the rock realm, his powerful physique and physical skills gave him overwhelming combat power. "You're the last one, kid." After knocking down two people in succession, Lian Shou looked ahead with a hint of annoyance. After being kicked away, Jolie charged back as if nothing had happened. His face was beaming with excitement, showing no fear whatsoever. Lian Shou's right fist continued at his waist, and his entire demeanor became incredibly profound, as if an extremely terrifying power was gathering at the tip of his fist. "Let me show you something. This move is the collapse technique from the 5 arts." He threw a punch, his right fist seemingly leaving after images, creating a sonic boom in the air as it collided with Jolie, who was charging towards him. Jolie's right fist was wrapped in blood-red energy, and he faced off against Lian Shou. Centered on the two people's feet, the ground instantly caved in, unable to withstand the aftershocks of their impact. A hint of surprise flashed in Lian Shou's eyes, but he quickly calmed down and gave a low shout. The energy on Jolie's body was instantly dispersed, and a terrifying fist wind surged past him, directly blasting several giant trees 30 meters away into dust. The ground behind him looked as if it had been bombarded by cannons, with fan-shaped craters appearing. But as he still had a sinister smile on his face, but his legs went weak and he fell straight to the ground. "Poof!" Lian Shou sneered as he looked at Jolie, who was lying on the ground. "The power of collapse can directly strike the inside of the body. I have now completely dispersed the energy within your body, and it will be impossible for you to get up anytime soon." But a deep shock flashed in the depths of his eyes. He hadn't expected that Jolie could withstand his annihilation, attack and even maintain consciousness. Joly's body trembled continuously, as if he was trying to get up, but just as Lianshou said, the energy in his body was completely disordered at this moment. My whole body felt like it had been electrocuted, and I lost control of my limbs. Bai Tao, far away, stared in disbelief at what lay ahead, feeling his legs go weak. Those three guys were taken down by the instructor in an instant. Is this devilish drill instructor even human? Suyi, Qinzhe, and Joly lay prostrate at Lianshou's feet, their bodies trembling and unable to move. But they remained conscious, a hint of shock flashing in their eyes. Is this Lianshou's true strength? After knocking down 3 people in succession, Lianshou began to breathe slightly heavily. I haven't used physical skills in a long time, and it's so tiring to do some exercise occasionally. He swung his arm, looking at the 3 people at his feet with a cold smile. I've already said it, the 3 of you chose the worst outcome. Since you yourselves chose to attack me, then in order to respect the rules of this test, I will personally eliminate you all. His gaze was calm, without the slightest hesitation or wavering. He swiftly raised and lowered his right foot, intending to start the elimination process with Qinzhe. If the 3 people in front of them are knocked unconscious, they will lose their chance to join Dragon Summer Academy and be eliminated in the second test. His left foot, which was standing on the ground, was grabbed by a muscular arm. The force that was trying to pull him to the ground forced him to put down his right foot and regain his balance. You recovered so quickly? Lianshou looked at Joly, who was able to move again, with surprise, but quickly regained his composure. I see. You only recovered one arm? Do you think you can stop me with just one hand? I don't need to stop you, just give you a second to pause, Joly said with a cold smile, pulling hard. Lianshou immediately tensed all his strength to steady his body. But just then, a gust of wind blew from behind and swept towards his legs. He was already being pulled along by Joly, and now he was hit by a counterforce of wind, almost losing his balance. But he only let out a muffled groan, and energy exploded between his legs, directly dispersing the gale and knocking Joly's palm away. However, the next moment, a strong gust of wind struck. Su stood up at some point, forcefully grabbing the broken half of the wooden stick in his hand and stabbing it at Lianshou. I see. So they're using the 2 of them to buy you this opportunity to attack? Lianshou sneered and kicked Suyi back to the ground. Even the wooden stick in his hand slipped from his grasp and rolled to the side. Is this your last struggle? Looking at the 3 people lying on the ground, no longer able to resist, Lianshou shook his head with slight disappointment. I thought you guys could bring me even more surprises. After saying that, he raised his leg, ready to kick the 3 of them unconscious and eliminate them. However, he was shocked to find that his legs were suddenly being held tightly. Looking down, he saw that Bai Tao, who should have run away long ago, had somehow appeared at his feet. Half of his body was buried in the soil, with only his upper body sticking out, and he tightly hugged Lianshou's legs. As if he had made some difficult decision, he desperately held onto Lianshou's body, shouting loudly, Suyi, I did as you said, you can't lie to me. To prevent Lianshou from using his abilities, he pressed himself tightly against Lianshou's back, making sure his own body was not within Lianshou's field of vision. Suyi? Lianshou's face showed surprise, and he quickly looked down. He breathed a sigh of relief after seeing that Suyi was still lying on the ground. Suyi knew that his kick contained energy, and there was no way he could neutralize it in a short time. He should be unable to move at this moment, let alone use any abilities. Suyi, who was lying on his back on the ground, suddenly grinned and tilted his head to look over. Instructor, try out the move I just developed. This move is called delayed repairs? What is that? The question flashed through Lianshou's mind, and then his pupils shrank rapidly. The half of the wooden stick that had previously detached from Suyi's palm suddenly rose into the air, connected to a white energy thread in the distance, and flew rapidly toward the other end. At this very moment, the other half of the broken wooden stick on the ground in the distance, connected to this half, is also drawing closer to each other under the pull of energy threads. Pure white energy threads pierced straight into Lianshou's head, connecting the 2 wooden sticks together in midair. The simple energy threads couldn't harm Lianshou, but what shocked him was that his head was positioned right between the 2 pieces of wood. The repair is unstoppable. If they were allowed to complete the repair in midair, the stick might just pierce his head. Lianshou's heart tightened, and he cried out that something was wrong. This kid actually planted energy in the wooden stick beforehand and delayed its release. He finally understood the true meaning of delayed repair. Even before Suyi collapsed, he had stored energy in the wooden stick. Even though he was lying on the ground at this moment, his internal energy was disordered and he could not use it. The energy pre-placed in the wooden stick can also be automatically released after a few seconds. The wooden stick flew towards Lianshou at lightning speed, aiming straight for his eyes. The other half of the wooden stick came straight at the back of his head. A sense of impending death inexplicably welled up in Lianshou's heart. Without saying a word, his eyes behind his sunglasses flashed with a strange light, and he instantly activated his ability. S-rank ability, Silence of All Things. This is a super powerful ability belonging to the space-time guidance type. Its effect is to freeze time in all things. Although the body of the person with the ability is frozen, their thoughts and consciousness can continue to function normally during during the frozen time. Not only that, he can also use his abilities to deliver an energy shock to stationary objects within 3 meters. This is also the key reason why he was able to send people flying even though he didn't seem to move. Stop right there. With his ability activated, everything in front of Lianshou seemed to freeze in that instant. The fluttering leaves stopped moving, the white clouds in the sky stopped drifting, and even the gentle breeze seemed to freeze in time. Everything before his eyes seemed frozen in time, like an old photograph, completely still. The wooden stick, which was only half a meter away from Lianshou, should naturally also be included. The wooden stick continued its rapid advance, still drawn by the white silk threads, hurtling towards Lianshou. Lianshou's pupils constricted instantly, and his scalp tingled. How could it not be stationary? He realized it quickly. The ability he is unleashing at this moment can freeze everything within his field of vision. However, the wooden stick behind his head, being out of his field of vision, could not stop time. These two pieces of wood appear to be separate, but thanks to Suye's repairing hands, they are now considered as one. Even though the broken stick was within his field of vision, he couldn't freeze time on it. At this moment, while unleashing his power, he was completely unable to move. As the wooden stick grew larger and larger in his pupils, Lianshou's heart pounded wildly, and he instantly deactivated his power. Activating his ability under these circumstances would render him unable to move, which would undoubtedly be suicidal. As the power was released, the leaves frozen in the air began to flutter, and time, which had been suspended, began to flow again. The distance of the stick was too short for him to squat down and destroy it. Cold sweat beaded on Lianshou's forehead. He could only use all his strength to turn his head away, trying to dodge the attack from the wooden stick, but the stick was moving so fast that he couldn't dodge it. Ring ring, the shrill alarm clock rang in Lianshou's arms. This bell is the signal that the second test has ended. At the same time, Sanwei's calm and collected voice echoed throughout the forest. Time's up, test over. Because of Su Yi and the other two's delay, Lianshou didn't have a chance to eliminate other students and was dragged out until the test time ended. The sound of wind breaking rang out. The two pieces of wooden stick that flew at high speed came to a stop right in front of Lianshou. At that moment, the broken wooden stick was pressed against the lens of his sunglasses, less than 5 centimeters away from his eyeballs. The wooden stick behind his head was firmly pressed against it. A bead of cold sweat unconsciously trickled down Lianshou's forehead. The energy thread between the two wooden sticks snapped the next second. Without the pull of energy, the stick fell back to the ground and did not continue to repair itself. Lianshou's sunglasses shattered with a crash. He looked down and saw that Suya's fingertips were flashing with energy, and he smiled weakly as he said, "Instructor, it seems we're doing pretty well, don't you think?" The previous attack by Lianshou caused his internal energy to surge, and he has been able to hold on until now mainly due to his willpower. Hearing the bell signaling the end of the test caused his tense nerves to suddenly relax, and he fainted. Jolie and Qinzhe, who were standing at Lianshou's feet, had not yet lost consciousness, but they both breathed a sigh of relief and lay on their backs on the ground, unable to stand up for a long time. Lianshou's expression was complicated as he looked down at Su Yi, muttering to himself, this guy actually dissipated the energy from the wooden stick on his own. If Su Yi hadn't voluntarily released his energy, perhaps he would already have his skull pierced by that repaired wooden stick. Of course, he could forcibly destroy the wooden stick by removing the realm restriction, but if he did that, he would be violating the rules he set, which would also be considered a failure. This seemingly weak D-rank ability, Repairman, actually produced amazing results when used by Su Yi. It's a success? A voice full of surprise came from behind Lianshou. Bai Tao, who had been clinging to his leg with all his might, jumped out of the ground in great excitement, his face full of disbelief. He jumped up and down excitedly, muttering to himself, thank goodness I listened to him and didn't leave. What did you say? Lianshou quickly turned around and looked at Bai Tao. The instant he turned his head, Bai Tao, who had been cheering, instinctively jumped back a large step, his face full of vigilance. You just said you listened to what Su Yi said. Lianshou's lips twitched, but he still looked at Bai Tao and pressed him for details. What did he say to you? Bai Tao chuckled awkwardly and scratched his head as he replied, on our way here, he told me that he hoped I wouldn't just walk away, but would observe from a safe distance as much as possible. If possible, let me seize the opportunity to restrain you from behind. Lianshou's eyes flickered, and he glanced at the unconscious Su Yi with a hint of shock. It turns out that this guy had already guessed the conditions for using his ability. Was this also part of your calculations? In the short 10 minutes of this test, Su was able to make multiple preparations so quickly. If Bai Tao hadn't stopped him just now, could this kid have some other preparations and trump cards? For a moment, he couldn't quite imagine how many backup plans Su Yi had in mind. Lianshou's lips slowly curled into a smile. Interesting, very interesting. The quality of this year's freshman is fantastic. The little rock figure emerged from the ground, hoisted Su Yi and the other two onto its head, and quickly left the spot. The other students, who were hiding in the forest and had luckily passed the test, also knew more or less about these three guys who dared to challenge the instructors. Although the vast majority of people did not witness this battle, however, they could tell from Lianshou's slightly disheveled clothes and somewhat disheveled figure how intense the battle was.
Feeling grateful to the three warriors, they all left to rest. Passing both tests officially made them students of Dragon Summer Academy. This excitement is enough to keep most people awake all night. In the second test, Lien Shou eliminated a total of 32 people, leaving 48 people in the end. Because of Su Yi and his two companions' intervention, the number of people exceeded his planned 30 by a full 18. Bai Tao quickly blended into the crowd and left, while Lien Shou stood silently in place, quietly looking at the traces of the battle around him, a strange smile on his lips. Instructor Lien Shou. Song Wei emerged from the forest. With his arrival, the forest he created out of thin air began to fall inch by inch. When he reached Lien Shou, the forest had vanished, and the test site, now a vast plain, had returned to normal. Why do you deliberately limit your abilities? Song Wei stopped and frowned in confusion. Your abilities are S rank, so there's no such thing as a limitation on your field of vision. To stop time for everything within 100 meters of yourself, isn't that the true effect of your ability? Even if you limit your realm to the rock realm, the range of time you can stop should still be 20 meters. With your abilities, you would never put yourself in such a dangerous situation. He witnessed the entire battle between Lien Shou, Su Yi, and the other two, and was extremely puzzled by Lien Shou's final disheveled state. Because this is a test for them, Lien Shou said with a smile, turning his head. In fact, this is the real reason I took on this test. Do you really think I want to eliminate these three amazing little guys? Ha! Song Wei was taken aback. The real purpose? Observational skills, judgment, the ability to weigh pros and cons, combat effectiveness, and humanity. Lien Shou replied with a faint smile, his hands behind his back. This is the answer I wanted to get from the test. So that's why you deliberately displayed your abilities from the very beginning and imposed various conditions on them, just to see if they could find a way to break through them? Song Wei seemed to understand Lien Shou's actions. That's right. The sunglasses, the effect of the ability, and even the duration and range of the ability are all things I've deliberately maintained. Lien Shou nodded with a smile. Even if I suppress my level of cultivation, my combat experience, which has almost become instinctive, and my level of ability development far surpass theirs. If I hadn't restrained myself, how could they have persisted for so long? So, did you get the answer you wanted? Song Wei asked earnestly. That's for sure. Lien Shou's smile grew even wider, and their performance far exceeded my expectations. You should have noticed that the quality of this year's freshmen far exceeds that of previous years. If they can be properly trained, these children will surely become the main fighting force against the void demons in the future. He glanced meaningfully into the distance. These test results will allow me to submit a perfect report to the principal. Song Wei nodded, a wry smile on his face. The test plan he wrote overnight was indeed worlds apart from that of instructor Lien Shou. So, were your disheveled appearance during the battle and your final predicament all acted out? Song Wei suddenly seemed to have thought of something and asked again. No, when the matter was mentioned, Lien Shou's expression became inexplicably serious. That wasn't an act. Song Wei looked surprised. Could it be that Lien Shou was truly driven to the brink of despair by Su Yi and the other two? Although I have added many restrictions to my abilities, my rock realm level and my physical skills far surpass theirs. Lien Shou's voice continued, recalling what had just happened. However, under these circumstances, they not only tested the effectiveness of my abilities with remarkable tacit understanding without any communication, they even effectively restricted me and launched an attack. Yet you still managed to defeat them all with ease, didn't you? Song Wei asked. So why were you forced into that situation by them? There are three things that surprised me, Lien Shou explained, gently extending his fingers. The first point is Zhou Li's almost domineering ability and formidable strength. The second point is the sudden appearance of that kid named Bai Tao. And the third point is the one that surprised me the most. His expression became quite serious at this moment. It was Su Yi who orchestrated all of this. If it weren't for the time limit being cut off, I would have definitely unleashed energy far exceeding that of the rock realm to defend myself. But if I did that, I would be the one breaking the rules, and there would be no point in continuing the test. A setup? Song Wei was somewhat confused. But wasn't the method he ultimately used just a coincidence of many factors coming together? A coincidence? Lien Shou shook his head and smiled. If you think it's a coincidence, then you're underestimating him. But if Zhou Li hadn't made a move in the end, or if Bai Tao had chosen to escape and not show up, he wouldn't have had a chance to complete the final attack at all. Song Wei frowned and asked, puzzled. If this isn't a coincidence, then... His voice stopped abruptly, a possibility flashed through his mind, and his expression turned strange. Do you mean that he considered all the possibilities before he even made his move? That's right. Lien Shou's expression was very serious. Only this explanation can account for this result. Perhaps he foresaw all the possible things that might happen before the battle even began. What happened in the end was just one of his many assumptions. That's why I'm so curious about what he's planned to do to defeat me. The image of the wooden stick flying rapidly appeared before his eyes once again. The timing, angle, and speed of the wooden stick's appearance were all precisely calculated. Even the energy he attached to the wooden stick seemed to have anticipated my
my movements, triggering it perfectly. He made no attempt to hide his admiration for Suyi and murmured in praise. He is the only person who can use a D-rank ability to this extent and once pushed me to the brink of defeat. I have a feeling this child is the most terrifying of all the new students this time. The misty, ethereal fog caused Suya's consciousness to drift in sync. A moment later, he opened his eyes and found himself surrounded by birdsong and fragrant flowers, as if he were in a paradise on earth. Where am I? Suyi looked around, his hazy consciousness gradually clearing. A world inside a pot. Oh, young friend, you're awake? Old master whose voice came from behind. Turning my head, I saw him leaning against the teapot, half of his body exposed above the spout, looking like an uncle taking a bath full of laziness. How did I get here? Su asked as soon as he opened his mouth. Young friend, the impact on your physical body was too great, and you forcibly activated your energy to cancel the attack, causing a backlash that made you unconscious, Elder Hu explained leisurely. Therefore, the Ninely Pot has put away your consciousness, firstly to protect you, and secondly to nurture your spirit. The Julie Pot has this function? Suyi raised an eyebrow in surprise, finally clearing his mind. In the previous test, he forcibly activated his chaotic body to dissipate the energy within the two pieces of wooden stick. Because of this action, he was unable to suppress the energy of the riot and was directly knocked unconscious by the impact. But now that I think about it, this action was somewhat unnecessary. Even if he doesn't dissipate his energy, Instructor Lianshou only needs to stop suppressing his own realm and use energy to protect his body to prevent the wooden stick from repairing itself. That's for sure, Old Man Who said proudly. Although the Ninely Pot is in a damaged state now, it was once a very powerful treasure. It can not only nourish your spirit, but also resist ordinary mental attacks. Oh, Suyi nodded slightly. Looks like you're not entirely useless after all. What do you mean by utterly useless? Old Pot muttered in dissatisfaction, then suddenly shook his pot and flew to Suya's side. By the way, there's something else I've always wanted to tell you, young friend. You've been so busy these past 2 days that you haven't given me a chance to talk to you at all. What's wrong? Su also clearly felt that his tired spirit seemed to have eased a lot. The continuous battles and travels over the past 2 days have left him feeling quite exhausted. But under the gentle caress of the Ninely Pot, he felt as if he had taken a very peaceful nap and most of his fatigue dissipated. Come with me. Old Man Who floated ahead, leading Suyi into the forest. A moment later, they arrived at an open space. Suya's expression was strange, and he immediately noticed the object in front of him. On the open ground, 3 enormous spheres, resembling hamster balls, floated. It floats in the air and has a transparent outer shell. 3 ethereal souls are currently rising and falling within the sphere. Upon seeing Suyi and Elder Hu appear, they immediately bared their teeth and roared fiercely, their souls shifting like mist, exuding a menacing aura. Above each of the 3 spheres, a line is connected, which together connects to a cylindrical container next to them. Suyi recognized at a glance that the 3 souls in front of him were the Shadow Beast, the Gang Wolf, and the Night Owl. After their deaths, their souls were absorbed by the Julie Pot. This is a device researched by the previous owner of the Ninely Pot, called the Spirit Absorption Device. Old Master Who explained to Su, I spent several days refining it, and I only succeeded in refining it 2 days ago. Its effect is also very simple. As long as the device is activated, the energy deep within the souls of these virtual beasts can be extracted. Energy deep within the soul? Suya's expression shifted slightly, somewhat puzzled by this statement. Everything in the world is made of energy, Elder Who calmly explained. Even the souls of these virtual beasts remember the power they possessed in their previous lives. The spirit absorbing device can extract these powers and convert them into energy. Once this energy is extracted, it can be stored in the spirit absorbing device and used by the host to a certain extent. So, it was you who transmitted the energy on the plane? Su immediately recalled the surge of energy that suddenly rose within him when he was repairing the propeller. It was with the help of that energy that he was able to successfully repair the propeller. That's right, Old Master Who nodded. When I had just finished refining this spirit-absorbing artifact, I saw that you were having trouble, so I forcibly extracted some of their energy and transferred it to you. Su nodded, looking ahead thoughtfully. How much energy can the spirit-absorbing artifact store? If we disregard the loss of soul energy, the maximum energy that can be absorbed is probably about half of what these souls possessed in life. Old Master Whose answer surprised Suyi slightly. He then explained why he had brought Suyi here. Young friend, as the host of the Ninely Pot, you have the highest authority. What do you intend to do with these souls? Suyi examined the 3 wisps of illusory beast souls before him, lost in thought. According to Elder Hu, the souls of these illusory beasts can be refined together with anything possessing energy to create incomplete jade treasures. However, artifacts possessing energy are not so easy to encounter. Therefore, these 3 souls are somewhat of a double-edged sword for him at the moment. If I use a spirit-absorbing artifact to absorb the energy from their souls, can it be directly transferred to me? Suyi suddenly had a flash of inspiration and asked a question. The spirit-absorbing artifact is highly adaptable, so it can certainly transmit directly to you, young friend. Elder Hu immediately immediately replied, however. But what? Given your current physical condition, young friend, you simply cannot withstand a large amount of energy being transferred at once. If we disregard the losses, injecting all this energy into your body will forcibly elevate your cultivation level to the mountain realm. But this state cannot be maintained for too long, otherwise your physical body will quickly collapse.
I see.
Sui stroked his chin and muttered to himself, if I can really do that, I'll have one more trump card.
I just said, this is very dangerous, and it should never be used unless absolutely necessary.
Old Master Hu's expression tightened, and he quickly reminded him.
I know.
Sui replied calmly. It was unclear whether he had actually listened. Elder Hu was a little nervous and reminded him again, you must remember that the energy of the spirit-absorbing artifact is external.
Forcibly injecting it into your body will put a great burden on you. You absolutely mustn't use it carelessly.
I already said I know, stop talking nonsense. Su waved his hand, feeling that Old Master Hu was too nagging.
Is there anything else? If not, I'll go back.
Old Master Hu scratched his head. Also, if possible, young friend, you'd better look for more fragments of the 9-li pot. If I can find the fragments and repair them, it will restore a lot of my abilities.
These fragments aren't so easy to find. Su rubbed his nose in annoyance.
Besides, even if the fragments were placed in front of me, I wouldn't be able to sense them. As long as any fragment appears within 100 feet of you, young friend, I will be able to sense it immediately. Elder Hu patted his chest confidently.
Just pay more attention to similar intelligence in your daily life.
Now that you've joined this academy, your opportunities to obtain information will definitely increase significantly.
Even a fragment of the 9-li pot can bring about extraordinary phenomena. I know.
Sui waved his hand casually.
If there is similar intelligence, I will keep an eye out for it. That's settled then, I'll head back now.
After speaking, he focused his mind and his consciousness disappeared into the world inside the pot. Su opened his eyes, and the environment in front of him was completely unfamiliar. He rolled over and found himself in what appeared to be a rather luxurious hospital room. Under the gentle caress of the Jolie pot, his exhausted spirit had recovered considerably, feeling as comfortable as if he had taken a long nap. The chaotic energy that had been surging within his body gradually subsided, and his injuries had disappeared. This is the medical building, which has the best medical equipment in the country, including very advanced treatment technologies. A familiar voice came from outside the door. Looking up, he saw Bai Tao. He peeked out with a shifty look, glanced around the room, and then hopped in.
The instructor asked me to keep an eye on the three of you and to inform you of some follow-up arrangements. The three of us?
Sui turned his head and saw 2 more beds next to his hospital bed. But at this moment, the 2 beds were empty, and there was no one in sight. You've been unconscious for a full 4 hours, and it's already 6 o'clock in the evening.
Bai Tao took out his phone and showed the time. Their injuries were not serious. After a little treatment, they were able to move around normally again, so they left quickly. As Bai Tao spoke, he stood at the main entrance, like someone ready to escape at any moment, always close to the escape route. He rummaged through his clothes for a moment, then tossed a light black card to Su Yi. Su took it casually and immediately felt a chill. Rather than calling it a card, it's more like a miniature tablet about the thickness of a card. This is your student ID card. Please keep it safe. Your identity information and fingerprint authentication are recorded on it. The instructor entered them while you were unconscious. From now on, I can move freely around the school as long as I have this student card, whether I'm attending classes or carrying out missions. In addition, it also records your academic credits and has a tracking device. Bai Tao relayed the instructor's words to Su Yi, then, as if remembering something, added, by the way, your dormitory has been arranged, and your student card will be your access card. The specific dormitory location and information should be visible on the card. Su Yi looked down at the card in his hand, and with a light touch, a flash of light appeared on the card, revealing his personal information. In addition, there are many smaller categories on the right side of the card. Options such as maps and credits are listed on it. It's clear that this card was manufactured using very high-tech equipment, and the experience is quite smooth. The compact student card boasts a wealth of features comparable to a mobile phone. Su nodded and put the card into his pocket. Bai Tao smiled and gave a thumbs up, exclaiming in admiration, I was able to pass the test this time entirely thanks to your brilliant strategy. The 3 of you who dared to attack the instructor are absolutely terrifying. He witnessed the entire battle firsthand and naturally knew just how terrifying the 3 were. You deserve a lot of credit for our victory, Su said, nodding modestly. If Bai Tao hadn't intervened, he would have had to settle for a different plan. However, other plans are more or less inconvenient, and their success rate will be greatly reduced. Therefore, he was quite impressed with Bai Tao's willingness to take action. Once you're all packed up, I'll treat you to dinner. Bai Tao's face lit up with a smile after being praised by Su Yi. He ducked into the stairwell, poked his head out, and called out, I have some things to do, so I'll be going now. There will be an entrance exam in 9 days, and it seems there will be a very rigorous test. We also have some basic theoretical lessons to attend within these 9 days. The specific course schedule can also be found on the student card. Remember to prepare well.
According to rumors, our ranking in the entrance exam is closely related to our development within the school. After he finished speaking, a card suddenly flew out from his fingertip and then he disappeared outside the door. In just half a second, his voice came from a great distance. My phone number is on this. You can contact me anytime if you need anything. Sue caught the card and discovered that it was actually a business card. The title written on it was General Manager of Miracle Company, and it even included a photo of Bai Tao.
Below is Bai Tao's mobile phone number.
Sui examined the business card, a strange look immediately appearing on his face. Why does this company name sound so much like a shell company?
Does that kid look like a general manager?
He put the business card in his pocket, easily jumped off the hospital bed, and walked towards the door. He has just found the location of the dormitory assigned to him by the school using the map information on his student card. Now that it's getting close to night, he also needs to go to the dormitory in advance to check on things and buy some necessities. As he walked along the road, the scene of his previous battle with Lian Shou kept flashing through his mind.
This battle was far too dangerous. Instructor Lian Shou's physical skills far exceeded my expectations. Are those moves really something a normal person could do?
He frowned slightly as he pondered.
Looking back now, Fong Xian and Wan Rui's physical skills are nothing like those of ordinary people.
Although the addition of energy can increase the body's destructive power,
but their movements and physical abilities far surpass those of ordinary people.
And the 5 arts that instructor Lian Shou mentioned are also very interesting.
Countless clues flashed through his mind, slowly forming a vague guess. Perhaps there is some special connection between energy and the body.
If energy can really significantly improve physical fitness, then physical skills might become my future career path. In this way, even if transcendence goes into cooldown, I will still have enough combat power. He pondered and summarized the previous battle, then suddenly stopped and looked ahead with slight surprise. A row of lush trees stretched out on both sides, and directly in front of the tree-lined path sat a cluster of luxurious detached villas. Each villa has 2 floors, each floor is about 200 square meters, and even comes with a small garden, making it look luxurious and opulent. In Tianjin, a villa with a garden like this would be worth at least 10 million yuan. He glanced down at his student card, where the electronic map pointed him to the dormitory building, which was right in front of him.
Is this the treatment of void hunters?
He squinted at the front of his eyes and sighed silently in his heart. He then stepped forward, preparing to go inside and take a look. Suddenly, a figure emerged from the side. The man was dressed in a suit, his hair was styled with gel and was meticulously styled, and he was carrying a briefcase, as if he had been waiting there for a long time. Upon seeing Su Yi appear, he immediately strode forward and stopped in front of him.
Excuse me, are you Mr. Su Yi?
Su Yi looked at the person who had suddenly appeared in front of him with a wary expression. But then I thought, this seems to be within the Dragon Summer Academy, so there's nothing to worry about.
Yes, who are you?
The man in the suit in front of him first bowed very politely before replying. I am a member of the board of directors of Longsha Academy. I waited here specifically for you, Mr. Su Yi, so that I could personally present you with your reward. According to Cao Sha, the captain of the 5th hunting team, you rescued hundreds of people from the clutches of the void demons in Jinchang and made great contributions in the process of eliminating the void demons. In recognition of your outstanding performance, the school has prepared a special reward for you, the hunting reward, and has ordered me to personally deliver it to you.
Su then realized, it seems there is such a thing.
Cao Sha only mentioned it to him briefly at the time, and he didn't ask how the reward would be distributed. He never expected that Longsha Academy would provide such thoughtful service, even sending someone to deliver a reward to him. Yes, but before you receive the reward, please allow me to verify your identity. The man in the suit took out a device from his side pocket and placed it in front of Su Yi. Please swipe your student card here. Su Yi picked up his student card and casually swiped it across the machine in front of him. A moment later, his face appeared on the screen of the instrument.
Identity verification successful.
After confirming that everything was correct, the man in the suit handed the briefcase to Su Yi horizontally. Su looked at the briefcase curiously and said with a faint smile, how much is the reward? Why did you prepare a whole briefcase for it?
Could it be that there's cash inside? How much money could it be? 100,000 dragon coins? 200,000 dragon coins?
The man in the suit showed no emotion, simply opening the briefcase and replying, there are 3 million dragon coins in cash inside. Before he could finish speaking, Su Yi was blinded by a flash of red. The suitcase was crammed full of money. He had never seen so much cash in his entire life, not even in his past life. The dragon coins were piled up in the suitcase like a small mountain, filling it completely without leaving a single gap. He vaguely understood why some people with impure motives would go to great lengths to become void hunters. As the profession with the highest risk factor, void hunters enjoy extremely high welfare benefits while bearing high risks. Clothing, food, housing, and transportation are not only at the highest level, they also enjoy almost all the benefits available on a regular basis. If you can kill the void beasts and void demons, you can get a lot of rewards. Of course, all of this is based on the premise that the hunters must fulfill their duties. If someone someone is afraid of death or abandons the people they should protect, then
they will also be subjected to unimaginable punishment.
If you find cash too inconvenient, we can also transfer the bonus directly to your student card.
Student card?
Suyi looked at the card in his hand.
This thing can be used as a bank card?
The man in the suit replied methodically. The student card of Dragon Summer Academy has the function of a bank card and can be used throughout the entire Dragon Kingdom. Then just transfer the money to me directly. Suyi shrugged and replied nonchalantly. He didn't want to be carrying so much cash around.
Okay. The man in the suit nodded and put away his briefcase.
Since you are now a freshman at Longsha Academy, 2 credits have been added to your identity information as part of your reward. Credits are a very important resource for you, so please use them wisely. By the way, in addition to that, the board of directors has decided, through discussion, to give you an opportunity to propose your terms. If there's anything you want or anything you'd like to do, please let me know, and I'll pass it on to the board and do my best to get it done for you. Of course, if what you need is too valuable, you will need to pay the corresponding price.
Oh, upon hearing this, Suye's eyes lit up. This reward is more important to him than those 3 million dragon coins right now, because some things are hard to buy even with money.
Without hesitation,
He asked, Starsea Meteorite Iron, can you obtain such a special material?
Are you referring to the special material that only exists in the virtual realm?
Starsea Meteorite Iron, the man in the suit immediately replied. That's the one.
Okay, I will pass on your request to the board of directors.
The man in the suit bowed and withdrew.
If all goes well, the materials will be delivered to you within a month.
He politely turned and left with his suitcase.
Just seconds after his figure disappeared, a faint light flashed across the student card in Suye's hand.
He looked down and saw a transfer message flashing rapidly across the card. Quickly open your personal information, and a balance of 3 million dragon coins will be displayed. Su didn't have much of a desire for money.
However, upgrading skills in the future will definitely require extremely precious materials.
It will definitely require a lot of money at that time.
He never expected that the meteorite iron that had troubled him for so long could be searched in this way.
Suye's mood improved considerably in an instant. He gathered his thoughts and walked forward, arriving at the door of his dormitory.
He lightly tapped his student card on the sensor area at the door, and the villa door slowly opened.
In an instant, the scene inside the villa also came into his view. The floor is clean and tidy, and the furniture is complete.
The villa's interior was even more luxurious than he had imagined. He changed into slippers in the entryway, but his gaze froze slightly when he opened the shoe cabinet. But then, in the shoe cabinet, there was a pair of shoes. What surprised him was, these shoes, both in size and style, looked like a women's shoe. The sound of slippers clicking on the floor came from inside the room.
Hey, are you my roommate?
A crisp, pleasant sound came from upstairs. A girl in pajamas was walking down the stairs. She seemed to be attracted by the sound of the door opening and looked in his direction with a curious expression. Suyi paused slightly as he put down the shoes, a feeling of disbelief welling up in his heart. The dormitories at this school are co-ed? Wait, why does this voice sound so familiar? He turned his head stiffly, but the moment he saw the other person, both of them froze on the spot, their pupils dilating. Tang Xiaowan parted her lips slightly, her face full of surprise. Suye's lips twitched wildly as he grabbed the doorknob behind him.
I must have gone to the wrong dorm.
How could you have gone to the wrong dormitory?
Tang Xiaowan's voice came from the stairs. Your student card can only be used to access the dormitory where you live.
Suyi. Her beautiful eyes sparkled as she quickly descended the stairs, rapidly approaching Suyi.
This time, I won't let you get away again.
In the blink of an eye, Tang Xiaowan rushed to the entrance and stared intently at Suyi. Su felt a chill run down his spine, cursing the school's absurdity in his mind. He quickly grabbed the doorknob, ready to rush out, but when he pushed the door hard, he found that it wouldn't budge. A faint energy enveloped the door lock. The doorknob he was gripping turned into 5 large locks, firmly sealing the door shut.
This guy actually used his ability.
Su was forced to loosen the 5 large locks and was forced to retreat by Tang Xiaowan, pressing himself tightly against the door. Tang Xiaowan reached forward with her right hand and pressed it against the door, her whole body pressed close to Suyi. At this distance, Su could even smell the faint scent of her shower gel. Her almost flawless face was flushed, as if she were very excited.
I said.
Suye's lips twitched slightly, looking a little embarrassed. Isn't our position reversed? He never expected that Tang Xiaowan would pin him against the door with a wall slam.
Upon hearing Suye's words, Tang Xiaowan's ears immediately turned red.
She had never had such contact with a man before, and felt a little shy. But she still stared intently at Suyi and asked, word by word, you know my sister, right?
You were the one who went to the art exhibition with my sister that day, right? I've told you many times, I don't know the sister you're talking about.
Suyi said helplessly, raising his hands and responding with a sincere expression. All those things you've said are just your conjectures and coincidences. I know you've probably been pampered since you were little, and it's normal for you to be a little narcissistic, but you can't slander my innocence. He spoke eloquently, trying to steer the conversation away from the topic, but Tang Xiaowan was not distracted affected by his words at all. Instead, she used her free left hand to grab at Suya's chest. "Hey, I'm warning you, I'm not that kind of person. If you touch me, I'll scream for help." Su shielded himself, trying to dodge, but Tang Shouwan's left hand moved extremely fast, grabbing his collar in an instant and tearing it open forcefully. The buttons on his shirt were undone, exposing his chest. A pale red thread hung around his neck, and a pale green sachet dangled near his chest. "If you don't know your sister." Tang Shouwan's breathing quickened as she clutched the pale green sachet, as if she were protecting some precious treasure, not daring to use any force. "Why do you have this on your body?" "This is just a talisman sold at the temple fair. What's so special about it?" Su also gripped Tang Shouwan's wrist tightly, as if worried that she would tear the talisman off. He realized his mistake. During the previous battle with the stone giant, his clothes had been torn by the attack, and Tang Shouwan must have discovered the talisman at that time. How could this possibly be a talisman from a temple fair? Tang Shouwan's voice suddenly rose a few decibels, her tone becoming extremely excited. She pulled her hands back, then suddenly yanked them apart as if to tear open her pajamas. "Let's talk this out, don't take off your clothes." Suyi quickly covered his eyes, peering through his fingers as he shouted, but the next second he froze. But then Tang Shouwan's collarbone was exposed, and around her neck was a light green sachet that was exactly the same as the one he was wearing. Tears welled up in Tang Shouwan's eyes, and her voice became extremely excited at this moment. "This sachet was hand-sewn by my sister. The vanilla inside was bought with the money she earned from her part-time job. The amulet stored in the middle was carved by her own hands over a whole month. These two amulets are unique in the world, and there is absolutely no way they can be counterfeited." She quickly turned the sachet around her neck over and then reached out to grab Suya's sachet. There is a flower pattern on the back of both sachets. These flowers are extremely beautiful, with clear veins, and they all look exactly the same. "This is an epiphyllum, my sister's favorite flower." Tang Shouwan's voice began to tremble slightly. Everything she did would leave this pattern. Su remained silent for a long time, just about to speak. Tang Shouwan's voice came again. "My sister once told me that she put all her good luck into these two amulets. One of the amulets was given to me, and the other was given to Cool Kid. She hopes to put her blessings and good fortune into the amulet so that it can always protect us." She stared intently into Suya's eyes, her gaze filled with obsession. "Suyi, dare you look me in the eye and say it again? Don't you recognize your sister?" Upon hearing this, Suya's pupils trembled slightly. "Hey, Suyi, here's a little gift for you." The girl smiled radiantly, but deep within her eyes lay a profound weariness, with faint dark circles around her eyes. "What is this?" Suyi looked at the object in the girl's palm and found that it was a light green sachet. "This is a talisman." The girl blinked and read aloud with a grin. "I specially went to the temple fair to get it. You know, the gods there are incredibly powerful. It's said that amulets obtained from there can ward off disasters and bring peace." "I don't believe in that kind of thing." Su shook his head. "I believe more in human determination than in praying to gods and Buddhas. You should keep this for yourself." "Don't say that." The girl smiled and picked up the amulet, ignoring Suya's struggles, and put it directly around his neck. "Sometimes, fate is very unpredictable. Perhaps this amulet really can protect you in secret. And if one day we can't see each other anymore for some reason, you'll remember me when you see it, right?" Su frowned, but after seeing the girl's innocent expression, he could only sigh helplessly and did not remove the amulet around his neck. "Hee, if you feel embarrassed, you can hide it in your clothes." The girl smiled mischievously, hopping forward with her hands behind her back. "Let's go. You promised me you'd come with me to an art exhibition. This is the price you pay for losing the bet with me." Su shrugged and slowly followed her. "It was just a coincidence that I lost to you." "That's no coincidence, it's the power of trust. You have to accept the consequences of your bet. Why don't you take your sister with you? You know I know absolutely nothing about art. She had something to do today and couldn't come with me, otherwise I wouldn't have come to find you. I think she also feels that looking at these so-called works of art is a waste of time." "Stop talking nonsense." The girl put her hands on her hips in annoyance, but after turning around, she seemed to remember something and smiled again. "By the way, you must keep that amulet safe, and you absolutely cannot lose it." She turned her head quickly, her tone inexplicably becoming slightly flustered. "Let's go quickly. I must teach you properly how to appreciate art." Su took a deep breath and silently put the sachet back into his clothes. He remained silent for a moment. Only then did he look into Tang Shouwan's eyes and slowly speak. "That day, it was indeed me and Tang Tan who went to the art exhibition in Haicheng." Lian Shou walked into the principal's office under the lamplight, holding a set of organized documents in his hand. He placed the document on the table and tapped it. "Ha!" Xiao Wu, who had been sleeping with his eyes closed at the table, suddenly woke up with a start, looking around sleepily. "Is dinner served? It's already evening. Where are you going to get food for me?" Lian Shou sighed helplessly. "Principal, your condition has been getting worse and worse these past 2 years." "Ah, it's you, Lian Shou." Xiao Wu finally recognized the person in front of him, rubbed his face vigorously to clear his mind. "What are you doing here? Didn't you retire and go home? You're the one who called me back, have you forgotten?" Lian Shou was surprised
surprisingly patient in front of the principal. He had already taken off his sunglasses, revealing a deep and unfathomable gaze beneath them, giving him the air of a melancholic middle-aged man. "Oh right, it seems like that's true." Xiao Wu nodded in sudden realization, as if recalling something. Sigh. Lian Shou sighed softly and pushed the report in his hand in front of Xiao Wu. "This is my analysis report on this batch of new students, it's all here. I also conducted the corresponding tests on the 4 students you specifically asked me to pay attention to." "Oh, not bad." Xiao Wu smiled, picked up the report in front of him and started flipping through it. "Tell me, what are your conclusions?" "Yes." Lian Shou stood up respectfully and began to speak calmly. "Based on my observations and comparisons, the quality of this year's freshmen is the best in the past 15 years. After my screening, a total of 48 new students have passed the test, all of whom have great potential. Among them, the 4 people are the most concerning, and the ones you asked me to focus on." He cleared his throat and began to explain the key points. "First of all, among the new students, Enlon has the highest ability level, possessing SS level abilities. My assessment of him is helpless. He has exceptional talent and unique abilities, and he is also very good at developing his own abilities. In the first trial I set, he reached the top of the mountain in just half a minute, demonstrating exceptional strength. From the perspective of ability development alone, he will definitely become a powerful void hunter in the future. But he seems to have some personality issues. He is extremely withdrawn and seems to hate fighting. In the second trial, he recognized my intentions very early on, but he did not intend to attack me. He simply waited silently for the test to end. My conclusion is that psychological counseling must be provided as soon as possible, and the reasons for their aversion to fighting must be investigated before they can be guided to become a hunter of the void. But once he can solve this problem, he will definitely become incredibly powerful in the future." Xiao Wuwei nodded slightly, picked up the information about Enlon in his hand, and put it aside. Lian Shou continued. "Next is Qin Zhe, the young master from the Qin family of Linchang. My assessment of him is perfect. During the first test, he repeatedly helped his teammates despite the energy depletion he expended. From a personal perspective, he is good at uniting people and is an excellent leader. And he was of the kindest kind heart, willing to stand up for others, and tried to stop me in the second test. His strategic thinking and intelligence are exceptional, and his mastery of his abilities is also quite good. If we were to rank him by overall score, he would be the number 1 among this year's freshmen. However, his overly kind nature might make it difficult for him to make choices when faced with threats." He paused for a moment, and his expression became more serious. "Next up are the 2 people I consider the most unstable in this test. The first is Jolie. My assessment of him is uncontrollable. According to the data, the ability he possesses is extremely dangerous, and for some reason, he awakened his ability at the age of 4. In other words, his personality was influenced by his abilities from a young age, making it very distorted. He even destroyed an entire kindergarten because of a sudden outburst of his abilities. Although no one was injured or killed, his dangerous nature brought him to the attention of the government, and he was sent to a rehabilitation center for education and supervision from a young age. He caused quite a bit of trouble during this process, but he was released thanks to his excellent academic performance and the assessment that allowed him to reintegrate into society. The reason he came to the academy this time is because of the request from the prison and your invitation, principal. This child has a chaotic personality. He has no sense of good or evil. If left unchecked, he might pose a danger to society," Xiao Wu said with a faint smile, looking at the documents in his hand. "You know, if those guys from the Void Demon Council find him, the consequences will be unimaginable. That's why my old friend wanted me to take the child in and guide him properly. If he can be properly guided, he will definitely become an excellent void hunter in the future." "Yes." Lian Shou nodded. "So I conducted a test on him. My assessment of him is, he has personality flaws, he can't distinguish between good and evil, and he only acts according to his own preferences. But his intelligence and combat strength are both top-notch, so it would be a great pity to give him up now. So I didn't eliminate him, I kept him. I believe that if we want to guide him or use this sword properly, we need a scabbard to limit him. Yes, I will seriously consider this matter concerning the child." Xiao Wuwei nodded slightly. After talking about Jolie, Lian Shou's expression became slightly serious. "The only one who is still unstable is that D-level kid, Su Yi. Excuse me for speaking frankly, but his intelligence and intellect are among the top 3 I have ever met. With just his D-rank ability, he was able to push me to the brink of defeat several times. If his abilities are at least A-level, I can hardly imagine what kind of trouble he would cause. But that's not a problem. Even if his ability level is not high, he can still develop in the direction of physical skills to make up for the lack of combat power. During the test, he cooperated with others several times, or risked his life to save others, and even cancelled his energy in the final battle to prevent me from being hurt. Although his actions show that every act of goodwill was purposeful, but judging from the results, he was indeed helping or saving people. Compared to Qin Zhe, he is not indecisive, nor is he bound by kindness, and he is more able to see the essence of things. Isn't this a good thing?" Xiao
Xiao Wu said with a faint smile. In essence, this child has a unique sense of justice. Yes, judging from these circumstances, he does indeed possess his own gentleness and kindness.
Lien Shou nodded slightly, but
He frowned slightly and spoke of the unease he sensed in his heart.
I can vaguely sense it.
It seems that there is a large dark side to this child's heart. I am very worried that one day in the future, something will trigger him and cause him to fall into darkness.
So my assessment of him is an extremely dangerous double-edged sword.
A double-edged sword?
Xiao Wu showed an interested expression. That's right. Lien Shou stated his judgment frankly. I'm telling the truth.
What if, one day in the future, when he becomes very powerful, this dark side is unleashed?
With his abilities, it is possible for him to destroy the world, yet you still let him pass the test. Xiao Wu stared directly at Lien Shou.
This means you still believe him?
Yes. Lien Shou nodded.
Since 3 years ago, the frequency of the Void Demon's invasions has been increasing. The number of Void Hunters who have died in the past 2 years has doubled.
For the Dragon Kingdom, strong military power is more important than that uncertainty. And
he hesitated for a moment, then calmly said, from my personal perspective, I believe there is a light within this child. Perhaps in the future, this light will become his limiter, suppressing his dark side deep in his heart.
Very good. Xiao Wu nodded slightly. By this time, he had finished reading all 48 reports in his hand.
I trust your judgment, Instructor Lien. He gently raised his head and looked at Lien Shou. I will teach you everything about guiding these children. You will be in charge. He put the report aside, his expression becoming slightly serious, and he finally showed some of the demeanor of a school principal.
Now, we can talk about personal matters. Regarding that matter, Xiao Sha should have mentioned it to you when she picked you up at the airport, right? What was your answer? Lien Shou's expression also became more solemn. He looked directly into Xiao Wu's eyes and calmly asked, are you referring to the matter of me succeeding as the garrison commander of Jin City?
Since the Void Demon was driven out of the Dragon Kingdom by the gluttonous beast, the landscape of the Dragon Kingdom has changed drastically due to years of battles and disasters. After merging numerous cities, only 50 large cities remained within the Dragon Kingdom. In each of these cities, there is a city guardian of peak realm or above. They are the city's strongest fighting force, responsible for protecting the entire city.
That's right. Xiao Wu nodded.
This position has been vacant for a long time since the previous city garrison commander, Bai Mian, died 3 years ago. The selection process for the city guards is extremely rigorous, and so far, there are very few qualified void hunters left. Although you have been retired for several years, no one can question your ability and qualifications. If it were you, you would be the one to guard the city, and no one else would have any objections. Moreover, the identity of a city garrison commander is also very suitable for your life after retirement. I refuse.
Lien Shou interrupted Xiao Wu almost without hesitation.
His gaze was fixed, and he shook his head with a wry smile, forcefully tearing open his shirt. A huge scar, deep in the bone marrow, almost tore his entire body apart, stretched from his abdomen all the way to his shoulder. The wound was so deep that it's unimaginable how he survived. I'm someone who barely escaped death from the brink of hell, he said calmly, a hint of desolation in his eyes.
From that day on, my level of understanding stagnated, and even continued to decline.
Right now, I'm almost unable to even maintain my peak state.
You're asking me to shoulder the responsibility for the safety of an entire city? I simply can't bear that burden. This return to coaching is the last bit of energy I can contribute.
The treatments of the past few years have made me realize my condition.
His expression darkened. The ghost doctor told me that I can no longer recover.
Xiao Wu looked at Lien Shou quietly, a hint of sorrow flashing in his eyes. So after this coaching stint, I will go to the Void Realm and strive to die in battle. Lien Shou raised his head again, completely calm, as if he had already made his decision long ago.
I'm sorry, Principal, you know my personality. I cannot accept living out the rest of my life as a city guard. Okay, I understand.
Xiao Wu gently closed his eyes and spoke softly. He was silent for a moment before waving his hand. You can leave now. From the depths of his eyes, Lien Shou saw a trace of sadness. He sighed inwardly, yet he understood perfectly how much Xiao Wu had endured. Lien Shou bowed solemnly to Xiao Wu and turned to leave. But after taking only a couple of steps, he suddenly stopped and turned around. Principal, have you become like this these past 2 years because of suppressing that thing? A glint flashed in Xiao Wu's eyes, but it quickly subsided. It seems you've already guessed. He looked out the window quietly and said calmly, that thing has been rioting for the past 2 years. Recently, the frequency of its riots has been increasing, which has indeed taken up a lot of my energy. But, he suddenly stood up, walked to the window, and quietly looked down at Longsha Academy from the principal's office.
An inexplicable aura emanated from him.
At that moment, he seemed to gently open his eyes, like a dragon that had been asleep for a long time. His voice was deep, and he said in an extremely domineering tone, as long as I am here, it will never be able to emerge. It will be suppressed by me for its entire life, unable to cause even the slightest ripple. Lien Shou smiled, his expression becoming even more respectful. He bowed, turned, and left through the door. As he approached the door, he finally spoke, saying, that's right. I have already chosen
chosen the location for the entrance exam in 9 days. If possible, please have the principal speak to the city guards over there beforehand. Suyi looked at Tang Xiaowan, who was crying uncontrollably in front of him, and fell silent. Tang Tan had told him more than once how much she valued her younger sister. If she knew the true cause of Tang Tan's death, how disappointed would she be with the Void Hunter? Therefore, in his account, he only mentioned that Tang Tan died while saving people, but did not mention the hunters who took advantage of her. I did promise your sister that I would look after you a little. It's just a promise, you don't need to take it too seriously. He looked at Tang Xiaowan, whose face was streaked with tears, hesitated for a moment, and then comforted her. You should know that the person she cares about most is you. Even on her deathbed, she was still worried about you. But I didn't even get to see my sister's body. Tang Xiaowan sobbed, her emotions extremely low. Perhaps because the scene was too cruel, and because it involved a virtual beast, the hospital chose to cremate the body directly and did not leave the remains behind. He was about to say something more when Tang Xiaowan's words struck him like a thunderbolt, leaving him frozen in place. I asked the hospital, and they told me that my sister's body could not be found. The only thing I was notified of was a death report. Wait! Suyi suddenly stood up, his expression becoming extremely agitated. What did you say? You just said that the hospital didn't find your sister's body? Suyi's usually calm expression was now somewhat out of control. He grabbed Tang Xiaowan's shoulder tightly, causing her to feel a sharp pain and let out a soft cry. Seemingly realizing his lapse in composure, Su released his hands and stared intently at Tang Xiaowan. Tang Xiaowan nodded timidly, as if she were frightened. Yes, they told me that my sister's body was not sent to the hospital. Their explanation was that the art exhibition building collapsed, causing numerous deaths and injuries. Besides my sister, many others died there. It wasn't just my sister, the remains of many others have also disappeared. I just felt that things might not be that simple, so I've been investigating this matter all these years. No, this isn't right. Suyi touched his chin, his emotions becoming extremely intense. Those whose remains disappeared were almost all swallowed whole by the same ethereal beast, leaving no trace of their bodies. But Tang Tan was different. Although she lost half of her body and died quickly, at least her remains existed. Most importantly, Suyi watched helplessly as medical staff arrived and took Tang Tan's body away. If that's the case, then as Tang Tan's younger sister, Tang Xiaowan couldn't possibly have missed seeing her remains. Something's definitely not right. Sweat beaded on Suyi's forehead as his memory palace spun rapidly in his mind. The scene from 3 years ago that he remembered so vividly turned into a rapidly spinning film reel, flashing before his eyes scene by scene. This incident was a huge blow to him, so he has never wanted to think about it. In addition, he was in a state of extreme emotional distress at the time, and it seems that he overlooked many details at the scene. He originally thought that Tang Tan's body would be taken away by the hospital and cremated and buried normally, but now it seems that something went wrong in one of these links. Why did an ambulance appear so quickly after the battle ended? Why was there only one ambulance? There were so many injured and dead. Tang Tan's body was taken away by them. In Suya's memory, several people dressed in white medical uniforms flashed by. Wearing masks, they got out of the ambulance, gave the injured a quick checkup, and then began moving the bodies. Su watched helplessly as they took Tang Tan's body away. According to the medical staff, they were among the first ambulances to arrive, while the rest of the ambulances were still following behind. But looking back now, it makes no sense at all. The art exhibition is located in a suburban area of Haicheng, and the nearest hospital is at least a 20-minute drive away. But less than 10 minutes after the group of void hunters killed the void beast, the ambulance appeared there. If someone called the hospital, how could only one vehicle arrive with so many injured people? Sweat dripped down Suye's cheeks, his expression was so gloomy it looked like it was about to drip water, his breathing was rapid, and his eyes seemed to be spitting fire. Countless clues were quickly pieced together in my mind. A moment later, an unbelievable conclusion popped up. The ambulance that was there wasn't sent by the hospital. How could this be? Who are they? What is their purpose? Why did they take Tang Tan's body away? Su bit her lip tightly, countless questions and confusions churning in her mind. He desperately wanted to know the answer, and he seemed to be on the verge of losing control. Su Yi, what's wrong with you? Tang Xiaowan was startled by the expression on Su Yi's face and took several steps back, looking at him nervously. Are you really sure the hospital told you they hadn't seen your sister's body? Su Yi suddenly asked, staring intently at Tang Xiaowan. His demeanor was unlike anything Tang Xiaowan had ever seen before. This cold, domineering, and indifferent aura made her feel somewhat afraid. Yes, Tang Xiaowan replied softly. When I was notified by the hospital that my sister had passed away, I rushed to Haicheng very quickly. They told me that the art exhibition where my sister was collapsed, and my sister was buried inside the building. Her body could not be found. I understand. Suya's demeanor suddenly vanished, his face expressionless, making it impossible to guess what he was thinking. Earthquake? I will definitely investigate this matter thoroughly. He calmly ended the conversation, seemingly lost in thought, but his clenched fists seemed to speak volumes about the turmoil in his mind. Did something happen before my sister died? Tang Xiaowan Xiaowan wasn't stupid. She quickly caught the hidden meaning in Suye's words. When her sister was involved, she immediately became anxious. Is there something else going on about what happened back then? My sister. This has nothing to do with you. Suye interrupted Tang Xiaowan in an extremely domineering manner. How could it have nothing to do with me? She's my sister.
Tang Xiaowan, who is usually gentle, became emotional at this moment.
You should tell me what exactly happened. Is there something you haven't told me? Tang Xiaowan.
Suye instantly approached Tang Xiaowan, their eyes meeting, the distance between them no more than 10 centimeters.
His gaze turned icy at that moment, and he said, word by word, I will help you resolve some matters because of your sister's dying request. The reason I didn't want to tell you these things is because she didn't want you to do anything meaningless because of her. She doesn't want you to be in danger, and she doesn't want you to live in her place by carrying on her last wishes. It is your personal choice to study at Longsha Academy, and I have no say in it. But I have something to remind you. If you want to fulfill your sister's dream of becoming a void hunter, I advise you to think carefully about whether this is something you really want to do. As for your sister's matter, I will investigate it thoroughly. I have no responsibility or obligation to tell you what happened. All you need to do is stay here and be a good student, study hard, understand?
Tang Xiaowan pursed her lips tightly, tears welling up in her eyes, seemingly frightened by Suye's attitude. But her gaze was filled with stubbornness, and she stared intently at Suye with a hint of grievance. Suye took a step back, glanced indifferently at Tang Xiaowan, and walked into the house without looking back. He walked straight to the door of a bedroom on the first floor, preparing to push the door open and enter.
Tang Xiaowan's voice came from behind. That's my bedroom.
Suye's movements suddenly froze, his body trembled, and he released the doorknob, seemingly a little embarrassed.
Without turning his head, he said, don't you live on the second floor? I just went up and took a look.
An awkward atmosphere spread slightly.
Su withdrew his hand and walked up to the second floor without looking back. Then I'll stay on the second floor.
He calmly pushed open the bedroom door and walked in, a thought flashing through his mind.
It seems a little awkward.
Suye yawned as he walked out of the room, looking exhausted. After a quick wash, he went down the stairs and immediately saw Tang Xiaowan, dressed neatly, coming out of the kitchen on the first floor. Their eyes met, then quickly looked away. The argument last night made the atmosphere between them a little awkward.
Tang Xiaowan placed 2 plates in front of her.
There were 2 slices of bread on the plate, which seemed to be her breakfast. She glanced at Suye as he came downstairs, silently pushed the plate to the other end of the table, and said in a flat voice, "This is yours."
Suye understood that the two of them were now like roommates sharing an apartment.
Since they'll inevitably run into each other, a strained relationship would make both of them feel very uncomfortable.
So he seized the opportunity, sat down at the other end of the table, picked up a piece of bread, and asked in a casual, conversational tone, "Did you make this?"
Tang Xiaowan replied casually, and began to eat the bread in front of her.
Su shrugged.
Anyone would be annoyed if he had spoken to her in that tone last night. He casually picked up the bread from the plate and took a bite. The next second, his expression froze on the spot and his face turned somewhat pale. This feeling is like eating ginger in potato fried rice, a tangy and refreshing experience.
Su swallowed the bread in his mouth with great difficulty and said, "You poisoned the bread?" Tang Xiaowan frowned slightly, then became somewhat angry. "I kindly made you breakfast, and you suspect I poisoned it?" Su observed her expression and realized that she didn't seem to be deliberately messing with him. He twitched his lips and continued, "Is your bread the same as mine? Otherwise, how could I know what flavors you like to eat?" Tang Xiaowan pouted and replied. Suyi looked at her from a distance with a strange expression and tentatively asked, "May I ask what you put in the bread?"
Tang Xiaowan frowned and thought for a moment before replying. "I added cucumber, bitter melon, beef, and chili peppers.
To enhance the flavor, I also added some vinegar and soy sauce."
As she spoke, she devoured the bread on her plate, seemingly oblivious to anything unusual about her cooking.
Su remained silent for a long time before finally unable to hold back. "When you were at home, did your sister never let you into the kitchen? How did you know?"
Tang Xiaowan asked, somewhat surprised. "My sister said she was afraid it would affect my studies, so she never lets me cook." Suyi looked at the remaining bread on the plate, like a soldier heading to the battlefield, his eyes tightly closed, swallowing it forcefully with almost no chewing. Then, he stood up and looked at Tang Xiaowan with a serious expression. "If possible, I hope you will never go into the kitchen again." At this moment, he really wanted to say to Tang Xiaowan, "You did a great job, don't do it again next time." His face was now somewhat bluish, and an indescribable taste was washing over his mouth and taste buds. "I have a theory class today, so I'm going to the classroom now." He suppressed the strange feeling and walked straight to the villa's gate, then pushed it open and went out. Just as he was about to leave, Tang Xiaowan suddenly stood up and called out to him, "About my sister. Even if you don't want to tell me, I will find out the truth in my own way."
"That's my sister. I must find out the truth, and you can't stop me." Her gaze remained firm, unaffected by Su Ye's words from yesterday.
Su paused, then stepped out the door and disappeared outside. "Do as you please."
"Hey, Teacher Lianshou, it's been a long time."
Inside Longsha Academy, a middle-aged man with slick back hair suddenly noticed Lianshou walking towards him from the other end.
"Oh, it's you, Teacher Qi."
Lianshou raised raised an eyebrow and smiled slightly. Several years ago, when he was still working at Longsha College, he also got to know many teachers. The person in front of him was one of his acquaintances. Although his level of attainment is not high, he possesses profound knowledge of energy theory and has conducted in-depth research on abilities. We haven't seen you since you suddenly resigned and retired a few years ago. Teacher Chi's eyes sparkled with excitement that hadn't been seen in a long time. I heard you were back the other day, and I thought they were joking with me. What, has something happened in the past few years? It's nothing, just a minor health issue, Liansho said calmly, shaking his head without mentioning his condition. He looked at Teacher Chi in front of him, then suddenly thought of something and asked curiously, "Are you going to give a lecture?" "Yes, it's the batch of freshmen you just tested yesterday," Teacher Chi replied with a smile. "I'm going to give them their first theory lesson now. Teach them some basic energy theory along the way." Liansho's expression immediately turned strange. He hadn't expected that this batch of new students would be his old friend attending classes. "Are you still planning to use the same old teaching methods?" "Yes, that's right." Teacher Chi nodded, a smile appearing on her lips. "These little ones who have just entered school are all so ambitious. Only this method can establish their authority and instill a sense of awe in them, preventing them from becoming arrogant." Liansho looked strange, rummaged in his pocket for a while, then took out something and stuffed it into Teacher Chi's hand. "That I think you might need this." "What is this?" Teacher Chi was taken aback and looked down. "The mirror of stress?" He recognized the name of the disposable jade pendant and looked puzzled. "Why are you giving me this?" Liansho patted him on the shoulder and said meaningfully, "Let me remind you beforehand, this group of students is very different from previous years. Based on my judgment, they should be the most outstanding group of students in the past 15 years. Just a bunch of Stone Realm brats." Teacher Chi smiled dismissively. "Every student who can get into Dragon Summer Academy is a genius. If I need to use the mirror of resilience to protect myself when dealing with them, then you are underestimating me too much. Although my combat strength is definitely not as good as yours, Teacher Liansho, my combat experience is definitely much better than those brats who just enrolled." "Don't say that," Liansho said, shrugging his shoulders while suppressing a laugh. "Consider it a gift for our reunion." "That's settled then. Class is about to start. You should go to the classroom now. I'm leaving first." Teacher Chi held the square mirror in her hand, watching Liansho leave with a puzzled look on her face, and couldn't help but scratch her head. Teacher Liansho was still as eccentric as ever. He shook his head with a faint smile and casually tucked the mirror of resilience into his pocket. "Let me see just how good these freshmen, who were rated excellent by Teacher Liansho, really are." In a spacious classroom, Suyi casually sat down in a chair, yawning and looking around. At this time, more than half of the students were already seated in the classroom. They were all people who had successfully passed the second test yesterday. They chatted excitedly, their expressions still thrilled at being able to join Longsha Academy. Before long, the rest of the students also came in one after another from outside the door. Tang Shawan was also among the crowd. After entering the classroom, she quickly noticed Suya's location, but she just awkwardly turned her head away and randomly found a seat that was a little far away. "Hey, Suyi," Bai Tao's voice came from the side. He appeared out of nowhere and sat down right next to Suyi. "I looked into the matter you asked me about yesterday. Over the years, all the missions completed by the Void Hunters and the records of the Void Beasts and Void Demons they hunted have been stored in paper form in the confidential archives of the school's intelligence department. Of course, the detailed records of the Void Hunters or Void Hunter squads from other academies are also kept in their respective academies. In addition, brief information about this intelligence will also be uploaded to the database in the form of an index and a summary. The database is interconnected among 10 universities and stored in a special national database. To access this intelligence, one must possess extremely high status and qualifications." He spoke rapidly, as if he had obtained the information from somewhere, and his words were clear and organized. Although he didn't understand why Suyi contacted him late at night to ask these questions, he quickly found the answers for Suyi. "Yes, I understand." Su nodded calmly, his brows furrowed with weariness. Suddenly, something occurred to him, and he asked again, "Is this special national database usually maintained by real people?" "Yes." Bai Tao nodded. "Because of the interconnection of 10 schools, it cannot set up an intranet or local area network, so it can only use the most advanced firewalls, along with dedicated maintenance personnel, to prevent information leaks." Tisk, no wonder, Suyi muttered to himself, letting out an unhappy sigh. Bai Tao immediately looked curious and asked in a low voice, "Why are you suddenly interested in this? Is there some incident you want to investigate?" Su didn't want to answer his question and was just about to find an excuse to change the subject when the classroom door was pushed open. A middle-aged man with slicked back hair strolled in. Judging from his clothes and name tag, he was the teacher for their energy and ability development class. Upon seeing the teacher appear, the students who had been whispering in the classroom stopped talking and fell silent. Liansho had made a very deep impression on them during the entrance exam. Therefore, almost no one was late for this theory class, and everyone was seated in the classroom. Bai Tao stopped asking questions, scratched his head, and
sat up straight. Today's theoretical lesson on energy and ability development will be taught by me. My name is Chi Fu. I hope we can get along well. Chi Fu looked around at the group of new students in the classroom, grinned, and gave a brief self-introduction. Without further ado, he got straight to the point and began writing on the blackboard behind him. As everyone should know, since the day of the catastrophe 300 years ago, newborn babies among mankind have begun to be born as awakeners. According to the Dragon Kingdom's database, to date, approximately 48% of people have been able to awaken their abilities on the awakening day and become awakeners. He drew a circle at 48% and then drew several lines from it. Among these 48% of awakened individuals, about 80% have only developed D-level abilities and most of them lack direct combat power. They are like ordinary people with some special abilities. They have little talent for combat and cannot understand how energy works. They are unlikely to break through the stone realm in their lifetime and most of them do ordinary jobs or intelligence analysis. Only a very few D-level ability users are able to develop their own abilities and compensate for them in other ways, thus becoming void hunters with some combat power. The other 20% of the awakened individuals have awakened abilities of C rank or higher. As long as they develop their abilities properly and have enough conviction, they have the opportunity to become void hunters. However, once you become a void hunter, you will face an extremely high risk of death. They not only have to enter and exit the various virtual realms, but also intercept some virtual beasts and virtual demons that escape from the virtual realms and attempt to cause destruction. Therefore, the number of void hunters in the country has always been relatively scarce. The various void hunting teams and void hunters are almost always on the move, dealing with various incidents and void realms that randomly appear in various parts of the country throughout the year. He stopped writing on the blackboard, turned to look at everyone, and said, "Most of you have joined Dragon Summer Academy with the goal of becoming void hunters. So I want to ask you a question. In your opinion, what condition is most important in our battle against the void beasts and void demons?" Han Hao, with his bright red hair, immediately raised his hand, his face full of pride. "Teacher, I think it's because of my high-level abilities." Shifu shook his head and smiled, then turned to write on the blackboard. Since the day of calamity, ability users have been born one after another. In the process of resisting the void demons, we humans have begun to focus on studying the abilities and awaken individuals that have been born. In this process, the government not only classified all the emerging capabilities into levels, but also provided new annotations for these capabilities and classified them into capability types. He drew 6 lines on the blackboard in succession and explained. So far, there are 6 types of abilities in total: spacetime guidance, rule disruption, domain laws, material amplification, spiritual influence, and energy transformation. In other words, the abilities you possess can all be categorized into these 6 types based on their nature, and the names of your abilities are all given by the first person to possess them. According to data and information, apart from D-level abilities, any A-level or higher ability can only have one holder at a time. Unless the previous holder dies, it is highly unlikely that a second identical ability will appear. He paused, looked around at the new students in the classroom, and spoke again. The level of ability can be classified to a certain extent using ability stones. The higher the level of the ability, the rarer it is, and objectively speaking, the stronger it is. But, he drew out the last syllable, giving Han Hao a meaningful glance. The first lesson I'm going to teach you today is to never judge the strength of an awakened by their ability level. If you don't keep this in mind, you'll suffer for it in the future. Han Hao frowned, somewhat annoyed. He felt somewhat unconvinced by Chi Fu's words. The higher the ability level, the greater its power and effect compared to lower level abilities. He could never forget the way others looked at him after he awakened his S-rank ability on awakening day. Some of you may not understand what I mean by this. Chi Fu noticed Han Hao's expression, but simply smiled and continued reading. But I'll give you an example and you'll understand. He quickly wrote a few words on the blackboard. C-rank ability, Spirit Breaking Thread. This is an ability once possessed by a void hunter. Its effect is very simple. It allows one to pull out a transparent thread that is indestructible and cannot be worn down with both hands. This wire can be connected anywhere and has the ability to break through energy. Judging from the effects alone, the power of this ability is definitely remarkable, and its characteristics are also quite unique. But the reason why it is only a C-level ability is also very simple. It has many limitations when it is used. He drew 3 circles behind the power and connected them together with a line. The first is length. When that void hunter was still in the rock realm, the longest line he could pull out was only 1 meter. The second is the release method. When using his abilities, he must create the spirit-breaking threads with his hands. They cannot be created out of thin air in any location. The third is the duration. The spirit-breaking lines he set up would only last for half an hour at most before losing their properties and disappearing when he was in the rock realm. Then isn't this ability completely useless? Han Hao chuckled, expressing his doubt. Even if his threads can break through energy, in combat, this ability won't even touch anyone. Compared to his S-rank abilities, this C-rank ability was incredibly weak. peak. Shifu simply smiled and calmly said, but this void hunter, through his own abilities, single-handedly killed a void demon at the peak realm when he was in the rock realm. What? How is this possible? Manhwa exclaimed in surprise. Not only him, but many students in the classroom were in an uproar, some finding it hard to believe. Can anyone guess how he did it? Shifu smiled but didn't answer, only posing a question. His ability can break through energy, meaning he can ignore energy protection. A gentle and refined voice sounded from the side. Shinzei gave his guess almost at the same time as Shifu asked the question. He gently pushed up his glasses and continued, even a void demon at the peak of the realm would find it difficult to resist damage caused by certain abilities without the protection of energy. As long as the spirit-breaking threads are placed in the right positions in advance during the duration of the ability, and with the help of some inducement, combined with its transparent properties, there is a good chance to cause fatal damage to the void demon. That's right. Shifu's eyes lit up, and he gave Shinzei an approving look. That void hunter was very intelligent. He predicted the location where the void demon might appear. So before the void demon appeared, he set up the spirit-breaking lines in advance, and took advantage of the poor visibility at night to successfully ambush the fast-moving void demon. Even though that void demon possessed the strength of the peak realm, he still touched the spirit-breaking line while moving at high speed. His protective energy was broken by the line, and he was instantly decapitated and killed by an opponent who was far weaker than himself. This real-life case made the students present take notice and gasp in astonishment. Manhwa was slightly stunned and scratched his head. He never expected that such a seemingly weak ability could produce such an effect. However, he was still somewhat unconvinced, believing that the case was mostly a coincidence. The higher the ability level, the stronger the ability, but this does not mean that the awakener is powerful. Shifu smiled slightly as he looked at the thoughtful expressions on everyone's faces. Therefore, in your future battles, you must never underestimate any awakened one. Combat experience, physical skills, ability development, intelligence level. Once a battle is involved, many factors will be involved, and one should never judge a person's strength based on a single factor. And your development of your abilities, as well as the improvement of your own energy level, will bring about earth-shattering changes to your abilities. He quickly wrote down the energy realms of stone, rock, mountain, peak, ridge on the blackboard. Each time you advance in your energy level, your abilities will change. Let's take the spirit-breaking thread from earlier as an example again. When this ability was in the rock realm, its length was only 1 meter and its duration was only half an hour. But when he ascends to the mountain realm, the length can reach 3 meters, and the duration will also increase to 1 hour. Su listened attentively to Chifu's introduction, and then seemed to be deep in thought. The difference between ability level and ability realm can be basically understood as innate talent versus acquired effort. For example, the boiling blood technique he possesses, when at the D level, can only double his overall physical attributes. However, he upgraded boiling blood to SS level through transformation, which increased the effect fivefold, and he also gained the ability of blood surface. If his cultivation level had been at the rock realm at that time, perhaps the improvement he could have achieved with SS level boiling blood could have been tenfold, and the D rank boiling blood might only reach 4 times that. Although, by comparison, the boost gained from SS level abilities is far greater than that from lower level abilities. However, the energy consumption and low resource consumption of D level abilities can compensate for some of the lack of strength. With hard work and improvement in one's own level, a lower level ability is not necessarily inferior to a higher level ability. Fortunately, at rank A and above, the same ability will not appear in 2 different forms. Su's ability to forcibly increase his skill level through natural selection is also unique. That void hunter unfortunately died in battle while in the mountain realm, Shifu's voice continued. But based on the technical department's analysis of his abilities, we can roughly deduce that when he breaks through to the peak realm, this range and distance will be even greater. The peak realm and the ridge realm are extremely difficult hurdles for all ability users to overcome. He drew a circle between the peaks and ridges. Based on current data and information, once an awakened one steps into the ridge realm, the nature of their abilities will undergo a tremendous change. For example, regarding the spirit-breaking thread, the technology department had a rough idea of the capabilities that the ridge realm possessed. Perhaps when its owner reaches the ridge realm, each spirit-breaking thread will possess the property of severing all things. By then, the gap between ability levels will have narrowed considerably. His simple words immediately sparked a flurry of imagination among the students, who began to envision the changes in their abilities when they reached the ridge realm. Shifu looked at the students below the podium, a slight smile curving his lips, and suddenly said, after the explanation just now, I think you should have a deeper understanding of abilities. But many students may still believe that the higher the ability level, the stronger they are. So, in order to allow you to experience the content of this lesson more directly, in the second half of the lesson, I will personally show you why you cannot judge strength by ability level. Everyone, stand up and follow me. The remaining lessons will be conducted at the training ground. On the vast training ground, led by Shifu, the group of students stood still, looking around curiously. This
place is not only very spacious, but the ground is also made of a kind of light blue stone, which looks very valuable. The ground is surrounded by many targets and training dummies, allowing people to conduct various combat training exercises. At the other end of the training field, 2 instructors were conducting combat training. For a moment, the students were very curious about how Chi Fu wanted to give them the experience. Chi Fu walked to the front of the crowd with a faint smile and suddenly waved his right hand. A faint energy surged in his palm, and his voice came out. To be honest, the level of the ability I possess is not high. C-level ability, double punch, which belongs to the material amplification type of ability. The effect is that each of my attacks will cause damage twice, which is very simple and direct. As he spoke, he threw a punch at the training dummy next to him. An energy surge erupted, causing the training dummy's entire body to violently tilt backward. Its feet were firmly fixed to the ground, and its bent body bounced back like a roly-poly toy. But before it could fully spring up, another inexplicable force erupted within its body. The powerful impact sent the dummy flying, kicking up a cloud of dust. This commotion immediately caught the attention of 2 teachers in the distance. They stopped what they were doing and looked over from a distance of several hundred meters. "Hey, isn't that Lao Chi? Is he mentoring the new students?" One of the teachers wearing glasses raised an eyebrow, recognizing Chi Fu. "Yes, didn't you hear? This group of students just enrolled yesterday. Instructor Lien Shou, who disappeared for several years, personally came back to conduct the test." The teacher next to him nodded and said, "Ha ha, that old Chi guy is trying to use that old trick to intimidate the freshmen again." The bespectacled teacher burst out laughing, thinking of Chi Fu's tried and true method. His old methods really do work, at least after each session. The new students have a sense of awe towards him. A teacher next to him replied with a smile, "But I heard the new students this year are quite good. Hopefully, nothing will go wrong." "Don't worry, although old Chi's ability level isn't high, his strength is undeniable. He's a top-tier combat and theoretical genius." The bespectacled teacher shook his head with a smile. "Those freshmen are just greenhorns. What waves can they possibly make? Alright, let's head out. Old Chi's probably going to brag to us again tonight." That's the effect. Chi Fu withdrew his fist, and energy fluctuations began to appear on his body. "My current realm is the mountain realm, but from now on, I will firmly limit my energy to the stone realm, just like you." As he spoke, the energy fluctuations steadily decreased. Then, with his hands behind his back and a confident expression, he read, "I think that all of you who are able to enter Dragon Summer Academy must have an ability level of B or above. There are even quite a few A grade and S grade ones. But today I'm going to prove my previous theory to you. Even if I am at the same level as you, but my ability level is lower than yours, and I tell you the effects of my ability. If it comes to a fight, you will be no match for me." These words immediately caused an uproar among the crowd. Everyone present was a prodigy, far surpassing their peers. Their ability levels are all higher than sea level. Now this teacher Chi dares to make such outrageous claims, believing that at the same level, they are no match for him? In an instant, the students were filled with fighting spirit, rubbing their hands together and eager to try their skills. These expressions were taken in by Chi Fu, but he had long been accustomed to them. Almost every year, the new students he taught had the same expression as they do now. But after the course ended, all that remained in their eyes was awe. "It seems you don't believe me," Chi Fu murmured, walking directly into the crowd. "In that case, I'll just find a few people to demonstrate." His eyes lit up slightly, and he quickly spotted the tallest person in the crowd. The saying goes, knock on the mountain to scare the tiger. Defeating the strongest-looking student in this group would surely have a huge impact on them. He stopped in front of a tall, muscular student who was shirtless and smiled calmly. "You look like you can fight. You're the one to do it. Please feel free to use your skills. Let's have a simple spar." After saying this, he turned around and went to the middle of the field. "You want to fight me?" Jolie, whose name was called, grinned and looked at Chi Fu in front of him with a strange expression. Chi Fu turned his head to look at him. "What, don't you have confidence? Don't worry, I'll hold back and won't let you get hurt." "Of course not." Jolie pushed through the crowd and walked straight towards the center of the venue. A few seconds later, he stood in front of Chi Fu, looking down at him condescendingly. "I'm just afraid that I might accidentally kill you." Completely unable to move, he showed no respect whatsoever, as if he didn't care at all whether Chi Fu was a teacher or not. "The old man threatened me, saying I can't just kill people. Otherwise, you'll lock me up in that dark, damp, godforsaken place. You said you are afraid of beating me to death?" Chi Fu laughed in anger, as if he had heard the biggest joke in the world. He had taught so many students, but this was the first time he had ever seen such an arrogant and ignorant student. "Go ahead and fight. I'll show you the difference between us," he said with a cold laugh, then waved his hand at Jolie, signaling him to make a move. Jolie remained unmoved, merely rubbing his nose with a bored expression. "You should raise your cultivation level to the rock realm. At your current level, you are no match for me." Chi Fu immediately felt as if he had been looked down upon, and his words carried a hint of annoyance. "What nonsense! You are not worthy to help me improve my cultivation level." Jolie stared at Chi Fu and grinned. "Anger, indeed, is the emotion that people are most easily aroused. Are you really sure you want me to make the first move?"
move? Poof. Chi-Fu raised his chin, having already made up his mind to teach this freshman a lesson. Go ahead and do whatever you want. Alright. Jolie stopped wasting words and threw out his right fist like a cannonball. I also hate thinking so much. The rapidly approaching fist instantly made Chi-Fu's hair stand on end. With his senses, he detected an extremely dangerous aura emanating from that punch. He took a step back abruptly. Just as he was about to react, he found that the speed of the fist had increased several times over, and it arrived in front of him in an instant. A terrifying roar echoed from the training ground. The 4 training dummies located more than 10 meters behind Chi-Fu were instantly shattered by the force of the punch, leaving only a few wobbling feet. In an instant, the entire hall fell silent. A series of booming sounds filled the air. Everyone looked over. But then, a mirror suddenly appeared in front of Chi-Fu, blocking Jolie's fist. His tattered hair was blown backward by the wind from his punch, and his fist also struck Jolie. Jolie let out a muffled groan, his body trembling slightly. But then, another surge of energy erupted from his body, causing him to frown and take a step back to dissipate the force. He shook his fist, put his hands in his pockets as if nothing had happened, and walked back to the group without looking back. We probably don't need to continue fighting, right? A crisp sound rang out from ahead. Chi-Fu stared in disbelief as the mirror in front of him shattered into countless fragments scattered on the ground, and couldn't help but swallow hard. He hadn't expected that the stress mirror Lien Shou had given him would trigger automatically and protect him. If it weren't for the activation of this jade treasure, he would probably have taken a direct punch from Jolie. Although the punch wouldn't kill him, as a teacher, if he were knocked away by a student in front of him, how could he maintain his dignity to teach? He sensed the power of that punch with absolute clarity. It was something that a student at the Stone Realm could not possibly produce. What terrified him even more was that his desperate counterattack only forced Jolie to take a step back. The atmosphere at the scene suddenly became somewhat quiet. The students stared at Jolie as if he were a monster, shocked by his terrifying strength. Others looked at Chi-Fu with strange expressions, some even wanting to laugh. Teacher Chi had just said he was going to teach them a lesson, but he ended up getting a complete humiliation. His so-called theory seems to be nothing but empty talk. Chi-Fu. His face turned somewhat pale. Besides lingering fear, he was filled with embarrassment. He seemed to understand somewhat what Lien Shou meant by those words. There's such a freak among these freshmen. He gritted his teeth, looking slightly annoyed at the group of students who were trying to suppress their laughter. This is his first class, and he absolutely cannot lose face here. At this moment, he desperately needed a resounding victory to save face. His gaze swept quickly across the crowd, and he pointed sharply, coldly saying, "You, come here." Me? Bai Tao, who was laughing heartily next to Su Yi, was stunned for a moment and pointed to his own nose. Yes, that's right. Chi-Fu nodded. I think you're the one who's smiling the most happily. No, teacher, I was just thinking about something happy. Bai Tao took a step back warily, making all sorts of excuses. If you don't come up, I'll deduct 1 credit from your grades. Faced with Chi-Fu's threat, Bai Tao's expression changed drastically. He looked around in a very lewd manner before gritting his teeth and walking forward with a sense of helplessness. Teacher, I think others might be more suitable to spar with you than I am, Bai Tao said with a smile, still trying to avoid the sparring session. But Chi-Fu seemed to have made up his mind about him, and said calmly, our current cultivation levels are both at the Stone Realm, so what are you afraid of? Seeing you laughing so happily, you must be just as good as that classmate from before, right? After saying that, he looked at Bai Tao and asked, what is your ability level? Bai Tao scratched the back of his head and chuckled dryly, saying, it's nothing to mention, just a B-level ability. Very good. Chi-Fu secretly breathed a sigh of relief and looked at all the new students. Everyone, please watch carefully. His ability is B-level, while mine is only C-level. We are both at the Stone Realm. But I'm about to show you why I say that ability level cannot determine the outcome of a battle. He looked ahead again. Go ahead and make your move. Use your abilities or techniques however you like. Bai Tao seemed to still be trying to escape, his face full of pleading. Teacher, please let me go. There are so many people here. Why do you have to look for? He was speaking when he suddenly squatted down and swept his leg at Chi-Fu. This sudden attack left the students behind them dumbfounded. Bai Tao took shamelessness and despicableness to the extreme. 1 second he was smiling and trying to escape, and the next second he launched an attack. Chi-Fu was completely taken aback by Bai Tao's cunning. Fortunately, he was experienced in combat and reacted almost instantly, shifting his center of gravity downwards, crouching down, and striking Bai Tao with a palm. But just as he made his move, Bai Tao smoothly withdrew his movement, twisting his body with a move similar to a Thomas flare, and then his leg shot out rapidly, delivering a rabbit kick to Chi-Fu's chest. A feint attack? Chi-Fu reacted immediately, but it was too late to dodge. He was kicked in the chest by Bai Tao, and let out a muffled groan, but quickly swung his right palm, trying to grab Bai Tao. Given his speed and reaction time, Bai Tao would definitely not have time to retract his leg before he was caught. He had 100 ways to deal with this utterly despicable freshman, as long as he could touch his body, but his right palm missed its target. Upon closer inspection, Bai Tao appeared several meters away, his face full of vigilance. Teacher Chi is indeed a
amazing. You even managed to neutralize my whirlwind invincible thunder kick.
What whirlwind invincible thunder kick? It's clearly a sneak attack, yet it has a name.
Shifu was shocked on the spot, feeling as if a million horses were galloping through his mind.
He sneered in anger, and with a stomp of his feet, he reached out to grab Bai Tao. You're really something, kid.
I'd like to see what other tricks you have up your sleeve. He was incredibly fast, and in the blink of an eye, he was in front of Bai Tao. His right fist flew out like thunder, striking out fiercely. Just as the fist was about to touch Bai Tao, the latter's figure blurred, and he retreated 3 meters backward without anyone noticing, narrowly avoiding Shifu's attack. Shifu was slightly taken aback, his face full of strange expressions.
How did you dodge it? Could it be a coincidence?
Bai Tao blinked, his gaze sweeping back and forth as if constantly searching for a way to retreat. Shifu launched another powerful punch, its speed incredibly fast, producing a sound like wind breaking through the air, but once again it landed on empty air. Bai Tao stood cautiously to the side, blinking innocently at him. Shifu refused to believe it, and a nameless rage surged within him. He immediately began to pounce on Bai Tao with rapid footsteps, chasing him like a phantom as he relentlessly threw punches.
Boom 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 boom.
His punches grew faster and faster, almost leaving after images in the air, with the sound of wind breaking ringing out one after another. But Bai Tao was like a leaf floating in the air. Every time he faced Shifu's attack, he was able to dodge it perfectly.
The two moved in a circular pattern, one chasing and the other fleeing, and in a short time they had circled around and returned to the center of the field. Half a minute later, Shifu, panting heavily, gave up the attack and leaned on his knees, breathing heavily. Despite so many attacks, he couldn't even touch the hem of Bai Tao's clothes. He stared at Bai Tao in shock. Your ability is a B-level ability called Escape? As expected of a teacher, you actually saw through it. Bai Tao feigned surprise and displayed an expression of admiration.
But to Shifu, that expression looked nothing like mockery. He gritted his teeth and said, you actually managed to develop your abilities to this extent.
Go back now. Alright. Bai Tao scurried off into the crowd.
As they passed by Shifu, the latter's eyes turned cold, and he suddenly threw a jab at Bai Tao's back. But Bai Tao seemed to have eyes in the back of his head. Almost at the same time as Shifu threw his punch, his entire body shifted down half a meter. He sank half his body into the ground, dodging Shifu's punch with incredible precision.
Then, he turned around, his expression radiating innocence. Teacher, is there anything else? No, it's nothing.
Shifu closed his eyes, his face full of despair. This student, combined with his abilities and his own development of those abilities, has almost become one with them.
Even with his cultivation level restricted, he couldn't even touch his body. In a direct confrontation, as long as it's not someone as monstrous as Jolie, he's confident he can defeat even A-level and S-level abilities.
But against someone like Bai Tao who only knows how to run, it felt like punching cotton. The students whispered among themselves, their smiles growing wider. Sensing the atmosphere around him, Shifu's face twitched.
This is the very first lesson. His illustrious reputation must not be ruined here. Even if this group of freshmen is of high quality, it's impossible for them all to be weirdos and freaks.
No, we have to get revenge as soon as possible. He took a deep breath and fiercely observed everyone's face. Those that are too fierce are out of the question, and those that are too sleazy won't do either.
Finally, his gaze settled on a boy.
The boy looked very ordinary, with a tired face, dark circles under his eyes, and not very strong.
I've decided on him. You, come here.
Su walked forward with a strange expression, completely unexpected that he would be called out by Shifu.
Is your destructive power as strong as his?
Shifu pointed at Jolie.
Far from it. So your ability is the same as his? All you know is how to run? He pointed at Bai Tao again. Absolutely not.
Phew. Shifu breathed a sigh of relief for no reason. It seemed that he could finally show his true strength this time.
He didn't even bother to ask Su Yi about his ability level. In his view, no new student here could possibly have a lower ability level than him.
Very well, let's begin. Shifu's gaze was solemn as he assumed a fighting stance. Having learned from his previous experience, he dared not be careless with this group of new students.
Since that's the case, then you might as well die.
Su Yi shrugged, a cloud of blood mist erupting from his body, and threw a punch at Shifu. Upon seeing the blood mist, Shifu was slightly taken aback, and confusion appeared in his eyes.
Are there any abilities of C rank or higher that can be like this?
Although he was quite knowledgeable, D-level abilities made up the vast majority of awakened individuals, and there were over 1,000 D-level abilities recorded in the database.
He couldn't even recognize a D-rank ability like boiling blood immediately.
He didn't think about it carefully and slapped his palm down. Su Yi's fist slammed into his palm, which he caught steadily.
Shifu breathed a sigh of relief. Judging from this level of power, it seems to be just a material amplification ability.
The increase was also very limited and not very strong.
He smiled calmly, forcefully pulled Su Yi's body down, and slammed his right fist down.
Just as his attack was about to hit Su Yi looked up and smiled, then threw a brick from his chest with his left hand, smashing it horizontally towards Shifu's fist. A terrifying shockwave erupted, shattering the brick into pieces. Taking advantage of the opening opening. Su also raised his knee and rammed it, aiming straight for Chifu's crotch. Chifu's face turned pale. He hadn't expected Su Yi to be so insidious. He immediately withdrew his hand to block. Su Yi seized the opportunity to pull his hand away, retracted his raised knee and stepped forward, and his left palm swept towards his face. "You little rascal, your methods are far too ruthless." Chifu's expression turned serious, and he became angry. He never expected that Su would resort to such unscrupulous means to defeat him. In direct combat, such ruthless tactics are, in his view, utterly despicable and utterly unjust. This kind of fighting style was what he disliked the most in his life. Chifu was determined to teach Su Yi a lesson and properly educate this student. But as soon as he raised his eyes, a cloud of white dust rushed towards him from Su Yi's left hand. Chifu finally couldn't hold back and burst out cursing. Who would have thought that Su Yi would carry such a treacherous substance as lime powder with him? Dust rushed towards him, turning his face completely white. His eyes were stung by the lime powder, and he could not see anything after closing them tightly. However, even in this unexpected situation, Chifu remained calm. Although he was blind, he quickly focused his energy on his ears, listening to the sounds around him. Even if he can't see, as long as he can hear, he can still gain the upper hand. Chifu never expected that, to the astonishment of all the students, Su Yi would calmly take out a gong from his pocket. Is this guy Doraemon? How can he stuff so many things into his arms? Su Yi's eyes were filled with disbelief, and his evaluation of Su Yi rose to a new level. On the other side, Bai Tao's eyes flickered as he muttered to himself, "Brother Su Yi, you're much more cunning than I am." These things were naturally stored by Su Yi in the world within the pot. He put his hands inside his clothes, but it was really just a little cover-up. As for why he had these things, it can only be said that these were defensive items he had prepared during his 3 years of high school to prevent attacks from various forces such as the Anti-Enemy Alliance. After acquiring the Jolie pot, he also put them inside, just in case. He was already very familiar with this combo, and had used it to trick countless people. At this moment, he calmly raised the gong, gently extended it forward, and brought it slightly close to Chifu's ear. Just wait for him to make his move, and then launch your attack. By focusing all their energy on their ears, Chifu's hearing is greatly enhanced. He kept moving his body with his eyes closed to prevent Su from launching a sneak attack from other angles. Su also struck the gong in his hand forcefully. A deafening sound suddenly rang out, and Chifu, whose hearing had been greatly enhanced, screamed in agony, his ears ringing as if he were about to be deafened. His head was buzzing, and he could barely stand, let alone listen to Su Yi's movements. He barely managed to steady himself, and relying on his senses, he felt a surge of energy rushing towards him. He's here! Chifu couldn't hide his anger and forcefully unleashed his power, throwing a punch at the person in front of him. The terrifying explosive force seemed to shatter something. But just then, a cold object pressed against the back of his head. Su Yi held half a brick in his hand, not even glancing at the other half that had been shattered, and smiled as he said, "Before the second impact erupts, you probably won't be able to activate your abilities continuously, right? Teacher Chi, should we stop here?" The tinnitus subsided slightly, and although Su Yi's voice was very soft, Chifu could still hear it. He covered his head, vigorously wiped away the lime powder in front of his eyes, and stood there for a long time before finally regaining his hearing. The tinnitus seemed to still linger in his ears, but Chifu finally saw everything clearly in front of him. In front of him, half a brick was smashed to pieces, scattering dust all over the ground. Behind him, Su Yi held half a brick and gently touched the back of his head. This behavior seems to suggest that if he had wanted to, he would have already thrown the brick at him. Su Yi's analysis of his abilities also secretly surprised him. Chifu remained silent for a long time before sighing, "I lost." Upon hearing this, Su smiled slightly and waved his hand. The powder on the ground quickly gathered and condensed, turning into half a brick, which flew back rapidly and connected with the half brick in his hand. This was his backup plan. If Chifu doesn't choose to surrender, this is the only way he can knock him unconscious. Chifu was terrified. He turned around and looked at Su Yi with a complicated expression. "What ability do you have?" Su shrugged and replied casually, "D-rank ability, boiling blood." Blood mist shimmered around his body, then quickly dissipated. "And the D-rank ability, repairman." He gestured with the brick in his hand. "I possess twin abilities." He patted Chifu on the shoulder and said earnestly, "Teacher, you're right. The level of ability is indeed not the only criterion for determining the outcome of a battle." Chifu? He stared at Su Yi, completely bewildered and shocked. Wasn't this what he wanted to show these students? How did he end up being lectured by a student instead? And why does he possess a D-level ability? This must be the first D-level awakened ability user recruited by Dragon Summer Academy since its founding. A curse word lingered in his mouth, and he didn't know whether he should utter it or not. After a long silence, he finally murmured, "Your fighting style is far too ruthless." Su calmly put away the gong and brick in his hand and said calmly, "Teacher, didn't you also say that there are many factors that determine the outcome of a battle? However, I think the process of the battle is not important. We only need to consider the outcome. The winner takes all." After saying this, he returned to the group under the watchful eyes of everyone. A moment later, all the students were amazed by his impressive display of skill and stood still to applaud. Compared to Zhou Li's unparalleled strength and Bai Tao's extremely despicable escape techniques, Su Yi defeated Chi-Fu almost entirely through his intellect. Although the battle wasn't exactly fair and square, the result was something they could only admire. Hiss! Chi-Fu froze on the spot, gasped, and suddenly felt that Su Yi, this student, was actually a little terrifying. Although he essentially turned the fighting match into a props match. But every action he takes in battle seems to have a guiding purpose, keeping the entire battle under his control. The air suddenly rippled. The initial punch, delivered with boiling blood, was intended to lower his guard and make him careless. Then, he used the actions of throwing a brick and kicking his groin with his knee to divert his attention. After shifting his focus to defense, Su Yi took the opportunity to throw out lime powder, anticipating that Su Yi would rely on hearing due to limited vision. He then used a gong to impair his hearing, causing him to lose his balance and feel panicked. At that moment, Su Yi used the energy attached to the half-brick to lure him into unleashing his ability to attack. But even before the battle began, Su had already noticed the characteristics of his abilities. He was unable to use his abilities continuously before the second impact erupted. Even the reason Su deliberately stuck the brick to his head was so that he could activate his ability at any time to repair the remaining half of the brick. Every step in this process was interconnected, and almost everything was under his control. Since that's the case, thinking about it carefully, rather than saying that he was defeated by Su Ye's various insidious tools, it would be more accurate to say that the outcome was already decided when the battle began. Despite being just 2D level abilities, they produced an exceptionally terrifying effect in Su Ye's hands. With Su Ye's reminder, Chi-Fu had already recalled the effects of boiling blood and repairing hand. In terms of repairmanship alone, this is a rule-breaking ability. It can use energy to repair non-living objects and also use energy to fill in the missing parts of objects, thus achieving the effect of repair. In terms of effectiveness, this ability is completely unusable in combat, because its capabilities are very limited. Firstly, its release distance is very short, and it requires fragments of the object itself to repair. Secondly, if repairs are made using energy out of thin air, the energy consumed would be enormous. But Su Yi managed to use this seemingly weak ability to its fullest potential through his ingenious calculations. A drop of cold sweat dripped from Chi's forehead. He once again deeply understood what Lian Shou's words truly meant. This isn't just a huge difference, this is a bunch of monsters. Chi-Fu chuckled twice and looked at the students in front of him. It's no longer about him intimidating these new students. Rather, it's more accurate to say that he was given a rude awakening by these freshmen. Now, no matter who he looks at, he feels that the other person is some kind of monstrous genius. As you all saw, Su Yi defeated me, who has a C-level ability, using his D-level ability. This is what I wanted to tell you. Don't judge strength and victory based on ability levels. Chi-Fu solemnly explained his principles to the students, but the students below all smiled and didn't take it seriously at all. Chi-Fu's repeated failures had made them underestimate this teacher. Teacher, I think there's a possibility that you're just too weak. Han Hao laughed and raised his hand, his eyes no longer showing any respect for his teacher. I have an S-rank ability, so why don't I challenge you, teacher, and listen to your reasoning? The crowd burst into laughter. Faced with the student's provocation, Chi-Fu's face darkened, but he could not refuse. He gestured for Han Hao to come forward, his whole demeanor becoming somewhat tense and lacking in confidence. Could it be that I've really gotten weaker? Having experienced the previous 3 battles, he was filled with wariness towards this group of freshmen. He has made up his mind that if he loses again, he will immediately resign and go back to being a lone wolf. You make the move, Chi-Fu said cautiously, looking at Han Hao and signaling him to take action. Han Hao, his face radiating confidence, his red hair flowing, and a triumphant smile on his lips, immediately charged forward and activated his ability. Chi-Fu pressed his foot against Han Hao's chest, pinning him firmly to the ground, rendering him unable to move. He looked down at Han Hao, who was filled with disbelief, struggling in vain, and his eyes lit up. He finally let out a long breath. So, it wasn't that I was too weak after all. Those guys from earlier, they were insane. For the rest of the lesson, Chi-Fu did not continue to explain any other knowledge points. As if to vent his frustration, he challenged several students who were not convinced to a duel. The students, who had initially looked down on Chi-Fu because of his repeated setbacks, finally experienced firsthand how terrifying this teacher was. Their prized abilities couldn't even withstand 5 moves from Chi-Fu, and they were all defeated and subdued by him. Among them were several students with A-level or even S-level abilities, who were completely powerless to fight back. At this moment, the students finally understood the meaning behind Chi-Fu's words. Even though Chi-Fu's ability level was lower than theirs, their cultivation levels were exactly the same. However, his rich combat experience and extremely keen judgment enabled him to gain the upper hand in every battle. They were subdued by Chi-Fu before they could even unleash 40% of their power. But precisely because of this, they were amazed and shocked by the 3 people who were able to directly defeat Chi-Fu. They also kept in mind that ability level could not determine the outcome of a battle. Soon, as the alarm clock in Chi-Fu's arms rang, he finally breathed a sigh of relief, impatiently announced the end of get out of class, and turned to leave. The theoretical lecture he gave to the freshmen this time was exhausting. If he hadn't managed to save face in the end, he might have resigned altogether. These freshmen are simply freaks. Recalling the incredibly brutal Jolie and the meticulously planned Su-yi, he felt a chill of fear. However, the quality of these new students also surprised him greatly. However, if they can be properly trained, these children will surely become the backbone of the Void Hunters in the future. After completing Chi Fu's course, there were no other classes that day. Therefore, the students left the training ground in 2s and 3s to explore the campus or travel in groups. In a short while, the training ground was deserted. Su walked alone along the tree-lined path, casually came to a deserted pavilion, and took out his phone. He scrolled through his contacts for a while and then made a call. The phone rang 3 times before it was finally answered. Soon, a hurried and rapid female voice came from the other end of the phone. "Hello, who is this?" A loud explosion and roar came through the phone, as if the other party was in the middle of a battlefield. Su-yi touched his nose, feeling that the timing of this call was a bit off. "Fong Xin, it's me." "Hey, you are." Fong Xin's voice came from the phone, and she recognized Su-yi's voice. "Su-yi? How did you get my phone number?" The explosion drowned out her voice. The sounds of battle could be heard, along with the faint roars of wild beasts. "Excuse me, wait a moment." The phone rang incessantly, then quickly fell silent after a loud bang. A few seconds later, Fong Xin picked up the phone, panting, and said casually, "Sorry, a small virtual realm has been opened here, and 2 rock realm virtual beasts and 1 mountain realm virtual beast have come out. My seniors and I just finished dealing with it." Su-yi was silent for a moment, then politely asked, "Have your injuries fully healed?" I'm mostly better now." Fong Xin's voice still sounded a little weak, but she was as carefree as ever, not taking her injuries seriously at all. "It just so happened that my seniors received a mission, so I went on the mission with them. By the way, you still haven't answered my question. Why do you have my phone number? You told me your phone's unlocked password before, and I also saved your phone number," Su-yi said calmly, touching his nose. "That's when you were knocked away by the shadow beast and lay unconscious." Fong Xin was silent for a moment. "Do you usually go through girls' phones like this?" "Don't worry, I definitely didn't see any lingerie photos in your album," Su-yi quickly replied. "I just saved a number just in case. Do you believe I'll blow your hair out the next time I see you?" Fong Xin said through gritted teeth, her face flushed red with embarrassment. Suppressing her embarrassment and anger, she continued, "I heard from my senior that you seem to have agreed to join Dragon Summer Academy, but this year's instructor seems to be that legendary devil instructor. Are you calling me now to say you've passed the entrance exam?" It barely passed," Su replied, touching his nose. "I called you because there's something I wanted to ask you." "You actually have questions to ask?" Fong Xin said with a smile, casually sitting down on a rock. "Go ahead and ask. Let's see if I can answer your questions." Exhausted, she took a bottle of water from her bag, tilted her head back, and gulped it down to relieve the fatigue from the battle. "Here's the thing, I'd like to ask you, has anyone ever successfully breached the firewall protecting the country's special databases? What conditions are required to view this?" Su-yi had barely finished speaking when Fong Xin was so startled that she spat out all the water in her mouth. She coughed violently, as if she had heard something extremely dangerous, and exclaimed, "Hey, what are you trying to do? Why are you asking such a question? Are you trying to hack into the country's special database?" She paused for a moment, recalling something her brother had mentioned during their phone call that morning. Soon, Fong Xin's eyes widened, and she sat up abruptly from the rock. "No way, you were the guy who hacked into the special database last night?" Su was also surprised that Fong Xin knew about this. "How did you find out? It really is you." Fong Xin's voice became a few shriller. "My younger brother works in the school's technology department. Yesterday, he was in charge of overseeing the defense system for the special database. He told me this morning that a hacker had tried to break into the firewall, and the hacker was very skilled, but he stopped him." "I never expected you to be that hacker." Her voice was filled with shock and agitation as she gripped the phone and exclaimed urgently, "Are you crazy? This is illegal." "I just want to investigate something," Su-yi replied calmly, not taking Fong Xin's words seriously at all. "Since you already know, I won't beat around the bush and will just ask you directly." He paused for a moment, then said bluntly, "You should have investigated me back then. Could you please send me a copy of that document?" "You idiot, you weren't listening to a word I was saying." Fong Xin glanced around and, seeing that Cha Sha, Wei Yan, and the others were still dealing with the corpses of the virtual beasts, lowered her voice and spoke quickly into her phone. "Do you know that it is illegal for you to hack into the country's special database without authorization? I did ask my brother to access your information back then, but that information was rather brief and didn't contain any particularly detailed information. Sending it to you is fine, but what exactly do you want to do with it?" "There are some questions and details that I'd like to know," Su replied calmly. "I noticed some suspicious points during the incident I encountered 3 years ago." "Suspicious points?" Fong Xin had read the report on the Haichang Rebellion and had a deep impression of that event. The report clearly states that the original Void Hunting hunting team 31 used civilians as bait in order to kill the void beasts, committing a major taboo for void hunters. Due to the numerous deaths and injuries, the hunting squad was forcibly disbanded after the incident. The team leader and members made several requests to explain, but their explanations were so absurd that no one believed them. Even after that, these void hunters were stripped of their void hunter status and given extremely severe punishments. For them, these punishments were undoubtedly worse than death. However, for those who died, this punishment was far too lenient and could not at all make up for the mistakes they had made. I can send you the report, Fong Xin continued, but I need to remind you beforehand. These reports were retrieved by my brother from the intelligence department, and they only briefly describe the events you encountered at the time. More detailed information was uploaded to the country's special database, while the most complete data was placed in the confidential archives of the Nanyuan Academy's intelligence department. Although I don't know what you're trying to investigate, I must remind you that you must never try to hack into the country's special database again. As far as I know, the firewall for the special database was created by a former hacking genius using his own abilities. To date, no one has ever successfully hacked into the database. In addition, the database is maintained by dedicated personnel on a regular basis, so it is absolutely impossible for you to hack into it. If someone were to track down your location, the government might just send people to arrest you. She was a kind-hearted person, and Su had saved her many times, so she was very grateful to him and naturally did not want him to put himself in danger. I know what I'm doing, Su replied calmly. Fong Xin became a little anxious upon hearing this attitude. Sigh, I give up. You saved my life before, I owe you a favor. Alright then, if you really want to investigate something, perhaps my brother can help you. He is a senior talent in the school's technology department and also has acquaintances in the intelligence department. If you want to ask him something, it might be more efficient to ask him in person. However, he is currently engaged in maintenance work within the Beijing government and may not be able to return for a few more days. However, judging from the timeline, you should be able to return to school before your entrance exam. I'll have him come to see you then, and you can ask him anything in person. Suya's expression shifted slightly. He hadn't expected Fong Xin to be so eager to help him. He understood that Fong Xin was worried about him, but there were some things he needed to know the truth and the answers to. He paused for a moment, then said quite earnestly, "Thank you. You absolutely must not try to hack into the national database again." Fong Xin rubbed her temples, feeling incredibly tired of her junior. "I won't tell anyone about this, but you need to be careful. I will send you the materials you want to see later. That's all for now. We have other tasks to complete and need to leave." Fong Xin gave Suyi several instructions before hanging up the phone. 2 minutes later, a friend request popped up on Suya's social media. Soon, Fong Xin sent over all the information she had gathered from her investigation of Suyi. Su quickly opened the compressed file. There are 2 files in the compressed package. He skipped over the file containing his personal information and opened directly the document titled The Chaos in Haicheng. This document briefly recounts what happened 3 years ago at the Haicheng art exhibition. On that day, a certain void beast at the peak of the mountain realm, with 1 foot already in the peak realm, appeared in Haicheng without any warning. Before its appearance, there were no fluctuations in the illusory realm within 100 miles, and no one knew where it came from. After it appeared, it immediately stormed into the art exhibition and began a massacre. The most coincidental thing is that when the void beasts appeared, the hunting Void 31 team happened to be right inside the art exhibition. The strongest among them, the captain, was only at the mountain realm. He knew he couldn't possibly fight this void beast, so he and his team concealed their presence and didn't make a move. They watched helplessly as the masses perished under the attacks of the void beasts, but seized the opportunity when the void beasts were blocked and paused to strike and kill them. Thus far, in this turmoil in Haicheng, more than 200 people have died, and the value of the destroyed artworks and buildings is extremely high, suffering severe damage. The report only contains this brief introduction. This content was almost identical to what Suyi had seen at the time, although there were several points in this introduction that caught his attention. But he wasn't in the mood to deal with those things at the moment. Instead, he quickly scrolled through the files to the very end. This document records the handling of the aftermath of the Haicheng riots. After slaying the void beast, Zhang Tianhu, the captain of the 31st Hunting Void Squad, notified the 3rd Hospital of Haicheng, the closest hospital to the art exhibition, at 3:29 p.m. Upon receiving the call, the 3rd Hospital immediately dispatched 10 ambulances and 30 medical personnel to rescue the injured and treat the deceased. At 3:50 p.m., 5 ambulances arrived at the art exhibition simultaneously and began the rescue operation. Based on ticket records and on-site attendance data, the death toll is estimated at 230. 36 of them were completely destroyed, devoured by the void beasts, 51 others suffered mutilated limbs, and 30 others sustained minor injuries. The families of the 36 people whose bodies were not preserved due to the presence of the void beasts will receive the highest level of compensation from the state. The list is as follows. Su quickly scanned the list of the dead, his expression growing increasingly grim. He was astonished to find the the name Tang Tan among the names of these 36 people. All 5 ambulances arrived at the same time. There was no such thing as one being the first to depart. The ambulance did take Tang Tan's body away, but the report stated that her body was not found. He was 100% certain that the ambulance from that time was definitely not sent by the hospital. Who took Tang Tan's body away, and where did it go? No, this information is still too brief. I need to find a more detailed report. Because the National Special Database could not be successfully hacked, Su was unable to obtain more useful information in the short term. Therefore, he could only wait quietly for Fang Xian's younger brother to return to school. Over the next 2 days, he also attended several different theory classes. There are history lessons on the history of the Void Hunters, as well as courses on the sociological structure of the relationship between the Void Hunters and ordinary people. It also teaches how to manage energy and provides information on areas for capacity development. Of course, since this was only a theoretical course before enrollment, the content was only touched upon superficially and not explored in depth. The specific details of the courses will be determined after they complete the entrance examination, and a more detailed course schedule will be provided. Su also took these courses very seriously. After all, this knowledge was very vivid and concrete in his understanding of the awakened society. A few days passed quickly. There is only 1 day left until the entrance exam. The class that day was the last of the past few days of theoretical classes, and it was also the one that Su was most looking forward to on the schedule. On the familiar training ground, 48 freshmen stood in a line, looking nervous yet expectant. This course is an outdoor course, and the person who will be teaching them is none other than the teaching assistant from the previous test, the teacher Songwei, who can create mountains out of thin air. Very good. It seems you are all punctual people. Songwei arrived at the training ground just in time, looked at the students in front of him, and smiled approvingly. His attire was very formal, and his clothes were clean and tidy, giving off a feeling of obsessive-compulsive disorder combined with germophobia. He walked straight to the front of the crowd, smiled faintly at everyone, and said, "I will be teaching you today's physical skills theory class." After entering Longsha Academy, there was one thing that made Su quite satisfied. That reflects the teaching quality of the teachers here. No matter what the course is, the teachers here hardly say a single word of nonsense. Everything they say is related to the course content, and they never say a single word of unnecessary talk. According to Bai Tao's rambling explanation, Su also learned about the identities of the teachers here. Unlike other awakened academies, Longsha Academy has extremely strict requirements for recruiting teachers. To become a teacher at Longsha Academy, one must meet 3 conditions. Firstly, every Void Hunter must have completed 100 or more Void Hunter missions before applying to become a teacher, including at least 10 missions that sealed off the Void Realm. Secondly, the hunter must possess sufficient theoretical knowledge and a rich enough knowledge base to avoid misleading others. The third group consists of those who have participated in battles against void demons of the same or higher realms and who suffer from hidden ailments or major injuries. You must meet at least one of the 3 conditions to apply to become a lecturer. Generally speaking, those who can only meet the second condition are usually people with lower levels of ability and talent. They couldn't make much of an impact on the front lines, they could only play a role by spreading knowledge. However, these 3 conditions also mean that the teacher's identity is by no means a safe haven for Void Hunters. Guiding and nurturing new blood is also a very important thing in the fight against the Void Demon. Despite the short span of just 1 month, Su encountered Nightmare from the Mountain Realm and Night Owl from the Peak Realm in succession. However, looking at the whole country, the number of Void Hunters above the Mountain Realm is still very small, accounting for less than 2% of the total number of Void Hunters. Songwei, standing before them, clearly met the first 2 conditions, which is why he was invited by Longsha Academy to become a teacher. He may look young, but he has a wealth of combat experience, especially in terms of ability and physical skills, making him one of the best among the Void Hunters. I think I don't need to introduce myself to you. Songwei spoke calmly, then got straight to the point. The first point of knowledge I'm going to talk about today is the relationship between energy and physical skills. Those of you present should all be able to use your abilities normally and be familiar with the laws governing the operation of energy. As you know, energy is one of the most fundamental conditions for the operation of power. The moment you awaken your abilities, energy will be generated within your body. Now I want to ask you, do you believe that energy appears out of thin air? No sooner had he asked his question than a girl raised her hand. Teacher, we learned about this in the energy class a couple of days ago. Energy exists within everyone's body, but we are usually unable to perceive it. The energy that appears after the awakening day is simply because we have established a connection with the energy within our bodies and are able to perceive its existence. That's right. Songwei nodded. Energy has always existed within our bodies, and we can perceive it when we awaken. And our use of abilities and cultivation of realms is a process of continuously increasing the energy within our bodies. And when we circulate energy, the energy also amplifies our bodies. But there's another possibility. As he spoke, he swung his fist and slammed it hard against the training dummy next to him. The incredibly sturdy dummy exploded instantly, as if it had withstood
withstood a terrifying force. This scene surprised all the students, who all showed expressions of shock. While they can also increase their physical abilities by adding energy, they absolutely cannot cause such destructive power. However, some observant people noticed that there was no energy fluctuation in Songwei's punch just now. The punch I just threw caused such a level of destruction without using any energy. Songwei continued, "This is because after years of cultivation, I have greatly increased my physical fitness by releasing energy and nourishing my body. The existence of energy allows our physical bodies to break through the original limits of humanity. With special training, even without using energy, my physical abilities are several times that of an ordinary person, giving me superhuman strength and speed. This method of cultivating the body and increasing physical strength through energy is called physical arts. A person who has mastered physical skills to the extreme can possess extremely powerful combat strength even without relying on any other abilities. Most of you probably rely more on your own abilities, but often, your abilities are not invincible. Once you encounter an enemy who can counter your abilities, or a jade treasure that can seal your abilities, you will be helpless and at their mercy. This situation has played out countless times in the past, and just 150 years ago, a void hunter who had only awakened a D-level ability constantly studied physical techniques in order to fight against the void demons, and developed them to their extreme. That void hunter senior can kill void beasts above the mountain realm level with his physical skills even without using any abilities. Through his continuous research and the joint efforts of several void hunters who practiced physical techniques, they created 5 advanced energy usage techniques derived from physical techniques. Each of these 5 techniques can unleash the full potential of the human body, generating destructive power comparable to an A-level ability even without using any special abilities. Songwei's words filled the students with longing and amazement. He observed the reactions of the crowd, smiled slightly, and calmly read, "These 5 techniques are also known as 5 arts." Upon hearing those 2 words, Su Ye's eyes immediately flashed with a sharp light. For him now, without the ability to use the transcendental technique, the boost to his combat power is minimal. Unlike others whose abilities are released at will and are full of destructive power, his ability requires advanced planning each time in order to anticipate the enemy's moves. However, battles often occur very suddenly. His low ability level will be exploited, which could very likely lead to a crisis. Therefore, he paid great attention to learning physical skills, believing that this was an important factor in increasing his combat power. Of course, not everyone has the talent to learn physical arts, Songwei continued. Only those who have a sufficient understanding of energy and a strong enough body have the opportunity to learn these 5 arts. For most people, it is already quite difficult to comprehend and master 1 or 2 of the 5 arts. Even so, you still need to hone your physical skills as much as possible and learn the most basic physical techniques in preparation for any eventuality. And you also need to have a basic understanding of the 5 arts. He walked to a spacious open space and said loudly, "Next, I will show you what these 5 arts are." All the students stared intently at Songwei, filled with immense curiosity about his amazing physical skills. Can the so-called 5 arts truly compare to the power brought by abilities? First is the first technique. Songwei's voice fell to the spot, but his figure suddenly blurred and disappeared in front of everyone. The next moment, his voice came from behind everyone. "His name is Feiying." A commotion and shock arose from the crowd, who all turned to look at Songwei with astonishment. No one could see Songwei's high-speed movement just now. If they encountered such an opponent in battle, they probably wouldn't even know how they died. But when the students looked behind them, Songwei's figure disappeared once again. His voice was elusive, as if it came from all directions. The principle is to achieve high-speed movement by making explosive contact between the body and the ground in the air, and using the resulting recoil force. Of course, if your physical fitness is not up to standard, you can also use energy to help release it. After he finished speaking, he returned to the open space in front of everyone and stood with his hands behind his back. The principle seems simple, but to fully master it requires a very deep understanding of how energy works. In addition, one's own physical strength also determines the speed and distance that Hai can move. Su nodded slightly. If he could learn the flying shadow technique combined with the amplification from boiling blood, his speed might reach an astonishing level. Next is the second technique. Songwei calmly walked to a training dummy. This dummy is a special dummy used in the training ground. It is made entirely of alloy and is extremely hard. Without warning, he threw a punch, the wind of which carried the sound of thunder and lightning, and the speed was extremely fast. The training dummy's body emitted a violent buzzing sound, and a fist-shaped dent appeared in the alloy on its chest. The dummy kept swaying its body, as if it were trying to release its weight. After a short while, it gradually stabilized and stopped shaking. That's it? One student scratched his head, tilting it in confusion. In the end, the training dummy just ended up with a fist mark on its chest. Although it can leave fist imprints on an alloy body, its power is considerable. But if it's just this level, at least a dozen people present could do it. Songwei smiled as he looked at the confused expressions on everyone's faces, raised his hand, and gently patted the mannequin. With his pounding, the dummy's incredibly solid alloy body
body collapsed with a crash, scattering iron pieces all over the ground, as if it had disintegrated from the inside out. Its name is collapse, which can directly transfer the body's power and energy into the enemy's body, launching an attack from within. Amidst the shocked gazes of the crowd, Song Wei calmly recited the effects of the technique. The students gasped. No matter how hard its exterior may be, it can protect itself with energy. But everyone's internal body is incredibly fragile. If you were to take this attack head-on during a battle, your internal organs might be completely destroyed due to the extremely powerful impact. After watching 2 of the 5 arts, everyone looked at Song Wei with admiration and respect. The power contained in the 5 arts left them all somewhat shocked. This third technique, Song Wei looked at everyone's expressions with satisfaction, then suddenly looked around and looked at Jolie. Jolie, please cooperate with me. Me? Jolie raised his chin dismissively. Are you all looking for death? He grinned maliciously and stepped forward with his burly and domineering figure. Song Wei's expression remained unchanged. He simply said calmly, I think everyone here knows just how powerful Jolie is. Next, I will take his punch head-on without using my abilities. After saying that, he looked at Jolie and said, please make your move, Jolie. You don't seem to be lying. Jolie looked down at Song Wei, grinned, and threw a punch with the force of a thunderbolt. Song Wei neither hid nor dodged. He simply stood there with his hands behind his back, calmly watching Jolie. A gasp of surprise erupted from the crowd. A few days ago, Jolie's punch to Chi Fu left a deep impression on them. They still vividly remember the terrifying power it possessed. But at this moment, teacher Song Wei actually wanted to take this punch head-on? Jolie's fist struck Song Wei, and in just an instant, all the stones on the ground behind Song Wei shattered, and several training dummies, unable to withstand the force, exploded. The force of the punch howled and spread for nearly 10 meters before stopping. The ground behind Song Wei looked as if it had been plowed open, a complete mess. But he remained calm, standing there as if nothing had happened. I see, is that the effect? Jolie put away his fist, glanced at Song Wei with a hint of surprise, but instantly figured out the reason. It seems I should learn these 5 arts when I have time. He laughed and turned back into the crowd, showing no sign of displeasure or embarrassment. What happened? The students looked at each other in bewilderment, most of them unable to understand how Song Wei had managed to take that punch unharmed. Su seemed to be deep in thought, vaguely guessing the effect of this technique. Song Wei exhaled a breath of stale air and calmly looked at everyone. This is the third technique. Its name is Iwa. It is also the most difficult skill to master among the 5 arts. The effect is that by resonating the body with energy, the attack received is transmitted to the back. Song Wei explained to everyone, I think everyone studied physics in high school. The effect of transferring flowers is similar to hitting a cow from across a mountain, which can also be understood as the conservation of momentum. When using this technique, one can resonate with the ground and air behind them through energy, using them as a medium to transfer the impact they receive. Although it cannot completely deflect the attack, it can transfer nearly 90% of the force away, making it an extremely strong defensive technique. Of course, due to the body's inability to withstand it, if you encounter an extremely powerful attack, you cannot use the flower shifting technique continuously. After his explanation, everyone suddenly understood, and their interest in these 5 arts grew even stronger. Even Jolie's terrifying power could withstand it with his bare hands. The effect of transplanting flowers is practically equivalent to having an extra means of survival. Next is the 4th technique. Song Wei was very satisfied with everyone's reaction. As one of the few who can master all 5 arts, he also hopes that someone can comprehend these 5 physical arts and carry them forward. He stood silently in place, then suddenly took a deep breath, and wisps of white smoke rose from his body. Suya's eyes flashed, and he immediately noticed that the white smoke seemed to contain very strong energy fluctuations. This feeling is like rapidly compressing energy to produce an effect similar to steam. Song Wei slowly raised his right hand and aimed it at a training dummy 30 meters away. The next second, 3 bursts of white smoke appeared in front of his palm. Like the impact of a rocket igniting, Song Wei suddenly took a large step back. A visible burst of air erupted from his palm. The air cannon struck the dummy 30 meters away with great speed. In an instant, the dummy exploded as if it had been hit by a cannonball, shattering even the hard ground beneath its feet. The power was terrifying. Ignoring the stunned looks on everyone's faces, Song Wei simply explained, in order to make up for the problem of insufficient range in physical attacks, those seniors developed methods for long-range attacks. That is, the 4th technique, Void Breaker. The principle is to rapidly compress energy and then use the power of the physical body to unleash it. To learn this technique, one must have a sufficiently strong body, otherwise one will not be able to contain that rapidly compressed energy. As for the final, 5th technique, he stopped there, his expression turning serious. I cannot demonstrate the forbidden techniques within physical arts to you for the time being, because once this technique is activated, the physical strain will reach its limit, and it may even cause irreversible effects. Generally speaking, it should never be used unless absolutely necessary. Only when your physical strength reaches the required standard can you apply to the academy and begin your studies. However, I can tell you its name.
name. This fifth technique is called limit break. He clapped his hands, drawing the attention of the crowd who were marveling at the 5 arts back to him. Since this is a theoretical lesson before formal learning, you will not be taught about the 5 arts in this lesson. After you finish your entrance exams, you can select courses from the curriculum before you can begin formally studying the 5 arts. But before that, the focus of your studies should be on the integration and utilization of energy with the body. Next, I will teach you how to begin learning physical techniques and how to apply some basic physical techniques. In the second half of the lesson, Songwei introduced the training methods of physical martial arts and a few simple physical martial arts moves in detail. The students listened with great interest and became increasingly interested in physical skills. They were all geniuses, and they quickly figured out how to use physical skills in conjunction with their abilities to fight. They were very interested in the course and learned it very efficiently. Su also gained a lot from the course. Putting everything else aside, his physical abilities were enhanced after he activated boiling blood. Under these circumstances, physical skills would naturally be more effective in his hands. Before he knew it, the alarm clock for the end of get out of class rang from Songwei's arms. He stopped lecturing, put away the alarm clock, and nodded to everyone. That's all for this lesson. Your theoretical studies over the past few days have now come to an end. I think you all know that tomorrow is your entrance exam. I hope you get a good rest tonight and make thorough preparations in advance. Everyone, please gather at the school square at 8 a.m. tomorrow. I will accompany you to the entrance examination venue together with instructor Lianshou. What? Songwei's words surprised many people, and someone immediately asked, aren't we supposed to be taking the assessment at school? Of course not. Songwei smiled slightly. Your assessment venue has already been set in a certain city. The content and arrangements for the assessment have been basically completed. I hope you are mentally prepared and will do your best to complete the assessment. Your scores will be ranked during the assessment, and this will determine your place. Your rankings will be very helpful for your future studies in life, so I hope you will give it your all. This unexpected notification caught many students off guard. A murmur rippled through the crowd, each person displaying a different expression. Once rankings are involved, competition will follow. For these self-important and privileged students, the importance of the entrance examination is self-evident. Okay, that's settled then. Songwei turned and left. See you tomorrow. As they watched Songwei leave, the students became anxious and scattered in all directions. Most of them assumed that the entrance examination would be conducted at the school, just like the entrance test. This sudden notification caused them considerable anxiety, as they needed to prepare many things in advance. Most people headed to the school's general service building, which sold all sorts of things. Su Yi, however, went in the exact opposite direction and arrived at a luxurious coffee shop inside Longsha Academy. He stepped into the coffee shop, walked straight to a corner, plopped down in a chair, casually grabbed a water glass from the table, and took a sip of water. Upon seeing Su Yi appear, the boy who had been typing on his computer across the table immediately looked up and revealed a clean and refreshing smile. He casually tidied his hair, stood up with utmost politeness, and extended his right hand to Su Yi. You must be my brother-in-law, brother Su Yi. Su Yi hadn't even had a chance to swallow his water before he spat it all out. What did you call me? The water that Su sprayed out seemed to hit some kind of barrier and all fell into the middle of the table. The boy looked confused. Hey, aren't you my brother-in-law? Then why does my sister keep mentioning your name and even ask me for your personal information? This time, they specifically instructed me to come to you and do everything I can to help you. That woman, Su sighed, rubbing his forehead, speechless. Don't misunderstand, we're just friends. She felt she owed me a favor, that's all. Oh, really? The boy stroked his chin, a regretful expression on his face. I thought my sister had finally found a husband. What a pity. But you're quite good-looking, so if we were to play matchmaker, it might not be a bad idea. Stop. Su Yi felt that the boy in front of him was getting more and more outrageous, so he quickly interrupted him. Let's talk about serious matters. All right. The boy was interrupted, so he could only scratch the back of his head, smile again, and extend his hand. Let me introduce myself. My name is Fong Tianyu. Fong Xin is my older sister. Su shook hands with him briefly before letting out a sigh of relief and sitting back down in her seat. Fong Tianyu put on an innocent expression, and his first words after sitting down were, I heard from my sister that you're the guy who tried to break through the firewall and access the country's special database a while ago, Su Yi? Su was stunned for a moment, not expecting Fong Xin to tell the other party about this. Don't worry, my sister warned me that I absolutely won't tell anyone about this. Fong Tianyu patted his chest. I'm just very interested in you. His eyes seemed to sparkle with excitement. That day I was maintaining the firewall, and I was the one who took the initiative to stop your intrusion. But I didn't expect you to be so technically proficient, managing to attack the firewall while simultaneously stopping me. Although your intrusion was blocked by the firewall, in that round of confrontation alone, I lost to you. Brother Su, where did you learn all these skills? Su was also having a headache. The most difficult people for him to deal with were those like Fong Tianyu, who were bursting with curiosity and asking all sorts of questions. He gently pressed his brow and
casually replied, I guess I should count it as self-taught. Your skills are not bad either. You intercepted almost all of my attacks. The part of the data that escaped at the end was just because I was lucky. It's not just good luck. Suyi, you're a genius. Fang Tianyu kept babbling on and on. Are you interested in working in the technical department? I can introduce you. I'm not interested right now. Su tapped the table, bringing the topic back to the present. Let's get down to business. Okay. Fang Tianyu scratched his head, finally managing to calm down his excitement. He tilted his head and thought for a moment before saying directly, if I remember correctly, Brother Su, you want to investigate some past hunting void incidents, right? That's right. What I want to see is the detailed report of the Haichang Rebellion from 3 years ago. Then you should also know that the complete information of this report should be stored in the confidential archives of Namwon Academy, while slightly more detailed information is in the government's special database. That's why Fang Xian sent me to find you. Suyi looked directly at Fang Tianyu and asked calmly, do you have any way to let me see these documents? How could I possibly have a way? Fang Tianyu gave a wry smile and shrugged. This information needs to be accessed through a special database. Even if I maintain a firewall for a special database, I still can't help you crack it. The power of that firewall is far beyond your imagination. Su frowned immediately. If there was no way to get there, then his trip had been a complete waste of time. But then Fang Tianyu's voice came again. But if you really want to access this information, there are more legitimate methods than hacking into the database. Oh, Suyi stopped getting up and looked back at the other side. What method? If I remember correctly, tomorrow is the day you take the entrance exam. Suyi, right? Well, the first way is for you to get first place in the entrance exam, Fang Tianyu said with a slight smile. Suyi immediately gave him a, are you kidding me? Look, he had already exhausted a lot of energy to pass the previous entrance exams. With just his 2D level abilities, he has absolutely no advantage over the other freshmen. Even though he possesses the ability of survival of the fittest, this ability is one with strong growth potential, and its boost to him in the short term is not significant at all. This entrance exam will rank students, and the other freshmen will definitely put in their best effort to compete for a higher ranking. Under these conditions, it would be virtually impossible for him to achieve first place in the entrance exam, especially Zhou and Qin Zhe, who had once joined him in attacking Lian Shou. He had absolutely no chance of winning if they were to compete against each other. Su frowned, gritted his teeth, and asked, what's the point of getting first place? The first place in this entrance exam will not only receive an extra 5 credits, but will also have the opportunity to make demands with the academy, Fang Tianyu calmly explained to Suyi. This condition includes, but is not limited to, finding you any rare materials or treasures within a limited range. As long as your conditions are legal and reasonable enough, the college can meet your requirements. At that time, if you want to access a copy of the hunting record, it will be an incredibly easy thing. Even retrieving the original records directly from Nanyuan Academy wouldn't be a big problem. Su's expression shifted slightly. This reward is undeniably tempting. It should be noted that although he had one chance to make demands regarding the rewards he received previously, he had already used that opportunity, and it was now impossible to change them. Moreover, the board member at the time specifically reminded him that if his opportunity was too valuable, he would need to pay extra dragon coins, and the scope of conditions that could be met was also very limited. It's uncertain whether his request to access the records can be met. This is a world of difference compared to the conditions for the top scorer in the entrance exam. He frowned in thought, feeling that the condition was far too harsh. Fang Tianyu seemed to sense Suye's worries, and immediately smiled slightly, adding another sentence. Of course, if you think this condition is too difficult, I have another way. What method? Su also stared intently at Fang Tianyu. Fang Tianyu smiled slightly. That means joining the technology department. With your skills, passing the technical department's interview will be a piece of cake. If you can produce some results in a short period of time, you will have the opportunity to go to Namwon College with us at the exchange meeting a few months later. Su frowned. Does the technology department have the authority to arbitrarily request access to the confidential archives of Nanyuan Academy? Of course not. Access to the classified archives can only be granted after a special application is submitted by someone of extremely high status, Fang Tianyu replied matter-of-factly. Then what kind of method is this? But we can steal it. Fang Tianyu's words almost made Su Ye's eyes pop out. But the former stroked his chin seriously and said, at that time, we will be specially invited personnel, and Nanyuan Academy will definitely not be wary of us. All we need to do is find a dark and stormy night, sneak into the classified archives, unlock the door, and then we can directly steal the original case files. You little rascal, you're even more ruthless than me, Suyi exclaimed inwardly, completely shocked. He rubbed his temples, his face ashen. For him, both methods were extremely difficult. The first method might even be more legitimate than the second. I'll consider the method you suggested. Su sighed and patted Fang Tianyu on the shoulder. Thank you. Having obtained the information he wanted, he had no reason to stay here any longer. Hey, Suyi, are you really not going to consider the second method? Fang Tianyu immediately stood up and called out as he walked
watched Suyi prepare to leave. "If you want to steal the documents, take me with you. I can help you." Suye's lips twitched, but he pretended not to hear and quickened his pace. But Fang Tianyu was still calling out behind him, "You really have to think about it. I don't know how much time passed. You're always welcome to join our technical department." Suyi pushed open the door and left the coffee shop, gently rubbing his temples. The technical department, well, they could be an alternative. The Department of Technology has played a vital role in the development of humankind as a whole. They not only delved into and studied the conditions and effects of using various abilities, they even conducted in-depth research on energy and jade treasures, and created artificial jade treasures. Artificial artifacts like the mirror world and the stress mirror were developed by the technology department of Longsha Academy. If the opportunity arises in the future, he might consider going in and taking a look. But for him right now, there's simply no time to deal with the technology department. Since the only way to get first place is right now, we need to start preparing in advance. Su walked towards the dormitory, pondering his plan. To stand out among more than 40 talented peers, he had to plan ahead and make thorough preparations. The most urgent task at present is to improve our strength as much as possible. As he pondered this, he returned to the entrance of the dormitory villa. I had just entered the front yard when I heard the sound of brakes. Turning my head, I saw an electric scooter parked at the entrance of the villa, with a clean-cut young man dressed in Longsha Academy clothes sitting on it. His gaze lingered on Su Yi, his eyes filled with delight, and he immediately took out two complete and exquisite packages from the box behind the car seat. "You must be Su Yi." He handed the package to Su Yi and then handed him an identity verification machine. "These are two packages sent to you by the school. Please sign for them." "Oh." Su Yi's face immediately lit up with a smile when he saw the package. These two items were delivered to him at the same time. This will further increase his chances of success in the entrance examination. He took out his student card and swiped it randomly on the machine. As the crisp notification sound rang out, the delivery man handed two packages to Su Yi. He put away the machine in his hand and added, "One of these two packages was sent to you by the college's board of directors, and the other is the material you purchased online using your student card. If you encounter any problems, you can use your student card to file a complaint and apply for after-sales service at any time." After saying this, he got back on his electric bike and sped away. Su suppressed his excitement, grabbed two packages, and quickly returned to the villa. Tang Xiaowan did not return. She seemed to be busy preparing various things for tomorrow's assessment. Su quickly returned to his bedroom and opened the package on the left. An exquisitely crafted jade box was found sitting quietly inside the delivery box. After opening the jade box, a sea blue gemstone was placed inside. The gemstone's interior shimmered with light, releasing a dazzling brilliance under the sunlight. The gemstone contains a rich, ever-flowing energy, making it exceptionally valuable. "This is the Starsea meteorite iron." Suyi took the gemstone in his hand with a slight excitement, feeling its cool touch spread throughout his body. "Once you use it, you will be able to unlock the first ability evolution of Survival of the Fittest and upgrade your repairman to C rank." He put the meteorite back into the jade box and opened the package on the right. The package contained a large wooden box. After opening the wooden box, a blood-red lotus flower floated quietly in the water, rising and falling continuously. "As expected of the blood lotus that I bought at a high price of 250,000 dragon coins." Su Ye's eyes sparkled, and a smile spread across his lips. "The student card includes a trading function. With enough dragon coins, you can apply for transactions and buy all sorts of things." On the first night after receiving the reward from the hunt for the void, Su Yi tried trading blood lotus at the exchange. 3 days ago, someone sold him this blood lotus for 250,000 dragon coins. He managed to obtain these two documents just before the entrance exam. "Very good. So which skill should we evolve next?" Su sat down in the chair, stroking his chin as he looked at the two materials in front of him. "The first evolution of the survival of the fittest effect has a 1-week cooldown period after each use. In other words, at least during the entrance examination process, he can only choose one skill to complete the evolution. But there is another piece of good news. Whether you use evolution or prodigy, you can refresh the cooldown of transcendence. Regardless of which skill he evolves into, it's equivalent to gaining an extra ability to save his life. However, in order to prepare for the upcoming assessment, he must be quite careful when making his choice. As expected, the evolution skill will be more useful for the assessment." Su Yi quickly made a decision. He slowly stretched out his hand, reaching towards a piece of material in front of him. The survival of the fittest ability is activated. Special Effect 1, Evolution. Inside a dark and gloomy room, a woman dressed provocatively walked in from outside, frowning and looking at the two people at the table with disdain. "Are you two out of your minds? With so many rooms and meeting rooms in the building, why did you have to choose a dark and damp basement? Don't villains usually choose this kind of atmosphere when they're talking about things?" A man at the table replied with a melancholy air. He had long hair that reached his neck, and his thin bangs covered his right eye. He exuded a cold and weak aura. "As members of the Void Demon Council, we are already major major villains wanted by the country. It's more in line with our status to discuss matters in a place like this. Ha 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 ha. The man opposite the cold-looking man burst into laughter. He was a burly man with massive muscles the size of rocks, and the whole table trembled slightly when he laughed. Be Sting, since the disease has said so, I can only stay here with him and wait for you. Is this funny? The woman called Be Sting looked at the two men with disgust. Ba Ding, your sense of humor is like that of an elementary school student. And you, Bingzai, why are you just like those shut-in otaku who don't go to school? You're so disgusting. The two people who were being scolded by her immediately changed their expressions. Ba Ding looked puzzled and tilted his head. Isn't this funny? The sick and afflicted person next to him simply lifted his legs up and sat on the chair, burying his head in them. I'm sorry, as a human being, I shouldn't be alive. Why are my teammates such idiots? Be Sting covered his face, feeling extremely distressed, and sat helplessly on the table. The dim candlelight flickered, illuminating the faces of the three people. Be Sting was silent for a moment, then suddenly slapped the candle away, slammed his hand on the table, and shouted, Basement it is, basement it is. Can't you at least turn on the lights? A few minutes later, in the brightly lit room, the sick man huddled in a corner, terrified, seemingly unable to bear the bright light. Be Sting ignored him and slammed his hand on the table, getting straight to the point. Just now, Lord Bliss told me the details of this mission. Our main objective for this mission is to retrieve the special material, the boundary stone, that Counselor 15 buried before his death in Haicheng. It's just retrieving a boundary stone. Why make such a fuss and send all three of us together? Ba Ding asked, puzzled, as he placed his feet heavily on the table. Firstly, the seal placed on the boundary stone is about to expire. Once the seal disappears, the void hunters in the city will immediately sense its presence, Be Sting explained calmly. Secondly, it's because, according to reliable sources, the new students of Longsha Academy will soon be going to Haicheng for entrance examinations. Oh, Ba Ding showed an interested expression. You mean the academy of that student who caused the tragic deaths of Nightshade and Counselor number 17, and who was specifically named by Lord Mingzhou to be killed? Why add so many modifiers? Be Sting muttered to himself, then nodded. It's that guy. Counselor number 17 died because of him, and he took the opportunity to join Dragon Summer Academy and gain its protection. But killing him was Lord Mingzhou's order, and even Lord Gile is very interested in that guy. So our secondary objective this time is to take the opportunity to kill that guy or capture him alive and bring him back to the council. I see. Ba Ding nodded. We were very likely to encounter the accompanying teachers, which is why the three of us were sent. But you should also know that there are many powerful teachers at Longsha Academy. It would be difficult for the three of us to deal with all those teachers at the same time. There's no need to worry about that, Be Sting sneered. Our helpers will do their best to lure him to a place where no one can protect him. It's even possible to capture him alive without alerting those void hunters. This mission is a sure thing. There shouldn't be any major problems. Although Counselor number 17 and Nightmare died because of him, his true strength was only at the Stone Realm, and he couldn't cause any big trouble. Then, what should we do with the city guards? In the corner, the sick and afflicted man, who had been hiding his head, suddenly raised his head and asked in a low voice. The defenders are strong enough to protect the entire city. Once they start fighting in the city, it will surely attract the attention of the city's defenders. At that time, given their strength, they might not be able to escape from the city's defenders. Don't worry, Be Sting smiled faintly. We sacrificed a Peak Realm counselor to obtain this boundary stone. During this retrieval of the boundary stone, one of the top 10 counselors will appear to stop the city guard of Haicheng, Tianin, for us. We just need to follow the plan and complete the task. Very well, one last question. Ba Ding looked at Be Sting and slightly raised his chin. Is this helper you mentioned reliable? His abilities are special. No one can detect his identity. There is no one more reliable than him. A confident smile appeared on Be Sting's face. Because he is an elite seed personally cultivated by the 6th Congressman. He will definitely have a place among the top 10 counselors in the future. It was 7:50 a.m. On the brightly lit school square, a group of students stood silently, their expressions serious and somewhat tense. They looked around, seemingly searching for any trace of their teacher. Soon, 3 figures came side by side from afar and arrived at the center of the square in no time. Great, everyone is getting more and more punctual. Lien Shou smiled and looked at everyone, revealing a satisfied expression. Over the next few days, you will be traveling with me to Haicheng to take your entrance exam. As for the specific content of the assessment, I will tell you about it once we arrive at our destination. He gave a brief explanation and then looked to his side. This entrance examination will be fully handled by me and Mr. Songwei, whom you are familiar with. In addition, the school has arranged for a highly capable teacher to accompany you and work with us to score your assessment process. This is probably the first time you've met this teacher, so let him introduce himself first. Lien Shou tilted his head and gestured to the handsome teacher beside him. The teacher smiled slightly, a somewhat frivolous and casual smile spreading across his face, and waved to everyone with a beaming smile. Hello everyone, my name is Yang Yuan, and I am one of the teachers accompanying you this time. It's nice to meet you all. I hope we can get along well during these few days of entrance exams. I hope everyone can. Please take good care of me. Yang Yuan's face was beaming with a smile, but deep in his eyes, there was a calm devoid of any smile. Upon hearing the destination of the entrance examination, Suya's expression froze slightly. This city left a very deep impression on him. His expression quickly calmed down, and he stood quietly in the line, sizing up the new teacher, Yang Yuan, feeling somewhat puzzled. Logically speaking, with Lianshou and Song Wei's combined strength, they should be able to manage the 48 students present. Why would the school waste another person's time and send another teacher? Very good, there's still some time before we set off. Lianshou's voice interrupted Suya's thoughts. I can tell you something in advance. That means that in the subsequent assessments, you will be in a competitive relationship with each other. In other words, you might fight each other. Given that some of you are so capable that the other students may find it difficult to deal with you. Therefore, in this assessment, I allow you to form teams with each other, but the maximum number of people in a team cannot exceed 3. Of course, students who believe in their own abilities can also choose to act on their own. These words immediately caused a stir in the crowd. Many people's eyes lit up, and they quickly looked at the friends they had met in the past few days. Clearly, this rule was specifically set up for Jolie, Shinzei, and the others. If they were to fight one-on-one, they would possess combat strength that is difficult for others to match. However, the team formation conditions provided by Lianshou can greatly bridge the gap between them, giving each of them a chance to compete for first place. Want to team up? Suya's eyes lit up when he heard this condition. For him, his combat power is actually very low due to his ability level. To win against a stronger opponent, one needs not only to employ multiple strategies but also to have a certain element of luck. He wasn't confident that he could defeat his opponent in every battle. Therefore, forming a team might be a good option for him. However, he needs to select the right people for his team. Brother Suyi. Bai Tao's familiar voice came from behind Suyi, and he said with a hint of excitement, shall we team up? No. Suyi turned his head and refused Bai Tao without hesitation. Why? Bai Tao immediately put on a bitter face. You have no fighting ability. If we team up and encounter someone else, you'll definitely just abandon me and run away. Suyi squinted and spoke, mercilessly exposing Bai Tao. How could that be? Bai Tao patted his chest and solemnly assured him, we brothers live and die together. How could I do something like betraying a friend for personal gain? Watch out. Suya's expression suddenly changed drastically, and he looked behind Bai Tao with a look of panic. What? What happened? Bai Tao's voice came from behind Suyi. He hid behind Suyi, only revealing his eyes, cautiously looking ahead. Is this all I can count on? Suyi rolled his eyes as he looked at Bai Tao, who had practically teleported behind him. His gaze swept forward, ignoring Bai Tao's embarrassed expression as he prepared to find a target to team up with. A timid voice came from the side. Why you? Hello. Su turned his head and saw a slightly shy girl standing in front of him. She was fairly pretty, with her hair in pigtails, and she looked reserved, her hands fidgeting awkwardly in front of her. You are. Upon seeing the girl, countless images flashed through Suya's mind, and he quickly recalled her name. Bai Shaoling? But upon recalling the name, Suya's brows furrowed involuntarily, and he looked at the girl with a strange expression. You want to see me? Su Yi. Bai Shaoling seemed to have mustered up her courage and looked up at Su Yi. Can I team up with you? You want to team up with me? Suya's strange expression deepened as he looked Bai Shaoling up and down. Can you tell me why? I think you're very strong. If I team up with you, my score in the entrance exam will definitely not be too low. Bai Shaoling replied earnestly. Then you should know that I only possess D-level abilities, right? Su Yi looked directly into her eyes and continued to ask. I know. Bai Shaoling nodded. But I've also seen your performance in the second test and in class before. You can make D-rank abilities far exceed their level, so I think that if I team up with you, my abilities will definitely be more useful. Compared to your visible fighting strength, I think your intellect is more important. You have quite a good eye. Su chuckled for some reason. Then tell me, what are your abilities? A rank B ability, inverted world. Bai Shaoling didn't hide anything and directly revealed her ability. This is a mental influence type ability. Those affected by my abilities will have their perception of their bodies completely reversed. Up becomes down, left becomes right, front becomes back. She listed the specific effects of her abilities and raised her hand towards Su Yi, saying, the specific effects are roughly like this. Su Yi immediately felt a change in his body. He frowned and tried to take a step forward. Instead of moving forward, he took a step back. Bai Shaoling withdrew her ability, and Su Yi regained his correct perception of his body, his eyes flashing with interest. A very good ability. In actual combat, it can definitely cause great confusion to the enemy. Thank you. Bai Shaoling lowered her head shyly, then glanced at Su Yi. So, can we team up? I will do my best to cooperate with you, and you should use your brain to figure out the best way. Together, we will pass this test. There was a hint of expectation in her eyes. She mustered up a lot of courage to take the initiative to team up with Su Yi this time. Sure. Su Yi smiled and readily agreed to Bai Shaoling's request. I was just wondering who to find as a teammate. Since you took the initiative to invite me, of course I have no reason to refuse. Bai Shaoling
Suyi's face immediately lit up with joy, and she said excitedly, I will definitely work hard.
Then we might need to find another teammate. Su nodded, preparing to look for the next teammate.
Suddenly, a hand reached out from the side and hugged his thigh tightly. Looking down, he saw Bai Tao, who had just been politely refused and was now searching for people to form a team with.
Young brother Su Yi. Brother Yi.
He looked grief-stricken and cried out from the bottom of his heart, please take me in.
None of them wanted to team up with me. If you don't help me, I'll be all alone.
Su Yi was speechless, looking down at Bai Tao, who was shamelessly clinging to his leg. Bai Tao put on a pitiful face and said quite sincerely, although I may not be of much help in a direct battle,
but if our assessment involves stealing things or something, my abilities will definitely come in very handy. Don't worry, I absolutely, positively won't run away at the crucial moment. You have to believe me, little brother Su Yi.
His eyes were wide open, highlighting his sincerity.
Su Yi's lips twitched, and he glanced around.
During these few days of classes, most students have already formed their own social circles. Within minutes, those willing to team up had already divided into their respective factions. It could be a team of 2 people from the same dormitory, or a team of several people who are usually close friends. Another large number of people work alone and are unwilling to team up with others. Even Tang Xiaowan found 2 girls to form a team with. Bai Tao had been asking around for a long time, but no one was willing to accept him, so he had no choice but to seek out Su Yi. However, judging from the current situation, even if Su wanted to find another reliable teammate, he probably wouldn't have the chance. Looking down at the pitiful Bai Tao, he had a slight thought and finally nodded. Teaming up with you isn't out of the question.
He stroked his chin thoughtfully, but Bai Tao jumped up with excitement, his face beaming. Really? But you have to agree to one condition.
Su Yi revealed a strange smile, staring straight at Bai Tao.
What conditions? Bai Tao's instincts told him that he sensed danger and he involuntarily took a half step back.
That means during the assessment, you must obey my order once, Su replied with a smile.
Even if the order is unreasonable, you must do your best to complete it.
Bai Tao's expression changed slightly, and his eyes darted around, as if he was very hesitant.
These conditions made him feel extremely insecure. What if Su asks him to do something strange? Wouldn't that be very dangerous?
Don't worry, as long as you promise me, I can guarantee that your ranking in the assessment will be at least in the middle or above.
Although he wasn't absolutely certain of winning first place, Su was quite confident that he could achieve a mid-range ranking.
Okay. After a long internal struggle, Bai Tao finally made up his mind and said through gritted teeth with great difficulty, I promise you.
Great.
Su Yi smiled, grabbed Bai Tao and pulled him close, then looked at Bai Shaoling beside him. Then the 3 of us are now a team.
Please give me your guidance. Ha ha.
Bai Tao's lips twitched, but he couldn't laugh at all. Please give me your guidance. Bai Shaoling covered her mouth and chuckled, seemingly finding the 2 of them quite amusing, and her nervousness lessened somewhat. The sound of a car engine came from afar, and a bus was seen driving towards them. Lian Shou immediately clapped his hands and announced loudly, I think everyone should have already formed their teams.
We're ready to go.
The bus stopped in front of the group, and a driver wearing sunglasses and a suit sat in the driver's seat and opened the door for everyone. The students boarded the bus with their luggage and backpacks and took their seats. Su Yi and Bai Tao sat in the back seats, and they seemed to relax a little. Longxia Academy is located closer to Haicheng. It takes about 3 to 4 hours to drive there.
Barring any unforeseen circumstances, I should be able to get a good rest in the car. No, this seems to be a flag. We can't just insert it randomly.
Su shook his head, lay down against the window, and silently thought to himself, with 3 teachers accompanying me, there shouldn't be any problems. He nodded vigorously, but his gaze naturally drifted to the driver's position in front of him. These drivers are all awakened ones hired by the school, Bai Tao said suddenly, seemingly noticing Su Ye's gaze. They have little combat capability and little academic ability to enter the technical or intelligence departments, so their usual job is to handle the aftermath of battle for the Void Hunters, collect the corpses of Void Beasts, or, like now, act as drivers to serve the Void Hunters. Most of the admissions officers from other colleges are also this type of awakened individuals. They are also known as supporters. Su nodded, indicating that he also had some understanding of this. Although there are many awakened beings in the Dragon Kingdom, the vast majority of them are in a state where they can only sense the existence of energy. The idea of manipulating energy or enhancing one's abilities to maximize their effectiveness is extremely difficult for these people to comprehend. They were like people who could only do elementary school arithmetic, while the Void Hunters were like mathematical geniuses who had mastered advanced mathematics and were even preparing to develop entirely new theorems. Even if you try to explain the principles and methods of energy operation to these ordinary awakened individuals, they simply cannot understand it. In a sense, this can be considered a talent. Therefore, given the relatively small number of overall Void Hunters, the existence of these support characters is essential. After all, every Void Hunter is busy with various battles and has no time to deal with non-combat matters. Once everyone was seated, the bus quickly started moving and headed towards Haicheng. Through the window, Su Yi watched as the various buildings of Longxia Academy receded into into the distance. The entire Longsha Academy was enormous. It took nearly 30 minutes just to drive away from the academy from the plaza. Due to the remote location of Longsha Academy, the area outside the academy is desolate and sparsely populated, far from the city. There is only one specially repaired road that connects the outside of the college to the main highway. I don't know if it was because the bus was too smooth and comfortable, or because most people were so nervous last night that they couldn't sleep. Not long after getting on the bus, snoring could be heard. The snoring seemed contagious, spreading rapidly throughout the entire car. In an instant, the students all tilted their heads and fell down, snoring all around them. Su also yawned, feeling a little sleepy. His eyelids were drooping, and he kept nodding in a daze. Bai Tao, standing beside him, remained alert, his gaze constantly scanning the surroundings, as if he were always on high alert. The faint hum of an engine reached his ears, and through his hazy vision, Su seemed to see a beam of light growing larger through the window. The light grew bigger and bigger, bigger and bigger, bigger. Suya's drowsiness vanished instantly, and he stared wide-eyed out the window. Wait, what's that? At the same time, Bai Tao, who was sitting next to him, had already changed his expression drastically and jumped off the chair with a whoosh. Enemy attack. He let out a loud howl, like an alarm, which startled many drowsy students awake. The next moment, the beam of light that had been rushing towards them struck the bus like a meteor. The deafening explosion echoed throughout the heavens and earth. Countless pebbles sped past the sides of the bus. Several panes of glass shattered, eliciting gasps and screams. The bus braked suddenly, jolting the students inside so badly they stumbled and fell over. Even before the explosion occurred, Su quickly raised his feet to brace against the back of the chair in front of him and gripped the back of his chair tightly with both hands. The powerful impact was neutralized by his posture, preventing him from falling to the ground like the others. We've been attacked by something. No, it's less of an attack and more of an ambush. Who is the other side? Su also calmed down from the impact and looked ahead, but what they saw directly in front of the bus was a sheer rock wall rising from the ground. The flying stones were the result of the stone wall cracking after being impacted. Song Wei activated his abilities immediately upon being attacked, protecting the students inside the bus. Everyone, get off the bus immediately. Lian Shou's voice came from ahead, full of vigor. Immediately afterwards, the front and rear doors of the bus were opened. The students looked flustered and scrambled to their feet, ignoring their scattered luggage, and jumped off the bus. Suyi quickly left the bus, and before he could even stand still, he heard a deafening roar. The rock walls surrounding the bus were shattered by a tremendous force, and a huge claw reached in from the outside, followed by a pair of eyes filled with murderous intent. It's a void beast. I recognize it. It's a Bung Hu. The 3-meter-tall, tiger-like phantom beast smashed the rock wall in front of it and began to bare its teeth at the people in front of it. It leaped into the rock wall with all its might, roared, and a terrifying sound wave spread out, shattering all the rock walls on all sides. The students covered their ears, feeling as if they were about to be deafened by the sound wave. Just then, a figure suddenly appeared in front of everyone, a light blue barrier spreading out from his body. Protected by this barrier, everyone's suffering was somewhat alleviated. Su, enduring his headache, looked ahead and saw that the person protecting them was none other than their ever-smiling new teacher, Yang Yuan. The aura of the peak realm emanated from Bung Hu's body, revealing its gleaming white fangs, as it prepared to attack the group in front of it. It swung its powerful right claw and slammed it down, but a figure appeared beneath its paw as if teleporting, blocking the claw with a punch. Song Wei remained expressionless, his eyes flashing with extreme killing intent. He stared intently at Bung Hu and said, word by word, you mere little beast, how dare you attack students of my Dragon Summer Academy? You're courting death. He gripped the tiger's claws tightly, unleashing a burst of energy that sent the tiger's massive body flying. Immediately afterwards, his eyes turned cold, and he left an afterimage in place as he quickly caught up with the flying tiger, raised his right foot and smashed it down from above. Bung Hu was kicked into the ground, creating a deep crater in an instant, and his body sank into the ground. Seeing that Song Wei had knocked away the illusory beast that was attacking them, Yang Yuan also lowered his hands and removed the barrier. At the same time, Lian Shou's figure suddenly appeared beside him. This crumbling tiger was thrown out from within the hidden void sphere, and there are other enemies nearby. You protect these students, I'll go investigate. He spoke rapidly, but his expression was so solemn it seemed as if he were about to burst into tears. This was an ambush. The enemy already knew when they would appear and released a peak-level void beast to attack. I'd like to see who dares to lay a hand on my student. As soon as he finished speaking, he left a blur behind him and used Flying Shadow to head towards the source of the attack. Behind Yang Yuan, some students were still completely bewildered and had no idea what was going on. Why were they suddenly attacked by the virtual beasts while they were riding in the car? The killing intent emanating from that tiger sent chills down their spines. If it weren't for the presence of several peak-level instructors on the vehicle who protected them in time, they would probably have been torn to pieces by that raging tiger. Before they could think further, the roar of the Bengo came from afar once again. You beast! Song Wei's roar came from afar, but it couldn't stop Bung Hu from unleashing his power. After that roar, a black pillar of light shot into the sky, becoming almost almost the most dazzling presence in this world. From within the pillar of light, nearly 100 black ghostly figures emerged and charged directly towards the group from afar. Rank A ability, accomplice to a scoundrel. Upon seeing the countless ghostly figures, some students' expressions changed slightly as they recognized the name of the ability and shouted out its effects. It can enslave the creatures it kills with its abilities and transform them into ghouls to fight for it. That crumbling tiger is a peak realm being, and each of the vengeful spirits it released possesses at least the power of the stone realm. Among the countless ghostly figures, a crimson vengeful ghost stood out the most. That was clearly a mountain demon, radiating a surging killing intent, and it pounced directly at the group from mid-air. On the distant plains, fluctuations of colliding energy rose and fell. However, Song Wei was engaged in a fierce battle with the Bengu. The physical bodies of the void beasts are incredibly powerful, possessing immense destructive force even without using their abilities. In the short term, Song Wei was unable to withdraw and defend, so he could only focus all his attention on what was in front of him, wanting to kill the tiger as soon as possible. There are so many cougars, this is really a headache. Teacher Yang Yuan, who was guarding in front of everyone, looked up at the dozens of cougars, still with a smile on his face, showing no sense of crisis. He tilted his head slightly, looked at the group of students behind him, and said with a smile, "That mountain demon, your teacher will hold it off for you. As for the rest of these little devils, I'll trouble you students to hold them off for a bit. I'll come back to help you as soon as I've destroyed that evil spirit. Everyone, please remember that protecting yourselves should be your top priority." After saying this, he suddenly rose up from the ground, his body wrapped in blue light, and took the crimson ghost away to a distance. "Teacher, you actually abandoned us and ran away?" Suyi stared at Yang Yuan, who was heading away with the ghost, his face full of disbelief. But he didn't have time to think too much at the moment, and instead looked ahead with utmost solemnity and caution. Amidst a piercing ghostly howl, nearly 100 demons finally swooped down from the sky and charged towards the students. In an instant, screams and shouts rose and fell. The students had never seen such a scene before, and they were all somewhat flustered. But at that moment, a burly figure, filled with excitement, burst out from the crowd and smashed the leading ghost into pieces with a single punch. He grinned maliciously as he looked ahead, his eyes filled with fighting spirit. "What's this? Warm-up training before the assessment?" Zhou Li's domineering actions dispelled the panic of many students. Soon, some people calmed down. They are all chosen ones, and the ghosts in front of them are all at the stone realm. What is there to be afraid of? Several ghouls howled as they lunged at the crowd. A gust of wind, like a tornado, swept in from the side, instantly scattering the several ghouls. Shinzei pushed up his glasses, his voice carrying with it across the wind, "Don't panic, everyone. Let's fight these evil spirits together, according to our respective teams. Remember, protecting yourself must always be your top priority." His voice was warm and powerful, immediately dispelling the tension in everyone's hearts. "Yeah, they're just some stone realm demons, the same level as us, what's there to be afraid of?" Soon, everyone stood shoulder to shoulder with their teammates, assumed a fighting stance, and stared directly at the ghostly figures filling the sky. Those lone wolves who weren't in teams were also shaking their heads and surging with energy. Ghostly howls echoed through the sky, and the main force of the Changue finally pounced on them. Nearly 100 Changue instantly broke up the crowd's formation and kept weaving through the people. In an instant, energy flashed, and the students unleashed their abilities to fight against the demons. "Hey, Suyi!" Bai Tao's head suddenly popped out of the ground, looking around furtively. "Can we handle these ghouls?" "Us?" Su chuckled, pulling a steel pipe from who knows where and forcefully hurling it at a nearby ghoul. These ghostly creatures appear elusive and without physical form, but once energy is infused into their attacks, they can actually strike the target's body. Unfortunately, Suyi's attack power was not strong. This attack only knocked the ghost to the ground, and the latter quickly got up and pounced on Suyi again. "Why do I feel like I'm the only one dealing with these evil spirits?" Su also held the steel pipe in front of him and took a blow from the demon's claw, but he didn't hold back in mocking Bai Tao. Just then, the ghost that lunged at Suyi was suddenly grabbed by a pair of hands and dragged into the ground. "Don't say that. I was just observing the situation, that's why I didn't run away." Bai Tao forcefully shoved the Changue's head into the ground, and the latter immediately began to frantically wave its claws and legs like a drowning person. After pressing for a few seconds, the energy on the ghost surged, and then its entire body dissipated like an exploding black mist. "We're a team now. I would never betray my friends for personal gain." Having successfully dispersed the evil spirits, Bai Tao put on a righteous and indignant expression, patting his chest as he made a promise. A cold wind swept in, and another ghost silently approached Bai Tao, grabbing at him forcefully. But Bai Tao seemed to have eyes in the back of his head. Before the attack could even touch him, he vanished from the spot. The ghost missed its target and a look of surprise appeared in its eyes. Before it could regain its balance, a steel pipe swung from the front, slamming it to the ground. Immediately afterwards, a hand reached out from underground, grabbed the ghost's head, and pulled it into the ground. The solid ground seemed to turn into a pool of water, allowing the demon's head to pass through easily, but his waving hands and feet slammed into the hard soil, unable to free his head from the earth. A few seconds later, later, its struggling body exploded into a cloud of black mist and dissipated on the spot. Bai Tao poked his head out again. See that? Our teamwork was flawless. Suye's lips twitched, and he was about to say something when he saw Bai Tao's expression change drastically, and he exclaimed, "Watch out behind you." A cold wind swept over him, and Suye immediately felt goosebumps rise up his back, a sense of crisis washing over him. A demon lurking in the shadows suddenly attacked him. Oh no, there's no time to dodge at this distance. Su's expression changed slightly. At this distance, even if he activated boiling blood, he wouldn't have time to dodge the attack. Bai Tao, who was in front of him, couldn't help him at all. In desperation, he could only cover his back with all his energy, preparing to take the attack of the demon. However, the expected pain did not occur the next moment. The ghost that ambushed Suye tripped and fell to the ground beside him as if it had lost its balance and was falling from the sky. Suye reacted swiftly, stepping forward and inserting the steel pipe into the head of the demon, completely shattering it. Turning his head, he raised an eyebrow slightly. "Thank you for your help." Bai Shaoling lowered her hands from her chest and nodded somewhat shyly. "We're a team, so we should help each other." The three were positioned in a line near the corner of the crowd. "After dealing with those few evil spirits, we were temporarily safe." Su also took the opportunity to look at the crowd. Ghostly figures darted through the sky and launched attacks. However, the students had already calmed down and were using their abilities to fight the evil spirits. Everyone is from the stone realm and cooperates with each other in small teams. In a short time, only a few people suffered minor injuries, and the situation was barely stabilized. Tang Xiaowan teamed up with two girls and encountered no danger. Instead, they successfully scattered several of the evil spirits. However, these ghouls vary in strength. Some are quite weak and can be easily dispersed with a simple attack. However, some of the cougars were quite powerful, and with just a few dives, they put tremendous pressure on several squads. Even among these ghouls, there is a three-headed rock spirit. Suye's pupils twitched slightly, and he immediately saw two rock realm ghouls locked in fierce combat with Zhou in the far distance. At this moment, Zhou was like a war god. With the swing of his fists, he suppressed the two rock realm ghosts and made them retreat step by step. His strength and speed were even greater than when he attacked Lianshou from both sides, as if he had received some kind of boost. Is this the effect of his ability? The thought flashed through Suye's mind, and he turned his gaze to the other side. The third demon from the rock realm is desperately chasing after a boy. The boy was alone, with bangs that reached past his eyebrows and hair casually falling over his shoulders. He was not tall, and his face was expressionless as he casually dodged the attacks of the Changue. His eyes were vacant, his attention seemingly not on the battle in front of him at all, and his dodging steps seemed to be entirely instinctive, exuding an aura of indifference from his entire body. But from beginning to end, he seemed to have no intention of making a move. He just kept dodging the attacks. And Lan, who possesses SS level abilities, Su also recognized the boy's name, and his expression turned slightly serious. As an extremely rare SS level ability user, all the new students knew this super genius. However, the latter has an extremely aloof personality. Even if you try to talk to him, he will completely ignore you. Among all the freshmen, his personality is one of the most eccentric. He has never activated his ability, so no one knows what his SS level ability is. Suddenly, a scream rang out from the side. Su also looked in the direction of the sound. A slightly larger ghoul was seen slapping at a girl. Next to the girl, two boys were sent flying far away, seemingly knocked away by the demon. The girl, her face filled with terror, collapsed to the ground, screaming in utter despair. Although this ghost has not reached the rock realm, it is still stronger than most stone realm beings. Its eyes flashed with bloodthirsty killing intent, and a terrifying attack descended rapidly. A stream of air, formed from the raging wind, seemed to transform into a shockwave that rushed from afar and instantly struck the vengeful spirit. The ghost screamed in agony as half of its body was instantly shattered, and it rolled to the ground. Far away, Shinzei silently lowered his right index finger, his eyes behind his glasses filled with calm. "If you are able, please try your best to help the other students." Even in this climate of fear and insecurity, he still had the energy to care about others. The demon rolled to its feet, baring its teeth and preparing to attack again. Just then, the two boys he had previously knocked away finally rushed over and unleashed their abilities on the cougar. The ghost screamed in agony as its body exploded and was annihilated on the spot. With the crisis temporarily averted, everyone became even more cautious. Shinzei sat among the crowd, occasionally helping classmates in danger. He was subtly surrounded by the crowd, as if he had become a commander. This guy has the air of a leader. Sui stroked his chin, observing everyone's actions. In just over 10 seconds, he made a detailed assessment of the formidable opponents in the arena. As expected, Shinzei and Jolie are the most difficult opponents to deal with in this assessment. Although Enlan has SS level abilities, he doesn't seem to like fighting and doesn't pose any threat at all. Under such tense circumstances, he even began to analyze how to handle the upcoming assessment. The number of ghouls in the arena was decreasing, and as the students calmed down, their teamwork became more and more seamless. Although there are many Changue, they are not very intelligent, while the students are all quite capable. Within just a few minutes, the situation had been completely stabilized. Suyi then struck the unbalanced ghost with a steel rod, smashing its head open. He looked ahead. Yang Yuan and the mountain demons had vanished without a trace, and Lian Shou had also gone far away to investigate the origins of the ambush attackers. The Benghu, who had released the Changue, was still fighting Songwei in the distance. All they need to do now is completely eliminate these evil spirits and wait for their teachers to return in triumph.
If things continue like this, there shouldn't be any unexpected incidents,
Su also muttered to himself unconsciously. Before he could finish speaking, a loud roar came from ahead. Jolie leaped down from the air, grabbing the heads of 2 rock realm fiends in each hand and slamming them into the ground. He fought 2 opponents alone and still managed to gain a decisive advantage. However, his upper body was also covered in wounds, but he seemed to feel no pain and grinned maliciously without caring about it.
Using this as a warm-up is just right.
This domineering scene immediately sent shivers down the spines of all the students. Seemingly seeing its comrades seriously injured, the rock realm ghost that had been chasing Inlan immediately stopped its attack, turned around, and let out a shriek.
What, are you next?
Jolie gripped the 2 demons in his palm tightly, suppressing their struggles.
Don't rush, after I deal with those 2, it will be your turn soon.
Before he finished speaking, he looked down with some surprise, but then he saw the 2 vengeful spirits he had pinned to the ground transform into black energy, which drifted out of his palm like fine sand. It wasn't that he scattered it, but rather that it dissipated on its own initiative. The distant ghosts howled repeatedly, their bodies soaring high into the air. In an instant, not only the 2 rockbound ghosts, but also the other ghosts that were still fighting with the students, all turned into black energy and dissipated. These energies seemed to transform into countless rivers in the air, continuously surging towards the body of the rock-headed demon in the sky. In just a few seconds, only this one ghoul remained on the field, but his body grew larger and larger after absorbing the energy of the remaining cougars. Soon, it fell to the ground from the sky, as if it had a materialized body. Its nearly 2-meter-tall humanoid body emitted energy fluctuations far exceeding those of the rock realm. Although the fluctuations had not yet reached the mountain realm, the oppressive aura emanating from them had already caused everyone's expressions to change drastically.
It actually has this move.
Qin Zhe, standing in the middle of the crowd, became extremely solemn.
This is terrible.
After absorbing all the energy of the Changue, it has become too strong.
How dare you absorb my prey?
Jolie stood up, seemingly unaware of fear, and glanced disdainfully at the cougar that was almost as tall as him. He turned his neck, a sinister smile spreading across his face. Looks like you're looking to become my new punching bag. His right fist shot through the air, carrying terrifying kinetic energy. Blood-red energy enveloped his right arm, unstoppable.
But the ghost only glanced at him indifferently and thrust out his right palm horizontally.
Jolie immediately felt as if his attack had been swallowed up, as if he had hit a ball of cotton. Immediately afterwards, his fist was grabbed forcefully by the ghost and flung away into the distance. Jolie was flung away by this strange force, his whole body flying uncontrollably into the distance. He couldn't dissipate the force for a short time, and could only click his tongue in displeasure as his body flew away. But the ghost did not chase after Jolie. Instead, it kept its eyes on the group of students in front of it, and then it took a step and rushed over quickly.
Stop him. Qin Zhe's expression changed drastically, and he shouted loudly.
He then unleashed 2 gusts of wind with both hands, attempting to block the attack of the vengeful spirit. From all other directions, the students also unleashed their abilities, launching a massive attack on the ghouls. However, bursts of black energy erupted from the ghost's body, directly shattering all the attacks that were trying to stop him.
Watch me.
Han Hao slammed his hands on the ground and roared. In an instant, the ground in front of the ghost collapsed and turned into sand and gravel. But suddenly, the legs of the demon turned into a blur and floated into the air.
Han Hao was dumbfounded.
Only then did he realize that the thing in front of him could be considered a ghost, and its body was also constructed of energy. Even without touching the ground, you can freely travel through the air.
The ghost quickly rushed into the crowd, startling everyone into scattering and fleeing.
But its purpose was very clear. It didn't attack anyone around it at all, but went straight to the edge of the crowd. Suye's pupils contracted as he looked incredulously at the approaching ghostly figure ahead.
Why do I feel like this guy? Was it aimed at me?
No, this is aimed at me. Suye's pupils contracted slightly, and he had almost confirmed the direction in which the vengeful spirit was attacking. Without the slightest hesitation, he jumped up and ran to the side. The ghost's terrifying speed caused a cold wind to blow around it. Bai Tao and Bai Shaoling, who were originally standing next to Su Yi, were suddenly blown away by the 2 gusts of cold wind.
Hey, you must be joking.
A chilling wind blew from behind as the ghostly creature moved with incredible speed, desperately chasing after Su Yi. Su gritted his teeth and ran as fast as he could, his mind racing as he tried to find a way to break the deadlock. At this moment, the crowd on both sides of him had been blown over by the cold wind, and they had all fallen to the ground. A jet-black energy shockwave flew past his side, blasting the ground apart and sending debris flying. Suya's heart skipped a beat, his sense of crisis surged, and he quickly leaped up. Just as he jumped up, the enormous figure of the Changue pounced and passed right under his feet. If he had reacted even a fraction slower, he probably would have already been pulled into the arms of this vengeful spirit. Su was in midair, his body was out of balance, and he had nowhere to put his weight on. After missing its target, the ghost immediately turned around at lightning speed and reached out to grab Suyi in midair. Its speed is so great that it is impossible to avoid. Suya's pupils contracted as he watched the ghostly figure rapidly approaching him, but his gaze instantly became extremely calm. In this situation, no one can help him. He had no choice but to save himself. Let's give it a try, my newly evolved ability. A surging mist of blood exploded from Suya's body. A bloody trail flashed through the air, and the ghost's grab came up empty air. Suyi, who was originally in the air, suddenly disappeared from the spot. On the ground, Suyi put his feet on the ground and slid backward with the help of inertia, leaving 2 long marks on the ground. The ghost was not angry after it missed its target. Its whole body turned into a ghostly shadow and did not land. It just circled in the air and attacked Suyi again. This time, however, Suyi did not choose to dodge. The blood mist that exploded on his body quickly gathered and converged on his right arm, and he threw a punch forward. Suya's entire right arm seemed to be equipped with a jet engine, spraying out a cloud of blood mist from behind his shoulder in a cone-shaped pattern. With the help of this recoil, he actually managed to force the ghost back a step. Suya's eyes flashed with surprise. The newly evolved boiling blood had indeed become much stronger. The blood mist emanating from his body seemed to have a restraining effect on the Changue, preventing it from absorbing his energy as it had when dealing with Jolie. A day earlier, he weighed the pros and cons and ultimately chose to evolve the blood boiling ability first. After successfully evolving, boiling blood is now a sea-level ability. With his stone realm cultivation level, he can now increase his entire body's abilities by 2.5 times. It has also led to entirely new features and ways of using it. This is the punch that Suyi just threw. Now, he can gather all the blood mist that originally covered his entire body onto his arm in exchange for a burst of attack. Although the principle is similar to that of the SS rank boiling blood's blood surface, the power is far different. Suya's expression changed slightly, and he was also pulled back 3 steps by the recoil. The right arm, which had just been used in the attack, was now throbbing with pain and trembling slightly. Given his current physical condition, forcibly gathering energy to launch an attack would indeed place too much strain on him. Let's just call this move Blood Rush. The thought flashed through Suya's mind, and he immediately gave his move a name. But his attention was quickly drawn back once again, and he looked ahead with a serious expression. The ghost that was driven back by the blood rush had its entire right arm shattered by Suyi. But with the surge of energy within its body, it quickly used the energy within to regenerate a brand new arm. It is a pure energy body created by its own abilities, so physical defects have no effect on it at all. The demon let out a furious roar, its eyes flashing red, and once again pounced on Suyi like a hungry tiger. Suya's expression was so serious it looked like it was about to drip water. He took advantage of the brief opening to retreat, but he was starting to get anxious. All of this happened too quickly. Even if others noticed his situation, there was no time to come to his aid. His repair skills could only cause physical damage with the repaired objects, and had no effect whatsoever on the ghoul in front of him. The powerful blow that boiling blood had brought could only force him to take a step back. For a moment, he felt rather powerless. Should I use Ancient Nightfall or Mortal Transformation here? Suya's gaze sharpened as he hesitated, wondering whether he should reveal his trump card in front of everyone. While he was pondering, the ghost had already rushed in front of him again at an extremely fast speed. There's no other way, this is the only option. Su also reached into his robes, no longer hesitating, and prepared to take out Gu Xiao and smash the ghost to pieces. But at that moment, his movements suddenly stopped. A pale blue light screen suddenly rose up in front of Suyi. The attack from the vengeful ghost struck the light barrier and was immediately blocked. Suyi staggered to the ground, looking ahead with surprise, his tightly furrowed brows relaxing. I barely made it. A flippant and casual voice rang out from the air. Yang Yuan, who had disappeared with the Mountain Realm demon, has returned here at some unknown time. With his hands in his pockets and a smiling expression still on his face, he lightly touched the ground with his toes and landed behind the light screen. The humanoid ghost roared and howled, threatening Yang Yuan, who had suddenly appeared before it. I'm the teacher accompanying my student during this assessment. How can I let you hurt my student? Yang Yuan spoke with a smile, his tone extremely relaxed. The next second, he took a step and swiftly arrived in front of the ghost. The ghost looked terrified, completely oblivious to how the man had appeared before it. He let out a low growl and threw a punch. But Yang Yuan calmly raised a finger and lightly touched the tip of the ghost's fist, stopping the punch in place. In order to fulfill my duty, you should just disappear. The ghost's expression froze at that moment. Immediately afterwards, its enormous body exploded into a cloud of black smoke and dissipated into the air. At the same time, several people who rushed over to deal with the demon stopped in their tracks, looking at the teacher with surprise and amazed by his methods. Alright, students. Yang Yuan turned around and clapped his hands with a smile. Thanks to your efforts, the crisis has been resolved. Next, let's
let's wait for the other two teachers to return. A deafening roar came from afar.
But then a towering mountain peak rose abruptly from the ground in the distance. The mountain peak resembled a sharp sword, narrow at the top and wide at the bottom, rising hundreds of meters before suddenly disappearing. The beast's roar abruptly ceased.
Yang Yuan glanced into the distance and smiled, saying, "It seems the battle is over."
Almost everyone stared in shock into the distance. Even though they were far apart, the towering mountain that had just emerged from the ground still gave them a great shock. For most people, this was the first time they had ever witnessed a battle between peak-level experts.
Many people plopped down on the ground, looking relieved, and finally relaxed. The attack on the demons had greatly depleted their energy.
Although only a very small number of people suffered minor injuries,
but this was the first time they had ever experienced a battle like this. Many people had a lot of thoughts.
The battles that the Void Hunters face every day are 100 or 1,000 times more dangerous than those they experience. In an instant, their understanding of the Void Hunters became clearer, and the sense of superiority and excitement they had felt from enrolling in the school vanished completely. Compared to these vague and illusory things, improving one's own strength as soon as possible is the real key.
Tisk, has that bastard been eliminated?
At the same time, Jolie, who had been sent flying far away earlier, walked back from afar with a displeased expression. The scars on his body from the battle had faded to almost invisible. Such terrifying physical recovery ability makes many people feel quite ashamed. He was somewhat annoyed that his prey had been killed, so he sat down on the ground and silently began to recover his strength.
Suyi, thank goodness you're alright. I was really scared just now.
Bai Tao suddenly appeared out of nowhere, looking at Suyi with a worried expression. He was immediately swept away by the whirlwind surrounding the ghost. By the time I regained my balance, it was too late to do anything. Sorry, I was also blown away just now. The distance was too far, and my ability couldn't affect that guy at all.
Bai Shaoling walked over apologetically.
However, her eyes were full of surprise, and she looked at Suyi with a hint of curiosity. The ability you just used was the D-rank ability Boiling Blood, right? Why do I always feel that the power of the boiling blood in your hands is much stronger than what is recorded in the textbooks?
The power of that punch earlier was unlike anything that a D-level ability could unleash.
Maybe it's because I'm better at developing my abilities. Su casually brushed it off, without offering any further explanation. If people find out that he can improve his ability level,
he will definitely be pulled into the technical department for a thorough study. If the Void Demons find out about this,
the other party will definitely use countless means to try to kill him.
To save his life, he absolutely could not reveal his other SSS level talent, Survival of the Fittest.
Fortunately, each ability can be developed. Furthermore, abilities can be developed in completely different directions depending on the person using them. Therefore, his explanation was quickly accepted by Bai Shaoling and Bai Tao.
Just as everyone was chatting about their experiences in the battle and recovering their strength,
suddenly, a shadow fell over the ground beneath their feet. Immediately afterward, amidst gasps of alarm, a massive body plummeted from the sky and crashed to the ground. A cloud of dust billowed into the sky, and only then did everyone realize with shock that it was the corpse of the Peak Realm Void Beast, the collapsed tiger. The beast looked utterly wretched, with a gaping hole in its chest and countless wounds all over its body, clearly having suffered an extremely horrific attack. A pale blue light shot out rapidly from above Chi's head and instantly disappeared into the ninely pot in Suya's arms. His expression shifted slightly. This soul light, visible only to him, seemed to possess the ability to absorb the souls of all the dead beasts around it. The souls of these illusory beasts can also be placed into the spirit-absorbing artifact by Elder Hu, ready to extract their energy at any time.
Song Wei fell from the sky and landed on the ground.
His body was clean and tidy, with no injuries. Although this tiger was also at the peak level, apart from its thick skin and tough flesh, it posed no threat to Song Wei. Its ability to affect students in the distance completely deprived him of the ability to contend with Song Wei, leaving him only able to take the beating unilaterally.
Who on earth dares to send a void beast to attack us? Song Wei's expression was solemn, utterly bewildered by this sudden ambush.
A figure suddenly appeared. It was Lian Shou, who had been tracking the origin of the void beast. Upon his arrival, he immediately looked at the students resting on the ground and frowned.
Teacher Yang Yuan, why were some people injured? Weren't you supposed to stay behind to protect them?
Yang Yuan shrugged helplessly. The tiger's ability is accomplice to a tiger, and it used its ability to attack the students. There was a mountain demon among them, which I stopped and killed, but I couldn't look after the children all by myself. As you know, I'm only at the mountain realm level, and it was already very difficult for me to stop that other mountain realm demon. His explanation sounded reasonable, and Lian Shou frowned but did not pursue the matter further. The injured were only slightly wounded and are not seriously injured. He hadn't expected that Bong Hu would use his abilities to attack the students. On second thought, this level of combat might also be a valuable experience for these children.
Teacher Lian Shou, have you discovered anything? Song Wei looked at Lian Shou with a solemn expression. Lian Shou's expression turned solemn as he pulled out a ball broken in two from his pocket. This is the Void Concealment Ball ball, which can store void beasts.
It is a unique treasure of the void demons. Just now I followed the direction from which the hidden void sphere came, and I saw some traces on the mountain over there. That's right, there were footprints and residual energy fluctuations there.
Lien Shou frowned.
It's just a pity that when I got there, the people who were originally on that mountain had already left in some special way. I searched for a long time, but I couldn't find any trace of them.
Could it be that we've been ambushed by the void demons? Songwei's expression became somewhat unnatural, and a sense of crisis flashed in his eyes.
No, what I can confirm is that the person who released this void sphere is not a void demon.
Lien Shou shook his head. If my deduction is correct, they might be members of the Void Demon Council.
However, what I care about most right now is not their identities. His expression gradually turned cold, and a hint of murderous intent filled his eyes. The place we're going to for this entrance exam is Haicheng, and this is the only road that leads to our destination. But only the principal and those present here know the destination of the assessment. But the enemy was able to ambush us here with pinpoint accuracy and unleash the crushing tiger attack to launch a surprise attack. Wait, does teacher Lien Shou mean?
Songwei's expression changed rapidly, vaguely sensing what Lien Shou was concerned about.
Why was the Void Demon Council able to know our route in advance and set up an ambush? Lien Shou, his eyes blazing with murderous intent, quickly scanned the surroundings.
This means that among us, there might be an inside agent within the Void Demon Council. There's an inside man. Songwei's expression immediately darkened. He glanced around and lowered his voice. If that's really the case, who's the mole? Could it be that some students have joined the Void Demon Council?
The three people were some distance from the crowd, and their discussion was not heard by the students. They couldn't possibly say such a thing, otherwise it would only add to the panic.
I don't know. Lien Shou shook his head. I don't want to doubt any of the students here.
The college assesses their qualifications before they enroll. If anyone is suspected of having connections with the Void Demon Council or whose background and identity are unclear, they will not be given Dragon Jade.
Who else could be the inside man? Songwei frowned.
Besides the students, the only people who know about this are the principal and a few of us.
Do you mean?
What is that? As if he had thought of something, he suddenly turned his gaze to Yang Yuan, who was smiling to the side.
Don't look at me like that. Do you think I'm an inside man for the Void Demon Council? That's really hurtful. Yang Yuan's expression didn't change at all.
He just shrugged and replied very easily. Professor Yang Yuan, it's been a long time since you joined the board of directors a few years ago and haven't taught at the academy.
Songwei looked directly at Yang Yuan and said, word by word,
this morning, the principal suddenly asked you to accompany us for this entrance exam, which makes it hard not to think about it. And your act of abandoning the students and leaving on your own just now also made me feel very uncomfortable. If I'm an inside man, then the principal who agreed to let me come here is also an accomplice, Yang Yuan replied with a smile. Besides, as I already said, I was forced to leave just now in order to intercept that mountain demon.
In the end, didn't I even step in to save that student named Sui?
Songwei frowned, feeling somewhat displeased with his frivolous attitude. Just as they were about to speak, Lien Shou suddenly reached out and interrupted them. Alright, this is just my guess.
Making unfounded accusations without evidence will only breed distrust between us. The inside man is just my guess.
Perhaps the Void Demon Council used some other method to find out our direction in advance. What we need to do now is not to be suspicious of each other, but to prepare and take precautions in advance. With him speaking up, Songwei and Yang Yuan stopped arguing and shrugged as they walked to the side.
Su sat in the crowd, his gaze fixed on the direction where the three teachers were, a thoughtful look on his face. Is there an inside man? Although they were far apart, it was impossible to hear what the three teachers were saying.
However, after years of practice, Su had already mastered the skill of lip reading and could roughly understand the content of the three teachers' argument by reading their mouths. This ambush indeed left him with many questions and confusions.
Rather than calling it an ambush, it was more like a probe. Alright, students.
Lien Shou returned to the crowd and read aloud. You all fought hard just now, and you all did a great job.
This sudden incident may just be an accident. Everyone, get back on the bus, let's continue to Haicheng.
Under his guidance, everyone returned to the bus. They gathered up all the luggage scattered on the ground and sat back down in their seats. At the same time, the driver, who had been protected during the battle, returned to the driver's seat and started the car. There was no particular fear on his face. From the day they became assistants, they were prepared for all kinds of dangers. This also reflects a level of trust in the hunters. They believed that the Void Hunters could protect them in times of danger. They will also do their best to assist the Void Hunters in their actions. The bus started up again and soon got on the highway, heading towards Haicheng. However, given what had happened, most people were no longer in the mood to rest. They sat up straight and cautiously observed their surroundings. Lien Shou and his two companions, positioned at the very front of the bus, were also constantly sensing the energy fluctuations around them to prevent any further unexpected situations from occurring. 4 hours later, they finally arrived in Haicheng and stopped in front of a hotel.
Surprisingly, though,
the hotel had no name and was located in a very remote area, seemingly in the suburbs of Haichang. The area is very secluded, with the nearest residential buildings located more than 200 meters away. This is a hotel in the city, specially prepared for those who hunt for the void. Lian Shou stood up from his chair, looked at the group of bewildered students behind him, and explained to them, if you have the opportunity to become void hunters in the future and go to various cities to carry out missions, you can come here to rest and stay. Each hotel offers excellent service and is protected by special jade treasures. You just need to register with your student cards later, and then you can go in to rest. He coughed lightly, and his gaze suddenly sharpened. Next, I will explain the detailed rules of this assessment to you. Please listen carefully. Upon hearing this, the car fell silent. Everyone looked ahead nervously, waiting for Lian Shou to explain the rules. First of all, the assessment will begin at 6 o'clock tomorrow morning. Lian Shou began to explain the rules. After 6 o'clock, you will naturally be able to sense the start of the assessment, and the name of this assessment is finding a needle in a haystack. Upon hearing this name, Suye's eyes lit up. Judging from the name, this seems to be some kind of assessment task involving finding something. Lian Shou's voice continued, several days ago, I arranged for a group of assistants to bury 100 spirit pearls in different locations throughout this sea city. Your goal is to do everything possible to collect these 100 spirit orbs and preserve them until the end. The assessment will last for 1 day, ending at 6 a.m. the day after tomorrow, for a total of 24 hours. From the moment the assessment ends, the spirit orbs you hold will be used to calculate your points based on their quantity and color. Ultimately, these points will also become an important basis for determining your ranking. Next to each spirit orb, there is a pre-arranged jade treasure, mirror world, where you can compete for the spirit orb through battle. Next, I will show you the 4 types of spirit orbs that will appear in this assessment. There are 4 types of spirit orbs in this assessment. 3 beads of different colors appeared in Lian Shou's palm. Each bead is only the size of a palm and has a different luster. The first type is called red bead. Obtaining it counts as 1 point, and it accounts for 70 out of 100 spirit beads. The second type is called blue pearl. Obtaining it will earn you 5 points, and it will account for 20 out of the 100 spirit pearls. The third type is called the yellow pearl. Obtaining it will earn you 10 points, and it accounts for 9 out of the 100 spirit pearls. And this last, fourth one. As he spoke, he took out a spirit pearl that glowed white from his pocket. Within this spiritual pearl, there was a faint energy fluctuation. This white bead comes from the void realm and is made from a very special material called warm heartstone. It contains abundant energy, which can not only help you enhance your own energy, but also calm your mind and focus your spirit, and has many other benefits. This single bead alone is worth as much as 5 million dragon coins on the market. A white pearl was also placed in this city. If you are fortunate enough to obtain it and preserve it to the end, this white bead will be given to you as a reward. Upon hearing Lian Shou's description of the effects of the white pearl, everyone's eyes gleamed with excitement. A spirit pearl worth 5 million dragon coins, anyone would be tempted by it. Its mysterious effects have also made people eager to try it. This white pearl is one of only 1 in 100 spirit pearls. Obtaining it will earn you points. 500 points. What? Upon hearing this, almost everyone present was stunned. This single white bead represents a whopping 500 points. Even if you collect all the other 3 colors of spirit orbs, it still won't match the points gained from this one white orb. Doesn't this mean that whoever gets the white pearl will undoubtedly be number 1? Next is the second rule. Ignoring the shocked crowd, Lian Shou continued explaining the rules to himself. You have now formed your own teams. They can also choose to compete for the spirit pearl together. But the spirit orbs you obtain can only be counted as individual points. There is no such thing as team points. In other words, you need to determine the ownership of the spirit pearls before you compete for them. This rule immediately made many people turn pale. The spirit pearls that are fought over can only belong to one person? Wouldn't the people forming the team need to acquire even more spirit orbs to distribute to each member? If you encounter a spirit orb with high points, how to allocate it becomes a big problem. Next is the last rule. At this point, Lian Shou's expression became more serious. During the assessment, you must not use your abilities to fight outside the mirror world, so as not to cause panic. All battles can only take place in the mirror world. Bang 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 bang. The spirit orbs in your hands will only be counted as part of your final score if you keep them until the end of the assessment. After explaining all the rules, Lian Shou pressed the switch at the front of the bus. The front and back doors of the bus opened simultaneously, and he smiled as he gestured for everyone to leave. That's all the rules. Please have a good night's rest, everyone. The assessment will officially begin at 6 o'clock tomorrow morning. Urged on by him, everyone got off the bus with their luggage and different expressions. Almost everyone was deep in thought, considering how to allocate their time and energy to search for the spirit pearl tomorrow. After dropping everyone off the bus drove away with the 3 teachers on board. They didn't seem to intend to stay at this hotel. Instead, they went elsewhere. As the group of students entered the hotel, 2 waiters in formal attire immediately approached them. You must be students from Longsha Academy. Please come this way. Your rooms are ready. You just need to register with your student card
card to check in. The students lined up and went to the front desk. After registering, they took their room keys and left. "Hello, this is your room key. Please keep it safe." The sweet-looking receptionist handed Suyi a room key with a smile. Su looked down and saw his room number written on the back of the card. 401. Just as he was pondering, Bai Tao appeared silently behind him once again. "Brother Suyi, what's your room number?" Su casually waved the room card in his hand, showing his room number. "Oh, what a coincidence." Bai Tao immediately showed excitement and showed his room card. "I'm in room 402, right next to yours. It seems we can look out for each other." He put away the room key and looked nervously at Suyi. "So, what are your thoughts on this assessment?" After hearing the second rule, several squads disbanded on the spot. Without team points, the efficiency of teaming up to act together is too low, and the issue of spirit orb allocation also needs to be considered. They might as well each go their own way to find the spirit orbs and earn points for themselves. Bai Tao's eyes flickered, fearing that Su would also disband the team and prepare to act alone. "Don't worry, I don't plan to act alone." Suyi saw through Bai Tao's little scheme at a glance, smiled slightly, and said, "Although there are no team points, the most crucial thing in this assessment is whether one has enough strength to compete for the spirit orb." Bai Tao breathed a sigh of relief after receiving Suya's affirmative reply and chuckled twice. Suyi searched through the crowd and quickly found Bai Xiaoling's location. He strode forward and stopped her, asking, "Bai Xiaoling, are you free tonight?" "Ha, tonight? Me?" Bai Xiaoling froze on the spot, her brain's CPU instantly turning to smoke. Her face suddenly turned bright red, her eyes darted back and forth nervously, and she began to stammer. We've only just met, this isn't appropriate." She clutched the hem of her clothes tightly, her voice soft and weak. She didn't even know what she was saying. "If possible, how about you and Bai Tao come to my room tonight for a pre-assessment preparation meeting?" Suyi said to himself, completely unaware of Bai Xiaoling's expression. "Excuse me, was there something inappropriate you just said?" He looked at Bai Xiaoling in confusion, completely unaware of what she had just muttered. Bai Xiaoling blinked, then realized she had misunderstood something, and her face turned so red it looked like it was about to drip water. "Nothing, I'll be there tonight. I'm going to drop off my luggage now." She covered her face and ran away quickly, disappearing in the blink of an eye. Su scratched his head in confusion and muttered to himself, "It's just a pre-battle meeting. Is it really necessary to be so tense?" In a dilapidated bungalow in Haicheng, Lian Shou stepped on the fallen leaves and walked to the door, where he gently knocked. A slightly weathered voice came from behind. Lian Shou pushed open the door and entered, where he saw a middle-aged man sitting at the table, quietly sipping tea. His face was weathered. He was only in his 30s, but looked like he was in his 40s. His temples were gray, and his eyes held a deep, profound look. "Long time no see, Yin Yuan." Lian Shou greeted him with a faint smile and, without any ceremony, took a seat. "Or should I now address you as the esteemed guardian of the city, Lord Tianin?" "I don't deserve to be called that, Lian Shou," Yin Yuan said calmly, putting down his teacup. The two looked at each other and smiled. "I didn't expect you to survive such serious injuries." Yin Yuan looked Lian Shou up and down, a hint of surprise in his eyes. "The ghost doctor's miraculous healing skills saved my life," Lian Shou replied casually. "However, my strength has declined far too much. I'm no match for you now. Stop teasing me." Yin Yuan gave a wry smile. "Whether in the past or now, I'm still far behind you." He rubbed his temples, seemingly trying to relieve a bit of fatigue. "You rascal." Lian Shou seemed to have noticed the strangeness in Yin Yuan as well, and raised his eyebrows in surprise. "Have you not slept at all for the past 3 years?" "Yes," Yin Yuan replied calmly. 3 years ago, due to my negligence, more than 200 people died because of the void beasts, but I was completely unaware of it. This was my grave mistake, and I could never bring back those precious lives, no matter how hard I try." "So you're going to stop resting and constantly monitor all energy fluctuations within the city?" Lian Shou's expression turned serious. "Even if you can use energy to recover from physical fatigue. But this is taking a huge toll on your mental health. If you don't get proper rest, you'll eventually break down. This is my sin, and I should atone for it." Yin Yuan seemed unwilling to discuss the matter further, simply waving his hand and forcefully changing the subject. "What, did you come here specifically to visit me? Is there something important? Since I brought this batch of new students to Haicheng for assessment, I naturally need to report to you, the city's lord, beforehand." "Humph, you're not exactly the polite guy you'd expect." Yin Yuan snorted coldly, taking a disdainful sip of tea. "You must have other business to come here with." "Ha, I knew I couldn't hide it from you." Lian Shou laughed a few times, then his smile faded and he got straight to the point. "We were ambushed on our way here." "An ambush?" Yin Yuan's movements froze, and his expression immediately turned serious. "The opponent is not a void demon. They knew our route in advance and used the concealed void sphere to release a peak realm-crushing tiger." Lian Shou quickly recounted what they had encountered along the way. "Based on my deduction, the person who released the collapsed tiger is most likely from the Void Demon Council. Very few people know that our destination is Haicheng, and I suspect that someone leaked our whereabouts." Yin Yuan slammed his teacup down on the table, his expression darkening. "You doubt me? How could I possibly doubt you?" Lian Lianshou calmly shook his head. The city guards would never betray us. But the person who buried the props used in the assessment was one of your assistants. Don't worry, it couldn't be theirs, Yin Yuan replied calmly. When I instructed those assistants to bury the items you needed, I didn't tell them the truth, and they simply couldn't know what those spirit orbs were for. In other words, if there is a mole, it could only be from your Dragon Summer Academy. Well, it seems you think the same way I do, Lianshou shrugged and replied casually, but I don't have any clue yet. So that's actually my main purpose for coming here. He looked directly at Yin Yuan and calmly stated his purpose. If possible, I hope you can help me with the assessment tomorrow. Inside a hotel in Haicheng. How did it go? Bisting asked quietly through the floor-to-ceiling window, looking down at the night view of Haicheng, without turning her head. What else could happen? That tiger didn't even last 15 minutes before it died. Ba Ding walked in from outside, shrugged, and said, if I hadn't retreated quickly enough, I might have been stopped. I really don't understand why we do such a pointless thing. You should know how valuable a peak-level void beast is, right? So, a peak-level illusory beast that is forcibly infused with energy is indeed far weaker than a normal peak-level beast. Bisting pondered, turning his head and muttering to himself. She relaxed her brows and said calmly, this matter is not without significance. At least through this test, we have figured out the specific capabilities of those teachers and students. And the other purpose was requested by our helper. He needs to use this attack to assess the targets we want to capture. To waste a void beast for such a purpose, the cost-effectiveness is simply too low. Ba Ding snorted coldly, showing his strong disdain. Use your tiny brain to think, instead of spouting such stupid nonsense, Bisting coldly retorted. The disease has been investigated in the city, and the location of the boundary stone has been roughly determined. As long as we wait until noon tomorrow, the seal placed on the barrier stone will loosen and reveal itself from the hidden space. Only then can we successfully recover it. But tomorrow, those students from Dragon Summer Academy will also be scattered throughout the city, searching for some kind of assessment target. So we should stay as far away from them as possible before we get the barrier stone. Then what about the guy we're supposed to capture? Ba Ding asked. Don't worry, our helper will try his best to lead him to a secluded place the next day. Once we retrieve the barrier stone, we can capture that kid and bring him back to Lord Bliss. Bisting stood up, swaying her graceful figure, and walked straight into the room. You and Sickness, both of you be careful. We must not release even a single bit of energy before we retrieve the barrier stone. This city is under the watchful eye of its guards 24 hours a day. Once our energy is exposed, it will be detected immediately. At that time, our lives will be completely in the hands of others. Especially you must remember this. When Bai Shaoling entered Su Ye's room, Bai Tao was already sitting cross-legged on a chair. This hotel is quite luxurious, with rooms for each person, and the rooms are very large, comparable to some star-rated hotels. You've arrived. Su Yi seemed to have been waiting for a long time. As soon as he saw Bai Shaoling come in, he pulled a huge whiteboard from the side. Please sit wherever you like. Bai Shaoling sat down awkwardly next to Bai Tao. She had barely sat down when Su cleared his throat and got straight to the point. I called you two over here today to discuss tactics with you in advance. Now that we're a team, what are your specific plans for tomorrow's assessment? What kind of plan could there be? Bai Tao muttered to himself, if we can beat them, we'll fight. If we can't, we'll run away. Su rolled his eyes, ignored Bai Tao, and looked at Bai Shaoling. Bai Shaoling immediately tensed up, as if she had been called on by the teacher in class, and craning her neck, she said, I think we should plan our points wisely and selectively acquire spirit orbs. Oh, that's right. Su nodded and smiled, then turned around and quickly started writing and drawing on the whiteboard. You should have all heard the rules for today. In tomorrow's assessment, there will be 4 different colored balls, each representing a different number of points. There are 3 of us. We need to have a reasonable goal in mind when it comes to competing for the spirit pearls, and which color spirit pearl to compete for. Teacher Su Yi. Bai Tao raised his hand, like a student asking a question in class. But we don't even know where the spirit orb is. How are we supposed to plan? Good question. Su Yi pulled a city map of Haicheng from his pocket and stuck it on the whiteboard behind him. Instructor Lianshou said before that he had people scatter and bury these 100 spirit orbs in various parts of the city. The location of the burial is very important depending on the different spirit pearl points. Given Instructor Lianshou's meticulousness, these spirit beads would certainly not be placed haphazardly. As he spoke, he picked up a pen and began drawing lines on the map. Before long, he had divided the entire city map of Haicheng into countless grids with his pen, making it look like a table. We divided the city into 100 cells by segmenting the city map. If I were the instructor, I would make sure that these 100 spirit orbs are evenly distributed within the space of these 100 cells. Although there will definitely be some deviation in this range, it is generally close to the mark. If we take the points into account and want to make this assessment fairer, then we can roughly analyze the distribution of these high-integral spirit orbs by building a mathematical model. As he spoke, he began writing formulas and various function models on the huge whiteboard. A few minutes later, Bai Tao and Bai Shaoling were
completely stunned, their mouths slightly open, staring blankly at the whiteboard in front of them. In conclusion, I believe that the distribution of spirit orbs can be roughly divided into the three situations mentioned above. After finishing writing, Sue casually tossed the pen aside. As for which of these three situations it is, we'll find out tomorrow by trying to find the three spirit orbs.
And the best way for us to earn points will be easy to decide then. He turned to look at the two of them and asked, "Did you understand?" His voice pulled the two people, who had been lost in their own world, back to reality. Bai Tao blinked and swallowed hard. "I haven't been able to understand anything since you wrote your first formula." Bai Shaoling clenched her fists. I just blinked. Why is the whiteboard completely covered in writing? Didn't understand? Sue frowned in confusion. This is clearly very simple. To make it easier for you to understand, I used most of the high school knowledge points. Alright, then I'll tell you again. No, that's not necessary. Bai Tao and Bai Shaoling shouted in unison, standing up from their chairs. I think Brother Su Yi, what you said is excellent. If we follow your strategy tomorrow, we will definitely get a lot of points. Bai Tao said urgently. Bai Shaoling nodded like a chick pecking at rice. We'll do whatever you say. Neither of them wanted to stay in jail any longer. Alright, since you all put it that way, I'll arrange the route tomorrow. Sue nodded and stood up as well. Do you have any other questions? I do have a small question. Bai Shaoling hesitated for a moment, then raised her hand. Why is there no analysis of the location of the white bead in your analysis? The points that the person who obtains the white pearl can get exceed the total of all the other spirit pearls combined, Su Yi calmly explained. Therefore, the white pearl itself is an unfair product, and naturally, it is impossible to deduce where it is hidden through logic. Therefore, whether or not you can find the white pearl depends almost entirely on luck. But based on my speculation, once the white pearl appears, it will definitely cause a great sensation. Instructor Lien Shou deliberately placed this white bead so that we would fight over it. But since you've brought this up, he looked at Bai Tao and Bai Shaoling and slowly said, I have something I'd like to ask of you. If we really have the chance to encounter that white pearl during the assessment, I hope that both of you can fully assist me in this struggle. 5:50 a.m. As it was the most crucial assessment day, many students emerged from the hotel at just past 5 a.m., ready to go. When Su Yi yawned and walked out of the room with an extremely lazy air, he immediately saw Bai Tao, who was full of energy. The two arrived at the hotel entrance side by side, where they happened to meet Bai Shaoling, who was already waiting there. It'll be 6 o'clock in a minute. She glanced at her watch nervously when she saw the two of them appear. Instructor Lien Shou said that we would know the assessment had begun when the time came. Could there be some special signal at the beginning? She had barely finished speaking. Suddenly, a dazzling light began to shine from the group of students standing at the hotel entrance. Everyone quickly looked down and realized that the light was coming from their student cards. Countless rays of light emanated from the hotel, and as if half of the light was drawn away, they all shot into the sky, converging in the air to form 4 large characters. The assessment begins. I see. Su Ye's face showed a strange expression. Student cards can be used like this. He smiled slightly and strode forward. Let's go. My goal this time is to be number 1, centered around the hotel. The students, who had been waiting in ambush, burst forth. They moved incredibly fast, each concentrating their energy in their feet and disappearing from their original spot. Ha! Why did you stop? Bai Tao was about to set off when he noticed that Su Yi had stopped and was standing by the roadside. Su Yi calmly held his phone, looking at him as if he were an idiot. This place is in the suburbs of Haicheng, at least 5 kilometers from the city center. Are we really going to use our energy to run in? So what you mean is, a black sedan drove up from a distance and stopped in front of the hotel. Su Yi opened the car door and got in, waving at the two people standing dumbfounded by the roadside. What are you standing there for? Get in the car. He had already called a car using a ride-hailing app when he got up. After picking up the 3 people, the car immediately drove on the road and sped towards Haicheng. In the blink of an eye, they overtook several figures who were running with energy. Several students stopped in their tracks, staring dumbfounded at Su Yi and his 2 companions as they drove away, feeling like idiots. Inside the car, Su sat in the passenger seat and calmly explained to the two of them, the suburbs where we live happen to be located on the edge of Haicheng. If I were the instructor, I definitely wouldn't have buried the spirit orb at the starting position. Therefore, our main focus of exploration is still the area within those 100 units. Bai Tao and Bai Shaoling, however, looked utterly dejected. In front of Su Yi, they only felt that their brains were not enough. The car was traveling at a very high speed. More than 10 minutes later, they entered the city and arrived at the destination that Su had arranged in advance. The 3 got out of the car. Although it was early morning, there were already quite a few pedestrians on the street. Some people were buying breakfast, others were jogging, and still others were young people walking out of internet cafes with dark circles under their eyes. It is precisely because of the existence of the void hunters that this peaceful scene can be maintained. Actually, I still have a question. Bai Tao followed behind Su Yi, walking along the street, his eyes scanning around as he observed the surroundings. Even according to your analysis, the spirit pearl may
may be buried in one of the so-called 100 areas. But the entire city of Haichang is so big, and the area you've designated is nearly 50 or 60 square kilometers. In such a vast area, we're trying to search for such a tiny spiritual pearl. Isn't that like finding a needle in a haystack? Yes, do we really have to search every inch of the place to find the spirit pearl? Bai Shaoling frowned, her face full of confusion. They deeply understood why this assessment was named that way. Searching for 100 spirit pearls in the entire city of Haicheng, which covers nearly 6,000 square kilometers, is truly like finding a needle in a haystack. Who told you we were going to search every inch of the map? Sui walked at the front, his destination seemingly very clear. Weren't we given hints about this assessment already? A hint? Bai Tao and Bai Shaoling were both stunned, their faces full of confusion. Why don't they remember any hints? The mirror world, Sui briefly reminded the two. There are rules for this assessment. We can only use our abilities within the coverage area of the mirror world. And the place where the spirit pearl is hidden is also surrounded by a mirror world. This is actually the biggest hint we need. Oh, I understand. With Suya's reminder, Bai Tao's eyes lit up, and he instantly understood the clue that Lian Shou had given him. To avoid involving civilians, the mirror world will definitely be set up in a deserted place. And in cities, there are very few places with large populations in sparsely populated areas. We just need to find these places on the map, scout them one by one, and we'll definitely be able to find the location of the spirit orb. As he spoke, he took out his phone to look at the map. No need to look, Suyi calmly interrupted him. The closest place to here is the abandoned logging camp to the northeast. This place is located on the edge of the city. The logging camp has been demolished for reconstruction, and there is no one around. You, how could you know so much? Bai Tao was slightly stunned, his eyes flashing with surprise. Didn't I analyze the map for you yesterday? Suyi tilted his head slightly and explained with a relaxed expression. He gently tapped his head with his index finger. Generally speaking, shouldn't content that you've seen once be automatically memorized? With just a little recollection, every point on the map will naturally and quickly come to mind. This should be a very simple thing, right? Bai Tao, Bai Shaoling. The two of them twitched their lips, rolled their eyes, and thought to themselves in unison, only a psychopath like you would find this easy. After entering the city, the group dared not use their energy to travel. Su also chose to walk instead of take a taxi to avoid missing abandoned houses or buildings. After all, the content on the map is not real-time. He could not rule out the possibility that the spirit pearl was buried in these floors. Fortunately, the place where the group got off the bus was not far from the logging camp. After walking for more than 10 minutes, they saw a deserted logging camp in the distance. This is already on the edge of the city, and there haven't been any pedestrians around for several minutes. In the distance was a forest, and a pile of felled tree stumps came into view. Su walked at the front, heading into the logging camp almost without hesitation. Just as the three of them approached the logging site by about 30 meters, the environment beneath their feet suddenly rippled. The air in front of me rippled like water. Although they were still in a logging camp, they could all sense that they had entered a completely new space. Just as I guessed. A smile appeared on Su Ye's face. Unexpectedly, the first place they arrived at was the location of the spirit pearl. Now, by simply looking at the color of this spirit orb, we can substitute it into the mathematical model I outlined yesterday and determine the approximate distribution of the spirit orbs. He smiled slightly, already able to sense a faint energy fluctuation from this mirror world. If he wasn't mistaken, the spirit pearl was most likely in the logging camp. But at that very moment, suddenly, a ripple appeared in the air to their side. Brother Han, it really is just like you said. The mirror world is indeed set up in such a deserted place. Three figures suddenly appeared directly in front of them. In an instant, 6 pairs of eyes met in the air and instantly spotted each other. No way. Su also recognized the three figures, and his expression turned somewhat strange. It seems that this spirit pearl is not so easy to obtain. The three people standing opposite Su Yi were clearly also a small team. The leader of them was none other than Han Hao, who had a full head of red hair. Su also recognized the people sitting on his left and right. On the left is an ordinary-looking boy with freckles on his face, named Lu Tian. Su had witnessed his abilities during a test, where he deflected the stone giant's attack using his own power. The man on the right is dressed simply, wears glasses, and looks like a bookworm. His name is Sun Mao, and he's the one who was just praising Han Hao. Someone actually got in before us. Han Hao squinted and looked over, immediately noticing Su Yi. It's you, Su Yi. For some reason, his expression turned somber after seeing Su Yi. Su frowned, still pondering, when Bai Tao stepped forward with a forced smile. Three classmates, we were the first to discover this spirit pearl. The assessment has only just begun. There's absolutely no need for us to have a conflict here, is there? Why don't you go look for other spirit orbs? Upon seeing his smile, Lu Tian and Sun Mao were both taken aback, and then looked at Han Hao in unison. Brother Han, are we leaving? Leave? Han Hao sneered, taking a step forward. Why should I leave? Everyone is fighting for points in this assessment, and besides, they haven't even obtained the spirit orb yet. Why should we give up this spirit pearl? And Su Yi, his gaze
was fixed on Suyi. I've wanted to beat you up for a long time. Han Hao, we're not that close, are we? Suyi tilted his head, looking at Han Hao with a puzzled expression. He had no recollection of having any contact with this red-haired man. You beast. Han Hao clenched his fists, his eyes blazing with anger. I don't know what despicable means you used, but you actually managed to live in the same dorm room as Xiaowan. These words shocked everyone present. The other three men looked at Suyi with envy and jealousy in their eyes. Tang Xiaowan is universally acknowledged to be beautiful, so it's incredibly lucky that Suyi can share a dorm room with her. Bai Shaoling was slightly taken aback. Her roommate was also a girl, so she had never expected that male and female students were allowed to live together in student dormitories. Oh, Su suddenly realized why Han Hao was so hostile towards him. He looked at the other person with a hint of amusement. I've never told anyone that Tang Xiaowan and I are in the same dormitory. We even go out at different times, so there's no way she would tell anyone about it. How do you know about this? Are you some kind of stalker? Han Hao's expression immediately became somewhat unnatural. How I know is none of your business. I'm definitely not going to give you this spirit pearl today, unless you promise me that you'll apply to the school to change your dorm room after you go back. That won't do. Su shook his head slightly, looking headache. On my first day in the dorm, Tang Xiaowan kept me up all night. If I just leave like this, she will definitely be unhappy. His words are not untrue. After all, the things Tang Xiaowan mentioned on his first day in the dormitory kept him investigating all night, and he couldn't sleep. But these words took on a completely different meaning when they reached Han Hao's ears. What did you say? What happened between you and Xiaowan? What is your relationship? Han Hao was struck dumb, and his voice became somewhat stuttering. Sigh, our relationship is hard to talk about. I already promised her that I couldn't tell anyone else, Su said deliberately, shaking his head helplessly. What he said wasn't untrue. Because she felt very embarrassed, Tang Xiaowan had warned him many times not to tell anyone that the two of them were roommates. You. Han Hao's voice trembled slightly. Impossible, Xiaowan is definitely not that kind of person. Suya's few words ignited his anger, and he found it difficult to control his temper. I'm going to kill you, Han Hao shouted, his energy surging as he immediately activated his ability. The rules of this assessment were designed to encourage everyone to fight for the spirit orb. Han Hao himself did not intend to give the spirit pearl to Suyi. Now, provoked by Suyi, he couldn't control himself and attacked. They're here. Suya's sarcastic remarks just now were certainly not unfounded. Based on his interactions over the past few days, he has formed a general understanding of Han Hao's personality traits. Su also jumped backward as if he had foreseen it. The moment he leaped into the air, the ground beneath his feet instantly turned into sand and scattered. Suppress them! At the same time, he shouted loudly, and Bai Tao and Bai Shaoling immediately straightened up and began to act. In the blink of an eye, Bai Tao vanished from the spot. Meanwhile, Lu Tian and Sun Mao, who were positioned on either side of Han Hao, moved swiftly and rushed towards Suyi and the others. To compete for the spirit pearl in this mirror world, everyone gave it their all. The first step is to turn the ground beneath the enemy's feet into sand, thereby causing them to lose their balance. Suyi silently analyzed Han Hao's fighting style. If the enemy dodges this attack, he will manipulate the sand to launch a pursuit. As if he had foreseen this, he twisted his body in midair and veered to one side. The very next second as he turned, a clump of sand condensed into a giant fist, grazing past his body. After successfully dodging the attack, Su landed again, his steps light, and he leaped backward repeatedly. After each jump, the spot where he had stepped would turn into sand. Han Hao's series of attacks seemed to have been anticipated by him, and he dodged them all. There was already some distance between the two, but with Suya's continuous dodging, that distance suddenly increased to nearly 15 meters. Just after Suya's last jump, he realized that the spot where he had just stood had not been turned into sand. I see. He looked up at Han Hao, who was filled with shock, and smiled slightly. 18 meters, is that the limit of your ability? Han Hao felt it was utterly absurd. His ability is S-rank, River of Heavenly Sand, which allows him to transform matter within his range into sand and manipulate it at will. It belongs to an extremely powerful type of energy conversion. This series of attacks was incredibly swift. Aside from being brutally beaten by Chi Fu once in class, he had never missed a strike. Su Yi, with his weak D-level ability, neutralized all of his attacks without even releasing his ability, and even determined the limits of his ability. Are you looking down on me? Han Hao gritted his teeth and growled, then started running towards Su Yi. Today I'm going to show you what I'm made of. Just how big is the gap between ability levels? Han Hao took the lead and quickly approached Su Yi. Just as Bai Shaoling was about to intervene, Lu Tian and Sun Mao appeared on either side of her. How can I let you stop, brother Han? This is a fair duel. Don't even think about outnumbering me. You two are clearly outnumbered right now. Bai Shaoling shouted involuntarily, her eyes wide. And it's really unfair that two grown men like you are bullying a weak woman like me. With her vision obstructed, she was unable to use her abilities on Han Hao for the time being, so she could only grit her teeth and dodge backward to avoid being attacked by the two of them. I'd like to see who can help you. Han Hao grinned maliciously, quickly quickly approached Suyi and activated his ability. The ground on either side of him instantly turned into sand, which rose up under his control and crashed towards Suyi like waves. The sandstorm brought a great sense of oppression, as if it had blocked Suya's escape route. Suya's expression hardened slightly, blood mist emanated from his body, and his speed increased dramatically as he forcefully emerged from the sandstorm. The sand pounded violently against the ground, kicking up clouds of dust. Amidst the smoke and dust, Suyi had not yet regained his footing when the ground beneath his feet turned into sand that shot into the sky, enveloping him as if it were a cage. Su crashed into this cage made of sand and found that the cage walls were incredibly hard, unlike soft sand at all. Han Hao clenched his fist tightly. Suya's head and feet were covered with sand, and he was completely locked in the cell. Poof! He smiled confidently and arrived beside Suyi in a few steps. Why did you stop running? He clenched his right fist, and sand floated up, swirling in his palm. This is the difference between you and me. My abilities are beyond your reach. Didn't we learn in class that you can't judge someone's strength just by their ability level? Su was also locked in a cage, but he wasn't flustered at all. Instead, he chuckled. As for why I stopped running, it's naturally because I felt it was unnecessary. He looked Han Hao up and down and couldn't help but say, actually, I think you should carry another gourd on your back. A gourd? Han Hao was slightly taken aback, somewhat confused. Suyi suppressed a laugh as he thought of a certain anime character from his past life. Seeing Suya's expression, Han Hao felt a surge of anger rising within him. He looked at Suyi with a cold smile and snorted, isn't that necessary? Unqualified. I think you've run out of ideas. Ouch. Not far away, Bai Shaoling exclaimed and fell to the ground. Under the combined attack of the two, she was no match for their combined strength and was completely surrounded. Sun Mao patted her wrist and the ground once each. Her wrists were instantly connected to the ground, as if glued together, and she couldn't break free. See, your companions have also been suppressed. Han Hao glanced at Bai Shaoling, sneered, and looked at Suyi. You've already lost, Suyi. Really? Suyi's face held an inscrutable smile. Have you forgotten something? My group has 3 people. You mean Bai Tao? Han Hao scoffed dismissively. He's so good at running away, he would have already abandoned you and run away. And even if he were here, what use would he be? Do you really think he has the ability to defeat all 3 of us in a head-on fight? You're right, his direct combat ability is indeed average. Su nodded in deep agreement, his smile still on his face. So I arranged for him to do other things. Something else? Han Hao was taken aback at first, then immediately realized what was happening. His expression changed drastically, and he turned his head sharply. Hurry to the lumberyard. That guy went to find the spirit pearl. The main reason for the conflict between their 2 teams was to compete for the spirit orb. Even if they defeat Suyi and Bai Shaoling now, if the spirit pearl is stolen, they will only be wasting their efforts. I'm sorry, the spirit pearl was hidden quite deep, so it took me a while to find it. Bai Tao's voice suddenly rang out from behind Han Hao. He turned around quickly, only to find that half of Bai Tao's body had emerged from the ground and appeared in the cage. Bai Tao grinned and grabbed Su, dragging him to the ground. Trying to leave? Han Hao's anger surged, and he swung his right fist, instantly transforming the sand prison into countless sand blades that shot towards the 2 of them. But Bai Tao moved incredibly fast, dragging Suyi to the ground in the blink of an eye and disappearing from the spot. Come back quickly, they're trying to rescue people. Han Hao's face immediately darkened, and he shouted towards the front. He quickly deduced what Suyi and Bai Tao might do. However, it was already too late. Just now, at his shout, Lu Tian and Sun Mao had already abandoned Bai Shaoling and rushed towards the logging site. Hearing Han Hao's shouts, they all stopped and turned around, wanting to run back to Bai Shaoling's side. But suddenly a hand reached out from the ground and grabbed Bai Shaoling, pulling her into the earth as well. You 3 mudskippers, let's see where you can hide. Han Hao was furious, feeling as if he had been tricked halfway through, and was enraged. He no longer cared about the loss of energy and slammed both hands on the ground. Lu Sha River. Energy surged wildly within him. In an instant, the ground within a 15-meter radius of his feet began to turn into sand and gravel, which fell continuously downwards. He actually wanted to use this method to force Su Yi and the other 2 out from underground. Who told you that my ability is limited to burrowing underground? However, Bai Tao's voice suddenly rang out from the side. He grabbed Su Yi and Bai Shaoling with both hands, squeezed through a wall, and appeared to Han Hao's side in front. Han Hao's expression changed slightly, and he quickly waved his hand. Dust and sand swirled on the ground as he manipulated the sand to hurtle forward. However, something unexpected happened to him. The sand he waved flew in the exact opposite direction. In an instant, Lu Tian and Sun Mao, who had just been about to rush over to help, were hit by the sandstorm and buried in the sand. Bai Shaoling stretched out her hands, aiming them at Han Hao from afar, having already activated her abilities. So, you see, Suya's voice was far away 1 second ago, and the next second it was right next to Han Hao. The stench of blood filled his nostrils, and in his constricted pupils, a fist hurtled toward his face with unstoppable force. This punch will kill me. Han Hao's heart was pounding, and he was gripped by fear. The fist, shrouded in blood, suddenly stopped in front of Han Hao's face. The force of the
punch blew his hair back, and the sand behind him exploded like waves, shooting into the sky. His eyes reflected Suya's calmly smiling face. The teacher said it before, ability level has no bearing on strength. Han Hao, now this is what you call a decisive victory. Suyi clenched his fist, gently flicked Han Hao's head with his thumb hooked around his middle finger. Although the force wasn't great, Han Hao landed hard on his backside, looking completely exhausted. The sand that was suspended around his body crashed down with a roar, kicking up a cloud of dust. Han, brother Han. In the distance, amidst the dust, Lu Tian and Sun Mao finally managed to climb out of the sand, only to be slammed back into the ground by sand falling from the sky. So, are we going to continue? Suyi squatted down, staring calmly into Han Hao's eyes, appearing completely harmless. Han Hao glanced at Suyi in front of him, then at Bai Tao and Bai Shaoling peeking out from not far away, and at his two companions buried in the sand, and finally decided to give up. Let's stop fighting. This spirit pearl is yours now. He spoke with some resentment, feeling unwilling but having no choice but to accept the situation. Then I'm relieved. Su also breathed a sigh of relief and stuffed the brick he had been hiding behind his back into his clothes. Han Hao's eyebrows twitched at the sight, and he was completely shocked. He thought to himself, if I don't give up, this guy is planning to hit me with a brick. They seem perfectly amicable on the surface, but behind your back they're plotting this underhanded scheme. His expression as he looked at Suyi was full of vigilance, as if he were facing a formidable enemy. I only lost to you because I was careless. He gritted his teeth and barely managed to stand up from the ground. Although his whole body was somewhat limp, his mouth remained as hard as a diamond. If it were just you and me fighting head-on, the outcome would be uncertain. Suyi just smiled slightly at this. In a real battle, no one will fight you head-on and have a fair duel. At the same time, Lu Tian and Sun Mao finally crawled out of the sand. They coughed up the sand they had swallowed and approached, their faces pale. Han, brother Han, I'm sorry. Both of them looked ashamed and quite remorseful. In the battle just now, apart from initially restraining Bai Shaoling, they did nothing else. Now that we have obtained the spirit pearl, we will take our leave. Su Yi and the other two also gathered together. Bai Tao stepped forward, patted Han Hao on the shoulder with a smile, and extended his right hand, saying, we're all classmates, there's no need to make things so awkward. This is just an assessment. If it were a real battlefield, the outcome could be completely different. Come on, let's shake hands, and let's put this matter behind us. He was tactful in his dealings, and this explanation gave Han Hao a way out. Han Hao's expression softened, and he slowly extended his left hand. Next time we meet, I won't lose again. Bai Tao looked down at Han Hao's outstretched left hand and said with a serious expression, if you want to shake hands, you should extend your right hand. Han Hao seemed a little stunned, looking at his outstretched left hand with confusion in his eyes. Bai Shaoling, are you still using your abilities on him? Bai Tao turned around and looked at Bai Shaoling with a puzzled expression. After my ability stops being released, it may continue for a while, and this time may vary from person to person. Bai Shaoling was also stunned for a moment, and quickly explained. Okay. Bai Tao scratched his head. Then your perception should be reversed. If you want to reach out your right hand, you should reach out your left hand. He taught Han Hao in a very serious manner. Han Hao blinked, but then stretched out his left hand again. But as he reached out his hand, the confusion in his eyes deepened. Suya's eyes flashed, and he glanced at Han Hao thoughtfully, a deep meaning in his eyes. Bai Tao was a smooth talker and didn't dwell on it. Instead, he extended his left hand and shook hands with Han Hao. The three of them immediately turned around, stepped out of the boundary, and quickly disappeared into the mirror world. Beside the logging camp, Han Hao looked at his left hand with a puzzled expression. Right hand. He murmured and waved his arms, but only his left hand moved. Left hand. I was thinking it was my left hand, but I still stretched out my left hand. Boom. Wait, something's not right? Han Hao shook his left hand violently, looking anxiously at his right arm dangling to his side. Where's my right hand? As soon as Su Yi and the other two left the mirror world, Bai Tao excitedly pulled out a spirit pearl from his pocket. Look, the spirit pearl stored here is actually a blue pearl. The pale blue spirit pearl shimmered continuously in his palm. This is a blue spirit orb worth 5 points. Oh, Su Yi raised an eyebrow, looking at the blue spirit orb in Bai Tao's palm. If this is a blue spirit orb, we only need to check 2 more areas to determine the distribution trend of the spirit orbs this time. He glanced at Bai Tao and said calmly, you can keep this spirit pearl for now. That way, even if someone wants to steal the spirit pearl from us, they'll have to be able to catch you first. We'll distribute these spirit orbs when the assessment is almost over. Don't worry, this is my forte. Bai Tao patted his chest, his face filled with gratitude. Since you trust me so much, I will definitely protect these spirit orbs. If you try to escape with the spirit pearl, I have at least 100 ways to make you wish you were dead. Su Yi just smiled and patted Bai Tao's shoulder as if joking. Then, he strode out and walked directly in another direction. Very good, let's head to the next area now. The students, relying on their senses and strategies, spread out throughout Haicheng in search of the spirit pearl. 2 hours passed in the blink of an eye. Many students engaged in battles, and most of them successfully came into contact with the first spirit orb. Energy surged throughout the city, and battles broke broke out one after another. At this very moment, inside the hotel where they were staying, a burly figure yawned as he walked out of the gate. I never thought I'd sleep until now. Jolie stretched lazily, showing no sign of panic despite being 2 hours late and waking up. Assessments involving finding things are definitely not for me. He turned his head and looked in a certain direction of Haicheng, muttering to himself, if you want the spirit pearl, just steal it. Judging from this time, quite a few people should have already obtained the spirit orb. Okay, let's start with these 3 people. He nodded slightly, then suddenly squatted down on the spot. Crimson energy surged beneath my feet. The next second, there was a loud roar. The ground beneath his feet suddenly caved in and shattered. His body leaped high into the air like a cannonball, flying towards the city at an extremely fast speed. Xiaowan, what are you looking at? A girl with short pink hair walked up from behind and patted Tang Xiaowan, who was staring blankly into the distance. Ah, it's nothing. Tang Xiaowan snapped out of her daze, forced a smile, and shook her head. A complex look flashed in her eyes. In search of the spirit pearl, she and 2 other girls from her team came to the edge of Haicheng. The direction she had just been gazing in was the former site of the Haicheng Art Museum. 3 years ago, the art museum was destroyed by the void beasts, and her sister died in the museum while trying to save people. That area also became a ruin, and it has not been rebuilt to this day. Just looking in that direction brought a pang of pain to her heart as she recalled her sister's smiling face. Xiao Tong just said he's found the location where the next spirit orb might be. Let's get ready to go. The girl with short pink hair patted Tang Xiaowan's head, took her hand, and walked in another direction. Tang Xiaowan was about to leave when her expression suddenly shifted, and her gaze swept towards a certain spot. What's wrong? The pink-haired girl asked, turning around. It's nothing, probably just my imagination. Tang Xiaowan frowned slightly and turned her head. Let's go. The 2 of them left the place quickly, one after the other. Just after they left, 3 figures slowly emerged from the shadows of the spot where Tang Xiaowan had been watching. These students from Longsha Academy have a really keen sense of things. The Sting snorted softly, his gaze fixed on the backs of Tang Xiaowan and the others. Now, these students are practically everywhere in the entire Haicheng. If it weren't for the need to completely suppress our energy to avoid being detected by the city guards, we wouldn't need to be so cautious, Ba Ding snorted unhappily. Their energy fluctuations are very strong, and they must be suppressed within their bodies with all their might, without any leakage. Otherwise, the city guards would notice immediately. When exactly will the 10 counselors mentioned earlier arrive? Ba Ding asked again. How would I know? Bi Sting retorted irritably. Those lords are elusive. They may have already arrived, or they may not have set off yet. To avoid any accidents, we must not be discovered by the city guards before we retrieve the boundary stone. Nobody cares about our lives. It would be too much of a loss to lose them here. The location of the boundary stone is over there. The sickly man, wearing a hood, hid in the shadows, looking sickly and seemingly averse to sunlight. He pointed into the distance and said calmly, there used to be an art museum there, but now it's half ruins. Based on my investigation yesterday, Member of Parliament number 15 hid the boundary stone inside. Very good, then the task of retrieving the boundary stones will be entrusted to you, Ba Ding. Bi Sting nodded and turned to look at Ba Ding. Remember, the boundary stone will only appear from the hidden space at noon. If you retrieve the barrier stone in time, we can regroup. Why do I have to do all this dirty and tiring work? Ba Ding muttered, then seemed to remember something. Right, where is the target we're supposed to capture? Once we've finished collecting everything, we'll begin preparations to lure that kid to a secluded spot. If all goes well, we can subdue or kill that kid with just one move. As long as we get the barrier stone, it won't matter if the city guards and those teachers from Dragon Summer Academy find out. I understand. Ba Ding walked forward without turning his head. I will retrieve the boundary stone smoothly. This is the 3rd one. Inside a building that was being demolished, Suyi stepped into a mirror world and picked up a red spirit orb from the ground. It was already 11 a.m. After several hours of running around and searching, they found 3 more mirror worlds in total. One of the spirit pearls in the mirror world had already been taken by someone else, leaving it empty. Fortunately, they did not encounter anyone else in the other 2 mirror worlds and successfully obtained the 2 red spirit orbs. So far, we have 3 spirit orbs. Suyi looked at Bai Tao and Bai Shaoling beside him and tossed the red bead in his hand to Bai Tao. 2 of them are red and 1 is blue, so if we count them as points, that's 7 points. Now I can determine the distribution of the spirit orbs. Bai Tao and Bai Shaoling nodded earnestly. They had no objection to Suyi's analysis. In just a few hours, they located the 3 spirit orbs in the vast city of Haicheng. Meanwhile, the other students are probably still searching for the location inch by relying on their senses. Even if they could deduce the possible locations of the world in the mirror, it would be difficult for them to search by dividing the city into cells like Su Yi. As I said before, my goal this time is to be number 1. Su spoke seriously, not as if he were joking. Since you followed me, I won't treat you unfairly. There's a close 70% chance that the place I'm going to next contains yellow spirit orbs, each worth 10 points. I'm not sure how many people actually discovered the distribution pattern. Therefore, in the process of searching for the spirit pearl, there is a high probability that we will encounter other people. I hope you can prepare for battle in advance.
I'm always ready. Bai Shaoling nodded vigorously.
Don't worry, if we can't beat them, I'll lead you away as soon as possible. Bai Tao said the most cowardly thing in the most determined tone.
As long as the green hills remain, there's no fear of running out of firewood.
Seeing the strange looks the two were giving him, he immediately gave an awkward smile and added, "Very good. According to my analysis, the closest area to here is." Suyi recalled the map and the distribution he had analyzed yesterday, but suddenly froze. The area where the nearest yellow spirit orb existed left a very deep impression on him.
Why there?
Su murmured to himself, feeling that everything was so cruel and unpredictable. Within the unit he had divided, there was none other than the suburban area where the Haichang riots had occurred 3 years prior.
Su Yi, what's wrong?
Bai Shaoling looked at Su Yi with a worried expression.
It's nothing.
Su also came back to his senses, his face expressionless. It's just a ruin. For him right now, points are his top priority.
Moreover, upon closer examination, there is no more suitable location within this cell than that ruins for burying the spirit pearl. Let's go. Perhaps I already know the possible location of the yellow spirit orb.
On this journey, we might pass by an area where a red spirit orb is located.
Let's take it along as well. Where do you think you're going?
In a mirror world, Han Hao shouted loudly, wielding sand with his left hand, which then enveloped the 3 people in front of him. The 3 men's expressions changed slightly, and one of them immediately unleashed his ability on Han Hao. A vine shot out rapidly from his palm, its end splitting open and sprouting countless branches, like wildly growing tree branches, spreading out towards Han Hao in an attempt to stop him. Just then, Lu Tian suddenly emerged from the side, crossed his arms, and blocked Han Hao's path. The vine slammed into him, but he didn't budge. Instead, the vine seemed to be propelled by a recoil, bounced off, and exploded in midair.
Oh no! Oh no!
The 3 people in the distance exclaimed softly, but it was too late to stop the rapidly falling sand. Half a minute later, all 3 of them were covered in sand and bound to the spot.
Damn it! Han Hao was panting heavily and looked rather disheveled. If my right hand were still usable, things wouldn't be this complicated.
Without even glancing at the 3 people bound in place, he walked straight ahead and pried a red spirit pearl out of the wall.
Now we have 3 red spirit orbs.
After parting ways with Su Yi, they were lucky enough to find 3 spirit orbs and put them away.
As for the 3 of you, he suddenly turned around with a smile, looking them up and down. Why don't we just lock you up here like this?
In that case, the number of people who can compete with me will immediately decrease by 3.
Hey, Han Hao, isn't this going too far?
The 3 people who were tied to the spot immediately changed their expressions. We did lose to you, but we've been classmates, so what you did was really unfair.
That's right. Let us out, and we won't fight you for the spirit pearl. Oomph, what a joke.
Han Hao snorted coldly, loudly interrupting the 3 of them.
This is an assessment, a competition.
You have lost to me, so I am naturally qualified to deal with you. I haven't harmed you or stolen your spirit pearls. That's already giving you face.
Furthermore,
he raised his chin slightly, his expression arrogant. The weak are always dominated by the strong.
Well said.
A domineering voice came from the edge of the mirror world. Han Hao was startled and turned his head sharply.
Has someone else set their sights on this mirror world?
But when he saw who it was, his pupils involuntarily contracted.
Jolie?
Sun Mao's voice trembled slightly.
None of the freshmen didn't know this ruthless person. I think the same thing as you.
Jolie, shirtless, grinned and walked towards the group without stopping.
The strong are able to dominate the weak.
So you weaklings, hand over all the spirit pearls you've collected.
Jolie.
Upon hearing this, Han Hao's face immediately turned pale.
No matter how arrogant he was, he absolutely did not want to have direct contact with a monster like Jolie. We were classmates.
Isn't what you're doing a bit too unfair?
Oomph, what a joke.
Jolie sneered. I have no intention of killing you or disqualifying you from the competition.
I've already been giving you face. Now, if you take out the spirit pearl yourselves, I can still save you some face. Han Hao. Why does this line feel so familiar? His face was ashen, and he abruptly raised his head. You want me to surrender? You too, don't make a move.
He waved his hand to stop Lu Tian and Sun Mao beside him, his face full of anger. I want to see for myself just how strong you really are. The next moment, a sandstorm swept towards Jolie like a tsunami.
Ha! Jolie grinned. I sensed your fear and anger. Since you've chosen to attack me, you should be prepared.
He threw a punch, and the entire mirror world began to tremble wildly.
Alright, you lost. Su stood behind a girl, gently pulling on a rope.
The other end of the rope formed a circle, binding her body. However, the way the rope was tied and the position of it looked very strange. You actually lied to me with a broken rope. The girl swayed her body vigorously. Her figure was excellent, and the rope caused her to undulate.
Don't say that. It's just one tactic. I advise you not to move. The more you move, the tighter the rope will tighten.
Su coughed lightly and tied the other end of the rope to the pillar. The girl blushed, but stopped struggling and just glared angrily at Su Yi.
Su Yi, I'll remember you. You'd better not remember me, Su Yi said calmly. Even though you lost to me in a one-on-one duel, school. But if someone falls in love with me because of this, I will be very troubled. You dare come any closer? I'll bite you to death. The girl bared her teeth and brandished her claws, her face flushed with shame and anger. But as she struggled, the ropes binding her tightened even more. Sue looked the girl up and down, resisting the urge to look at her surging breasts, and asked with a hint of curiosity, "But you dared to act alone instead of joining a team, is it because the team disbanded at the last minute? Mind your own business." The girl turned her head away, not intending to answer Suya's question. I was just asking casually." Sue shrugged and turned to walk away. Bai Tao walked over from the side, holding a red spirit pearl in his hand. "This really is a red spirit pearl. Very good, let's continue." Sue nodded, called to Bai Shaoling, who was standing there in a daze, and together they walked out of the mirror world. As he approached the border, he turned around and smiled at the girl. "Don't worry, Hezi, this rope will break in 2 minutes. I didn't fix it completely. I hope you're lucky and never run into me again." He waved and stepped away from the mirror world. "We've obtained the spirit orbs here, and now it's time for the last area." Bai Tao excitedly put away the spirit orbs, his face beaming with excitement. He was very glad that he had taken the initiative to team up with Su Yi. As expected, being with such a smart person makes everything you do twice as effective. "Where do we go next? Are we going straight to retrieve the yellow spirit orb?" "Yes, that area isn't far from here. Just follow me." Su nodded casually in response to Bai Tao, but his voice suddenly stopped. A somewhat familiar figure appeared in his line of sight, flashing past from the shadows. That was... Su instantly recognized the figure. Teacher Yang Yuan? Bai Tao and Bai Shaoling seemed to have noticed the figure as well. All three of them looked surprised. Su Ye's expression shifted slightly, and he immediately headed in the direction where the figure had disappeared. He turned the corner and saw Yang Yuan's figure appear at the end of the alley, just as he disappeared into the shadows. He hurried to catch up, only to find the area ahead empty and deserted. "What's wrong? What's wrong?" Bai Tao and Bai Shaoling caught up and looked at Su Yi, who was frowning in deep in thought, both of them showing puzzled expressions. "Strange," Su muttered to himself, stroking his chin. "During this assessment, we were completely cut off from several teachers. We can't possibly contact them, and they shouldn't be in the city. But why is teacher Yang Yuan here?" His gaze was fixed straight ahead. The direction in which Yang Yuan disappeared was precisely the direction they were heading. Could it be that teacher Yang Yuan is out for a stroll? Bai Tao blinked and asked. "There are still traces in this direction. Maybe he's up ahead." Su Yi looked down at the ground. Although the traces were not obvious, there were still some signs of movement on the ground. He hesitated for half a second, then chased after them without hesitation. "Are we really going to chase after them?" Bai Shaoling followed closely behind Su Yi, a worried look on her face. "I'm a little curious why teacher Yang Yuan is here." Su Yi walked forward calmly, but his expression was somewhat inscrutable and leisurely. "Besides, our destination is in this direction, so there's no harm in going to take a look." The group followed the trail and walked for about 15 minutes when a series of ruins suddenly appeared in the distance. "This is the Haichang Art Museum. 3 years ago, half of the building was destroyed by the attack of the void beasts and has not been rebuilt since." Upon seeing the ruins, Su Ye's expression immediately froze. Countless memories rushed into his mind, but he quickly suppressed them. Just as they were about to move forward, Yang Yuan's figure appeared once again, like a ghost, in the far distance ahead. This time, he actually disappeared into the ruins. He went in. Bai Tao's eyes widened, his face full of confusion. "Why is Yang Yuan, a teacher, here? Isn't that where the spirit pearl is stored? Let's go take a look." Su Yi said calmly, and walked directly towards the ruins. "Wait!" Bai Shaoling suddenly grabbed him, her face showing some tension and urgency. "This is too strange. Don't you find this very strange? How could teacher Yang Yuan possibly be here?" "Oh," Su Yi stopped, looking puzzled. "Is there something strange about this? Perhaps an extremely fierce battle took place here, which is why teacher Yang Yuan came here to stop it. Think it over carefully." Bai Shaoling's expression was slightly agitated as she forcefully pulled on Su Yi's sleeve to prevent him from moving forward. "We were attacked by void beasts on our way here. The people who attacked us not only knew our route, but were also able to set up an ambush in advance and then slip away. This means our whereabouts have very likely been exposed. That teacher Yang Yuan was suddenly assigned here. Don't you find it strange? Is that so?" Su Yi feigned surprise, looking at Bai Shaoling with considerable astonishment. "Do you mean that teacher Yang Yuan is the one who revealed our whereabouts? Is he a mole planted here by the enemy?" "That's highly likely." Bai Shaoling nodded nervously. "Besides, we were almost led here by him just now, which is really too strange. Why don't we try to find other locations of spirit orbs first, and stay away from here for the time being?" "Yes, what you said makes a lot of sense." Su nodded in agreement, but quickly added, "But we can't get in touch with any of the teachers right now. If we leave like this, won't the other students be in danger when they get here?" He patted his chest righteously, striking a righteous and awe-inspiring pose. "We're all here to become void hunters. If that teacher Yang Yuan is really the mole, we have an obligation to expose him." "Are you crazy?" Bai Shaoling's eyes widened in disbelief. She never expected that Su Yi, who was usually so intelligent, would say such a thing.
Teacher Yang Yuan is a master of the mountain realm. How could the three of us possibly be his match? So what do you think we should do? Suyi looked directly into Bai Xiaoling's eyes and asked the question with a half-smile. We can't get in touch with any of the teachers right now. Are we supposed to stand here and prevent other students from getting close? The claim that Teacher Yang Yuan is the mole is just your speculation. There is no evidence to prove it. If he's not the mole, doesn't that mean we've essentially given up on this assessment? Bai Xiaoling's expression changed, and for a moment she didn't know how to answer. Those who hunt the void have always regarded protection as their top priority. Suyi smiled and spoke words of righteous indignation. Since there is danger ahead and we have become aware of it, then we have an obligation to investigate thoroughly and prevent these things from happening. Don't worry, the teachers should be able to sense our actions in the city. If we really encounter any danger, I think Instructor Lianshou and Teacher Songwei will notice it immediately. But you're right, it might not be safe for us to go there rashly. He suddenly pulled Bai Tao close and whispered a few words in the latter's ear. Bai Tao's eyes widened as if he had heard something unbelievable. What did you say? He exclaimed in surprise and jumped back a step. That's it, thank you for your trouble. Suya's expression was calm, with a smile on his lips. Bai Tao's expression was complicated, his gaze shifting between the two of them, but he finally nodded. Alright, I'll listen to you. After saying this, he shrank into the ground and disappeared from the spot. Bai Xiaoling looked completely bewildered. What did you say to him? It's nothing, just to ensure our safety. Suyi smiled and turned around, heading towards the ruins of the art museum without looking back. Bai Xiaoling hurriedly jogged to catch up, still speaking urgently. Suyi, let's really reconsider. Although we have no evidence to suggest that Professor Yang Yuan is the mole, but we shouldn't put ourselves in such a dangerous situation. Why don't we observe here for an hour and see how things go before making a decision? There's absolutely no need to do that, Su said casually, continuing to walk forward. Teacher Yang Yuan couldn't possibly be the mole. He smiled calmly and said, because the mole has always been you, Bai Xiaoling. What did you say? Bai Xiaoling's expression suddenly froze, then turned excited and shocked. How could you doubt me, Suyi? We've been classmates since the entrance exams. Suyi continued walking, calmly approaching the ruins. Facing the extremely excited Bai Xiaoling, he simply smiled and said, you have three flaws. First of all, you shouldn't have taken the initiative to approach me and start a conversation. Secondly, you didn't do a good job of disguising your abilities. And the third point, he shrugged, is that your eagerness to stop me from getting close to these ruins is far too blatant. What are you saying? I don't understand a word you're saying. Bai Xiaoling still looked shocked and confused. Suyi, has your memory been altered? Yes, my memories have indeed been altered. Suyi nodded calmly. That person was you. Let's stop this boring acting now. I have to say, your acting skills are really not very good. He scratched his nose and said in a rather casual tone, let me point out the flaws you've made. First of all, the first point. When you approached me yesterday and asked to team up with me, I was already suspicious of you. The reason is simple. I had already conducted a survey of the 47 freshmen besides myself before the assessment even began. Except for Enlan, who has never used her abilities, I have done a thorough analysis of the personality and the effects of the abilities of everyone else. But when you appeared in front of me, I found that I had absolutely no memory of your abilities or personality. Surprisingly, I have memories of you taking the entrance exam and attending classes with me. Isn't that really strange? I just didn't use my abilities much, so it's normal that you don't remember them, Bai Xiaoling replied, her tone still quite excited. That's impossible, Suyi replied firmly. I've already said that, apart from Enlan, I've used various methods to get everyone to use their abilities. I have a deep memory of everyone's abilities, and there is absolutely no way I could make a mistake. Enlan possesses SS level abilities, so his identity cannot be faked. In addition, he dislikes fighting by nature, so I am not that concerned about what his abilities are. But under these circumstances, I have absolutely no idea about your abilities. So when you appeared, I immediately realized something. He paused for a moment, then continued, you are not the real Bai Xiaoling. Or rather, Bai Xiaoling never existed in the first place. What are you talking about? Bai Xiaoling forced a smile. If I don't exist, then who is the person standing in front of you? This is the second flaw you've revealed, Suyi said with a calm smile. Your attempt to disguise your abilities is really too poor. When I inquired about your abilities, you stated that your ability was a B-rank ability called Inverted World. And your biggest mistake was that you presumptuously used your ability on me to prove that you weren't lying. But you were indeed affected by my power back then. That's right, I was indeed affected by your ability. Suyi nodded. But it wasn't some B-rank ability called Inverted World, because I tested my body immediately after I contracted the virus. At the time, I did want to move forward, but the movement I made was to take a step back. But the first thing I did before I took action was something else. I cracked the fingers on my left hand. If your ability is truly to turn the world upside down, then my act of cracking my left hand's fingers will definitely appear on my right hand. But in fact, I still managed to bend the fingers of my left hand. He let out a soft breath and said slowly, your true ability should be a change in cognition, right? When you were demonstrating your abilities to me, you deliberately guided me with your words, up becomes down, left becomes right, front becomes back. You used these words to guide my actions of moving forward or backward. But in reality, you are just reversing my perception while observing my actions. Initially, I did want to move forward, but after you changed my perception, the idea of moving forward was replaced by the idea of moving backward, so I ended up moving backward. But you obviously didn't notice my subtle finger counting, which gave you away. He grinned and glanced at Bai Shaoling out of the corner of his eye. But what truly convinced me of your abilities was when I met Han Hao and the other two earlier. At that time, Han Hao was influenced by your abilities, which caused him to only be able to extend his left hand. Your explanation for this behavior is that, depending on individual physical conditions, the ability may remain for a period of time. But in reality, you've just replaced his concept of right with left. The original left is still left, because you only changed the concept, but did not change his understanding of the existence of right. Therefore, no matter how he changes his actions and thoughts, he can only use his left hand. If I'm not mistaken, the reason you were able to infiltrate us without being suspected is because you altered our memories of you through this method of cognitive substitution. Su Ye's words caused Bai Shaoling's expression to freeze slightly. Her expression gradually changed, and the shy and obedient look she once had vanished, replaced by a somewhat unpredictable mood. Su Yi, seemingly oblivious to her expression, continued walking forward. The reason we were attacked this time is because you were the mole who leaked our movement route beforehand. And the people who attacked us this time are very likely from the Void Demon Council. Next is the third mistake you made. From the moment you left, you have been trying your best to prevent me from getting close to here, and you have been trying to make me think that teacher Yang Yuan is the mole. Let me guess. Perhaps there is something you seek within those ruins? And you want to get the things by avoiding the guards of the Sea City. As for why you approached me, it's because your second objective is to kill me. He suddenly stopped and turned to look at Bai Shaoling. Tell me, was I right? Bai Shaoling's expression kept changing, and she finally gave up on continuing the performance. The moment Su Yi turned around, her entire body seemed to melt away like a painting, constantly peeling away. A few seconds later, the original Bai Shaoling disappeared, and instead transformed into a youthful and beautiful girl wearing extremely sexy denim shorts and a crop top. Her face was exactly the same as Bai Shaoling, but she had a bit more charm and her expression was completely different, showing no trace of obedience. She gave a strange smile and looked Su Yi up and down. No wonder you are someone that Lord Gile has encouraged and praised. They actually managed to break through my ability through reasoning. Su Yi, you have truly broadened my horizons. Is this what you really are like? Su remained completely calm, his gaze sweeping over Bai Shaoling without any attempt to conceal it. At the same time, he also realized that his memories of Bai Shaoling were fading rapidly and eventually disappearing. Her figure, which had always appeared in tests and assessments, has completely disappeared from my memory, as if she had never existed. I see. So your ability will dissipate on its own once it's deactivated. He touched his chin thoughtfully and smiled slightly. S-rank ability, cognitive replacement. Bai Shaoling shrugged, showing no embarrassment despite being constantly scanned by Su Yi, and instead explained with a smile. Once I activate this ability, I can directly insert my existence into your memories. This has nothing to do with realm. As long as I insert memories, even teachers whose realm is far stronger than mine will not be able to detect my presence. It's a pity that I have to fill in the details of these memories myself. It's fine to deal with others, but someone as smart as you will definitely notice the subtle discrepancies. She pouted inside, then grimaced helplessly. Besides, once my abilities are exposed, the abilities I can apply to others will also become ineffective. But you're really a monster. You managed to see through everyone's abilities in just a few days. She blinked gently and smiled at Su Yi. Let me reintroduce myself. Lin Quan, candidate for the 6th counselor of the Void Demon Council. So even the name was fake? Su Yi chuckled. Now that I've exposed you, what do you want to do? Kill me here or take me away? I would never do something so suicidal. Lin Quan smiled and shook her head. Now that my abilities have been broken, if I use any energy here, the guards will notice immediately. Besides, capturing you is not my mission. Just as I thought. Su Yi turned his head again, but instead of attacking Lin Quan, he quickly walked towards the ruins ahead. After you found out I couldn't use my abilities, you didn't even try to attack me? Lin Quan asked, slightly surprised, as he followed Su Yi, hopping and skipping with his hands behind his back. The candidate's status is quite high, even within the Void Demon Council, Su Yi said, glancing at her indifferently. There's a very high chance you have something to protect you. I don't want to cause trouble for myself. Oh, Lin Quan's smile deepened. I didn't realize you were so cautious. Since you're so cautious, why are you so determined to wade into these muddy waters and force your way in? I stopped you from coming here, but it was to protect you, because I was afraid you would lose your life. As the two were talking, Su had already stepped into the ruins. However, the mirror world he had envisioned did not materialize. Just as he was wondering, his gaze narrowed slightly, and he immediately saw a yellow talisman that had been torn in half on a dilapidated wall in the distance.
This also means that the mirror world that was originally set up here has been destroyed by human intervention. I was wondering why it had been so noisy around here since the beginning. A muffled, thunderous sound came from the ruins. Immediately afterwards, a huge figure stepped out from the side, stomping heavily on the ground. Ba Ding's fierce gaze swept across the room, instantly locking onto Su Yi in front of him. So it turns out that some bugs had sneaked in. Then, his gaze fell on Lin Quan, who was following behind Su Yi, and he looked surprised. The helper that Bi Sting mentioned is you, little girl. If I remember correctly, you should be a candidate for the 6th counselor. The time hasn't come yet, and you've already delivered your prey to your doorstep. Why is it different from what Bi Sting agreed upon? There was nothing I could do, just a little accident. Lin Quan chuckled softly, then leaped up and sat on a broken wall nearby, gently swinging her little feet. He insisted on coming here to die, and I couldn't stop him. Is that so? Ba Ding grinned and began to rub his hands together. Well, since the prey has come to us, there's no reason not to take it. There are 30 minutes left until that thing breaks the seal. I'll take care of you, you little brat, within these 30 minutes. Get rid of me? Su Yi laughed loudly as if he had heard the biggest joke in the world. The next second, his gaze turned cold and his voice deepened. Do you really think I dared to come here alone to die? Cough. Han Hao's pupils dilated and he arched his body before being kicked to the ground by Jolie. He coughed up blood and his whole body felt like it was broken, with pain filling his entire body. Han, brother Han. Lu Tian and Sun Mao's expressions changed slightly and they immediately wanted to rush forward. Jolie merely glanced at them indifferently. The domineering and murderous aura in those eyes sent chills down their spines, and they involuntarily stopped in their tracks. The 3 people who had been bound by Han Hao's sand prison in the distance were now freed from their restraints due to Han Hao's serious injuries. But they didn't dare to run away at all. They all huddled to the side, looking at Jolie with fear on their faces. With your meager strength, you dare to challenge me alone? Jolie grinned maliciously as he stepped on Han Hao's chest, looking relaxed, as if suppressing the other party required almost no effort. You. Han Hao struggled to speak, but the pain prevented him from uttering a complete sentence. Despair filled his eyes. He hadn't expected Jolie to be so terrifying. From beginning to end, he tried everything he could, but he couldn't cause it the slightest harm. Jolie, with just a simple punch and a kick, had turned him into his current state. If you don't want to die, hand over the spirit pearl. Jolie calmly stepped on Han Hao's chest and said indifferently. Han Hao raised his right hand, trembling, and pointed it at Jolie. A clump of sand shot out rapidly, like a sharp arrow hurtling towards Jolie's body. Jolie, however, neither dodged nor flinched, letting the sand arrow pierce his chest. Blood flowed from the arrowhead, but the sand arrow only penetrated 1 centimeter before stopping. Is this your answer? As if he felt no pain, Jolie casually pinched the sand arrow and gently squeezed it, crushing it into a piece of sand. The wound on his chest was healing at a speed visible to the naked eye. In that case, I'll come and get it myself. Jolie's smile remained unchanged as he raised his right foot high, about to bring it down. But just then, a figure suddenly appeared and blocked Jolie's path. The terrifying impact rebounded, and Jolie was forced back by his own attack. He quickly steadied himself and looked at Lu Tian, whose arms were trembling as he stood in front of Han Hao. Are you next? Our spirit orbs are all here, Master Li. Please spare us. On the other side, Sun Mao slid down to his knees, holding the spirit orbs the 3 of them had obtained in his hands, fear spreading through his heart. They were terrified that if they continued to resist, Jolie would really kick Han Hao to death. We only have 1 spirit pearl, you can have it too. The 3 people not far away also tremblingly took out a red spirit pearl from their pockets and handed it to Jolie. Heh, you weren't lying. Jolie grinned and casually put the 4 red beads away. After getting what he wanted, he turned and left without any hesitation. Suddenly, a figure emerged from underground and stood in front of Jolie. Oh, another one? Jolie narrowed his eyes and grinned maliciously. Are you here to die too? Ba Ding's fist came flying like a bullet and hit a dilapidated wall. In the blink of an eye, the wall shattered as if it had been bombarded. Oh, it has such power just by using the strength of the physical body? Su narrowly dodged the punch and stood leisurely to the side. The tyrant in front of me had clearly defined muscles all over his body. Even without using any energy, his fists and feet alone carried a great deal of pressure. Kid, I don't know what you're relying on to dare show up here. If you think I can't deal with you without using my abilities, you're incredibly stupid. Ba Ding was not angry when his punch missed, but just approached Su Yi with a cold smile. He moved with light steps and his punches were extremely fast. Between a few punches and kicks, Su was forced to retreat continuously. With the sound of air being torn apart, Ba Ding suddenly accelerated and punched Su Yi in the face. Su was forced to activate his blood-boiling technique, barely managing to dodge the punch. His expression was solemn, but his eyes were filled with calmness. No matter how strong your physical body is, you can't unleash your full power without the support of energy. After activating boiling blood, Su Ye's speed increased dramatically. In a flash, he appeared behind Ba Ding and threw a punch. His fist was grabbed by Ba Ding's hand. The latter turned around with a cold smile, exerted force with his right arm, and Su was instantly lifted into the air, his
his body flying uncontrollably. The next moment, he was slammed heavily to the ground. The ground cracked and splintered, and the powerful recoil nearly made him faint. With a sinister grin, Ba Ding raised his right foot and stomped down on his body. Suya's consciousness returned quickly, and he slammed his feet into the ground. With the acceleration of his boiling blood, he moved a meter away and dodged the kick. He scrambled to his feet, looking slightly disheveled, his eyes gleaming. So, blood boiling alone isn't enough to deal with you. Before he could think for long, Ba Ding pounced on him once again. However, Suyi gave up on confronting it head-on and instead activated his boiling blood, running away into the distance. Trying to run? Dream on! Upon seeing this, Ba Ding immediately grinned maliciously and chased after him. His body, honed through countless trials, unleashed tremendous potential. He caught up with Su Yi in one stride. Su was in a state of panic and had no choice but to be forced to the side of a relatively intact wall. With his back against the wall, he had nowhere to escape. Is this all the power you have? I thought it would be much stronger. Ba Ding sneered and threw a punch. The wall is as fragile as tofu, it crumbles at the slightest touch. The entire wall could not withstand Ba Ding's punch, which relied solely on his physical strength, and collapsed with a crash. He frowned and looked down at his feet. Su Yi, who was originally pressed against the wall, slipped away from under his crotch the moment he threw a punch, just like an eel. Just as Ba Ding was about to throw a punch back, a hand gently rested on his swinging right arm. Su was breathing heavily, and blood-red mist rose and fell from his mouth. We've tested them enough, let's stop here. He held a piece of gravel in his palm, pressing it tightly against Ba Ding's right arm. Repairman, seal. He whispered the name of the move. The scattered pebbles on the ground all around seemed to be pulled up by countless threads, rising from the ground one after another. These pebbles, like building blocks, quickly came together and connected. Half a second later, Ba Ding felt his right arm sink as he was pulled down by gravity. He looked at his right arm with a hint of surprise. Countless bricks and stones were seen encasing his arm, fitting together seamlessly. The image makes it seem as if his hand is embedded in bricks and stones. Ha, if I can break it once, I can break it twice. Unless you seal my arms, you can't stop me with these little tricks. Ba Ding sneered, swung his left fist, and smashed it towards his right arm, trying to shatter the half wall and free his right arm. But a pulling force suddenly grabbed him. A piece of gravel had fallen onto his left arm at some point. Drawn by the rubble, countless stones converged, forming half a wall that also sealed off his left arm. For a moment, he felt his arms were incredibly heavy, being pulled forcefully by the weight of the two walls. Two loud thump sounds were heard. His hands were pulled down by the weight of the bricks and slammed to the ground with two loud thuds. The current appearance of the Ba Ding is like a robot that has only been assembled halfway. His arms were embedded in the distinct blocks of bricks, forming two brick arms. Suya's boiling blood had also dissipated, and a trace of fatigue flashed in his eyes. He took a step back and sat cross-legged on the ground, saying calmly, "Don't struggle. Although my abilities aren't strong in direct combat, but it is still very practical in furniture malls and in such complex terrain. It's just two walls." Ba Ding's face turned red, and he actually managed to lift his arm along with the wall by sheer force. He actually tried to use the force of his arms to smash the two walls that were sealing his hands. "Unless you fix this wall with steel bars, I'll smash every single one of its sides." He had barely finished speaking. White threads suddenly emerged from the bricks on his arm. A moment later, several steel bars flew from 3 meters away, quickly inserted into the ground, and connected to the bricks. Ba Ding's strength was ultimately no match for this force, and he knelt down on one knee, his arms slamming back to the ground. His arms were covered with bricks and stones and fixed to the ground with steel bars, so he was unable to move for a while. At this moment, his face turned red and white in turns, and he wished he could slap himself twice for being such a jinx. Even though he himself possessed the strength of the peak realm, without using any energy, he was firmly controlled in place by Su Yi. Su Yi's utilization of his abilities far exceeded his expectations. "Boy, you're courting death." Ba Ding's arms were immobilized, and although he couldn't move, he still raised his head with an imposing air and stared at him fiercely. "Once I can use my energy, the first thing I'll do is tear you apart." Even though he was frozen in place, he didn't think Su could do anything to him. "You, a defeated opponent, dare to threaten me?" Su Yi was full of surprise, not understanding why Ba Ding could still be so tough under these circumstances. He casually picked up half a brick and went straight to the cauldron that was kneeling on the ground. As he moved forward, a white light flashed above the half-brick, and it was quickly restored to its complete form. Ba Ding raised his head, his face contorted with rage, just about to say something. Su Yi slapped the brick in his hand onto his face without any mercy. "Do you know what the situation is like right now? You're really arrogant, aren't you?" The brick smashed into Ba Ding's face and shattered instantly. Although the force was not great, it made Ba Ding feel as if he had been humiliated. Before he could finish speaking, the broken brick quickly closed up and was slapped back into his face. "I'm warning you." He had barely opened his mouth when half a brick was shoved into it. Immediately afterwards, Su slapped him on the head without any mercy. "What warning? So what if you're a member of the Void Demon Council? Do you think I haven't killed anyone before? What are you so smug about? Someone who can't even use his own energy."
This combo is not very powerful, but it is extremely insulting. Ba Ding's entire face turned bright red with anger. With a crack sound, he actually used his teeth to bite the brick in his mouth and spit it out to the side. I'm warning you, kid, don't get too cocky. He spoke through gritted teeth, his eyes flashing with furious flames. With your weak and ineffective attacks, you can't hurt me even if I don't use my energy. Lord Bliss is very interested in you and wants us to take you back, but he never said he had to bring you back alive. If you dare to humiliate me like this again, I will make you suffer endless torment until you kneel down and beg me for mercy. The way you're talking makes it sound like you wouldn't want to kill me if I didn't act crazy. Su remained completely calm in the face of Ba Ding's threat. He grabbed a brick and slapped it onto Ba Ding's face again, smashing it to pieces. You bastard! Ba Ding seemed to be ignited, trying to exert force to break free from the wall on his arm. But his posture was extremely awkward at the moment, and he couldn't muster any strength. I've already said it, unless you come up with something different, this level of power won't even be enough to tickle me. Seeing that he could not break free from the restraints, Ba Ding could only roar with red eyes. What you said makes a lot of sense. Su nodded thoughtfully, then suddenly reached into his pocket and rummaged around. A moment later, he had a bottle of chili oil in his hand. Who would carry chili oil around with them? Ba Ding was completely dumbfounded and cursed inwardly. Let me show you my new move. Chili oil hand. Suyi swiftly grabbed a handful of chili oil and slapped it into Ba Ding's eyes. Ba Ding abruptly closed his eyes, exclaiming in surprise, what new move? It's just smearing chili oil on your hands. He closed his eyes and waited for a while, but there was no movement in front of him. A few seconds later, Ba Ding quietly opened his eyes a crack. Su's fingers, coated in chili oil, had been waiting for a long time, and instantly pierced his eye. Awa! Ba Ding shook his head frantically, his eyes smeared with chili oil, and he let out a miserable scream. His arms, which were pinned to the ground, trembled violently, causing the two walls to vibrate. You bastard! Ba Ding cursed loudly while his body trembled violently, writhing in unbearable pain. Ha 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 ha! A silvery laugh came from above the half-wall not far away. Lin Quan laughed so hard he almost fell over, showing no intention of helping at all. Instead, he was amused by the scene before him. Shut up! Ba Ding roared, his body trembling, his anger almost overwhelming him. He opened his bloodshot eyes, stared intently at Su Yi, and growled in a murderous voice, Bastard, you've angered me. Su Ye's attack was not very powerful, but it was extremely insulting. Ba Ding, who was already short-tempered, was immediately enraged. He turned his head, glared at Lin Quan on the wall, and demanded, Aren't you going to make a move? Are you just going to watch me get humiliated by this bastard? You know, if we use even a little bit of energy now, the city guard will notice. Lin Quan shrugged with a smile, showing no intention of making a move. I've never cultivated my body. How could I possibly be a match for this guy? She swung her little feet, completely unconcerned about the pitiful state of Ba Ding, instead staring intently at Su Yi, becoming increasingly interested in him. On the other side, Su Yi did not stop attacking either. As if he had found some kind of fun, he kept pulling out all sorts of strange things from his pocket. Secret technique, garlic impact technique. Secret technique, the durian no stuffing technique. Old 8's secret sauce. He didn't dare to push too hard, so he could only use this kind of mild attack, constantly teetering on the edge of Ba Ding's anger. After all, the Overlord Cauldron had deliberately suppressed its energy fluctuations to prevent the city guards from discovering it. If he really does something that could endanger Ba Ding's life, such as taking out Gu Shao, it's likely that Ba Ding will unleash its energy immediately in order to save its life. At that distance, Suka wasn't confident that the city guard could protect his life from such a distance. Ba Ding's face was covered in strange sauces, and all sorts of fishy and pungent smells kept assaulting his nostrils. He could no longer contain his anger and began to tremble. I can't take it anymore. You bastard, I'm going to kill you right here. A wisp of energy seemed to be brewing within him, as if he were about to break through his limitations and unleash his power at any moment. Sensing the aura within the Overlord Cauldron, Lin Quan's expression changed slightly, despite her previous charming smile. Her expression turned cold, and she hissed, Ba Ding, have you forgotten your mission? If the item isn't successfully retrieved, do you know how Lord Bliss will punish you? His attacks can't hurt you, so why not let him toy with you a little longer? Upon hearing this, Ba Ding's brain, which was enveloped in rage, was instantly doused with cold water, and he barely managed to calm down. Although Lin Quan's words were full of ambiguity, he still gritted his teeth and suppressed his emotions. The turmoil that had been surging within him gradually subsided, and a look of resentment appeared on his face. Bastard, there are 15 minutes left until midnight. If he can hold out through this period and successfully retrieve the barrier stone, he will definitely torture Su Yi using the cruelest methods he knows. Even if the city guards discover him, he will definitely not let Su Yi go. I see. However, after hearing this conversation, Su Yi revealed a meaningful smile. You really are waiting for something. His probing was to confirm his suspicions. In other words, you are doing this for something extremely important, and even if I humiliate you like this, you will absolutely not use your energy. Su Yi revealed a wicked smile, grabbed Ba Ding's clothes to wipe his hands, and once again put his
hand into his robes. However, what he took out this time made Ba Ding's eyebrows twitch wildly. It was a pair of scissors. Suyi chuckled and moved the scissors toward Ba Ding's lower body, muttering incantations. So, as long as I don't harm your life, you'll endure whatever I do, right? Upon seeing this scene, Ba Ding's expression changed drastically. He felt as if half of his skull was about to be blown off, and his scalp tingled. Between the two of us, who is the villain? What the hell do you want, you bastard? What are you doing? Su smiled and handed the scissors forward, saying, I'll help you get rid of the root of your troubles. Why don't you go and get yourself first? Ba Ding shouted in surprise, trying to back away. The wall that could cover both arms trembled continuously but remained firmly fixed to the ground. Su remained unmoved, the scissors already touching Ba Ding's pants. Ah! Ba Ding roared, finally unable to hold back any longer. I can't take it anymore. I'm going to kill this bastard. His body surged once more. What if you lose something important while trying to complete a mission? He might as well just die. Overlord Cauldron! Lin Quan shouted, his expression changing rapidly. In the end, she pursed her lips tightly and threw something out of her bosom. It was an exquisitely crafted jade pendant, which was gently placed on Ba Ding's neck. A cool sensation flowed across the surface of the cauldron. He managed to calm down, and Lin Quan's voice reached his ears. This is a replica of the jade treasure made by the master craftsman, the small spirit covering jade. Within 10 minutes, as long as you use no more than the energy level above the stone realm, the battle fluctuations will not spread and be detected. Great! Ba Ding was overjoyed upon hearing this, his eyes sparkling with excitement. The next moment, he stopped suppressing his energy and instantly unleashed it, wrapping it around his body. Oh no! Suya's smile vanished instantly, and he jumped back almost without hesitation. Before he could even land, the scissors he was still holding were instantly destroyed by a terrifying force. Fortunately, he let go in time, thus avoiding being affected by the force. But then a loud roar was heard, and Ba Ding stood up angrily. The wall that covered his arms exploded into countless pieces of rubble. He stood up again, his eyes fierce, radiating extreme killing intent. You bastard! A low growl came, and Ba Ding put the small spirit concealing jade around his neck, staring straight at Suyi. I'm going to break all 4 of your limbs. After speaking, he stomped his feet, unleashing a terrifying momentum that instantly closed in on Suyi. Even if only the energy of the stone realm is used, the power he can unleash is also extremely terrifying. After years of tempering, even using only a little energy, the power that his body unleashed far exceeded that of the stone realm. This is terrible. Suya's pupils contracted slightly, and in the blink of an eye, the Overlord Cauldron appeared in front of him. He dared not be careless, activated his blood-boiling ability, and dodged backward. Poof! Ba Ding's punch missed its mark, but a look of disdain appeared in his eyes. Before Su could react, it felt as if an invisible wave had struck his chest, sending him flying uncontrollably. His body smashed through half a wall, his blood surging, and he was in excruciating pain. Before he could recover from the shock, Ba Ding charged at him again and slammed his fist into the ground. With a sliver of consciousness, Suyi kicked the ground with both feet and moved 2 meters horizontally. Ba Ding's fist landed on the ground, leaving a dent. Suyi, who was 2 meters away, was once again struck by an invisible force, rolling over several times and spitting out blood. I see. He coughed up blood and stood up unsteadily. Your ability can harm me even if it doesn't directly hit me? Grade B ability, Resonance Impact, a material amplification ability. Ba Ding's every punch resonates with the air and affects the nearest target. You little rascal, why aren't you as arrogant as you were before? Ba Ding appeared in front of Suyi with a cold smile, and his large, rough hand reached out to grab. Just then, half of the wall was suddenly kicked down, and 2 figures walked in. What a terrible place this is. There isn't even a road. Jolie, shirtless, walked disdainfully through the gravel into the art museum. Behind him, Bai Tao sneakily tapped the ground with his toes. I was just about to tell you, the door is on the other side. Oh, Ba Ding stopped what he was doing, turned his head, and looked at the 2 people who had suddenly appeared. 2 more worms have come? Is this the enemy you were talking about? Jolie also stopped and grinned as he looked at the massive cauldron, which was even bigger than himself. Bai Tao's expression changed upon seeing the Overlord Cauldron. His gaze swept back and forth, and he immediately noticed Lin Quan sitting on the low wall and Suyi in the distance. Suyi, I've brought the helper as you requested. You've come at the perfect time. Suyi wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, a hint of joy in his eyes. It has to be said that the helpers Bai Tao found this time were far more capable than he had imagined. He didn't bother with any unnecessary explanations. Instead, he looked directly at Jolie and said in the most concise way, Jolie, this guy is a member of the Void Demon Council. Take care of him, and I'll give you a yellow spirit orb worth 10 points. 1 isn't enough. Jolie began to move his hands and feet, his smile unchanged. Here are 2 more locations where yellow spirit orbs might appear, Su added. If you don't find them, I'll personally give you another spirit orb. Although I could choose to just rob you, Jolie stretched after moving his arms and legs. Dealing with you is indeed a bit tricky, and it's not worth it. Okay, I agree to your terms. Deal. As soon as he finished speaking, the red shadow vanished. Jolie appeared in front of Ba Ding with a sinister smile,
his right fist enveloped in red light, and he burst out with a bang. Ba Ding seemed to have not expected Jolie to be so fast, and could only quickly raise his arms to resist. Even so, he was still knocked back 2 steps by the punch, and his arms were a little numb. Gently lowering his arm, Ba Ding's face revealed a fanatical fighting spirit. Interesting, there is actually someone who can match my strength. Evenly matched? Jolie sneered and raised his knee to strike. Ba Ding caught the knee, but his expression changed slightly. This power is even stronger than the punch from before. At the same time, Jolie punched him in the chest again. This time, Ba Ding, which had no defensive measures, was actually blasted away. Su Ye's eyes flashed, and he shouted, he can only use the energy of the stone realm right now. Finish him off within 10 minutes. 10 minutes? Jolie scoffed dismissively and leaped after Ba Ding. Ba Ding's body was extremely tough, and the punches he had just received did not cause him any real damage. But just as he got up from the ground, Jolie reappeared, his fists raining down like a storm. At the same time, his calm and confident voice also came over. If we're at the same level, would it really take 10 minutes to deal with this trash? With killing intent descending, his fist was enveloped in red light, once again blasting the Overlord Cauldron back. I'll kill him in 5 minutes. What did you say? Ba Ding staggered 2 steps, steadied himself, and looked up at Jolie as if he had heard a joke. You mere stone realm brat, spouting such nonsense, thinking you can take me down in 5 minutes? There's a limit to dreaming. He roared and thrust out his right fist at Jolie. His ability, Resonance Impact, allows him to attack 2 targets simultaneously. It can also concentrate power at the tip of the fist, unleashing double the attack. The power of this punch was so great that it even created sonic booms in the air. Oh no! Instead of dodging, Jolie used his own body to take the punch head-on. His chest caved in instantly, as if his bones had been broken. He spat out a mouthful of blood, which landed directly on Ba Ding's face, but his expression seemed completely oblivious to the pain. A sinister grin still clung to his face. His action of spitting blood was as casual as spitting out phlegm. Is this your greatest destructive power? Jolie wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, a wild expression on his face. That's nothing special. Ba Ding was speechless for a moment, staring ahead in disbelief. Even though he can only use the power of the stone realm now, his physical attributes and ability development are truly at the peak level. The power of this punch is enough to smash through a giant rock. But Jolie not only didn't dodge, but after taking the attack head-on, he acted as if nothing had happened. For a moment, a sense of absurdity welled up in his mind, as if he were looking at a monster. As a peak realm cultivator, you actually feel fear towards me. Jolie grinned, directly pointing out the fleeting emotion in Ba Ding's mind. No sooner had he finished speaking than his previously sunken chest began to swell up rapidly, indicating that the injury from taking the punch head-on was healing quickly. What did you say? Ba Ding laughed angrily, growling, you said I would be afraid of a brat like you? He roared and swung his fist again. This time, the power was even stronger than the previous punch. Jolie opened his palm and caught the attack from the Overlord Cauldron solidly. The ground beneath his feet cracked instantly, but he acted as if nothing had happened, staring straight at the domineering cauldron. Is the anger that follows being exposed? He gripped Ba Ding's fist tightly with his left hand, while his right fist shot out like lightning. The terrifying impact caused even Ba Ding's body, which had been tempered and refined through countless trials, to experience excruciating pain, causing him to involuntarily lean back. But Jolie gripped his left fist tightly, swung him high into the air, and slammed him to the ground. His attack power and destructive power seemed to have been enhanced, making them even more ferocious than before. Impossible, what kind of ability is this? Ba Ding had enough combat experience, and he gritted his teeth, his body trembling, as he leaped to his feet, but Jolie's fist came at him again. For a moment, he was forced to retreat repeatedly, completely unable to defend himself. How could someone at the mere stone realm possess such terrifying combat power? On the other side, Bai Tao cautiously approached Su Ye's side, looked at the 2 people fighting fiercely in front of him, and then glanced at Lin Quan on the stone wall. So that guy really is the mole you're talking about? At this moment, all his memories of Bai Xiaoling faded away, and he realized her identity. Although Su had warned him before, seeing it with his own eyes still felt unbelievable. The other party had infiltrated the students without a sound, becoming their classmate who spent every day with them, and they were completely unaware, not even the teachers. Yes, they are all from the Void Demon Council. Su Yi endured the pain and sat on the ground, constantly wrapping his injured parts with energy to suppress his pain. Their mission this time seems to be to retrieve something. Therefore, they will not use their abilities before the recovery, in order to avoid being detected by the city guards. You already guessed it, so why did you still insist on getting involved? Bai Tao's heart skipped a beat, and he asked the same question Lin Quan had asked earlier. We could have simply left, or found some teachers to deal with these members of the Void Demon Council. With your brains, you must have a way to contact the teachers. I do have a way to contact a few teachers, Su said calmly, watching the battle ahead. But there's not enough time. What these lawmakers want to reclaim might appear around midnight. Although we don't know what that thing is for, their caution suggests it must be something important. Besides that, there is another reason. What's the reason? Bai Tao was taken aback. They want to kill me. How can I just sit here and wait to die? Su Ye's eyes flashed with murderous intent as he calmly glanced at Ba Ding, who was being beaten, and Lin Quan on the low wall. Of course, I have some advantages that allow me to come here. Ba Ding's figure was blasted away like a cannonball, directly smashing half of the pillar in half. He staggered to his feet, his eyes filled with terror. Under Zhou Li's incredibly domineering and continuous attacks, even his incredibly tough body suffered injuries. The pain spread throughout his body, making him realize that his life was in danger. During the battle, his attacks hit Zhou Li several times in succession. Zhou Li, however, seemed oblivious to pain, enduring each injury with his own body before launching a fierce attack. After several exchanges, Ba Ding was almost powerless to resist. Is this all the so-called counselor is capable of? Zhou Li strode forward with a sinister grin, his eyes filled with disdain. You bastard. Ba Ding had never felt so looked down upon before. He got up, furious. If it weren't for the limitations on his cultivation level, someone like Zhou Li could kill 10 people with a single punch. His eyes were bloodshot, and all the muscles in his body were taut, each muscle as big as a stone. The next moment, he threw a powerful punch and charged towards Zhou Li. A ripple appeared in the air, as if resonating with his fist. However, Zhou Li also threw a punch at the same moment. His fist flashed with crimson energy, and with a force faster and more powerful than that of the Overlord Cauldron, he struck the Overlord Cauldron first. Ba Ding's sturdy body finally gave way, and he coughed up a mouthful of blood, collapsing to his knees uncontrollably, clutching his injured abdomen. He trembled violently, as if he had been electrocuted, and for a moment he was unable to circulate his energy. Oh no! Oh no! The sudden change in his body caught Ba Ding off guard. He didn't know what Zhou Li had done to him, but now, even if he wanted to unleash his energy, he seems unable to do so. A sneer flashed in Zhou Li's eyes as he slammed his right foot down. I told you, 5 minutes is enough. His right foot struck a dagger about the length of his forearm, bringing him to a sudden stop. A sexy woman, holding a dagger in reverse, appeared next to Ba Ding and steadily blocked the kick. At this moment, Zhou Li, Su Yi, and Bai Tao, who were not far away, all had their pupils shrink. They hadn't even noticed how this woman had appeared. Ba Ding, you idiot. Bi Sting swung his dagger, knocking Zhou Li back, and frowned as he cursed. I told you long ago that your physical cultivation is all show and no substance. Apart from being solid, it's useless and utterly worthless. If you had humbled yourself and asked me for advice earlier, would you be in such a sorry state now? Are you a member of parliament too? Zhou Li steadied himself, grinning maliciously as he looked ahead. Dare to block my killing? Do you want to die before him? He took a step forward and unleashed a powerful punch. But the Bi Sting didn't even glance at him. The dagger in her hand danced like a butterfly, instantly striking various acupoints on Zhou Li's body. Zhou Li's expression changed slightly, and he fell straight to the ground, unable to move. What did you do? He asked in a deep voice, only to find that the energy within his body seemed to be blocked. Sealing acupoints, using high-speed attacks to hit acupoints on your body, is a type of physical technique, Bi Sting replied calmly, glancing at Zhou Li. During the brief pause in her attack, Ba Ding finally recovered and stood up from the ground again. How could I possibly lower myself to ask a woman for advice? He grinned, looking at Bi Sting. Besides, if I didn't cultivate my physical body to this level of resilience, how could I protect you? Idiots, Bi Sting coldly cursed, but his gaze fell on Su Yi and Bai Tao, who looked tense. The sudden appearance of the Bi Sting caught them all off guard. This woman's speed was like a ghost. She didn't use any energy at all, yet she was able to take Zhou Li down in an instant. Clearly, this is a member of parliament who was skilled in physical combat. Su Yi and Bai Tao were on high alert, their hair standing on end. How did you end up here? Ba Ding shook his arms. His body, which had been injured by Zhou Li, was now rapidly recovering. I heard some noise over here and thought you might be in trouble, so I came to check, Bi Sting said calmly, turning around to look at Su Yi with his dagger in hand, and glancing at Lin Quan on the low wall. So that's how it is. The plan went wrong, causing the mission objective to appear ahead of schedule. She hesitated for a moment, then a cold smile appeared on her lips. Since that's the case, let's take care of him ahead of time. Run! Just as she finished speaking, Su Yi's pupils constricted, and he shouted urgently. He instantly activated boiling blood and dodged to the side. Bai Tao reacted even faster, disappearing in the blink of an eye. The Bi Stinger blurred into afterimages, seemingly appearing in 2 locations simultaneously. Then 2 muffled thuds were heard. Su Yi and Bai Tao were blasted away in different directions. Su Yi tumbled to the ground, and before he could regain his footing, he saw a broken dagger aimed at his neck with a chilling killing intent. We've met a master this time. This woman, without using any energy, is comparable to a mountain realm expert just through her physical skills. He felt a slight tremor in his heart, and his gaze hardened. Is this the only place where that thing can be used? Countless thoughts flashed through Su Yi's mind like lightning. Forced into a corner, he had decided to reveal his trump card. But at that moment, a blue light suddenly shone in his eyes. Bi Sting looked ahead with some surprise. The pale blue light barrier stood in front of Su Yi, smoothly deflecting his attack. She didn't linger in the fight. In the blink of an eye, she leaped several meters away, her face cold. Who is it? Phew! Su Yi let out a long long breath and sat up. Teacher Yang Yuan, you finally appeared. A figure emerged from the shadows. Yang Yuan, still wearing a smiling expression, looked around at everyone present. Thank you for your hard work, everyone. To be able to fight 2 counselors to a draw, no wonder the principal called them the most talented class of students. He clapped his hands gently, and a blue light enveloped Jolie. Jolie jumped up from the ground, his eyes sweeping over Yang Yuan. So you've been watching from behind the whole time? What a bastard teacher. He muttered a curse under his breath, then walked to the side and stood with his arms crossed. Yang Yuan's smile remained unchanged, but he shrugged helplessly. I can't be sure how many counselors will show up this time. So, as long as you are not in mortal danger, I want to wipe them all out in one fell swoop. Hiss. Bai Tao rubbed his aching body and crawled out from next to Su Yi. Despite being pursued at the speed of a bee sting, he was unable to dodge the attack and took a kick. Just who is this teacher Yang Yuan? Did he deliberately lead us here? That's right. He probably already knew about these counselors' presence, but wanted to use us to lure them out. Su replied calmly, if I'm not mistaken, he was assigned to travel with us this time to stop this matter. His identity most likely comes from the school's board of directors. It's just a mountain realm, yet they dare to ambush us? Bee Sting said coldly, his gaze fixed on Yang Yuan, his killing intent palpable. Don't say that. You two don't dare to use your abilities right now, Yang Yuan said with a smile. Even if I'm only at the mountain realm, it's more than enough to deal with you. Even without using my abilities, I can kill you. Bee Sting's gaze turned cold, and he vanished from the spot in an instant. The next second, she appeared behind Yang Yuan, holding a dagger, and slashed at his neck. A pale blue light screen unfolded, blocking her attack once again. Undeterred, Bee Sting transformed into countless afterimages, appearing in all directions around Yang Yuan. Her speed was so fast that these afterimages attacked Yang Yuan from all directions simultaneously, but every attack was blocked by the simple and unadorned light barrier. Rank A ability, Sky Curtain. Yang Yuan stood there quietly, enduring the continuous attacks of the bee stings without moving an inch, and even explained his abilities. I can create any sky curtain around me to isolate everything. As you can see, without using energy, your destructive power is simply insufficient to shatter my ability. The bee stinger thrust out with another dagger, but it was once again blocked by the sky. She jumped back to create some distance, slightly out of breath, but her complexion wasn't very good. With her physical skills, she could easily suppress most beings in the mountain realm. But this time, they happened to encounter Yang Yuan, whose abilities are primarily defensive. Each of her attacks seemed to land on a defensive barrier that was both resilient and flexible. Physical skills alone are simply not enough to break through this barrier. This is a pure example of ability counterplay. It seems you've come to terms with the current situation. Yang Yuan smiled with narrowed eyes, and gently extended his hand toward the bee sting. Then, it's my turn to make a move. A hint of coldness flickered in his eyes, which were devoid of any smile, creating a stark contrast to the smile on his face. The next moment, Bee Sting was shocked to find that a spherical light screen had appeared around her body, enveloping her. Sky Curtain. Yang Yuan gently clenched his right hand from a palm into a fist. The blue light curtain seemed to isolate all the air. Bee Sting's face turned ashen as she was shocked to find that she could not breathe through the light barrier. The feeling of suffocation gradually enveloped her. Her incredibly beautiful face turned pale, and her veins bulged. When Ba Ding saw that the bee stinger was trapped, it roared in alarm and pounced on it instantly. He slammed his palms against the sky, but was blocked by an invisible force, unable to touch the bee sting's inside. You bastard! He turned around abruptly, glared at Yang Yuan, and threw a punch. Yang Yuan simply jumped back slightly, smiling, with your weak physical skills, you shouldn't even try to attack me. As soon as he finished speaking, his body trembled slightly. He had taken the impact of the resonant force of the domineering cauldron, but he seemed to be unharmed. Immediately, Yang Yuan's figure disappeared and reappeared behind Ba Ding, kicking out with his foot. Ba Ding immediately collapsed to the ground, having suffered a tremendous impact. Just as he was about to get up, Yang Yuan stepped on his back, pinning him firmly to the ground. What happened? Gentlemen, Yang Yuan said with a smile, after swiftly suppressing the two men. If you don't unleash your full power soon, you might really die here. His actions at this moment were solely aimed at forcing the two of them to break free from their own limitations. One after another, it just never ends. Ba Ding roared and straightened up forcefully. He had been suppressing his feelings for far too long, waiting for that broken barrier stone to appear. Right now, all he wants is to unleash all his energy and tear apart everyone who stands in his way. A terrifying energy was building up within him, as if it were about to erupt at any moment. Overlord Cauldron. Bee Sting's deep voice came from the light screen. Although she was having difficulty breathing, her gaze remained unwavering, and she gestured with her eyes. Wait a little longer. The city's defender was able to launch a long-range attack on them the instant their energy leaked. If they reveal their energy at this moment, the mission will inevitably fail, and it will be no different from death. Ba Ding noticed Bee Sting's gaze and immediately understood what she wanted to say. Hateful. He clenched his fists tightly, suppressing the energy within him once more, but his body trembled uncontrollably with rage. Aren't you going to use your abilities yet? Yang Yuan
Yuan said thoughtfully, a look of disappointment in his eyes. Alright, I'll see how long you can hold out. The canopy, enveloped in bee stings, contracted again, almost pressing tightly against her body. The bee stinger, which was already in a state of suffocation, suddenly felt even more uncomfortable. Her entire face was almost contorted in pain as she suffocated. At 12 o'clock, retrieve the barrier stone. Suddenly, Yang Yuan spoke up, smiling at the two of them. This is your mission this time, right? What? The bee sting felt like being in an ice cellar, as if the blood in my whole body had been frozen. Why does this man not only know the exact time, but also the objective of their mission? Stop trying to wait. I won't give you the chance to drag it out until midnight. Yang Yuan took out his phone from his pocket and showed it to Bee Sting. Did you know that the average time it takes for a normal person to suffocate is 4 minutes? According to my experiments, asphyxiation is divided into 3 stages. You have now entered the 3rd stage. Even if you have extraordinary physical abilities, it will only take 2 minutes for your brain to lose consciousness due to lack of oxygen. But I'm sorry, the time is 11:57 now. This also means that if you don't unleash your abilities, you absolutely won't be able to stay up until midnight. Bee Sting's pupils shrank to the size of pinholes, and his already suffocating face turned even more pale. But just then, a delicate voice suddenly rang out. Okay, I got it. Lin Quan, who had been sitting on the low wall, smiled sweetly, as if she were having a conversation with someone. Even after Yang Yuan appeared, she did not launch any attack against him. She gracefully leaped down from the low wall, as if issuing some kind of command, and looked at the immobilized Bee Sting and Overlord Cauldron. There's no need to worry about the city's defenders anymore. Now, unleash your full power and suppress everyone here within 2 minutes. Oh, Yang Yuan was drawn in by Lin Quan's words and tilted his head slightly. However, his expression changed slightly the next moment. 2 loud bangs rang out in front of him. In just a moment, the cauldron he had been stepping on flew up and the sphere-shaped sky also instantly turned into countless fragments and disappeared into the air. The energy fluctuations of the 2 peak realms rose up simultaneously, seemingly about to crush and destroy everything around them. Bee Sting wiped his mouth, breathing heavily, the ashen look on his face quickly fading. Ba Ding roared, and with the surge of energy, the muscles all over its body seemed to grow even stronger. Both men gave a cold smile and responded in a deep voice. Lin Quan's words meant that the counselor who could obstruct the city's defenders had arrived in Haichang. Their killing intent was boiling, and they were already poised to strike, having fully unleashed their full power. Ha, you're finally free. Yang Yuan's face showed no fear whatsoever, but rather was filled with excitement. He too emanated energy fluctuations from the mountain realm. Let me see just how skilled the 2 counselors really are. Inside an old bungalow in Haichang, Yin Yuan, who had been resting with his eyes closed, opened them almost at the same time as the energy of the Bee Sting and the domineering cauldron erupted. His eyes flickered, and he murmured just as he said. The next moment, he gently opened his mouth, and an invisible wave rushed out at high speed. A tremendous roar echoed from the courtyard. The courtyard, which was originally covered with fallen leaves, suddenly exploded as if it had been hit by some kind of missile. Yin Yuan's eyes flashed, and he appeared in the center of the courtyard, staring directly at a figure in the dust. Hello, Lord Tianyin. A refined voice came from the figure. Then a man in a tailcoat, with his hands behind his back, slowly emerged from the dust. A faint layer of energy enveloped his body, blocking Tianyi's attack that was about to strike from afar. Who are you? Yin Yuan pondered for a moment, his eyes gradually turning cold. The 6th member of the Void Demon Council, Star Shift. The only identity that could be thought of that could so easily deflect his attack was this one. I won't let you interfere in the battle over there, Xingyi said with a smile. How about your excellency Tianyin invites me inside for some tea? Overlord Cauldron. Bee Sting's gaze was cold as he spoke softly. Suppress him within 1 minute. Leave it to me. Ba Ding smiled confidently, stepped on the ground, and instantly closed in on Yang Yuan. The energy fluctuations of the peak realm flowed around him as he swung his fist down. The canopy that Yang Yuan was supporting shattered instantly, unable to withstand the power of a single punch. But his expression didn't change, he simply tapped the ground and leaped backward. Ba Ding caught up and landed another punch. This time, Yang Yuan did not directly block Ba Ding. Instead, he squatted down and dodged the punch. However, he had just squatted down when he was hit in the back by an invisible impact, and he staggered forward, his body shaking violently. Just then, a blurry figure appeared to his side, wielding a dagger and slashing towards his neck. A pale blue light curtain unfolded, blocking the view from the side. The dagger shattered the light barrier, but Yang Yuan used the brief opening to steady himself and dodge to the side. Cough cough cough. He rubbed his aching chest and smiled helplessly. As expected, it's still a bit difficult to stop 2 counselors at the peak level at the same time. Don't even think that the city guard will come to save you. Ba Ding grinned maliciously as he rushed forward, trying to grab Yang Yuan. But Yang Yuan nimbly dodged it, and then immediately erected a canopy to block one of the impacts. He's barely able to take care of himself. How could he possibly have the energy to look after you? Our academy's affairs are naturally none of that city keeper's business. Yang Yuan retreated continuously, constantly steadily increasing the distance between himself and the Overlord Cauldron, his expression returning to its calm and composed state.
Since that's the case, then please die here. Bee Sting's icy voice suddenly rang out from behind him.
Her movements were like a ghost, her dagger slicing through the air as she slashed towards Yang Yuan's neck.
At this distance and speed, Yang Yuan had no way to avoid it.
Without warning, Bee Sting was sent flying and crashed into the distant ruins.
Ba Ding looked over with a hint of surprise and worry, but at that moment he also rushed to Yang Yuan's side and threw a punch.
Amidst the exploding rocks, a stone pillar suddenly rose from the ground in front of the domineering cauldron, blocking his attack.
Instructor Lien Shou, Teacher Tsangwei.
Not far away, Bai Tao stared wide-eyed at the entrance of the art museum with a look of great joy on his face. Lien Shou and Song Wei, who had disappeared since yesterday, were seen walking towards them with light and steady steps. Su Ye's tightly furrowed brows immediately relaxed, as if he had anticipated the current situation.
So that's how it is. This is what you're relying on.
The Sting reappeared from the pile of rubble, its gaze sweeping coldly over Lien Shou and Song Wei. Lien Shou, the time control, who disappeared for several years, and Song Wei, the land god.
There's no need to mention the past titles anymore, Lien Shou said with a smile, waving his hand with a relaxed expression. If you dare to call me by that name again, I will kill you all. The usually calm Song Wei's expression turned extremely gloomy at this moment.
One of the reasons he became a teacher at Longsha Academy was because of this widely circulated, unlucky nickname. During missions, hunters are often given various nicknames due to the characteristics of their abilities and the results of their missions.
Once these nicknames become well known, they spread easily.
As its popularity spreads, it is very likely to become an exclusive title for void hunters. When Song Wei was on his first mission, his domineering abilities led some superstitious people to call him the Earth God. He became famous because of this, and the nickname spread far and wide, making it impossible for him to change it.
You finally arrived. Yang Yuan swiftly appeared beside Lien Shou and Song Wei, his face still beaming with a smile.
You could have just told us your purpose. Why did you deliberately hide it? Lien Shou glanced at him and spoke calmly. If I hadn't troubled that guy Yin Yuan to leave a voice imprint on you, I wouldn't have known you were here.
Of course I can't tell you directly, Yang Yuan replied with a smile,
because I knew from the beginning that there was a mole among us.
What if that mole is one of the two of you? You actually turned around and doubted us? Song Wei looked surprised, then snorted with a mocking laugh.
But he quickly looked at Lin Quan in the distance, his gaze hardening. It's actually an ability like cognitive alternation. It's just a rock realm, yet it managed to sneak up on us without us noticing. The credit for breaking her ability should all go to that classmate Su Yi.
Yang Yuan glanced at Su Yi meaningfully.
It was only because he successfully found the mole that I was able to take action with peace of mind and proactively activate the sound imprint placed on me to call the two of you over.
That kid has always been quite capable.
Lien Shou smiled faintly and stretched his limbs slightly.
Alright, enough of the nonsense. The most urgent task now is to suppress these lawmakers.
He pointed ahead, where Bee Sting, Overlord, and Lin Quan stood together with extremely solemn expressions, facing the three teachers from a distance.
Although they did not communicate, an invisible aura was spreading between them.
Lin Quan, who had been playing around the whole time, now looked rather grim. Things seem to have developed in a way that has exceeded her expectations.
However, for some reason, none of them made the first move. Instead, they waited silently.
Su Yi and the others had already retreated to a corner of the art museum. They simply cannot intervene in a battle of this magnitude.
What are they waiting for? Bai Tao asked in a low voice, looking nervously ahead. Time is almost up.
Su Yi replied softly, his eyes fixed on the battle. He had barely finished speaking when an alarm clock suddenly rang out from Ba Ding's arms. Almost the instant the alarm rang, the air in the middle of the six people suddenly distorted.
An object filled with energy fluctuations suddenly emerged from the void, shining with a dazzling black light.
It was a simple, unadorned black stone that had long been sealed in another dimension, and only now has the seal been broken, allowing it to reappear in the world.
The boundary stone.
Almost the instant they saw the stone, all six of them had a flash of light in their eyes and were greatly shocked. The reason why Ba Ding and the others are being so careful is all because of this boundary stone. Lien Shou and Song Wei quickly pieced together all the clues and realized what they needed to do most right now.
We absolutely cannot let them take this barrier stone.
So the boundary stone that was lost from the mountain city a month ago was actually here.
Song Wei was greatly shocked, as if he had grasped some clue.
Yin Yuan told me just yesterday that he had killed a member of the Void Demon Council a few weeks ago. Lien Shou's eyes also flashed, so it was that counselor who stole the boundary stone.
3 men and 1 woman.
The two quickly changed their minds, and their original idea of suppressing Bee Sting and the others was immediately replaced by retrieving the boundary stone. The boundary stone is a rare and special material that appears out of thin air after the calamity. Its effect is quite powerful. After being infused with spiritual power, it can create a domain that isolates all matter, centered on the barrier stone. This field is far superior to Yang Yuan's Sky Curtain. It can not only isolate everything, but also has rules that are absolutely unbreakable.
Even experts at the peak or ridge level cannot not force their way into the domain.
Although the energy required to maintain the use of the boundary stone is quite large, however, its domineering nature is already comparable to some powerful jade treasures. To date, 3 boundary stones have appeared in the Dragon Kingdom, all of which have been recovered by the government to protect certain extremely important things. A month ago, a void hunter from the mountain city accidentally discovered a boundary stone. But less than 10 hours after the news was reported to the government, the boundary stone was stolen. A powerful void hunter who went to retrieve the artifact quickly launched a search, but only managed to launch one attack before completely losing track of the boundary stone. Several weeks ago, an energy fluctuation appeared in Haichang, which was immediately detected by Tianyin, who had been listening to the entire city. He launched an immediate attack and successfully eliminated the 15th member of the Void Demon Council. It now appears that the 15th counselor was the one who stole the boundary stone. No matter the cost, we must retrieve this barrier stone. Almost the instant the barrier stone appeared, the bee sting transformed into a blur and pounced on the barrier stone that was floating in the air and had just emerged from the spatial rift. She moved incredibly fast, her fingertips had already touched the barrier stone, but her body was sent flying backward. Lian Shou's gaze remained unchanged. As he activated his ability, he used Flying Shadow to grab the boundary stone in his hand. In such a confined environment, his abilities were so strong that almost no one could stop him. Bring the boundary stone over here. The Overlord Cauldron rushed over at breakneck speed, like an out-of-control truck. Songwei clapped his hands, and several stone pillars rose from the ground, blocking his way. However, under the impact of the Overlord Cauldron, all these stone pillars shattered. He swung his fists, and countless invisible impacts struck Lian Shou's body. Lian Shou didn't move at all, but the ground behind him caved in and broke as he used Flower Transfer to transfer and deflect all the attacks. Bee. The sound of a bee sting came from afar. She steadied herself in midair, her hands moving rapidly as if forming a hand seal, guiding something forbidden. Finally, she interlaced her fingers, making a prayer-like gesture. Lian Shou's expression changed slightly, and his right arm suddenly lost all feeling. His right arm drooped down, and the boundary stone in his palm fell to the ground. Rank A ability, Swarm of Bees. Lian Shou immediately recognized the name of this ability. Even among abilities that disrupt rules, this was an extremely troublesome one. He reacted quickly, and his still active left hand immediately reached down to grab the boundary stone back into his hand. But the broken dagger came flying through the air, striking the barrier stone with force and sending it flying. Lian Shou grabbed at empty air, but he wasn't angry. He simply shouted, Songwei. Yes. Songwei's voice remained where he was, but his figure had already disappeared. He appeared next to the barrier stone that had been flung out and reached out to grab it. It seems your Flying Shadow is not as fast as my Airborne. A slender hand grabbed the barrier stone even faster than Songwei. The bee stinger, which had been flying backward, sneered and disappeared. Anger flashed in Songwei's eyes. In an instant, his figure disappeared, and several invisible collisions appeared in the air. The terrifying shockwaves from the battle left the already ruined art museum riddled with holes. With each collision, the ground and walls seemed to be bombarded and began to shatter. A massive blue barrier spread out, enveloping the entire art museum. Yang Yuan did not participate in the battle. Instead, he appeared in front of Su Yi and the others, protecting them. Even he would find it difficult to intervene in a battle fought with all his might at the peak level. Su Yi and Bai Tao looked up at the sky, where Songwei and Feng Xi disappeared as if they had vanished into thin air. The two stared intently, but could not make out their figures at all. Only the invisible, violent collision tells the story of the fierce battle between the two. Jolie leaned against the group, gazing calmly at the sky, though a few afterimages appeared deep in his eyes. A slight smile played on his lips as he muttered to himself, so there are other physical techniques besides the 5 arts. A loud crash followed. Songwei and Bee Sting appeared out of the air as if they had teleported. The two seemed to be forced back by the recoil from their attacks, both leaning backward. The barrier stone that was originally in Bee Sting's palm was also shaken off and fell straight down from the air. Be mine. They all let out a low cry, their figures vanished again, and reappeared beside the boundary stone, reaching out to snatch it. Lian Shou, relying solely on his left hand, was barely managing to resist Ba Ding's frenzied attacks. His gaze remained fixed on the boundary stone. Upon seeing this situation, his eyes flashed, and he activated his ability once again. Even though they were far apart, the bee sting was still hit by Lian Shou's ability, causing him to freeze for a moment. Songwei's eyes lit up with joy, and he spread his 5 fingers, determined to grasp the barrier stone in his hand. I'm telling you guys, a sickly voice suddenly rang out from the side. The moment that sound appeared, the entire situation changed dramatically, for streaks of blood shot out simultaneously from the 4 directions of the art museum. Songwei's body fell from the sky and crashed to the ground. A bloody hole appeared in his abdomen, dripping with blood, piercing through his body. Not only him, but also Lian Shou, who was not far away, and even Yang Yuan, who was protecting Su Yi and the others, all had bloody holes appear in the same spot on their abdomens. Because of his sluggish movements, Lian Shou was given an opportunity by Ba Ding, who punched him away. Su Yi suddenly turned his head, his pupils contracted, and he noticed a figure hidden in the shadows with a dark face. He spoke listlessly, his right hand piercing through his own abdomen. His entire face was contorted with pain, yet he still managed to speak slowly in that dark, sinister voice. Please stop attacking my companions, okay? Disease and disaster. The bee stinger performed a backflip in midair and landed steadily on the ground. Looking at the distant disease, it revealed a joyful expression. Ha 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 ha. Ba Ding also waved his arms excitedly. You're really something. Cough. Lian Shou clutched his stomach and stood up from a pile of rubble. The S-rank ability, Shared Life and Death, has actually fallen into the hands of the Void Demon Council? At this moment, his entire body was enveloped in an aura that made him weak, leaving him completely powerless. The injury to his abdomen aggravated his old wounds, causing his internal energy to become disordered, and he was temporarily unable to use his abilities. The abilities that the disease possessed severely injured all three of them in one fell swoop. Quickly retrieve the barrier stone. The patient was already half-crouched on the ground in pain, groaning incessantly. This ability is just too terrifying. Yang Yuan clutched his bleeding abdomen, squinting at the distant plague, his smile fading slightly. This guy's abilities are the most troublesome among these counselors. How dare you injure me in this way? Song Wei staggered to his feet, a hint of murderous intent flashing in his eyes. Seemingly sensing Song Wei's murderous intent, Bing's eye suddenly shuddered, his already pained face burying itself in his knees. I'm sorry, I was too presumptuous. Why are you apologizing to them? We're the villains, Ba Ding shouted, baring his teeth. I'm sorry, the sick person's voice came again, accompanied by groans of pain. And don't apologize to me. Stop talking nonsense, we should leave. Bi Sting said coldly, but while Lian Shou and the others were injured, he successfully seized the boundary stone. A deep sense of apprehension appeared on her face. These two teachers from Longsha Academy are quite powerful, and if the battle drags on, it will be very disadvantageous for them. Especially Lian Shou, who controls time. Although we don't know why he is much weaker than rumored, we must not be careless in the slightest when facing such a legendary figure. They have achieved their primary objective. As for Su Yi, the secondary target, he was being protected by Yang Yuan, making it difficult to kill him by force, so they had to give up. Just as Bi Sting set off, Overlord also retreated swiftly, grabbed the sickling in the corner, hoisted him onto his shoulder, and prepared to leave. As for Lin Quan, he had already disappeared from the venue when the battle began, but just as the three retreated, a blue light screen suddenly rose up and blocked their way. Yang Yuan stretched out his right hand, manipulating the sky, while his left hand covered his injured abdomen. He said, "You won't be able to take the boundary stone away today." As he spoke, he took a bamboo skewer from his pocket and threw it forcefully to the ground. A flash of light passed by, and Bi Sting immediately felt a change in the barrier stone he was tightly clutching in his palm. Looking down, she saw a bamboo skewer lying in her palm. There was no longer any barrier stone. Yang Yuan lowered his head, enduring the pain. The spot where the bamboo skewer had been inserted had now become a barrier stone. Juebao's exchange slip allows you to swap positions with objects within a certain range. It is an extremely expensive disposable jade treasure. You've lost. Yang Yuan picked up the barrier stone and shouted. At almost the same moment, Lian Shou and Song Wei, whose injuries had temporarily stabilized, also appeared beside him, one after the other. Normally, they would have chased after these counselors and killed them no matter what. The importance of the boundary stone is self-evident. At this moment, they were seriously injured, and their main objective became guarding the barrier stone. The weakness emanating from their abdomen constantly eroded their will, causing their fighting spirit to gradually fade. No need to go. A hand suddenly patted the Bi Sting. Lin Quan, who had been missing for a long time, suddenly appeared and looked over with a charming smile. What's so great about stealing a broken rock? What lousy stone? That's clearly. Bi Sting frowned and subconsciously began to read aloud. But suddenly, the images in my mind receded like a receding tide. The boundary stone that they had fought so hard for in their memories had now become a simple, unadorned broken stone. The real barrier stone is here with me. Lin Quan smiled and held up a jet black stone, which was clearly the real barrier stone. This time, not only the Bi Sting, but also Yang Yuan and the other two who were tightly gripping the barrier stone below, had their expressions suddenly change. Yang Yuan suddenly opened his palm. What he was holding tightly in his hand was not a boundary stone at all, but simply an ordinary stone. Oh no, our understanding has been altered. Song Wei's expression changed drastically, and he exclaimed urgently. The moment he and Lian Shou saw Lin Quan, they immediately sensed Lin Quan's abilities. Upon seeing the stone in his hand, he immediately realized that their perception had been altered the moment the barrier stone appeared. Don't fall for it. But just then, Suya's loud shout suddenly came, she's misleading you. He rushed forward at lightning speed, grabbing the barrier stone with his left hand and holding onto Gu Xiao with his right. At this moment, Gu Xiao's energy flowed, and he had been completely repaired by the repair hand, returning to his original form. Tisk. Lin Quan clicked his tongue unhappily, but still smiled broadly. Unfortunately, it's too late for you to realize this now. Don't think you're the only ones with Juebao. The boundary stone in her hand transformed into a wooden bamboo bamboo tube. As the energy surged, the memories in Yang Yuan's mind changed again, and the stone in his palm turned back into the barrier stone. He then realized with a start that they had all been misled by Lin Quan and had their perceptions altered, mistakenly believing that the boundary stone in their hands was an ordinary stone. To mislead them, Lin Quan even changed the perceptions of his own people. Once he realized what was happening, he immediately prepared to close his palms and use energy to seal the barrier stone. But Lin Quan was one step ahead of him, shaking the bamboo tube in his hand vigorously.
Juebao, come quickly into the tube. A dazzling light flew out from the bamboo tube and instantly landed on the boundary stone. The barrier stone immediately flew out of Yang Yuan's hand and was sucked into the distance.
At the same time, Su realized that he could no longer hold onto the barrier stone, and without saying a word, he forcefully chopped down the ancient sword in his hand.
Purple influence transformation. We're leaving. Lin Quan took out another pale purple gemstone, crushed it forcefully, and gave Suyi a meaningful look. An interesting guy. We will meet again.
The bamboo tube in her hand made a sound, indicating that the boundary stone had been successfully retrieved.
Then, before Lian Shou and the others could react,
the four of them were then enveloped in purple light and disappeared from the spot. Half of the boundary stone fell from the sky. The ancient light in Su Ye's hand dissipated, and it had returned to the appearance of a broken sword. In that critical moment, the only solution he could think of was to use the indestructible ancient knight to sever the boundary stone. Even so, Lin Quan still took back the remaining half.
The Void Demon Council.
His expression was solemn as he gripped the ancient flute tightly and glanced up at the spot where the group had disappeared.
Next time we meet, I will make sure you don't escape again.
They left? Bai Tao cautiously peeked out from behind the wall and confirmed it several times.
That's right.
Suyi sheathed Gu Xiao again and muttered to himself.
That was terrifying.
Bai Tao finally breathed a sigh of relief and crawled out.
I didn't expect them to get away. Is this what battles at the peak level are like? It's terrifying. Terrifying?
Jolie, who had been leaning against the wall, scoffed and straightened up.
They didn't even use 30% of their strength. What's so terrifying about that?
What? Bai Tao was immediately shocked.
This kind of momentum, and you didn't even use 30% of it?
Yes, the real battles at the peak are far more terrifying than this,
Suyi said calmly, but his mind was filled with memories of the battle between Wan Rue and that night all high in the sky.
The ice, as large as meteorites, and the sounds of battle that shook hundreds of meters away.
The battle turmoil that is taking place in this art museum today is not even half as intense as it was back then.
If several peak-level experts were to fight here with all their might, half of the city would probably be destroyed. Su continued, moreover, the teachers also need to be mindful of protecting us and preventing us from being caught in the battle, so they naturally have to hold back a bit. But why do those counselors suppress their own power? Bai Tao was still puzzled.
It's an unwritten rule,
or rather, a rule that everyone tacitly agrees on.
Lian Shou's face was slightly pale, and the old injury aggravated his breathing.
The members of the Void Demon Council were once human, so they naturally know where our bottom line is. If they dare to unleash all their power first, we will do everything in our power to kill them in order to prevent the city from being destroyed. Under these circumstances, selfish people like them are simply not as fearless as we are, and their chances of winning are greatly reduced. Therefore, the unspoken rule between us and the members of the Void Demon Council is that those above the peak realm only use 30% of their power when fighting in the city. Such rules are acceptable to both of us.
Of course, those void demons and void beasts would never abide by such rules, so once we encounter them, we will immediately do everything in our power to kill them.
While explaining, Lian Shou had already walked forward and picked up the half of the boundary stone. At this moment, the black stone had lost most of its luster, but a fluctuation of energy still flickered within it. I was a bit careless this time. I didn't expect the other party to have an ability like sharing life and death. Fortunately, it's thanks to the half of the barrier stone that you severed, Suyi.
He looked at Suyi, his eyes full of approval.
You did a great job. Under these circumstances, it is better to destroy the barrier stone than to let it fall into the hands of the enemy. Although severing it will not make the barrier stone's effect disappear, its power will definitely be greatly weakened.
We don't know what the enemy's purpose is in fighting over the boundary stone.
However, this move will certainly thwart their plans to some extent.
He put away half of the barrier stone, and his gaze suddenly turned sharp as he looked at Yang Yuan. Teacher Yang Yuan, can you explain why you are here now? Neither he nor Tsang Wei knew anything about the boundary stone.
But Yang Yuan seemed to have come for the boundary stone from the very beginning. As you probably know, I stepped down from my position a few years ago and joined the board of directors. Yang Yuan sat on the ground, clutching his stomach, and gave a wry smile. The board's responsibility is not to hunt for void hunters, but to maintain order and balance among them, and to handle special events. A month ago, this boundary stone went missing from the mountain city, and I was assigned to investigate the incident, but I found nothing. But you all know how important the boundary stone is, so in order to find it, I went to find that diviner.
A fortune teller? Su looked over curiously. That was a void hunter from the mountain realm, with an S-rank ability, fortune telling. Yang Yuan explained calmly. Its ability is to provide answers or clues to the questions asked through a lottery method. With his help, I learned a total of 3 clues. The first clue is Noon, Haichang Art Museum. The second clue is Dragon Summer Academy. The third clue is the mole. It sounds like some kind of ability to foresee the future, Su said thoughtfully, stroking his chin. He felt a sense of novelty every time he encountered a new ability. So, through analysis, and guessing the timing of the entrance exam, you deduced that we were going to Haichang for the exam? Lien Shou asked, frowning. That's right. After I explained my purpose to the principal, he arranged for me to join you. Yang Yuan nodded. I originally wanted to go to Haichang alone to retrieve the boundary stone, but thinking about it carefully, the second clue might be suggesting that I need to rely on the help of the 2 teachers. And because of the third clue, you've become wary of us, which is why you've been unwilling to reveal your intentions. Song Wei looked at Yang Yuan with some displeasure. This guy always has that smug look on his face, anyone would think he's a mole. Yang Yuan smiled apologetically. It's just a pity that they still managed to take half of the boundary stone with them. If it weren't for the Su Yi, my entire plan might have failed. I never expected that the Void Demon Council would go to such lengths to reclaim this boundary stone. It's all thanks to me having that guy Yin Yuan leave a sound mark on you. Lien Shou shook his head. If it weren't for that mark discovering your location, we probably wouldn't have even managed to leave this half behind. Mentioning this, his expression suddenly changed, and he abruptly looked up into the distance. Wait, could it be? Those counselors moved to Yin Yuan's side? Thump thump thump. The once flat courtyard has now been turned into a trench. An invisible force continuously bombarded and pounded the ground, causing the ground in the entire courtyard to sink several tens of centimeters. Stop making futile attempts, Your Excellency Tianyin. Xingyi stood there with a smile, completely unharmed. Your voice can never get past me. Yin Yuan stared coldly ahead, suddenly feeling a headache coming on. This 6th counselor's abilities perfectly restrained his own. Unless he can kill this 6th counselor, he simply cannot suppress the fierce battle in the distance. However, at that moment, the sounds of battle that had been reverberating in Yin Yuan's ears suddenly disappeared. He looked surprised, but his eyes immediately narrowed. Suddenly, a purple light appeared beside Xingyi. Immediately afterwards, 4 figures emerged from the light. Lin Quan, who was at the head of the group, suddenly brightened up and looked at the 6th counselor with sparkling eyes, sweetly calling out, Teacher, we're here. The purple influence has shifted. Yin Yuan's eyes flickered slightly, instantly locking onto the people in front of him. He had confirmed that the counselors in front of him were the same people who had just been fighting in the distance. Their presence here signifies that the battle is over. Teacher, I'm sorry, someone has noticed our intentions, and we can only recover half of the barrier stone. Lin Quan poured half a boundary stone out of the bamboo tube, stuck out his tongue sheepishly. I didn't dare stay there any longer, afraid that the teachers would get angry. It's alright. This operation was indeed very dangerous. Xingyi nodded slightly. Being able to retrieve half of the boundary stone is already considered a successful mission. He glanced indifferently at the 3 members of Sting, his eyes cold and devoid of any emotion. Now that the primary mission is complete, we should leave. There's no need for us to stay here any longer. As he spoke, the air behind him blurred, and a black hole appeared, filled with dazzling stars. Trying to leave? Yin Yuan snorted angrily upon seeing this. The sound flew out of his mouth and instantly transformed into a terrifying sonic wave that surged forward. However, his attack was once again neutralized by Xingyi, which then rushed towards his back. The walls of the courtyard were shattered by the sound waves, which spread for dozens of meters. If Your Excellency Tianyin doesn't care about destroying the city, you are welcome to attack me without restraint. Xingyi smiled elegantly, seemingly having already gained Yin Yuan's control. Our target this time was only this boundary stone. We did not attack any civilians in the city. If Lord Tianyin is determined to keep us here, I don't mind fighting you here. Faced with Xingyi's threat, Yin Yuan, who had been poised to strike, suddenly froze. Taking advantage of this opening, Xingyi led the group into the black hole and disappeared from the spot. Thank you for your kindness, Lord Tianyin. How could you possibly leave unscathed? A glint flashed in Tianin's eyes, and she suddenly opened her mouth slightly. Although there was no sound, Xingyi, who had already disappeared into the black hole, changed his expression drastically and quickly stood in front of the group. The black hole dissipated in the air, while Yin Yuan stood there with an uncertain expression. In the end, he could only groan and turn back into the hut. This time, the enemy was fully prepared and infiltrated the city almost perfectly. However, Xingyi's ability was very effective against Yin Yuan, which really left him quite helpless. Fortunately, his final attack was extremely swift and will surely make them pay a heavy price. Hundreds of kilometers away, the air suddenly exploded, and several figures fell from it. Xingyi, who had been completely calm, clutched his chest, coughed up blood, and rolled to the ground. Lin Quan's expression changed drastically, and he quickly helped his teacher up. As expected of the defenders of Haichang, Xingyi coughed up a mouthful of blood, his body trembling slightly. They've been hiding a method like ultrasound all along. If Tianyin had used such an attack from the very beginning, he would have been on guard. However, Tianyin kept her methods hidden until the very very end when they left. Even though Xingyi kept his abilities active, he couldn't withstand the attack and was severely injured on the spot. Cough, Xingyi coughed up blood as if his internal organs had been damaged by the impact. Sixth counselor. Bi Sting's expression changed slightly as she looked over with concern. Don't worry, the city guard can't sense this distance. Xingyi leaned on Lin Quan's shoulder and said weakly, get out of here quickly and return to headquarters first. The most urgent task now is to retrieve the boundary stone. Yes, it's nothing serious, a little treatment will do the trick. We can talk about it in person later. Let's leave it at that for now. Lian Shou hung up the phone, a hint of worry appearing on his tightly furrowed brows. He turned to look at everyone. Tianyin just told me that those counselors have already escaped. Even Mr. Tianyin couldn't keep them? Song Wei was somewhat surprised. The Void Demon Council actually sent its sixth counselor to stop Tianyin this time, Lian Shou said coldly. They really went all out to reclaim the boundary stone. I will compile a report on this incident and submit it to the principal. Instructor Lian Shou, about this assessment. Bai Tao breathed a sigh of relief upon hearing that the counselors had left, and quickly asked. The assessment will naturally continue, Lian Shou replied matter-of-factly. The three of you have done a great service this time. However, one thing at a time. You will be rewarded for your contributions this time, but you still need to continue to complete the assessment. Now that those counselors have left, there shouldn't be any unexpected events during the assessment process. I knew it. Jolie sneered upon hearing this, loosened his muscles, and looked at Su Yi. Now that things have come to an end, we should talk about the compensation we agreed on earlier. Don't worry, I won't break my promise. Su Yi had already walked to a corner inside the ruins. He had sensed the faint energy fluctuations here during the previous battle. After searching for a while, he successfully found a yellow spirit pearl and tossed it to Jolie from afar. At the same time, he calmly informed the other party of the two locations where yellow spirit orbs might appear. If the spirit orbs you searched for have been taken by someone else beforehand, I will replenish them with enough spirit orbs before the end of the assessment, Su Yi said calmly, showing no intention of breaking the agreement. So it wasn't a wasted trip. Jolie stuffed the yellow spirit orb into his pocket, waved casually, and left without looking back. After watching Jolie leave, Su Yi turned to Lian Shou and said, Teacher, we were not only injured and exhausted in the battle, but we also lost our teammates. Continuing the assessment would be too unfair to Bai Tao and me. Oh, what do you mean by that? Lian Shou chuckled and looked down at him. Su Yi's gaze was deep, and a confident smile appeared on his lips. If I'm not mistaken, instructor, you're lying. There has only ever been one white spirit orb in this assessment, and that is the one you showed us at the very beginning. And this white spirit orb, you only plan to release it for us to fight over after all the other spirit orbs have been collected. So what if it is? What do you want to do? Lian Shou did not refute, but instead looked at Su Yi with a half smile. Although you have made great contributions, I cannot give this white spirit pearl to you directly. That would be too unfair to the other students. I do have a small request, Su Yi chuckled, looking directly into Lian Shou's eyes. But please rest assured, instructor, this request is very simple and definitely not excessive. Apart from Su Yi and the other two, no one knew what had happened inside the art museum. Bai Shaoling seemed to have vanished into thin air, disappearing from everyone's memory. They were also unaware that several members of the Void Demon Council had escaped from Haicheng. After reaching an agreement with Lian Shou, Su Yi and Bai Tao quickly left the venue and began to collect the spirit pearls. The assessment was still ongoing, and before they knew it, the night had passed, and it was 4:20 a.m. Phew, this is the last one. Su Yi pried a red spirit bead off the wall and handed it to Bai Tao. Both of them looked utterly exhausted. After a chaotic battle that depleted a great deal of spiritual energy, they immediately returned to the assessment. Their energy was depleted quite severely, and they never fully recovered. However, in those few hours, the two of them collected 10 spirit orbs. There are 2 yellow spirit orbs, 2 blue spirit orbs, and 6 red spirit orbs. The total score is a full 36 points. This number is definitely among the top in terms of overall student numbers. We're not going to look for the remaining spirit orbs. I reckon it won't be long before the last one is taken too. Su Yi and Bai Tao left the mirror world, hailed a taxi, and sped away. He had carefully planned the route to search for the spirit pearl, so after calculating the time, he quickly headed towards his final destination. Let us celebrate this final moment together. His calm words made the driver's expression stiffen, and he glanced at Su Yi through the rearview mirror. Young people these days are getting more and more immature and childish. 4:30 a.m. A violent white beam of light suddenly rose from a corner of Haicheng. This energy fluctuation has a unique frequency, and only those who can comprehend and manipulate energy can perceive it. The moment it appeared, all the new students scattered throughout Haicheng, whether or not they were in the mirror world, suddenly stopped what they were doing and looked up. That is, sensing this fluctuation, their expressions changed drastically. A white spirit orb? A white spirit orb, a special spirit orb worth 500 points and 5 million dragon coins, has finally appeared. The moment it appeared, Lian Shou's voice rang out simultaneously from all the students' student cards. All 99 spirit pearls have been obtained. Now only the last
last white spirit orb remains. From now until the end of the assessment, you may all choose to compete for the white spirit orb. The acquisition of white spirit orbs is different from that of other spirit orbs. It is enveloped in a mirror world by special energy. You can only obtain it by enveloping it with your own energy for 5 minutes. Good luck to you. When Lian Shou's voice disappeared, all the students went crazy. The vast majority of people stopped what they were doing and rushed toward the place where the energy fluctuations were appearing without saying a word. As long as they can obtain the white spirit pearl, they will be the undisputed number one in the assessment. And the place where the white spirit orb appears, it was none other than that abandoned art museum in Haichang. Inside the art museum, a milky white spirit orb floats in the air, surrounded by energy. A figure suddenly appeared in the newly rearranged mirror world. He did not form a team and had been searching for the spirit orb alone. When the white spirit orb appeared, he was also the closest to the art museum, and it took him less than 2 minutes to get there. I'm the first one here. He immediately noticed the white spirit orb in the very center, and his face lit up with excitement. As long as I obtain the white spirit pearl, I will undoubtedly be number one. Xin Zhe and Zhou Li are all inferior to me. Without saying a word, he rushed to the spirit pearl and reached out to grab it. He held the white spirit orb in his hand, and as he circulated his energy, the energy surrounding the white spirit orb immediately began to slowly dissipate. 3 minutes passed in a flash, and his eyes revealed excitement, tension, and anxiety. Faster, faster. I'll be able to get it in just 2 minutes. Ha, someone is even faster than us. 3 figures suddenly appeared in the mirror world and immediately spotted the boy who was trying to take the white spirit orb. Oh no, someone's coming. The boy's expression changed, but he still refused to let go of the spirit pearl in his palm. Stop him. Don't let him take the spirit pearl. The trio pointed and immediately used their abilities. A fire dragon roared out and pounced on the boy. The boy roared, his body covered in layers of scales, and his figure grew several inches taller, like a monster, as he withstood the attack. His scales turned charred black, and before he could recover, 2 bullets shot out from his side. The bullet shattered his scales, and blood gushed from his right arm. He instinctively released his grip on the white spirit orb. The moment he let go, the energy around the white spirit orb, which had been mostly depleted, immediately replenished and enveloped it once more. This also means that if the next person wants to take the spirit orb, they must hold on to it for 5 minutes without being stopped. I was so close to getting it. The transformed boy, his face contorted with rage, ignored the pain in his body, glared at the 3 men, and lunged forward with a low growl. You think you can take on the 3 of us by yourself? You're too arrogant. The trio were equally determined, their energy surging as they prepared to crush the student. Ha! The white spirit orb is indeed here. Then another voice came from the side. The group's expressions changed, and they immediately stopped their attack. 2 figures appeared from the other side, also noticing the white spirit orb. Several people exchanged glances, their hearts tightened, and they immediately understood. This is the final part of the assessment. Only by defeating everyone can one be qualified to hold the white spirit orb for 5 minutes. The aura emanating from the white spirit orb reverberated throughout the entire sea city. This is a massive, chaotic battle. Only the strongest can fight to the end. Footsteps echoed one after another. In the short pause of a few minutes, 2 more people stepped into the mirror world. After everyone appeared, they all realized what was going on and none of them made a move, fearing that they would waste their energy here and become a stepping stone for others. For a moment, the entire art museum seemed to be in a stalemate, everyone staring intently at the white spirit pearl. Moreover, the number of people gathering at the art museum is increasing. Soon, the number of people approached half, a total of 20 people who came from all directions. Teams and individuals were at odds with each other, but no one dared to make a move to compete for the white spirit orb. Whoever makes the first move will become the target of everyone's criticism and be attacked by the masses. I thought they had already started fighting. Suddenly, a rough voice tore through the mirror world and pierced through. Jolie appeared with domineering strides and walked towards the white spirit orb almost without hesitation. I never expected to find such a bunch of idiots, just staring at each other like that. Since no one dares to take it, I'll take it. The moment Jolie appeared, everyone looked on in astonishment. Jolie ignored everyone and rushed to the white spirit orb, reaching out to grab it. Don't be afraid, everyone. Let's attack him together and eliminate him first. I don't know who shouted it first. Immediately afterwards, countless attacks came rushing in from all directions around Jolie. Ha, that's more like it. Jolie stopped moving, grinned maliciously, and stomped hard on the ground. He kicked the stones under his feet, and the floorboards seemed to be lifted up, forming a barrier in front of him. The countless attacks shattered the floorboards, but Jolie's figure had already disappeared from the spot. Haven't you figured out the rules yet? His voice rang out again as he stood behind the 3 students. Before the 3 could react, Jolie forcefully grabbed their heads and slammed them together. The violent impact made them dizzy and caused them to faint and collapse on the spot. The rules of this final assessment are to determine a winner and a loser. Only those who stand to the end are qualified to obtain this white spirit pearl. As he knocked the 3 down, a figure appeared behind him and swung a long sword down. But Jolie caught his attack with his hand and, grinning maliciously, punched him in the face. The figure flew backward like a kite with a broken string, his face a bloody mess, and he too fainted. Come on, let's fight. Once I take you all down, the spirit pearl will naturally be mine. Jolie's ruthless methods and domineering expression immediately chilled everyone present. But they were all chosen ones, and they quickly rallied, charging towards Jolie with fury. With so many of us, are we afraid of just one person like him? With this in mind, countless people roared and charged forward. But Jolie's smile grew even stronger. Under these circumstances, his abilities can unleash their full power. In an instant, he became like a ferocious humanoid beast, rampaging through the crowd. Wherever he went, almost no one could withstand a single punch from him. His eyes were bloodshot, and he had suffered numerous injuries, both large and small, all over his body. But he acted as if nothing had happened, stubbornly charging through the crowd despite the injuries. The curved wings flew through the air, constantly accelerating and maximizing their kinetic energy, making their figures somewhat blurry. He burst through the air, arms crossed in front of him, charging and crashing into Jolie with all his might, determined to unleash all his kinetic energy and use speed to deliver the strongest blow. Good timing. Jolie pushed aside the two people in front of him and threw them out like sandbags, then took a step forward with a sinister grin. Shui slammed his arms down hard on Jolie's chest. Jolie's body jolted violently, and he took a big step back, causing the ground beneath his feet to explode and cave in. He had an X-shaped wound on his chest, which was covered in blood and gore. But he steadied himself in just half a second, grabbed Shui's head, and slammed it to the ground. Too slow. Shui, with no strength left, was slammed to the ground without any resistance, and the strong impact knocked him unconscious. The earth trembled. At this moment, a boy fully activated his ability, transforming into a giant bear with a height of 2 meters. His claws were dark gold in color, and the earth trembled just from his running. Taking advantage of the moment when Jolie and Shui were fighting, he rushed over and slapped Jolie's back with his huge bear paw. Jolie's body was sent flying by this attack, crashing into the ruins. Everyone cheered and looked ahead with great surprise. The terrifying Jolie was finally defeated. But just a second later, their cheers came to an abrupt halt. Jolie leaped up from the ruins, and the wound on his chest was healing at a visible speed. He glanced up at the boy who had transformed into a giant bear, grinned maliciously, and took a step forward. The next moment, he instantly rushed to the giant bear's side and threw a punch. The giant bear flew out uncontrollably at an angle and embedded itself in the broken ceiling. While enduring the violent impact, he had already transformed from a bear into a human, and his abilities were forcibly dispersed. That's all the power I've got. Jolie made a casual comment, then turned around and slammed his left fist into the person behind him who was trying to sneak up on him. But then he saw a boy with light yellow hair sneaking around behind him, about to attack. Faced with that domineering punch, his expression changed slightly, and he actually made a strange move. He rolled on the spot, very slowly, as if in slow motion. Jolie's fist seemed to hit him, yet it also seemed to pass right through his body, causing him no harm whatsoever. Oh, Jolie turned his head, raised an eyebrow in surprise, and kicked out again. Just as the blonde-haired man rolled to his feet, he quickly rolled again. Jolie's attack missed again, seemingly unable to hit the blonde-haired man at all. The blonde-haired guy grinned smugly and shouted, "I'll hold him off. You guys, now's your chance. Unleash your best moves." But before he could finish speaking, he was struck by a bloody shadow and sent flying. "Heh, what is that?" Jolie retracted his fist and sneered disdainfully, "As long as I'm fast enough, I can hit you during the gap in my abilities." However, at that moment, he suddenly sensed a danger. He quickly turned his head, and even he, the man, had a sudden drop in his pupils. A blazing light shone from a corner of the venue. Tang Xiaowan stood there, her face covered in cold sweat and pale, with a cannon in front of her. Two girls were standing next to her, seemingly protecting her. Noticing Jolie's gaze, Tang Xiaowan's expression changed, and she forcefully pulled the cannon's pin. This cannon was constructed using her abilities, so its power is naturally less than that of a real cannonball. Therefore, there is no need to worry about Jolie being killed. Flames erupted from the muzzle of the cannon, and the artillery was poised to fire. But Tang Xiaowan's pupils suddenly contracted. But then she saw Jolie's domineering figure suddenly swooping down right in front of her. "I can't let you hit it out." He spoke calmly, then shoved his right fist directly into the muzzle of the cannon. A loud roar erupted, as if an explosion had occurred. The next moment, Tang Xiaowan and the two girls beside her were thrown away by the blast wave from the explosion. The two girls crashed to the ground and fainted on the spot. Tang Xiaowan was flying backwards and was about to crash into the wall when she suddenly felt a force pushing her from behind. She fell to the ground, her face filled with terror, but found that she had not suffered any severe impact. Turning around, all I saw was an ordinary wall behind me. The intense artillery fire naturally also affected Jolie. But when the dust settled, Jolie's entire right arm was a bloody mess, and he was covered in dust. His scarlet eyes made him look like a monster. He seemed to have fought to the point of madness, his eyes bloodshot, when he suddenly turned and threw a punch at the person closest to him. This punch was far more powerful and terrifying than any of the previous attacks. The student's legs suddenly gave way, and he collapsed to the ground,
ground, crying out, "No, no." He could sense that if that punch landed, he would definitely die. A wall of wind appeared out of nowhere, blocking Jolie and his classmate. The strong wind pulled at Jolie's fist, gradually slowing it down. In the end, Jolie's fist pressed tightly against the student's nose, and all the force was dissipated, preventing it from falling further. But the classmate still rolled his eyes and fainted from fright. They all consider themselves the chosen ones of heaven, but compared to a monster like Jolie, they still seemed insignificant. "Jolie, you've lost control of your emotions." Shinzei's calm voice came from afar. Behind him were two classmates, a boy and a girl. With his abilities, he even managed to form a small team with others. Time passed by, second by second. Out of control? Jolie turned around with a sinister grin, the blood-red light covering his eyes receding slightly. "Then you probably haven't seen what I'm like when I lose control." Shinzei and his two companions had only just arrived here. After stopping Jolie, he glanced around and his expression hardened slightly. In just 20 minutes, the entire mirror world had become a mess. The number of people lying unconscious or seriously injured on the ground has reached nearly 20. They were all taken down by Jolie. Nearly half of them were covered in blood and seriously injured, but fortunately, none of them were in mortal danger. "We've been classmates, it's too much for you to be so ruthless." Shinzei calmly pushed up his glasses and looked directly at Jolie. After he appeared, the dozen or so people who were still able to move around immediately cast hopeful glances at him. Of all the new students, excluding Enlon who didn't even appear here, the two in front of them are the strongest in terms of combat power. Having just witnessed Jolie's domineering and terrifying combat power, they were already filled with fear and had no will to fight anymore. In their eyes, Shinzei seemed to be the only one who could stop Jolie. "Does it matter?" Jolie turned around, his blood-red energy rising and falling with his breath. "Even if it's you, if you want to obtain this white spirit pearl, you have to eliminate everyone else. As for the elimination process, is it important? At least I wouldn't beat these classmates up like you did." Shinzei replied calmly. Womanly compassion. Jolie snorted coldly, too lazy to argue with Shinzei. "What I hate most is a guy like you. You're different from these self-proclaimed geniuses. You exude an aura of being a good guy, which makes me want to vomit." Shinzei glanced at Jolie with some surprise. "Thank you for the compliment. I wasn't praising you." Jolie stomped the ground hard and pounced on Shinzei. "Since you want to stop me, then try and see." "You two step back." Shinzei suddenly flicked his sleeve, and a gentle breeze blew the two people behind him back several meters. Then, his gaze became fixed, and he opened his right palm and stood it in front of him. The storm swirled, transforming into a net of wind that collided with Jolie. In just a fleeting moment, the collision between the two stirred up a whirlwind. In an instant, the dozen or so students who were still in the mirror world suddenly swayed and staggered, looking ahead with terrified expressions. Is this battle fluctuation truly something that Jing could release? Jolie's fist was pulled by countless gusts of wind, but he still swung his right arm forward relentlessly. The crimson energy tore at everything around the body, moving forward at an extremely slow pace. "Ha!" Suddenly, he roared, and a burst of blood-red light erupted from his fist, his power increasing by another 3%. As he exerted his strength, the ground beneath his feet shattered instantly, and countless fragments of rock were swept up by the gale and shot out in all directions without any order. Several of the stones were shot at the bodies of several students who were already seriously injured and lying on the ground. Shinzei noticed this scene, his expression changed slightly, and he immediately waved his hand gently in that direction. A gentle gust of air rose from the ground, blowing the few pebbles away. But it was precisely because of this momentary distraction that Jolie found an opportunity, breaking through the wind net with a punch and bringing his fist close to his torso. Shinzei was hit squarely in the abdomen and flew backward. However, during his inverted flight, several gentle breezes appeared behind him, constantly acting as a buffer to support his body. There was also a swirling airflow in his abdomen, which dissipated the force brought by Jolie's impact. Even so, he still felt a surge of blood and chi. In this situation, should we also think about protecting others? Jolie spat disdainfully, his eyes filled with deep disgust as he looked at Shinzei. "Hey, Shinzei!" Instead of continuing the pursuit, he shouted loudly. Shinzei had just landed, barely managed to steady himself, and raised his head. "It's getting too boring to keep playing like this," Jolie said calmly. "Even if I defeat you like this, it won't mean anything. No one else here is qualified to compete for this white spirit pearl." Upon hearing this, the remaining dozen or so people immediately showed displeasure, but they were all speechless. Compared to these two monsters, their prized abilities were utterly insignificant. "What do you want to do?" Shinzei raised an eyebrow, already vaguely guessing Jolie's thoughts. "Let's clear this place out and get rid of any irrelevant people." Jolie's words had barely fallen when he caught up with Shinzei, appeared in front of him, and threw a punch. Shinzei remained silent, but he didn't want his classmates to get hurt anymore. Without further hesitation, a gust of wind suddenly surged from his body. "As you wish." The gale collided with Jolie's fist, and it immediately spread out like an explosion. The two attacks collided. The gale transformed into a tornado, spreading outwards from their center. In an instant, everyone touched by the tornado was uncontrollably pulled into it. Gentle breezes enveloped their bodies, while crimson energy continuously coiled around them, pinning them firmly to the wind, rendering them unable to move. The strong wind swirled around the remaining dozen or so people, as well as the 20 or so lying on the ground, spreading outwards. Tang Xiaowan was also uncontrollably swept up by the gale. She stared incredulously at the eye of the storm, filled with resentment, yet she could only be carried away by the gale. The gale suddenly dissipated. Apart from Zhou and Qinzhe, everyone else was blown out of the mirror world by this storm. The once noisy and chaotic venue suddenly became extremely quiet. Only Zhou and Qinzhe remained. Their eyes met, ready to determine the winner. A lazy voice suddenly rang out from somewhere. Finally, no one's here. Su appeared out of nowhere, standing in the arena as if he had materialized out of thin air. I'm getting sleepy waiting for you guys to finish clearing this place. Suya's sudden appearance drew the attention of both Zhou and Qinzhe. Behind him, Bai Tao hid behind the wall, only his head showing, his expression extremely lewd. When did you come in? Zhou glanced at him sideways and squinted. Ever since he entered this place, he has been sensing the fluctuations around him. However, they did not sense Suya's presence at all. I'm the first one here, Su replied calmly. Just hours earlier, he had used his depleted energy and the merit of recovering half of the boundary stone as leverage to successfully persuade Lian Shou to grant him a request. That is to tell him in advance the time and place of the white spirit orb's appearance, and allow him to enter the mirror world 5 minutes in advance. Lian Shou agreed to the request, but also imposed restrictions. That means Su Yi is not allowed to touch the white spirit pearl before someone appears. Therefore, he has been hiding until now, thanks to Bai Tao's abilities. Oh, really? Zhou Li scoffed, unconcerned. Although I admit you're quite intelligent. But when it comes to direct combat strength, you are no match for the two of us. He only had eyes for Qinzhe and didn't pay any attention to Su Yi. You're right, Su Yi said calmly. In terms of combat strength alone, I'm not even half as good as you. But often, the key to victory or defeat does not lie in the strength of the fighting force at all. What really matters is whether you can find the other party's weaknesses. His expression gradually turned serious as he calmly looked at Zhou Li and Qinzhe in front of him. I am determined to obtain this white spirit pearl today. Next, I will use the most direct method to eliminate the two of you. Weakness? Zhou Li burst into laughter upon hearing this. I'd like to know, in your eyes, what is my weakness? Su scratched his head, ignoring Zhou Li, and instead looked at Qinzhe, who had a furrowed brow. Let's start with you, Qinzhe. Me? Qinzhe didn't expect Su to call his name. He looked at me with a deep gaze, and before he could speak, his pupils suddenly contracted. But then Su Yi reached out and pulling a figure out from behind the wall where Bai Tao was hiding. It was a girl with short, ear-length hair, the same girl who had been standing behind Qinzhe and his teammate in this assessment. Her hands were tucked into her sleeves, which were bound together with rope, and her mouth was taped shut. Her face was filled with terror. During the earlier raging storm, Qinzhe deliberately sent his two teammates out of the mirror world as well, not wanting them to be affected by the battle. Xiao Yun. Qinzhe's usually refined expression turned extremely gloomy at this moment. Clearly, at the same time he pushed his teammate off the field, Su also used some method to abduct her. Just because the two of them asked you, you couldn't bear it, so you formed a team with them and helped them gain points. Su also grabbed the female classmate named Xiao Yun without any mercy and held her in his arms. The latter struggled desperately, making woo-woo sounds, with tears constantly glistening in her eyes. She looked at Qinzhe shaking his head frantically, her eyes revealing a look of terror. And your biggest weakness is your soft heart and excessive kindness. Su Yi looked at Qinzhe from afar, a sinister smile appearing on his lips, just like a villain. The next moment, he pushed Xiao Yun away and threw a rock at her head. Countless white threads spread out from the stone in a radius of 10 meters. With the help of the repairman, the pillar that Zhou Li had shattered was quickly repaired and then plummeted from the sky, crashing down on Xiao Yun's body. Zhou Li took a small step back, only to see Qinzhe rush out almost instantly in front of him. His gaze was cold, his whole body enveloped in a raging wind. Ignoring the energy loss, he rushed to Xiao Yun's side, grabbed her, and carried her away. The half-pillar crashed down with a deafening roar, smashing through countless specks of dust. Amidst the howling wind, Qinzhe retreated rapidly, his eyes flashing with rage. Su Yi, do you really want to kill her? If he hadn't been fast enough, Xiao Yun would have been hit by that pillar and would have been in mortal danger. Before he could finish speaking, he suddenly felt a sharp pain in his abdomen and looked down in disbelief. All that could be seen was that Xiao Yun's tightly bound hands were gripping a dagger with only the hilt attached. Hidden under the sleeve, Qinzhe had no idea that the knife hilt was there. A white light enveloped the hilt of the sword, extending and repairing the blade, which pierced his abdomen at an extremely precise angle. Tears welled up in Xiao Yun's eyes as she desperately tried to pull out the dagger, her body trembling, but she couldn't manage it. The Dantian is the source of energy circulation and generation. Su Yi looked at Qinzhe calmly, as if he had expected this outcome. Right now, your abdomen is damaged and your energy is disordered. If you use your ability, you will suffer a great backlash. Qinzhe knelt on the ground, sweating profusely from the pain. His exceptional character and composure
composure prevented him from uttering any profanities. Even in such pain, he gently placed Xiao Yun in front of him and shot out 2 wisps of energy from his fingertips, shredding the ropes binding her hands and feet. The moment Xiao Yun was freed, ignoring the pain, she immediately ripped the tape off her mouth and rushed to Qin Zhe's side, crying out, "I'm sorry, I'm so sorry." Her hands trembled as she gripped the dagger, wanting to pull it out, but upon seeing Qin Zhe's pained expression, she became fearful and hesitant, unsure whether she should pull it out. "Don't worry, I'm fine," Qin Zhe said gently, comforting Xiao Yun, and then stood up shakily. Xiao Yun quickly helped him up, her eyes filled with anger and hatred as she looked at Su Yi. "This wasn't supposed to be a life or death struggle," Qin Zhe said weakly, clutching his stomach as he looked at Su Yi. "But using this method to ambush your classmate is utterly despicable." He didn't say anything more, and with Xiao Yun's support, he walked away from the world in the mirror without looking back. "I lost." Su turned around, not even glancing at Qin Zhe who had disappeared into the mirror world but focusing all his attention on Jolie. "Now, it's just the 2 of us left." Jolie stood quietly in place, watching Qin Zhe being ambushed by Su Yi and leaving the place without any intention of making a move. Just then, upon seeing Su Yi looking at him, he immediately grinned and said, "Su Yi, you're even stranger than Qin Zhe. You didn't feel any guilt or embarrassment at all for using such despicable means." He turned around and looked directly at Su Yi. "You really are a pure and simple villain. Thank you for the compliment." Su Yi remained calm, coldly looking at Jolie. "You just said you wanted to defeat me in the simplest way?" Jolie's body was wrapped in blood-red energy, and he burst out, approaching Su Yi at an extremely fast speed. "Let me see what tricks you have up your sleeve." Just as he moved, Su also activated boiling blood and dodged backward. His speed was also greatly enhanced, and the 2 chased each other out. Jolie's punch went through, but Su Yi dodged it by sidestepping. Immediately following was a flying kick, and Su also crouched down, as if he had anticipated the attack. After squatting down, he quickly leaned back and supported himself on the ground with both hands, completing a backflip like a gymnast. Just as he turned over, Jolie stomped hard on the spot where he had been standing, creating a crack. Su Yi flipped over and stood firm, taking advantage of Jolie's pause, and unleashed a blood surge. Jolie neither dodged nor evaded, taking the blow head-on without any defense. His chest caved in, and his whole body trembled. At the same time, his left hand shot out like lightning and grabbed Su Ye's arm forcefully. Immediately afterwards, he accelerated his right fist and struck Su Ye's body directly. Su Ye's body flew out like a sandbag, and he was knocked more than 10 meters away before rolling to the ground. What is this thing?" Blood mist filled the air as he clutched his chest and staggered to his feet, intense pain coursing through his body. Although he had managed to gather his energy in his chest in time, he was still no match for the power of Jolie's punch. Cough, cough, cough. Su stood there coughing violently, while Jolie in the distance seemed to be recovering from the shock of blood he had just experienced. The 2 were briefly locked in a stalemate. "Is it strange?" Su Yi wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and looked at Jolie with a cold gaze. "Without the support of fear, your injuries are healing more slowly." He simply dispelled his boiling blood and stood there facing Jolie from afar. Seeing this, Jolie had no intention of continuing the pursuit. He gathered his energy in his chest and began to slowly heal his injuries. He grinned maliciously at Su Yi. "It seems you've analyzed my abilities." "Yes, although I don't know the specific name. Your ability should be to manipulate negative emotions, right?" Su Yi said casually, reciting in a lazy tone. "Fear can speed up your recovery. Anger can increase your power. Greed can make you faster. Currently, these are the 3 negative emotions that you are best at utilizing. You possess wisdom that is completely disproportionate to your physique. Your usual actions may seem domineering, but in reality, they are designed to induce intense emotional fluctuations in others in order to unlock your own abilities. You deliberately go shirtless, and in the midst of battle, you'd rather be injured than not show off your fearlessness, all to incite fear in others. And your sarcastic words and domineering attitude are also meant to provoke anger in others. These negative emotions will transform into your strength, enabling you to unleash your abilities and become incredibly powerful. Furthermore, your abilities seem to be unlimited by the number of people, so the more people there are, the stronger the negative emotions become, and the stronger you become. He looked directly at Jolie, his gaze unwavering. "Am I right, Jolie? Your analysis of my abilities is quite accurate." Jolie grinned, casually shaking his head. His chest injury had almost fully healed, but he wasn't in a hurry to launch an attack. Instead, he stood there leisurely and chatted with Su Yi. "But there are 3 errors in your reasoning. I would like to hear the details." "My first mistake, the reason I didn't wear a shirt, was simply because I felt hot," Jolie explained with a sneer. "My second mistake was not that I pretended to be indifferent after I was injured, but that I didn't even know what pain felt like. And the third mistake, my ability has never been something I actively activated. It was activated from the moment I was born." He sneered, "If you can help me shut down this damn, annoying ability, I'll thank you properly." Su Yi's pupils contracted slightly, and a look of shock and complexity flashed in his eyes as he looked at Jolie. But he quickly suppressed the thought and turned to Jolie. "I was originally thinking about how to entice you to activate your ability on your own, but now it seems that this step can be
skipped. You just asked me what method I want to use to defeat you. Now I'll tell you. As soon as he finished speaking, Zhou Li's expression changed. He could hardly sense any obvious negative emotions from Su Yi. But at that very moment, countless dark, cold, evil, angry, sad, hateful, and all sorts of negative emotions surged into his mind like a tidal wave. Zhou Li knelt on one knee, and an energy fluctuation far exceeding that of the stone realm surged forth from his body. At this moment, his blood-red energy turned somewhat black, raging and swirling around his body. It merely grazed the ground, yet it tore it apart, sending stones flying everywhere. Zhou Li only managed to utter half a word before letting out a low roar, his eyes enveloped in a crimson light tinged with black. Su Ye's eyes were extremely cold at this moment, without any emotional fluctuation. I have felt it before, that your own emotions seem to be more or less guided by negative emotions. Once this negative emotion reaches a certain limit, you will be led by it and lose control. Can you feel it? What would it feel like if all the negative emotions a person has suppressed for years suddenly erupted? The negative emotions he unleashed were more intense than those of the dozens of people who had reacted before. You're courting death. Zhou Li's voice sounded like the roar of a wild beast, almost completely losing its rationality. The terrifying energy swirling around him was almost tangible, enveloping his entire body. A few seconds later, he suddenly stood up, exuding an aura that made people feel uncomfortable. His eyes gleamed with a dark red light, and he growled repeatedly like a wild beast. His fierce gaze was fixed on Su Yi, as if he wanted to tear the only surviving person in this space to pieces and kill him. Su Yi remained fearless, muttering to himself, "In this state, no one can stop you. If an attack is launched, my life will definitely be in danger. The teachers will certainly not ignore this when the time comes." A hint of madness even appeared in his eyes, as he placed himself on the scales of victory and defeat, using himself as a wager. In this situation where the difference in combat strength is so great, this is the best way he can get it. Zhou Li's aura was extremely terrifying. Even though they were far apart, that aura still sent a chill down by Tao's spine as he hid behind the wall. He felt as if he had been thrown into an abyss, his heart filled with countless emotions such as despair, anger, and resentment. The sensation made him shrink back, and he quickly retreated more than 10 meters, pressing himself against the edge of the mirror world. If any danger occurs, he will escape from here immediately. Su Yi silently watched Zhou Li. Once Zhou Li completely loses control, the teachers will step in to stop him. At that time, he will be the only one left in the mirror world, and obtaining the white spirit pearl will be a piece of cake. As for the rest of the people who were still able to move, they had no idea what had happened. Zhou Li's terrifying combat power had already chilled them to the bone, and no one dared to try to come in and take another look. Once Zhou Li notices and discovers them, their fate is predictable. Zhou Li was still uttering incoherent roars. The next second, he charged towards Su Yi like a ferocious beast charging wildly. The two got closer and closer, and soon they were only 3 meters apart. Just then, Zhou Li took a heavy step and did not continue forward. "Do you think that by making me lose my temper, you can use the teacher to get rid of me?" Zhou Li's deep voice rang out, accompanied by heavy breathing. "What?" Su Ye's expression also froze slightly. Things seemed to be developing in a way that deviated from his expectations. Looking up, Zhou Li had a sinister smile on his face. His eyes, which had been filled with dark red, receded like the tide, revealing his fierce pupils. "The negative emotions I have experienced since birth are 10 times, or even 100 times, more than yours. You think you can make me lose control over such a trivial amount of negative emotion? Now you've brought this upon yourself, Su Yi. Thank you for giving me so much strength." He swung his right arm, and the energy that was wrapped around his body instantly enveloped his entire right arm, releasing an extremely strong pressure. "If you don't want to die, get out of here. I don't care what will happen to you otherwise." On a small hill not far from the art museum, a deep blue water curtain stretches across the sky, reflecting the scene in the mirror world. Juabao, mirror flower water moon. This is a magical artifact in Lian Shou's hands, capable of displaying images from any location within its range, much like a surveillance camera. At this moment, he was sitting cross-legged on the ground, watching the final battle with Song Wei and Yang Yuan. "What do you think?" Lian Shou, with a bandage wrapped around his abdomen, casually ate a bag of sunflower seeds on his lap, showing no sign of tension whatsoever. "What else can we do?" Yang Yuan said with a smile, casually grabbing a handful of melon seeds from Lian Shou's arms. Although Su Yi is very clever, he also thought of this opportunistic method, but he could never have imagined just how terrifying the S-class ability, known as the 10 Deadly Sins, truly is. "I've heard of this little guy, Zhou Li. I still vividly remember the social news he caused more than 10 years ago." "Yes." Lian Shou sighed, a hint of pity in his eyes. "A child was born with this ability and has been unable to turn it off. His personality was already distorted from a young age, and he was later imprisoned in a rehabilitation center for more than 10 years. The negative emotions he has experienced are beyond what ordinary people can imagine. However, it's hard to imagine what Su Yi has been up to in order to make Zhou Li appear like this. I must say, Teacher Lian Shou, the new students you've mentored this time are truly a hidden gem." Yang Yuan sighed. "It seems the outcome of this assessment
announcement is already decided. Jolie is now unstoppable. Is the outcome already decided? Lian Shou revealed a meaningful look, and a smile appeared on his lips. That's not necessarily true. Oh, what do you mean? Does Su have any other methods under these circumstances? Yang Yuan's interest was piqued, and his eyes lit up. Lian Shou waved his hand, and half of the blue light screen in midair immediately split off, revealing a map of the entire Haicheng. On the map, the dots of light are scattered throughout the city, with most of them clustered in front of the art museum. This is the location tracking device inside the students' student cards, marking each person's location. Just last night, around 11 p.m., Su also went to see someone. Lian Shou smiled, pointed to the map, and read it aloud softly. Although we don't know exactly what they talked about, it's clear that this person is his backup plan. Yang Yuan's eyes flashed as he stared intently at the map, finally noticing the unusual activity. But then a point of light appeared, approaching the art museum at a moderate pace. The person represented by that point of light surprised him greatly. Could it be? Yang Yuan exclaimed excitedly, suddenly standing up and throwing all the sunflower seed shells in his hand. If it's that guy, maybe it really can. I'm telling you too. Song Wei's lips twitched, his head covered in sunflower seed shells, and he finally couldn't hold back any longer, shouting angrily, "Can't you have some manners? Don't litter sunflower seed shells. As hunters of the void, we should have basic public morality." Outside the mirror world, dozens of students sat on the ground, looking at the hazy mirror world in front of them with complicated expressions, but none of them dared to step into it. Jolie's domineering and powerful presence had already made them lose the will to continue fighting. Especially after Qin Zhe emerged from the mirror world severely injured, their fear intensified. They were unaware that Su Yi and Bai Tao were still in the mirror world. They only assumed that Jolie had most likely obtained the white spirit orb. "Qin Zhe, are you alright?" Xiao Yun tenderly tended to Qin Zhe's wounds. With the help of several classmates, the knife in Qin Zhe's abdomen was removed, and the bleeding from the wound stopped. "I'm fine, don't worry." Qin Zhe smiled gently, reassuring Xiao Yun, but his gaze was fixed on a piece of stone in his palm, lost in thought. This stone fell from Xiao Yun's arms earlier. Qin Zhe immediately noticed the falling stone and picked it up. He quickly determined that the stone came from a fragment of a floor tile somewhere in the mirror world. Was the stone placed in Xiao Yun's arms to ensure she wouldn't be hit by the stone pillar at the last moment? With his intelligence, he almost instantly deduced the origin of the stone and why it was in Xiao Yun's arms. "And you took advantage of my temperament, betting that I wouldn't give up on Xiao Yun, thus scheming to get me injured." Qin Zhe gave a helpless bitter smile, then crushed the stone into powder with a flick of his wrist. "You've really seen right through me, Su Yi. That damned guy deserves a good beating from Jolie." Xiao Yun was unaware of the life-saving trick Su Yi had on her person, and she hated Su Yi intensely. "I'm also very curious about what methods he can use to deal with Jolie." Qin Zhe stroked his chin, staring intently at the world in the mirror. Even if he doesn't get injured, his chances of winning against Jolie are less than 40%. He really couldn't imagine how Su could deal with Jolie. Suddenly, a commotion arose from the crowd that had gathered to rest and heal their wounds. They exclaimed in surprise, as if they had witnessed something incredible. Qin Zhe looked back at the sound and saw the crowd part naturally, leaving a path. A figure walked slowly towards the mirror world. He actually showed up here. Qin Zhe's pale blue pupils gleamed slightly, revealing an incredulous look in his eyes. Suya's body was held in Jolie's palm and scraped against the ground at high speed like a plow, before being forcefully flung away. As the blood mist dissipated, Su activated his boiling blood technique, attempting to stabilize himself. Before he could even regain his footing, Jolie charged forward again, tilting his head back and then slamming into him forcefully. Su was also hit so hard that he felt dizzy and lightheaded for a moment. The physical impact caused him to vomit blood. As consciousness slowly returned, he could no longer even stand and collapsed onto the ground. Before he could recover from his injuries, he quickly rolled on the ground. The spot where they had been standing was smashed to pieces by Jolie's kick. "This guy is a monster," Suyi shouted inwardly, a hint of anxiety showing in his eyes. The difference in ability meant that he could not confront Jolie head-on. Even though boiling blood had been upgraded to C rank, he was no match for Jolie when his abilities were unleashed. At this moment, he regretted his behavior of releasing negative emotions. This action not only failed to achieve the effect he had expected, but instead became an aid to Jolie's abilities, causing his strength to increase by several points. "That guy, hasn't he arrived yet?" Even though Su had already prepared a way out for himself, the sudden change in Jolie caught him off guard, and he felt that his plans couldn't keep up with the changes. Jolie stomped down several times in succession, completely destroying the footing Suyi was standing on. Left with no other choice, he could only leap up quickly, but just as his body took flight, Jolie's fist came rushing towards him as if it had been calculated. In the heat of the moment, Su only had time to use his right arm to protect his chest as he gathered his energy. The sound of bones cracking rang out, and he screamed in agony as Jolie shattered the bones in his entire right arm with a single punch. "Aren't you going to admit defeat yet?" Jolie grinned maliciously as he approached, his attacks like a sudden downpour, showing no sign of stopping. "No, I can't dodge it." Suya's steps were unsteady, body, and his whole body was covered in cold sweat from the pain. He knew that he could not dodge this attack. We can't collapse here. In desperation, he had no choice but to silently use his first trump card. Target, Repairman. A faint red light flashed across his body, and he immediately felt that his Repairman level had been upgraded. Level B Repairman. Can repair all inanimate objects, effective range is 10 meters, restores the object to its original state after one use. The concept of a repairman in my mind remains as simple as ever, seemingly unchanged even after my ability level has increased. Su didn't have time to think it through and slapped the ground with his still relatively intact left hand. In his memory of this place, there used to be a ruined wall that had long since collapsed due to the intense battle. Repairman. He used the opportunity given to him by Tuofen to repair the wall in front of him. In an instant, the previously empty ground was rapidly filled with countless pebbles, which were then repaired into a complete wall in just half a second. A faint white light emanated from the wall, and Su was somewhat surprised to find an arrow drawn in chalk on the wall. This arrow, he didn't have time to think about it, because Joly's fist was already hurtling towards him. A terrifying shockwave reverberated through the walls. The wall that should have been shattered by his punch only showed a fist mark and countless spreading cracks, instead of breaking directly. At this moment, not only Joly, but even Su Yi, who had restored the wall himself, showed a surprised expression. I see. Su Yi's breathing quickened, and he instantly understood the effect of the repairman's level increase. Is this your trump card? Joly was too lazy to think about the reason, and just assumed that this was some kind of trick by Su Yi. If one punch isn't enough, then let's try another. He gathered his energy and landed another punch on the wall. This time, the already severely damaged wall finally gave way, bursting open and shattering into countless pieces. However, Su Yi, who was originally hiding behind the wall, had already run more than 10 meters away. As for Bai Tao, who was originally still in the mirror world, he had already disappeared without a trace before the two started fighting. I'm fed up. Joly was incredibly fast. With a single stomp of the ground, he caught up with Su Yi. Let's end this boring battle. He didn't hold back. His right fist transformed into a bloody shadow as he struck. Su Yi glanced at the approaching fist shadow out of the corner of his eye, and a rare look of anxiety appeared in his eyes. Are we going to miss it? His backup plan was not guaranteed to succeed. Whether that person will come to help him is also a completely unknown outcome. But now it seems that even if they arrive now, it will be too late. At this moment, Su was helpless and could only watch as Joly's fist got closer and closer to his body. You can't hit him. A clear, ethereal, and emotionless voice suddenly rang out. Joly's fist stopped half a centimeter in front of Su Yi's body, as if it had been frozen in midair. The air hummed continuously, and his enormous fist was covered with dark red energy, yet it couldn't break through that half-centimeter distance at all. Who is it? Joly's face turned serious as he turned to look at the source of the voice. Su Yi's face lit up with ecstasy, and he plopped down on the ground with a thud. He's here. He quickly stood up, his severely injured body looking at Joly in front of him, a confident smile spreading across his face. Sorry, I will not hand over the victory of this assessment to someone else. He also looked up at the short, expressionless boy who stepped into the mirror world from the edge of the mirror world. I've been waiting for you for a long time, Enlon. Enlon? Joly narrowed his eyes and withdrew his fist. As long as he doesn't attack Su Yi, his body won't be frozen in place. Even someone as arrogant as him had heard of this taciturn genius who almost never communicated with anyone. I see. Joly's face broke into a sinister smile again, but he turned his attention to Enlon. Is this your real trump card, Su Yi? He understood from Su Yi's words. Enlon and Su Yi seemed to have formed a cooperative relationship in some way. Interesting. Joly was arrogant, his whole body surging with energy, and he grinned maliciously. I've long wanted to know what an SS level ability is like. The expressions of Joly, Enlon, and Su Yi were seen through the water curtain and entered the eyes of the three teachers. Enlon's single appearance brought Joly's fierce attack to an end. This scene shocked even Song Wei. He stood frozen in place, but he had already recognized the name of Enlon's ability. SS level ability. A well-intentioned piece of advice. Beyond the world of the mirror. Almost everyone stared in disbelief at the spot where Enlon had just disappeared. I didn't see wrong, did I? That's Enlon? That's him, there's no mistake. This guy actually wants to compete for the White Spirit Orb. SS level ability. I have never seen one before. I really want to go in and see what his abilities are. Are you crazy? Aren't you afraid Joly will knock you flying? The crowd whispered amongst themselves, unable to hide their shock. The light reflected off Chinze's glasses as he looked at the world in the mirror with a face full of surprise. Based on his interactions with and understanding of the other freshmen over the past few days, he could confirm that Enlon was not the kind of person with a strong competitive spirit. He even had some doubts about how this SS level awakened individual had joined Dragon Summer Academy. Enlon was not only aloof and taciturn, but also seemed to have no interest in anything. Since enrolling in school, he has always stayed alone in a corner, never paying attention to anyone who tries to strike up a conversation with him. How
How could someone with this kind of personality possibly compete for the white spirit orb? So, his presence here isn't due to his own will, but rather for some other purpose? Shinzei's mind raced, and he quickly deduced why Enlon had come here. Su Yi, so this is your greatest asset. A look of sudden realization dawned on his eyes, but he became even more curious. What methods did Su Yi use to achieve this cooperation with Enlon? Facing the aggressive Jolie, Enlon remained expressionless, instead turning to Su Yi not far away. Are you serious about what you promised me? It couldn't be more real. Su Yi laughed heartily, completely relaxed as he sat on the ground, leaning against the wall. You should already know how good I am. Enlon received Su Yi's affirmative answer, but she simply nodded calmly and turned her head away. Ready? Jolie rubbed his hands together, and only grinned when he saw Enlon looking at him. The next moment, he burst out, his whole body turning into a streak of blood-red light, and in an instant he rushed in front of Enlon. The force of the punches was like waves, and the power of the punches was like lightning. The air seemed to be torn apart by his power, creating a sonic boom. The power of that punch seemed capable of splitting the heavens and earth. You can't hit me. Enlon murmured softly, her footsteps light, as if stating a fact. Immediately afterwards, his body tilted slightly to the side. The speed wasn't particularly fast, yet it grazed past Jolie's fist with remarkable ease. Jolie's punch missed, so he followed up with a flying kick. However, Enlon retreated just outside his attack range once again. Watch your step. He dodged the kick and spoke softly again. Jolie felt his foot trip and fell forward uncontrollably. He quickly braced himself with his hands on the ground and leaped back up in a forward roll. He then realized that there was a bump in the ground beneath his feet that had tripped him. The protrusion seemed to have been there from the very beginning. Watch your head. Enlon's voice rang out again. A creaking sound came from above Jolie's head. Immediately afterwards, half of the ceiling collapsed with a loud crash. That spot on the ceiling was exactly where Jolie had previously smashed the classmate who could turn into a giant bear. Countless stones crashed to the ground, raising a cloud of dust. Enlon's expression remained unchanged, and she suddenly squatted down. Jolie appeared behind him and swung his fist toward the spot where he had just been standing. Pay more attention to your right leg. Enlon spoke calmly, but Jolie suddenly felt his right leg go weak and he knelt down on one knee. No matter how powerful he was, the long battle had taken a heavy toll on his body. At this moment, his right leg was trembling slightly uncontrollably, as if it had reached a critical point. Enlon lightly jumped to the back and stared at Jolie expressionlessly. Jolie, however, stood up from the ground with a sinister grin. He forcefully controlled the muscles in his right leg to stop trembling, his gaze remaining fierce. Just as Enlon slightly opened her mouth, preparing to say something more, the energy emanating from Jolie suddenly dissipated like a tide. I'm not fighting anymore. Enlon's eyes flashed, her face remained expressionless, but she seemed to be a little surprised. I roughly understand the principle behind your ability. Jolie rubbed his nose. Unraveling your ability will be quite troublesome. If we continue fighting, I'll have to be determined to kill you in order to win this match. But if that happens, several teachers will definitely come out to stop me, or even forcibly interrupt my ability. In just a few minutes, he had already calculated the accounts perfectly. From the moment Enlon appeared, Su Yi's victory was sealed, and this SS-level ability was indeed far more mysterious than he had imagined. Then, he narrowed his eyes and gave Su Yi a meaningful look. Your methods are indeed very clever. This white spirit orb is indeed dispensable to me. I've had my fill of fighting today, so I'll let you off the hook for now. As he spoke, he actually put his hands in his pockets and walked away from the world in the mirror without looking back. Hey, wait a minute. Su leaned against the wall, clutching the spot where Jolie had broken his bone, and grimaced as he shouted. Jolie stopped and turned his head slightly. Bai Tao, Su called out softly. The next second, Bai Tao poked half his head out from behind the wall, nervously surveying his surroundings. You guys, are you done fighting? Give me 2 yellow spirit orbs. Su didn't respond, but simply said indifferently. Oh. Bai Tao rummaged around on his body for a while and took out 2 yellow spirit beads. Most of these spirit orbs were found thanks to Su Yi, so Bai Tao naturally didn't dare to have any objections. Su Yi grabbed a spirit pearl and threw it at Jolie. Thank you for your help. Jolie caught the yellow bead with one hand, sneered, and tossed it back. If you want to give it to me, give me that white spirit bead instead. He didn't say anything more and walked out of the mirror world without looking back. Su shrugged and gave a wry smile, then turned to Enlon. Do you want one? Otherwise, you probably won't get any points in this assessment. No need, Enlon replied expressionlessly. I found a yellow spirit pearl by chance while I was walking. You just need to fulfill the agreement between us. He finished speaking calmly and left the mirror world without looking back. Ha, 2 arrogant guys. Su Yi barely managed to sit up and casually tossed the 2 yellow spirit orbs behind him. Bai Tao quickly crawled out and hurriedly caught them. The rest of the spirit orbs are yours. Su Yi supported himself and walked step by step to the white spirit orb, a smile appearing on his face. This one is enough for my spoils. What's going on inside? The freshman huddled tightly around the mirror world, watching it with intense tension. There were only 6 minutes left until the deadline of 6 o'clock. Adding
counting the 5 minutes needed to obtain the White Spirit Orb. Time is running out. As long as the battle inside continues and the White Spirit Orb remains unclaimed, they still have a chance to compete for first place. Suddenly, the air ahead rippled. Jolie walked out with his hands in his pockets. He didn't even glance at the crowd gathered in front of him, and simply walked straight ahead.
Jolie, why is he out? Could it be that Enlon won?
But Jolie doesn't have any injuries, and he doesn't seem to have been in any intense battle.
Given his personality, would he really leave like this? Could he have already obtained the White Spirit Orb?
A murmur arose from the crowd, their faces filled with fear as they looked at Jolie. His domineering fighting style just now really made everyone a little scared.
They speculated wildly and were completely baffled.
The only explanation that seems somewhat plausible is that Jolie defeated Enlon and then took the White Spirit Pearl. However, only 10 seconds or so passed.
Enlon's figure also stepped out of the mirror world.
He walked away in another direction without looking back, his face expressionless.
How come Enlon isn't injured? Did they not fight?
Strange. If that's the case, who took the White Spirit Orb? Apart from Qinzhe and Xiaoyun, no one knew that Su Yi and Bai Tao were still in the mirror world. They looked at each other, completely bewildered.
But no one wanted to enter the mirror world to see what was going on.
For them, their assessment was over when Jolie and Qinzhe cleared them out.
Su Yi, I never expected you would actually be able to obtain this Spirit Pearl.
Qinzhe glanced ahead with a complicated expression and gave a wry smile. He could easily guess who the winner of this test would be. It seems that my university life will be much more interesting from now on. He stood up, no longer intending to stay there, and was already preparing to return home.
Hey, Qinzhe, where are you going?
Xiaoyun quickly followed, her face full of worry. I'm going back to the hotel to rest, Qinzhe said casually, a smile playing on his lips.
Next time, I won't lose to you again, Su Yi.
The light surrounding the White Spirit Orb gradually dissipated.
As the last bit of energy dissipated,
Su Yi finally held the White Spirit Pearl in his hand.
A cool sensation flowed into my body.
In an instant, he felt the energy within his body stirring and becoming even more active. His mind seemed to have calmed down under the influence of the White Spirit Pearl, and his thoughts became clearer. This is the effect of the warm heartstone. Lian Shou's voice rang out from behind him.
Isn't it amazing?
I should thank you, instructor, for giving me this opportunity first. Su Yi put away his spoils without turning his head and smiled as he turned back. Even if you didn't enter here early, you would have other ways to win.
Lian Shou shook his head and chuckled. Entering 5 minutes early only saved you some energy.
Qinzhe,
Jolie, and even Enlon.
These recognized powerhouses have all been defeated or united by you. Lian Shou paused for a moment, then showed his pocket watch.
The time on the pocket watch was exactly 6 in the morning.
Congratulations on becoming the undisputed #1 in this assessment. Su also smiled with relief, then suddenly felt a wave of weakness wash over him and fell backward.
But just then, Bai Tao suddenly appeared and helped him up.
You deserve a great deal of credit this time, and the school will give you a generous reward afterwards. In addition, after you become #1, you will also receive 5 credits from the school, as well as an opportunity to make a request. Lian Shou smiled as he looked at Su Yi and continued reading, whether it's a precious jade, some special material, or a large amount of dragon coins. As long as your conditions are legal and reasonable, the school will try its best to meet them. You can think about what specific conditions you want to propose at your leisure.
A helper will take you back to the hotel to rest and receive treatment later.
You can apply to use this condition at any time after you return to school tomorrow. You will have a 10-day holiday. After 10 days, Longxia Academy will officially start its semester.
I understand.
Su nodded casually, but his gaze kept scanning around, his attention not on Lian Shou at all. There was one thing that bothered him greatly during the previous battle. Now that everything had settled down, he was eager to investigate thoroughly. Lian Shou also noticed that he was somewhat absent-minded, but he only thought it was due to fatigue from the battle. Therefore, he didn't say much, only gave a brief instruction before turning and leaving. A car will come to take you back to the hotel in 10 minutes. Once you've rested, leave as soon as possible. If you miss this bus, you'll have to take a taxi home yourself. After saying that, he disappeared into the mirror world.
Old Master Hu, give me some energy.
Su Yi gently tapped his chest and murmured softly. As soon as he finished speaking, a wisp of mist wafted from his chest and entered his body. This energy comes from the spirit-absorbing artifact. Each time he absorbs it, his body enters a brief period of stiffness, but it can effectively replenish the energy he has consumed. Having recovered some of his energy, Su Yi gently pushed Bai Tao aside and headed straight in one direction. He gently placed his hand on the damaged ground and started the repair work.
In an instant, a wall was restored and erected under the influence of white light. Sure enough, it's that arrow.
Su stared intently at the arrow carved on the wall, his expression extremely serious. I saw this arrow 3 years ago. A memory suddenly flooded his mind. 3 years ago, when he and Tang Tan came to this art museum together, he noticed the arrows drawn in chalk on the wall. The arrow immediately caught his attention. He had thought the arrow was a directional marker used by some kind of art museum, but he sensed something was wrong, and before he could investigate, the art museum was invaded by the virtual beast, plunging it into chaos. He then completely forgot about it. However, during his previous battle with Jolie, he accidentally restored the wall and noticed the arrow once again. This time, he finally understood where that strange feeling from 3 years ago came from. If it were for indicating directions, why would you draw arrows on the wall with chalk? Such large art museums can be completely replaced by signage. Is this arrow pointing in some direction? For some reason, Suya's heart began to pound violently. Many previously unnoticed details suddenly flooded my mind at this moment. No, that's impossible, he muttered to himself, suppressing the sudden turmoil in his heart. He then walked briskly in the direction indicated by the arrow. Here it is. Su also repaired another wall. Arrows were also drawn on the wall, pointing the way forward. Su kept his lips tightly pressed together, following the arrows, but the sweat on his forehead kept increasing. Bai Tao, standing not far away, watched his actions with a bewildered expression, but dared not utter a sound to disturb him. He had never seen Su Yi show such a flustered, or rather, nervous expression before. That can't be the case, it might just be a coincidence, Su muttered to himself. But no matter how much he deceived himself, reality still stood before him. He has a very detailed model of the entire art museum in his mind. At this moment, he was very unwilling to admit and found it hard to accept one thing. 3 years ago, when Tang Tan took him to visit the art museum, they seemed to have followed the direction of this arrow almost entirely. They were far from the wall at the time, in the center of the art museum, so Su did not see the subsequent arrows. But at this moment he was absolutely certain that the location they were in, and even the direction they were turning, were exactly the same as those arrows. It was around this location that the void beast appeared. He stopped next to a wall, his face solemn. The arrow points directly in the direction in which everyone fled after the invasion of the void beasts. Su walked quickly forward, heading deeper into the art museum. More and more things surprised and puzzled him. Even during their escape, the turns they made and the directions they took were exactly the same as the direction the arrow pointed. Finally, he slowed his pace and stopped in front of a pile of ruins. This is the area that has been most severely damaged. The ground was covered in rubble, the ceiling was cracked, the walls had collapsed, and countless broken picture frames were scattered all over the place. He slowed his pace and fixed his gaze on the ground. Even though 3 years have passed, the dried bloodstains still remain on the ground. She was torn to pieces by the void beast right here. Su also clearly remembered that Tang Tan and he had fallen to the back of the crowd because of saving people. The phantom beast lunged at him, and to protect him, Tang Tan pushed him away, but was bitten by the beast himself, half of his body being torn apart. While Su was distracted, the void hunting squad, which had been lying in wait among the crowd, suddenly made their move and killed the void beast. The place where Tang Tan stood was a disc-shaped piece of ground. From the traces of these ruins, some patterns can still be faintly found. It certainly won't be what I think. Su could also feel that his palms were trembling slightly. Repairman. Amidst flashes of white light, the shattered floor began to be repaired by energy, gradually returning to its original state. A few seconds later, an intricately patterned disc gradually emerged and was reflected in the image. But the moment Su saw the complete pattern, he was struck dumb, frozen in place. That's impossible. His pupils were now constricting as he stared incredulously at his feet. The patterns on the disc formed a striking image of an epiphyllum flower. This pattern is unique, and Su could never mistake it. The same pattern was on the back of the sachet hanging around his neck. This is a special mark belonging to Tang Tan, and only she could draw it. Why? Why is there this pattern here? Who drew the arrow? Was it a coincidence that Tang Tan brought me to the art museum? Why is she walking in the exact same direction as the arrow? Why was she attacked by the void beast right here at the end? No, this must be a coincidence. Perhaps the pattern of the epiphyllum doesn't belong to her alone. Su had never imagined that his mind would be in such a mess. Countless thoughts surged in his mind like a tidal wave, intertwining and forming an unsolvable tangled ball. Su Yi. There seemed to be a sound coming from a very distant place. Su Yi, what's wrong with you? With a loud shout, Suya's consciousness snapped back, and he finally came to his senses. Bai Tao grabbed his shoulder with a hint of worry and shouted loudly in his ear. From the moment he began to restore the disc beneath his feet, Su stood rooted to the spot as if he had lost his soul. Bai Tao almost thought he was possessed by a ghost. I'm fine, Su said weakly, pushing Bai Tao's hand away. He then carefully examined his surroundings, and after confirming that there was no other information, he kicked it under his foot. The circular floor, which had only recently been repaired, was kicked and shattered into countless pieces. So he casually picked up a piece and put it in his pocket, then walked out of the mirror world. Let's go back. His expression gradually calmed down, slowly becoming expressionless. The mysteries surrounding this matter seemed to be multiplying, but he became even more determined. No matter what, we must investigate this matter thoroughly. As Su Yi and Bai Tao left the world in the mirror, the car arranged by the school happened to arrive next to the art museum. They got into the car with the group of students and soon returned to the hotel. Several assistants and a doctor from the academy had been waiting inside the hotel for a long time. These support characters' abilities abilities are basically D-rank abilities that can be used for healing. Some can pull bandages off the body, some can speed up wound healing, and some can even perform blood transfusions remotely. The appearance of these assistants made Suye's lips twitch. He almost thought that the academy was unwilling to spend money and had specially hired people to save on purchasing costs. Only after Bai Tao explained did he understand that most of these assistants had come voluntarily. Although their capabilities are not much different from directly purchasing medical equipment, however, it is clearly faster in terms of recovery efficiency and speed. The doctor from the academy possessed the C-level ability, Healing Power. This is a very good recovery ability. Once used, it can quickly alleviate the students' injuries and help them heal rapidly. With his help, most of the students who were injured in the battle were out of danger and recovered. Until all the students had recovered. Lian Shou, Song Wei, and Yang Yuan then slowly walked over, their bodies wrapped in bandages. Their abdomens were pierced by the disease's power, but they repaired them with energy and received simple treatment. However, if left untreated, it can easily leave hidden ailments. As soon as they appeared, Lian Shou looked at most of the students sitting in the hall and smiled slightly. Just now, I finished tallying the specific scores for this assessment. With a flick of his wrist, a curtain of water appeared out of thin air. This is the ranking for this assessment. Performance ranking. Upon hearing Lian Shou's words, the students, who had only recently recovered, immediately became excited and scrambled to their feet to look over. They fought desperately and searched everywhere for spirit orbs, all in order to achieve a higher ranking in the assessment. This ranking is said to be very important to them. In the future, when assessing those who will become void hunters, their ranking will be used to determine whether they can become void hunters. If one day there is a vacancy in any of the 10 hunting teams belonging to Dragon Summer Academy, the higher the ranking, the more likely the person will be to participate in the interview and become a true hunting hunter. What intrigued them most was whether anyone actually obtained the white spirit orb this time. Jolie and Enlon emerged from the mirror world almost one after the other. Whether they had a clear winner or loser, and whether they had obtained the white spirit pearl, was of great interest to everyone. All eyes were fixed on the water curtain in the air. The water curtain rippled, and soon the water rippled and countless water lines shuttled through, eventually forming a table. Immediately afterwards, everyone's names and rankings began to be arranged from the bottom up. A total of 47 people participated in this assessment. Apart from Su Yi, Bai Tao, and a few others, no one else has any memory of Lin Quan. In their memory, there were only 47 freshmen in their class from beginning to end. There are 3 people ranked last. They had already formed a team, but they parted ways because of the rules of the Spirit Pearl. During their solo mission, the group clearly had very bad luck. They couldn't figure out where the Spirit Pearl was hidden and could only search aimlessly like headless flies. They finally found the world in the mirror, but the Spirit Pearl inside had already been taken away. In addition, these people were all rather impatient, and after searching for 4 hours without any results, they simply gave up on the assessment. They spent almost the entire day eating, drinking, and having fun in Haicheng, without seriously searching for the Spirit Pearl at all. Their poor performance is understandable and a consequence of their negligence. Above the 3 were those who had only found 1 or 2 red spirit orbs. The scores of these dozen or so people were all in single digits, including Han Hao and his 2 companions. After being severely injured by Zhou Li and having their spirit orbs stolen, they spent the rest of their time recovering from their injuries and searching for other spirit orbs. Even when the final white spirit orb appeared, the 3 of them didn't rush over because of their fear of Zhou Li and their unhealed injuries. Unfortunately, they were unlucky and only managed to find a few red spirit orbs at the very end. If the points are divided equally among the 3 people, each person will only have a few points. Damn Zhou Li! Han Hao grimaced as he stared at the water curtain, filled with resentment. And that Su Yi, if it weren't for them, how could I only have this ranking? He didn't dare glare at Zhou Li, but could only give Su Yi a vicious look. If I hadn't been careless, how could I have lost to you? I'd like to see what kind of ranking you can achieve with those petty tricks. The rankings continue to rise. They quickly rose to a ranking of over 10 points. Reaching this ranking puts you in the middle of the pack. Most of them obtained more than 10 red spirit orbs, or 1 blue spirit orb plus several red spirit orbs. These students had basically guessed where the spirit pearl might be hidden and possessed the strength to go and compete for it. Surprisingly, Lan's name also appeared among them. Many people looked on in surprise, their minds filled with speculation. So, Zhou Li really got that white spirit pearl. The rankings rolled around, and finally we arrived at the top 10. Everyone held their breath, their expressions focused intently on the rankings. Su also looked over with curiosity. Tang Xiaowan's name quickly appeared in the 10th place. Oh, she's not stupid after all. She must have guessed the location of the spirit pearl. Su Yi blinked and glanced at Tang Xiaowan. Several names appeared one after another, and the points earned kept increasing. Shu Yi's name also appeared prominently in the top 10. They quickly rose to the top 5. The top 5 players each scored over 20 points. They are not only powerful, but they have also grasped the rules of the assessment, making them the strongest among the new students. The lobby was so quiet you could hear a pin drop. Everyone stared nervously at the water curtain, waiting in silence. It seemed that Lian Shou was deliberately trying to pique people's interest as the appearance of names on the water screen slowed down. 5th place, Hu Jing, 21 points. Su looked at the crowd, his gaze settling on a burly young man. He was deeply impressed. The boy's ability was to transform into a giant bear, which was a very powerful transformation ability among the material amplification types. The giant bear it transformed into possessed immense power, yet it was still defeated by Jolie and sent flying with a single punch. Tisk. Hu Jing clicked his tongue in displeasure. The crushing defeat in the contest left him with a great sense of frustration and resentment. Unfortunately, Jolie didn't seem to care about the rankings at all. He didn't even come here for treatment. Instead, he took a nap in his bedroom. 4th place, Shinzei, 25 points. Shinzei gently pushed up his glasses, gave a faint, bitter smile, and shook his head. Only 4th place. He had basically guessed who the top 3 were. What? Shinzei is only 4th place? A commotion arose from the crowd, all of them somewhat surprised. Shinzei's refined and easygoing personality, as well as his powerful abilities, are known to almost everyone. In their minds, he should at least be in the top 3. So who are the top 3? Most people wouldn't investigate everyone else like Suyi did. In addition, the water curtain rolls very quickly, leaving little time to think. For a moment, they couldn't even notice who wasn't on the list yet. 3rd place, Bai Tao, 36 points. Bai Tao? How could it be him? Upon seeing this name, everyone looked on incredulously. In their minds, Bai Tao was nothing more than a glib-tongued guy who was extremely good at escaping. To be honest, I'm actually quite good at fighting. Bai Tao leaped up, his mouth almost crooked with a grin. He obtained all the spirit pearls that he and Suyi had collected together, so it would be difficult for him to have a low score. TCH, you? If you're really that good at fighting, come and fight me one-on-one later. Immediately, many people were dismissive and some even challenged him to a duel. Ha, dealing with you only requires one finger. Bai Tao extended his middle finger, mockingly. The man was instantly filled with rage and was about to speak when a gasp of surprise rose from the crowd as they stared incredulously at the water curtain. The name of the 2nd place finisher shocked them immensely. 2nd place, Jolie, 40 points. Jolie only came in 2nd place? Didn't he get the white spirit pearl? When they left, there were still more than 6 minutes left before the assessment ended. What's going on? Were there still people in the mirror world back then? Everyone looked at each other, bewildered by the situation. Even the domineering Jolie only came in 2nd place, so who is the 1st place? Whose name hasn't appeared yet? Who is actually in 1st place? This is impossible. Han Hao's eyes turned red as he stared intently at the water curtain. He had been searching for and paying attention to Su Ye's name, but it never appeared. This leaves only one possibility. What right does he have? That's absolutely impossible. Amidst the excited, puzzled, expectant, and disbelieving gazes of the crowd, the name at the top of the list has finally emerged. 1st place, Suyi. What? Suyi? How could it be him? 500 points. He obtained the white spirit orb. In the lobby, everyone's eyes were fixed on Suyi. Suyi sat down leisurely, his fractured right arm wrapped in bandages, his face completely unconcerned. He even casually picked up the teacup in front of him and took a sip, as if he already knew this outcome. Bai Tao noticed his expression and actions, and his eyes widened in surprise. So that's how it is. It's more satisfying to show off like this. Even if the teacup in your hand is empty, you should still pick it up and refill it. I've learned something new. Su Ye's results and ranking were unexpected by the vast majority of people. They found no trace of Su Yi in the mirror world. Does this term mean that Zhou Li and Lan were both defeated by him? Impossible. Han Hao suddenly sat up in his seat, his voice shrill. How could Su Yi possibly have obtained this white spirit pearl? He must have cheated. Even though he didn't go to the scene in person, he heard about what happened from other classmates. In his opinion, Su was able to defeat him entirely due to luck and his own carelessness. With Su Ye's strength, he could never be Zhou Li's match. The other students whispered among themselves, their faces filled with disbelief. Within a few days of enrollment, Su had already left a very deep impression on them with his dazzling entrance, his performance in the entrance test, and his amazing actions in class afterwards. But in most people's eyes, Su was just a guy with lots of tricks up his sleeve. It's no secret that he possesses 2D level abilities. No matter who you look at, he could never possibly have the strength to defeat Zhou Li head-on. Su Ye's results are genuine and valid, Lian Shou said calmly as he lay back in his chair receiving treatment. He successfully eliminated Qinzei and caused Zhou Li and Lan to forfeit their matches based on his own strength. He is undoubtedly the number one in this assessment. Upon hearing these words, Han Hao's face turned pale, and he slumped back into his chair, his face filled with disbelief. Even if you broke his head, he couldn't imagine how Su Yi managed to get first place. The fact that Zhou Li could abstain from the game was even more unbelievable to him. Many people looked at Qinzei with surprised expressions. They originally thought that Qinzei left the mirror world because he was injured by Zhou Li. Unexpectedly, the real reason was that Su also eliminated him. He did eliminate me. Qinzei nodded slightly, without offering any further explanation. Tang Xiaoan, Shui, and and several others who were acquainted with Sui also showed expressions of surprise.
This ranking is enough to keep everyone talking for days. After the entrance examination, you will be ranked, Lian Shou's voice came calmly, and this ranking will accompany you throughout your future studies. The first place in the assessment will be awarded 5 academic credits. The top 10, excluding him, will each be awarded 3 credits.
Students ranked between 10 and 20 will each receive 1 credit.
As for students ranked 20th and below, there are no academic credits awarded.
Teacher, someone in the crowd raised their hand, looking curious. I've wanted to ask this for a long time. What exactly is the use of these credits?
Does this mean we can't graduate if we don't have enough credits?
Credits are an important basis for calculating your credits based on your grades and the quality of your subsequent task completion, Lian Shou replied with a slight smile. Credits are very important to you because they determine whether you can become void hunters.
At Dragon Summer Academy, the most basic requirement for you to become a void hunter is that you must have 30 credits.
Anyone who scores below this level, no matter how strong they are, cannot become a true void hunter. Your performance on a daily basis and your actions during missions will affect your academic credits to some extent. When your credits reach 0 at the end of the semester, Lian Shou paused for a moment before continuing, you will be expelled from school immediately. These words immediately drew gasps of surprise. The amount of information conveyed in these words caused them great tension. Having gone through countless hardships to get into Dragon Summer Academy, he was forced to drop out due to insufficient credits.
Suya's eyes flashed, and he pondered deeply.
Keep in mind that he only received 2 points from the school after successfully fighting and killing Nightshade. In his judgment, the credits awarded in this assessment were a number that would be difficult to obtain through other means,
not to mention the various points deductions that may occur.
Judging from this, his college life is destined to be very tough.
The next 10 days are your vacation. Lian Shou finally finished his treatment and stood up leisurely.
Those who want to go back to school will be picked up by a special car tomorrow morning. Those who want to go out and have fun can do so on their own, as long as they return to school before the start of the semester.
You can check your class schedule and course selection information on your student card.
Everyone has worked hard these past few days. Then we'll see you again in 10 days. After saying this, he left the hotel together with Song Wei and Yang Yuan, who had finished their treatment. The others looked at each other, scratched their heads, and walked towards their rooms in 2s and 3s. This unexpected 10-day holiday caught them off guard and they need to plan it out carefully. Hey, Su Yi, what are your plans for the future? Bai Tao caught up with Su Yi as he left and asked curiously. I'll probably go back to school.
I have some urgent matters to attend to there.
Su Yi responded calmly, a wisp of immortal mist swirling around his ears, causing a hint of surprise to appear on his face.
Okay, it seems we're not going the same way.
Bai Tao scratched his head. I also have some things to take care of, so I probably won't be able to get back until before the start of the semester.
Okay, see you when school starts. See you when school starts.
The two said a brief goodbye and went to their respective rooms. After entering the room, Su quickly closed the door, drew the curtains, sat down in a chair, and took out the 9-li pot from his pocket. He opened the lid of the pot and his entire consciousness was immediately immersed in the world inside the pot. In this idyllic paradise where birds sing and flowers bloom, Master Hu has been waiting for a long time.
Did you call me in because of something important?
Su got straight to the point, asking the question directly. Old Master Hu said with a serious expression, young friend, the white stone you just brought in contains extremely pure energy. I've been studying this for a while now and I've confirmed something. If we treat it as an embryo, refine it, and use the soul of that crumbling tiger as a binder, you have the opportunity to refine this stone into a complete jade treasure.
Su opened the door half a second after the doorbell rang. Hey, good morning. Lian Shou grinned and greeted Su Yi.
More than 5 days have passed since he returned to school, and the wound on his abdomen has healed.
He now appears full of energy.
He greeted them as he walked toward the villa, but was stopped by Su Yi.
Change into slippers.
Su also pointed to the shoe cabinet, indicating, otherwise, Tang Xiaowan will go crazy. Oh, it seems you and Tang Xiaowan are living quite well. Lian Shou teased, but still obediently changed into a pair of slippers and followed Su Yi inside.
Don't use such ambiguous language.
Su Yi calmly led Lian Shou to sit on the sofa in the villa's living room.
She and I are just ordinary roommates.
After returning from the assessment, his relationship with Tang Xiaowan improved somewhat. The two tacitly agreed not to mention Tang Tan again, and their interactions were like those of roommates sharing an apartment, neither good nor bad.
What, isn't your lovely roommate in the dorm?
Lian Shou looked around but did not see Tang Xiaowan. She went to the capital for a trip and probably won't be back for the next couple of days, Su replied casually, picking up the kettle on the table and pouring himself a glass of water.
What would you like to drink? Do you have coffee?
The coffee machine broke down yesterday, and I've already requested that someone be sent to fix it.
Do you have any tea? I don't usually drink tea.
Understood, then please give me a glass of plain water.
The last glass of water is already in my cup. Su squinted and shook the now empty kettle in front of him. If you want to drink it, tap water is all you have. Lian Shou's eyes twitched in involuntarily as he looked up at Su Yi. You have nothing, yet you're asking me what I want to drink? Besides, you could obviously use your abilities to fix the coffee machine. Out of politeness, I asked instinctively. Su calmly took a sip of water. Besides, the coffee machine breaking down is a warranty issue, and I have the right to exercise my consumer rights. Okay, then give me a glass of tap water. Su put down his cup. The water's over there, pour it yourself. Lian Shou's veins bulged, and he nearly overturned the table in a fit of rage. He immediately understood that Su was taking this opportunity to retaliate against the teasing he had made when he entered. He suppressed his anger and actually obediently walked to the side and poured himself a glass of water. He sat back down on the sofa, took a sip of water, and then got straight to the point, taking out a sealed document from his briefcase. I don't know why you would use a precious opportunity to make demands to ask for these documents, but the school still agreed to your request. He opened the file package and took out 2 documents. These are documents printed from the national database. As for the original document you requested, we have already submitted an application to Nanyuan Academy. You know that nowadays everything requires going through procedures, so it will probably take almost a month to get a response from them. I'm not short of another month. Suya's expression turned slightly serious as he reached out and took the 2 documents. The first document was a report on the chaos in Haichang. However, I must remind you that these 2 documents are confidential and cannot be left to you. I can give you time to look at them, but I will destroy them in half an hour. Lian Shou added from the side. That's enough. Su nodded slightly to show his understanding and quickly picked up the document to read it carefully. The contents of this document are much more detailed than those that Fong Xin sent him initially. It not only records the specific action route and names of the members of the hunting squad 31, but also records the names and causes of death of almost every wounded and dead person. The report included very detailed information, including the subsequent treatment and the time the ambulance was dispatched. The entire incident was characterized as a serious dereliction of duty by the Hunting Void 31 squad. After the incident, they were forcibly disbanded. The 4 members of the original team were stripped of their status and qualifications as Void Hunters. In their testimonies, all 4 tried their best to defend themselves, but their explanations were not accepted. This document does not record their specific testimonies. Suya's attention wasn't on that either. Instead, he was staring intently at a certain item, his expression serious. After the incident, the cell phone of Jiang Tianhu, the former captain of the 31st Hunting Squad, was confiscated and investigated. 2 phone calls were found in his call log for that day. The first call record was received at 3:19 p.m. The second call record was made to the hospital at 3:29 p.m. However, the phone number dialed at 1519 appeared to be a virtual number, with no information about the caller at all. When questioned afterward, Jiang Tianhu gave a vague answer, insisting that it was a harassing phone call. It was precisely this point of doubt that made his defense and testimony completely unreliable, ultimately leading to his removal from the status of a void hunter and severe punishment. Su also keenly realized that this phone number was extremely important. Perhaps the disappeared ambulance is related to this phone call. The incident you want to investigate should be one you personally experienced 3 years ago. Lian Shou's voice slowly came over. This incident seems to have had a great impact on you. Although I don't know why you suddenly want to investigate this incident, I can tell you a few things clearly. First of all, after investigation, it can be determined that the Void Hunters involved in this matter have no connection with the Void Demon Council or the Void Demons. Secondly, all the evidence from the scene should be stored at Namwan Academy. If the process over there is completed and the application is approved, you may need to go to Nanyuan Academy in person. After all, these things are highly confidential and cannot be taken out casually. Okay, I understand. Suyi silently looked at the last line of the document, memorizing the entire document. After a moment, he put down the document, touched his brow, and pondered its contents. What he had noticed at the Haichang Art Museum a few days earlier had been lingering in his mind ever since. After reviewing the documents, some clues and oddities began to connect. Art Museum, Art Exhibition, time. As if he had caught some key clue, he suddenly looked up at Lian Shou and asked, Instructor Lian Shou, do you remember the art museum where we were taking the assessment? I'd like to know if you have any more specific information about that art museum. The art museum in Haichang? Lian Shou was taken aback at first, then began to think seriously. I did investigate the location when I was choosing a storage site for the White Spirit Orb. This Haichang Art Museum is a privately built venue, originally intended to house some valuable paintings for the appreciation of the upper class. However, 3 years ago, the owner of this art museum suddenly decided to hold an art exhibition for the whole country for some reason, which led to that exhibition. After the Haichang riots, the art museum was destroyed. The government has proposed to rebuild the art museum more than once, but it has not been completed for various reasons. Even these ruins haven't been cleared yet. You mean, the museum owner suddenly decided to hold an art exhibition? Suyi raised an eyebrow, slightly surprised. That's about right, but I haven't investigated the specific reasons
lessons in detail.
Do you know the name of the museum's owner? If I remember correctly, his name should be. Lian Shou tried hard to recall the information he had found earlier. Zhao Peng? It's different.
Su Yi muttered to himself unconsciously, his face becoming incredibly complicated.
He finally figured out what was wrong and strange about it.
All the information Lian Shou gave about the art museum, from the reason for the art exhibition to the name of the museum owner, was completely different from what he knew.
3 years ago, according to Tang Tan,
this art exhibition is held annually, and the curator's name is not Zhao Peng at all, but a highly respected artist. He never doubted Tang Tan, so during the investigation of the Haicheng Rebellion, he never thought to investigate this matter in detail.
I was suddenly invited to an art exhibition.
The eerie arrows inside the art museum, that epiphyllum pattern,
the name of the museum owner,
the origin of the art exhibition, and the reason for holding it. Countless strange things surfaced in Suya's mind, interconnected like a spider web linking together countless pieces of information.
Finally, amidst this overwhelming array of clues, an answer becomes clear. Even if Su was unwilling to accept it, this was the only answer. She lied to me?
Su stood frozen in place, his heart suddenly clenching.
Who lied to you?
Lian Shou keenly caught Suya's mutterings and immediately asked.
It's nothing.
Su also came back to his senses, and his expression immediately changed. His face remained calm, as if his earlier lapse in composure had never happened. Immediately afterwards, he stuffed the document about the Haicheng riot into the file bag. I have already read this document. If Nanyuan Academy approves it, please let me know as soon as possible. He picked up another document and began to read it. Lian Shou sensed that Suyi didn't seem to want to discuss the matter in detail, so he simply narrowed his eyes slightly and didn't ask any further questions. He merely glanced at Suyi with a curious look and casually said, "What I'm curious about is why you asked to see in Lan's personal information."
So you two made some kind of agreement that night, didn't you?
Yes,
that's right. Suyi quickly flipped through in Lan's information, looking at his life story and some personal details. However, the details of our transaction cannot be disclosed to you. 3 minutes later, he put down the document and looked thoughtful. I see. It seems that we cannot use simple methods to cure him.
He casually returned the documents in his hand to Lian Shou, saying, "Thank you, instructor." Lian Shou stuffed the 2 documents into the document bag, and energy surged from his palm. In an instant, the entire file folder turned to ashes under the shock of this energy, and vanished into the air in the blink of an eye.
No need to thank me. This is a reward you deserve.
He smiled slightly, stood up, and looked directly at Suyi.
I won't ask you what exactly you want to do, but there's something I want to say to you. I'd like to hear the details.
Suyi said calmly, adopting a humble attitude. No matter what happens, I hope you can stay true to yourself, Lian Shou said solemnly. Judging from your expression just now, it seems that someone very important to you has deceived you. But what I want to tell you is that sometimes, lies are not just for deception, but a necessary means. His eyes became incredibly desolate at that moment, as if he were recalling something. Your understanding and judgment of the other person is the most authentic conclusion. Having said all he needed to say, he turned, and prepared to leave without lingering.
Su also revealed a thoughtful look, standing there blankly, my understanding and judgment of her.
Suddenly, as if he had just remembered something, he looked up at Lian Shou, who had already reached the door. By the way, instructor, there's something I forgot to tell you. The tap water you drank from was stepped on by a cat's paw.
You only tell me this after I've already finished drinking it?
Lian Shou stopped in his tracks, turned around abruptly, and was completely shocked.
And where did this cat come from in your dorm?
I wasn't planning to tell you, but I think you're a really nice person, so I decided to tell you anyway. Suyi said with a serious face, that cat was a stray cat that ran in through the window yesterday, and it's already gone. You, Lian Shou's veins bulged, but he could only convince himself not to argue with the student.
Forget it was just a cat stepping on me.
The cat has poop on its paws.
Suyi, I'm going to strangle you.
Lian Shou's hair seemed to stand on end, and he had completely lost all his teacher's demeanor. Suyi leaped onto the stairs the instant after he spoke. Lian Shou clenched his fists angrily and said, I hope that next time something like this happens, you'll just keep it to yourself and not tell me. After saying that, he turned and left, slamming the door shut behind him.
Suya's smile vanished with Lian Shou's departure.
He stroked his chin and muttered to himself, aren't lies just for deception? Tang Tan's every smile and gesture flashed through my mind, along with memories of our brief acquaintance over those few dozen days.
His expression gradually became serious and solemn. What is the reason that you lied to me? Tang Tan, what is the significance of these clues you left me?
I will definitely investigate this thoroughly.
He then turned and went upstairs into his bedroom.
He vaguely sensed that Tang Tan's death was shrouded in layers of dark clouds. To fully understand the situation, sufficient strength is required. Just 10 minutes ago, the cooldown of the first effect of survival of the fittest evolution had expired. He couldn't wait to use that Star Sea meteorite iron to evolve his repairman to rank C. Su took the Star Sea meteorite iron out of the ninely pot and placed it on the table. In the past few days, Elder Who seems to have been busy refining the white spirit pearl made from the warm heartstone. According to him, this stone possesses very powerful energy, so even even though the Ninely pot is incomplete at this moment, it can still be refined into a brand new jade treasure by borrowing the soul of the collapsing tiger. This is different from the broken ancient knight before, so it will naturally take a long time. Suyi gently grasped the Star Sea meteorite and exhaled a long breath. Survival of the fittest, special effects 1, evolution. The pale blue, gem-like meteorite iron, enveloped by the pale red light in Suya's palm, began to melt at a visible speed, rapidly merging into his body. Su had already experienced this feeling once before when he was evolving into boiling blood. He felt a wonderful sensation throughout his body, and he felt incredibly comfortable. About 5 minutes later, the red light on his body was finally fully absorbed, and an extremely pure power surged out from his body. He could clearly sense that the repairman had successfully evolved to rank C. However, the concept in his mind did not change like boiling blood. It remained a very brief introduction. However, with his previous experience of transforming into a mortal still vivid in his mind, Su also gained a completely new understanding of the ability of the repairman. Let's verify my hypothesis. He took out 2 bricks with a low murmur. The 2 bricks are the same size. He took them from the same wall and kept them in the Jolie pot. The brick on the left had been repaired by him with his D-level repair skills, while the brick on the right was only half left and was broken. He placed his hand on the broken brick and silently activated his newly evolved C-level repairman. A white stream of light enveloped the broken part of the brick and quickly formed the other half of the broken brick with energy. Immediately afterwards, Su slammed the 2 bricks together. The brick in his left hand was smashed to pieces, with stone chips scattered all over the ground. The bricks on the right side, which had just been repaired, were completely intact. His expression remained unchanged as he activated the repair tool with his left hand. The scattered stone chips and dust flew up and reformed into the shape of bricks. He exerted his strength again, smashing the 2 bricks together forcefully. This time, both bricks shattered simultaneously, both blown apart by the force. Just as I suspected. Suyi looked at the shattered bricks scattered on the ground and confirmed his guess. After a repairman levels up, they can do more than just repair. They can also enhance the repaired objects to a certain extent. This is precisely why Jolie failed to punch through the wall at that time. What a repairman can repair is not just an object, but a concept. Su sat down thoughtfully in the chair and casually put 2 bricks back in place to prevent the stone chips from dirtying the house. It was precisely for this reason that I was able to restore the Ninely pot with the weak energy within me at that time. To be precise, it should be said that the power that originally existed in the Ninely pot was restored. As the repairman's level increases, the extent of repairs it can provide will also greatly increase. In addition, the concepts it can repair will also become larger. He was overjoyed by the evolutionary prospects that the repairman possessed. However, even though the repair concept possessed by the repairman seems very strong, there is a reason why it is classified as a D-level ability. First, the object it repairs cannot be too powerful, otherwise its own energy will not be able to successfully complete the repair. He was so weak from just repairing a helicopter fan blade. The more intricate an object is, the more difficult it is to repair. Secondly, there's the repair range, repair speed, and the characteristic that it can only repair non-living objects. Ordinary people who possess repair skills can at most use them to open a repair shop, or he could become a skilled repairman, occasionally going to his divorced neighbor's house to fix the water pipes. It has almost no effect in combat. It's like someone else's S-class ability, capable of conjuring up sandstorms and raging winds. Even if a repairman uses all his strength, he can only restore 1 wall at most, and there must be readily available materials nearby. He cannot create one out of thin air. The difference is evident. The reason why Suyi can use his repair skills to the extreme is mostly due to his advanced planning and his sharp mind. If he possesses an ability at level B or higher, the effect he can exert will only be stronger. For example, the instructor Lien Shou had asked him if he could repair the other half of the boundary stone. After sensing the situation for a moment, Su also gave his answer. If the energy required to repair the barrier stone is 1000 points, then I only have 10 points of energy in total. It's a case of wanting to do something but being unable to. Otherwise, he would have repaired Gushao completely first, instead of only being able to repair it for a few minutes each time. After successfully evolving the repairman, Tuofen was refreshed again, gaining a brand new opportunity to use it. Besides, Su finally had the patience to sit down and examine the materials needed to upgrade repairman and boiling blood to B grade. After sensing it for a moment, he looked puzzled. To upgrade a repairman to rank B, 10 special materials called Wilderness Star or are required. The material required to upgrade boiling blood to grade B is a spiritual herb called Mandrake Shuhua. The appearance and names of these 2 materials inexplicably appeared in his mind, which was quite magical. He had never heard of either of these materials before, and they must be even rarer than materials like Star Sea meteorite iron. Besides that, there was another thing that surprised Su quite a bit. After successfully evolving into repairman, the cooldown time of the 3rd special effect, Prodigy, which originally had more than half a month to cool down, was also refreshed. The 3 effects of natural selection seem to be interconnected, closely related, and able to influence each other. For him now, the more abilities the better. Although they are only D-level abilities, they have the potential to evolve. The more abilities he has, the more trump cards he will have and the stronger he will become. Let me see what the wizard's trigger conditions are this time. Su also lightly touched his brow with his right index finger, and red light surged from his fingertip, activating the survival of the fittest. Before long, the new conditions for triggering the prodigy also came to mind. Upon seeing these conditions, he was immediately taken aback, because this time, the conditions for triggering the genius were actually limited, and this limitation surprised him greatly. Natural selection. Third special effect, prodigy, within 1 month, comprehend and master one physical technique, if not, enter a 2-month cooldown period. Although there were no specific words in his mind, but that's roughly what he could perceive. Master a martial art within a month? Su Ye's expression turned strange. This is trying to kill me. The first rays of dawn shone down, scattering across the ground through the gaps in the leaves. On the wide road, a few people occasionally passed by. Although Longsha Academy covers a vast area, the number of people who stay at the academy on weekdays is not very large. One reason is that the number of students admitted to schools is not large to begin with. Another reason is that most students are out on assignments to earn credits and don't spend much time at school. 2 sophomores were walking down the street, yawning, on their way to class. Suddenly, a strong wind blew past them. A figure shrouded in blood mist swept past them almost instantly, disappearing from the spot in the blink of an eye. What was that just now? The two looked at each other, somewhat bewildered. Today is the official start of the new semester for freshmen, right? Was that freshman too excited and chose to activate his ability to vent his emotions? Blood Shadow moved through the forest with unparalleled skill. Countless fallen leaves were blown up by the gale, and the branches trembled. A moment later, he suddenly stopped in front of a villa, and the blood mist on his body dissipated. Ha ha! Su was covered in sweat, his face was pale, and he was panting heavily. He took out a stopwatch from his pocket and glanced at it. 3 kilometers, 3 minutes, and 40 seconds. It's a full 15 seconds faster than the first day. He walked wearily into the dormitory and went straight into the bathroom without looking back. Today is the first day after the break ends, and also the first day of school. Since the cooldown period for the third special effect Genius ended a few days ago, he has started a daily exercise routine. Mastering a physical skill within a month is extremely difficult. Not only does one need to have an extremely strong physical body, but one also needs to comprehend the essence of the 5 arts. Su also came up with a solution: to use boiling blood to quickly deplete his physical strength, thus putting his body into a state of fatigue, and then use the energy to nourish the tired body, thereby rapidly improving his physical fitness. This training method is extremely effective, but it also takes a lot of strain on him. In just a few days, he felt like he was about to become anemic. It is indeed not an easy task to make one's body withstand the burden brought by the 5 arts within a month. After waiting for so many days, we finally have the opportunity to officially start classes. He dressed neatly, walked out of the bathroom, and pushed open the dormitory door to head outside. The learning process at Longsha Academy is not like that of a normal university student, which has a fixed class schedule. Everyone can choose courses according to their own time. Simply put, you can take whatever classes you want. After all, the most basic theoretical courses had already been completed before their entrance examination. The other courses are merely icing on the cake. For them, improving their combat effectiveness and development capabilities is the most crucial thing. As long as you take enough courses within a semester to avoid being expelled due to insufficient credits, you'll be fine. As for the rest of the time, most students choose to take on tasks to earn credits. After all, for everyone, becoming a void hunter is the ultimate goal. Tang Xiaowan seemed to have chosen other classes, having already gone to class while Su Yi was exercising. Following the directions on his student card, Su quickly arrived at the familiar training ground. This course was one that he carefully selected before finally deciding on it. Upon entering the training ground, there were already more than 10 students standing inside, chatting casually. Some of them were fellow freshmen whom Su was familiar with. There were also a few unfamiliar faces, who were clearly older students. "Hey, Su Yi, over here." Bai Tao's voice came from not far away, and he noticed him at a glance. Su frowned slightly as he walked over, only to see the latter excitedly say, "I didn't expect you to have signed up for the same course as me. I'm not surprised to see you here at all." Su Yi squinted at Bai Tao, having already guessed that this guy would come here. Before the two could exchange more than a few words, a figure suddenly appeared in front of them. The sounds of conversation gradually subsided and eventually disappeared. Song Wei's familiar figure appeared in front of him. Looking at the students who had been waiting for a long time, he didn't waste any words and smiled as he said, "First of all, welcome to this Flying Shadow physical training course. I am very pleased about this, and I hope that the following course content will be of effective help to you." Su Ye's eyes lit up as he stared intently ahead. The prodigy needed him to master a physical technique within a month. The courses on the 5 arts are taught almost simultaneously, making it difficult to learn them all at once. Therefore, after some deliberation, he finally decided to learn Hai first. This martial art art, which allows for both offense and defense, captivated him. Judging from its difficulty, it should be one of the simpler of the 5 arts. I don't need to elaborate on the effects of flying shadow, you should have all seen the demonstration during your basic theory classes, Sangwei said calmly, quickly getting straight to the point. You should know the principle behind it. It is achieved by making an explosive contact between energy or the body and the ground and air, and using the resulting recoil force to achieve the effect of high-speed movement. Your bodies are not strong enough right now, so we can only use energy to assist you. The most crucial and difficult part of this process is how to inject energy into your legs and generate this explosive recoil force. The energy within our bodies can be transferred to various parts of the body through our manipulation. However, the energy input efficiency varies greatly in different parts of the body. Energy transport is very fast and rapid in areas like our arms and torso. However, in places like our head and legs, the energy transfer efficiency is very low. Under normal circumstances, we concentrate our energy in our feet and legs, which at most makes running easier and lighter. How to unleash energy in the legs requires a special technique. He paused slightly before continuing. That is the compression of energy. Let's do a short test first. Try to gather your energy in the same spot in your palm. The dozen or so students present all opened their palms and tried it out according to Songwei's instructions. Suyi was no exception, silently manipulating the energy within his body to gather in his palm. However, just seconds later, the energy he had been accumulating suddenly exploded uncontrollably in his palm, as if the air itself had been blown apart, with a loud bang. The feeling was like a balloon exploding in the palm of his hand, the energy from the explosion impacting his body and causing a slight, dull pain. A series of crackling explosions rang out from all around. Almost everyone tried but failed, unable to successfully gather the energy. Songwei smiled slightly, as if he had anticipated this situation. It seems you have all sensed it. Compressing energy is not a simple task. Su continued to try. When energy accumulates to a certain level, it will naturally explode and cannot be compressed any further. That's the nature of energy. Compressing it requires a little skill. Songwei's voice came. You can imagine that there is a ball in the palm of your hand, and your energy keeps flowing into this ball. When the ball is full, by compressing and squeezing the energy, some gaps are squeezed out, allowing more energy to pass through. By repeating this process several times, the energy can be compressed to a certain extent. He explained various techniques for compressing energy while instructing everyone on how to act. In no time, more than 10 people present began to try it out. Following Songwei's instructions, Su also tried to visualize a sphere and attempted to compress and squeeze the energy within it. A moment later, he really felt that the original energy seemed to be denser and more compressed. He silently channeled his energy into the sphere, creating a continuous cycle. A few minutes later, Su's expression changed slightly, and he immediately stretched out his right palm forward. It felt as if a violent air explosion had occurred in his palm. A force was released from his palm, and he staggered back several steps due to the reaction, feeling excruciating pain in his entire right arm. The feeling was like someone who had never held a gun before firing it for the first time. The same explosions began to rise and fall from all directions. Suyi wasn't the only one, many people experienced this. See, when the energy is compressed to a certain degree, it will explode on its own. Songwei nodded silently, feeling very gratified by the student's comprehension. The principle of high is similar to this, compressing energy under your feet and then suddenly exploding it. He clenched his 5 fingers, then forcefully released them, using the resulting recoil to collide with the ground and air. Once you become proficient, you can unleash extremely fast speeds, thus achieving the effect of high-speed movement. But this will put a lot of strain on your legs, so you need to temper your bodies with energy and improve your physical fitness before you can use it freely. However, for you at this stage, there is a little trick to practicing high. I call it the 3-step method. As he spoke, he demonstrated for everyone. The first step is to gather energy in the soles of your feet. He assumed a starting position. The second step is to compress the material and then rapidly explode it to generate thrust. As soon as he finished speaking, everyone saw a blurry image of Songwei. With a short sonic boom, he appeared 3 meters away at an incredible speed. The third step is to use energy to counteract inertia and prevent yourself from falling due to excessive speed. With your current level, this method can help you quickly accumulate experience. Try to keep the range of each movement within 3 steps to allow for more precise control over your own energy. Once you become proficient, you will only need to repeat this process, and the distance you can move will increase, and the speed will also increase. The standard for mastering flying shadow lies in whether your speed can reach the level of producing afterimages. You can practice on your own in the time that follows, and I will point out your shortcomings. It must be said that Longsha Academy's teaching model emphasizes speed and efficiency. Even with highly difficult martial arts techniques like Fei Ying, Songwei only spent half a lesson explaining the principles and methods to everyone. However, while the methods and principles are simple, they would be unable to implement them without the special techniques provided by Songwei. In no time, everyone began to try it out with great enthusiasm. However, it is not easy to to gather energy in the legs, and it is even more troublesome to compress energy. For a moment, explosions rang out continuously, but no one managed to unleash a flying shadow. Suyi naturally stood aside and tried it out as well. During the process of gathering energy, he clearly felt a sense of stagnation. The energy gathered at the soles of the feet is extremely difficult to compress. After a full half hour of trying, he finally managed to get a feel for it. The three-step method. Following Song Wei's techniques, Su also began to try using Fei Ying. Blasting. Su felt as if he had stepped on a spring, and his whole body flew out uncontrollably, landing face down on the ground. Fortunately, he reacted quickly enough, bracing himself with his hands and jumping up. In the blink of an eye, he appeared 3 meters away. His right leg trembled slightly, bearing immense pressure. Fortunately, he has been exercising these past few days, and his physical fitness has improved a lot due to the near-extreme exercise. Otherwise, just this one movement would make his legs so sore that he would have difficulty walking. A series of explosions came from nearby. Looking around, I saw that several other people had also succeeded. However, their reaction speed was clearly not as fast as Su Ye's, and they were all knocked off balance. Using energy to counteract inertia is not as simple as it seems. It seems that mastering high is not something that can be accomplished overnight. Song Wei smiled as he looked at everyone, recalling the scene when he practiced flying shadow. The 5 arts are extremely profound techniques in physical arts. How could they possibly be learned in just one lesson? Once you master flying shadow, there are even more advanced uses, such as chain flying shadow and instant shadow techniques. No matter how talented you are, it will take you at least a month to fully master the ability to create afterimages. As soon as he finished speaking, sonic booms echoed across the training ground. But then a figure appeared, leaving a series of afterimages behind him, skillfully using the flying shadow technique to traverse the arena. This is absolutely awesome. Bai Tao's sly voice carried in all directions, then suddenly stopped next to Suyi a moment later. Now that you've mastered this technique, let's see who dares to chase after me for money. Countless eyes were focused on him. Song Wei's lips twitched. Although he was immediately proven wrong, his eyes still showed surprise. Could this guy really be a genius? Faced with this skill that was suitable for escaping, Bai Tao clearly displayed a talent far beyond that of ordinary people. For the first time, Su also felt a sense of defeat. It would take him at least 2 or 3 months to reach Bai Tao's level. In a way, this is also a kind of talent. Let's stop here for this lesson. You can practice more when you get home. Sometimes, you might be just a little bit away from mastering it. If you can master the techniques, perhaps you can also master high very quickly. Song Wei read aloud with a stern face, intending to ignore Bai Tao's exceptional case to prevent others from feeling frustrated. After saying this, he seemed to remember something and suddenly looked at Su Yi. By the way, Su Yi, you can stay here for a moment. There's a special mission specifically requesting your attention. Are you interested in accepting it? You specifically requested a special mission from me? Upon hearing this, Su Yi showed a look of curiosity. The rest of the students dispersed in small groups, while he remained on the training field. Song Wei patted him on the shoulder and said casually, "Come with me, I'll explain on the way." The two left the training field side by side and walked on the road. You should know that the fastest way for you to accumulate credits is by doing tasks. Song Wei walked beside Su Yi and spoke calmly. Yes, I've heard about that. Su nodded. We only need to complete 10 elective courses per semester to get 1 credit. The rest of the time, you are basically free to move around and choose to complete tasks. After the void demons were driven out of the Dragon Kingdom, the entire Dragon Kingdom entered a brief period of peace. Countless void hunters travel far and wide to suppress the void realm, protecting the peaceful lives of cities and ordinary people. In such a relatively stable environment, the darker side of human nature is silently amplified. Throughout the entire Dragon Kingdom, apart from the ever-present and constantly appearing illusory realms, there are still many public security issues that need to be addressed. Many awakened individuals are unwilling to settle for mediocrity and will use their abilities to do whatever they want. Or perhaps, under the influence and manipulation of the Void Demon Council, they become its lackeys or accomplices for their own selfish desires. Behind these security problems are mostly awakened individuals from the Stone Realm or Rock Realm who are secretly acting and using their abilities to commit evil deeds. Most police officers or public officials find it difficult to deal with these awakened individuals, so they report such incidents to the state. After compiling the intelligence, relevant national departments will release the details of these events to the 10 awakened academies. This is the mission that the Awakened Academy has been given. These tasks generally don't waste the hunter's manpower. Most are assigned to the Academy's task board, specifically for the Academy's awakened members, in order to cultivate their practical skills. For Longsha Academy, the existence of missions is also the most crucial factor in accumulating academic credits. To become a void hunter, each student must take on at least dozens of missions to accumulate enough credits. Actually, it's like this. Song Wei organized his thoughts slightly and got straight to the point. Just yesterday, the school received a special mission. This task was reported and submitted to the school by student
student Chui. Curved wings? Sui raised an eyebrow, somewhat surprised. That's right, Song Wei nodded. Chui did not return to school after the 10-day holiday. He went back to his home, but got involved in an incident. During their conversation, the two arrived at a building. Su had seen this building on the map before. It was an intelligence building specifically used for receiving missions. All you need to do is bring your student ID to apply for tasks and earn credits. It would be better for you freshmen to wait until you've been enrolled for a month before taking on any missions. Song Wei led Suyi toward the electronic task board and then quickly began operating on it. But this incident is rather special. He paused for a moment, then continued, "Classmate Chui, you are now involved in a murder case." He immediately appealed to the academy for help, specifically asking you to assist him. As soon as he finished speaking, a task quickly appeared on the task board. Rank D mission, orphanage. Credit reward, 1 credit. Immediately afterwards, quite detailed task information appeared in the taskbar. 2 days ago, an orphanage in Jiangqing suffered a horrific massacre. Song Wei had already read the mission description and gave Suyi a brief explanation. A total of 68 orphans, along with 2 caregivers and the director, all died tragically inside the orphanage. The police received the report and immediately dispatched officers to investigate. But all we saw were corpses scattered all over the ground. The scene was extremely gruesome. And right there in the orphanage, Chui was unconscious, his hands covered in blood. Not only that, but Chui's fingerprints and signs of attack were also found on the principal's body. The police immediately took Chui into custody as the prime suspect. But during the investigation, we discovered that he was a student at Longsha Academy, so we reported the case to us. Suyi skimmed through the information, quickly finishing all the mission details and the gruesome photos of the scene, and couldn't help but feel nauseous. More than 60 children's corpses lay in pools of blood, a scene resembling a living hell. We also immediately dispatched some assistants with basic search skills to investigate. After seeing the photos, Song Wei's expression became much more solemn. The information that can be confirmed now is that there is no trace of any void beasts or void demons at the scene, but some residual traces of energy can be found. Therefore, it can be confirmed that this was an incident caused by an awakened whose strength should not exceed that of a rock realm cultivator. According to the CCTV footage near the orphanage, Chui was one of only 2 suspects in the orphanage at the time. The other person is the old man who was in charge of guarding the orphanage. But the old man happened to be outside the orphanage that day, playing chess with elderly people from the neighboring community. Someone could provide him with an alibi. In other words, Chui is the only one staying in the orphanage, and he is also an awakened one. Suya's expression turned slightly serious as he spoke in a low voice. According to the police's chain of evidence, Chui is the only suspect. Song Wei nodded. But since he is a student at Longsha Academy, the police gave him a chance to contact the school. What did he say? The information Chui gave us was very simple, Song Wei said slowly. He said he was definitely not the murderer and hoped the school could help him prove his innocence. The school naturally believes him, but everyone is equal before the law. We cannot protect him just because he comes from Longsha Academy. Even to prove his innocence, we need to find evidence that can clear his name and find the real murderer. Therefore, with the principal's approval, this incident was classified as a D-level mission and posted on the mission board. Originally, we planned to invite a student who was good at investigation to help with the investigation, but that student happened to be on a mission and couldn't return to school for a while. After learning about the situation, Chui made a request to us. Song Wei looked at Suyi and repeated Chuyi's original words. "If possible, I hope Suyi can help me." "You mean he specifically asked me to help?" Su also showed interest, constantly scanning the task. "You can refuse if you don't want to," Song Wei nodded. "This is not a mandatory task, I'm just relaying his words to you. For freshmen, going on a mission so early is indeed a bit too hasty. It's only been 1 day since school officially started. It's definitely too fast to start an assignment before even having 2 classes." Suyi simply smiled calmly and slapped his student ID card onto the task board in front of him. Task accepted successfully. The task board flashed with light, and task information appeared on his student card. "Since he specifically asked me for help, of course I won't refuse." He had a good impression of Chui, and the two could be considered to have a good relationship. The task would also earn him academic credits, so there was no reason for him not to go. The events that Chui encountered also piqued his curiosity, and he wanted to know the truth. In his mind, although Chui was a bit aloof, he was definitely not the kind of person who would kill indiscriminately. "I must remind you," Song Wei said, not expecting Suyi to accept the mission so decisively. "If, during the mission, you harm civilians or cause excessive damage to the city, you will be in danger. Even if you complete the task in this situation, you will still lose credits." Su nodded, already aware of this, and asked another question. "Let me confirm first, if I go out to accept a mission, I shouldn't be ambushed by the Void Demon Council, right? As you know, I'm currently on their wanted list." "You can rest assured about that," Song Wei said. "Jiangcheng has city guards, and the Void Demon Council would not dare to set foot in casually. To sacrifice the lives of several counselors just to kill you is unacceptable to them.
them. The city of Tianjin where you used to live still has no one to guard it for some reason. That's why the school sent Wan Rui to pick you up in the first place. Understood. Suyi put away his student card, turned, and left. When do I leave? A car will take you to Jiangcheng in an hour. Ding dong. Passengers, we have arrived in Jiangcheng. Please gather your luggage and disembark in an orderly manner. The high-speed train's announcements sounded in my ears. Su woke up in his business class sleeper berth and couldn't help but yawn. It must be said that Longxia Academy is extremely efficient. An hour after he accepted the mission, a special car took him to the high-speed rail station, where he boarded a train bound for Jiangcheng on time. After several hours of travel, it was now 4:30 p.m. when he finally arrived in Jiangcheng. He sauntered into a taxi, sat down, and said, "Take me to the police station, the South Suburbs branch." The driver shuddered and immediately glanced at Su Yi with wary eyes. Why would someone go straight to the police station as soon as they get off the bus? Could this be some kind of fugitive preparing to surrender? Fortunately, Su Yi had delicate features and didn't look like a criminal at all. The driver cautiously looked Su Yi up and down a few times before starting the car and driving towards the police station. "Master, if you dare to circle around here again, believe me, I'll file a complaint against you." Su closed his eyes and leaned against the cushion, reciting without even lifting his eyelids. The driver's expression froze instantly, and he forced a dry laugh. "What are you talking about? Why would I take a detour? It's just that this road is shorter. You got on this overpass 10 minutes ago," Su said calmly, his eyes still closed. "But 2 minutes ago, you came back up from another entrance to the overpass. I assume you're an experienced driver. You wouldn't deliberately take a longer route to overcharge, would you?" "You?" The driver's face paled slightly, showing the embarrassment of being exposed. "Are you a local from Jiangcheng?" "This is my first time here." "But you had your eyes closed. How could you know me?" "How did I know your route?" Suyi asked calmly, slightly opening his eyes. "Isn't it a simple matter to construct a basic map in your mind based on the car's speed, number of turns, and distance traveled?" He glanced at the driver beside him and said, "If you don't want to get a complaint, I suggest you get me to my destination within 10 minutes. 10 minutes later, the taxi sped to a stop in front of the police station. Suyi casually pulled out a dragon coin, got up and got out of the car. No matter which city, there are always taxi drivers who like to overcharge and take detours. He was already used to this and had his own ways of dealing with them. Even if the other party is stubborn and inflexible, he has his own set of methods. He had barely entered the police station when officers were already waiting for him. A young police officer stepped forward, looked him up and down, a hint of disdain flashing in his eyes, and calmly said, "You're the person sent by Longxia Academy to handle this case? Please come with me. The director has been waiting for you for a long time." Su noticed the other party's attitude but didn't take it to heart. He had a rough idea of the reason. After all, the police couldn't suppress the news of the massacre at the orphanage. It had spread throughout Jiangcheng, causing a huge sensation, with all sorts of rumors circulating and people feeling panicked. Under these circumstances, the police had no choice but to conceal Chu Yi's identity information until the case was completely closed. Due to his status, the police station has been under increasing pressure these past few days, and almost every officer has had little rest. Chu Yi, as the prime suspect, insisted that he was not the culprit. However, when questioned, he couldn't provide any crucial information or clues. From the perspective of the chain of evidence, he is the only murderer. However, because he also had the identity of a student at Longxia Academy, the police could not forcibly detain him. As grassroots police officers, they naturally had many grievances against Longxia Academy, believing that they were abusing their privileges, so it was normal for them to have a bad attitude. Led by a young police officer, Suyi entered the chief's office and immediately saw a slightly overweight, dignified middle-aged man sitting at the desk. Upon seeing Suyi appear, he looked up and couldn't help but frown. "Dragon Summer Academy sent a young man like you to handle this case? It's not true that the older you are, the more experienced you are, is it?" Su replied with a calm smile, neither humble nor arrogant. "As long as the case can be solved, even if I'm just a first-grade elementary school student wearing a red tie, it shouldn't be a problem, right?" "Interesting." The bureau chief looked Suyi up and down, a slight smile playing on his lips. "Your classmate is currently in detention. You can go visit him first. The visit will last for 15 minutes. If you have any questions, please ask them as soon as possible." The young police officer led Suyi into a glass room, gave him a few brief instructions, and then left. In the very center of the room was a huge glass panel, with telephones on either side, just like the prison visitation rooms shown on television. At the same time, a police officer brought Chui out of the room inside the glass. However, Chui looked haggard at the moment, wearing a blue and white prison uniform. Fortunately, his hands and feet were not shackled, which could be considered a special perk for him. Upon noticing Su Yi, his eyes lit up, and he quickly ran to sit down on a chair. Su Yi had just picked up the phone when Chu Yi's urgent voice came through. "Su Yi, I'm not a criminal, I didn't kill anyone." "I believe you," Su Yi said calmly, reciting the words with perfect composure. "However, the information I have comes from some photos of the scene and case descriptions. I still hope you can explain the specifics to me in person. He paused briefly, waiting for Chui to regain his composure, before continuing. Please tell me, what exactly happened on the day you were arrested while unconscious? Exhaustion flickered in Chuyi's eyes. He took a deep breath and then said in his usual tone, I returned to Jiangqing the day after the assessment ended. From what I know, your parents passed away when you were 3 years old, and you don't have any relatives you know, Su said thoughtfully. He had already memorized all the information about this mission on his way here. This naturally includes some of Chuyi's personal information. I'm a little curious, what's the reason you returned to Jiangqing this time? I've come to pay my respects to a good friend, Chui replied calmly. His death anniversary was 3 days ago. I was originally planning to return to school after paying my respects to him, but just as I was about to leave, I encountered a lost little girl. A lost little girl? Suyi looked surprised. Yes, she told me that she couldn't find her family and wanted me to help her, so I took her to find her parents according to her description. Why didn't you call the police? Because she told me that her home might be nearby. I thought if it wasn't too far, I could just take her there directly, without thinking too much about it. Okay, you can continue. Following the little girl's description, I walked all the way to an orphanage, and then she told me that her family was in the orphanage. At this point, Chuyi's brows furrowed tightly. He has given this response to the police many times, but every time he brought up this memory, he felt a sense of absurdity and bewilderment. At first I thought the little girl was the child of one of the caregivers or the director of the orphanage, so I took her into the orphanage as she asked. But when I stepped into the orphanage, I found it to be very quiet, and the little girl who was following behind me disappeared at some point, and no matter how I called her, I couldn't find her. I sensed something was wrong and was about to leave, but just then, someone appeared in front of me. The person you're referring to is? Su Ye's eyes gleamed with increasing interest. He became increasingly curious about the case. The director of the orphanage. Chuyi's breathing suddenly quickened as he mentioned this. I was surprised to find that I knew that dean. He was the director of the orphanage where I lived during my childhood. Wait, you're saying you know this hospital director? Su Ye's expression changed slightly. He tapped the table and pressed on. So, the autopsy report submitted by the police also confirms that you hit him? Chui remained silent for a long time before finally nodding. That's right. He is a real scumbag who abused me a lot when I was little. After this meeting, he recognized me and said some things that had made me angry in the past. I couldn't hold back and hit him. As if he had thought of something, he looked up and said, but what I can guarantee is that the punch at that time was absolutely not imbued with any energy, and the force used was not great. I understand those common sense principles, so I will not do anything extreme because of personal emotions. At the time, I was just provoked by him and couldn't control my emotions for a moment. Su nodded calmly, offering no comment on the matter, and instead asked, and then? Chuyi's expression became very complicated, his brows furrowed, then I felt a heavy blow to my head, and then I passed out. When I woke up, there were police all around me, and the ground was covered in blood. That's when I realized that the entire orphanage had been massacred, and there were corpses everywhere, and I was listed as the prime suspect and have been detained ever since. I identified myself to them and asked for the school's help until you showed up. That's all I know. After listening to Chuyi's account, Suyi tapped his fingers lightly on the table, seemingly deep in thought. After a moment, he suddenly spoke. Do you know? The police investigated all the surveillance footage of you along the way. The little girl you mentioned wasn't in the surveillance footage. From beginning to end, you were traveling alone in a hurry, with a very clear purpose. The surveillance cameras inside the orphanage were also deliberately sabotaged, so they don't display any information at all. This is completely inconsistent with what you have described. The police told me all about this during their interrogation, Shui said, grabbing his hair and looking puzzled. But I didn't lie. You have to believe me. The bell rang, and the young police officer walked in. It's time for you to go. Su stood up, gave Chui a meaningful look, and suddenly grabbed the phone. Can I ask you why you specifically asked me to help you? Chui was clearly taken aback, but still managed a wry smile and said, you are my only friend at school. Moreover, you are very intelligent, and I can trust you. You are the only person I can think of who can help me. He slightly raised his head and looked at Suyi through the glass window. Suyi, will you believe me? Don't worry, I'll help you prove your innocence. Su smiled slightly, hung up the phone, and turned to leave the room with the police officer. As soon as he left the house, he spoke to the young police officer beside him in an unquestionable tone. Take me to see the bureau chief. I need you to release my classmate. Impossible. The director's voice was deep and powerful, and he firmly rejected Su Ye's request. His testimony, now that he is the prime suspect, is completely inconsistent with the actual situation. Notifying Longsha Academy is only because of his special status. It cannot be a reason for his bail. What if you maliciously fabricate evidence when you're allowed to take him out? Falsifying evidence? Suyi chuckled. You mean, the awakened ones of Dragon Summer Academy are the kind of people who need to use their abilities to fabricate evidence in order to exonerate themselves? Dragon Summer Academy is indeed a high-quality institution of learning. Every student must go through layers of screening before entering, and they are the main force among the Void Hunters. The director praised them a few times. times, but his decision remained unchanged. But as a police officer, I've seen far too much. The evil in human nature does not change because of one's status or position. It doesn't mean that just because you come from Dragon Summer Academy, you're completely immune to wrongdoing. He stared directly at Su Yi, refusing to budge. Unless you can prove that he has nothing to do with this incident, I will never release him. Su narrowed his eyes slightly and plopped down in the chair opposite the bureau chief. There are many suspicious points in this incident. He must take Chu Yi to the scene for an on-site investigation in order to find clues and the truth. Faced with the bureau chief's refusal to release him, he simply smiled and said, I can indeed prove that he is not the murderer. I would like to hear the details. Su leaned back lazily in his chair and said calmly, 2 days ago, at noon, Chu Yi booked a return ticket and planned to take the high-speed train back to Beijing an hour later. According to him, he went to the orphanage to help a lost little girl. It took him 15 minutes to travel from his location to the orphanage, which can be found in the surveillance footage reviewed by the police. I want to state up front that the little girl the suspect mentioned does not exist, the police chief interrupted Su Yi. When we reviewed the surveillance footage, we didn't see anyone other than him. Let's put the little girl's matter aside for now. Su shook his head, not dwelling on that point. What we need to confirm first is that Chu Yi was indeed preparing to return to the capital that noon. The time he bought the ticket is enough to prove this. I would like to ask the director, why would someone who plans to massacre an orphanage specifically buy a train ticket? This proves nothing, the chief said calmly. Perhaps he committed the murder in a fit of rage. According to our investigation, the suspect and the orphanage director had contact during their childhood. The suspect's fingerprints and signs of attack were clearly found on the dean's body. What was the cause of death of that dean? Su interrupted. Cause of death? The director thought for a moment. It should be excessive blood loss caused by energy injury. Incidentally, all the children present were killed in the same way. Their blood volume was far lower than that of ordinary people, and you should have seen the horrific scene in the photos. This is clearly something that only awakened individuals at the stone realm or above can do. An ordinary awakened person who has not cultivated could never do this. He was the only awakened one present, and he was unconscious among the corpses, so he was naturally the prime suspect. Su couldn't help but laugh. He looked up at the bureau chief and said softly, Bureau chief, please forgive my bluntness. If Chu Yi really wanted to kill that dean, there wouldn't be any trace of that attack. If he had used even a little more energy at that time, the dean would have been killed instantly, and the cause of death would definitely not have been excessive blood loss, but violent injury. I've seen the photos from the scene, and there were no obvious signs of damage on any of the bodies. I can say with certainty that this is not caused by an energy attack, but rather by a very obvious effect of an ability. Chu Yi, who is imprisoned by you, is simply incapable of achieving such an effect. Besides, if he really killed the people in the orphanage by some means, why would he deliberately remain unconscious on the spot? Don't you think this is contradictory? The director frowned slightly, but still calmly said, it's not the most logical situation that can form a chain of evidence. Many times, people's behavior is illogical. Perhaps it's just a fleeting moment of inspiration that leads them to do things that are completely illogical. Therefore, in the process of solving cases, we always regard evidence as the most powerful tool. Perhaps the suspect is concealing some crucial information, or he used some kind of magical artifact, or he wants to use unconsciousness to clear his name, or he may be experiencing fragmented amnesia due to extreme emotional distress. Regardless of the logic behind his actions, at least in our view now, he was the only person who was conscious at the scene after the incident. What you say is insufficient to refute this point. Of course, we currently have no direct evidence to prove that he is the murderer. Therefore, he must stay here until the case is fully investigated. I see. Su nodded and smiled. Director, you're this type, then things will be much easier. He stopped spouting emotional and logical reasoning and instead took out his phone, swiped it lightly, and displayed a photo. The photo shows Chu Yi unconscious in a pool of blood. He was pinned under a cabinet, his body covered in blood. When the police arrived after receiving the report, they immediately took photos of the scene and found Chu Yi, who was unconscious. What's wrong with these photos? The bureau chief asked calmly. He had already looked at every single photo from the scene more than 10 times. Su Yi pulled with 2 fingers to zoom in on the image, focusing it on the ceiling. On the ceiling directly above the curved wings, there is a not very noticeable dent. Director, can you tell what this mark is? Su asked calmly. This looks like... The bureau chief frowned, gradually recognizing the outline of the dent, the marks from an impact with a cabinet. The marks were almost identical to the outline of the cabinet that had been pressing down on Chu Yi. You wouldn't notice it at all if you didn't look closely. Even the forensic experts at the scene did not find any trace of this. I can also give you some information, Su Yi said calmly. Chu Yi's ability is an A-level ability called Earth Core. Within a certain period of time, it can reverse the direction of gravity of itself or the objects it comes into contact with. You can verify information about his abilities with Longxia Academy. I think the existence of this mark should prove that he has nothing to do with this case, right? The bureau chief's pupils contracted, and he froze on the spot, staring intently intently at the photo, his expression changing. A few seconds later, he looked at Suyi. I can give you 3 days. If the case cannot be solved within 3 days, you need to send him back here.
Su shook his head. 4 days at most. The director frowned.
The longer this case drags on, the less safe the public will feel, and the greater the pressure on us will be.
No, what I mean is, Suyi held up one finger. 1 day is enough. The chief's eyes flickered, and he immediately looked at the bewildered young police officer next to him. Xiao Lu, release them.
What did you say to that bureau chief? Shui and Suyi walked out of the police station, changed into their own clothes, and moved around a bit, feeling a little uncomfortable. For the past few days, he has been living in the detention cell, where he is treated almost the same as other prisoners.
He actually agreed to release me?
I only provided him with evidence that you couldn't possibly be the culprit, Su said calmly, his tone leisurely.
Evidence that I am not the criminal? Shui seemed completely bewildered and confused by this. Su also glanced at him. Your memory of entering the orphanage is limited to punching the director and then being knocked unconscious, isn't it?
Yes.
Shui frowned. No matter how hard he tried to recall, he could only remember this one fragment. Do you think it's possible?
Suyi said calmly. Even if we are both at the stone realm, how could we be approached silently without being noticed, given our ability to perceive our surroundings through energy? Not to mention being knocked unconscious without any reaction. That's practically impossible.
But in my memory,
Shui naturally felt that something was wrong, but in his memory, he was indeed knocked unconscious in a simple and unadorned way. In fact, you must have had a direct confrontation with someone while you were in the orphanage, Su interrupted Shui, taking out the photos he had just shown to the bureau chief. The reason you fainted was not because someone knocked you unconscious from behind, but because you were knocked unconscious by some force that you could not resist. Before you fell into a coma, you took out an insurance policy for yourself, and it was this policy that successfully released you. Shui noticed the cabinet pressing down on him in the photo, as well as the scene at the scene, and was filled with confusion. When he woke up, the cabinet on his body had already been moved by the police. Apart from feeling pain in his back, he didn't feel anything else.
This cabinet is my insurance?
Shui's eyes were full of confusion. Su also zoomed in on the picture, revealing the traces on the ceiling.
Do you see the marks on the ceiling?
This was caused by the cabinet hitting the ceiling.
What can you deduce from this mark? A glint flashed in Shui's eyes. I used my ability on it? These straight-up-down impact marks were clearly achieved by his ability, Earth score. But he quickly frowned again. But what does that prove?
It's time, Su said calmly. The fact that this cabinet was on top of you is enough to prove that the deaths at the orphanage happened after you fell into a coma. He pointed to the photo. In the photo, you were lying face down, your hair, hands, abdomen, almost your whole body is covered in blood, and the top and side panels of this cabinet were also covered in blood. He pointed to the bloodstains on the cabinet. Look here, the angle of the blood splatter is exactly the same as the marks on your shoulder. It can be concluded that the cabinet had already pressed down on you during the splattering of blood. He swiped the photo to the right to open the next photo. The photo also shows Chewie lying on the ground, but it's a photo taken after the cabinet has been moved. It is easy to see from the photo that his back was not covered by blood, as it was almost entirely hidden by the cabinet above his back.
Chewie wasn't stupid.
After seeing the photo, he immediately came to the conclusion. So, when the murder occurred in the orphanage, I was already trapped under the cabinet. Their blood from when they were killed spilled on me, which caused a discrepancy in the timeline.
That's right. Su nodded. But that alone doesn't prove anything.
Because if you have a special kind of jade treasure, you can also use it when the cabinet is knocked down. Therefore, this mark on the top of the head is of great importance. This means that you used your power on the cabinet at the time, and the fact that the cabinet fell down indicates that you deactivated your power.
It can also prove
I had already lost consciousness when the cabinet hit the ground, Shui murmured, picking up where Suyi left off. Because I was unconscious, my abilities automatically deactivated, which is why I was pinned under the cabinet.
That's right. Su nodded.
If you were knocked down by the cabinet, it wouldn't have landed right on top of you. The only reason this happened is that you were already unconscious on the ground when the cabinet hit the ground.
And then there's the last piece of evidence.
Suyi swiped through the images again to move on to the next one. This photo is a record of the scene after the police removed Chu-Yi from the blood. A human silhouette could be clearly seen emerging from the nearly dried blood on the ground. The bloodstains on the photo show that your movements were almost unchanged, which is enough to prove that after you fell into a coma, you waited until the police arrived before waking up, without moving an inch in between.
I see.
So I must have known I would faint, which is why I set up this kind of insurance, Chewie murmured, gripping his rooster-like head tightly.
But why do I have no memory of it at all? I have absolutely no recollection of these actions.
The little girl you mentioned isn't among the cameras along the way, Su replied calmly.
And your behavior at the orphanage is completely different from what you remember. During your time at the police station, doctors have examined you and confirmed that there is no problem with your brain, meaning there is no possibility of amnesia.
Therefore, there is only one conclusion. Su also looked at Chewie beside him and said his speculation. Your memory has been altered.
My memories have been altered?
Chewie
was taken aback at first, then his expression immediately turned serious. Of course, there is also the possibility that memories are replaced or cognition is altered. Suyi stroked his chin thoughtfully, but as far as I know, there is only one person with the S-level ability, cognitive alteration. She belongs to the Void Demon Council and just caused such a big mess in Haichang. It's impossible for her to appear here again anytime soon. And what you've encountered doesn't seem like a reversal of cognition at all, but rather more like a memory distortion. Of course, we need more clues to find out the specifics. Su stopped and looked up at the building in front of him, which was cordoned off and exuded a cool atmosphere. Angel Orphanage. The building in front of them was the orphanage that had caught Chu-yi in its clutches and caused the extremely serious murder incident. It was already past 6 o'clock in the evening. The sky was still slightly bright in the summer evening, but it still couldn't dispel the gloomy atmosphere over the orphanage. Even the most skilled criminal cannot leave no trace. The fact that the criminal didn't even notice the evidence left on your body from the locker shows that he wasn't a very clever guy. A criminal of this caliber could not possibly create a perfect crime scene. Therefore, the evidence and clues we are looking for must also be left at the scene. Suyi gently lifted the warning line and crawled inside from below. Let's go. Hopefully, we can find something useful before dark. Suyi and Shui crossed the cordon and walked all the way to the entrance of the orphanage. At this moment, the large iron gate directly in front of the orphanage was locked, and the outside was sealed off to prevent anyone from getting close. This is especially true for some media outlets and online celebrities who will stop at nothing to make money. They have lost their basic moral sense and will stop at nothing to make money. Even if they know it's illegal, they'll use their ignorance of the law as an excuse to try every possible way to profit themselves. Shall we just climb over? Shui looked around, but there was no one on either side. With their physical abilities, it would be quite easy for them to jump over the nearly 3-meter-high wall. No need, Suya's voice rang out from the side. There seems to be a ready-made hole here. He was standing next to a low wall, parting the tangled weeds. There was a pit about 1 meter high on the wall. I just noticed that the grass here is different from other places. He looked down at the grass at his feet, then gently lowered himself and crawled into the low hole. Although you have been temporarily cleared of suspicion, you are still the prime suspect, so we should keep a low profile. If we were to jump over the wall and someone from the neighboring community happened to film it, it would put a lot of pressure on the police. I've never felt that you're the kind of person who's afraid of causing trouble for others, Shui muttered as he obediently followed Suyi inside. Don't say that, Suyi said with a faint smile. My politeness is selective. That police chief is a responsible person. The fact that he agreed to release you this time shows that he is not the kind of person who would try every means to avoid risks out of fear of taking responsibility. He genuinely wants to solve this case, so I should definitely give him the respect he deserves. Oh, Shui glanced at Suyi with some surprise, feeling even more that he was a very complicated person. Mingning often acts recklessly, disregarding the feelings or safety of others. However, in many situations, there are extremely special and strict bottom lines that are hard to fathom. Upon closer reflection, it does evoke a rather bizarre sense of morality, where one sees good as good and evil as evil. They are quite different from the traditional definition of a good person. That bureau chief is indeed a very good person, he said softly. During the few days I was in the detention room, he took extra care of me and did not really treat me as a prisoner or suspect. Moreover, I felt a strange sense of familiarity with him. The two continued walking until they reached the entrance of the orphanage. The gate here was also sealed off to protect the scene. To prevent the seal from being broken, Su led Chui to the side and climbed in through an open window. The orphanage was rather dark inside, but with the help of the light from the windows, one could barely make out what was happening inside. But at this moment, the interior of the building is rather frightening. The floor was covered in dried blood, which had almost completely soaked the floor. Blood was splattered on the walls, windowsills, and floorboards everywhere. A total of 68 orphans, ranging in age from 3 to 15, all died tragically in the orphanage. White lines marking the crime scene could be seen everywhere on the ground, the kind of white lines often seen in movies and TV shows, like chalk marks, circling one figure after another. By the way, try not to cover the recorder on your chest. Suyi turned his head and looked at Chui, who looked disgusted and was clutching his chest as if he was about to vomit. That's evidence of your innocence. It must not be destroyed. Although the bureau chief agreed to release Chui, the suspicion against him was not completely cleared. The current evidence can only prove that he did not commit murder, but whether it was a conspiracy, whether there were other accomplices, and many other doubts surrounding Chui have not yet been clarified. Therefore, the director ordered a recorder to be placed on Chuyi's chest to record the entire process, in order to prevent them from tampering with the scene. Who could be so cruel? Chui released his hand from his chest, leaned against the wall, and said, trying to suppress his nausea. No matter how many times he watched it, he still couldn't accept such bloody scenes. According to the photos from the scene, none of the victims showed any obvious signs of foul play. Suyi appeared relatively calm, showing no change in expression despite the gruesome scene. The blood in their bodies seemed to be sucked out by some force and was directly exploded out of their bodies
bodies, resulting in excessive blood loss and their tragic deaths. He pointed to the traces and markings scattered throughout the corridor.
What can you tell from these traces? Shui took a deep breath to calm himself, looked down at his feet, and pondered for a moment. They seemed to be running away? That's right. Su nodded and walked forward along the corridor.
The children here seem to have sensed the danger as well, so they are all rushing towards the gate. But without exception, they all died before they even left the door.
The two of them continued forward and eventually stopped at the end of the corridor.
This is where you were unconscious. The cabinet next to you has fallen on top of you, and in front of you is the corpse of an adult. Su pointed ahead and saw a cabinet with one side covered in bloodstains, leaning against the wall.
This is also key evidence that proved Chu Yi's innocence.
The bloodstains on you and on the cabinet came from this adult, and he is Chu Shang, the director of this orphanage. Upon hearing this name, Chu Yi's expression instantly became somewhat unnatural, and a strange light flashed in his eyes. Su also keenly noticed his change and asked directly, I remember that your testimony did contain a record of you attacking this dean, and your memories before you fell into a coma are frozen at the point after you hit him.
Your relationship with this dean is probably more complicated than you've told me, isn't it?
Chu Yi immediately fell silent, and after a long while, he finally uttered, yes, for the past 10 years or so, I've wanted to grind him to dust and kill him every single day. But what I didn't expect was that I was so cowardly. Even though my enemy has appeared in front of me again, I can't do anything about it. He clenched his fists tightly, his eyes flashing with anger. Using violence to stop violence is inherently against the rules in this society, Su Yi said calmly. Your identity and sense of morality are your limiters, controlling your behavior. Without these restrictions, you would be nothing more than a puppet controlled by your emotions.
You did the right thing.
In such a situation where everyone is watching, no matter how much hatred you have, you should never do anything rash.
Shui glanced at Su Yi, looking slightly puzzled. It feels like Su Yi is saying, as long as no one sees it and no evidence is left, you can do whatever you want.
Su Yi gently patted Chu Yi's shoulder and calmly said, tell me what happened between you and this dean. When I was 5 years old, both my parents died in an accident. Because I was too young at the time, I can't even remember what my parents looked like now. According to the police, they were all former astronomers. That day they were on a mountain road heading to investigate a meteorite impact site.
As a result, a girl suddenly appeared out of nowhere in front of the car while it was driving.
In an attempt to avoid hitting the other vehicle, my father swerved the steering wheel, which caused him to plunge off the mountain road, resulting in the deaths of both my father and mother. Their dashcam's recording function happened to be broken, so the police used its audio recording function to determine the situation based on the two men's shouts. However, the subsequent investigation revealed that no girls appeared on that mountain road at all. They left this world for such absurd reasons, leaving me alone.
After police investigation and numerous media interviews, at the tender age of 5, I suddenly became the talk of the town.
Countless people felt sorry for my plight, and under the guidance of someone who claimed to be my relative, they began to voluntarily donate money to me.
Many self-media outlets have even claimed online that they want to find someone to adopt me and find me a new family. 3 months later, another hot news story emerged.
The media outlets that used to report on my situation seemed to have forgotten about me, rushing to report on new events instead. The goodwill that people showed also shifted almost entirely within a few days, and no one paid any more attention to my situation. Those self-media outlets that said they wanted to find someone to adopt me have disappeared without a trace, as if I were just a tool for them to gain attention. The person who claimed to be my relative has also disappeared from the internet. To this day, I have not received a single penny of the donated money. 3 absurd months later, the government, following procedure, sent me to an orphanage.
I will never forget the name of this orphanage, Tianjiang Orphanage. From the day I stepped into the orphanage, my nightmare has begun.
When government staff took me to the orphanage, I was greeted by a fat man with a large head, big ears, and a ruddy complexion. Based on my conversation with the staff, I learned that he was the director of the orphanage and a well-known philanthropist in Jiangcheng, named Chu Shang. He was chatting with his staff when, for some reason, he suddenly shoved an envelope into one of their hands. The staff member was initially making excuses with a serious expression, and even scolded the dean a few times, but I don't know what the dean said. After seeing the contents, the staff member fell silent. He took the envelope and left, telling me to live well here before he left. I can leave when someone is willing to adopt me, or when I turn 10.
But I found out later, there is no such thing as adoption in this orphanage. This is a cage, and we are all commodities locked inside it. On my first day at the hospital director called everyone out to welcome me.
Each of them had a smile on their face, looking very warm and radiant. But I don't know why, I just felt that these smiles were very fake, as if they were forced out. Their eyes were filled with a feeling I couldn't understand. Even though they were all children, they didn't make any small movements and stood very neatly. The dean took me to the dormitory, arranged a bed for me, and let me sleep in a spot by the window. But I've been afraid of ghosts since I was a child. The monsters in those ghost stories all like to lie on the windows and stare at people. They will crawl out and eat people as soon as they fall
asleep, so I never dare to sleep near the window. I saw an empty bed next to me, so I asked if I could sleep in that bed. Then the dean's expression changed. A cold expression flashed across his greasy face. Then he took me to a small, enclosed room. "Why did you disobey my orders?" That was the first thing he said to me after I came into the house. I explained why I was afraid of ghosts, but the next second he kicked me to the ground. "You dare to make excuses?" He pulled me up from the ground, put me on the only bed in the room, and used iron rings to restrain my hands and feet. The iron ring was very narrow, as if it were specially made for children. I couldn't break free from his grasp, and I didn't know what he wanted to do, so I cried. However, the very next second after I started crying, he pressed a switch. I can hardly describe that feeling. An electric current coursed through my body, and every inch of my skin began to tremble. Pain spread throughout my entire body, a sensation I had never experienced before. The intense pain made my cries even louder. But what followed was an even more intense pain. "The frequency and power here are specially designed for you disobedient children." He looked at me with a cold smile, listening to my voice echoing in the closed room. "If you still intend to disobey me, I will continue to punish you. Please remember, in this orphanage, I am the supreme god." He was speaking in a language I couldn't understand, constantly emitting electric current. Pain and fear enveloped me. In the end, I cried until my voice was hoarse and I couldn't shed a single tear. And I chose to give in, not wanting to continue suffering like this. I knelt on the ground, prostrated myself at his feet, and called him Dean Chu as he requested, and promised that you will never disobey any of his requests in the future, and that you will unconditionally obey every one of his orders. He then smiled, patted my shoulder, and let me out. When I left the room, it was already evening, around dinner time. All the children stood in neat rows, obediently in front of the table, seemingly waiting for the headmaster to appear. The dean led me to them and ordered me to stand in front of a table and await his instructions. This time I finally understand. The feeling I couldn't understand in their eyes before was called sympathy. It's ready to eat. After the dean spoke, the others sat down and began to wolf down their food. I sat down in the chair, looking at the few stalks of green vegetables, half a moldy steamed bun, and a bowl of soup that looked like vomit in the bowl. I just couldn't bring myself to eat it. Even the nanny my parents hired to cook for me had never made a meal of this caliber. I even have some doubts about whether this can really be called meal. "Eat quickly." A soft voice came from beside me. He was a boy a few years older than me. His hairstyle was very strange. For some reason, the sides were shaved, but he had a tuft of hair left in the middle. "If you don't finish your food, Dean Chu will lock you in a dark room." He smiled broadly and said, "If you don't have enough to eat, I can give you my food." His smile was different from others' forced smiles. It was full of sunshine, as if it came from the heart, and I learned his name later. I ate this meal with great difficulty and was then told to go back to sleep. That was the first time I slept next to a window. I always felt like there was a pair of eyes watching me from outside, even though it was the second floor and there was nothing outside. This is my first day at the orphanage. I now know what insomnia is. Life in the orphanage was extremely dull, even to the point of being torture. I have to get up at 6 o'clock every morning and go for a run as required by the dean. He enjoys this pointless behavior immensely, claiming it's to improve our physical fitness. During the run, anyone whose stride is disordered or different from others will be singled out immediately and taken to a small dark room after the run. Not only that, but he would also punish anyone who did something he didn't like, or even if he was just in a bad mood. In this way, everyone lived in constant fear, yet they were forced to force a smile under his pressure. Even if someone's smile isn't bright enough, he'll use that as an excuse to berate them or severely punish them. After that, we would eat some nutritionally worthless breakfast before going into the classroom to study. It's called learning, but in reality, it's just having us flip through books full of text on our own. But how could we possibly understand these books if we've never learned how to read? Even if you don't understand it, you still have to pretend to keep reading. If the dean discovers that someone is not studying properly, they will also be punished. As he said, in the orphanage, he was God. Fortunately, Ku Liang helped me. He took good care of me ever since I entered the orphanage. His family members died in the fire, but he survived because he went out to buy things and was then sent to this orphanage. According to him, I look very similar to his deceased brother. Ku Liang is very smart. Although he is only a few years older than me, his literacy level is already comparable to that of a teenager. During the morning study session, the dean does not stay in the classroom the whole time. Ku Liang seemed to have been observing and recording the frequency of the dean's activities. He would secretly teach me to read every day when the dean was not around. With his help, I gradually became able to understand these books and learned a lot of knowledge. I also learned that Ku Liang's strange hairstyle is called a rooster comb or a mohawk. For some reason, I started to think this hairstyle was pretty cool. Every afternoon, we would be taken to the orphanage's courtyard for free time. There are many amusement facilities here, and the short 2 hours are almost the happiest time of the day. At this time of year, elderly people from the neighboring community would pass by and smile as they took photos of us through the gap in the gate. It seems the director is using this method to make others think we are very happy and content in the orphanage.
As time slowly passed, I gradually noticed that several children in the orphanage would disappear quite suddenly. But after a few days, new children will join, just like I did back then. The director explained that they had been adopted. At times like this, I feel incredibly envious and long to be adopted so I can escape this hellish cage as soon as possible. But Kuliang's words brought me back to reality. They weren't adopted, they were sold. We sat on the swing. His tone was very cold, but he had his usual smile on his face. Only after his explanation did I finally understand. This so-called orphanage was actually a place that trafficked children. Dean Shu seems to have connections with a certain organization behind the scenes. He would search for orphans in Jiangcheng and even several nearby cities, and bring them to the orphanage in various ways. All the children who disappeared without a trace were shipped when they were 10 years old. As for troublemakers and those who anger the dean, they will be dealt with in a special way. I don't know why Liang knows these things so well, but his expression didn't seem to be lying. I sensed a deep sense of despair. But at that moment, he suddenly looked at me with a serious expression and asked me a question. Shui, do you want to escape from prison with me? I was slightly taken aback and looked around. The entire orphanage was surrounded by a 3-meter-high wall, like a cage, keeping us locked up here. The only iron gate is always closed, and there is a security guard sitting at the entrance. I simply cannot imagine how I could escape from here. Although I desperately want to escape this hell, no matter the cost. But I hesitated for a long time and did not answer him immediately. I can't imagine how he could possibly get me out of here. That very afternoon, government officials suddenly came to inspect the orphanage. Among these people, I recognized the staff member who had brought me here. In just a few years, his position seemed to have been promoted rapidly, and the people around him implicitly regarded him as their leader. I gave him a pleading look, and he noticed me too. I'm sure he recognized me, but for some reason, he deliberately looked away and never looked at me again. We all gathered in the classroom, forcing our usual fake smiles, and pretending to read our books. The government officials then took pictures of our hypocritical behavior. The usually cold and domineering dean transformed into an incredibly kind person on this day, showing concern for us and even making lunch much more lavish than usual. The photos from this meal probably capture our most authentic selves from that day. Seeing us wolfing down our food, every government official smiled with great satisfaction. The inspection trip concluded successfully, and just as they were preparing to leave, suddenly, a child rushed out and hugged the leg of the government official who had brought me here. He cried out about his experiences in the orphanage, but before he could finish speaking, he was dragged away by the caregivers. He was the dean's loyal lackey, always doing the dirty and tiring work for the dean, and often beating and scolding us. The dean came out with a forced smile and explained that the child had some mental issues. I noticed that several government staff members looked visibly serious, indicating they wanted to investigate further. But their leader, the staff member who had brought me here, stopped them. I don't know what made someone who was once warm-hearted and righteous become like this. Perhaps it was that envelope from back then, or perhaps it was something else entirely. But what I do know is that after those government officials left, I never saw the child who rushed out again. This orphanage is a prison, inhabited by demons, from which one can never escape in their entire life. That night, I found Ko Liang while I was washing up. This time, my eyes were incredibly resolute, as if I were facing death to make a decision. I want to escape from prison with you and get out of here. Ko Liang's escape plan was very simple. That is to use the 2 hours of activity time each afternoon to damage as much of the orphanage's walls as possible, creating a passage that people can crawl through. He was truly ingenious, using only a few discarded batteries, some matches, some strange materials, and a stone called pyrite. He created a bottle of bizarre liquid. According to him, this substance is called sulfuric acid, a highly corrosive liquid. As for how that piece of pyrite came about, according to him, he received it in an unsigned envelope after his family members died in the fire, just before he was to be sent to an orphanage by the government. The pyrite was sealed in a pendant and was not confiscated during the body search upon admission to the hospital. Ko Liang told me that the concentration of this bottle of sulfuric acid was very low, and it would be impossible to damage the wall in a short time. It takes a long, gradual process of watering to eventually corrode and loosen the tightly sealed wall. What I had to do was to cover for him during his 2-hour daily activities, giving him the opportunity to pour concentrated sulfuric acid on the same wall from the bushes. According to Ko Liang's observations of the dean, he would spend most of his afternoons in his office, looking down through the window. But there will always be 10 minutes dedicated to making tea, without fail. These 10 minutes were the time I spent covering for Ko Liang. According to him, we need to guard against not only the director, but also the other orphans and the caregiver who has been supervising us. We worked on the plan to corrode the walls for a total of 2 months. Another day of activities has come to an end. Ko Liang found me, his face serious. We've run out of sulfuric acid. He seemed to have been surprised that the sulfuric acid he had concocted would have such low corrosiveness. After all the equipment was pieced together from various sources and lacked any scientific basis or rigor. The entire bottle of sulfuric acid was used up, but the wall remained as solid as ever, as if it hadn't loosened at all. Only the outer layer of plaster had been corroded away, revealing the bricks hidden inside.
Our escape plan seemed to have come to an end just like that.
I couldn't accept this situation, so the next day during the event, I ran to the wall that had been corroding for months and pushed the brick with all my might. 2 months of effort, the only hope of escape. I cannot accept failure like this. I was hitting the bricks so hard that I even attracted the attention of a few children.
Ko Liang pulled me up forcefully to calm me down.
If our actions are too obvious, they may reveal our true intentions. I got up unwillingly, longing for the brick to fly away on its own, just as an apple would fall from a tree due to gravity. I also hope that a lateral force of gravity can appear, pulling the brick to the other side. I don't know if my wish came true, or if Ko Liang's 2 months of hard work paid off. I noticed by chance that the brick seemed to have loosened for a moment. I was sure I wasn't seeing things, so I immediately squatted down and slapped the brick again.
This time, the brick flew out, creating a gap. Ko Liang also noticed this situation.
But he was much calmer than me. He simply covered the gap with grass and led me away from there. For a full week afterward, we didn't go near that place again.
Ko Liang told me that my reaction that day was too strange and would easily attract attention. It wasn't until a week later that we continued with the follow-up work.
No matter how sturdy a bucket is, it can no longer hold water if it has a hole. The same principle applies to walls. Once you've successfully knocked one brick away, the rest are much easier to handle. You can pry up other bricks by simply using tools to loosen the area around it every day.
However, it's easier said than done. It took us another 2 months to finally dig out a small hole.
The entrance to the cave was hidden by tall weeds, and no one could find it unless they went inside. It was about the size of a dog hole. One could only crawl out by lying on the ground. But in any case, at least we successfully created an escape route.
An escape route that only the two of us knew about.
I couldn't wait to climb out of the hole, but Ko Liang stopped me.
He told me that we couldn't run away now.
The dean also has certain resources and connections within the government. If we escape without a penny, we will surely be discovered quickly and he will try every means to bring us back.
What should we do then?
I hadn't thought about what to do after the escape tunnel was dug out. In my mind, it seemed that as long as I crawled out from here, I could escape to safety. We need to make a big fuss and find a way to keep the dean busy so he won't have time to deal with us.
The evening is the best time.
Ko Liang had already thought of all the backup plans and was prepared. That being said, there are 2 caregivers in the orphanage. Every night, they would take turns patrolling, staying up almost all night to keep an eye on us.
Trying to make a scene at night is as difficult as climbing to heaven.
But Ko Liang seemed very patient. He wanted to maximize his chances of escaping and didn't want any mishaps. We've been in this orphanage for years, so a few more months won't matter.
As long as we can escape successfully, it will all be worth it.
We started living a normal life, although we were occasionally beaten and scolded by the caregivers, or the hospital director would dislike us and give us a few electric shocks in the darkroom. But the thought of that escape route made me endure everything. But a piece of bad news still came 2 months later.
Ko Liang is about to be shipped.
Inside the orphanage, we could hardly see anything with a date on it, and we could only drift through each day in a daze. However, on that day, while I was in the toilet, I suddenly overheard a conversation between 2 caregivers.
In just one day, it will be Ko Liang's 10th birthday.
Every child who disappeared from the orphanage vanished suddenly when they were 10 years old.
They discussed the steps to take Ko Liang away.
I didn't dare make a sound until they left, then frantically found Ko Liang and told him what had happened. After listening to me, Ko Liang's expression became extremely serious, but he quickly made a decision. No need to wait any longer, we'll break out tonight. His eyes were incredibly serious as he stared intently at me. Believe me, no matter what happens, I will make sure you get out of here. In the pitch black night, I lay in bed with my eyes tightly closed, my heart filled with excitement and nervousness. This cage that has bound me for years, I finally have the chance to break free today. Footsteps gradually rose, the sound of caregivers patrolling every hour to check if anyone was still awake. If they are discovered, they will be taken out and punished. I dared not make a sound, and could only suppress my excitement and continue to pretend to be asleep.
I'm waiting for Ko Liang's signal.
I trust him, he'll definitely find a way to get me out of here. Hiss. The faint sound of the caregiver gasping for breath could be heard.
Why does my stomach hurt so much?
He seemed to be talking to himself, hesitating in place, as if debating whether to leave.
Having just finished checking the dormitory and confirmed that no one was awake, he finally couldn't resist and quietly left the dormitory, heading towards the toilet. Shortly after he left, a voice rang almost in my ear. Wings, get up, let's retreat.
I opened my eyes instantly and saw Ko Liang, dressed neatly, squatting beside my bed. I dressed very quickly, and led by Ko Liang, I tiptoed open the door and slipped out through the crack.
What did you do?
I asked in a low voice, somewhat curious about how he got the caregiver to leave. I stole some potatoes a few days ago, and they've sprouted, Ko Liang replied casually.
I put a slice in his bowl last night. I remember that potato.
Because of the missing potatoes in the cafeteria, we were all punished by the dean and made to stand for 3 hours.
Unexpectedly, it was stolen by Ko Liang. We walked to a window.
About a few days ago, this window suddenly shattered for some unknown reason, and it hasn't been repaired since. Dean Shu certainly didn't expect that his deliberate decision not to install surveillance cameras in the orphanage to prevent his actions from being exposed would actually create an opportunity for the two of us. Even if we move around in the corridor like this without the caregiver being there, no one will notice. Ko Liang took out a match from his pocket, suddenly slid it across the window to light it, and threw it directly out the window. Directly below the window was a patch of greenery planted by people sent by Dean Chu, as well as a large lawn. Upon contact with the sparks, they are instantly ignited and begin to spread at an extremely rapid pace. Flames erupted, but Ko Liang grabbed me and ran towards the window on the other side. He took out a piece of cloth from his pocket. It turned out to be strips of cloth tied together from old curtains and clothes. All the doors in the orphanage building were locked. Even the door from the second floor to the first floor was firmly locked. If we wanted to leave, we would have to find a way to jump off the second floor. Ko Liang tied the strip of cloth to the pillar next to him, and then very easily pulled open the locked window. I noticed that there was a piece of transparent tape stuck to the window lock. It seems that he used this method to prevent the windows from being locked. Immediately afterwards, he threw the long strip of cloth down the window, turned to me and said, "Hold on tight and jump." I had never done anything so dangerous before, and for a moment I hesitated. But thinking of all the hard work we'd done these past few months, and this hard-won opportunity, I suppressed my fear, grabbed the strip of cloth, and jumped. The strip of cloth was 1 meter above the ground. I fell hard on my bottom and felt excruciating pain. But soon Ko Liang jumped down along the strip of cloth and helped me up from the ground. Meanwhile, shouts could be heard coming from inside the orphanage. Flames soared into the sky, and the thick smoke and light woke up countless children who were light sleepers. I also noticed that the lights on the third floor had turned on. That was another caregiver's room. But for some reason, the light in the dean's room on the fourth floor seemed to have been turned on very early. "Don't just stand there, let's go." Ko Liang grabbed me and ran forward. "This is our only chance. We must hurry and escape. Our power is too small to save everyone. But as long as we leave this place and travel under the cover of night, we will definitely be able to escape before dawn." We ran towards the event venue, but then froze in place, discovering something unbelievable. The road leading to the event venue was blocked by a fence covered with spikes. This was something neither of us expected. We never expected that the fence here would be movable. We would return to the orphanage building before 5 p.m. every day, with no idea that the director would send people to seal it off at night. What should I do? The sudden situation threw me into a panic. Ko Liang quickly calmed down. "Step on my shoulders and flip over." He squatted down and gestured for me to climb over the fence. I didn't think much of it and did as he instructed. With his help, I managed to climb over the fence, but then I noticed a problem. "I'm here. What about Ko Liang?" But he quickly gave me the answer. He has excellent physical qualities and his jumping ability is much stronger than others. With a quick run-up, he stomped hard on the fence, pushed off upwards, and successfully flipped over. But the spikes of the fence tore a gash in his waist. His clothes were torn, and blood flowed down the wound. "Don't worry about me. It's just a minor injury." Ko Liang shook his head. "As long as we can escape from here, this injury is nothing." Although I was still worried about him, I understood the priorities and followed him toward our escape route. But what I didn't expect was, there was a figure standing next to our escape route. It was a fat demon, as if it wanted to devour our hope. "Humph, so you really did come here." Dean Shu stood beside the grass, looking at us with a cold smile. His eyes blazed with fury, like a hunter watching its prey about to escape, filled with murderous intent. "They actually set fire to my territory and even tried to run away." He pulled a baton from his pocket, a sinister smile spreading across his face. "You two little brats, I'll teach you a lesson you won't forget. How did you know we were here?" Ko Liang shielded me behind him, seemingly trying to buy time. But Dean Shu was blocking our escape route. If we wanted to escape, we had to get past him. "Do you think I wouldn't know about your activities just because I wasn't there? There is a very cute and loyal child who has been helping me keep an eye on the whereabouts of each of you. He already informed me when you slipped out of the dorm today. They deliberately set the fire to try and distract me, and then escaped in the opposite direction. It's not hard to guess where you're planning to escape from." He kicked aside the bushes next to him, revealing our escape route. "How dare they dig such a tunnel behind my back? You all deserve to die." He walked towards us, holding a baton. "Neither of you are leaving here today. Although the dean is obese, he doesn't exercise much. As for Ko Liang and me, we have been secretly training every day for today's escape plan, and our strength is much greater than that of our peers." Ko Liang, in particular, was only 10 years old but had already grown to over 1.7 meters tall and was very strong. Although I am only about 1.6 meters tall, I am much stronger than my peers. To supplement our nutrition, we would eat every last drop of those disgusting meals we had every day, leaving not a single bite. However, the baton in the dean's hand was still a very lethal weapon. I didn't dodge in time and was hit on the right arm by the baton. My entire right arm was burning with pain, as if I had been whipped, and the pain was unbearable. I admit, I cried at that moment. "You dare?" A low, angry roar came from the dean's ear. I looked up and gazed ahead. Ko Liang rushed to the dean's side
side and grabbed his shoulder forcefully. The veins on his arms were bulging as he struggled with all his might to control the obese head of the ward. Although the dean was an adult, he had not exercised for many years, and his strength was temporarily suppressed by Ku Liang. But his burly weight still managed to slowly push Ku Liang away. "Shui, help!" Ku Liang called out to me with difficulty. Without hesitation, I rushed forward and grabbed the dean's wrist with all my might. I successfully caught the baton in his hand. I had never used a baton before, and I was afraid that if I attacked randomly, I would hit Ku Liang, who was holding the hospital director tightly, so I kicked the baton away to prevent the director from holding it again. Then, I rushed up as well and grabbed the dean tightly. I quickly lifted one of the dean's legs, and together with Ku Liang, we successfully pinned him to the ground. However, the dean, being an adult, almost broke free from our restraints using only the strength provided by his weight. We struggled to control him, but then we discovered a problem. We locked up the dean, but the dean also locked us up. In this situation, if we let go, the dean will quickly subdue us. We've exhausted all our strength just trying to keep him under control. What chance do we have of attacking him or escaping? Curved wing, use that. Ku Liang asked with difficulty. Can you do it alone? I was slightly taken aback, but quickly realized what Ku Liang was referring to. The books the dean kept in the classroom were all bought wholesale from the second-hand market, and they included all sorts of strange and unusual books from various industries. One of the books is called Professional Fighting and Fighting Techniques. This book contains detailed records of many fighting techniques, as well as some special grappling techniques. Just a few months ago, Ku Liang showed me this book and asked me to study the techniques in it carefully, saying that I might have the opportunity to use them in the future. Use Boston, Ku Liang whispered, then hesitated for half a second before looking at me. Can you handle it alone? Just hold on for 30 seconds. Trust me, I will take you away. A flicker of hesitation crossed my eyes, but I nodded nonetheless. Then, Ku Liang and I exchanged a glance, and Ku Liang quickly let go of my hand. Without Ku Liang's restraint, the dean's obese body lay on the ground, about to get up. I rushed over and sat on his waist, hugging his legs tightly and pulling him upwards with all my might. The full name of this move is the Boston Crab Lock, which is a type of grappling technique. Once the posture is completed, even with a significant difference in strength, it can restrict the opponent's movements to some extent. I could feel the dean's terrifying strength struggling, while I used all my strength to restrain him. But something unexpected happened. After releasing the dean, Ku Liang did not hesitate to turn over the bushes and crawl out through the safety passage. "You idiot," the dean roared at me. "You've been fooled by him, do you know that?" I don't believe what the dean said. How could Ku Liang possibly lie to me? That little bastard planned to use you as bait from the very beginning so he could escape. He's already abandoned you and run away. The dean's voice, like the whispers of a demon, kept ringing in my ears. I shook my head desperately, trying my best to restrain him, believing that Ku Liang would definitely come back. Don't you know how many things he's done behind your back? If he really wanted to save you, why would he hide it from you? Do you know what he's going to do by climbing out? Don't be stupid. Let me go now. As long as I can get that little bastard back, I will absolutely not hold your mistake against you. Listening to the dean's words, I felt a buzzing in my head. His arms were already numb from his frantic struggles, and his brain was buzzing. Yes, it seems that Ku Liang is hiding a lot of things from me. We are searched and our rooms are checked by caregivers every day. Where did he hide the stolen potatoes? Where did he put those lighters and matches? How did he manage to evade the search? Why did he crawl out? Did he really want to abandon me and run away? This is the thing I regret most in my life. I was actually swayed by the dean and momentarily doubted and distrusted Ku Liang. Although there was only a 1-second pause, the dean keenly seized the opportunity and forcefully slapped my body. It was as if a suction force emanated from his palm, taking advantage of the opening to directly shift my point of force. He took this opportunity to get up, break free from my grasp, and knock me to the ground. "You little bastards." His face was contorted with rage. "I swear, today I'll make you both wish you were dead." He pounced on me like a wild beast. I was almost completely exhausted and could only watch all of this in despair. Blood spurted from the dean's lower back. He stopped moving and looked behind him in disbelief. Ku Liang returned, holding a pair of scissors in his hand, and forcefully stabbed them into the dean's lower back. The dean angrily turned around and slapped Ku Liang to the ground. Ku Liang shouted and rushed forward with all his might, managing to hug the hospital director and roll around on the ground. "You run, Shui." He shouted those words at me almost as if he were screaming. "Don't look back, don't stop, keep going. Even if I'm going to die, I'll kill this old bastard." I had never seen him so frantic, clinging tightly to the hospital director and refusing to let go. The dean was also enraged and punched Ku Liang in the waist. His already injured lower back wound suddenly ruptured, and blood gushed out. I stood there, stunned, not knowing what to do. "Run, run." Ku Liang endured the pain and bit down hard on the dean's body, as if he wanted to tear his flesh off. His waist was repeatedly struck by the dean. "Do you want me to break my promise? Don't you want to leave this hellish place?" Ku Liang's voice boomed like thunder in my ears. In the end, I ran away. I listened to Ku Liang's words, crawled
out through the safety passage and kept running without looking back. At that moment, I felt as if I had given up thinking. My mind was blank, and all I knew was to keep lifting my legs, lowering them, running, and repeating the cycle. I kept running and running until I started having trouble breathing and my steps became heavier and heavier. I don't know how Liang is doing, nor do I know how far I've run. All I know is that it's dawn. The dawn light shone on me, and I felt as if I had crawled out of a dark hell and was seeing the sunlight for the first time. Surrounded by fields, it felt like being in the countryside. As the last step landed, everything went black before my eyes, and I fainted. When I woke up, it seemed I was in someone's house. They found me in the field and took me home. The first thing I thought of when I woke up was Liang's safety. With the help of this family, I searched for information about Tianjin Orphanage online. However, I saw something that shocked and surprised me. A fire broke out at Tianjin Orphanage without cause, and a 10-year-old child was burned to death. Director Chu Sheng expressed his deep sorrow and said he was willing to take responsibility for the incident. This news was uploaded just a few hours ago. In the video in the news, I saw a charred corpse, although the face is no longer clearly visible. But I can confirm with 100% certainty that this is Liang's body. Not only did he die, but his body was also burned by Chu Sheng. But that beastly Dean acted like a victim, even explaining his injuries as cuts sustained while saving someone. I sat on the bed, bewildered and panicked, unable to believe it. If I hadn't hesitated for a second because I didn't fully trust Liang, I wouldn't have been freed from the Dean's control. If the Dean hadn't broken free of his restraints, Liang wouldn't have died trying to save me. Why is he dead, but I am alive? Why didn't I stay to help him, but instead just ran away? I am a coward. My heart is selfish. The choices I made at that moment were solely for my own escape. If I had completely trusted Liang back then, would the outcome have been completely different? My mind is in complete turmoil, and I feel so painful that I want to vomit. But I realized it quickly. This matter cannot end like this. I can't let Liang die in vain. That old bastard must get his comeuppance. I borrowed a new set of clothes from that family and headed back towards Jiangcheng. I read in a book that as long as you report these things to the government, the bad guys will definitely be punished. I returned to Jiangcheng and relentlessly pursued a job at a shady restaurant that was willing to hire child laborers. They also took the opportunity to send several complaint letters to the government's mailbox. But my letter disappeared without a trace. I waited a whole month without any response. A month later, a strange note was suddenly placed on my desk. The sign above read, "Leave here immediately." Although I didn't know who wrote it, I chose to believe it and left the restaurant. Shortly after I left, I saw a group of urban management officers enter the restaurant. They appeared to be searching for shops that employed child laborers, as well as some children without identification. My heart died instantly, even if I'm not as smart as Liang. But I also realized something. Within the government, it's clear that the Dean has powerful backers. Or rather, if he didn't have powerful backers, that hellish orphanage wouldn't have been able to stay open until now. This action by the urban management department is clearly aimed at finding me. I escaped from the restaurant and was momentarily lost in a daze. In this situation, who can I turn to? Did Liang die in vain, while the murderer remains at large? I was wandering aimlessly down the street when I suddenly noticed the three large characters, police station. In that instant, I remembered. It seems that after my parents passed away, the police helped me with the funeral arrangements and took care of me for a long time. It seems that Liang often says, if only the police were here, they could definitely put this old bastard in jail. As if by some strange twist of fate, I walked into the police station. The police officer who greeted me was a man with a serious expression, but he was wearing a mask. He seemed to have caught a cold and was coughing constantly, but he still went to work despite his illness, showing great dedication. He asked me my name and purpose for visiting. I didn't want to tell him my real name, but I also felt that if I wanted others to believe me, I should first choose to believe in others. I want to try again. I don't want to repeat the same mistake. So I told him my real name. Upon hearing my name, for some reason, a look of surprise flashed in his eyes. Then I told him everything that had happened at the orphanage. His expression grew increasingly serious, his eyes seeming to spit fire. "Give me time, and I will definitely handle this matter." He saw me off and even gave me 1,000 dragon coins so I could find a place to stay. What I didn't expect was, within just 1 week, the orphanage was shut down. According to news reports, the police received a tip and immediately launched a search of the orphanage, seizing a large amount of equipment and evidence of orphan abuse. Moreover, numerous signs of attack were found on the burned child's body. All the evidence points to a caregiver at the orphanage. He appears to have ties to a high-ranking government official, having cultivated relationships with numerous officials through various forms of bribery, including gifts and cash. And all of this was done by him behind Dean Chu Sheng. Chu Sheng abandoned the caregiver without hesitation and personally reported several officials during the police investigation. A shocking event occurred in Jiangcheng, resulting in the downfall of many officials, and the caregiver was also arrested as a criminal. The Tianjin orphanage was subsequently sealed off and demolished by the government, and all the children were released. Liang's body was also
buried in the cemetery, attracting countless people to pay their respects.
Chu Sheng, a philanthropist, donated 10 million dragon coins to reflect on his inadequate oversight, which led to this incident. Some have also pointed out that Chu Sheng was actually the mastermind behind it all.
However, none of the existing evidence successfully identified him.
After making this donation, Chu Sheng disappeared without a trace, and I could no longer find any information about him. The police station and the government sent people to take me to the neighboring city, compensated me with a lot of dragon coins, and arranged for me to enroll in a school. My life has settled down, but I'm still not entirely satisfied. If I could, I would do anything to find that bastard Chu Sheng and tear him to pieces. If I could, I would like to inherit Ku Liang's will and become a hero, so that no one will be bullied or mistreated like we were. I've heard that void hunters are the most prestigious and powerful profession in this society. They are like heroes, burning themselves out to protect the peace of their region and safeguard all the people. On the day I left Jiangcheng, I went to a barbershop and asked them to give me a mohawk, also known as a rooster comb hairstyle.
This is Ku Liang's favorite hairstyle, and it's also my favorite hairstyle.
I walked out of the barbershop gently touching my new hairstyle and stood in front of Ku Liang's grave, deciding on the next goal in my life. I want to become a void hunter, the most powerful void hunter. I also want to trust others and don't want to cause tragedy because of my hesitation and doubt. I've heard that Dragon's Summer Academy is the most powerful academy for void hunters. If I join that place, will I become stronger? But if I join Longsha Academy and find Chu Sheng's whereabouts in the future, will I still be able to take revenge on him at will? I don't want to think about that much. I swear, if I ever meet Chu Sheng again, no matter the cost, I will make him die. Your childhood must have been quite tragic. Suyi led Chu Yi to search along the way, and they had now arrived at the second floor of the orphanage. Through Chu Yi's account, he learned about Chu Sheng's past actions and the death of Chu Yi's friend Ku Liang. No matter how you look at it, in this story, Dean Chu Sheng is a complete scumbag. Suyi's face didn't show any particular expression, but he understood something in his heart. Why did he choose to trust Chu Yi so much when they first collaborated? This seems to be a compensatory act of atonement. He has never been able to escape that remorse. Although from an outsider's perspective, this statement is not appropriate to make. But I want to tell you that perhaps you don't understand Ku Liang. Su casually glanced at each room on the second floor, checking everything there, and said something offhand. What do you mean? Shui was slightly taken aback. What I mean is, you didn't understand Ku Liang's purpose, Suyi said calmly. From the beginning, he never intended to leave the orphanage. I think all his plans are just to take revenge on that Chu Sheng, or to kill that scumbag. The reason he spent several months on this was simply to get you out of the country. What did you say? Shui had never thought of such a thing before, and was immediately incredulous. The reason is simple, Suyi said calmly. If he really wanted to escape, there would have been no need to set that fire that night. If you want to attract other people's attention and make them ignore the fact that you two are running away, there are obviously simpler ways. For example, triggering a fire alarm device or a smoke detector. This kind of alarm is easier to control than a fire, and it is more likely to cause panic. Even at night, this sound can affect residents in the surrounding neighborhoods, and it is more noticeable than the firelight. I just checked the old map of Tianjiang Orphanage. There is a night market street nearby, which is brightly lit even at night. I imagine there must be quite a few barbecue stalls. The flames and smoke from the fire at the orphanage were easily obscured by the night market and were not as likely to attract the attention of people nearby as the piercing sound of an alarm. You said before that your friend is very smart, so it's impossible that he didn't think of this. And the only reason he would set fires to cause riots was for one purpose. Su stopped and glanced at Chui beside him. He intentionally wanted to lure the dean here. I think he must have hidden some special materials and tools behind the secret passage you dug before you searched your bodies or checked your luggage. Of course, the timing of the dean's appearance was clearly beyond his expectations. I think his initial goal was to lure you away first, and then use the scissors he had hidden beforehand to fight the dean to the death. Whether he succeeds or not, he has no intention of leaving with you. Impossible, how could this be? Shui's expression changed drastically as memories of the past flashed through his mind. He couldn't accept it. What reason does he have to fight the dean to the death? We could have left that place together and started a new life. The reason is, Sui took out his phone and opened a news article. His parents and the whole family died because of that hospital director. The news report was from more than 10 years ago. A fire broke out in a house in Jiangcheng for no apparent reason. The fire spread rapidly and burned the 3 members of the family to death in a short period of time. Only the eldest son survived because he was away from home. Shui was able to confirm that the people who died in the news were Ku Liang's former family members. This is not an accident, nor is it a fire that started out of nowhere. Sui fiddled with his phone for a while and quickly opened a link. The link leads to a land title contract. This is a contract record from the Administration for Industry and Commerce. While you were telling me about the past, I used some methods to investigate Dean Chu Sheng. Before founding Tianjiang Orphanage, he was a real estate tycoon and a well-known philanthropist in Jiangcheng. More than 10 years ago, a year before you entered entered the orphanage, he suddenly announced the creation of the largest orphanage in Jiangcheng and became its director. But his original real estate business is still operating. This contract is a robbery contract. Chu Sheng's former company is trying to buy the neighborhood where your friend used to live at a low price and redevelop it into a commercial plaza. However, among the tenants in the community, there are several households that firmly disagree. The people in charge of these households are your friend Kuliang's parents. He calmly switched to another link in webpage. Just the day before the fire, their residential community had undergone a natural gas maintenance. But this maintenance started almost 2 weeks earlier than the usual routine inspections. If I'm not mistaken, that's probably when they started doing it. In other words, the deaths of Kuliang's entire family were not an accident, but a premeditated murder. Kuliang, who survived the incident, was also placed in the Tianjin orphanage under the government's arrangement. He may have learned the truth through some means, and then began to prepare a revenge plan. However, he met you, someone who looked very much like his brother. Sui clicked on a photo, which was a family photo of Kuliang. The family of four smiled happily at the camera, with a younger brother next to Kuliang. Whether it's her eyebrows, eyes, or temperament, she bears a striking resemblance to Chui. So his revenge plan was changed to a prison break plan. He himself wanted to stay and seek revenge on the dean, but he wanted to send you away from this hell because he didn't know if he could succeed. Chui murmured to himself, remaining rooted to the spot, his mind buzzing. He quickly recalled every word Kuliang had ever said to him. Whenever the topic of prison break or escape comes up, it seems that he always says, "I will definitely get you out of here." In his escape plan, it was never we, but you. Sui turned around and patted his shoulder, saying in a comforting tone, "So, you don't need to blame yourself too much for what happened back then. He did not die because of you. From the very beginning, what he wanted to do was to fight with all his might and perish together with that dean. The only person you should hate and blame is that scumbag dean." Chui stood silently in place, seemingly processing Suye's words. "However, I also admire you for being able to control your emotions and not kill him directly after encountering your enemy again." Suyi shrugged and gave Chui a meaningful look. "I wish I could tear him to pieces." Chuyi's eyes flashed with anger and murderous intent. "Although more than 10 years have passed and that old guy is much thinner than before, I could never forget that face. But he was surrounded by children at the time, how could I possibly help him? Given that old bastard's personality, once I make a move, he'll definitely use other people as shields to protect himself. So I didn't dare use my powers at the time, and could only punch him. It's a pity that this old bastard was killed before I could even make a move." "You did the right thing." Su nodded. "If I were you, I probably would have done the same. But once I've discovered his trail, I'm absolutely not going to let him go. I guess they'll find an opportunity to arrest him and torture him to death." He spoke casually, yet he uttered some rather frightening words in a very relaxed tone. "Hey!" Chui was immediately shocked and pointed to the recorder on his chest. "This thing records what you say. What does it matter? Let alone whether they will watch the recording every single word. Even if I read it, I only said it casually and didn't put it into practice. Do we have to control what people say?" However, he suddenly turned his gaze to Chui. "You just said there were other people with him?" Yes. Chui nodded. "That old bastard was surrounded by the kids here, and he recognized me. He even mocked me and deliberately brought up Kuliang's affairs." His eyes blazed with fury. "I almost couldn't resist using my power on him." "No, that's not right," Su said calmly, his tone becoming quite serious. "Your previous testimony clearly stated that the orphanage was very quiet and empty, and then the director suddenly appeared in front of you." He stared intently at Chui. "But now you're saying that the dean is surrounded by children?" "Ha!" Chui seemed to be stunned as well. His eyes were filled with confusion, and he suddenly felt an unbearable headache. He frowned and covered his head. "That's right, there was no one here when I came in." He felt as if his memories were all jumbled up. Countless images overlapped together. One moment the corridor is completely empty. One moment it's Chu Sheng with a mocking expression, surrounded by children. In his mind, both scenes seemed to be things he had experienced. However, they are contradictory to each other and cannot coexist at all. Chui muttered to himself, his head throbbing with pain. "It seems your memory is indeed somewhat flawed." Sui observed his movements and expressions, then calmly turned around. "In that case, your previous testimony may not necessarily be true." He pushed open a door and looked inside. This appears to be a dormitory where orphans live. There are 60 or 70 beds inside. Each one is very neat and clean, and even the quilts are folded into neat squares. Judging from the traces here, the orphans were not in the dormitory at the time of the incident. He closed the door and looked to the other side. There was a room without windows. If you closed the door, it seemed to become completely dark. But it was completely empty. Suyi and Shui began to walk upstairs. As darkness fell, dim lamplight and moonlight streamed in through the window, severely limiting visibility. The orphanage's electrical circuits also appeared to have been cut off, making it impossible to turn on the lights. The third and fourth floors should be where the caregivers and the director live. Shui rubbed his temples and said in a low voice, "I noticed it before. The layout here is almost exactly the same as the orphanage orphanage I used to live in. It seems this dean is quite nostalgic, so he chuckled softly as he walked up to the third floor. He noticed that a door was open, and when he quickly approached, he saw a human figure outlined by the lines drawn from the bloodstains on the ground. All 68 orphans died on the first floor. In addition, among the corpses on the first floor were the bodies of Chu Shang and a caregiver. Another caregiver at the orphanage was found dead in her bedroom on the third floor. Su pondered the scene record he had seen, then looked down and surveyed the room. We still have some time, let's go check on the dean's office again. They quickly went up to the fourth floor and entered the dean's office. It must be said that Chu Shang's residence was quite luxurious. The entire fourth floor seemed to be his palace. A private swimming pool, deerskin carpets, and various pieces of furniture that look incredibly expensive. The wall displaying famous paintings also features many antique vases. In his office, there are bookshelves placed on both sides of his desk, displaying all kinds of certificates and trophies. Everyone seemed to be praising and admiring his identity as a philanthropist. Suyi had just given a quick, cursory look around when it became completely dark. It seems that today's investigation will have to end here. He shrugged, his expression showing no tension, but rather quite relaxed. Although we could continue the investigation by flashlight, it would inevitably lead to the loss of many details and clues. I think we should go back first. But you only have one day to conduct the investigation, Shui said, frowning slightly with concern. I've got the general situation figured out. Only one last detail remains, Suyi said casually. Even if we come back tomorrow morning to continue the investigation, there will be plenty of time. He led Shui out of the dean's office and closed the door behind him. The two then jumped out of a window on the first floor of the orphanage. As soon as he came out, Suyi made a move that Shui couldn't understand. He walked around the entire orphanage, constantly looking up at the four-story building. About 10 minutes later, they circled back to the main entrance. Su stroked his chin thoughtfully and muttered, "Indeed, it's a little short." "What's missing?" Shui pressed. "It's nothing, let's find a place to rest for the night first." Su didn't explain much, but simply pulled him through the gap they came from and squeezed out. "By the way, where have you been staying these past few days?" "In terms of inheritance, I have a house that came from my parents." "I understand. I'm not used to living in the same room as a man either. I'll just rent a hotel near where you are." The two discussed where to go while preparing to leave. But just then, a voice suddenly rang out from their side. It was a slightly aged voice, tinged with a hint of nervousness. "Hey, you two. Could it be that he just came from this orphanage?" Suyi and Shui stopped in their tracks and turned around. An elderly man dressed simply walked slowly out of the bushes beside the gap. He looked haggard, wearing clothes sold at street stalls and cloth shoes, and his whole expression was very reserved. However, he was quite robust, and his round belly was exposed under his open shirt, making him look like an old man next door. "You are." Shui looked at the old man, his pupils dilating slightly, and he recognized him. "Uncle Zhou?" This old man is clearly the same old man who used to be the gatekeeper at Tianjung Orphanage. However, this old man was basically only responsible for opening and closing the gate, and he didn't live in the orphanage at all, nor did he have any interaction with Chui. But he still knew who the old man was. Unexpectedly, he followed Chu Sheng and came here again to guard the gate. "You know me?" Grandpa Zhao was clearly taken aback and looked Chui up and down. "Are you one of the children from the Tianjung Orphanage?" "I suppose so," Chui replied curtly, frowning. Unlike the other caregivers, the gatekeeper hadn't done anything to him, so he didn't harbor any hatred towards him. "Oh, so you're the gatekeeper." Suyi showed interest, looking the man up and down. "Did you call us over for something?" I think you two came from an orphanage," Grandpa Zhao said nervously, rubbing his hands together. "You two must be police officers." "I suppose so," Su replied casually, without denying it. In a sense, they were indeed helping the police solve the case. "I want to know, have you found any clues?" Grandpa Zhao swallowed hard and asked urgently. "I can assure you, I am absolutely not a suspect. At the time of the incident, I was playing chess with old Wang and the others next door. I wasn't at the orphanage at all." "You've given your testimony many times already, we know that." Su also glanced at the old man. Judging from his words, this Mr. Zhao seemed to have received little education and thought that the suspect meant the criminal. "Don't worry, sir. Being a suspect just means you might be involved in the case, it doesn't mean you are the criminal. Since you have an alibi, the police won't give you too much trouble." He calmly began to explain to the old man. That's good. The old man patted his chest. "Ever since I was taken in for questioning by the police, I've been living in fear. I originally planned to come back here today to check on the situation, but I didn't expect to run into the two of you coming out of there." He scratched his head and chuckled sheepishly, looking rather simple and honest. Suyi raised an eyebrow and suddenly asked, "By the way, sir, there's something I want to ask you. What time did you leave home on the day of the incident? What time did you leave?" The old man paused for a moment, then scratched his head and thought for a moment. "I remember you asked me that. I left the orphanage around 11 a.m. that day. Because there are usually not many people in the courtyard, and old Wang and the others called me. I went to play chess in the park in that neighborhood. We stayed up until noon, and old Wang called me to his house for lunch. I wasn't planning to go, but when I thought about my sister mother-in-law's cooking. I thought it was so delicious, so delicious, so I went. Suyi and Shui cast disdainful glances at the man in his 50s. The old man coughed lightly and continued, after I finished eating, it was already past 1:40 in the afternoon, and that's when I returned to the orphanage. But that day was really strange. Usually, around 3 or 4 in the afternoon, the children would go out to play in the front yard for 2 hours, but no one came out that day. He frowned, looking puzzled, but I didn't pay much attention to it at the time. It wasn't until around 6 p.m., when I was getting ready to leave work, lock the door, and go home, that I realized something was wrong. There were no lights on inside the orphanage. At this time on a weekday, the lights in the corridor and some of the room lights will be on, and I also felt that the orphanage was too quiet that day, so I couldn't resist and decided to go and see what was going on. He seemed to recall something terrifying, his face turning pale. I found the orphanage door was open. As soon as I opened the door, I saw blood all over the floor. The children and the director were all lying in pools of blood. I had never seen anything like this before. I was so scared that I ran away and called the police. Wait, did you call the police? Suya's eyes flashed, and he immediately stared at the old man and asked. Yes. Grandpa Zhao seemed to recall what he had seen at the time, his face turning ashen and he felt like vomiting. The police arrived shortly after I called the police. After that, they took me back to the police station for questioning, and I told them everything I knew. After you returned to the orphanage, did anyone pass by? Su continued to ask. No, I can guarantee that. Officers, please believe me, I am absolutely innocent. Grandpa Zhao rushed forward, grabbed Suya's hand tightly, and looked at him with a sincere expression. Su frowned slightly, then withdrew his hand very naturally and took a step back. Don't worry, we won't regret wrongly arresting an innocent person, nor will we let any bad person go. According to the autopsy report, the estimated time of death for the children and caregivers in the orphanage was between 12:15 p.m. and 1:30 p.m. Although the dean's body is somewhat unusual and the exact time of death cannot be confirmed, the deviation should not be too large, and he should have died at the same time. If you really have an alibi, and you have an alibi for this time, then you naturally can't be the murderer. Really? That's wonderful. The old man's eyes lit up with excitement as he patted his chest repeatedly. If I were arrested for something like this, old Wang would definitely never let me go to his house again. Su's lips twitched, and he casually made a few more perfunctory remarks, finally managing to send the gatekeeper away. Watching them leave, Suyi and Shui headed in another direction to find a place to stay. The two walked side by side for a few minutes before Shui frowned and asked, you just said that the dean's body was somewhat unusual. What's going on? Didn't the police tell you? Su glanced at him. The other children had almost no signs of damage. But besides the attack marks you made on the chest, there are also some signs that the dean's body appears to have been heated. Such a temperature difference could very likely cause a deviation in the time of death, but because the traces are not obvious enough, it is difficult for forensic doctors to deduce the specific time of death. Shui frowned. If Grandpa Zhao didn't see anyone pass by the orphanage, did the murderer really kill him and leave before he went back? Don't believe what that gatekeeper says, Su said calmly, his gaze deep. He's lying. Lying? Shui was stunned. Was he just lying to us? It's not that he lied to us. Suyi seemed quite calm, but he clearly hid some things from us, and what he said was a mixture of truth and falsehood. For example, his initial explanation was a complete lie. He said he came back to check things out because he was worried about becoming a suspect. That's not why he came back at all. Su continued walking, speaking calmly. The orphanage is surrounded by walls on all sides, almost completely enclosed. The only place where you can see inside from the outside is the large iron gate at the main entrance. If he wanted to check the situation, he would have chosen the area near the iron gate first, not the low wall with the gap. Secondly, he appeared behind the bushes next to the low wall. This means he had been squatting there for a long time. What do you mean? Shui, upon hearing Suya's analysis, immediately realized the problem with the timing of Grandpa Zhao's appearance. Could he be the murderer? That's not necessarily true, Su said, stroking his chin. There is currently no evidence to prove that he is the murderer, and his role in the case is still unknown. Based on the police testimony and what he just said, he did not lie, at least regarding the time of the incident. However, there are a few things about his testimony and statements that I am concerned about. He didn't explain much, just stretched and asked, what impression do you have of this gatekeeper in your memory? Or rather, what are the differences between him now and the one you knew? Shui recalled carefully for a while. He should be considered a fairly ordinary old man, and there was no interaction between the dean and him. I arrive at the orphanage at 6 o'clock every morning and leave at 6 o'clock in the evening, almost all year round. His clothes were always so simple, and there was nothing special about them. However, regarding the differences you mentioned, I think he is probably a bit healthier than before. He gestured with his hand. I don't know if he was sick or what, but he looked quite weak before. Now that more than 10 years have passed, it's normal for one's physique to change a bit. Su nodded casually, seemingly lost in thought. Let's end the investigation here for today, he suddenly said. Send me your address, and I'll come to see you tomorrow morning. Where are you going? Shui asked, puzzled. I'm going to an internet cafe. I need to investigate some things and find a place to stay. Su waved his hand and headed in another direction. See you tomorrow. Although Chewie still had many questions in his mind, he didn't say much. He simply took a taxi and returned to his residence. Whether it's the development of the case or the jumbled memories in his mind, he urgently needs time to sort them out. 9 o'clock the next morning. When Chewie looked at Su Yi standing in front of him, he almost thought he was still dreaming. Are you Su Yi? Nonsense, who else could I be? Su Yi calmly walked into Chewi's room, casually took off his frameless glasses, and tossed them aside. He plopped down in a chair, picked up his water glass, and drank it all in one gulp. Something unexpected happened, so I'm a little late. Whether you arrive late or not isn't that important. Shu Yi's gaze hadn't left Su Yi since he entered the room. I'm just curious, did you say you had something to do last night? Did you go to sign up for the circus? Su was dressed very strangely at this time. His hair seemed to be coated with hair wax, all combed back meticulously, and he had just been wearing frameless glasses. Besides, he was dressed in bright red clothes and trousers, looking like a clown who had run out of a circus, full of a sense of the era. Even their shoes were those old-fashioned cloth shoes, with conspicuous white socks peeking out, making you want to step on them. You don't know anything. This is called retro style, and it's very popular with older folks. Su coughed twice and stood up again. Alright, let's go. You're just going to do it like this? Shui looked at him sideways. What else can we do? Sui glanced over. Time is of the essence now. I don't have time to change my clothes. Do you have any issues with my clothes? Although I am very grateful for your help, Shui replied earnestly, it would be too embarrassing to walk down the street with you dressed like this. Even so, Shui still obediently returned to the vicinity of the orphanage with Su Yi. Su Yi's appearance attracted countless eyes along the way, turning heads wherever he went. Some young girls couldn't help but laugh out loud, and some even took out their phones to secretly take pictures. At such times, Su not only showed no shame, but would even turn around and strike a pose. This behavior made Shui extremely embarrassed, and he felt like he wanted to crawl into a hole in the ground. It was as if, standing next to Su Yi, even his own taste was being questioned. Fortunately, as we got closer to the orphanage, there were fewer and fewer pedestrians around. The area around this angel orphanage is mostly inhabited by elderly people and some migrant workers. At this time of day, very few people are out and about. Returning to the orphanage, the two once again came to the small hole from the day before. Suya's gaze lingered on his feet for a moment before he said naturally, let's go in. If we're lucky, it might not be long before we can clear your name. You found the murderer? Shui followed Su Yi through the small hole and, upon hearing this, immediately showed an excited expression. I guess so, Su said, rubbing his nose. But we still need a few more pieces of evidence. Today's investigation is mainly to confirm my conjecture. As he spoke, he and Shui arrived at the entrance of the orphanage and climbed in through the window. Where should we begin our investigation today? Shui asked casually as he walked ahead. There's nothing worth investigating on the first and second floors, Su Yi said, his purpose clear. Go straight to the fourth floor, to the dean's office. The two quickly arrived at the fourth floor. Su Yi naturally bypassed Shui and arrived at the office door first, gently pushing it open. The same scene came into view, but Shui was somewhat puzzled. Didn't the murder happen on the first floor? Why are we investigating this place? To find the culprit in this case, we must figure out exactly what happened that day, Su replied casually, without investigating anything, and simply sat down in the dean's office chair. And before that, he crossed his legs and placed them on the table, but his gaze was fixed on Shui. I need to expose the lies in your testimony first, Shui. Shui was stunned at first, then his expression suddenly became urgent. Do you suspect that I lied to you? I can guarantee that I am not the murderer. How could you possibly be the murderer? Sui looked at him like he was an idiot. If you were the murderer, why would I bother to get you out of the police station? Do I look like I have a lot of free time? Oh, is that so? Shui awkwardly touched his nose. Then what lie are you talking about? Your testimony contains lies that you yourself are unaware of, Su sighed, leaning back in his chair. It must be said that this philanthropist's chair is incredibly comfortable. These lies didn't arise from your own actions, but rather from a distortion in your memory. Let me now explain to you what exactly happened on the day of the incident. Shu Yi's face immediately turned serious, and he stared intently at Su Yi. Even he himself had no idea what was going on. His mind was in complete chaos. First, there's the day the incident occurred. I checked your ticket purchase time. You bought this ticket about a day ago, but you didn't cancel it until the next day. This means you originally planned to take the high-speed train at noon back to the college. But as you were preparing to return, something happened that made you change your mind and go to the scene of the crime, which is the Angel Orphanage where we are now. So you went alone toward the orphanage, and the cameras along the way recorded it. The surveillance footage near the orphanage has disappeared without a trace, and the last time you appeared on the footage was around 11:20 a.m. Based on the distance and speed, you will arrive at the orphanage at 11:30. As for the little girl in your memory, and the reason for going to the orphanage, none of that happened to you. But why would I suddenly go to this orphanage? Shui frowned. If he hadn't met the little girl, why would he have come here? The method
method to bring you here should be quite simple, right? Suyi said calmly. I only need to say 5 words to you. He paused for a moment, then looked at Chuyi. Chu Sheng is here. Upon hearing this, Chuyi's pupils immediately contracted. He searched for Chu Sheng, who had disappeared without a trace for more than 10 years, but to no avail. Indeed, just as Suyi said, once someone tells him Chu Sheng's whereabouts, regardless of whether the information is true or false, he will definitely go to see him. After the Tianzheng orphanage was shut down, Chu Sheng disappeared from Jiangcheng, Suyi continued. He hasn't done any more charity work in his own name, so you can't find any trace of him at all. Just 5 years ago, he used a shell company as a cover to establish this angel orphanage in the suburbs, and continued to serve as its director. But apart from some records from the Bureau of Industry and Commerce and staff at the orphanage, no one knew anything about him here. That's why you haven't been able to find him. Let's go back to what happened that day. You were lured back to the orphanage, where you met Chu Sheng again, and Chu Sheng has most likely also realized your identity. Su also looked at Chu Yi. This is the second lie you told because your memory is flawed. In your testimony, only Chu Sheng was present in the orphanage at the time, and the orphanage was very quiet and empty. But when you were recalling earlier, you mentioned that there were children behind Chu Sheng, and you were worried that the burst of energy would accidentally hurt people, so you restrained your energy and punched him. Your memories seem to be contradictory. Even you can't tell which are real and which are distorted. Chu Yi nodded. Even now, he still can't figure out why these two sets of memories are so contradictory. Su Yi snapped his fingers lightly. It's very simple to determine which memory is real. He looked at Chu Yi and said, I only need to ask you one question. If you found Chu Sheng all alone in the orphanage, what would you do? I will kill him without regard for the consequences. Chu Yi's eyes turned cold, and he said with murderous intent, even if it costs him, he will definitely take revenge on Chu Sheng. So the situation you experienced back then was the second one. Su Yi nodded and said, Chu Sheng used children as a threat, which made you afraid to use your energy at will. But he used words to pressure you, which caused you to lose control of your emotions and punch him in the chest. After that, some things happened that were unexpected. Perhaps someone appeared, or perhaps Chu Sheng did something to you. In the end, you were forced to use your own energy, but you were no match for your opponent. In a moment of desperation, you took precautions for yourself by using your abilities to push the cabinet up to the ceiling. After that, as you lost consciousness, the cabinet fell on you, and you completely lost consciousness. Su Yi finished his narration. He put his legs off the table, rested his chin on one hand, and said softly, this is the whole story of what you experienced that day. Chu Yi looked completely bewildered, but I have absolutely no memory of these things. He had absolutely no recollection of the using energy and creating insurance that Su Yi mentioned. Su nodded. As I said before, your memories have been altered, or to be more precise, it was replaced with another person's memories. That's why there are so many inconsistencies in your memories, because those memories don't actually belong to you. Another person's memories? Chu Yi suddenly stood up, somewhat incredulous. Who is that person? I'll tell you about that person's identity later, Su said, standing up and reading in a lazy tone. If my deduction is correct, all the evidence is in this room. Here? Chu Yi looked around. But we checked this place yesterday and there was nothing unusual. I observed the entire orphanage's architectural structure yesterday, Su said calmly. By comparing the floor area inside the buildings, it's easy to see. He lightly tapped the floor beneath his feet. The room we're in now is 20 square meters smaller. There's a secret room here. Chu Yi's eyes lit up immediately. That's right. Su Yi nodded with a smile. Where could the secret room be hidden? Chu Yi quickly turned his gaze, trying to find any possible location where the secret room might be hidden. No need to look anymore. The switch is here. Su Yi gently fiddled with an ink bottle on the left side of the desk. The next moment, the bookshelf to their right started making a clicking sound. Seeing Chu Yi's somewhat surprised expression, Su Yi remained very calm. Judging from the layout of his desk, Dean Chu Sheng's dominant hand is his right hand. Items such as pens, teacups, and books are placed on the right side, but there was a bottle of ink on the left front, which is not in line with the habits of a right-handed person. As for why he placed it this way, I guess it's because if the mechanism connected under the table were placed on the right side, it would easily affect the usual arrangement of objects. As the mechanism turned, the bookshelves finally slid into place on both sides. The walls on both sides are actually movable, just enough to accommodate the bookshelves. A large metal door appeared behind the bookshelf, topped with a very old-fashioned rotary combination lock. The password has 5 characters, ranging from 0 to 9, and the password displayed above is currently 00000. Chu Yi stepped forward and tried to pull the door, then shook his head. The door is locked. Actually, that door should have been pushed open, Su said calmly. Chu Yi quickly grabbed the doorknob and pushed it inward with all his might, but the door still wouldn't budge. He cast a puzzled and confused look at me. It does need to be pushed open, but I didn't say I didn't need a password, Su Yi said seriously as he walked to the door, speaking in a matter-of-fact tone. Chu Yi's lips twitched, and he moved them several times, but in the end, he didn't say anything. Su suppressed a laugh as he observed the structure of the gate and the surrounding layout. He soon
noticed several books on the bookshelf next to the door. A few seconds later, his eyes flashed, revealing an expression of realization. I know, it's the Caesar cipher and the Virginia cipher table, isn't it? He stepped forward and began turning the code, 21585. How did you know that? Shui was surprised again. Haven't you noticed what's on this bookshelf? Sui explained as he pushed the combination lock. Most of the books on Chu Sheng's bookshelf are arranged alphabetically, and Chinese books and English books are placed on different bookshelves, but the books on these two sliding bookshelves were not arranged according to this pattern. As he spoke, he glanced up at the book above. Moreover, these books are all in English. Apart from the half bookshelf that is stored in the wall, there are 5 books left on the left side. We will use the first letter of each book as the cipher. The books on the right, taking their first letters, should belong to the key section. By simply working backward, we can get the original 5 letters of the plaintext. By converting these 5 letters into their corresponding numbers using the alphabet, we can obtain a 5-digit password. As he spoke, he turned all the combination locks. A crisp sound rang out, and the keypad door opened. Su pushed the door open, and Shui, who was standing to the side, was so shocked that he couldn't speak. You were a special agent before you enrolled in school? Why did he leave the password hint here? It's probably because he changes his password frequently, so Yi guessed casually. You can tell he's a very cautious person. Every time he changes his password, he will deliberately rearrange the books to prevent himself from getting confused and thus avoid forgetting the password. Then why doesn't he use a smarter door lock like a fingerprint lock or a voiceprint lock? Probably because they're worried about being found by the police, Su said calmly. Any electronic device could potentially be discovered. If I remember correctly, when the Tianjiang orphanage was sealed off before, there was a hidden room that used a fingerprint lock, but during the police search, his electronic signals were discovered, thus revealing his location. To avoid repeating the same mistake, he chose to use this kind of mechanical, older method of concealment. Sui slowly pushed open the incredibly heavy iron gate. Surprisingly, there was a light on inside, making it quite bright. It seems there's an independent power source here. Sui glanced at the ceiling and walked in with Chui, but as soon as they entered, their gazes froze slightly. All that could be seen was directly in front of the two of them. A figure was leaning against the wall, his face withered and his body shriveled. Its appearance was like that of a dried-up corpse that had been dead for several days. Just as I thought. Suye's eyes flashed with a sharp light the moment he saw the corpse. He looked at the utterly shocked Chui beside him and said calmly, if I'm not mistaken, the memories that were replaced in you came from this guy. He seemed to know the person, and read out the name and origin of the corpse. Lu Zhongjing, 42 years old, incapacitated, working on a construction site. About 10 years ago, he started a company and had a happy family with both a son and a daughter. However, due to the acquisition of real estate by Shengtian Group, some conflicts arose with the other party. In the following year, his company went bankrupt. His wife took their child to file for divorce, but on the way back to her parents' home, they were in a car accident and both died. He was burdened with a lot of debt and had no choice but to work on construction sites to pay it off. And this Shengtian Group is the real estate company that Chu Shun used to own. Su calmly recounted that he had already thoroughly investigated the identity and background of the person in front of him. Wait, you're saying that some of my memories come from him? Chuyi's expression changed slightly as he stared intently at the corpse, his confusion growing. It's nothing hard to understand. You were just being used. Suyi waved his hand casually, then suddenly grabbed the large iron gate they had entered through. But before explaining this matter, let's introduce the other protagonist. He forcefully secured the iron gate. Then, in the gradually widening pupils of the curved wings, behind the iron gate, a familiar figure appeared. Uncle Zhao, the gatekeeper. He had been hiding behind the door the whole time, using the iron gate to conceal his figure. His gaze was filled with astonishment. He hadn't expected that Su Yi had already discovered his presence. Su smiled slightly as he looked at Grandpa Zhao behind the door. Do you have anything to explain, Uncle Zhao? With an extremely strained expression, Grandpa Zhao forced a smile and walked out from behind the door. Officer, this is a misunderstanding. I didn't kill this person. He looked flustered and somewhat at a loss. I admit, I wanted to take advantage of the orphanage being shut down to find some valuables to take with me. But you came in before I even started getting anything. Comrades, am I breaking the law? Su looked at him with a half smile. From a legal perspective, what you did was called attempted crime, which is naturally a violation of the law. But why are you pretending to be stupid here? He looked directly at Grandpa Zhao and calmly said, if you were just here to steal, why didn't you touch any of those valuable murals and artifacts outside? And how did you end up in this secret room? Don't tell me you've cracked the password here. Officer, I'm a law-abiding citizen. Grandpa Zhao immediately knelt down, his face full of terror. I just wanted to steal something. As for the password here, I stumbled upon it on a note on the dean's desk when I was collecting my salary about 2 weeks ago. While I was searching for valuables today, I accidentally triggered a mechanism that opened this secret room. Then I just randomly tried the number I saw at the time, and I didn't expect to get in. What law-abiding citizen would steal from a crime scene? Shui stared intently at Grandpa
Zhao, then lowered his voice and said to Su Yi, "You noticed he was here a long time ago?" "The soil near the cave entrance we came in through was very clean, with no footprints left," Su said calmly. "After just one night, all the traces we left yesterday have disappeared. This means that someone has been in and out of here and deliberately erased the traces. Judging from the nearby fallen leaves, the cleaning time was no more than an hour. Yesterday, when we left the office, I slipped a leaf under the door." He suddenly took a leaf from his fingertips and stared directly at Grandpa Zhao in front of him. I definitely put the leaf back." Grandpa Zhao looked at the leaf and was immediately surprised. "You did put it back, but the position and orientation are slightly off." Su smiled slightly and casually tossed the leaf aside. "But I can't hide it from you, so I knew you were here all along. Since there's no one in the office, the only place you can hide is this secret room." Grandpa Zhao's face turned pale. He pressed himself against the wall, swallowed hard, and forced a smile. "You're right, I did enter here just over 10 minutes before you arrived." "You can even remember the position and orientation of the leaves?" Shu Yi's pupils trembled as he looked at Su Yi in shock. "How could that be?" "I was just bluffing him," Su replied expressionlessly. "Hey!" Grandpa Zhao's eyes widened. "You just said that to my face." Su ignored him, simply looking around the secret room and calmly saying, "This secret room was originally intended by Ying to store some important evidence, but it's clear that the safe that was originally there had been destroyed beforehand." He pointed to a square mark on the ground, where something had originally been placed, but was no longer there. "And this instrument, if I'm not mistaken, should be some kind of special electrotherapy device." He walked to the other side of the room and patted a machine that looked like a bed. Shui then noticed the machine, his body jerked instinctively, and anger flashed in his eyes. "That bastard is still using this kind of thing." This device was the same kind of machine that Chu Sheng used to punish them when he was a child. Once connected to electricity, it can release current and torment them without leaving a trace. Remember that empty room? This instrument was obviously originally placed on the second floor, but here it is now. But obviously, moving this kind of thing would require a lot of noise and isn't that convenient. What comes to mind when you think of a missing safe? Sui looked at Chui and asked. Chui pondered seriously for a while, then murmured, "Is someone destroying evidence to prevent the police from finding out?" And he knew all along that the police would come here. In other words, he completed the removal of the evidence long before the incident occurred, and incidentally destroyed it as well. "That's right," Suyi snapped his fingers. "This also means that your presence here and being identified as the prime suspect is not accidental, but inevitable. Someone deliberately set a trap to make you a scapegoat in order to cover up their own crimes, and he is also the real culprit in this case. So, who exactly is the culprit?" Shuyi's breathing became rapid, feeling as if a bunch of information was suddenly intertwined in his mind, making it impossible to discern the truth. It's another case of memories being altered, and yet another of people dying mysteriously in a locked room. Now the other party is deliberately setting him up, and Dean Chu Sheng is dead. He simply couldn't imagine who could be so malicious as to want him as a scapegoat. Isn't the culprit obvious? Suyi spread his right hand, pointing to Grandpa Zhao, whose face was filled with terror. "Isn't he standing right in front of us? What are you saying?" Grandpa Zhao looked at Suyi's gesture and immediately became anxious. "I can admit that I came back to steal things today, but you want to accuse me of murdering more than 60 people from the orphanage? I wasn't even here during the time the incident occurred. Go ask them if you don't believe me. Go ask old Wang from the next neighborhood." Suyi smiled and picked up where he left off. Wang Junxue, the neighborhood leader, is 63 years old. He plays chess in the neighborhood every day and has a wife who is 20 years younger than him, which makes countless old men envious. "How do you know so much about this?" Grandpa Zhao was stunned for a moment. "Because I've already done my research," Su said matter-of-factly. "All you need to do is wear glasses, red clothes, and an old-fashioned style of dress and hairstyle, and it's easy to get along with these elderly people. In their eyes, people dressed like this are intellectuals, worthy of respect, and they feel an inexplicable sense of closeness to them." "So you were dressed like this to gather information?" Shui suddenly realized, finally understanding why Su would dress like this to see him. "By the way, the reason I was an hour late was because I was bothered by a few middle-aged women. They coveted my looks and tried to invite me to their homes, but I refused them firmly," Su said quietly, covering his mouth with his hand. "You refused for a full hour?" Shui squinted at Su Yi. "Ahem, let's get back to the main topic." Su coughed twice and looked at Grandpa Zhao in front of him again. "According to that old Wang and several other elderly people nearby, you did go to play chess with them that day, and you went to old Wang's house, but you arrived at the community not after 11 o'clock, but at 10:50. At 11:10 a.m., you claimed to have gone to the toilet and left for a while, not returning from the toilet until 11:50 a.m. I have calculated that it takes a maximum of 10 minutes for a person with healthy legs to walk from the community to the orphanage. Shui arrived at the orphanage at 11:30. In other words, if you want, you can walk back and forth from the orphanage within these 40 minutes. His gaze was sharp, fixed on Grandpa Zhao like a dagger. "I want to ask you, where did you go for those missing 40 minutes? Or rather, what did you do? What are you saying? Cold sweat trickled down Mr. Zhao's forehead. My abdomen is uncomfortable, and I'm also constipated, so I have diarrhea. Plus, on my way back from the restroom, I saw some flowers I liked and stopped to daydream for a while. The 40 minutes you mentioned might just be wasted here. What kind of flower do you see? Su asked rapidly, his tone somewhat aggressive. It should be jasmine. There are no jasmine plants growing around here. I might have seen it wrong. I don't really know the name of that flower, but I just think it's very pretty. What are the characteristics of this flower? I remember it was red. Under Suya's series of questions, Grandpa Zhao's forehead was covered in more and more sweat. For a moment, he stammered and couldn't describe the flower's appearance for a long time. A flower that makes you stop and stare for 40 minutes. Is your only impression of it its color? Su looked at Grandpa Zhao with a half-smile. Let me tell you where those 40 minutes went. He spoke calmly, slowing his pace and emphasizing each word. You returned to the orphanage at 11:20, and the time you left the orphanage again was 11:40. In other words, you were already in the orphanage before Chui arrived. When you left, Chui was still in the orphanage. You mean I'm the murderer, that I killed everyone in the orphanage? Grandpa Zhao exclaimed anxiously. What ability do I have to kill them all in such a short time? Besides, I'm a powerless person. If you don't believe me, go check my records. Am I insane? I have to kill everyone in a short period of time, return to the neighborhood, and even call the police myself. You're right. Su nodded. The original Zhao Yangzhu was indeed a person without abilities. There is simply no way to kill so many people in a short period of time. In addition, you had old Wang and the others provide you with an alibi, and older people are not as sensitive to time, so they did not pay much attention to when you left. Given that you didn't have the ability to commit the crime, the police didn't suspect you much. But all of this is predicated on. He stared directly at Grandpa Zhao, a cold glint flashing in his eyes. You are the real Zhao Yangzhu. W.H. What? Shui, standing next to Su Yi, was the first to be shocked. If the person in front of me isn't Zhao Yangzhu, then who could he be? He could clearly remember the other person's face, so it was impossible for him to mistake them. Has my memory been altered again? Don't worry, there's nothing wrong with your memory, Su Yi said with a smile. The ability you have is simply a rearrangement of someone else's memories. In this situation, there's no chance of mistaking someone for someone else, and the confusion and contradiction you feel are caused by the discrepancies between different memories. To be precise, the Zhao Yangzhu standing in front of us is just someone with the same face as the Zhao Yangzhu you know. Grandpa Zhao's expression was uncertain, and he stood by the wall without saying a word, his eyes filled with shock as he looked at Su Yi. Su Yi looked at Chui and said calmly, the Grandpa Zhao in your memory should be a rather weak person, right? According to my investigation of Zhao Yangzhu, he has no children or spouse and has always lived alone. He usually lives in a very cheap rented room, which only costs a few hundred dragon coins a month. He is very frugal. His simple clothing in daily life is enough to prove that his salary is not much. Even though you haven't seen each other for more than 10 years, it's clear that his quality of life hasn't improved much. But do you think someone like that could have gotten this fat in just 10 years? He pointed to Grandpa Zhao's exposed belly. His broad shoulders and thick waist were not the physique one would expect from a poor old man. After Su Ye's reminder, Chui felt even more uneasy. Although it's been more than 10 years since we last met, Grandpa Zhao only had the opportunity to eat like this because of his increased income and improved diet. Judging from his clothing and living conditions, there doesn't seem to be any sense of an increase in income. He looked at Grandpa Zhao with suspicion. Then who exactly is he? He must be someone who knows Zhao Yangzhu very well, Su said calmly. That's how he was able to impersonate Zhao Yangzhu in such a short time and stay here to clear his name. There is only one person in the entire orphanage who can do this. Chu Shang. Chui almost roared the name out. But that old bastard Chu Shang, isn't he dead? Su also took out a photo from his pocket. The photo shows the scene inside the orphanage. Apart from Chui, who was trapped under the cabinet, directly in front of him was Chu Shang's corpse. Chui looked down and realized that something was wrong. In the photo, Chu Shang's body lies on the ground, but his figure is noticeably thinner than it was 10 years ago. Given that the face of the deceased was not damaged and that Chu Shang was a well-known public figure, the police would naturally not waste their time collecting DNA from the body, nor would they doubt his identity. And that's precisely why he was able to disguise his identity and hide until now. Because all the corpses at the scene had almost no blood left in their bodies, they were already much shriveled up than they originally looked, so it wasn't obvious at first glance. But after Su Yi reminded him, Chui suddenly realized that the Chu Shang he had met in his memory seemed to be much thinner than he had been 10 years ago. But that fat, big-eared face still left a deep impression on him. In other words, Chuyi's breathing became rapid, his eyes revealing a torrent of anger as he stared intently at Zhao Yangzhu not far away. At this moment, Grandpa Zhao had already lowered his head and his expression was completely unreadable. Zhu Bao, thousand-faced blade. Su Yi looked ahead and said calmly, just yesterday, I asked a friend in the technical department and he told me this name. This is a jade artifact that appeared 20 years ago. It can cut off a person's face and seamlessly attach it to another person's face without causing
feeling any pain. This jade artifact was once used by a thief to steal many precious treasures by disguising his identity. However, after he was successfully captured by a void hunter, the existence of the thousand-faced blade could not be found in the subsequent investigation. This treasure has vanished without a trace, as if it had suddenly disappeared. There has been no news of it since, only a few words of written description. But now it seems that you might have used this jade to make people think you were dead, and then exchanged identities with Grandpa Zhao, right? Su Ye's words echoed like thunder throughout the entire secret room. Uncle Zhao, or rather Chu Shang, who had been keeping his head down in a gloomy mood, slowly raised it at this moment. His face no longer showed the timidity, humility, and panic he had shown before. Instead, it became extremely sinister and indifferent. He narrowed his eyes, looked at Su Yi, and said in a cold tone, "I don't know what you're talking about. Do you mean that I impersonated Zhao Yangzhu while the real Zhao Yangzhu appeared in front of Chu Yi and got punched by Chu Yi? Even if I really am Chu Shang, what ability do I have to make Zhao Yangzhu impersonate me and even willingly draw Chu Yi's hatred for me?" Su chuckled lightly. "Your abilities certainly don't support you doing this. After all, the ability you possess is only a C-rank ability, resistance. But you have an accomplice." An accomplice? The image of the little girl in Chu Yi's memory flashed through his mind. "That's right, it's the little girl you mistakenly thought brought you here." Su nodded, seemingly guessing what Chu Yi was thinking. That little girl must possess some means of altering or replacing memories. Just one day before Chu Yi went to the orphanage, Lu Jiangjing, who had become a construction worker, met this little girl by chance. The little girl told him she was lost, so Lu Jiangjing, who was reminded of his own child who died in a car accident, chose to help her. Led by the little girl, he arrived at the orphanage and met Chu Shang. Chu Shang already knew that Lu Jiangjing was coming, so he had all the orphans stay on the second floor in advance. In the deserted corridor, Lu Jiangjing discovered the enemy who had caused the destruction of his family, and was immediately filled with extreme rage. So he attacked Chu Shang in anger, but was easily killed. His body was then moved to this secret room. This is the scene that appears in my memory. Chu Yi suddenly realized what had happened. That's right. Your memory has been replaced with Lu Jiangjing's memory, making you mistakenly believe that it was something you experienced yourself, which is why there are discrepancies in your testimony. Su Yi nodded. By the way, your memories were replaced very cleverly. In your memory, the route you traveled is your own experience, but the events that happened belonged to Lu Jiangjing. That's why the police didn't find any trace of the little girl when they reviewed the surveillance footage. In fact, Lu Jiangjing and that little girl went to the orphanage from another direction. Just last night, I retrieved surveillance footage from a few days ago and finally found this video from another street. He took out his phone and opened a surveillance video. In the video, Lu Jiangjing is seen holding a little girl's hand as they pass under the camera. What is concerning is, the little girl seemed to be intentionally using Lu Jiangjing's body as a cover to avoid the camera. Even in the video, her face is not clearly visible, only half of her body can be vaguely seen. After Lu Jiangjing died, Chu Shang and that little girl quickly set their sights on you. Or rather, Lu Jiangjing's death was a setup to target you. They had already investigated or knew about your situation in Jiancheng and planned to use you as a scapegoat to cover up a crime for them. That is, the massacre that occurred in the orphanage. They first used Chu Shang's clues as a pretext to lure you to the orphanage. And the person who went to play chess in the neighboring community that day was also Zhao Yangzhu himself. But while he was playing chess, Chu Shang called him back to the orphanage with a phone call. This information was told to me by Widow Li, who was watching the chess game at the time. By the way, she was the one who told me about those 40 minutes of intelligence. She seems to have some special feelings for Zhao Yangzhu, so she is very concerned about his behavior. Most of the people watching the game were elderly men from the neighborhood, and their attention was focused on the game itself. Only Widow Li, who wasn't there to watch the game, noticed this. Su calmly added a couple of sentences, and Chu Shang's cheeks twitched repeatedly from not far away. Zhao Yangzhu returned to the orphanage at 11:20. After returning, he was called into the orphanage by Chu Shang. Immediately afterwards, with the help of Chu Shang's assistant, that little girl, Chu Shang did something to Zhao Yangzhu. Su Yi coldly looked at Chu Shang not far away and calmly said, he used his own memories to overwrite Zhao Yangzhu's original memories. And then, using the Thousand Faces blade, they replaced the faces of both of them. What? Chu Yi was shocked upon hearing this conclusion. It is the existence of memories in different experiences that shapes people with different personalities, Su Yi said calmly. And when the original memories are overwritten and replaced, along with a replacement face, Zhao Yangzhu will mistakenly believe that he is really Chu Shang, Chu Yi murmured, finally catching up with Su Yi's train of thought. Of course, due to the differences in each person's genes, intelligence, physical strength and other factors, even after the memories are replaced, there will still be many strange and incongruous things. Su added, but it's still easy to make Zhao Yangzhu believe that he really is Chu Shang in a short period of time, and to make you believe that he is Chu Shang himself. After all, you haven't seen each other for more than 10 years, so the difference in body shape is normal in your eyes. Influenced by his memories, Zhao Yangzhu recognized you and, in accordance
accordance with Chu Sheng's personality, began to mock and ridicule you.
But to prevent being hurt by you, he deliberately called all the orphans to his side, making you hesitant to use your energy. Clearly, he had your personality under control, and because of the children around him, you didn't use your full strength, you just punched him. But Chu Sheng's purpose was precisely to induce you to throw that punch.
After you threw that punch, you were ambushed.
I don't know what method he used, or what tricks the little girl used. Your consciousness and energy may have been affected, and you may find yourself unable to control your body.
So you fell to the ground, but with your last instinct,
you used your ability on the nearest cabinet to set up a safety net for yourself.
Then you fell into a coma. Chu Sheng himself only appeared after you fell into a coma.
He killed everyone in the orphanage, including Zhao Yangzhu, who was wearing his own face. However, he spent some time reading Zhao Yangzhu's memories, so his time of death was a few minutes later than the other orphans. Therefore, he heated Zhao Yangzhu's body slightly to bring forward the time of death. After that, he could perfectly switch his identity to Zhao Yangzhu and quickly return to the community to create his own alibi. And you will become the sole suspect, found at the scene by the police, making it difficult to clear your name and bearing full responsibility for the incident. So you finished recounting the entire course of the case in one go, finally letting out a long breath and looking at Chu Sheng with a mocking expression. As for evidence, all we need is for the police to collect your DNA, and they will be able to identify your true identity.
Do you have anything else to explain, Dean Chu?
Chu Sheng let out a laugh, which grew louder and louder, as if he were going mad. He stood still, clapping his hands, and looked at the two of them with a cold smile. Brilliant reasoning. Shui, I never expected you to find such a great detective. His voice was no longer weathered. Instead, it became rough and cold. Upon hearing this voice, Shui's face immediately darkened, and his eyes seemed to spit out flames.
He will never forget that voice, even decades from now.
It was that old bastard Chu Sheng's voice.
What do you want to do now?
Chu Sheng spread his hands, looking at the two of them with a smug expression, and pointed to the recorder on Shui's chest.
As a student of Longsha Academy, how could you lay a hand on a civilian while being recorded by a body camera? Think about it carefully. If I can easily take you down once, I can do it a second time. You really think you can handle me?
He looked at Shui with a sneer, provoking the latter with his words. Shui clenched his fists, his killing intent palpable. He originally thought that Chu Sheng had died in the orphanage, but now he discovers that the other party is not only not dead, but has even plotted to frame him and manipulated him at will. This feeling of anger made it difficult for him to control himself for a moment.
A commoner? Suyi laughed out loud, his expression turning cold. A guy who's a lackey of the Void Demon Council dares to call himself a commoner?
If you want to kill Chui, you can only do it by physical means, but that will inevitably leave a lot of clues and make it impossible to hide your identity. If you really had a way to kill Chui like you would any other child, you wouldn't have gone to the trouble of designing this whole thing. Clearly, you have mastered the way energy works and are able to develop your own abilities. But you can't apply your abilities to him at all, can you? He glanced at the furious Chui beside him and said directly, forget about the recorder, beat him up. Chui's pent-up anger was completely released by Suya's words. He roared, his body enveloped in energy, and activated his ability, rushing to Chu Sheng's side at lightning speed and throwing a punch. This punch was fueled by his rage. He no longer cared about the consequences and only wanted to kill Chu Sheng. Chu Sheng's pupils contracted, seemingly surprised that Chui would be so reckless. His large body immediately rolled to one side and slapped his right hand towards Chui. Chui felt as if he was being propelled by some force, and his movements froze for a moment, but his fist still hit Chu Sheng in the stomach. Chu Sheng was sent flying 2 meters by a single punch, his back slamming against the hard wall of the secret room, the sound of trembling echoing throughout the room. Chui staggered 2 steps and charged at Chu Sheng again.
Chu Sheng's face twitched from the pain.
Ignoring the pain, he quickly rolled up from the ground and slapped the ground with his right palm. The powerful repulsive force caused his body to dodge to one side. Chui's fist slammed into the wall, but he managed to dodge it. He frantically rummaged through his pockets for something, his face filled with urgency. At the same time, the curved wing accelerated and charged forward once again. Driven by rage, his murderous intent nearly filled the entire room.
Found it!
Chu Sheng's face lit up with joy. He took out a glass bottle from his pocket. According to that person, as long as there is external energy acting on my body, I should take it. He didn't even bother to check. He squeezed his right hand tightly, took out a small red pill, and swallowed it. At the same time, Chui caught up, his right fist bursting with powerful kinetic energy as he swung it down. A figure was immediately sent flying. However, this time it wasn't Chu Sheng who flew out, but Chui instead. Chu Sheng stood there, panting heavily, his right hand outstretched in front of him. A faint energy fluctuation gathered in his palm and spread out.
This is the rock realm.
Suya's eyes flashed, and he immediately sensed Chu Sheng's realm from this energy fluctuation.
Ha ha ha.
Chu Sheng looked at his palm with immense excitement. Power, this is the power I've always dreamed of. His ability, resistance, after reaching the rock realm, unleashed a repulsive force that possessed extremely strong destructive power.
What is that pill?
Chui slid down from the wall all, his gaze fixed intently on Chu Shang. The original Chu Shang, although he had awakened his abilities, was completely clueless about how to use them and could not perceive the essence of energy at all. Therefore, even with sea-level abilities, he had no chance of becoming a void hunter and could only live like an ordinary person. In fact, most awakened individuals are in this state. Even if one awakens their abilities, if they are not sensitive enough to energy, they will not be able to exert the effects of those abilities. For example, Su Ye's high school classmate Wang Peng awakened the sea-level ability, Metal Mastery. For an ordinary person, this ability would at most attract things like metal parts, nails, and screws. The effect is not much different from that of a magnet. However, if we can sense the flow of energy, we can develop our capabilities appropriately. This ability could even evolve in the direction of Magneto. However, without talent, there is no talent. Most awakened individuals, if they cannot perceive the flow of energy after the awakening day, will basically only be ordinary people with some special abilities. Just like how someone who is bad at math is almost never going to suddenly become a math genius one day. But Chu Shang has now broken this pattern. Not only at this age, he suddenly became able to sense the flow of energy, but he also broke through to the rock realm and unleashed an exceptionally powerful ability. It's not hard to guess that this must be the effect of that mysterious pill. So this is how you rejected those children's blood from your body. Before an awakened being who has grasped the workings of energy, ordinary people have absolutely no power to resist. Shui gritted his teeth and glared at Chu Shang before charging forward again. "I'm going to kill you, you old bastard. Are you dreaming?" Chu Shang grinned maliciously and waved his hand. The power unleashed by the rock realm seemed to transform into numerous obstacles, repelling Chu Yi's figure a meter away, making it impossible for him to get close to Chu Yi's body. "Did you think I would be here waiting for you with no cards up my sleeve? I knew you'd be here. Then you too will take my secret and die here. Just like that little rascal Ko Liang back then." He laughed wildly, enjoying the sense of control that came with his increased power. However, at that moment, a voice suddenly rang out from behind him. "It seems your repulsive force can only act in one direction at a time." Su Yi held a brick in his hand and swung it straight at his head. The brick hit Chu Shang on the head and shattered into pieces. Su Yi didn't hold back in this attack. He even briefly activated his blood-boiling technique. Chu Shang staggered, as if he had been knocked unconscious, and took 2 steps forward. His energy flow experienced a brief pause. Chu Yi immediately seized the opportunity, broke through the repulsive force's blockade, and pressed forward. Newton's apple punch. Gravitational kick. After activating his ability, his punches and kicks gained a bit more gravitational potential energy, making their kinetic energy and power astonishing. These 2 unusual names are also the names he gave to his moves. Amidst the flurry of punches and kicks, Chu Shang suffered violent impacts to his chest and abdomen, crashing into the ceiling with a resounding thud. The solid ceiling was now dented from the impact. Surprisingly, Chu Shang's body showed no sign of falling. Curved wings applied the power of Earth's core to his body, reversing his gravity. Then, Shui bent his knees on the spot, gathering energy throughout his body, and immediately prepared to unleash a powerful attack. 2 little bastards. Chu Shang groaned in pain. His head, which had been nearly knocked unconscious by Su Yi, finally began to recover. He roared angrily, and his energy exploded. His right palm was aimed at Chu Yi from afar, and a repulsive force pressed down horizontally. Chu Yi uncontrollably knelt on one knee on the ground. He felt as if a heavy object weighing several hundred pounds was pressing down on his body from above, and no matter how hard he tried, he could not push away this repulsive force. Chu Shang leaned against the ceiling, straining to activate his abilities. Even though his development and mastery of abilities are far inferior to Chu Yi's, but at this moment he is truly in the rock realm. Even if it mindlessly outputs energy, the intensity caused by its ability has already far exceeded that of the curved wing. Release. Chu Yi struggled to use the middle finger of his right hand to grip his ring finger. The next moment, Chu Shang, who had been leaning against the ceiling, suddenly plummeted toward the ground. His body swayed, and the angle at which the repulsive force was released also shifted. Shui pushed off the ground and pounced towards him. He had figured it out. As long as he could get close enough to grab Chu Shang's body, no amount of force could push him away. Otherwise, Chu Shang himself would be the one to get hurt. Su Yi, also appearing like a ghost, activated his boiling blood technique and approached Chu Shang. With the 2 attacking from both sides, Chu Shang could only stop one of their attacks at most. However, Chu Shang revealed a cold smile in the face of this situation. Energy erupted from him. Just as Chu Yi approached Chu Shang, he felt 4 repulsive forces coming from all directions. He felt as if he were trapped in a shrinking cell, and his whole body was under immense pressure. Su Yi did not stop, transforming into a bloody shadow and rushing towards Chu Shang's rear. The other party has already demonstrated the abilities of the rock realm and committed the crime of massacring civilians. This indicates that the case no longer falls under the category of a normal criminal case. No matter what they do, whether they kill Chu Shang or not, they will not bear any responsibility and may even receive praise and rewards from the school. Su Ye's eyes flashed with coldness and his fists moved like the wind. As for for you. Xu Sheng, maintaining the restrained wing movement, suddenly turned his head, revealing a sinister smile. If you continue to use energy like this, then. Before he could finish speaking, Su Ye's energy suddenly dissipated, and he collapsed to the ground as if he had lost all his strength. He could feel that his energy was unable to gather, and his whole body became extremely weak, unable to muster any strength.
Is this how you controlled Chui? He managed to lift his head, still maintaining a semblance of composure. When did I fall for it?
It was when you grabbed my hand yesterday.
His brain worked incredibly fast, and he quickly determined when the other party would strike. You're really smart.
Xu Sheng laughed and waved his hand. Despite his constant struggle, Chui was unable to break free from his repulsive cage. Under the overwhelming pressure of Relman energy, even a superior ability level is unlikely to overcome this gap.
Xu Sheng controlled Chuyi's body, placing him on the hospital bed with the electric current, and kicked Su Yefei on the ground.
Su was kicked away uncontrollably, collapsing against the wall, the pain spreading throughout his body. When I got back, I checked my hands and cleaned them, so why did I still get infected? He reluctantly spoke up, trying to buy time through continuous communication and come up with a way to break the deadlock.
Spirit transforming powder.
Xu Sheng restrained Chui with one hand, while his other hand clumsily fastened the shackles on the electrotherapy bed to Chuyi's hands and feet.
Have you ever heard of such a thing?
At the same time, he was even answering Su Ye's questions.
This is a refined powder that can effectively limit the ability of awakened individuals.
For awakened individuals, the existence of the spirit transformation powder is like poison. It will quickly integrate into the body of the awakened individual and will be completely undetectable. Once the awakened one begins to use their abilities, their energy will explode, and the spirit transformation powder will take effect, causing violent fluctuations in the energy within the awakened one's body, making it difficult to control. Moreover, due to the surge of energy, the awakened one will also fall into a weakened state and find it difficult to move. For an awakened one of the stone realm, just a small amount of spirit transformation powder is enough to render you unable to fight. Xu Sheng grinned, his eyes icy cold. This tiny pinch of spirit transformation powder is priceless. I paid a high price to buy even this little bit from that gentleman. During the conversation, he had successfully shackled Chuyi's limbs and used his abilities to suppress him. You two can rest assured, I will extract all the blood and energy from your bodies properly, and I won't let you die in too much pain.
You killed all 60-odd people here just to extract their blood? Su Yi asked solemnly.
My investigation revealed that your purpose in establishing the orphanage seems to be to sell those children.
The ones you've been dealing with have always been the Void Demon Council, haven't they? Why are they using 10-year-old children?
What is their purpose?
Since you're so smart, why don't you try to guess it yourself?
Xu Sheng said with a forced smile, increasing the energy in his hand. Chui let out a painful growl, and his resistance grew weaker and weaker.
It was an experiment, right? Su said relatively calmly. And the reason you wanted to fake your death and kill more than 60 people in the orphanage this time, could it be considered a clinical trial?
As for the pill you just swallowed, it was an experimental product.
Xu Sheng raised an eyebrow, glanced at Sui, and grinned. So what if it is? What's the point of you doing this?
Su continued, as the chairman of Shengtian Group, you can't possibly be short of money.
As a once-renowned philanthropist in Zhangcheng, you have no shortage of fame. Why did you choose to cooperate with the Void Demon Council to establish this orphanage? What benefits do you gain from it?
It's the body, Xu Sheng said, his face contorted with madness, as if he had finally found an outlet for his emotions. In his view, Su Yi and Chui were already trapped and at his mercy. He suppressed Chuyi's energy while letting out a wild laugh. What's the use of having a lot of wealth? Even if I awaken a sea-level ability, at most I'll be a Qigong master who can bounce objects less than half a meter away. Without understanding the laws governing the flow of energy, one cannot apply energy to the body. Those void hunters are all able to maintain extremely strong physical bodies and powerful bodily functions.
They even age much slower than normal people.
And I have so much money, but I can only watch my body grow old day by day.
Tell me, what does this money mean to me?
So the Void Demon Council found you and promised that as long as you help them with their experiments, you can become a powerful awakener and comprehend the laws of energy circulation.
Su Ye's expression hardened, and he spoke solemnly.
A 10-year-old child's energy circuits are basically fully developed, which is why you chose to send orphans to the Void Demon Council when they are 10 years old. Even after the Tianjiang orphanage was shut down, in order to continue cooperating with them, you went so far as to change your name and re-establish the Angel Orphanage. The promises or terms of the deal they made for you were that your abilities would be able to reach the stone realm smoothly and that you would master the laws governing the operation of energy.
And I promise you that if the experiment is successful, you can reach the rock realm or even a higher realm.
After years of experimentation, the Void Demon Council finally developed a method to extract blood and condense a certain pill. His analysis was accurate, but Xu Sheng only responded with a cold laugh and did not reply.
I see, the motive is valid, Sui said after a moment of contemplation, raising his head weakly. I have one last question. I'm not an AI that answers every question. Why should I I answer your questions?
Xu Sheng sneered disdainfully, increasing the energy in his hand.
Shu Yi's body trembled, and he finally could not withstand the pressure of the repulsive force. The energy in his body was completely suppressed.
With a sinister grin, Xu Sheng took out a syringe from his pocket, then a vial of strange liquid, and sucked it into the syringe.
I've always been very curious since I was a child. Since I am powerless to resist, I don't want to die without knowing why.
Su Ye's weak voice came again, drawing Xu Sheng's attention away. He leaned against the wall, breathing heavily, but his eyes were filled with urgency. I want to know, how exactly did you make this deal with the Void Demon Council using orphans? If I'm not mistaken, you transport the orphans out of the city and then have them handed over to specific members of the council. But when I was researching the delivery routes, I found that there are 3 routes you might have to choose from. These are the 3 directions, east, south, and west of the city. I want to know, through which route did you complete the transaction with them? If I could, I'd like to die knowing the truth. The effects of the spirit transformation powder are something Su Yi cannot undo. Xu Sheng can be 100% certain of that. When faced with Su Yi's question, he merely responded with a cold laugh, revealing an extremely wicked expression. But what I like to do most is to dash other people's hopes. Just die here, clutching your confusion and curiosity. After I deal with him, you'll be next. He gently pushed the syringe to expel the air, and then plunged it into Xu Yi's neck. It's the west of the city, right? Su Yi's calm voice came from afar, which made Xu Sheng jump and stop what he was doing. He turned his head sharply. How did you know? But his pupils contracted at that moment. He sensed something was wrong from the strange smile on Su Yi's face. Oh no, clearly, this was Su Yi testing the waters. However, his own reaction revealed the truth. Ha, I knew it. Su Yi's eyes lit up. The next moment, the weakness on his face vanished, and he stood up directly from the ground, taking out the cell phone that had been on the phone. Did you hear that, senior? Destination confirmed. Proceed with plan A. A deep male voice came from the other end of the phone. How's the situation on your end? Don't worry, it's still under control. Su smiled slightly. I'll come help you after I've sorted things out, the man said calmly, before the call was abruptly ended. You weren't affected by the spirit transformation powder. Xu Sheng's expression changed drastically, revealing an incredulous look. How is this possible? The situation suddenly changed, and he inexplicably felt a sense of crisis. Without saying a word, he immediately dropped the syringe in his hand towards Chu Yi. But just then, a cloud of blood mist exploded in the room. A loud bang rang in my ears. In the next instant, Xu Sheng's body was sent flying as if he had been hit by a truck. There was a muffled thud. Su staggered to the side of the electrotherapy bed, almost falling to the ground. As expected, mastering the flying shadow technique is not so easy. He activated both boiling blood and flying shadow simultaneously, unleashing extremely fast speed and kinetic energy, directly knocking Xu Sheng away. However, he almost fell because he couldn't get rid of the inertia. As Xu Sheng flew out, the repulsive force that had been suppressing Chu Yi's entire body suddenly disappeared. Chu Yi, like someone who had just been rescued from drowning, suddenly opened his eyes wide and began to gasp for breath. At the same time, Su Ye's hand fell swiftly, shattering all the shackles binding Chu Yi's limbs and successfully helping him escape. Impossible, this is impossible. Xu Sheng clutched his stomach as he got up from the ground, still looking incredulous. What exactly did you use to undo the effects of the spirit transformation powder? Want to know? Su Yi grinned, his expression incredibly wicked. My favorite thing to do is to make others die with unsolvable mysteries. Wow, he yelled, striking a fighting pose like Bruce Lee. The situation has reversed. Prepare to die, Xu Sheng. Jiangcheng, on the western outskirts of the city. On a hilltop, two figures were crouching, gazing at the city in the distance. My lord, do you really think that good-for-nothing Xu Sheng can kill the Void Hunter and extract its energy essence? A man wearing sunglasses and a suit stood straight in place, looking worried. The person he called adult was actually a little girl with a lollipop in her mouth. Maybe it'll work. The little girl's voice was childish, but her tone sounded rather mature. I rewrote his memories, lent him the thousand-faced blade, and even sold him 2 handfuls of spirit-transforming powder. If he still can't complete the task under these conditions, then he's really a useless piece of trash. According to his report, there are 2 people investigating this case, both students from Longsha Academy, the man in sunglasses said thoughtfully. If nothing unexpected happens, he will be able to extract the essence from these 2 people and send it over today. But I still feel very uneasy about him. Do you really think we're staying here to wait for him to extract the essence of those 2 Void Hunters? The little girl suddenly chuckled, her tone quite disdainful. Isn't that right? The man in sunglasses was immediately surprised. He only has one real purpose. The little girl, with a lollipop in her mouth, revealed a coldness deep in her eyes. That is to be a new experimental subject for testing. Return to heaven. What we need to do is record the experimental results and hand them over to that guy from Huitian. Whether those 2 Void Hunters die or not is of no importance to us. A new experimental subject. The man in sunglasses' expression changed slightly, as if he had thought of something. Is it the crimson blood you left for Xu Sheng? Of course, he has already swallowed the blood. Now what we need to do is test the side effects effects and specific effects of this experimental subject, the little girl said leisurely. In her palm was a small tablet. On the screen of the tablet, there seemed to be an image similar to an electrocardiogram, constantly fluctuating, as if recording Chu Sheng's physical data in real time. Clearly, everything that was happening in the city was under their control. If Chu Sheng uses the new experimental subject, won't the energy fluctuations that erupt attract the attention of the city guards? Don't worry, the little girl said with a smile. Not every city guard can be like the one in Haicheng, who can listen to the entire city's movements all the time. It's just the energy fluctuations of the rock realm. Unless he suddenly decides to start sensing the energy fluctuations of the entire city, he will never notice it. Besides, even if we find out, at most we'll just kill that good-for-nothing Chu Sheng. It won't affect us. I see. It seems you've underestimated me. A voice suddenly broke into their conversation. Who goes there? Almost instantly, the little girl and the man in sunglasses jumped up in surprise, leaping backward as they unleashed powerful energy fluctuations. The place where the sound came from seemed to have been hit by a violent explosion, and was immediately covered in smoke and dust. But just half a second later, the smoke and dust dissipated, and a man dressed in a long robe with long hair, who looked as if he had traveled from ancient times, stood calmly in place, quietly watching the two of them. Void Demon Council, Member Number 8, Editor. He first looked at the little girl and calmly revealed her background, the owner of the A-level ability, Memory Editing. He then looked at the man in sunglasses next to him, and the 12th counselor, Wormhole. Just as that young friend said, "You are indeed here." He looked at the two of them calmly, his gaze ethereal, and not a trace of killing intent appeared on his body. "Two counselors, aren't you showing a blatant disregard for me by acting so brazenly in Zhangcheng?" His calm words were like still water, but to the two people opposite him, they sounded like thunderclaps. The city's defender. The editor bit down hard on his lollipop, his whole body tensing, his expression horrified. "Collapse, Li Shang. Your reckless wandering in Jiangcheng has indirectly caused the deaths of nearly 100 civilians, which is a serious dereliction of duty on my part." The man known as Collapse spoke calmly, but his gaze remained fixed on the two people in front of him. "I'm sorry, but you two will have to stay here forever." Suyi swung the bricks in both hands and slammed them hard against Chu Sheng's body. Chu Sheng staggered and slapped his hand. The powerful repulsive force sent Su flying, but the very next second, Chui accelerated and rushed to Chu Sheng's side, punching him in the abdomen. With nowhere to avoid it, Chu Sheng tumbled and crashed into the solid iron gate, even though he already possessed the power of the rock realm. But when it comes to practical experience and mastery of his own abilities, he is no match for the two of them. After Suyi saw through his weakness, all he needed to do was attack from two opposite directions with Chui, which would leave Chu Sheng unable to defend himself. He was like a child holding a knife, possessing the weapon but lacking the skill and ability to wield it proficiently. Hiss! Su also gasped and stood up from the ground. He was hit head-on by Chu Sheng's ability and suffered a significant impact. Even without combat experience, Chu Sheng is still a formidable opponent in the rock realm and should not be underestimated. Two little rascals. Chu Sheng was panting heavily. The strenuous exercise had left his already athletic body feeling exhausted. With his back to the iron gate and facing the two men, he suddenly raised his right hand. "Don't think I can't handle you. This move will kill you all." As soon as he finished speaking, a powerful repulsive force surged from his hand. "Be careful," Suyi whispered, quickly using his hands as a defense in front of him. Shui followed suit and made a defensive move. However, the repulsive force from this impact was not as strong as the two had imagined. The heavy iron door was suddenly pulled open, and sunlight streamed in through the door. Chu Sheng flipped over and jumped out, pretending to fight for his life but actually taking the opportunity to escape from the secret room. "Damn it, we've been tricked," Shui realized, used his energy to disperse the repulsive force in front of him, and immediately gave chase. Su also lowered his arm, a cold glint flashing in his eyes, but he did not appear flustered. Trying to escape? He reached into his robes, took out a deep yellow talisman without a word, and threw it forward. "What is that? A mirror world?" Shui noticed the yellow talisman and immediately showed surprise. "It's a little more convenient than that." During the conversation, Su had already rushed out of the secret room. "This one is called Mist Rise Over Mountains and Seas." The yellow talisman floated away and landed on the wall of the dean's office on the outside. In an instant, an extremely pure energy burst forth from the talisman. These energies coalesced into a mist, which then surged in all directions. In the blink of an eye, the entire orphanage was filled with this wisp of mist. The elderly folks in the neighboring community would normally be in the kitchen preparing lunch at this time. The fog that suddenly rose from the orphanage instantly covered even their neighborhood. An older woman rubbed her eyes and looked out the window with a puzzled expression. "Is the weather forecast predicting fog today?" The thick fog enveloped the entire orphanage, making it impossible to see what was happening inside. At the same time, a fat figure burst out of the orphanage gate, which was sealed off. "Those two damn little bastards." Chu Sheng cursed inwardly, feeling pain all over his body, even though he had already enveloped his body in energy for protection. However, However, the alternating attacks from Su Yi and Chui still caused him considerable pain. He was not proficient at using the energy that had suddenly increased to the rock realm. The spirit transformation powder has lost its effectiveness. We can't take them down in a short time. Let's retreat first, find those two officials, and then figure out a solution. Xu Sheng was extremely afraid of death. This is why he is cautious and always shows care. After realizing that Su Yi and Chui were investigating the case, he took the initiative to show himself in order to smear the spirit transformation powder on Su Ye's hands to restrict their movements. However, when the plan went wrong, his first thought was not to correct it, but to run away. In the blink of an eye, Xu Sheng had already escaped to the gate of the orphanage. He didn't pay attention to the thick fog that had suddenly appeared around him, but instead rammed into the door, preparing to leave. His body seemed to have landed on a ball of cotton, disappearing into the fog and stirring up a cloud of mist. Immediately afterwards, he was pushed back by a gentle elastic force. They clearly possessed a level of skill far surpassing ours, yet they chose to run away. Su Ye's voice slowly came from behind. Xu Sheng turned his head and saw him and Chui slowly emerging from the mist, walking towards him step by step. Xu Sheng, you really are a piece of trash. Su Yi mocked mercilessly, a cold smile playing on his lips. Only when you have an absolute advantage do you dare to show off your power. They consider themselves gods, yet they panic and even run away when faced with things beyond their control. With your utterly despicable appearance and personality, you are utterly trash. He and Chui stopped in their tracks, their footsteps stirring up a cloud of mist, their killing intent palpable. You cannot leave this area. Then you shall die here, bearing the weight of the 68 lives on your shoulders, and the lives of countless orphans you have murdered. A terrifying roar echoed throughout the entire suburbs. The originally undulating hills seemed to have been swallowed up out of thin air, with a large chunk of them collapsing and disappearing. Two figures tumbled down from the roar, rolling several times on the ground, blood gushing into the air. The editor, petite and delicate, tapped her feet lightly on the ground several times, a look of terror appearing on her youthful face. Her entire left arm disappeared into the collapsing space, and blood gushed out like a torrent. Screams and cries of agony rose from the other side. The 12 counselors suffered an even worse fate. Both their legs disappeared in the collapse, and they writhed in agony, screaming incessantly. Is this the power of collapse? The editor's face showed panic and horror. Even among the city's defenders, they are a terrifying existence that ranks among the top 3. How could I possibly be a match for such a monster? Why were our whereabouts exposed? Could it be that good-for-nothing Xu Sheng? Countless questions flashed through her mind in an instant. Although she is the 8th counselor, her abilities are not suited for direct combat. In just a few moves, she was nearly killed by the collapse. We can't stay here any longer. We have to find a way to escape. She made a snap decision and shouted at the rolling member of Congress, quick, activate your abilities, let's go. Sweating profusely, Representative number 12 struggled to lift his head and waved his right hand into the air. In an instant, the void began to distort, and a giant, round mouth seemed to appear vaguely. The giant mouth was surrounded by sharp fangs, like a toothed worm waiting to devour everything. Would I let you leave? Li Sheng's voice suddenly appeared, and his figure seemed to teleport in front of the two of them. He remained calm and casually extended one finger. In an instant, the entire air seemed to collapse, and the wormhole covered with fangs, along with the surrounding air, shattered. Ha, I knew it. The editor's delicate voice suddenly rang out, appearing unexpectedly behind Li Sheng. She slammed her palm down on his head, immediately activating her power. Memory distortion. Li Sheng froze on the spot, completely bewildered, his eyes flashing with countless images, all of which were memories of his past. The editor's forehead was dripping with cold sweat. Forcibly manipulating the memories of a powerful expert from the Ling realm was an extremely difficult task for her. You don't need much, just scramble this small part of the memory. However, the next moment, Li Sheng, who had been facing away from him, suddenly turned his head slightly. I didn't expect him to have anticipated this. The younger generation is truly formidable. As if talking to himself, a white spiritual pearl floated out from his chest. However, at this moment, the spirit pearl's radiance dimmed, as if its energy had dissipated, and it fell from mid-air. What is this? The editor's pupils contracted rapidly. She never expected that her attack would be blocked by a tiny spirit pearl. With her abilities broken in this way, she let out a muffled groan, her head throbbing with pain. Li Sheng gently caught the spirit pearl, but his right index finger casually touched the editor's delicate forehead. Although I know your real age is completely different from your appearance, but before you can actually do it, you really need to prepare yourself mentally. Collapse. As soon as he finished speaking, a force of collapse erupted from his fingertips. The next second, the editor didn't even utter a single word before he vanished from the spot. Next, it's time for. Li Sung didn't even glance at the editor he had utterly defeated. Instead, he turned to look at Congressman number 12, who was lying on the ground. Suddenly, a beam of light appeared at the spot where the editor had been eliminated, seemingly possessing the power to destroy everything. It spread out in an instant, directly engulfing Li Sheng, who was closest to him. Xu Sheng's body was sent flying and crashed into the orphanage's wall, letting out a scream. Before Before he could release his strength, a figure approached again, striking his chin with a rising dragon punch and sending his body flying high into the air. Chu Sheng clapped his hands wildly, a repulsive force surging from his body, pushing the person in front of him away. But he also suffered great pain, staggering as he fell from the sky and crashed to the ground. Not far away, Su Yi and Shui were both panting heavily. They successfully suppressed Chu Sheng, but they were all impacted by Chu Sheng's abilities and were covered in wounds. Keep attacking and finish off this old guy. Su rolled to the ground, got up, wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, and said gruffly. Shui immediately transformed into a sharp arrow, his entire body seemingly flying horizontally, piercing straight towards Chu Sheng. Chu Sheng slumped to the ground, clenching his teeth, a hint of fear flashing in his eyes, but he made a decision. The impact of the curved wings seemed to bounce off, causing it to fall from the sky. However, a faint energy field appeared in all directions centered on Chu Sheng, enveloping his body. He spread his arms wide, placing them horizontally at a 180-degree angle, maintaining this repulsive field that blocked everything. At this moment, he was like a turtle that had crawled into its shell, and no matter how Su Yi and Shui attacked, they could not penetrate his repulsive field. Su Yi and Shui tried for a long time, and both of them stood near the repulsive field, panting heavily. No matter how they attack, once they get close to this repulsive field, they will be inexplicably pushed away. You old bastard, come out here if you dare. With bloodshot eyes, Shui angrily pounded on the invisible repulsive field in front of him and shouted loudly, "Come in if you dare." Chu Sheng, neck stiff and panting heavily, stood defiantly in the repulsive field. Their eyes met, their gazes colliding in midair. On the other side, Sui simply dispelled the boiling blood and sat down on the ground to recover his strength. He had already realized that Chu Sheng was clearly trying to use this repulsive force field to buy time so that he could find a way to escape. The good news is that it seems the opponent cannot move freely while maintaining this move. Otherwise, Chu Sheng would have already activated the repulsive field and escaped from here. You cowardly old bastard. Seeing that he could not break through the repulsive field, Shui simply stood still and started cursing, unleashing a mental attack. Chu Sheng merely sneered disdainfully, "When it comes to being afraid of death, I don't think you're much better than me. If you hadn't abandoned your best friend back then, Ko Liang wouldn't have died such a tragic death." A fierce, mocking glint flashed in his eyes, and a sinister smile appeared on his lips. "Do you want to know how he died? That little brat dared to poke me with scissors, but he's only a 10-year-old kid. He was a tough nut to crack. Even after I smashed his injured abdomen, he didn't utter a single sound of pain and even tried to continue attacking me. But pain doesn't just disappear if you ignore it." His expression grew increasingly manic, and he sneered arrogantly. "I kicked him to the ground, tore open his wounds with my hands, and pulled out his intestines. He was writhing on the ground in pain. I really should have recorded it for you to see. After that, I threw that little bastard's body into the fire and watched him burn to death." "Shut up!" Shui roared, almost losing his mind, and was about to unleash all his energy and rush in without a care. "Wait!" Sui suddenly grabbed his body. "Don't fall for his trick. If you really rush in, you'll be suppressed by his abilities." Shui's body instinctively struggled twice, but after hearing Suye's words, he barely regained his composure. Chu Sheng's plan was exposed, and his expression clearly showed displeasure, turning cold immediately. "But are we just going to watch him hide inside his abilities?" Shui took several deep breaths, trying to calm himself down. Just as Su was about to say something, his expression suddenly changed, and he looked into the distance. An extremely terrifying energy fluctuation seemed to be surging in from the western suburbs of the city. Even though they were only at the stone realm, they could still feel the terrifying power of that force. "It seems that Senior has encountered some trouble," Sui said thoughtfully, his eyes narrowing slightly. Chu Sheng was clearly startled as well, and suddenly looked in that direction. Could it be those two lords? "Ha, that's perfect." Unexpectedly, a wicked smile suddenly appeared on Suye's face. "It seems we won't be disturbed for a while. Then we can go a little further." His voice was very soft, as if he were talking to himself, and Shui could only barely make out what he was saying, so he looked over in surprise. Immediately afterwards, Sui reached into his robes and walked towards Chu Sheng's repulsive force field. Like this tortoise shell, he grinned strangely, took out a broken blade from his pocket, drew it from its sheath, and held it in his palm. With the repairman activated, Gu Shao was restored to normal, radiating the energy fluctuations of the jade treasure. "What does it matter?" He swung his sword and fell. Then, to Chu Sheng's incredulous gaze, his repulsive field was directly cut in two, shattered by Su Yi from the middle. The next moment, blood splattered, and his right arm, which he used to maintain the repulsive field, flew high into the air and was severed by Su Yi as easily as tofu. The repulsive field dissipated, and Chu Sheng, clutching his broken and bleeding right arm, let out a blood-curdling scream. All of this happened in the blink of an eye. Neither Chu Sheng nor Chui expected things to develop this way. Su then swung his sword again, preparing to dismember Chu Sheng's limbs. But at that moment, a surge of ever-increasing energy erupted from Chu Sheng's body. The strong airflow rippled outwards in a circular pattern. Su staggered backward, then swung Gu Shao and slashed forward with all his might. Wherever the sword passed, the surging energy was completely severed. However, Su Yi Yi was horrified to discover that the energy attached to Gu Xiao was being consumed rapidly. Just 10 seconds later, Gu Xiao snapped. Gu Xiao, which could have lasted for a full minute, had its energy exhausted and returned to its original state. At the same time, the fluctuation finally dissipated. What is this? Su Yi and Shui steadied themselves and looked ahead, only to see an astonishing scene. Chu Sheng clutched his broken right arm and roared incessantly, his voice becoming hoarse and rough, gradually turning into a low growl like that of a wild beast. Inhuman flesh and bones rapidly spread from the broken points, covering his entire body in the blink of an eye. Chu Sheng's entire body was enveloped in this flesh and blood, and his size grew larger and larger. His roars turned into beastly cries, echoing in all directions. Immediately afterwards, a familiar yet unbelievable wave emanated from him. Void Beast. Su Yi and Shui both changed their expressions slightly, realizing the origin of this aura. How could a human turn into a virtual beast? Is it the effect of that pill? Or, Su Ye's thoughts didn't last long. After his entire body was covered in blood and flesh, Chu Sheng no longer resembled a human at all. His body kept growing larger, and in the blink of an eye, he became more than 3 meters tall, transforming into a 4-legged flesh and blood monster. He let out a muffled growl, his beastly claws tearing through the air as he slapped down from a distance. Su immediately activated boiling blood and leaped backward. However, a repulsive force from afar struck him, sending him flying. His body was smashed into the wall like a cannonball, actually breaking through the abandoned wall of the orphanage. Even while maintaining his beast form, Chu Sheng was still able to unleash his original abilities. Upon seeing this, Shui immediately let out a soft cry. However, he didn't have time to pay attention to Suya's situation, because the virtual beast that Chu Sheng had transformed into seemed to have lost its mind and was attacking him. The inner world. With the activation of the curved wings, his entire body began to tremble irregularly in the air. Sometimes upward, sometimes downward, sometimes to the left, sometimes to the right. He constantly changed his direction of gravity, moving at high speed through the air. Relying solely on instinct, Chu Sheng failed to hit him in several consecutive attacks. Taking advantage of the gaps in their dodging, Shui finally got close to Chu Sheng's massive body. He was shocked to discover it only when he got closer. On the head of this monstrous creature, which was filled with the energy of a phantom beast and whose form was unidentifiable, most of Chu Sheng's body was submerged in flesh and blood, with only the upper part of his chest showing. His clothes had all disappeared, his eyes were empty, and he kept making low growling and whimpering sounds. At the same time, the same sound also came from the mouth of the fleshy monster, resonating in a symphony. What is this? His true form? Shui didn't have time to think. He directly twisted gravity downwards and kicked towards Chu Sheng's head at high speed. Universal gravitation kick. However, just as he was about to kick Chu Sheng's body, Chu Sheng's half-body seemed to have noticed his presence, and suddenly raised his head with his eyes rolled back, reaching out to grab his foot. Immediately afterwards, Shui was grabbed by his arm and flung away by a strange force, crashing into the ground. After successfully knocking both of them away, the monster that Chu Sheng had transformed into seemed to go berserk. It transformed into a mindless beast and began attacking indiscriminately in all directions. The playground equipment in the orphanage courtyard was destroyed in an instant. The swing slide floated into the sky like a toy before crashing down heavily. Has this guy lost his sanity too? Sui grinned as he crawled out of the rubble. His clothes were now tattered from the violent collision, making his bright red clothes look extremely comical. Even his hair, which had been coated with hair gel, was now disheveled and covered in dust. Despite being covered in wounds, he still observed the movements of the monster that Chu Sheng had transformed into. Unlike the other virtual beasts he had encountered before, the monster that Chu Sheng transformed into, although it had the aura of a rock realm void beast, seemed to have no reason and only knew how to attack everything around it. So this idiot was used as a guinea pig? Su didn't even need to think. He had already guessed why Chu Sheng had become the way he was now. This must be related to the pill he took earlier. Let's put the matter of the void beast aside for now. The most urgent task is to figure out how to stop this guy's actions. Sui observed his surroundings, his brain racing as he thought of a solution. Just then, at the gate of the orphanage, the sound of someone falling down was heard. Suya's pupils contracted slightly, and he saw a woman in her 50s slumped on the ground in the thick fog, staring ahead in disbelief, her voice trembling. Old Zhao? She stared incredulously at the towering, rampaging monster, and then spotted Chu Sheng atop its head. At this moment, Chu Sheng was still wearing Zhao Yangzhu's face, and was obviously mistaken for Zhao Yangzhu by this woman. Widowly? Suya's expression changed drastically the moment he saw the woman, realizing something was wrong. The effect of fog rising over mountains and seas cannot create a mirror world independently and prevent ordinary people from entering, just like the world in the mirror. Its sole function is to open the barrier and prevent those inside from leaving. Compared to the world in the mirror, it is much more convenient and faster to use. Simply put, this is a one-way barrier that controls outflow but not inflow. For some unknown reason, this widow Li intruded into the barrier at this particular time. Her slumped posture and screams immediately attracted the attention of the rampaging Chu Sheng. Chu Sheng's enormous enormous, monstrous body suddenly turned its head, its scarlet eyes staring at Widow Lee as if she were its prey. The next moment, it stomped its four legs and charged towards Widow Lee with murderous intent. Oh no! Oh no! Shui barely managed to get up from the ground, enduring the excruciating pain in his body, and immediately wanted to rush out to save people. But his expression changed suddenly, and a sharp pain shot through his right leg, causing him to collapse to his knees. However, on the other side, a figure shrouded in blood mist burst forth the moment Widow Lee appeared. 20 meters is too much to handle? In that split second between life and death, Suya's mind remained remarkably calm, and time seemed to slow down around him. To be precise, it wasn't that time actually slowed down, but rather that his brain was working faster. His mind was like a volcano erupting, with countless strategies bursting forth and filling his brain, only to be rejected one by one. If I use the transcendental enhancement to strengthen boiling blood, can I rush forward in this instant? No, that won't do. At this distance, unless we can raise boiling blood to S rank or higher, we absolutely can't catch up. We can't gamble on that probability. What if we use a repairman to perform the relocation? 20 meters is a distance that's absolutely impossible to cover in terms of both time and distance. Chu Sheng is clearly faster. What if we use a spirit-absorbing artifact to boost our energy and forcefully break through our current realm? No, the body will stiffen during the use of the spirit-absorbing artifact, and Widow Lee will die before I can improve my cultivation level. Should we abandon her and choose to attack Chu Sheng instead? If you do this, how are you any different from those guys back then? These thoughts emerged almost simultaneously, and were rejected by him at the same moment. Countless thoughts shattered like bubbles, leaving only one final method in his mind. There is only one way to cross this 20-meter distance in an instant and rescue Widow Lee before Chu Sheng's attack lands. Time began to flow again around Suyi, as if 1,000 years had passed in a dream, and his rapidly working brain returned to normal. With a sonic boom, a blur was left behind where he had been standing. The flesh and blood monster that Chu Sheng had transformed into slammed its enormous claws down on Widow Lee. Smoke and dust billowed up, and a huge claw print with a radius of 1 meter immediately appeared where the claw struck. Let alone a woman. Even if there were a piece of steel alloy here, it would be smashed to pieces by this claw. Damn it! The curved wings growled in resentment. He pressed on despite the pain in his legs, but it was too late to save Widow Lee. Feelings of resentment, regret, and helplessness welled up inside me. I see. But just then, Suye's voice rang out from the other end of the school gate. Shuyi's eyes widened as he saw two figures emerge amidst the dust and smoke. Su activated his blood-boiling technique, grabbed Widow Lee with one hand, and appeared 5 meters away from the claw pit, successfully rescuing her. His legs seemed to be trembling slightly, a faint red light flickered in his eyes, and a red arc seemed to sweep through the air. Is this the real high? At this moment, Suyi felt as if he had suddenly realized something. In that life-or-death moment, his only thought was to save people. When he was completely focused, his adrenaline surged, just like a drowning person suddenly learning how to swim, or a person riding a bicycle down a hill suddenly mastering how to ride a bicycle. He actually used a perfect flying shadow technique to cross the 20-meter distance and successfully rescued Widow Lee from Chu Sheng's clutches. The feeling of successfully executing flying shadow was deeply etched into his mind. Over the past few days, he has been researching and experimenting with how to use Feiying. At this moment, all his experience and thoughts were integrated, and he completely mastered the techniques and methods of using Feiying. Although forcibly releasing the force still put a great strain on his legs, a wisp of pale green light covered and wrapped around them. This is his reward, and also the power that Hai has given him. Having missed its target, the giant beast head that Chu Sheng was possessing roared again and turned to strike. Suya's afterimage was scattered, and the solid wall was smashed to pieces. The next second, Suyi appeared on the other side, stepping on the flying shadow, and gently placed the Widow Lee, who had already fainted from fright, on the grass. The astonishment in Chuyi's eyes almost materialized and burst forth. In just a few days, Suyi has already mastered one of the 5 arts, flying shadow. Its speed is astonishing. Combined with boiling blood, it can cover a distance of 20 meters in an instant. This wasn't the only thing that surprised him. Suyi was already covered in wounds from the previous battle. But at this moment, the numerous wounds on his body seemed to be enveloped by pale green energy and began to heal slowly at a visible speed. What is that? Jubao's power. The afterimages flashed continuously, the red light in Suye's eyes gradually faded, and a smile appeared on his lips as he rapidly approached the top of Chu Sheng's head. Chu Sheng's monstrous body thrashed about wildly, each strike imbued with the repulsive force of the rock realm, pushing everything in its path away. Su also relied on his extremely fast speed to weave through their attacks. The accidental pause was actually a stepping stone, where the feet landed on the wildly flailing claws, using the momentum to push upwards. Sonic booms echoed continuously in the air, and 3 flying shadows appeared in succession. An irregular trail of blood mist seemed to appear in mid-air, zigzagging upwards. With the 4th flying shadow, Suya's figure suddenly appeared, finally stepping on Chu Sheng's huge beast head, looking at his body, which was now only half a body and completely unconscious. It seems the limit is 6 times. Suyi glanced down at his trembling legs. Even with the green light covering his legs, it was still difficult to eliminate the burden that Fei Ying had placed on his body. He didn't take it seriously, but just smiled as he looked at Chu Shang, who was making indistinct sounds. His right fist, covered in boiling blood, suddenly slammed back Chu Shang's outstretched hand. At the same time, the upper body of the giant monster seemed to have suffered a great impact, and it staggered backward. If you pursue power, you will be devoured by power. He threw a second punch, shattering Chu Shang's newly grown right arm, which was still wrapped in flesh and blood. Chu Shang roared and disappeared into the half of the monster's head. Suddenly, countless tentacles made of flesh and blood stretched out and grabbed at Su Yi in an overwhelming manner. An uncontrollable force is nothing to fear, even for someone in the rock realm. Su Yi's blood boiled, and his fists seemed to transform into phantoms, shattering every tentacle that approached him. The intense pain caused the monster that Chu Shang had transformed into to tremble continuously. Chu Shang rolled his eyes, his body completely unconscious, and groaned, seemingly regaining a little bit of consciousness. He let out a painful howl, and the energy fluctuations of the rock realm erupted from his body once again. This time, these fluctuations transformed into countless scattered blades of energy, rushing out in all directions without any order. The ground was struck by the air blade, leaving an extremely sharp dent. Su was the first to be hit and was almost instantly engulfed by the countless energy blades. Su Yi. Witnessing all this, Chu Yi immediately shouted urgently and rushed into the sky without regard for anything else. A blade of air grazed his chest, shattering the recorder hanging on his chest and leaving a wound on his chest. But he couldn't care less about that. He just kept pushing his power forward and charging upward. In the blink of an eye, Su Yi's clothes were as if they had been ripped apart by countless blades, and his flesh burst open, revealing countless dense wounds. But a maniacal smile appeared on his face, and his pupils flashed red light again. A dazzling green light covered his body. Shocking things have happened again. Under the cover of this green light, the wounds on his body began to heal rapidly. For a moment, the speed at which the air blades cut his body could not keep up with the speed at which he recovered. Half a second later, all the air blades dissipated, and the green light on Su Yi's body also disappeared. He didn't retreat at all, and his right fist, enveloped in blood mist, shot out rapidly. This time, he grabbed Chu Shang's sparse hair without any resistance, pulled his head and hair into his palm, and pulled them outward with force. Chu Shang screamed in agony as Su Yi pulled his body, which had been embedded in flesh and blood, out inch by inch. His meaningless roars gradually turned into screams, and his consciousness gradually returned with Su Yi's movements. This first punch represents the resentment of the 69 people who died in the orphanage, and the countless orphans you harmed. Su Yi punched Chu Shang in the chest, lifting his body up a third higher from the flesh and blood. This second punch is the rage of countless people whose families have been destroyed and whose lives have been ruined because of your greed. He delivered another powerful punch to Chu Shang's exposed abdomen. The powerful impact blasted Chu Shang out of his flesh and blood. The moment Chu Shang detached from the flesh and blood monster, the four-legged monster that had been roaring incessantly was instantly reduced to a pool of blood and flesh, which scattered across the ground from the sky. The flesh and blood beneath Su Yi's feet dissipated, leaving him with nowhere to stand, and he directly carried Chu Shang from a height of 3 meters down to the ground. And this third punch, he grabbed Chu Shang, spun him around in the air, and with his last bit of strength threw Chu Shang high into the sky. At the same time, the curved wing, which was rapidly flying high into the sky, just happened to brush past Su Yi. Let out all the anger you've accumulated over the past 10 years. Curved wings. Su Yi's body crashed heavily to the ground. He's completely exhausted, both in terms of energy and strength, but he still wore a faint smile as he looked up at the sky. But then the curved wings flew straight up into the sky like a javelin, rapidly approaching Chu Shang. Before Chu Yi's eyes, countless memories seemed to appear. The fear I felt when I first entered the orphanage. The beatings and oppression I once suffered. That life was utterly bleak. Yet even in that pitch-black place, a ray of light still illuminated him. Liang's appearance was like a ray of light falling in the darkness, constantly warming his increasingly cold body. If it weren't for him, Chu Yi would probably have lost his dreams like other orphans, lived a muddled life until the age of 10, and then been sent to the Void Demon Council to become an experimental subject. However, this faint ray of light was crushed by that old bastard Chu Shang in order to protect him. Chu Shang! Chu Yi roared with the rage he had ever felt since birth. Amidst the rolling sound waves, Chu Shang's scattered consciousness was forcibly brought back to its senses. He stared in horror at his uncontrollable body, and also noticed the rapidly approaching curved wing. This third punch is the lament of someone whose dreams you have shattered, whose eyes are blinded by revenge. It's Liang's past resentment. Chu Yi threw a punch, and his speed doubled, even leaving afterimages in the air. A punch imbued with all his strength and kinetic energy landed precisely on Chu Shang's abdomen. Chu Shang's entire body bent like a bow, and a mouthful of blood gushed out of his mouth. His consciousness, which had just been restored, was almost shattered again by this punch. His body was also propelled upwards by this force. It is the fear that all orphans have because of you. Chu Yi increased its speed again and immediately caught up with Chu Shang, punching him in the face. The latter's entire face was smashed to pieces, teeth teeth flying everywhere, and his nose was broken. Chu Sheng's entire body spun like a top, flying backwards towards the top of the orphanage building. At the same time, the curved wing quickly caught up with him and appeared directly above his flight path. "No, don't kill me." Chu Sheng coughed up blood, his fear driving him to shout, "I'll give you anything you want, I'll apologize, I'll go to hell, you old bastard." Shui ignored Chu Sheng's pleas for mercy and used all his energy to unleash the strongest attack he had ever mastered. At that moment, Chu Sheng experienced a hallucination. He seemed to see Ko Liang's figure behind Shui, the one who had charged at him with a death wish that night. Shui's fist pulled Chu Sheng's body along as if being pulled by several times the force of gravity. The two of them plummeted downwards at an incredibly terrifying speed. With a deafening roar, the solid outer wall of the entire orphanage was breached, and countless bricks and stones flew in all directions, creating a tremendous spectacle, with destructive power that nearly destroyed half of the orphanage. This battle has finally come to an end. Su dragged his body, which had barely recovered some strength and energy, to the fourth floor of the orphanage. At this moment, the ceiling of the entire orphanage seemed to have been blasted through by a cannonball, and the secret room that was originally hidden in the hard alloy walls was exposed as if it were in the open. Shui stood there, staring blankly at Chu Sheng, who was trembling on the ground and constantly moaning, "Don't kill me." "Is this the end? How's that? Feeling any better?" Su also plopped down on the ground and asked with a faint smile. "It feels a bit unreal." Shui turned around upon hearing this, his expression incredibly complicated. For more than a decade, he has dreamt of that night every single day. As long as Chu Sheng lives, the fire of anger in his heart will never be extinguished. With Suya's help, he finally avenged Ko Liang and personally gave the old bastard a good beating. Although Chu Sheng was still alive thanks to the remaining rock energy in his body, he was still alive. But with such injuries, he was practically dead. "Thank you." Shui looked at Su Yi with utmost sincerity and said, "If you ever need my help in the future, please don't hesitate to ask." Su waved his hand and looked at Chu Sheng, who was convulsing on the ground in almost a bloody mess. "I was just asking you, are you planning to end it like this?" "What?" Shui was stunned for a moment, but Su Yi revealed an extremely sinister smile. He stood up unsteadily, grabbed Chu Sheng by the hair, lifted his trembling body, and slammed him onto the only electrotherapy bed in the secret room. What are you going to do?" Chu Sheng sensed danger and cried out in a low voice, but he was powerless to resist. A slight surge of white energy rose up, and the 4 shackles that Su Yi had previously shattered were quickly repaired. He calmly fastened Chu Sheng's limbs with the shackles, then pressed the switch. The control screen of the electrotherapy bed immediately lit up. Although the school and the Void Hunters uphold the principle of rejecting cruelty and killing, but I've always thought that if we let this kind of trash die like this, it would be too easy for him. He smiled and looked at Chui. "The recorder on your chest seems to be broken. No one knows what happened here. Do you need me to teach you how to use this machine?" Chui was stunned for a moment, then looked at Chu Sheng, who was struggling desperately and looking terrified. His tightly furrowed brows began to relax slightly. His gaze gradually turned cold, and a cold smile appeared on his lips. "No need. No one knows it better than me. Let all your emotions out here." Sui ignored Chu Sheng's terrified and pleading gaze and got up to leave the secret room. As he closed the door to the secret room, a voice drifted over, "See you later." Sui walked casually to the gate of the orphanage with his hands in his pockets. After standing there for about 2 minutes, he suddenly asked without turning his head, "You didn't seem to tell me how to dispel the fog rising from the mountains and seas." "Use energy to follow the circuit on the yellow talisman, and you can remove it normally." A calm and steady voice suddenly rang out. Immediately afterwards, Li Shang, dressed in a long robe, appeared out of thin air, walking out from Su Ye's side. However, he looked a little tired at the moment, and his robe was somewhat tattered. He brushed the dust off his clothes and looked at Su Yi. "Just as you thought, they are indeed there. However, the result may have been a little unexpected. It seems you finished here very smoothly, and it appears you didn't need my help. What happened?" Su placed his hand on Li Shang's tattered clothes, and white light surged from his palm. A few seconds later, the damaged clothes were repaired and restored to their original condition. It must be said that, besides being a repairman is also very suitable to be a seamstress. "Just as you guessed, I did find 2 members of the Void Demon Council, and successfully eliminated the 8th member of Parliament, the editor." Li Shang frowned slightly as he spoke, but what I didn't expect was that the editor seemed to have some kind of one-time use treasure sealed inside his body. At the moment of her death, that Juebao created an extremely powerful explosion. To prevent the explosion from impacting the city, I used my abilities to absorb all the impact of the explosion, but in doing so, I let another member of Parliament escape. He shook his head regretfully, somewhat unwilling. Being able to eliminate a member of the top 10 is already a great achievement. Su also spoke with a smile. Even standing in front of the city guard of Lingjing, he remained neither humble nor arrogant, and his expression was calm. "Truly, the younger generation is to be feared. With a student like you, it is no wonder that this is the #1 Awakener Academy in the Dragon Kingdom." Li Shang looked at Su Yi with admiration. He took the white spirit pearl out of his pocket and gently placed it in Su Ye's hand, moment. When you found me yesterday, you said that this jade could help me, but I didn't believe it at the time. I didn't expect it to actually come in handy, just as you said. However, it seems to have run out of energy. It's alright, Suyi said casually. Its energy will recover in a few days. He tucked the white spirit pearl into his robes. This was the very spirit pearl he had obtained during his entrance examination. Just a few days ago, Master Hu used the soul of the bung who was a binder to successfully refine it into a complete jubao. This is the name given to it by the old master. It can protect the spirit of the holder and has many other miraculous effects. You deserve a lot of credit for getting rid of a member of parliament this time. In addition, you have successfully eliminated a hidden danger for Jiangchang and solved this death case. I will report your contribution to Longxia Academy afterwards, Li Sheng said to Suyi with a sigh. I'll give you that mist rising over mountains and seas dish. This jade dish is also a way for me to express my personal gratitude to you. It and the mirror world each have their own advantages and disadvantages. Although it cannot form an independent space, it has the advantage of speed of setup and inherent barrier. Sounds and battle fluctuations within the barrier will be contained within the fog and will not spread. Once everything here is settled, you can pack it up and take it with you. Then I'll thank you here, senior, Su replied with a smile. This painting of mist rising over mountains and seas is definitely a top quality piece. An interesting little fellow. Li Sheng gave Suyi a deep look. Suyi. Shuyi's voice suddenly came from behind. He looked tired, as if he had already finished his business and came out. But then, he noticed Li Sheng standing next to Suyi. Upon seeing his clothes and appearance, Shuyi's eyes gradually widened, revealing an incredulous gleam. The defender of Jiangchang, Senior Li Sheng, who collapsed. Then we'll meet again someday, little one. Li Sheng only glanced back at Shuyi before disappearing from the spot as if by teleportation. Shuyi rushed forward and grabbed Suyi's shoulder. Hey, that was Senior Li Sheng, right? This is the city keeper of Jiangchang, a top 3 city keeper in the entire country, a powerful figure from the Ling region. How do you know him? Did you call him before? After clearing his mind of the gloom, he no longer seemed as withdrawn as before, and questions came out one after another. Suyi, however, grimaced and broke free from his grasp, looking helpless. Don't worry, I'll explain on the way. Have you taken care of everything on your end? Shuyi then lowered his hand and nodded slightly. He held on until the 5th level of current, then he died. His expression was noticeably more cheerful, clearly having vented all his negative emotions on Xu Shang. Su chuckled and returned to the 4th floor. He successfully retrieved the mist rising mountain and sea, confirmed that Xu Shang was completely dead, and disposed of all traces at the scene before leaving the orphanage with Chui. The fog that had been swirling around them gradually dissipated, and the unconscious widow Li slowly awoke. She looked around blankly, her previous memories becoming very blurry. Why am I here? By the way, old Zhao. She stood up and looked at the guard post at the entrance of the orphanage, but did not see anyone. He didn't come today. Widow Li sighed regretfully, then shook her head and turned to leave. After watching her walk away, Suyi and Shui emerged from the shadows. Shouldn't we tell her the truth? Shui asked with a look of pity. That's the police's job. Let's go. Su stretched, seemingly unconcerned. We only have a few hours left before the case is closed. I promised that bureau chief that I would overturn your case within a day. By the way, tell me what you've actually done. Shui walked alongside him toward the police station. I'm really curious about what you've done since we parted ways yesterday. I didn't do much, Su recalled, stroking his chin. I first went to an internet cafe and recharged for 4 hours. After that, I did some research on a few news stories that interested me, found Lu Jiangjing who had disappeared a few days earlier, and followed the clues to investigate his past. From this I determined that your replaced memories came from him, so I accessed the city's surveillance footage from the past 7 days. These things took me an hour. I successfully found the video of Lu Jiangjing with the little girl, and from that I deduced what happened on the day of the incident, as well as the identity of the little girl. After that, I spent another hour talking to my friends in the technical department and also did a rough analysis of Chu Sheng's past and the routes he took to transport orphans. After completing these analyses, I have a general understanding of the whole case and the people behind Chu Sheng. All that's left is some key evidence. So I spent another hour finding the contact information for the city's defender, Senior Li Sheng, and ordered this outfit from a clothing store. As for meeting with Senior Li Sheng and persuading him to eliminate those members of the Void Demon Council, that happened this morning. Suyi stroked his chin and recalled, it took a little time because he explained the plan and also helped me remove the spirit transforming powder from my body. After that, I went to pick up my clothes, got my hair done, and went to the neighboring community to gather information. Because of my great charm, I was entangled by several aunties. So when I arrived at your place, I was an hour later than I had planned. Suya's narration was very simple, but Chui listened with a blank stare, his mouth wide open enough to fit an egg. You call this not doing much work? Wait, you just said you recharged your account at the internet cafe for 4 hours. What about the other hour? Su calmly touched his nose. I finished investigating everything I needed to, and since I had some time to spare, I played games for an hour. You're a real pervert. Shui turned his head blankly, and and in the end, that was all he could say.
You can repair the data here too?
Looking at the recorder on his chest that had been repaired by the white light, Shuyi's eyes sparkled with curiosity.
Theoretically speaking, there is no problem. After all, although the dashcam was destroyed, there are still some fragments left on the SD card inside.
Su also pondered for a moment before speaking. The recording should stop at the very moment it was destroyed.
He winked at Chui. I've already cleaned up the scene for you.
As long as you don't say anything, no one will know how Chu Sheng died. During the conversation, the two had already returned to the police station.
Led by Xiao Wang, they entered the director's office.
Su also ripped the recorder off Chu Yi's chest and recounted everything that had happened at the orphanage in a very concise manner.
I see.
The director was also very quick to understand, and with the evidence sampling points provided by Su, he immediately sent people to collect the evidence. Then, he suddenly stood up from his chair and bowed deeply to Su Yi with a solemn expression. Thank you both for helping us solve this case.
On behalf of the Jiangqing Police Bureau, I thank you.
After this incident, the entire city of Jiangcheng was filled with fear and unease. After all, more than 60 people have died. If the truth cannot be found out in a short period of time, it will be impossible to give the public an explanation. This has nothing to do with me, it's basically all his credit.
Shui shook his head and stood aside, unwilling to accept the director's courtesy.
Sui stood there casually, waving his hand dismissively. Chief, you flatter me. Giving my classmate this opportunity is the key to solving this case. Moreover, if it weren't for you, director, leading the raid on Tianjin orphanage 10 years ago, Chu Sheng wouldn't have been hiding here under an assumed name. From this perspective, you have also made a great contribution to this case. Upon hearing this, the bureau chief's expression and movements immediately froze.
Shui, standing to the side, was also immediately shocked. What?
Seized 10 years ago.
Haven't you noticed yet?
Su Yi turned his head with a smile. The police chief in front of you is the same sergeant who helped you after you reported the case to the police station 10 years ago.
What?
Shui suddenly looked at the bureau chief in front of him. He hadn't noticed it before, but now, with Su Yi's reminder, the two figures in his memory seemed to slowly overlap. 10 years ago, he went to the police station to report a crime. He encountered a police chief wearing a mask, and it was only after he told the police chief everything about the orphanage that the Tianjin orphanage was shut down.
You?
The bureau chief looked surprised and unconsciously touched his thinning hair.
How did you know about this?
When I was investigating the Tianjin orphanage 10 years ago, I happened to notice your name, Su said calmly.
I saw your name on the job board before I brought Shui out that day.
So I did a little investigation and found that 10 years ago you weren't the chief here, but a police sergeant at a precinct in the city. I think that's probably why you know Chui and take such good care of him.
But I'm a little curious, why did you deliberately hide this from us?
The bureau chief gave a wry smile, turned around and sat back down in his chair.
How could I possibly introduce myself?
10 years ago, I clearly promised him that I would take care of the orphanage. But in the end, due to insufficient evidence, the culprit Chu Sheng escaped punishment and went unpunished.
Do you know how frustrating this is for a police officer?
He clenched his fists tightly. I just didn't expect that Chu Sheng would not only not stop there, but would intensify his actions and continue doing this kind of thing.
Thanks to your appearance, his evil deeds were stopped. You are the most righteous person I have ever met.
Shui said breathlessly, looking directly at the director. Fate is so unpredictable. He never imagined that a chance encounter 10 years ago would connect the two of them so early on. There's another reason why I dare not reveal my identity to you. The director looked at Chui with a kind expression, but a hint of hesitation and conflict flashed in his eyes. Actually, we met briefly 12 years ago, when you were 5 years old. These words not only shocked Chui, but also surprised Su Yi, who was standing next to him. He never imagined that the connection between the two would be so profound. The bureau chief continued, although I am a criminal police officer, I was briefly transferred to the traffic management department to reflect on my mistakes 12 years ago. That day I received a report of an accident. A vehicle had crashed on Daojiang Mountain. The victims of that accident. He looked at Chui, were your parents. I arrived at the scene of the crime as soon as possible and found your parents' car that had crashed down the mountain. At that time, your father was still alive. I wanted to save him, but he gently pulled me back. He kept asking me, how is that girl? That's when I realized that they were trying to avoid a girl, which is why the vehicle skidded and plunged off the cliff. I looked up following his finger and actually saw a young girl in a white dress standing halfway up the mountain. Although I couldn't see her face clearly, I could vaguely sense a sense of sadness. But in the next instant, she vanished from my sight, as if she had never existed at all. Your father died before he could be taken to the hospital due to the severity of his injuries. However, during the subsequent investigation, neither the dashcams of other vehicles that passed by at the same time nor the surveillance cameras that were originally installed on the mountain road captured any trace of the girl. Although I provided my testimony, I have no evidence to prove whether what I saw was true. That girl was like a ghost, as if she didn't exist in this world. I did not directly participate in the handling of the aftermath of this accident, but I met you once when other colleagues took you to identify the body, so I remembered your name. The bureau chief seemed to be talking about some kind of supernatural event, and Shui stood there dumbfounded, his face full of confusion and shock. Suyi frowned slightly, feeling that the experiences between the two of them were too coincidental.
Then I want to talk about another strange thing.
The chief seemed to realize that his story was too far-fetched, and couldn't help but laugh bitterly. In fact, I shouldn't have been there when you met me at the police station 10 years ago.
I've always felt that our meeting was a coincidence.
Because that day, I was staying home with a bad cold until I received an unsigned letter.
An unsigned letter?
Suye's curiosity was fully piqued, and he looked at the director with great interest. If that's the case, then the encounter between the bureau chief and Shui doesn't seem to be a coincidence at all. Rather, it's as if their meeting was orchestrated by someone. That's right, I still keep that letter. The director's eyes also flashed with disbelief. He stood up and went to the glass display case where documents were stored to begin searching. I've kept it with me ever since, just to find out who sent me that letter that day. The letter contained only one simple sentence: please go to the police station, someone needs your help. And I wrote my name in the letter. At first I thought it was someone's prank, and I was feeling really unwell with a bad cold that day, so I didn't want to pay any attention to it.
But I went anyway. Ah, I found it.
He took a yellowed envelope from a blue file folder, gently opened the envelope, and a letter that had been folded once is taken out. Because I thought that even if there was only a 1 in 10,000 chance that someone needed my help, I couldn't let their request fall through because of my own reasons.
This is my duty as a police officer. He opened the letter and laid it out on the table. The letter was written in very neat handwriting, with the exact same words he had said.
However, until the very end, I was never able to find out who sent me this letter. But it was precisely because I went to the police station that day that I happened to run into Chui, which led to the sealing off of Tianjin orphanage.
Ha! To everyone's surprise, Chui couldn't help but let out a soft exclamation upon seeing the letter.
He turned the letter to face him, staring at the words on it, his eyes widening slightly. This handwriting. Immediately afterwards, he rummaged through his pockets and pulled out a wallet, from which he took out a piece of paper that was sealed in plastic. On the day I went to the police station, I was able to avoid being caught by the urban management officers and pass by that police station because I received a note. If it weren't for this note reminding me, I would never have met you, let alone eradicated the Tianjin orphanage. He carefully took out the note and unfolded it. It contained only 5 words: leave here quickly. But the handwriting of these 5 characters is exactly the same as the handwriting on the director's letter. The bureau chief's eyes widened when he saw the contents of the note, feeling utterly bewildered.
Could it be that their seemingly coincidental encounter was actually orchestrated by someone? If that's the case, then who sent the note and letter?
How could this be? Suddenly, Suyi, who hadn't spoken for a long time, walked to the table and muttered to himself. He seemed to have seen something incredible, and his hands trembled slightly as he reached out and took the letter and note. His pupils were trembling slightly, as if he could hardly believe what he was seeing. He was all too familiar with this handwriting. This is Tang Tan's unique font, with her one-of-a-kind mark. Each of her hook strokes is written in a semicircle shape, and her vertical and horizontal strokes are never written perfectly straight, but rather with a slight curve. Su once specifically criticized her writing style, but in Tang Tan's eyes, this was a unique and adorable font that belonged only to her. The question flashed through Suya's mind, and his breathing gradually became rapid. He was 100% certain that the handwriting on the letter and note was Tang Tan's, but the letter and note appeared 10 years ago. How old was Tang Tan at that time?
8 years old? Would an 8-year-old girl really travel all the way to Jiangqing to send a letter with such content to Chui and the bureau chief?
Or rather, how did she know what happened to Chui, and why did she specifically arrange for the bureau chief to meet Chui? A bolt of lightning seemed to strike Suya's mind. He put down what he was holding, abruptly raised his head, and looked at the bureau chief. You just said that 12 years ago, you saw a girl on Daojiang Mountain?
Ah, right.
The bureau chief was taken aback when he noticed Suya's gaze turn rather cold. But I still don't know if it was a hallucination or...
It can't be a hallucination.
Su interrupted him, his expression turning blank.
If it were a hallucination, did Chuyi's father see the same hallucination as you?
Could you describe the girl's features? Characteristics, the director thought carefully. Although I couldn't see her face clearly at the time, I vaguely remember that she was wearing a light white dress, was about 1.65 meters tall, and had medium-length black hair that reached about her back.
All right, and there's a very sad feeling about her.
It's hard for me to describe why I could feel that emotion from so far away, but I can assure you that I felt that emotion.
1.65 meters tall, medium-length black hair, light white dress.
Suyi listened to the bureau chief's description, his heart pounding like a war drum. 3 years ago, on the day Tang Tan passed away in the art museum, she was dressed in the same outfit. 12 years ago, she was only 6 years old, and she showed me photos of herself when she was little. At that time, she had short hair and was only 1.3 meters tall. In other words, the person who appeared in Jiangqing at that time could not have been her at the age of 6. But how could a 15-year-old like her have appeared 12 years ago? No, without seeing the face clearly, we cannot confirm that it is Tang Tan based solely on these features.
No matter how you look at it, this is absurd. absurd. Oh, right. The director seemed to recall something. There's another characteristic that left a deep impression on me. There was a birthmark on the side of her neck that looked like a flower. Because her skin is very fair, the birthmark is quite noticeable. Suyi slammed his hands on the table, momentarily losing his composure. That birthmark could not be faked. It was a unique feature of Tang Tan. An absurd conclusion welled up in his mind. Could it be that Tang Tan did not die, but instead returned to 12 years ago through some means? Some kind of ability to travel through time? Or is it some kind of precious artifact that can bring back the past? Does this conform to the rules of energy? How much energy would be needed to travel through such a long period of time? Why did she go back? And what was her purpose? Countless questions kept arising, and Suya's thoughts were in disarray, but suddenly he cleared away the mysteries before him and grasped a key clue. If I remember correctly, 12 years ago, Chuyi's parents went to Daojiang Mountain to investigate the meteorite impact site. He looked directly at the somewhat stunned bureau chief and asked, "Where is Daojiangshan located? Can you take me there? Right now." This is Daojiangshan. Officer Wang, who had once shown disdain for Su, was now driving his police car up the mountain road. However, his attitude has now completely changed, and his eyes are full of respect when he looks at Su Yi. "I'm sorry, the director is too busy with official duties to bring you here in person. Just tell me what you need." Su sat in the passenger seat, looking out the window, showing no intention of responding to Xiao Wang. His thoughts were in disarray. He was completely absorbed in his own world. Shui seemed to have noticed Suya's lapse in composure, so he could only chat with Xiao Wang casually to avoid an awkward situation. About 15 minutes later, the group finally drove to the top of Daojiang Mountain. This place can also be considered a tourist attraction in Zhangcheng. However, since it doesn't have any particularly outstanding features, it's rarely visited and almost no tourists come here. Especially now that it's already 5 p.m., there are hardly any vehicles or pedestrians on the entire mountain. "We're here." Xiao Wang stopped the car, opened the door, and got out. 12 years ago, people at a planetarium observed a meteorite falling. At the time, it attracted a lot of attention from the media and the public, including two well-known astronomers, namely Chuyi's parents. As he said this, he glanced at Chuyi discreetly. Chuyi did not show any expression. What he really wanted to know was the true cause of his parents' deaths. He was also very eager to know the background of the girl in white. Judging from Suya's behavior, he seems to know something about the girl's identity. After getting out of the car, Suyi kept looking around expressionlessly and asked indifferently, "Where's that meteorite?" If his guess is correct, the appearance of what appears to be Tang Tan is likely related to the meteorite that landed on the mountaintop. Perhaps by finding the meteorite, he can get the answer he wants. In fact, people went up the mountain to search for it the day after the meteorite fell. Xiao Wang gave a wry smile, but unfortunately, all they found in the end were some fragments of the meteorite. The meteorite appears to have broken apart during its descent, but when the meteorite fell, it left a mark on the mountaintop, which is also one of the scenic spots of Daojiang Mountain. Led by Xiao Wang, the group arrived at the very center of the mountaintop. The area was surrounded by a fence, which enclosed an open space. The open space was sunken in more than 3 meters deep and more than 5 meters wide, as if it had been left by an impact from some object. "This is where the meteorite crashed," Xiao Wang explained. Suyi stared intently at the crater, his brows furrowing. "Approximately how many meteorite fragments were found back then?" "About 100 pounds, Xiao Wang replied. "That's impossible," Su said decisively. "Judging from the impact marks, the meteorite must have weighed at least 300 pounds. How could so much be missing?" "I don't know about that," Xiao Wang shrugged. "When the experts came to examine it, they discovered and excavated so many fragments. According to them, the meteorite may have broken down during its fall, and with the final impact, many fragments were scattered off the mountaintop, making subsequent collection difficult." Su walked around the crater, his thoughts growing increasingly intense. If the meteorite had broken apart upon impact, the ground markings would not have been so complete, they should have been diffused. However, the actual impact crater was perfectly intact, showing no signs of spreading. However, no complete meteorite was found in the end, only meteorite fragments were discovered. This also means, was the meteorite deliberately broken? As the puzzles piled up, Su climbed over the railing, wanting to get a closer look at the meteorite crater. Xiao Wang initially wanted to speak up and stop them, but after hesitating for a moment, he gave up. Suyi slid into the pit and was about to search the area when a wisp of celestial mist emerged from his arms and swirled around his ears. The old man's voice came from the celestial mist and reached Suya's ears. Suya's expression shifted slightly, and he opened his mouth discreetly, asking, "What's wrong?" "I can sense the presence of fragments of the Jiuli pot near this pit." "What did you say?" Suyi was slightly taken aback. "There are fragments of the Ninely pot here?" "It's not a fragment, it's an aura," Elder Hu corrected. "The fragment is no longer here, but there must have been fragments here before. Can you find the trace of that fragment based on its scent?" "I can't do that right now, but if you can find the spout of the Jiuli pot and repair it, I can trace it through the traces of that aura." "I understand." Su frowned, indicating that he already knew. The ethereal mist
mist around his ears instantly dissipated and disappeared. The information brought by Elder Hu was undoubtedly quite crucial. If there were ever traces of fragments of the Jiuli pot here, did this fragment come from inside the meteorite, or from the person who broke it? As he walked along the bottom of the pit, deep in thought, he suddenly kicked a pebble. The pebble rolled along the ground until it finally came to a stop in a small crater. Su Ye's gaze traveled forward and landed on the pit. Why is there a crater here? This place is located on the top of Daojian Mountain. The crater is surrounded by hard, solid rocks. Although there was a lot of dust, it was not enough to accumulate and form a pit. The appearance of this pit seems rather strange. He crouched down and cleared away the pit, but didn't notice anything unusual. Could I have guessed wrong? Su was slightly taken aback, then noticed the scattered mounds of earth around him. Or rather, they are not scattered, but rather, an idea popped into his mind, and he quickly put it to the test. He gently placed his hand on the pit in front of him, and white energy threads spread out, covering the area around the pit. Countless grains of sand gathered together under the pull of energy threads. Su Yi silently looked at his feet. The rapid gathering of dust seemed to be recreating an exquisitely crafted sand painting. 30 seconds later, the sand painting was restored and reflected on the ground, forming an exquisitely crafted pattern. Xiao Wang and Chu Yi were both astonished by this scene, their eyes widening as they looked down from above the crater in utter amazement. Only Su stood there, stunned, his eyes fixed on the pattern at his feet. The pattern at his feet overlapped with the epiphyllum flower in Haicheng. This is Tang Tan's unique mark. In this mission, you not only perfectly proved Chu Yi's innocence, but also helped the city guardian Collapse Sr. kill the 8th counselor of the Void Demon Council, the editor, and severely damaged Counselor 12, the Wormhole. In addition, you also stopped the philanthropist Chu Sheng from taking drugs from the Void Demon Council to forcibly raise his own realm to the Rock Realm, and exposed his crimes to the public. The director of the Jiangcheng South Suburb branch has highly commended your actions, and the veteran guard, Collapse, also speaks highly of you. Song Wei stood in front of the mission board, reading the mission report with a complicated expression, his eyes filled with disbelief. He looked up at Su Yi with a strange expression. You, going on a D-level mission, managed to create such a commotion? No problem, no problem. Su Yi innocently touched his nose. I accidentally stumbled upon some information, which led to what happened next. Then I really hope you have a few more accidents. Song Wei chuckled twice and continued reading the mission report. In conclusion, the school board unanimously agrees to adjust your mission level to C, award you a mission reward of 500,000 dragon coins, and 3 academic credits. In addition, due to your outstanding performance in the mission and your assistance in annihilating the Void Demon Council member, you will be awarded an extra 500,000 dragon coins. Yes, and there's also a banner that the Jiangcheng South Suburb branch sent you. After reading out all the mission rewards, he suddenly took out a crimson banner from behind his back and immediately unfurled it. Respectfully presented to Su Yi, a freshman at Longxia College. Before Song Wei could finish reading, Su Yi snatched the banner away. At that moment, several students were also walking back and forth inside the intelligence building, all noticing the commotion. Teacher, please don't read it here, it's embarrassing. Su Yi looked very serious and stuffed the banner into his pocket. Alright, Song Wei shrugged. Insert your student card into the task board, and your reward will be automatically deposited into your account. By the way, at this stage, the school requires that you can only take on 1 task per month at most. Taking on too many tasks so soon after starting school may not be a good thing for you. Many times, we need to take our time to reflect and process things, so if you want to carry out the next task, you'll have to wait a month. Understood. Su inserted his student card into the mission board, and soon the credits and dragon coins rewarded from this mission were transferred into his account. Aside from the money he spent on purchasing Blood Lotus and other items, he had accumulated 3.2 million dragon coins. Oh, right, teacher. Su Yi put away his student card, then suddenly remembered something and called out to Song Wei, who was about to leave. Have you ever heard of the name Azure Flower? He had searched in the trading houses, but unlike Blood Lotus, he was unable to find any information about this material directly. The Azure Flower? Song Wei stopped and frowned slightly as he pondered. After a moment, as if he had just remembered something, he exclaimed, I remember now. This is a special material that exists in some virtual realm. It seems to be a special plant with very strong vitality. In that virtual realm, the Azure Flower grows everywhere, and medicines made from it have strong restorative properties. But that plant has a very special characteristic. That is, once you leave the space where the virtual realm is located, the Azure Flower will wither rapidly within half an hour and lose all vitality. Therefore, it is almost impossible for Biluowa to be traded on the market. If you want it, you must go to that virtual realm and pick it yourself. I see. Su Yi pondered for a moment. Speaking of which, I've been wanting to ask before, how exactly are these special materials in the virtual realm collected? The Void Realm is a special space created by the Void Demons using certain special methods in order to invade us. Song Wei explained simply to Su Yi. They cannot directly enter the Dragon Kingdom, so they use this special space as a medium and point of interaction to establish 2 channels, one between the virtual kingdom and the other between the dragon kingdom. Therefore, once a void realm appears, we will immediately dispatch void hunters or void hunter squads to suppress it. Some small virtual realms cannot be maintained for long before they disappear on their own. Occasionally, some medium and large virtual realms will appear. These virtual realms will not disappear over time, but will continue to exist. Once we have finished clearing out the virtual realms, all we need to do is destroy the passage to the virtual kingdom so we can keep these virtual realms for our own use. These virtual realms contain special materials and substances that are not found on Earth. Even the energy fluctuations inside are much stronger than those outside. Its importance and value make it an extremely precious strategic resource for the entire country. Many of the jade treasures made later in life can only be refined using special materials from the virtual realm. If you want to pick the azure flower, I can help you find out which virtual realm it is in and what conditions are required to enter it. Then I'll have to trouble you, teacher Sanwei. Su also showed his gratitude and bowed quite solemnly. I'll let you know if I get any news. Sanwei waved his hand and turned to leave the intelligence building. This is really a headache. Suyi shrugged and walked out of the intelligence building as well. I originally thought that the azure flower, like the blood lotus, would be a material that could be easily obtained. I never expected it to be so difficult to obtain. Like the wilderness star mine and the mandala Jouhua, these are not items that can be purchased simply with dragon coins. That's right, the azure flower is the material he needs to upgrade his new ability from D level to C level, which he comprehended through his genius. Oh dear. Suyi had just stepped out the door when a delicate body bumped into his arms. A document lay scattered on the ground, along with a short-haired girl. Are you alright? Suyi was only knocked back half a step by the impact, but quickly regained his balance and reached out to the girl on the ground. And nothing. The girl seemed very introverted and only whispered timidly. She did not grab Suye's hand, but got up from the ground on her own. It was my fault for not paying attention to the road. I'm sorry. Seeing that the other person seemed very shy, Su simply squatted down and picked up the documents scattered on the ground for the girl. Suddenly, he gasped slightly. These documents appear to have been freshly printed. Although they consist of a pile of papers, their edges are extremely sharp. He wasn't paying attention and cut his finger, blood dripping from the wound and staining the document in his hand. Sorry, I got your documents dirty. Suyi handed the documents to the girl in front of him, somewhat embarrassed. A repairman can only fix broken objects. This document is stained with his blood, and even a repairman's touch cannot change that fact. Otherwise, it wouldn't be called a repair, but rather a rewind of time. The girl clearly noticed the bloodstains on the document, but just shook her head repeatedly. It's my fault, I hurt your hand. She took the document and frantically searched her pockets for a handkerchief and tissues, wanting to treat Suye's wounds. But when he looked up, Suyi was already gone. This little injury will heal quickly. He had already walked more than 2 meters away and waved his hand casually. A faint green light lingered around his cracked fingers. Under the green light, all the broken wounds had healed. This is precisely the new D-level ability that Suyi gained after mastering Fei Ying. The Void Kingdom, the Crimson Feather Forest. Her fair and slender legs lightly touched the water's surface, creating ripples. The graceful figure stepped onto the water and walked step by step to the shore. Her hair, tied up high, loosened slightly as she walked, spreading down her back like seaweed. She is an extremely beautiful woman. There was a pale red gem between her eyebrows, which shimmered with a faint red luster under the sunlight. This place is very different from where we used to live, isn't it? A seductive, languid voice suddenly rang out. The woman with seaweed-like hair immediately stopped and looked up at Takagi in front of her. A sexy red-haired beauty was leaning against a tree branch, smiling gently, looking down at her. Lord Hongyu. The woman immediately bowed respectfully and greeted Hongyu. I've said it many times, you don't need to bow to me, Shili. Hongyu chuckled twice. I wonder what important matter brings you here, Lord Hongyu. During the conversation, Shili, who was originally naked, was now covered with a light veil. That little brat Xiaji opened the instantaneous virtual realm without permission and ran off to the Dragon Kingdom. Hongyu smiled slightly and explained her purpose. What? Shili was clearly surprised. Instantaneous void realm? Isn't that a technology that master craftsmen just developed not long ago? If she's discovered by the powerful figures of the Dragon Kingdom, she'll be in danger. It seems she hasn't been discovered yet, Hongyu murmured softly, but if she stays there too long, it will always be dangerous. Go and bring her back. With your abilities, entering the Dragon Kingdom silently should not be a problem. The sound of red rain gradually became ethereal. As the last word fell, she had already vanished from the spot. Yes, Shili bowed slightly, towards the spot where Hongyu had been standing. I will bring her back. The September breeze, carrying the lingering scent of summer, blew in from outside the window. Suyi propped his head up with one hand and couldn't help but yawn. It has been a month and a half since he returned from Jiangcheng. During the past month and a half, he did not choose to carry out any more missions, but instead stayed at the academy to attend classes and learn in all aspects. After yesterday's final test, we have pretty much figured out the specific effects of regeneration. Suyi gazed out the window, twirling the pen in his hand, his thoughts drifting. His third D-level ability, called Regeneration, is an energy conversion type of ability. Its effect is to stimulate cells with energy, enabling wounds to heal at a faster rate. This ability sounds impressive at first glance, but its actual use is rather limited. Firstly, the injuries it can heal are basically limited to external wounds. Damage to the internal organs or even slightly serious wounds can significantly reduce recovery efficiency, resulting in minimal effects. Secondly, this ability cannot be applied to others, it can only increase one's own recovery speed. Therefore, this ability cannot be used to assist others in combat. Although regenerative power can also be used to achieve a highly efficient recovery by outputting a large amount of energy. However, doing so will leave you in a state of extreme weakness after recovery, with very obvious side effects. Overall, this ability is quite mediocre. At most it can treat some external injuries, and its role in combat is unremarkable. However, after a month and a half of testing, Sui discovered another advanced use of regenerative power. That is, activating this ability can not only heal wounds, but also relieve the body's burden and fatigue to a certain extent. Upon realizing this, Su immediately felt a surge of joy. This means that he can train his body and improve his physical skills in a more efficient way. For most people, to master physical skills, one must first train the body and increase its strength. The way to improve physical strength is simply to put the body into a high-load state, and after it is sufficiently fatigued, use energy to circulate in the body so that muscles, body and energy can combine with each other, thereby improving physical strength. However, this will undoubtedly keep the body in a state of fatigue, so how to allocate time for recovery and rest is also an advanced skill. However, Sui can use regenerative power to quickly recover from physical fatigue. In this way, his physical cultivation efficiency will be more than twice that of others. After a month and a half of intensive training, his physical strength has improved significantly. In addition to practicing with Fei Ying, he has also specially learned another of the 5 arts. Unfortunately, mastering the 5 arts is not easy. He had only just begun to grasp the basics of this second of the 5 arts. He was far from being proficient. This time, the wizard's cooldown period will last for a full 2 months. It seems that this time will get longer and longer as the number of times it is used increases. Just as Su was lost in thought, his mind wandering to distant places, suddenly, he heard several shouts in his ears. Suyi! Suyi! With a loud shout, Suya's scattered thoughts instantly gathered, and he stood up abruptly, looking at the podium. A slightly overweight teacher wearing glasses stood on the podium, looking at him with a half-smile. You tell me, why did I just call you over? He heard soft laughter, and the 20-odd people scattered in the classroom all looked at him with smiles. Even when caught daydreaming, Su remained calm, his gaze quickly scanning the blackboard in front of him. Soon, he noticed the title, which was half-written and had no further text, The Way to Enhance the Energy Realm. There are 2 ways to improve one's energy level. He spoke fluently and directly, without much hesitation. During his months at the academy, he didn't waste any time. He read through all sorts of knowledge early on and memorized it deeply. First, let's talk about the ways to improve below the mountain realm. We only need to constantly hone our own energy and maintain a cycle of consumption to continuously increase our energy intensity. When the intensity reaches the critical value, we can achieve a breakthrough in our realm. At that time, our own abilities will also be improved as our realm increases. Secondly, there are ways to improve above the mountain realm. Once you enter the mountain realm, you can no longer break through your cultivation level by increasing your energy. At this point, if you want to improve your level, you must develop and understand your own abilities. Only by developing one's own abilities to a certain level and having a sufficient understanding of the principles behind those abilities can one successfully step into the peak realm. Su stopped halfway through his sentence. He noticed that his classmates were all suppressing their laughter and looking at him strangely. The slightly overweight teacher adjusted his glasses and smiled slightly. Although you've already covered the points I haven't even explained yet, but I just called you to ask you to close the window. He looked at Suyi, whose hair was disheveled by the sudden gust of wind, and couldn't help but chuckle, saying, because a strong wind is about to blow outside. Amidst a burst of laughter, Su reluctantly closed the window, silently grumbling to himself. Fortunately, the teacher didn't make things difficult for him, but continued to explain. What Suyi said just now is correct. If we want to improve our energy level, the method below the mountain realm is to increase the intensity of our energy. Above the mountain realm, it depends on one's understanding and development of one's own abilities. It can be said that above the mountain realm, every leap in realm will bring about earth-shattering changes in the development of one's own abilities. And once you step into the ridge realm, your abilities will undergo a qualitative change. No matter what your ability level is, once you step into the ridge realm, the difference between ability levels will become very small. Even the weakest D-rank ability will undergo a drastic change in nature if given the opportunity to enter the ridge realm. Of course, according to the records so far, there has only been one person in history who has been able to enter the ridge realm with D-level abilities. This senior once. Su was listening intently, full of interest, when the teacher's words were suddenly drowned out by by the bell signaling the end of get out of class.
I'll tell you the story of this senior in the next class. The teacher calmly ended the story and didn't continue. Get out of class dismissed.
He then packed his things and left the classroom at a very fast pace. Suyi watched the teacher leave, feeling so itchy that he wanted to curse. This feeling is like being in the middle of taking a dump and suddenly having your bowels clamped shut. It feels like your whole body is being pricked with needles.
He squinted as he stood up, silently giving the teacher the middle finger in his mind.
I can only wait until I have some free time to search for the story of that D-level Ridge Realm expert myself. Historically, no more than 100 people have been able to enter the Ling region, so searching for it shouldn't be too complicated. Su stood up and walked outside, his mind already planning his itinerary for the next few days.
Teacher Song Wei also told me about the specifics of the Biluo flower.
To enter that virtual realm, one must complete a mission of grade B or higher, or achieve significant merit, before applying to the state.
TSK.
Missions of rank B or higher are only for Mountain Realm Void Hunters.
Let alone whether I'm even qualified to take on this mission.
Even if I could catch it, with my abilities, I would definitely be going to my death. It will be quite troublesome to improve the level of regeneration in a short period of time. It seems we still need to pay more attention to intelligence on the Wilderness Star Mine and the Mandala Zhuhua, and see if we can find any information or clues about them in the trading house.
He was still pondering when he suddenly felt a tremor. Someone called him. Who would call me at this time? Su also took out his phone and looked down at it. The caller was Bai Tao.
If I remember correctly, Bai Tao accepted a D-level mission a few days ago and went on a mission.
I never expected him to call me at this time. Su
had just answered the phone when he heard Bai Tao's panting shouts. His voice rose and fell, as if he had just finished a long-distance run of several kilometers, very low and somewhat intermittent.
Did you just finish running a marathon? Su asked jokingly. Cough cough, more or less.
Bai Tao took a deep breath and replied in a low voice.
Let's get down to business. Are you free these next couple of days? He asked urgently. I guess so. Su maintained his calm tone as he leisurely walked towards the dormitory. After all, there's nothing important.
Great. Bai Tao seemed very excited.
Can you come and help me? Help you? Su asked doubtfully. Help you with what?
It's like this. Bai Tao lowered his voice and read quickly. Didn't I accept a D-level mission a few days ago? But this mission has encountered a minor mishap, and I might not be able to handle it alone.
So I think I refuse. Su refused Bai Tao without even thinking. Hey, you rejected me way too quickly. Bai Tao was shocked. With your skill level, even if you fail to complete the mission, there shouldn't be any danger, right?
That's true, but I'm in trouble right now, and it's difficult to complete this task within the time limit, Bai Tao said anxiously. Although failing a mission only results in a few points being deducted, my mission completion rate will decrease, which will affect my selection as a Void Hunter. And I encountered some very bizarre things that are really hard to understand.
Oh, Su was slightly curious about the strange things he mentioned. But you've already taken on the task. Wouldn't it be a waste of my time if I went to help you? Do I look like the kind of selfless person?
D-level missions can be shared. Up to 2 people can do them together,
Bai Tao quickly said. The rewards will be split between the 2 of us.
Of course, we'll each take 1 credit.
I can give you all of my dragon coin reward.
I don't care about those dragon coins.
Su shook his head.
For a typical D-level quest, the reward in dragon coins is usually between 50,000 and 150,000, depending on the specific quest. He still has over 3 million dragon coins in his account, so why would he care about a few tens of thousands?
Don't be so quick to refuse.
Bai Tao seemed a little anxious, his voice rising a few decibels, but he quickly lowered it again.
Do you remember the Wilderness Star Mine and the Mandragora flower that you asked me to find last time?
Actually, I have connections to some black markets for illegal transactions. Although it's a bit dangerous, if you can help me solve this problem, I'll try to get you in touch with the black market over there.
Oh, Suyi was actually a little tempted this time.
These 2 materials are very difficult to source using ordinary methods. These underground transactions, however, are quite different.
Hey, it's that kid.
Suddenly, a shout came from the phone, grab him.
Then came a series of noisy footsteps.
Then, as if Bai Tao were running, a gust of wind could be heard coming from the phone.
You idiot, are you being chased?
Su's eyes widened as he listened to the voice coming from the phone, and he couldn't help but speak.
It was just a minor accident.
Bai Tao's voice was disjointed in the wind, as if a signal had been jammed, becoming intermittent.
That's how it is. Su Yi, you have to help me.
I'll share the mission with you now. The call was abruptly ended. Sichuan City boasts beautiful scenery, nestled between 2 rivers, and is located in the southern part of China. Its scenery is beautiful and its mountains are majestic. An ancient poem says, Chengdu was opened up by the heavens, and 10,000 households and 1,000 gates are like a painting. The grass, trees, clouds, and mountains are like brocade, and even the Qin River Valley cannot compare to this place.
Although after the disaster, the so-called Chuancheng is very different from the previous area.
However, its core area still retains its original customs and traditions.
Young man, where are you going? Can't you take a car?
As soon as Suyi Yi stepped out of the airport, an enthusiastic driver rushed up to him, speaking with a local accent and beaming with eagerness. How much does it cost to go to Jinho district? He asked casually. 100 dragon coins. The driver immediately beamed and replied enthusiastically. After some haggling, Su successfully got on the bus for 85 dragon coins. He sat in the back row, fiddling with his student ID card and studying the specific information about the mission. Despite Bai Tao's repeated requests and the allure of the promised benefits, he still chose to accept the mission. Rank D mission, Exploration. About 5 days ago, unusual energy fluctuations appeared on a mountain in the southern suburbs of Chuancheng. Its energy was so concentrated that it almost materialized, producing an aurora-like phenomenon that attracted the attention of many people. Although the phenomenon lasted for less than 2 minutes, it still caused quite a stir. The next day, the assistants located in Chuancheng followed the trail to explore the source of the energy. In the end, they found nothing. They did not find anything that possessed energy. However, among these assistants, there is an awakened one who can observe traces of energy. On that hilltop in the southern suburbs, besides the incredibly chaotic and sprawling energy traces that were difficult to trace, he also saw another unusual energy fluctuation. The energy fluctuations of the Void Demon. The energy traces of Void Demons, Void Beasts, and ordinary human awakeners are completely different. It is precisely because of this that treasures like the Mirror World are able to accurately encompass and absorb the illusory demons and beasts within them. The assistant submitted his findings to the various Awakened Academy almost immediately. According to the investigation, the energy fluctuations of that illusory demon appeared within 2 days, and its realm should be below the mountain realm. However, no energy fluctuations from the opening of the virtual realm were detected or sensed throughout the entire city of Chuan. Because of the bizarre circumstances, the government quickly dispatched the 25th Hunting Squadron to search for and investigate the situation after learning of it. The reconnaissance mission that Bai Tao and Su Yi accepted was a secondary mission derived from this main mission. Their task was to find and investigate the source of the unusual energy fluctuations and assist the Hunting Void Team 25 in their investigation. So, it's just a simple reconnaissance mission. Why is Bai Tao so overwhelmed? Su had already reviewed the mission information several times on his way here. He put away his student card, feeling quite puzzled. Ever since their last phone call, Bai Tao's phone has been out of service. The only time the call connected, Bai Tao only left the 3 words, Jinho District, before quickly losing signal. It's a district, after all. Where am I supposed to find him? Even Su Yi felt somewhat at a loss when faced with such a lack of clues. Suddenly, a cloud of celestial mist burst out from his clothes and quickly enveloped his ears. Young friend, old master whose voice had never been so excited. I can sense that there are fragments of the Ninely pot nearby. A hint of surprise flashed in Su Ye's eyes, followed by a surge of excitement. He hadn't expected that. The fragments of the Ninely pot that I had been longing for had actually appeared in Chuancheng. Can you sense the exact location? Only when I get within 100 feet can I sense the exact location, Elder Who quickly recited. Currently, I can only sense a slight aura and a general direction, probably in the south. South, Su murmured, his eyes lighting up. He vaguely remembered what old master who had once said, once the fragments of the Jolie pot are unearthed, they will cause extraordinary phenomena. Combining the aura he sensed from the fragments and their general direction. So, that abnormal energy fluctuation was caused by the appearance of a fragment of the Ninely pot? As a flicker of excitement crossed Su Ye's eyes, his phone rang. Hey, Su Yi. Bai Tao's voice was still very low, as if he was very worried that his voice would be heard. At the same time, Su also seemed to hear the sound of flowing water coming from the other end of the phone. The sound of the flowing water seemed to come from a great distance, yet it was clearly audible. At the same time, there was a series of very noisy bang-bang sounds, which sounded extremely disruptive. I've arrived in Chuancheng and am now heading towards Jinho District. Where exactly are you located? He asked calmly. 2 forms in one body, 4 branches, and 8 heads. 4 8s and 8 flying springs flowing upwards. Bai Tao suddenly recited a riddle-like phrase for no apparent reason, then quickly added, Su Yi, be careful of that. His voice was once again affected by a strange electrical current, and then the call was cut off again. This kid, how come he can't even speak clearly? Old master whose consciousness hadn't dissipated, and he listened to the entire phone call. Bai Tao's words left him completely bewildered, and he couldn't help but get agitated. Where are we supposed to find this? First of all, it wasn't us. I was the only one who went to find him. Su Yi gently brushed away the ethereal mist by his ear and casually remarked. Secondly, the answer to the riddle is basically right there on the surface of the riddle. It's not difficult to discover what he's trying to say. As he hung up the phone, he had already opened a map of the entire city of Sichuan. He then began quickly filtering the criteria, constantly zooming in and out of the map. About a minute later, he had determined his destination. Master, please go to this location in Jinho District. He kept his phone on the map and showed it to the driver ahead. Alright, the driver was very familiar with the map of the entire city and knew the destination with just a glance. If you want to go here, you'll need to give me an extra 10 yuan.
fine, I'll give you 30. Can you get there in 40 minutes? Su also had a feeling that Bai Tao seemed to have really been involved in some kind of incident. More than enough. The driver's eyes lit up when he heard the price, and he casually put on the sunglasses that had been on his head. Do you know that when your uncle was a miner, he was already driving to deliver tofu to my dad in the mountains? What's a little distance? The taxi performed a graceful drift on the ground and came to a sudden stop. After paying, Su got out of the car and looked around. The roar of the flowing water came from afar. Looking into the distance, one sees a waterfall cascading down atop a towering peak that seems to rise straight into the clouds, shrouded in mist. This is the largest scenic spot in Sichuan, Tianshan Waterfall. It is said that this waterfall suddenly formed after the day of the disaster. Its magnificent scale fills every resident of Sichuan with immense pride. The ancient poem "A Waterfall Plunges 3,000 Feet, as if the Milky Way were falling from the ninth heaven" perfectly describes the appearance of this waterfall. So you know where Bai Tao is? The old man in the pot did not disperse, but instead drifted to Su Ye's ear with a wisp of immortal mist, asking curiously. As a solitary spirit in a pot, he found it quite boring to spend his days inside the nine-li pot. Today, he suddenly sensed the aura of the nine-li pot fragments, which made him somewhat unable to calm down. Of course, Su Yi observed the surrounding terrain and began to move according to the location on the map. He explained to Old Man Who as they walked. The riddle left by Bai Tao is actually a word puzzle. The answer to the riddle is the character well. The phrase "flying spring flowing upwards" in the second half of the riddle not only represents the characteristics of a well but also indirectly hints at the waterfall in Tianshan. The sound of flowing water can be heard through the phone. Based on its volume and the distance the sound travels, this effect can only be heard in the southern part of Jinho district. Plus, there are sounds of construction and renovation coming from the phone. By checking all the construction sites in the southern part of Jinho district and combining that with the riddle about the well character, we can find its exact location. Old Master Who fell silent for several minutes after hearing this. He never imagined that Su Yi could analyze so much from just a phone call that lasted less than 20 seconds. But he quickly added, "But haven't wells been phased out a long time ago? Where in the city are there still wellheads?" So, well doesn't refer to an actual well, but rather to a building with the word well in its name, Su explained, as the clanging and banging of construction sounds filled the air. 100 meters away, a building was under renovation. In the alley in front of Su Yi, there was a shop called Jingtian Nightclub. It was morning, and the shop was closed and not open for business. Its exterior was deliberately designed in the style of ancient architecture, giving it a certain antique charm, but it still looked so out of place when paired with the words nightclub. He walked into the alley but did not notice Bai Tao nearby. Strange, there should only be one place with a grid pattern and related to a construction site. Why haven't I seen Bai Tao? Su Yi stroked his chin, looking slightly puzzled. Could it be that my analysis was wrong? He stood there, lost in thought. From the shadows all around, more than a dozen men wielding sticks quietly emerged and silently surrounded Su Yi. That's the guy. He's that little bastard's accomplice. If we catch him, we'll know where that little bastard is. A bald man suddenly jumped up, appeared behind Su Yi with an iron rod, and swung it heavily at Su Yi's head. At the same time, two more people rushed out from his left and right sides and pounced on him. The bald man's iron rod struck his companion, and he himself fell face-first into the mud due to the inertia. The two men who rushed to capture Su Yi also collided with each other. They were as if they had seen a ghost. Su Yi, who had been standing in the same spot, turned into a wisp of shadow and disappeared. At the same time, screams and cries of agony rose and fell around the three people who had collided. Just over 10 seconds later, a mocking voice rang out from behind them. "Are you the ones who've been chasing Bai Tao? Tell me, what did he do wrong?" Su Yi half squatted behind the three people lying on the ground, a smile on his face. The three of them scrambled to their feet, their pupils contracting instantly. There were more than a dozen people lying scattered around, all of them their companions. In just 10 seconds, this young man in front of them had taken down so many of them? "I don't have time to waste on your nonsense. You have 10 seconds to tell me Bai Tao's location and your identities. Otherwise, I will make you suffer the same fate as the people on Earth." Su Yi's smile remained unchanged, but his tone was like that of a death knell, and he immediately began to count down. Our boss is in here." 10 minutes later, the three men who had just been domineering and fierce were now respectfully leading Su Yi through the nightclub. They reached the end of the corridor, and the three of them immediately pointed ahead, indicating their presence. "Very good. Thank you for your hard work." Su Yi casually walked past the three people and then pushed open the door to enter. As he passed the three men, they all trembled, then collapsed to the ground as if they had been knocked unconscious. "Did you bring Bai Tao?" He had just entered the room when he heard a steady voice coming from the center of the room. He was a man sitting with his back against a genuine leather executive chair. Judging from his silhouette and the amount of hair he has, he is around 30 or 40 years old and is the owner of this nightclub. "No, not at all." Su Yi smiled slightly. "After all, if I were Bai Tao, I certainly wouldn't pay back your money, given your illegal loan sharking organization." "Ha!" The boss seemed to notice something amiss in Su Yi's tone and words, and suddenly turned around.
around, glaring at him. Who are you? His pupils contracted, and his powerful voice suddenly lowered, because Su was already holding a brick against his head. Tell me, when was the last time your men saw Bai Tao? Suye's expression was calm, but there was a hint of indifference and coldness deep in his eyes. I see. Even with Suyi threatening him so closely, the boss remained completely calm, lighting a cigarette on the table. Are you the helper Bai Tao called? He took a deep drag of his cigarette, then slowly exhaled a smoke ring. He glanced at Suyi with a domineering and indifferent gaze. Do you think you can threaten me with such a small brick? Under Suye's astonished gaze, the brick in his hand suddenly shattered, as if it had been cut into countless tiny cubes, which fell to the ground. The boss snorted coldly, slammed his hand on the table, and stood up abruptly. Do you think I can sit in this position without some ability of my own? He had barely finished speaking when a brick was slammed right into his face. Su looked at the brick in his hand that had been restored by the repairman with a strange expression, then looked at the boss who had been knocked down and was stunned, and slumped back into the chair, and shrugged. I think one brick is enough. Wang Taiju, 38. What do you think? Inside the office, Su stood in front of Wang Taiju, the nightclub owner, like a policeman interrogating a criminal. Wang Taiju, who had just been so arrogant, was now bruised and swollen, his face covered in brick marks. He was considered one of the more intelligent awakened individuals, capable of somewhat perceiving how his own abilities operated. His C-level ability, decomposition, is the ability to break down matter into countless fragments. Unfortunately, this ability was almost completely countered by Su Yi, rendering it utterly useless. He is no ordinary person to have reached his current position. Simply put, it means taking the concept of flexibility and adaptability to its extreme. Realizing he was no match for them, Wang Taiju immediately forced a fawning smile, became obedient, and stopped trying to resist. Tell me the truth, or I'll make you change your gender. Su slammed his hand on the table and glared angrily at Wang Taiju. Male, the gender is male. Wang Taiju immediately snapped to attention and quickly replied. Owner of Jingtian nightclub and also owner of Jingtian loan company. Suyi let out a soft exclamation. Also a loan shark. Wang Taiju quickly corrected himself. Suyi circled around Wang Taiju and snorted. You started out by lending money at exorbitant interest rates, but behind the scenes you've ruined countless families. I think you should know that. Tell me, what exactly is your grudge against Bai Tao? That bastard Bai Tao. Wang Taiju was furious at the mention of Bai Tao, his nostrils practically spitting out smoke. But after seeing Suye's menacing look, his tense demeanor immediately relaxed a bit. That bastard, a few months ago, he tricked us into believing he was the general manager of some miracle company and borrowed 5 million dragon coins from us. It was originally agreed that the debt would be paid off within a year. Then, by the second month, we couldn't get in touch with that bastard anymore. All the documents he provided as collateral were forged. A few days ago, my men discovered his whereabouts in Chuancheng and notified me immediately. That's why I sent people to search for him. Oh, Suyi raised an eyebrow. He remembered that Bai Tao had given him a business card that listed his position as the general manager of Miracle Company. Unexpectedly, Bai Tao's identity was not only fake, but he also used this identity to fleece loan sharks. So, the people who have been chasing him these past 2 days are you? Suyi asked coldly. Pursued? Wang Taiju was taken aback. What pursuit? He put on an innocent expression. I'm innocent. I did send someone to look for him, but that little rascal is like a slippery eel. Every time I spot him, he disappears in the blink of an eye. Forget about chasing him, we haven't even touched his clothes yet. Just yesterday, my men almost caught up with him, but he still managed to escape. My men thought you were that kid's accomplice, that's why they attacked you. Su was also taken aback for a moment. Having spent so much time at Dragon Summer Academy and seen so many awakened ones, he almost forgot one thing. Given Bai Tao's skill in escaping, even someone a level above him would have a hard time catching him. It's even less likely that these powerless individuals, or awakened individuals with only the most basic abilities, will be able to catch him. Given that, he couldn't possibly have been chased, let alone chased to the point of being breathless. He was misled by Bai Tao's first phone call. In other words, the people who were chasing Bai Tao were not Wang Tieju's men, but something else entirely. Wait, could it be that I guessed wrong? Su frowned, quickly walked to the window, and looked down. The distance and range seemed correct, so where did the problem occur? His gaze sharpened slightly. Surprisingly, a well was spotted in the middle of the backyard of the Jingtian nightclub. What is that well? He asked, turning to look at Wang Taiju. That was specially dug by someone to match the ancient-style atmosphere of our nightclub. Wang Taiju patted his chest proudly. But don't worry, it's just for show. It's connected to the city's sewer system, not a real well. Since you like ancient style so much, this place should be renamed a brothel instead of a nightclub. Suyi couldn't help but complain, and finally confirmed one thing. Bai Tao probably didn't think that much at the time. He simply hid in the well, which is why he left himself that riddle. But why didn't he just say it directly, instead of leaving a riddle? Just as this question flashed through Suya's mind, a deafening explosion erupted from the well. The dazzling explosion sent up layers of shockwaves. In an instant, all the glass near the well in the nightclub shattered. shattered and scattered all over the ground. Wang Taizhu was just about to lean closer to the window for a look when he was so startled by the shattered glass that he fell to the ground.
No one answered his question, because Su jumped out of the broken window the instant the explosion occurred.
"Stop chasing me!" Bai Tao's scream rang out from the smoke and dust of the explosion. Even after such an explosion, he did not seem to have suffered any serious injuries.
"Big brother, how did you find me?
You've been chasing me for 3 days straight.
Are you ever going to stop?"
Amidst the smoke and dust, Bai Tao staggered out, his feet flying like shadows, cursing incessantly.
When he landed, his legs immediately sank into the ground, as if he were about to burrow into the earth.
But just then, another figure emerged from the smoke and slammed a palm onto the ground. Invisible ripples spread from his palm. Bai Tao screamed in pain as he was thrown off the ground. He was in midair, in an extremely awkward position, making it difficult for him to activate his flying shadow technique.
He could only watch as the figure rapidly approached him. Oh no! Oh no! He was about to be hit.
A figure formed from a cloud of blood mist suddenly rushed out from the side and kicked the figure away.
"Oh, looks like you need some help." Su Yi landed leisurely, a faint smile on his face.
"Su Yi." Upon recognizing the newcomer, Bai Tao immediately revealed an expression of extreme excitement and relief at surviving a calamity. Before he could say anything, he heard a noise coming from afar. The figure that Su Yi kicked away actually twisted its body in midair with a move that is difficult for humans to do, forcibly stopping its retreat and charging forward again.
"Want to test your strength?"
Su Yi was fearless, his blood surging and ready to strike, and he threw a punch. However, Bai Tao's expression changed, and he shouted, "Don't confront him head-on. This guy can erase abilities." When Su heard Bai Tao's words, it was too late to stop his attack. At that moment, he finally saw the figure clearly. This is a person with a blank expression, whose demeanor is as cold as a machine, but whose lively eyes are not like those of a dead object. The two men exchanged blows. The moment the body was touched, the blood mist enveloping Su Yi vanished. At the same time, a hard sensation came from the tip of my fist. Su Yi's body flew backward and crashed directly to the ground. The figure didn't stop, stomping heavily on the ground with its right foot, and chased after the figure again, throwing a punch. However, his fist only shattered a fleeting afterimage and did not hit Su Yi.
"I see."
Su Yi activated Flying Shadow and appeared on the other side, his right arm hanging limply at his side as if dislocated.
"Is this the level of strength?"
A green light of regenerative energy gently enveloped his right arm, and the dislocated and injured arm began to recover rapidly. Back when Bai Tao's abilities were forcibly terminated and he was forced out of the ground, he had guessed that the person in front of him might possess some kind of ability that could disable others' abilities. If they were strong enough, they wouldn't have been able to hide and be hunted down for 3 days without being caught.
This was Su Yi's assessment of the person's strength, so he personally tested the opponent's attack intensity. But how come this guy's physique is so tough? It's not like a human body at all.
He dodged backward on the Flying Shadow, the figure getting closer and closer, but his mind was filled with thoughts. The brief collision had already made him realize that something was wrong. Judging from physical strength, the opponent's ability seems to be a matter amplification type of ability.
But if that's the case, how does he manage to erase other people's abilities? Let's test it out.
Su Yi landed behind the man with a Flying Shadow, no longer dodging, but instead activated Boiling Blood and kicked the ground hard with his right foot. A piece of shattered stone was thrown at his face, but the man immediately turned around and attacked Su Yi without even trying to avoid him. The pebbles hit him, but scattered like raindrops, causing no harm whatsoever. However, taking advantage of the rubble obscuring his vision, Su had already crouched down and launched a sweeping kick at his opponent's lower body. Blood mist filled the air as Su delivered a heavy kick to his opponent's right leg, but then his expression changed slightly, as if he had kicked a steel plate. The man didn't move an inch, but instead reached out to grab Su Yi. Su Yi hurriedly swung his fist in front of him, but his boiling blood dissipated once again when he touched the other's palm. A strange force suddenly contracted, and the man in front of him actually tried to crush Su Yi's hand. However, at that moment, the countless pebbles behind the man suddenly emitted a white light and rapidly shrank back towards Su Yi.
Repairman. Delayed repairs.
Su also revealed a smile, even though he felt as if his energy was sealed and he could not use it. However, the energy required for delayed repairs had already been released long before. After being upgraded to rank C, the repairman can increase the strength of the objects he repairs. The normally harmless pebbles now carried a force and landed on the man's back. White threads passed through his body and connected to another piece of gravel on the ground beneath Su Yi's feet. With a series of muffled thuds, the man's chest and abdomen were struck by the rubble, and his movements were frozen in shock.
Su took the opportunity to pull his hand away and retreat.
The rubble was cleverly repaired into a hollow stone cylinder, which sealed the man inside. As he moved away from the man in front of him, the stagnant energy within Su Yi began to circulate again.
"Brother, which mountain are you from?"
He stared at the man who was stuck in place and unable to move, and tentatively began to probe with questions.
"Judging from your cultivation level, it should only be the stone realm. Why are you attacking us? You should know that awakened ones cannot hurt people so casually."
casually, right? His three questions seemed to sink without a trace, receiving not a single response. Even when trapped, the man remained expressionless. Immediately afterwards, a powerful energy fluctuation erupted from his body. In an instant, the stone cylinder formed from the rubble began to crack. Stones flew everywhere, and the man broke free again, like a tireless machine, lunging at Suyi once more. Suya's expression remained unchanged, and he suddenly let out a low shout. Bai Tao, who had long since disappeared, spoke from the ground. His hand emerged from the ground and forcefully pulled on the man's feet. The man, who had been charging forward, suddenly slammed face first into the ground, creating a deep crater. He didn't scream or cry out after falling, he simply slapped his palm against the ground. Bai Tao's expression changed, and he immediately let go of his hands and jumped out of the ground. What should we do, Suyi? He asked urgently from mid-air. They tried for a long time, but couldn't even cause the slightest harm to the man in front of them. The opponent also has methods to restrict abilities. If the battle drags on, they will undoubtedly lose. However, at the same time, a bloody shadow appeared in front of the man. Ah, leave it to me. Suya's voice became somewhat languid, as if he had already found a way to defeat the man in front of him. He threw a punch, unleashing a burst of blood. Suya's attack was blocked by the man once again. The fist, covered in boiling blood power, was once again forcibly snapped in two. But this time, Suyi grinned, and his punching momentum did not dissipate at all. Although I'm not very good at it yet, I can still give this move a try. No energy surged from his body, but suddenly the veins on his right arm bulged, making it appear as if it had grown larger. The five arts. An explosive force surged and burst forth from Suya's right arm. The man's hand was unable to withstand the force and was slammed into his chest by Suyi. His body was sent flying, crashing through the wall of the nightclub's first floor and landing inside the building. This time, there was no movement inside the wall, as if Suya's punch had completely rendered them unable to fight. However, when Suyi forcibly unleashed the power of collapse without being proficient, the result was a horrific state in which his entire right arm nearly exploded. The mangled flesh of his right arm was enveloped in a green light formed by regenerative power, and it began to slowly repair itself. However, such injuries are by no means something that can be healed in a short period of time. Go check on that guy. Su, enduring the pain, spoke and gave instructions to Bai Tao. Oh! Bai Tao exclaimed excitedly and dashed into the first floor of the nightclub. Meanwhile, by the window on the second floor, Wang Taiju muttered to himself, looking down at the horrific scene below, wishing he were dreaming. My nightclub. White energy and green energy flow alternately. Su spent 2 minutes restoring his torn clothes and arms to a point where he could barely move them before walking into the nightclub through the gap in the wall. At this time, Wang Tieju's men, who were scattered in various places, returned one after another, but each of them looked at him with awe, lined up on both sides, and dared not approach him at all. Not long after they walked, Su saw Bai Tao squatting next to a pile of rubble, seemingly lost in thought. How's it going? He asked softly. Su Yi. Bai Tao turned around at the sound, his face showing a complicated and strange expression. You killed him. He stood up and pointed to the corpse in front of him. The person from before was lying face down on the ground, expressionless, with a slight indentation in his chest, completely lifeless and motionless. Suyi immediately narrowed his eyes and looked at the corpse. This guy isn't human, he said calmly. If he's not human, is he a pig? Bai Tao chuckled dryly and muttered to himself, this guy may look strange, but he was obviously once a living person. I mean the literal meaning. As he spoke, Suyi squatted down next to the corpse and began to examine it carefully. He first tapped the other person's body. A feeling of rock hardness washed over me. Then he did something that made everyone around him gasp in shock. He pulled a fruit knife from his pocket and, without saying a word, slashed at the wrist of the corpse. This man doesn't even spare corpses. The nightclub henchmen standing on both sides all tensed up, their expressions filled with fear as they looked at Suyi. No wonder he's a ruthless person who even the boss has to give way to. Young people these days are getting more and more energetic. A sound like metal clashing rang out. Suya's fruit knife not only failed to sever the man's wrist, but the blade was even knocked away. However, he remained calm and activated his repair technique almost the instant the blade flew out. With the repairman's amplification, the fruit knife returned to its original state and chopped down again. Another muffled thud. This time, Su also severed the corpse's wrist. He grabbed his wrist and immediately confirmed his guess. This guy is definitely not human. Su also showed Bai Tao his broken wrist. His body is made entirely of or in metal. There are no blood vessels or flesh tissue at the break in the wrist, only an outer layer of artificial skin. There seems to be a substance similar to spirit transformation powder in this palm. It is this thing that has sealed our abilities. Bai Tao's pupils contracted as he watched the scene. He hadn't expected that the man on the ground wasn't human. He suddenly looked down at his feet. Then what exactly is this thing? This guy is... Suyi was about to speak his guess when a wisp of immortal mist suddenly lingered in his ears. He showed a slight look of surprise, then changed his words, saying, this guy is a puppet. A puppet? Bai Tao was taken aback. So, I've been chased by a puppet for 3 days? If it's a puppet, then who's controlling it? A glint of light flashed in Suyi Suye's eyes as he looked at Bai Tao. The person who is manipulating it must be trying to stop you from doing something, or trying to kill you to silence you.
Do you remember how you met this guy? Upon hearing this, Bai Tao frowned and fell into deep thought.
After a moment, he began to recall. I arrived in Chuancheng 4 days ago.
My hometown is actually Chuancheng.
I accidentally noticed a D-level mission from Chuancheng on the mission board, so I thought I'd go home and take a look, which is how I accepted the mission. The task is for me to assist the hunting Void Team 25 from the Primordial Academy in searching for traces of void demons and the sudden appearance of energy fluctuations. However, I only met with them briefly before I was assigned to conduct reconnaissance in the southern suburbs.
Well, the actual operation I started was 3 days ago.
I woke up at the house of an aunt I met at a bar that day, and we played chess until very late. Because her husband suddenly returned home after a business trip, I was worried that he would misunderstand our relationship, so I was forced to climb out of the window very early.
You deserve to die.
Suyi squinted at Bai Tao, his lips twitching as he spoke. It's a miracle you're still alive and haven't been killed.
Cough, cough, cough.
Bai Tao quickly coughed twice to change the subject. After leaving that aunt's house, I went to the southern suburbs to start the search. But although it's called a search, I'm actually still very far from the source of the energy and the mountain where I detected the traces of the void demon. The captain of that hunting squad seems to want me to stay away from there, worried that I might encounter danger during the search. I certainly wouldn't go to such a dangerous place, so I'm happy to just search the outskirts. Anyway, once their investigation is over, I can consider my mission complete. But during my casual investigation, I saw a little child walking alone in the suburbs. That was a child who looked only 5 or 6 years old. I think she might have gotten separated from her family and gotten lost, so I wanted to go and help her. Bai Tao frowned as he mentioned this, but when I got closer, the child suddenly disappeared.
She appeared in front of us as if she had teleported.
So I chased after her again, only to find that she had already gone far away. After walking and chasing each other for about 10 minutes, I realized something was wrong, because the child seemed to be leading me towards the mountain peak at the mission location. I realized then, how could a little kid walk so fast? But when I realized something was wrong and was about to leave, I noticed something strange. I think I saw a flash of light on that mountaintop, and the little child who had been walking in front of me suddenly disappeared.
But at that moment, this guy just suddenly appeared and started chasing me.
Bai Tao seemed to recall something unpleasant, staring at the puppet on the ground with a livid expression. His fists can nullify my abilities, and no matter where I hide, he can find me within hours. I was being chased for 3 days, and I could only find an opportunity to contact you and ask you to help me. I see, Suyi pondered as he looked at the puppet at his feet, a slow smile spreading across his face.
It seems this mission is more interesting than I imagined.
It seems the key to the problem lies in the child you discovered.
Su hesitated for a moment before speaking. Do you remember what he looked like? Was he a man or a woman? Bai Tao shook his head.
I could only see his back. He doesn't walk fast, but no matter how fast I speed up, I can't seem to catch up with him. I don't understand why I kept chasing after him. He rubbed his forehead, feeling utterly confused about his behavior in the past few days. The feeling was strange, as if I had fallen into a very strange state. At that time, I had a strange feeling in my heart that I had to catch up with her.
This might be due to some kind of ability, Suyi analyzed, stroking his chin. Let's put the child's identity aside for now. You said you were lured to the vicinity of that mountain and then attacked?
Yes. Bai Tao was furious when he mentioned this.
That damned puppet. I don't know who the hell is controlling it. It's been chasing me relentlessly.
I haven't been able to sleep well these past few days. I've basically been fleeing all the way back here. If I weren't more skilled, I probably would have been killed by this bastard long ago. He rushed to the puppet and kicked it, but then, he jumped up, clutching his foot. How can this thing be so hard?
Su pondered for a moment, then walked over to the puppet and squatted down.
He spoke in a barely audible voice, facing the ethereal mist swirling around his ears. Elder Hu, are you sure this guy is the puppet you're talking about?
100% certain.
Old Master Hu's voice was filled with excitement. This was absolutely made from fragments of the Ninely pot. There is a puppet house among those fragments, which can create puppets from various materials. Simply place the soul of a living being into it, and you can control it. I'm not sure if this puppet was just made or if it was originally part of the puppet house.
But one thing is certain, someone has definitely obtained a fragment of the Ninely pot and is attempting to refine it. Refine?
Suyi exclaimed softly. That's right, the old potter explained. The complete Ninely pot is far more powerful than the jade treasure you imagine. Even a fragment requires constant nurturing with one's own energy to fully master it. This nurturing process is called refining. The reason you didn't go through this step back then is because you directly activated the energy that was originally stored in the Ninely pot while using the repair hand. This energy, combined with your own abilities, is equivalent to directly completing the refining process. In other words, someone obtained the fragments of the Ninely pot in advance and was attempting to refine them, Suyi said thoughtfully. And during the refining process, he sensed Bai Tao's approach. So he used the fragments of the Ninely pot that he had refined to release the puppets and hunt him down. Yes, that's very likely,
quietly, "Old master who replied. Who could this person be?" Suyi continued to examine the puppet's body, trying to find some useful information. Is it that accidental trace of a phantom, that mysterious little girl, or is it a void hunter or an awakened one? It must be said that this puppet is almost identical to a real person in terms of both appearance and body structure. Su opened its eyes and was surprised to find that the puppet's eyeballs were incredibly realistic, almost like those of a real person. The punch that just shattered the energy circuit within its body was clearly destroyed. Otherwise, suppressing or destroying this puppet would be a very difficult task. However, just as Su was examining the puppet, which had been so dormant it seemed to be dead, suddenly opened its eyes, its pupils began to move, and quickly locked onto Suyi. This sudden resurrection caused a stir among the nightclub staff around them. "If you don't want to die." The puppet opened its mouth for the first time, emitting a mechanical, synthesized electronic voice. "Get away, a little further away." As he finished speaking, haltingly, a fiery red light flashed in his lifelike pupils. Immediately afterwards, an energy fluctuation, starting small and gradually increasing, began to expand continuously from within the puppet's body. "This guy's trying to self-destruct?" Bai Tao's expression changed drastically, and he jumped up instantly, shouting loudly. He retreated rapidly, shouting repeatedly, "Suyi, don't stay there, hurry up and go." His exclamations and shouts startled the underlings who had been watching from the sidelines. They suddenly felt as if a bomb was about to explode and scattered in all directions. However, not long after they ran away, the ever-expanding energy began to shrink gradually and then disappeared. Su also placed his hand on the puppet's head, a wisp of immortal mist drifting from his palm, his expression quite surprised. He hadn't expected that elder who would have such an ability to stop a puppet from self-destructing. You dare to try to destroy yourself in front of me." The old man's disdainful voice came from the misty air. It was just a part of the world within the pot. As the core spirit of the Ninely pot, he seems to know how to deal with puppets. "Why didn't you help me deal with him when I was fighting him?" Su asked, squinting. "Ahem. My current abilities are limited, and I am not yet able to restrain a puppet that can move freely." The old man, who was just full of momentum, suddenly became a little guilty. "Hey!" Bai Tao, who was halfway there, seemed to have noticed the disappearance of the self-destruct energy. He peeked out from behind the wall and asked cautiously, He's not going to explode? Come back, everything's alright now." Suyi waved his hand and said casually. Just then, the group of nightclub henchmen who had already run far away let out a series of shouts and exclamations. "Is the energy fluctuation coming from here?" A steady and powerful voice rang out from afar. "Daring to make such a commotion in the city, I'd like to see which awakened one it is." The second person spoke, his voice slightly frivolous and his tone extremely aggressive. "I have to deal with missions and also deal with these awakened ones. It's so troublesome." The third voice was that of a woman, and she sounded extremely annoyed. "We haven't heard from Xiaoyu since he went missing 2 days ago. How can we have time to deal with things here?" During the conversation, 3 figures appeared on the first floor of the nightclub, looking towards Su Yi and Bai Tao. Upon seeing the 3 people, Su's expression immediately sharpened, recognizing their identities from the nameplates on their chests. "The Hunting Squad 25 from the Primordial Academy. They are the hunting team in charge of this mission." The 3 Void Hunters had clearly also discovered Su Yi and Bai Tao's presence. They had seen Bai Tao before and recognized him quickly. "You must be Bai Tao from Longxia Academy." The person in the lead was clearly the captain of the Hunting Void team, and it was the man with the steady voice. He stepped forward and immediately noticed the mess and the puppet on the ground. "Dragon Summer Academy, Su Yi." Su Yi calmly extended his hand. The captain nodded slightly and shook hands with him. "Tao Pan, captain of the 25th Hunting Squad. Did you cause this?" He pointed to the puppet on the ground, which looked like a corpse. "As awakened ones, you caused destruction and casualties in the city without cause. I hope you can give me an explanation." Su Yi and Bai Tao exchanged a glance, and then briefly recounted what had happened to them. The venue for their conversation was moved from the dilapidated first floor of the nightclub to Wang Tieju's office. This once arrogant and domineering boss now stood aside like a lackey, looking at the people in front of him with utmost respect. The main problem was that there was nowhere to sit. After all, the office was so small, and all the sofas and chairs were occupied by Su Yi and his friends. "So, you were bewitched by a little girl's abilities and brought near Nanchang Mountain, and then you were hunted down by this puppet?" Tao Pan looked at Bai Tao and gently tapped the table to ask. "Nanchang Mountain is the destination of this mission, the source of the energy burst, and the location where the traces of the void demon appeared. Yes, so I asked my good friend at the college to help me, who is Su Yi, the classmate next to me. We defeated this guy, only to find out it was a puppet." Bai Tao nodded repeatedly and replied, "I just don't know if this puppet is someone's ability or the effect of some kind of magical artifact." Su Yi naturally couldn't tell anyone about the Ninely pot, so the group speculated about the puppet's origins. "Hiss," Tao Pan gasped, lost in deep thought. "It seems that this mission is not as simple as we imagined." He pondered for a moment before speaking. "Perhaps there really are void demons on this South City mountain. I think the person controlling this puppet might
might not necessarily be a void demon. Suyi suddenly interjected.
What do you mean? Are you implying that the person controlling the puppet is an awakened one?
The girl named Chishu immediately frowned and asked. Very likely, Suyi shrugged. If a void demon can appear in the Dragon Kingdom when it is undetectable, its strength must be no less than that of a rock demon.
If that's the case, why would he need to send a puppet to hunt down Bai Tao?
It would have been much more efficient for me to act myself. There was no way Bai Tao could have escaped the area of Nanchang Mountain.
Hey, are you really trying to curse me to death? Bai Tao immediately retorted from the side.
Humph,
you're just making wild guesses without any evidence.
Another boy with a flippant tone sneered, revealing a disdainful expression, seemingly wanting to stand up for Chishu.
What are your thoughts, Senior Fan Chi? Suyi wasn't annoyed, he just looked at the other person with a half-smile.
Perhaps the demon sent out puppets to chase people in order to avoid being discovered. Fan Chi immediately offered his opinion.
If he's afraid of being discovered, why go to all this trouble? Suyi smiled. He could easily conceal his presence and hide. That would be the best way to hide. Since you've decided to take action, why are you hesitant to act decisively? Don't you think that's a huge contradiction?
You! Fan Chi was speechless for a moment, her face flushed slightly.
She wanted to retort, but couldn't think of anything to say. Alright, Tao Pan interrupted the two, getting Fan Chi out of the predicament.
As expected of a student from Longsha Academy, they have such keen analytical skills even though they have only been enrolled for a few months. He subtly flattered Suyi before continuing, regardless of who released the puppet. What we can be certain of is that the other party is somewhere on Nanchang Mountain. To be honest, we have entered Nanchang Mountain more than once in the past few days to conduct searches. He frowned slightly, his expression turning serious. To improve search efficiency, our team split up for a while, but when we assembled yesterday, one of our members of the hunting void team did not return, and we were unable to contact him. When this member was mentioned, Fan Chi and Chishu's expressions changed.
Thank you for the information you provided, but you are now out of the mission and will remain in the city to await further instructions. Tao Pan looked calmly at Suyi and Bai Tao and gave this order. Don't worry, once our mission is finished, we'll mark it as a success for you. Really? That's great. Upon hearing this, Bai Tao's eyes lit up, and he nodded excitedly. Being able to complete a mission without any danger was something he had always dreamed of. But Suyi suddenly spoke up. Our mission is to assist you in the search. But it's clear that things on Nanchang Mountain are not that simple. How about the two of us go and help you with your exploration?
He had not forgotten about the fragments of the Jiuli pot. According to the old man's description, the fragments of the Jiuli pot are on Nanchang Mountain. Currently, it seems that the fragment possesses the original function of the Ninely pot in creating puppets. However, he couldn't be sure if there were any other unactivated functions inside besides the puppet.
The aura of the Ninely pot that I sensed on Daojiang Mountain must be repaired before I can find out where the fragment went.
The whereabouts of these fragments are closely related to Tang Tan.
No! Tao Pan's voice suddenly rose, and his eyes became incredibly domineering. He read in an unyielding tone, if you don't want to die, don't go near there. Otherwise, I will mark your missions as failures.
After being yelled at, Su fell silent and stopped talking. Instead, he looked at the captain with an increasingly strange gaze.
We understand the situation. An assistant will come to retrieve the puppet's body afterward. Given that it was the two of you who defeated it, this body will also be sent to Dragon Summer Academy. Tao Pan stood up, led his two teammates out the door, and said, we will continue to Nanchang Mountain. Goodbye. Let me see you off.
Seeing that they were finally ready to leave, Wang Taizhu, who had been meekly standing by, immediately showed a delighted expression, wishing these plagues would leave as soon as possible. His business was inherently shady, and he was terrified that the few void hunters in front of him might dislike him and smash up his nightclub.
Are you an off-road enthusiast? Tao Pan asked involuntarily as he looked at Wang Tiezhu's mud-covered car downstairs at the nightclub.
I went out for a couple of days and haven't remembered to clean up yet. Wang Taizhu chuckled, scratching his head, and then drove the three of them towards Daojiang Mountain. Only after watching the group leave did Bai Tao cautiously look at Suyi.
Should we listen to them and stay in the city? What do you think? Suyi looked over with a half-smile. Bai Tao's face immediately fell. Based on his understanding of Suyi, this guy was definitely not the kind of person who would easily give up on his decisions. Hey, didn't you hear me?
He leaned closer, looking at Suyi expectantly. That captain said that if we go, it will be considered a mission failure.
It's just a D-level mission, Suyi said casually, stroking his chin. But you're right, we really can't go too conspicuously. He thought for a moment, then said, let's go into the mountains tonight. Can I not go? Bai Tao asked, his eyes filled with hope.
Su smiled without saying anything, but simply patted him on the shoulder. It's okay if you don't want to go.
However, if I'm not mistaken, there should be more than one puppet. He must have used some method to pinpoint your location. If you stay in the city and get chased by the puppets.
Bai Tao's expression suddenly changed, his face filled with a sense of duty and determination. How can I let you go on such a dangerous exploration alone? We'll live and die together, so if there's any responsibility, I'll share it with you. Suyi looked at Bai Tao, whose expression changed faster than flipping through a book, and pointed to the ground ground, you dropped something. What is that? Bai Tao looked down but found nothing. 6:30 p.m., Nanchang Mountain. Su Yi and Bai Tao took advantage of the darkness before it was completely dark and quietly made their way to the top of the mountain. Do you remember where you chased that child before? Su Yi held a flashlight, illuminating the mountain path ahead, and asked. It's around here. Bai Tao looked around furtively, his eyes scanning the surroundings as he planned his escape route. Oh, Su looked up at the sky. So, the light you saw was on this hilltop? He looked up at the mountain in the twilight but saw no light at all. Yes, but because it was only for a moment, I can't remember exactly where it was. Bai Tao nodded. I understand. Su nodded, then turned on his flashlight and headed into the mountains. It seems we have to go inside and take a look if we want to know what's hidden on this mountain. Bai Tao followed nervously behind him, his toes barely touching the ground, as if he were floating, his vigilance at its peak. Su Yi walked with remarkable composure, his flashlight sweeping across the ground as if searching for some trace. The two walked along the mountain path for 15 minutes. Su suddenly stopped, a glint of light flashing in his eyes. Found it. What did you find? Bai Tao curiously poked half his head out, only to see the flashlight beam shining on a footprint. These footprints should belong to the missing member of the hunting void team. Su Yi squatted down, examined them carefully, and came to this conclusion. How did you know that? Although he had experienced this many times before, Bai Tao was once again shocked by Su Yi's imaginative reasoning. We've never even seen that guy's face. The reason is simple, Su said, pointing to the footprint. This footprint is about 26 centimeters long. Normally, 6.9 times the length of a footprint is roughly a person's height. He looked at Bai Tao with an encouraging gaze, like a teacher looking at a student. I'm bad at math, I can't figure it out. Bai Tao looked up at the sky, his lips twitching. In other words, this person is about 1.8 meters tall, but the tallest of the three void hunters we saw before, Captain Tao Pan, was only about 1.75 meters tall. Su could only shrug and state his conclusion. In conclusion, this footprint is most likely left by their missing team member. But with so many people and media coming up and down the mountain these past few days, how can you be so sure it belongs to that team member? Bai Tao asked. You're in Chuancheng yourself, don't you even know this? Su Yi said casually. There was a rainstorm in Chuancheng 4 days ago. After the rainstorm ended, the government sent people to seal off the mountain and not allow anyone to approach it. In other words, the footprints here could only have been left by people who came later. And just yesterday, the only people walking around on the mountain were members of the hunting void team 25. They were searching in all directions. There were no signs of vehicles passing by at the foot of the mountain, so it's clear that the place where they came up the mountain wasn't here. If we follow the footprints, we might be able to find the team member before they do. If I'm not mistaken, the traces left by this team member are definitely related to the puppeteer. During the conversation, he had been leading Bai Tao up the mountain path. Following the tracks under their feet, the two quickly ventured deeper into the mountains. After walking and stopping for 15 minutes, Su Yi suddenly stopped and frowned. From here on, his footprints began to become disordered, as if he were being chased. Perhaps it was here that he encountered some danger. His gaze narrowed slightly as he stood up and shone his flashlight around. Soon, the flashlight beam focused on the tree trunk next to them. There were trampling marks on the tree trunks, which indicates that the person chasing him moved by jumping back and forth between the tree trunks. Is this an awakened being, or just another puppet? He didn't think about it for too long, but continued walking forward. The footprints here started to become messy and uneven, and there were dried bloodstains on both sides. This indicates that the member of the hunting team appears to be injured. What are these craters in the ground? Are they traces of some kind of attack or ability? Was it left behind by the void hunter, or by one of his pursuers? Su Yi analyzed the traces at the scene while scanning his surroundings. I think you shouldn't go to Longsha Academy. You should become a detective, Bai Tao muttered to himself. Even if these clues were placed in front of him, he would still be completely confused and unable to see anything. Yet Su Yi was able to analyze so much from these clues. Actually, a detective's main job is to investigate extramarital affairs and stalk people. Investigating cases is the job of the police. Su replied calmly in response to Bai Tao's complaint. In my opinion, a detective is more like a professional pervert. His rant stopped abruptly, and his expression changed drastically. But then a whooshing sound came from behind, and a sense of crisis instantly filled my body. Su Yi, watch out. Bai Tao reacted even faster than Su Yi, shouting out almost the instant the sound rang out. By the time Su tried to dodge, it was already too late. Blood splattered everywhere. His right shoulder had been pierced by an invisible attack. Su, clutching his right shoulder where he had been shot and bleeding, gasped and rolled to the side, hiding behind a tree and quickly turning off his flashlight. At the same time, he shouted loudly, Bai Tao, he's in the tree. Almost at the same time the enemy launched their attack, Bai Tao had already burrowed into the ground and disappeared. Su also determined the enemy's direction by the angle of the attack. He leaned against a large tree to conceal himself, while simultaneously using his regenerative abilities to rapidly heal his wounds. Unfortunately, the hole went almost through his entire right arm. Therefore, the efficiency of regeneration is greatly reduced. bruised, and the wound cannot be fully healed at least in a short period of time. In the dense forest, a figure seemed to be constantly jumping between the branches and trunks of the trees. Unfortunately, the night was too dark and the moonlight was blocked by the leaves, so Su could only see a dark shadow through the dim light. Is that guy a human, or a puppet? Even from this distance, he couldn't determine the other person's true identity. Su, naturally, did not dare to show his face easily. He could only hide behind a tree trunk and silently ponder a solution. Several more energy blasts shot out from the tree branches. This time, Su finally saw things clearly. These energies are emitted like beams of light, moving at extremely high speeds and possessing immense penetrating and destructive power. He was just hit by that kind of attack. The enemy seemed to be searching for Su Yi and Bai Tao as well, and was launching random attacks. Several attacks pierced through the tree trunk where Su Yi was hiding, making his scalp tingle slightly. But he soon realized something was wrong. Why is the vast majority of this guy's attacks aimed at the ground? His expression changed slightly, and he almost instantly came to a conclusion. This guy is destroying the footprints and traces on the ground. Clearly, this figure did not want Su Yi and Bai Tao to continue the pursuit. Its several attacks almost completely pierced through the surrounding soil, and the footprints that were originally exposed on the outside of the soil had long been scattered and disappeared by these attacks. No, this won't do, the trail will go cold. Su Ye's expression turned stern. The next second, he suddenly emerged from behind the tree and shouted, "Don't wait for Bai Tao. Hurry up and make your move. We can't let this guy continue to destroy the evidence." Almost the instant he appeared, a beam of energy shot out from the tree branch. However, Su was prepared this time and stepped out of the flying shadow at almost the same time, leaping onto the branches of the tree. He could vaguely see the dark figure through the leaves. However, the next moment, another attack came flying in at high speed. After launching the attack, the figure began to dart around rapidly. How could I possibly let you go? Su Ye's eyes suddenly turned cold, and he activated Flying Shadow, dodging attacks while chasing after the figure. The figure fought and retreated, constantly using beams of light to block Su Ye's path. Even with some precautions, Hai was still slightly faster than the attack. In just a few breaths, Su was getting closer and closer to that figure. The continuous use of Flying Shadow caused his legs to ache and tremble, but Su Ye's eyes remained sharp as he unleashed the last Flying Shadow, suddenly appearing directly above the figure. The strong wind generated by the high-speed movement blew up all the leaves on the surrounding trees. The bright moonlight shone down and illuminated the face of the figure. This was a man with an expressionless face, his entire face utterly indifferent, yet his eyes were incredibly lively, constantly shifting. As expected, this is also a puppet. The thought flashed through Su Ye's mind. Just as he was about to strike and subdue the puppet, his pupils constricted slightly. Because the puppet was even faster than him, it raised its right palm and aimed it at him from afar. His palms opened and closed slightly, seemingly revealing something resembling a miniature cannon barrel. Energy gathered at the muzzle, accumulating intense light energy. Damn it! I can't get any leverage in midair, so I can't use Flying Shadow. Su Ye's heart fluttered slightly. Even though he had mastered the Flying Shadow technique, moving in the air without any leverage was already a high-level skill in using the Flying Shadow. At least for him now, he cannot do that. The intense beams of light converged in an instant and were about to shoot towards Su Yi. Just when it seemed there was no way to avoid it, a figure suddenly leaped out of the ground and grabbed the puppet around the waist. Fleeing in a flash, a fish leaping over the dragon gate. Bai Tao held the puppet tightly, drew an arc in the air, and slammed it to the ground with a thud. At the same time, a beam of energy, having been fully charged, shot into the air due to the angle of deviation. Su landed on the ground and immediately saw Bai Tao and the puppet in the distance. The puppet's hands seemed to sink into a swamp, disappearing directly into the ground. Bai Tao pressed down hard on the other party, his palm surging with energy, seemingly trying to restrict the puppet's movements. However, the next moment, the puppet's right leg suddenly rose up and rammed into Bai Tao's groin. Bai Tao sensed the danger behind him with his senses alone and jumped up almost without hesitation. As he jumped up, the puppet, whose arms had been stuck in the ground, instantly pulled its hands out, its left hand tightly gripping its right wrist, and energy bursting from its palm. Bai Tao, who was in midair, seemed to blur for a moment. The beam of light pierced through the air and struck the distant mountain peak. A piece of gravel was blasted into pieces and slid down suddenly. The air seemed to be penetrated, creating a series of ripples. Wherever the beam of light passed, countless branches and leaves were destroyed. Moonlight streamed through these gaps onto the ground. Whether it was Bai Tao who had barely landed, Su Yi who was not far away, or the puppet that had just completed an attack, they all stood there stunned. A chilling feeling surged up their backs almost simultaneously. This aura is. The two looked out through the gaps pierced by the puppet. On a distant hillside, a little girl was sitting there, seemingly out of nowhere. The little girl, wiggling her tiny feet, seemed to have been there for a long time. Her gaze pierced through the nearly 100-meter distance, her eyes ethereal, a smile playing on her lips. It's her. Bai Tao murmured, speaking to himself with absolute certainty, the child I saw 3 days ago, it's her. But Su Ye's gaze was fixed on the little girl's forehead. Between his eyebrows was a pale red gemstone that blended seamlessly
shamelessly into his skin.
At that moment, the gemstone was illuminated by the moonlight, refracting a beautiful luster. But this luster brought a chill that shot from Suya's feet all the way to the top of his head, as if his blood had frozen.
Suyu, this little girl is a void demon.
The girl not far away is not only a void demon, but also a void demon of extremely high status. Could it be that she released the puppet? Why is that?
If it wasn't for murder, perhaps it was some kind of test? Will the fragments of the Jolie pot be on her? What level of cultivation is she at? Does she have a chance to escape? Countless thoughts surged into Suya's mind, and his back was unexpectedly soaked with sweat.
Behind them are puppets, and in front are illusory demons.
This is a surefire, doomed situation. Even Suyi never expected this situation to occur. Master Hu used the spirit-absorbing artifact.
He quickly placed his hand on the Jolie pot on his chest and whispered rapidly.
But before he could finish speaking, his pupils contracted again.
The little girl, who was originally 100 meters away, has vanished. Su also noticed that a figure seemed to have appeared behind him. He turned his head sharply, and the little girl appeared behind him as if she had teleported.
His aura was as deep and dark as an abyss.
Upon closer inspection, the unique energy fluctuations of the void demon seemed like a dark cloud pressing down on him and Bai Tao. Slowly, Bai Tao's voice began to tremble slightly. He didn't even dare to use his ability to escape for fear of provoking the displeasure and killing intent of the void demon in front of him.
Wrong.
A clear and melodious voice came from the little girl's mouth. The sound was extremely pleasant, like the tinkling of a spring, a celestial melody.
Wrong? What was wrong? Suya's mind raced, and for a moment he dared not make a move.
Click, click. The puppet's eyes darted around rapidly, locking onto the little girl in front of it. Without uttering a single wasted word, he suddenly raised his palm, and energy instantly accumulated. The energy beam did not shoot out as expected. Instead, it exploded directly in his palm. The little girl simply extended a finger and blocked the puppet's energy burst.
You must be joking.
Cold sweat dripped down Suya's forehead. He knew exactly how powerful that energy beam was. It can pierce through rocks and shatter the earth with just a slight touch.
But this little demon girl in front of me actually blocked that energy back with just one finger?
This level of strength is definitely above the mountain realm.
The puppet seemed to feel no pain. Even though his entire right arm was blown to pieces, he quickly raised his left arm, and energy gathered in his palm once more.
Wrong. The little girl simply repeated the sentence softly. This time, she touched the center of the puppet man's forehead with her fingertip.
They're all wrong.
The puppet man's body was cut into countless pieces, like broken building blocks, and scattered all over the ground. This overwhelming power left Su Yi and Bai Tao speechless with fear, their pupils trembling. With this little girl's strength, killing them would probably only require the flick of her finger. She destroyed the puppet,
which means she didn't release it. This seems to confirm Su Ye's initial speculation.
If a demon wants to kill someone to silence them, it doesn't need to release a puppet, it can simply do it itself. But how did this illusory demon appear, and what is its purpose? After the little girl smashed the puppet, she only glanced at Su Yi and Bai Tao lightly. She lingered on Su Yi for a moment, then turned and left, seemingly completely uninterested in the two of them. Under such immense pressure, Su managed to lift his head and call out to the other person, "Wait a minute."
Hey! Bai Tao, who was standing to the side, was completely shocked. This demon didn't seem to intend to attack them, but Su shouted like that. Was he afraid he wouldn't die fast enough? To his surprise,
at Su Yi's call, the little girl who was about to leave actually stopped and tilted her head to look at Su Yi.
"Why don't you attack us?" Su asked, looking directly at the other person. "Killing is meaningless." To Bai Tao's surprise, the little girl actually answered Su Yi. "Killing is meaningless?"
Su repeated this sentence, feeling utterly absurd. Such words are utterly absurd coming from the mouth of a demon who wantonly slaughters humans and attempts to conquer the entire planet.
You were talking about the wrong direction just now. What exactly do you mean? You're thinking the wrong way.
The little girl looked at Su Yi and said calmly, "You're going in the wrong direction and you're targeting the wrong goal." Then, she pointed to a direction on her right and said, "Your compatriots are over there. If they had arrived any later, they might have died."
Su also looked in that direction, following her finger. Compatriots referred to
the three members of the hunting void team 25 quickly flashed into his mind. But when he turned around, the little girl who had been in front of him had vanished as if she had evaporated into thin air. The lingering aura of the illusory demons dissipated. The pressure on the two of them suddenly dissipated.
Bai Tao collapsed to the ground, still reeling from the shock. That really was a void demon? What a terrifying aura. I almost thought I was going to die just now.
Su also felt a sudden sense of relief, but his brows furrowed tightly as he looked down at the puppets shattered on the ground beside him.
The direction is wrong, and the approach is wrong too.
Wait, does that mean I shouldn't have followed the trail to find the missing void hunter? The light in his eyes grew brighter and brighter, and some clues in his mind seemed to connect instantly. If that's the case, then the person truly attempting to refine the 9 Li pot fragments and manipulating the puppets is. Su stood up, turned the flashlight back on, and lifted Bai Tao, who was sitting on the ground, up. After continuous recovery, the wound on his right shoulder has barely healed.
What are you doing?
Bai Tao was startled by Suya's actions.
Are we going to go further in? There are void demons here. If you ask me, we should immediately inform the college about this and have them send someone. The void demon isn't the key.
Suyi, carrying Bai Tao, headed in the direction the little girl had pointed without looking back. Those void hunters are in trouble. We must go and rescue them first.
Rescue? Bai Tao, being carried by Suyi, staggered and exclaimed in surprise, "Are you kidding me? You believe what the void demon says?
And they are all void hunters from the rock realm.
Even if they really encounter some danger, what help can the two of us at the stone realm provide?
If you ask me, our most urgent task right now is to find reinforcements and ask the academy if they can send someone."
Hey, are you serious, Suyi? Nancheng Mountain, the summit. Her incredibly light figure landed gracefully, ethereal as a fairy.
But just then, a tall and graceful figure suddenly appeared from behind him, as if she had been waiting there for a long time.
Xiaji, you've really gone too far this time.
Shili spoke softly, calling out to the little girl named Xiaji in front of her.
Your tracks have been discovered by the void hunters. If you attract the attention of the city's guards, you will be no match for them. Sister Chili.
Xiaji turned around, her voice sweet but her tone completely unsurprised. She turned around and hugged Chili, raising her small face. "But that mark, I left it on purpose."
Left it on purpose? Chili stroked Xiaji's head but was slightly taken aback.
Yes. Xiaji turned her head to look in a certain direction down the mountain, because something very interesting is happening on this mountain. The trees on the ground were uprooted, as if they had been hit by a bomb, and a mushroom-shaped cloud of dust rose from the ground. Amidst the smoke and dust, 4 figures moved rapidly, colliding with each other.
1 person is on the left, and 3 are on the right.
In just a few seconds, they clashed countless times, blasting through the trees on both sides, resulting in a fierce battle.
Xiaoyu, wake up!
Tao Pan let out a low roar and swung his right arm forward. As he made his move, his right arm gleamed with a metallic sheen, and he clashed fists with the figure opposite him. The ground where the two collided immediately caved in, unable to withstand the force of the impact. Their figures all froze.
At the same time, the 2 people behind Tao Pan also rushed out from the left and right. Electrical shock.
Fan Shi clapped his hands together, and a ring of electric light immediately wrapped around his right arm. He quickly moved close to Xiaoyu, pushed out his palm, and patted his chest. Xiaoyu's body suddenly froze, as if she had been affected by an electric current for a moment. Immediately afterward, Shishu also quickly approached Xiaoyu, and asked urgently, "Xiaoyu, what's wrong with you?"
It's us. Have you been controlled by an ability? Shishu, watch out. Fan Shi's expression changed drastically after he finished his attack. He turned around and rushed towards Shishu, hugging her tightly and dashing to the side. He had just made that leaping motion when a sharp spike pierced through the spot where Shishu had been standing. Xiaoyu, do you really want to kill her?
Tao Pan rushed over in a rage and shattered the spike with a single slap. On the other side, Fan Shi rolled around on the ground while holding Shishu. Just as he regained his balance, Shishu, who was being held in his arms, forcefully pushed him away and stood up.
What exactly happened to Xiaoyu?
Her attention was now entirely focused on her former companion.
Could he have been attacked by a void demon? Don't you think that Xiaoyu is like the puppet described by those 2 freshmen from Longsha Academy? Fan Shi's eyes flashed with disappointment as he leaned closer.
Even though he risked his life to save him, Shishu wouldn't even glance at him. "What did you say, a puppet?" Shishu's expression changed slightly, and he immediately looked ahead. Their former comrade, Xiaoyu, maintained a blank expression, only constantly swinging his fists and exchanging blows with their captain, Tao Pan. The two exchanged blows, causing the ground beneath their feet to crack and crumble, and for a moment they were evenly matched.
If it's a puppet, doesn't that mean Xiaoyu has already?
Shishu's delicate face paled slightly, and she dared not continue thinking about it.
The captain has already realized this as well.
Fan Shi stepped forward and said in a heavy tone, otherwise, with his level of skill, he would have already subdued Xiaoyu.
But now the captain is deliberately holding back his power, as if he's afraid of hurting Xiaoyu. Humans are the creatures that love to deceive themselves the most.
Countless couples in love, even when they discover that their partner is unpredictable and doesn't come home at night, will deceive themselves into thinking that she just went out for something or stayed at a friend's/best friend's house. Countless students who are in school don't study hard usually, but before each exam, they hope to perform exceptionally well and score more than 10 points higher than normal. Countless men suffering from kidney deficiency and stomach problems lie to their partners before receiving their medical reports, claiming that they are not in poor health but rather that they are not feeling well lately. Countless mindless fans in the fandom, even knowing that their idols have a long history of misconduct, still desperately defend their idols until they are arrested and imprisoned for breaking the law. Only when they see the cream puff bursting with filling in front of them can some people truly face reality. On the other hand, no matter how much evidence there is, they will continue to deceive themselves, unwilling to accept conclusions and facts that are as obvious as ink on a white shirt.
Tao Pan's current state is similar to this.
Even though he had vaguely sensed that Xiaoyu was acting strangely, he was still deceiving himself, thinking that Xiaoyu might only be temporarily controlled and that she would have a chance to wake up. He constantly restricted his own energy, trying his best to block every attack from the opponent.
Xiaoyu, wake up. Have you forgotten all of us? Do you still remember the oath we made before joining the hunting void squad? Thump 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 thump.
Xiaoyu remained expressionless, showing no emotional reaction to Tao Pan's words. Instead, he landed several punches on the latter. The parts of Tao Pan that were attacked immediately gleamed with a metallic sheen. Although his clothes were torn, he managed to withstand the punches. Taking advantage of this moment, Tao Pan suddenly reached out and grabbed Xiaoyu's arms tightly. His eyes were bloodshot as he stared intently at the other man, growling, "Wake up!
Our memories, our past experiences, the missions we accomplished together, have you forgotten them all?"
His roar echoed through the mountains and forests, filled with extremely surging emotions.
Tears welled up in Qishu's eyes as he stared intently at Xiaoyu, his voice choked with emotion.
"Xiaoyu, wake up!" Fan Shi, standing beside him, clearly showed a hint of heartache in his eyes. He hesitated for a few moments, wanting to speak, but could only let out a deep sigh.
Sizzled bang. Two sharp spikes emerged from the ground and pierced Tao Pan's seemingly metal-like feet. Immediately afterwards, countless spikes shot out from all directions, relentlessly attacking Tao Pan.
But Tao Pan still held Xiaoyu tightly, his eyes bloodshot, and continued to growl, "Remember me, we." A cloud of blood mist, carrying intense kinetic energy, appeared behind Xiaoyu and smashed his head with a punch, interrupting Tao Pan's unfinished words.
In an instant, the entire venue fell silent.
Tao Pan, who had been firmly restraining Xiaoyu, had his pupils constrict in disbelief.
"I'm talking to you guys."
A lazy voice came from behind Xiaoyu.
"Why try to appeal to the emotions of a puppet whose very soul has almost dissipated? Do you really think this is some kind of shonen anime where you can wake up old friends with just talk? What did you do?"
Tao Pan murmured to himself, unable to believe what he was seeing.
"Isn't this obvious?"
Su also withdrew his hand, and Xiaoyu, whose head had been smashed, immediately lay flat on the ground. From its exploded head, countless solidified and dried viscous substances burst forth, scattering across the ground and even landing on Tao Pan's face, who was closest to it.
"I killed him and saved your life.
You bastard!" Tao Pan was furious and rushed forward instantly, grabbing Suya's collar with bloodshot eyes.
"Those are my teammates. You actually, since he's your teammate, why didn't you protect him properly?" Suyi calmly looked at Tao Pan, his eyes filled with a coldness, showing no sign of backing down. "Stop deceiving yourself.
He's been dead for a long time, completely and utterly dead. This is not a case of being controlled by mental influence abilities, but rather that the soul has been integrated into this puppet."
Suyi spoke slowly and deliberately, slapping the truth and facts right in Tao Pan's face.
Tao Pan's breathing became increasingly rapid, and it looked as if white smoke was being exhaled from his nostrils. After a few seconds, he finally calmed down and slowly loosened his grip on Suya's collar. As the captain of the hunting team, he naturally knew what was important and what was not. He had already realized that Xiaoyu might be dead, but as the team leader, he found it hard to accept the fact that his team members died in just one day, or were even turned into puppets. Who on earth, and with what power, turned Xiaoyu into what he is now?
Tao Pan covered his face in anguish, muttering to himself.
Not far away, Fan Shi and Qishu also had complicated expressions as they glanced back and forth at Su Yi, who had suddenly appeared, and Xiaoyu, who was already lifeless on the ground.
Tao Pan took a full 5 minutes to calm himself down. He finally calmed down, stood up from the ground, and looked at Su Yi. "Why are you here? Didn't I order you not to come in? First of all, it's not me, it's us."
Su Yi turned to the side, and Bai Tao, who had been hiding behind him, was immediately revealed. Bai Tao was slightly taken aback, then quickly scratched the back of his head and bowed and scraped to everyone. Secondly, Su continued, "There are two reasons why I came here. First, I don't like obeying other people's unreasonable orders, even if you are the captain of the hunting void squad.
Secondly, I have reason to suspect."
He paused slightly at this point, his expression sharpening. "The one who killed a void hunter and turned him into a puppet is among you."
Absurd!
Upon hearing this conclusion, Tao Pan, who had just calmed down, almost jumped up.
He glared at Su Yi, his imposing aura emanating from the mountain realm. "You first damaged my team member's body, and then you questioned whether one of us killed Xiaoyu?"
Su Yi took a small step back, feeling as if an invisible pressure was pressing down on his entire body. But his expression remained unchanged as he pointed to the headless corpse on the ground. "He is different from the puppet we encountered in Chuancheng. He is a puppet that was directly refined from Senior Yu's body. His whole body is made of flesh and blood, but the head part that I smashed didn't bleed at all, only brain matter splattered out." He picked up the body and showed it to the group. At the bloody, blurred fracture, the internal structure of the corpse could be clearly seen, but the blood inside seemed to have dried up long ago, turning almost black, and the body was covered with a mixture of solidified brain matter that had just burst open.
Normally, a person's blood will gradually coagulate within an hour of death.
Judging from the stiffness of the body and the degree of dehydration of the brain matter, he had been dead for at least a day. He casually placed the corpse on the ground, immediately attracting the angry stares of 3 people not far away. In other words, this senior student had already been killed and his body turned into a puppet before yesterday. Driven by his soul, the energy circuits within
within his body are connected, enabling him to move freely and even attack you. This only proves that he was framed. How can you prove that he was turned into a puppet by one of us? Tao Pan's voice turned cold as he stared directly at Su Yi, seemingly having accepted Xiao Yu's death. The reason is simple. Su Yi picked up the corpse again and showed it to the people in front of him. The body had 3 penetrating wounds, located on the left leg, abdomen, and left shoulder. This means that he was hunted down by something or someone before he died. In fact, on my way here, I did find the footprints and traces left by the senior when he ran away. What? Su Ye's sudden information startled all 3 void hunters. Su didn't explain much, simply replying, "The puppet that was chasing Senior Yu has been destroyed by Bai Tao and me. That's a puppet that can unleash penetrating attacks. Its destructive power is very strong, and it also corresponds to the wounds on Senior Yu's body." Bai Tao stood to the side, squinting at Su Yi, while inwardly ranting and raving. "What do you mean by saying that the 2 of us destroyed the puppet? Did our attack inflict any fatal damage on that puppet? It was clearly a void demon who made the move. And can't you show some respect for the corpse? Carrying it back and forth like that, aren't you afraid those 3 void hunters will beat you up?" He moved his feet slightly, quietly taking a few steps away from Su Yi, afraid that if Su Yi was also attacked, he would be attacked as well. Su Yi didn't notice Bai Tao's actions at all, and continued to explain while carrying the corpse, but it is clear that the wounds caused by these 3 attacks were not fatal. Judging from the bloodstains on the body, neither the depth of the wound nor the amount of bleeding was close to the level of serious injury. Apart from these 3 wounds, he had no other injuries. That puppet possessed the power to force him to flee and drive him into a corner, yet it only inflicted these 3 minor injuries. What do you think is the reason? It wants to force Xiao Yu into a certain place? Tao Pan's expression changed slightly, and he actually followed Su Ye's line of thought and came to this conclusion. That's right. In fact, I think it's highly likely that Senior Yu's death has nothing to do with that puppet. Su nodded and pointed to the corpse's eyes. Look closely, although his facial expression is stiff, his eye muscles are clearly in a state of expansion. This is a physiological reaction that only occurs when a person is in a state of fear or surprise. This also means that before he died, he definitely saw something incredible, or perhaps, someone he can't believe. Clearly, Senior Yu successfully escaped the puppet's pursuit and encountered someone he trusted or was familiar with. Su said calmly, but he never expected that the person he trusted would become the one who took his life. There were no other external injuries on the body, which means that he was killed by an internal impact without any warning. Perhaps it's some kind of energy attack or some kind of ability. Of course, if we want to get more clues, we can actually perform an autopsy and examine the internal injuries. The corpse in Su Ye's hand fell to the ground, and Tao Pan, who had suddenly approached, grabbed him by the collar again. "If you dare to desecrate a corpse again, even if you are a student of Dragon Summer Academy, I will not let you off. I have no intention of disrespecting the corpse." Su Yi smiled and raised his hands. "Besides, I have no experience in dissecting corpses. However, my conclusion remains unchanged." He smiled as he looked at the 3 people in front of him. "There is at least a 90% chance that the murderer who killed him is among you." Tao Pan's expression shifted between light and dark as he abruptly released Su Yi. He had to admit that Su Ye's analysis was airtight, traceable, and the only reasoning that could clearly explain Xiao Yu's cause of death. "We are all void hunters, and comrades in arms in the same void hunter team. How could we possibly do something to harm our teammates?" Even so, Tao Pan still refused to doubt his companions. Trust is a very fragile thing. Once exposed, it will be met with endless suspicion. As the team captain, he could never doubt his teammates. "Is that so?" Su Yi looked at Tao Pan with a half-smile. "Who can say for sure? Humans are very selfish creatures. Once reason is covered by greed, anger, and delusion, they will do some irreversible things. One wrong step leads to another. Perhaps it is just to cover up a small mistake that one will fall into a darker abyss and become uncontrollable. Even though these seniors are all void hunters, it's not impossible for them to harm their teammates for personal reasons." Bai Tao, who was listening nearby, broke out in a cold sweat. From any perspective, Su Ye's words were far too sharp, but Su Yi showed no sign of stopping, and his tone became even more aggressive. "For example, Senior Tao Pan, who was the team leader. There must be some unspeakable secret between you and this senior. Perhaps it was because of this secret that you killed him." "Nonsense." Shi Shu, who was standing to the side, finally couldn't hold back anymore and flew into a rage. "You actually suspect that the captain killed Xiao Yu? I've put up with you for a long time. And you?" Su remained unmoved, turning directly to look at Shi Shu. "You must be secretly in love with this senior, Xiao Yu, right? But it's obvious that you two are not in a romantic relationship. Perhaps it was because of unrequited love that he acted impulsively and committed this murder. It is not impossible." Shi Shu's face immediately turned red, her whole face filled with shyness and anger. "What did you say?" Hearing Su Yi slander Shi Shu like this, Fan Shi, who was standing to the side, could no longer sit still and angrily rebuked him. "Captain, this guy keeps disrupting our relationship. This is seriously interfering with the mission. Moreover, his account of encountering the puppet is only one side of the story. That puppet puppet has already been destroyed by them. Who knows if it can really unleash penetrating beams?
Maybe Xiaoyu's injuries were caused by someone else, and this guy is covering for the real culprit.
If you ask me, why don't we? You're the last one. Suyi glanced coldly at Fan Shi, interrupting him.
You've been pursuing this senior, Shi Shu, but she clearly hasn't paid any attention to you.
Instead, all her attention is on the senior.
From a certain perspective, this can be considered the tragedy of a simp. As a pathetic simp, unable to win the heart of your goddess, you develop the urge to kill her crush and carry it out.
Believe it or not, I might impulsively kill you right here?
Suya's words pierced Fan Shi's heart, causing the veins on Fan Shi's temples to bulge and an electric current to surge through his palms. Bai Tao was completely dumbfounded. In just 3 sentences, he mocked each of the 3 people present. If the ability to taunt were to be materialized into a ranking system, Suyi would at least be an S-rank ability holder. Compared to the 2 agitated and furious men beside him, Tao Pan was clearly much calmer. He looked coldly at Suyi and snorted. So your so-called reasoning is to suspect each of us one by one, but you can't produce any evidence? If you're someone who only talks nonsense, then I don't think I need to talk to you. Isn't that what reasoning is all about? Suyi maintained his extremely casual demeanor. First, make an assumption, then make inferences and supplement the chain of evidence.
My reasoning just now was simply to tell you that all 3 of you have sufficient motive to kill your teammates.
This has nothing to do with your identity as hunters of the void. It's simply because you are all still human. As long as desires exist, evil will arise. This is not something difficult to understand. He patted his trouser leg, straightened up, and said calmly, as for evidence, I know roughly where to look. For example, he looked into Tao Pan's eyes and said, word by word, at the location of Senior Yu's death, there must be evidence left by the real murderer.
You know where he died? Tao Pan's pupils trembled slightly as he asked in utter astonishment.
You probably know by now, Suyi said casually, touching his nose. Besides that, the place where I want to create puppets should also be there. However, I haven't been to the site yet, so I don't know the specific situation there.
But once we get there, I think the real culprit will be obvious.
Captain, he's just a kid in the stone realm.
Don't believe him,
Shi Shu said with a hint of annoyance, his eyes filled with disgust as he looked at Suyi.
Lead the way.
Unexpectedly, Tao Pan spoke coldly, looking at Suyi. If you lie to us, or if we haven't found the real culprit, I will report this to Dragon Summer Academy on the grounds that you interfered with the mission. There can be no traitors among my team members. Ah, if you can't find the real culprit, I'll let you do whatever you want with me, Su said lazily, then took the lead and headed into the depths of Nanchang Mountain.
Bai Tao quickly caught up and walked alongside him at the front, nervously whispering, are you really sure the murderer is among those 3? Do you really think their motives were sufficient for them to kill their teammates? How could that be? Su looked at him as if he were an idiot.
What I just said couldn't even be called deduction. I was just testing them. So what results did you get from your probe? Bai Tao asked, his lips twitching, even though he was being looked down upon. Su Ye's lips curled into a smile. Of course.
Didn't the murderer already explode?
Bai Tao was completely bewildered. He was clearly there just now, but how come he didn't hear anything? The murderer exploded, but where? He furtively glanced at the 3 people behind him. Su Ye's words made him feel like he was standing on pins and needles, and he felt like everyone looked like the murderer.
Oh, right, there's one more thing I need to tell you.
Su suddenly thought of something, grabbed Bai Tao, and muttered something in a low voice. Bai Tao listened for a while, then his eyes widened slightly. Are you serious? Does that kind of thing really exist? Most likely, Su said, releasing him and calmly reciting, with your skill level, it shouldn't be difficult for you, right? I have a feeling you're trying to kill me. Bai Tao rubbed his hair and made a bitter face. For the next while, everyone quieted down and followed Su Yi, each lost in their own thoughts. Su walked ahead while looking down at his phone, seemingly searching for something. Gradually, they continued up the mountain road, and the roads on both sides gradually narrowed.
How do you know where Xiaoyu died? Tao Pan asked suddenly, frowning as he walked behind Su Yi.
As I just said, I found Senior Yu's footprints on my way here when he ran away, Su replied, tilting his head slightly. But just when I was about to make a gain, the puppet that was chasing Senior Yu appeared and ambushed me. Not only that, it also destroyed all the subsequent footprints at the scene, making it impossible for me to continue the pursuit. However, judging from the direction in which the footprints disappeared, he seems to have gone up the mountain.
This mountain is so big, how do you know exactly where he went? Shi Shu asked, frowning.
Judging from the footprints alone, I really don't know which direction he went up the mountain, Su said.
But I have another clue.
That's the strange thing Bai Tao saw 3 days ago. At that time, he was attracted by a mysterious little girl and came all the way to the foot of Nanchang Mountain, where he happened to notice a light flashing on the mountaintop. It was only after he noticed that ray of light that he began to be hunted down by the puppets. We can boldly speculate that the light Bai Tao saw was not accidental, but rather that the mysterious little girl deliberately guided him to see it.
What are you talking about?
Fan Shi scoffed dismissively.
According to you, what is that little girl's identity? How did she know what happened on the mountain, and what was her purpose in guiding people there?
We can discuss the little girl's identity later, Suyi said casually, skipping over this part of the narrative which surprised Bai Tao. Only he and Su Yi knew the little girl's true identity.
But is there really any reason to believe what a demon does or says?
Assuming my guess is correct, then the light that Bai Tao saw at that time was a crucial clue. But Bai Tao weakly raised his hand, his face full of innocence. I don't even remember which side of the mountain that light was on. I had only seen the light for a short time when I was chased by the puppets and had to flee all the way back to the city.
No, Su Yi replied with a smile. Do you remember what time you arrived at Nanchang Mountain?
Bai Tao frowned slightly and began to think and recall. That aunt's husband should have come back at 5 in the morning. From the moment I slipped out the window until I reached the outskirts of the city, it was just barely dawn, around 6 o'clock. Upon hearing Bai Tao's words, the disdain in the eyes of the 3 void hunters behind him became almost tangible. Shi Shu, in particular, muttered under his breath, "Scumbag." In other words, you appeared at the foot of Nanchang Mountain before 7 o'clock in the morning, so he continued Bai Tao's words. And at that time the sky was dark, but you could see the light. This also means that you were on the eastern side of Nanchang Mountain at that time. Sunlight shines on a certain spot, thus refracting light. Wait a minute, Tao Pan interrupted Su Yi, his brows furrowing slightly. What makes you so sure that this is sunlight? Energy, jade, or some kind of electronic device can all produce light. If you were controlling or creating a puppet and intended to kill your own teammates, would you allow your energy, or anything you were using, to emit light? Su rolled his eyes and asked back. Tao Pan was stunned for a moment, then quickly shut his mouth. The fact that Xiaoyu had no wounds on his body indicates that his death was a planned murder, not an impulsive killing. Therefore, the person who takes action would never do something as foolish as revealing their energy or their position. 3 days ago, Xiaoyu was not yet missing, and around 6 o'clock in the morning, we should still be resting in the city, Shishu said thoughtfully.
So the murderer must have come to Nanchang Mountain behind your backs, right?
Su Yi shrugged. And he was obviously making some preparations to murder Senior Yu. He returned to the main point. In conclusion, the light that Bai Tao saw at that time was clearly natural light. The sun shone on a certain spot and reflected light, which was captured by Bai Tao. The murderer who discovered this also noticed Bai Tao's presence, and immediately released the puppet to hunt him down.
So after all this talk, where exactly are we going? Fan Shi asked impatiently. Don't rush. Su smiled meaningfully, then suddenly stopped. We'll be there soon.
He stopped on the mountain road near the summit and suddenly threw a punch at the trees on his side. The force of the punch shook a leaf on the side of the cliff, revealing the mountain wall to the side.
Tao Pan and his companions were all void hunters with extremely sharp eyesight, and they immediately noticed the anomaly on the mountain wall. A cave?
They exclaimed in unison, somewhat surprised that there was a cave here.
Do you remember? It rained here a few days ago.
Therefore, many pits on the mountain still have puddles that have not yet dried up. The light that Bai Tao saw was the sunlight reflecting off the puddle. The only place that can collect water without being blocked by trees is the cave on the mountain wall. Su Yi then leaped into the air, covering a distance of about 3 meters, and jumped into the cave entrance while hugging the mountain wall. He tilted his head slightly and looked at the group of people not far away. Don't just stand there.
Senior, you came up the mountain from the other side of the cave and entered the cave.
And this is also where he died, and where the murderer turned him into a puppet. Next, I will be here to ensure that the real murderer has nowhere to hide.
Su Yi and his companions walked through the quiet mountain cave.
The entrance to this cave is perfectly smooth, clearly indicating that it was man-made. The interior is winding and sprawling, incredibly deep and pitch black, with a width of about 5 meters on each side. While not spacious, it is certainly not narrow either. Su, holding a flashlight, walked at the front, leading the group forward. After walking about 5 meters, he suddenly stopped and shone his flashlight on the ground. Where his flashlight shone, there was a clear footprint, with dried bloodstains on both sides. These footprints were left by Senior Yu, which means that he did enter this cave after he was injured. The footprints continued to spread inwards.
Su Yi then led the group onward.
After walking about 10 more meters, the footprints that had been pointing forward disappeared. There was a large patch of messy, struggling marks on the ground, a chaotic scene, and it was unclear what had happened there. It was here that Senior Yu discovered someone he could hardly believe. He accidentally discovered the other party's secret, but was then ambushed by the person he trusted and almost killed instantly. He didn't have any external injuries, but he struggled or convulsed frantically before he died, leaving these messy marks. They had almost reached the deepest part of the cave.
Su pointed to the marks on the ground and analyzed them for everyone.
This is clearly where the murderer created the puppets. There are still traces of energy remaining around here.
So after all this talk, who exactly are you trying to accuse of? Tao Pan asked calmly, shining his flashlight on Su Yi as he looked at him quietly. Captain Tao Pan, what's your opinion? Su Yi smiled slightly, turned around and asked in return.
There is no one among my team members who would harm their teammates.
Tao Pan's tone was as firm as ever. I believe in every single one of them.
Belief is a subjective feeling and cannot change the facts or the outcome, Su said calmly.
It's just a feeling of self-deception.
As he spoke, he took a few more steps into the cave and sat down on a protruding rock. For example, Captain Tao Pan, you kept something from from your team members and hid it from them.
As soon as he finished speaking, Chishu and Fan Chi next to him changed their expression slightly and looked at their captain. Bai Tao sensed a tense atmosphere and involuntarily swallowed. Tao Pan remained expressionless, silently gazing at Su Yi.
For example, the deceased senior Yu actually had a preference for men, and the person he liked was probably Captain Tao Pan. Su Yi's words were always shocking, and his opening remarks nearly made the eyes of everyone except Tao Pan pop out of their sockets. Bai Tao nearly choked on his own saliva, coughing violently as he stood there.
For example, he has many characteristics that are only found in gay people,
Su Yi said calmly, taking out several items from his pocket, like a membership card for a gay bar and some kind of gay dating app on his phone.
These things were found in the pockets of his body. When did you take all this stuff? Bai Tao couldn't help but exclaim in a low voice.
His phone password is his birthday, so it's not hard to crack. Su also placed the stolen ID card on the ground to show everyone. By the way, judging from his mobile search engine and the content he browses on these apps, he should be considered a zero.
Who cares about this?
Besides, this is already an invasion of privacy.
Apologize to the deceased senior, Bai Tao finally muttered under his breath.
Chishu and Fan Chi both showed expressions of shock and couldn't help but look at their captain.
Tao Pan, however, remained expressionless, quietly looking at Su Yi. And then, what evidence do you have to prove that he likes me? Evidence?
Su Yi revealed a half-smile as he opened Yu's phone's photo album.
An astonishing scene unfolded before everyone's eyes.
The album was filled with photos of Tao Pan taken from various angles. There are scenes of battle, as well as many everyday photos, which at first glance are quite creepy, like photos taken by a stalker.
Tao Pan's expression finally changed slightly, and his eyes became somewhat complicated. So you want to accuse me of being the murderer? Of course not. Su shook his head and put his phone down.
You are not the murderer who killed him, because no matter how perverted his behavior may be, Senior Yu is still just secretly in love with Captain Tao Pan, and he hasn't done anything excessive.
This kind of perverted behavior isn't bad enough.
Bai Tao's tu chao, a Chinese internet slang term for sarcastic or critical comments, was activated, and he kept muttering to himself, Captain Tao Pan, the secret you've been hiding is that after he confessed his feelings to you, although you rejected him, you helped him conceal his sexual orientation in order not to damage the relationships within the team. But that is not enough to justify your killing him.
What? Xiao Yu likes the captain.
Shishu, who was standing to the side, had already turned pale after hearing Su Ye's words. She muttered to herself, unable to accept this fact.
So who is the murderer? Bai Tao's curiosity was piqued, and he couldn't help but ask. Back when you were being chased by the puppets, why did you give me riddles instead of just telling me where you were?
Su Yi suddenly turned to Bai Tao and asked.
Bai Tao didn't expect Su to suddenly ask him this question, but he honestly replied, because I feel like I'm being watched.
Actually, before contacting you, I tried to contact the helpers in the city to assist me. But every time I reveal my hiding place, the puppet catches up with me within half an hour, and I can only keep running away. Finally, I had no other choice but to ask you for help.
I could only think of a way to tell you my exact location in a more subtle way.
You're right, you were indeed being monitored. No, to be precise, you were being listened to.
Su Yi smiled and looked ahead.
Someone like senior sister Chishu is nothing more than a pitiful person who loves but cannot be loved in return. That motive is not enough to justify her actions in killing Senior Yu. And among those present, there is only one person who has sufficient motivation, will act on it, and has the means to listen to your cell phone signal. His gaze finally settled on Fan Chi's face, which was filled with shock and whose expression was slightly frozen. It's you, Senior Fan Chi. Fan Chi forced a very strained smile, just like a criminal called out in a movie.
You're saying I killed Xiao Yu?
First, there's your motive, Su said, ignoring his explanation. At first, I thought your motive was simply unrequited love, wanting to eliminate your rival and take the opportunity to win the heart of this senior, Chishu. But upon closer reflection, it doesn't seem to be the case. After all, to become a void hunter, one must have exceptional qualities in terms of temperament and execution. They are not like ordinary people who would kill their teammates for love and romance. Therefore, after thinking about it carefully, I roughly deduced your motive. He looked into Fan Chi's eyes and said calmly, you want to gain power.
If I'm not mistaken, it was you who found the treasure capable of creating puppets during the search in Nanchang Mountain, right? But after you found it, you did not choose to notify your team members, but instead checked it on your own. But this act of checking led you to discover something astonishing. That is, within this treasure lies an extraordinary puppet and the technique for making the puppet. The appearance and acquisition of puppets grants power far exceeding one's own level, thus amplifying your desires and giving rise to an idea. You want to keep this for yourself and don't want to hand it over.
He paused for a moment and observed Fan Chi's expression. The latter was expressionless, but his eyes held an unfathomable quality. And you also secretly hid in this cave, trying to study the method of making puppets, as well as the specific techniques for using them, and then take them for your own use. 3 days ago, while you were studying the puppet, the light reflected from the puddle at the cave entrance made you accidentally notice Bai Tao's appearance and approach. To prevent your identity from being exposed, and to prevent Bai Tao from becoming suspicious and thus revealing your actions. This is the first time you've been influenced by desire, and you've released a puppet to hunt down Bai Tao. As for how you found him, it's very simple. That is by releasing electrical signals to sense and listen to his cell phone signal. That's why no matter where he hides, you can find him very quickly.
Impossible, Tao Pan said calmly, interrupting Su Yi directly.
Fan Shi's ability is a B-level ability called Arc Burst.
The effect of the ability is simply to release electrical energy. How could it possibly have the means to listen to cell phone signals?
Even at this time, he still believed in his teammates. It seems Captain Tao Pan isn't very good at physics, Su Yi chuckled.
Since he can release electricity, he can also manually create electrical signals by changing the current.
As long as it is used properly, the conversion and monitoring of signals is by no means difficult for him.
Clearly, his development of his abilities is not simply about releasing energy.
Tao Pan fell silent and turned to look at Fan Shi. But Fan Shi remained silent, his expression unreadable, and it was impossible to know what he was thinking.
What you didn't expect was how strong Bai Tao's escape skills were, Su Yi said, looking at the other person.
You chased him for 3 whole days, but you still couldn't kill him, and you obviously don't want to make too much of a commotion in the city to avoid being exposed. So you can only continue to study and refine the treasures you've obtained while chasing him down. But just 3 days ago, something unexpected happened. The other puppet you sent out to prevent anyone from getting close to you inadvertently began hunting down your senior.
And you, who was being chased, happened to escape to the mountain and unintentionally hid in the cave where you were.
Inside the cave, he discovered the puppet you were studying, as well as the items you need to find for this mission. And he also noticed that you've been going about your business erratically these past few days. You originally wanted to cover it up and get away with it, but senior you clearly wanted to press for details, and even suggested that he inform Captain Tao Pan about it, and even report it to the academy. The fact that Bai Tao is still alive, the treasure you haven't been able to refine properly, plus the sudden appearance of senior you who discovered your secret. Countless worries surround you, making you extremely irritable. And so, influenced by greed and delusion, you did something impulsive.
Su clapped his hands, then gently separated them.
You used your ability to kill the injured senior you with a single blow. Because of your ability, the current was directly injected into his body, so there are no wounds on his body surface. But if you examine the inside of the body, you will definitely find many traces of electrical shocks. That's why, when you fought against senior you, who had been turned into a puppet, you deliberately used your ability to attack him. That way, even if the puppet is destroyed and something is found wrong during the autopsy, you can use this attack as a cover to get away with it.
After you killed senior you realized you had done something irreversible.
But instead of seeking redemption, you're pushing yourself further into the abyss, never to return. Therefore, you chose to turn senior you into a puppet and plan to take the opportunity to kill your remaining 2 teammates as well, and turn them into puppets as well.
Su finished recounting his entire analysis in one breath, let out a long sigh, and then smiled at Fan Shi. Was I wrong? Senior Fan Shi.
Poof. A disdainful sneer appeared on Fan Shi's expressionless face.
Nonsense. Your story is indeed very interesting. I advise you to give up on becoming a void hunter. Just drop out of school and become an author, write novels. If reasoning without any evidence can be used as evidence. Who said I have no evidence?
Su interrupted Fan Shi, a cold smile playing on his lips as he looked at him.
Didn't you already expose yourself? What did you say?
Fan Shi's expression changed slightly, but he didn't realize where he had slipped up. I previously analyzed for you the origin of the wounds on Senior Yu's body. At the time, I said that he had suffered 3 penetrating wounds, but I never mentioned what had pierced him.
But in your previous statements, how did you know that he was pierced by 3 penetrating beams?
Su Ye's voice, like a hammer blow, silenced the entire cave.
Fan Shi.
Even Tao Pan sensed something was amiss at this moment. He looked at Fan Shi with disbelief, a look of grief flashing in his eyes. Senior Fan Shi, Shishu also looked surprised and bewildered, unable to accept this fact.
Humph humph humph.
Fan Shi's expressionless face gradually broke into a maniacal laugh, which eventually turned into madness. Ha ha ha. He stopped trying to hide it and instead burst into laughter, his expression turning fierce. I never imagined I'd be so foolish as to fail at something like this. He cursed under his breath. If I had known this would happen, I wouldn't have released that puppet that could automatically track and defend itself. If it hadn't been chasing that idiot Xiaoyu, he wouldn't have barged into my place, and none of what happened afterward would have occurred. A flicker of regret crossed his eyes, but it quickly vanished. Now that things have come to this, he's determined to go all the way down this path.
Senior, could it really be that you?
Shishu was pale, the successive blows leaving her unable to recover.
Yes, I killed him.
Fan Shi snorted coldly, looking at Shishu with disdain.
I have no idea what you see in that gay guy. What do I lack compared to him?
You said you like oatmeal porridge, so I get up at 5 o'clock every morning to deliver breakfast and oatmeal porridge to your building. You said you were sick, so I braved the heavy rain to deliver the medicine to your dorm room. You said you were rejected by Xiaoyu, so I walked 30 kilometers with you to cheer you up.
My legs are about to break. But what about
about you." He became more and more agitated as he spoke, his eyes practically blazing with fire. "I've given so much, and you've never even looked at me properly, let alone let me touch your hand once." "You." Shishu's face paled slightly, and his eyes gradually turned cold. "I was originally truly grateful to have a friend like you in my life, but I never expected you to be this kind of person. See, this is what happens to a simp. All they know is to make self-indulgent sacrifices, but in reality, they only move themselves." Suyi turned his head and looked at Bai Tao, who was already dumbfounded. Bai Tao looked at Fan Shi with a complicated expression in pity, muttering, "So, simps never get a good ending." "Shut up!" Fan Shi seemed to have been hit where it hurt, and immediately shouted angrily at Bai Tao with bloodshot eyes. Bai Tao shrank his neck and took a big step back, his face full of vigilance, as if he was about to escape from the cave at any moment. "So I told myself." Fan Shi raised his head with a frenzied expression. "Power. With enough power, a woman like you will eventually have no choice but to kneel before me and bow down. Heaven is looking after me." I never expected that a casual search would lead me to discover such amazing fragments that I had never heard of before. Powerful puppets, and the methods for creating puppets, are all recorded in the fragments. As long as I have a powerful enough puppet, I can be above everyone else even without leaving my house. He was like a madman, jumping and leaping on the spot, sometimes laughing loudly, sometimes waving his hands. "Fan Shi." Tao Pan's low growl stopped Fan Shi from laughing loudly. The captain of the hunting team was completely enraged. He never imagined that the teammate he had always trusted would betray his teammates and break his promise to the Hunter of the Void. Apologize to the deceased Xiaoyu. He took a single step and instantly appeared in front of Fan Shi, his entire right arm covered in a metallic sheen, and threw a punch. But Fan Shi continued to dance in place, seemingly oblivious to the danger. A pale blue current suddenly shot out from Tao Pan's body. He trembled, his knees buckled, and he uncontrollably knelt on the ground. At the same time, the people inside the cave all collapsed as intense electric currents surged from beneath their feet. "You don't actually think that I let you in here so easily because I wasn't prepared at all, do you?" Fan Shi stopped laughing, a sneer rising on his lips as he looked at the group in front of him. The pitch-black cave was illuminated almost instantly by a pale blue electric current. In an instant, centered on Fan Shi's legs, the entire cave seemed to turn into a sea of electricity. Even Suye's legs went weak at this moment. He felt an electric current rushing into his body, causing his whole body to go numb, and he knelt on one knee on the ground. Clearly, Fan Shi had been accumulating and preparing for this move ever since they entered the cave. Caught completely off guard and ambushed, even Tao Pan from the mountain realm was so shocked by the electric shock that he trembled all over and was unable to move. He struggled to reach out and grabbed Fan Shi's ankle. What do you want to do?" "What am I going to do?" Fan Shi sneered as he kicked away the hand of his former captain, his face cruel. "Of course, I'm going to turn all of you into my puppets. Don't worry, after you die, I'll shift all the blame to that virtual demon whose existence is uncertain. No one will doubt me, and you will become my slaves and subordinates, accompanying me as puppets. I will rebuild the Void Hunter team and become the strongest Void Hunter." During the conversation, he gently patted the wall next to him. The plaster of a wall located deep within the cave was instantly ripped to shreds by the burst of electricity. At the same time, an unfamiliar male puppet emerged from inside the wall, seemingly having been waiting there for some time. This wide-range electric attack also seems to have very obvious drawbacks. That is, he himself cannot move and needs to continuously output energy to maintain the electric field. Under normal circumstances, during the release of his power, he is unable to attack the object he controls, and his attacks are indiscriminate, regardless of whether the target is friend or foe. These electric currents are unlikely to cause serious injury, they can only cause slight numbness and control. However, the existence of the puppet completely makes up for the drawbacks of this move. "Let's start with you, you arrogant and conceited fool." Under Fan Shi's command and manipulation, the puppet immediately began to move, walking towards Suyi, who was kneeling on one knee and unable to move. As a puppet, it was naturally unaffected by the electric currents and appeared in front of Suyi in just a few steps. Then, the puppet swung its fist and slammed it down heavily. It was accompanied by a deafening roar. Fan Shi's smile suddenly froze. The puppet's attack only shattered an afterimage in the ground where Suyi had originally stood. Suyi himself suddenly disappeared from the spot. "So you don't also think that I only discovered you were the murderer after I went into the cave, do you?" His lazy voice came from behind Fan Shi. "Do you think I'd wait for you to make your move without any preparation?" Fan Shi shouted out the villain's signature line before being defeated, and his expression changed drastically. "How could you possibly escape my sea of electricity?" The smell of blood filled his nostrils. The next second, he was hit in the back by a powerful impact. Cough. The force of the impact caused Fan Shi, who was unable to move, to feel his internal organs churning, and he coughed up a mouthful of blood. Suyi was behind him, his blood boiling, and he threw a punch. However, even though Fan Shi cannot move, he can still use energy to protect himself. Therefore, the damage caused by this punch was only to the extent that it made him vomit blood. "If one punch isn't enough, then give me another." Su had anticipated this. After all, Fan Shi was a a void hunter of the rock realm, and his strength was much greater than his.
Even if it cannot move, its energy intensity is still greater than mine. He focused his energy into his fist and unleashed another punch. However, this punch was firmly caught by a hand.
You bastard! Fan Shi's face showed anger as he grabbed Suya's fist.
Are you never going to stop?
He was unable to leave his original position due to his limited abilities, but his upper body could still move normally.
At this moment, his legs and below were filled with an ocean of electricity, permeating the entire cave.
For this reason, he is also unable to use his hands to unleash his abilities and can only fight using his physical body and basic energy. Even so, he was still able to catch Suya's punch when he activated boiling blood.
It's just a mere stone realm. Do you really think I can't handle you?
Fan Shi used all his strength to fling Suya's entire body away. Suyi flew out as if riding on clouds. He twisted his body rapidly in the air, barely managing to step onto half of the rock wall and stabilize himself. Fan Shi then noticed that Suya's arms and legs were wrapped with layers of insulating tape.
In other words, he was not affected by his own electric current from the very beginning. Impossible. When did you put the tape on? Fan Shi's expression changed slightly.
From the moment they met, Su had been following them the whole time, so he shouldn't have had a chance to wrap the tape around his neck.
Why don't you take a guess?
Suyi smiled but offered no explanation. The principle behind all of this is quite simple. He only needs to stick a piece of tape on his hands and feet, and then repair them with his hands, and he can extend the tape to the whole thing, thus protecting himself from electric current. Of course, the length of the tape repair cannot exceed its original total length. However, it is perfectly sufficient to wrap only the hands and feet.
Guess?
Fan Shi snorted coldly.
I wouldn't do something so meaningless.
A wicked smile crept across his lips.
You'd better die right here.
The wall where Suyi stood was smashed through by a punch from the pursuing puppet, revealing a fist mark. He dodged to the side using the flying shadow, but his pupils immediately contracted. A fist came hurtling towards him and hit his body. Su was also smashed into the rock wall and felt a sharp pain all over his body.
He gasped for breath and slid down the rock wall. He hadn't expected the puppet to be so fast.
Turning his head to glance at Fan Shi, he saw that the latter's eyes seemed to be flashing with a pale yellow light, as if he was personally controlling the puppet's actions.
I see. So the puppet is directly controlled by the person in question.
Suyi leaped to the side at lightning speed, and the oncoming puppet once again shattered the rock wall behind him, leaving a spiderweb-like crack. He then began to use his flying shadow technique, attempting to get closer to Fan Shi. However, the next second, Su's pupils shrank slightly, and Fei Ying, who was originally moving towards Fan Shi, was forced to dart backward. The spot where he stood was crushed by the puppet, which then rapidly approached.
How could I possibly let you get close to me again?
Fan Shi sneered, continuously using energy to repair the injuries he had just sustained. At the same time, he also used all his strength to control the puppet to hunt down Suyi. For a time, Suyi and the puppet chased each other, darting around the cave. As soon as he tried to get close to Fan Shi, the puppet appeared in his path as if it had a premonition, forcing him to retreat. Several people lay motionless on the ground, and all that could be seen inside the cave were gusts of wind. The puppet stood in the center, blocking everything. Suyi tried to approach Fan Shi's path.
A meaningless action.
I'd like to see how long your energy can last. Fan Shi sneered repeatedly, already prepared for a protracted battle.
Suya's high-speed movement resulted in a much greater energy consumption than his.
The two are now separated by a realm, and if this drags on, Su will undoubtedly lose.
Ha ha.
Just as Fan Shi said, a high frequency of using flying shadow had already left him quite exhausted, both physically and in terms of energy damage. He was panting heavily as he stood by the wall, looking up at Fan Shi. You're right. If this continues, my energy and stamina will definitely be the first to run out. He let out a long breath and straightened his body. However, there's one thing you've misunderstood. What I did was not meaningless. I don't know if you've heard of a magic technique called misdirection. That is, to use a conspicuous big move to cover up a small move, thereby achieving the purpose of deceiving the audience.
Ha!
Fan Shi sneered repeatedly.
Are you out of your mind? You're bringing up magic with me in this setting? Are you planning to perform a magic trick for me before I beat you to death? No, no, no.
Suyi shook his head, a smile appearing on his lips.
I was just reminding you. When all your attention is on me, are you ignoring something?
What did I overlook? Fan Shi repeated the phrase subconsciously, and actually began to scan his surroundings. This cave is only so big, how could I overlook something? His voice stopped abruptly, and his pupils contracted instantly. There were 3 people who should have been covered by the sea of electricity and unable to move, but now, only 2 people remain on the ground.
Suya's smile widened, and he breathed a sigh of relief.
I finally made it. His continuous use of flying shadow was never intended to get close to Fan Shi.
It was to stick insulating tape onto someone's body.
The person who disappeared is. Fan Shi felt a chill run down his spine and quickly realized what was going on.
Tao Pan, Captain?
At the same moment, a strong, powerful hand gripped his head.
Fan Shi, you have really disappointed me. Tao Pan's voice was like a volcano about to erupt, deep and thunderous. Because there is too much electric electric current impacting the body. Therefore, even though Su had already applied insulating tape to Tao Pan, he was still unable to resume his movements immediately. That's why Suyi kept using Flying Shadow to attract Fan Shi's attention until Tao Pan dispelled all the electric current in his body. Team, Captain? Fan Shi's head was grabbed, and he shuddered, almost losing his mind. He was almost powerless against Tao Pan in the mountain realm. The electric current covering the cave dissipated instantly. Bai Tao and Shi Shu, who had been in a state of pain and numbness, relaxed their expressions and collapsed to the ground. Their bodies continued to twitch, and they were unable to shake off the effects of the electric current for some time. Tao Pan grabbed Fan Shi's head and lifted him up, his eyes filled with disappointment and anger. I trusted you so much, but I never imagined you would actually be so ruthless as to kill Xiaoyu. His palm was covered in metal, and with overwhelming force, he lifted Fan Shi in front of him. Captain. Fan Shi frowned in pain, struggling to speak. I know I was wrong. I am willing to take full responsibility for all my mistakes, and I have no objection to being imprisoned in a rehabilitation center. A sinister glint flashed in his eyes, and his right palm suddenly crackled with electricity as he slammed it toward Tao Pan's chest. Tao Pan's clothes were torn apart by the electric light, revealing his chest covered in metal. A powerful electric current surged through his body, but the force on Fan Shi's head was no less intense. Looking up, the disappointment in Tao Pan's eyes had disappeared, replaced by a touch of sorrow. I think you seem to have misunderstood something, Suyi said abruptly from the side, panting heavily. Actually, from the very beginning, Captain Tao Pan already knew you were the murderer. What did you say? Fan Shi asked with great difficulty, his eyes filled with horror. But he chose to trust you and didn't even put any guard against you, just because you were his teammate. Su continued calmly, even if I don't intervene, he can break free from your control on his own. The reason he's been lying on the ground is simply to give you one last chance to atone for your sins. But unfortunately, you didn't cherish this opportunity. Before he could finish speaking, Tao Pan, filled with anger, sorrow, and disappointment, slammed his fist into Fan Shi's stomach. Fan Shi felt as if his consciousness went blank for a moment, and then he was overwhelmed by excruciating pain that covered his entire body. The puppet that was trying to get closer to help him suddenly seemed to lose contact, trembled violently, and stopped in place. Suyi immediately seized the opportunity to approach the puppet and slapped it on the head with his palm. A wisp of celestial mist flowed into the puppet's body through the palm of his hand. Fan Shi was shocked to realize that the connection between himself and the puppet had been severed. Team. He opened his mouth to say something, but Tao Pan slammed his entire body to the ground. After 3 consecutive punches landed, Fan Shi coughed up blood and his whole body trembled violently. Under Tao Pan's attack, all the energy in his body was scattered, and his whole body convulsed and trembled wildly like someone with Parkinson's disease, suffering uncontrollable pain. Just as the 4th punch was about to land, Suyi suddenly stretched out a hand and blocked the furious Tao Pan. That's enough, Captain Tao Pan. If we keep fighting, he'll die. Tao Pan's fist stopped in midair, not falling any further, and his emotions calmed down a bit as Suyi spoke. A hunter who harms his teammates should be sent to the prison for punishment. Killing him like this would be too easy on him. Su said calmly, besides that, I have some other things to ask him. Tao Pan released Fan Shi's collar, took a step back slightly, panting, and looked at Suyi with a complicated expression. I'm sorry for the trouble I've caused you. My team member's behavior was entirely due to my poor supervision. Ask whatever you want. He stood there, seemingly disheartened, and began to calm himself down. Suyi squatted down next to Fan Shi and pulled his twitching upper body up. Where did you put the things you used to make puppets? You. Fan Shi's voice trembled slightly, clearly still not recovered. Su slapped him twice across the face, one on each side, but still had a smile on his face. I'm asking you, where did you put the things? Where did you put it? In just 2 minutes, Fan Shi's entire face swelled up, and the way he looked at Suyi was as if he were looking at a demon. Just as 2 more slaps were about to land, his trembling body jolted, and he finally shouted in a slurred voice, "Stop hitting me! Let me speak, you idiot!" His whole face was scrunched up, as if he was about to cry. All his arrangements and plans have been completely exposed. Now he has no trump cards left, and his internal energy has been dispersed, so he can no longer be arrogant. Su paused for a moment, then slapped him twice across the face. Why did you hit me? Fan Shi was on the verge of tears. Sorry, I just kept hitting it. Su shook his slightly reddened hand and apologized without any remorse. Fan Shi dared not show it and could only curl up in the corner in frustration. Seeing Suyi glaring at him, he no longer dared to beat around the bush and quickly said, I found that fragment in this cave 3 days ago. It looks like a fragment from a bronze artifact. There is energy surging around the fragment, which can be detected as soon as you get close. When I tried to touch the fragments and infuse them with energy, my mind felt like it had entered a separate space. I obtained the puppets and the methods for creating them within that fragmented space. But I can't fully control that fragment, so I don't dare take it away. I can only hide it here and secretly nurture it with energy, trying to cover up its energy fluctuations. I was so close to succeeding, but I never expected that I would fail at the last hurdle. Sure enough, it was a fragment of the Jiuli pot. Upon hearing Fan Shi's description
description. Su immediately confirmed this. His expression hardened, and he immediately pressed, "Where did you hide that fragment?" Although Fan Shi was unwilling, he was forced to do so at this moment, and could only tremblingly extend his right hand and point to a huge rock deep in the cave. "There is a pit in the rock wall behind that rock. The fragments are stuck in the crater." Su stared at Fan Shi for a while and made a preliminary judgment that he was probably not lying. He then turned on his flashlight and shone it forward through the cave, quickly discovering the boulder Fan Shi had mentioned. On the other side, Tao Pan, who had calmed down a bit, also lifted up Chi Shu and Bai Tao, who were still in a daze, and gently let them lean against the wall. Given their physical condition, it would probably take another 5 to 10 minutes for the paralysis to be lifted. Hearing Fan Shi's words, he immediately looked up and followed the beam of the flashlight forward. "Thank you for your help, Captain Tao Pan," Suyi called out softly. "Ah, leave it to me," Tao Pan replied calmly. His feelings at that moment were incredibly complicated. As the captain of the hunting team, his subordinates were killing each other, and he neither protected his team members nor noticed Fan Shi's abnormality in advance. In the end, they even had to rely on a freshman from Longsha Academy to catch the murderer. A sense of frustration filled his heart, but it was followed by a touch of admiration for Su Yi. Although his level of expertise is not high, his judgment, action, and strategic thinking are qualities that no one can imitate. He is certain that given time, Su will surely achieve great things. Tao Pan arrived at the giant rock deep inside the cave. Then, he slowly extended his right hand, and a layer of metallic luster immediately covered it. With what seemed like an effortless, casual tap, the entire boulder shattered into 8 pieces. Su Ye's pupils contracted slightly as he once again experienced firsthand the power of a mountain realm expert. Its utilization of energy far exceeds that of the rock realm. Fragments of the boulder were scattered all over the ground, and the rock face hidden behind the stone was revealed. Just as Fan Shi said, there was indeed a small, square pit on the rock wall. But when Su shone the beam of his flashlight into the pit, he found that it was completely empty. "There's nothing here." Tao Pan frowned as well, stepped forward, carefully examined the area, and shook his head. "Are you lying to me?" Su Yi immediately grabbed Fan Shi's neck, a warning glint in his eyes. "No." Fan Shi's expression was also extremely surprised, as if he hadn't expected this at all. "No, that's impossible. When I came yesterday, it was definitely inside." His expression of surprise seemed genuine. For a moment, Su Yi frowned, unable to determine the true situation. Just then, the old man's voice, accompanied by a wisp of immortal mist, came to his ear. "It's really strange. Ever since I entered this mountain, I've been able to sense the presence of the fragments, but there seems to be energy obscuring the fragment, making it impossible to pinpoint its exact location. However, I am certain that the fragment is still on this southern mountain." Su also narrowed his eyes. "The fragments are still on the mountain, but Fan Shi said he doesn't know where they went." He lied. Or, did someone else really take the fragment? "Fan Shi, where exactly did the things go?" Tao Pan asked in a deep voice. I really don't know." Fan Shi looked like she was about to cry, her head covered in sweat, staring ahead in terror. He was afraid that Su would beat him up again because of this. Let's rephrase the question. Su Yi didn't continue attacking Fan Shi. Instead, he picked him up and asked in a cold voice, "How do you control the puppet, and how do you turn your senior into a puppet?" Although Su Yi did not make a move, the chill in his eyes still made Fan Shi tremble. He dared not hide anything and immediately told the whole story. "I found a total of 3 puppets in the fragment space. By simply connecting my mental energy to the puppet, I can control it as if I were multitasking. The first puppet I controlled was the one that chased after that kid." He pouted and pointed at Bai Tao with his mouth. "The second puppet is the one you destroyed. But this is only an autonomous control type. I can't control it. I can only give it commands to prevent anyone from approaching the cave where I am." Unexpectedly, instead of driving Xiaoyu away, it allowed him to break into my cave. "The third puppet, which is the one currently in the cave, is also controlled by me using my mental power." As for the method of creating puppets, his voice softened, and after hesitating for a long time, he finally spoke. "After I killed Xiaoyu, I put his body into the puppet house in the fragment space. According to the instructions, his corpse will automatically turn into a puppet. And it was also in the early hours of this morning that I secretly went to Nanchang Mountain to connect with the puppet that Xiaoyu had transformed into." His voice grew softer and softer, and his eyes gradually dimmed. "Actually, I didn't intend to kill him at the time, but he kept saying he would tell the captain what I had done. Plus, the hunt for Bai Tao's puppet hadn't yielded any results, and I was worried about being discovered. So, in a moment of impulse, So you're going down this dark path, even planning to kill your captain?" Su interrupted him, not intending to listen to his excuses. "In fact, every prisoner who was exposed will feel the same regret as him. However, this regret is not about regretting what one did. Instead, he regretted not handling the details well, which led to his arrest. He doesn't deserve any sympathy." These methods of controlling the puppets, and the techniques for creating them, were all learned from the instruction manual? Su frowned and continued to press for answers. "It is merely a fragment of the Jolie pot, and it is impossible for it to have a spirit like the potmaster. But why would there
there be an instruction manual inside the fragment?
That's just too strange. Yes, the instruction manual is in my shirt pocket, Fan Chi whispered.
Su quickly rummaged through his pockets and indeed pulled out a paper instruction manual.
The instruction manual details how to control the puppet and how to create it. Its content was exactly the same as what Fan Chi said, with almost no errors or omissions. No, this is not right.
However, Su frowned after reading the instruction manual.
The Ninely pot was smashed long ago, so how could there be a paper instruction manual among the fragments?
This instruction manual was definitely inserted by someone. And how could the method for creating puppets be so simple? Young friend, something's not right.
At the same moment, Old Master Hu's puzzled voice rang in his ears. There has never been such a thing as autonomous control when it comes to puppets. All the puppets must be controlled by the user using mental power. And the puppet house could never simply place a corpse inside and automatically create puppets.
This fragment is controlled by someone else. This kid has been used.
Almost the instant the old man finished speaking, a violent roar came from above the cave where they were.
In an instant, the entire cave began to tremble slightly.
Su Yi and Tao Pan were both taken aback, then immediately retreated, pressing themselves against the rock wall to prevent rocks from falling on their heads. The roar lasted for about 5 seconds, then fell silent.
Is there someone up here? Tao Pan asked in a deep voice, looking at Su Yi.
Su frowned slightly and was about to speak when another loud noise came from above.
This time, the entire rock wall overhead shattered into countless square fragments, which fell neatly down.
A passage leading to the top of the mountain was thus forcibly opened up. The cave is only about 10 meters away from the top of the mountain. The bright moonlight fell along the square passage, and the cave was covered with dust kicked up by the falling rocks.
An attack!
Su shouted loudly through the dust and smoke. The next second, a gust of wind rushed up from the other side. Tao Pan swung his right fist, unleashing a burst of energy that sent shockwaves through the cave, blowing all the smoke and dust out of the cave entrance. The moonlight was shining down, and even without a flashlight, one could see clearly inside the cave. Su Yi and Tao Pan both narrowed their eyes, realizing at the same time that something had happened. There were 2 more people in the cave. A man dressed in a suit and tie was seen squatting next to Chi Shu and Bai Tao, who were still in a state of numbness. Behind him stood a hooded man.
Who are you? Tao Pan's expression hardened, and he immediately spoke in a low voice. So that's how it is.
You're the one who actually obtained the fragments and created the puppets.
Su Yi recognized the other party almost instantly and murmured, I should have realized it sooner.
The reason there was mud on your car is because you went to the mountain before and after the rainstorm, which was when the aurora appeared in Nanchang Mountain.
You were probably the first person to discover the fragment back then.
The energy fluctuations generated inside the cave were also something you deliberately made Fan Chi sense. You placed the instruction manual in the fragment space, and you also specifically gave the puppet to Fan Chi to use. The so-called autonomous control puppet is actually controlled by you. That's why Senior You was inexplicably forced into the cave. All of this was planned in advance by you, and you were the one who turned Senior You into a puppet.
What? You know this person?
Tao Pan's heart skipped a beat, and he felt a chill run down his spine.
Was everything Fan Chi did orchestrated?
If that's the case, this person is absolutely terrifying. I was right, wasn't I? Su Yi stared intently at the figure and slowly spoke. The nightclub owner, Wang Taiju.
So I felt for a long time that I should change my name.
A soft sigh came from Wang Tieju's mouth. A smile appeared on his face, and he turned his head slightly. But I really have to thank you for creating such a perfect situation for me. He didn't even bother with any further explanation, but instead reached out and grabbed the immobilized Chi Shu.
Don't touch my team members.
Upon seeing this, Tao Pan immediately took a step forward, his body gleaming with a metallic sheen, and swung his fist at Wang Taiju. Although he didn't know what the other party wanted to do, he couldn't just stand by and watch his team members be touched at will. The hooded man who had been standing behind Wang Taiju actually spread his 5 fingers wide, forcefully blocking Tao Pan's attack in midair.
A strong gust of wind blew his hood open, revealing a blank face.
Clearly, this is also a puppet. What shocked Tao Pan was that the power erupting from this hooded puppet was in no way inferior to his own. Wang Tieju's calm voice continued, showing none of the timid and fearful demeanor he had displayed at the nightclub. This puppet from the mountain realm seems to be no less capable than you, Captain. During the conversation, his hand had already landed on Chi Shu's head. Chi Shu stared wide-eyed, her face full of resentment, but she was powerless to resist.
But then, a dazzling light suddenly shone from Wang Tieju's palm.
Streams of energy surged from Chi Shu's body. Within seconds, her body trembled violently, as if all her energy had been drained.
She collapsed against the wall and lost consciousness. Wang Taiju ignored her, stood up, turned around with a wicked smile, and looked at Fan Chi, who was gradually becoming dazed on the ground.
I must say, you're quite the opportunist. Without your help, things wouldn't have gone so smoothly. The so-called void hunters are nothing more than ordinary people with emotions and desires.
Thump 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 thump.
The sounds of continuous roaring and fighting echoed from inside the cave. Tao Pan and the hooded puppet exchanged blows, fighting fiercely until neither could gain the upper hand. However, Tao Pan had already expended a lot of energy to get rid of Fan Chi's sea of electricity. Now he was facing a puppet that was no less powerful than himself, and he was unable to break through it in a short time. What do you want to do? Su also left Fan Chi aside and looked at Wang Taiju with a serious expression. He is now the only person in the cave who still has the ability to move. However, Wang Taiju, who should have only been at the stone realm, was surrounded by energy fluctuations that he could not fathom. Didn't that guy already tell you what I'm going to do? Wang Taiju smiled and pointed to Fan Chi on the ground, his tone relaxed. Then of course I'll turn all of you into my puppets. As soon as he finished speaking, energy fluctuations from the stone realm erupted from his body. Then, an invisible energy shot out from his fingertips, enveloping and rushing towards Su Yi. Su immediately kicked the immobilized Fan Chi away and quickly leaped to the side. Almost the instant he dodged, the ground where he had been standing shattered into countless pieces, just like a broken chessboard. Fan Chi's body slammed into the rock wall, and he was immediately knocked unconscious by the impact. If Su hadn't kicked him away, he would probably be torn into countless pieces of flesh and blood by now. No need to struggle anymore, Wang Taiju said calmly, his fingertips constantly chasing Su Yi. Although both are at the stone realm, his energy is abundant. Each of his attacks destroys a section of rocks and ground. Su Yi was already exhausted from his previous battle with Fan Chi, and after just a few dodges, he felt incredibly tired. This is going to be a bit troublesome. He pondered a countermeasure and dodged Wang Tieju's attack once again. This time, before he could even regain his footing, he was slammed against the wall by a body that flew backward. A crater appeared on the rock wall, and Su Yi felt a sharp pain in his back as he slid down the rock wall. He finally saw what had hit him and sent him flying. The body that was standing in front of him at this moment. It was none other than the captain of the hunting void squad who had been sent flying. Tao Pan struggled to his feet, a hint of horror in his eyes. This energy belongs to Qi Shu? He looked at Wang Taiju in shock. It was obvious that all the energy that Qi Shu had just forcibly absorbed had been transferred into the puppet's body. The puppet, which already possessed the strength of the mountain realm, became even more ferocious after receiving this energy, and was even able to send him flying with a single punch. The hooded puppet gave Tao Pan no chance to recover, closing in almost instantly and unleashing a rising dragon attack. Tao Pan's expression changed slightly. His chest and abdomen were immediately covered with metal as he took the punch with his body. A deafening buzzing sound echoed through the cave, and Tao Pan was actually knocked back a step, letting out a muffled groan. Hurry up! He gritted his teeth and said in a muffled voice, urging Su Yi behind him to leave. I'll stop this guy. As he spoke, his body was hit by several more punches from the hooded puppet. The B-level ability, Metal Cover, can indeed make your body as hard as steel. Wang Taiju looked over with a smile, his expression relaxed and cheerful. But while transforming the body into metal, it also possesses the properties of metal. For example, metal fatigue. He had barely finished speaking when the hooded puppet, enveloped in energy, struck the same spot on Tao Pan's body once again. With this punch, the originally incredibly hard steel body suddenly shattered, spreading out countless cracks. Cough! Tao Pan coughed up blood, and his aura and energy immediately weakened. He gritted his teeth, stretched out his arms, grabbed the puppet's hands, and growled with all his might. Didn't you hear me? Get out of here immediately! Su finally moved at his call. However, instead of listening to Tao Pan and running away, he got up and walked towards Wang Taiju. Even if I wanted to leave, I doubt he would let me go so easily. Su Yi's voice became calm again, his head slightly lowered, his words revealing his exhaustion. It seems you see things quite clearly. Wang Taiju smiled. None of you will escape today, you will all die here. Do you know how much preparation I've done to wait for this opportunity? Yes. Su nodded in deep agreement. Just like you, I also made a lot of preparations in order to wait for you to show up. What did you say? Wang Tieju's expression froze slightly, but then he saw a smile appear on Su Yi's face as he slowly raised his head. Come back quickly. A strange sense of crisis surged in Wang Tieju's heart. He dared not gamble on whether Su Yi was bluffing or not, but immediately made a judgment and controlled the hooded puppet to return to the defense. Under his control, the hooded puppet threw a powerful punch and then quickly moved closer to his body. Tao Pan was knocked to his knees by the force of the punch. His body, which had been cracked, could not withstand the impact and he fainted. Just as the hooded figure leaped back to defend, Su also vanished from his spot, stepping on a flying shadow. As a puppet of the mountain realm, it was incredibly fast, appearing and blocking Wang Tieju's path in the blink of an eye. Almost at the same moment, Su Yefei vanished and appeared in front of Wang Taiju. Humph, so clever of you. Seeing this, Wang Taiju immediately revealed a disdainful sneer and controlled the hooded puppet to attack Su Yi. But the puppet's punch struck a screen of light. A white light shone from Su Yi's chest. A pure white spiritual pearl, shimmering with light, actually blocked the attack for him. Juebo, Spirit Stabilizing Pearl. This is a precious jade artifact that Master Hu crafted using the soul of the Bung Hu and the Winching Stone. In addition to providing passive mental defense, it can also be actively released to create a defensive barrier and block an attack. The strength of a parry attack depends on the user's energy. Normally speaking, speaking, the defensive barrier that Su Yi, at the stone realm level, can create can only block one attack from a rock realm cultivator at most. However, within this spirit stabilizing pearl lies a wisp of energy belonging to Li Shang, the guardian of Jiangchang. This can be considered his gift of gratitude to Su Yi. After the spirit stabilizing pearl was successfully restored, this wisp of energy remained within it, but it came in handy at this moment. As the light of the spirit stabilizing pearl quickly dimmed, the barrier in front of Su Yi shattered as well. The drawback of this jade treasure is also quite obvious. It needs time to recover its energy after each use, making it impossible to use continuously. Taking advantage of this gap, Su Yi had already passed the hooded puppet and tried to get close to Wang Tieju's main body. The reason why the other party chose to use Fan Shi while they themselves remained hidden behind the scenes is quite simple. That is, his own strength is very weak. Although he had hidden some of his true strength in the nightclub, he was still a stone realm cultivator after all. He dared to stand here entirely because of that hooded puppet. Once we can bypass the puppet and attack the controller directly, we can naturally end this conflict.
Aren't you underestimating the mountain realm?
As Wang Taizhu finished speaking, Su Yi was horrified to realize that a fist was growing larger and larger in his pupils. Wang Taizhu grinned maliciously, as if he could already see the scene of Su Ye's head being smashed open. However, his smile froze the next second. Su Ye's body turned into afterimages and was shattered by a punch from the hooded puppet. Fortunately, Wang Taizhu reacted quickly, and almost instantly, he controlled the hooded puppet to attack the left side of his body. A sudden gust of wind arose, and Su Yi, who had just landed after using Flying Shadow, was directly hit by a flying fist. But his body vanished in an instant, leaving only a fleeting afterimage. How is this possible?
Wang Taizhu exclaimed involuntarily.
This move is called Double Flying Shadow.
Su Ye's voice rang out almost right next to Wang Tieju's face.
A surging mist of blood exploded and spread across his body at the same moment.
No, I can't let him get near me.
Wang Taizhu was so frightened by the figure in front of him that he instinctively tried to run away. At the same time, the hooded puppet, whose two attacks had both missed, launched a third attack on the back of Su Ye's head. If I can buy him even a second, no, half a second, my puppet will blow his head off. Wang Tieju's last thoughts and hopes were extinguished by two hands that suddenly reached out from behind him. Bai Tao's slightly trembling voice suddenly rang out from behind him. Su Yi, go easy on me. Please don't hit me. He suddenly appeared behind Wang Taizhu and used his arms to forcefully trap Wang Tieju's body, preventing him from retreating or moving.
The dazzling blood-red light reflected in Wang Tieju's ever-shrinking pupils. And this move is called.
The blood mist seemed to transform into a crimson torrent, pulling Wang Tieju's body backward. Almost at the same time the blood splattered on him, Bai Tao burrowed into the ground like an eel. His ability, Escape, allows him to assimilate himself with his environment. Simply put, he can merge into any substance that can contain his body.
Ground, walls, trees. He can penetrate almost any substance.
Of course, this ability seems simple, but it is actually quite complex to operate. Not only does he need to have a sufficient understanding of the energy operation of the environment he is assimilating, but he also needs to maintain his own state of assimilation at all times. But through his diligent practice and his instinct for escape, he has developed his abilities to a certain extent. Not only is the assimilation speed extremely fast, but it can even bring other people's bodies into the environment, or briefly assimilate them with the air, in order to avoid some fatal damage. As soon as Bai Tao burrowed into the ground, Wang Tieju's body shot out like an arrow, smashing through the rock wall and embedding itself inside. Amidst the flying rocks from the explosion, Su Yi also felt a gust of wind behind his head. The force of the punch stirred up the dust on the ground, and the blood mist around Su Yi rushed forward along with it. Su Ye's hair was blown wildly by the wind. The hooded puppet's fist stopped 5 centimeters from the back of his head. If he had been even half a second later, he might have been hit directly by that punch. The light in the puppet's eyes gradually dimmed and dissipated. This also means that Wang Taizhu, who had established a mental connection with it, was no longer able to maintain control. You, cough. Wang Taizhu staggered out of the shattered rock wall, and as soon as he opened his mouth, blood gushed out uncontrollably. Su Yi walked steadily toward him. As he walked, he reached into his pocket and pulled out a brick.
No, come any closer. Wang Taizhu stretched out his right hand, trembling, and activated his ability.
However, Su calmly held the brick in front of him, easily blocking the opponent's ability.
The scattered bricks were repaired by the repairman almost immediately.
Su Yi finally walked up to him and slammed a brick down on him.
Didn't I tell you that a brick would be enough to deal with you?
The brick smashed to pieces on Wang Tieju's head, completely rendering him incapable of resisting. From the rock wall on one side, Bai Tao cautiously peeked out with his eyes, nervously observing the situation inside the cave, and dared not come out for a long time. Suddenly, he recalled the words Su had told him on the way here.
More than half an hour ago. Oh, right, there's one more thing I need to tell you.
Su Yi suddenly hooked his arm around Bai Tao's shoulder and pulled him over.
Instructed me? What is it?
Bai Tao was clearly confused, but Su Ye's next words almost made his eyes pop out. The person who killed that senior you and sent puppets to hunt you down is Fan Chi, the one behind you. What did you say? Bai Tao almost cried out, but before he could shout, Suyi covered his mouth. Quiet, don't make a sound, listen to me. Suyi's tone was calm, and his voice was so low that only Bai Tao could hear it. The three people following behind them were still pondering Suyi's earlier words, completely unaware of the two's subtle actions. I will reveal his motives and actions later in the cave. His ability is electricity, and he must have made preparations in the cave, so we need to be prepared for him in advance. As he spoke, he subtly stuck 2 pieces of insulating tape onto Bai Tao's hand. Tear these 2 pieces of insulating tape apart and stick them on your hands and feet. Bai Tao immediately complied. His movements were extremely smooth. He only lifted his foot twice to finish applying all the insulating tape. Just as he finished applying it, a white light, the power of a repair hand, emerged from Suya's palm. A flash of light appeared, and Bai Tao immediately realized that the insulating tape on his hands and feet was spreading rapidly, covering them in the blink of an eye. Their attention won't be on you, and since the duct tape is black, nobody will know your specific situation. And what I need to tell you is, if Fan Chi later unleashes some kind of wide-range electric shock, you should pretend to be shocked and then pretend to be unable to move. I have a way to subdue him, but even if he is subdued, you must remain in this state. Ha! Bai Tao looked completely puzzled. Why is that? Because he wasn't the one who started this incident, he was just being used, Su replied calmly. Only by using him as bait can we lure out the real mastermind. So I would deliberately create a dangerous situation to prevent that guy from noticing the danger and taking the opportunity to escape. He will only show himself and try to wipe us out when he sees that we are all very weak. However, that guy should have a powerful puppet protecting him. I'll find a way to get around the puppet and get close to his body. And what you need to do is step in at the crucial moment and do everything you can to restrain that guy for me. Bai Tao listened for a while, then his eyes widened slightly. Are you serious? Does that kind of thing really exist? Most likely, Su said, releasing him and calmly reciting, with your skill level, it shouldn't be difficult for you, right? I have a feeling you're trying to kill me. Bai Tao rubbed his hair and made a bitter face. Back to the present, Bai Tao watched Suya's actions and felt a chill run down his spine once more. Everything seemed incredibly dangerous, but in reality, it was all within Suya's calculations. The fact that Tao Pan was put into a weakened state and that even he himself became extremely weak was all deliberately planned. If such a situation were not created, Wang Taizhu would not have shown up. The final double flying shadow and the magical jade bead completely shattered Wang Taizhu's scheme and brought this puppet incident to an end. I never expected to be reminded by a mere void demon. Suyi gently lifted the unconscious Wang Taizhu, a strange smile appearing on his lips. Although they had long noticed Wang Taizhu's unusual behavior, including the unusual things like the mud on his car, but what truly convinced him that the person behind the scenes was Wang Taizhu was the words that the little girl had reminded him of. Her act of cutting the laser shooting puppet into countless pieces with energy also hints at Wang Taizhu's abilities. Master Hu, can you still sense the location of the 9 Li pot fragments? Upon his inquiry, old Master Hu's voice rang out. I can perceive it perfectly. The fragment is on this guy. Nancheng Mountain, the summit. 2 figures, one tall and one short, were gazing intently in the direction of the cave from afar. The moonlight shone down on their heads, casting long, thin shadows. It looks like it's over, Shili said softly. Well, have you seen enough? This is really interesting. Xiaxi sat on the edge of the cliff, her little feet swinging gently, a strange smile on her face. You went so far as to use the instantaneous virtual realm just for this? Shili asked. Of course not. Xiaxi stood up gently and stretched. I just wanted to test how well Uncle Qiao Zhan's new creation works. After all, this is the precious jade that Lord Hongyu has been longing for. The secondary purpose was to observe these humans. I just didn't expect that I would see something so amazing so soon after I arrived. You mean that human named Wang Taizhu found the fragments of the 9 Li pot? Shili's beautiful eyes sparkled as she looked at Xiaxi with curiosity. Yes, Xiaxi nodded. These humans are really interesting. Despite his own weak strength, he was able to be driven by desire and take risks just because of a treasure, daring to do many things far beyond his own capabilities. However, perhaps it is precisely this strong desire that enables them to become the pinnacle of this planet. So, in order to observe, you deliberately left your mark, luring those void hunters to come and causing them to meet each other. Shili continued reading, already understanding Xiaji's role in this matter. The entanglement of desires and emotional impulses among humans are indeed very different from ours, Xiaji replied with a smile. Just as Lord Hongyu said, they are a kind of creature filled with sin. But within these evils, there is also a light that cannot be ignored. But the one that I care about most is that human named Suyi. He is indeed very intelligent among humans. Shili had also witnessed Suye's actions and deeply agreed. This kind of wisdom amazed her. If I remember correctly, it seems that Lord Ningzhou's younger brother was killed by him. I must tell Lord Hongyu about what I've seen and heard this time. Xiaxi smiled brightly, skipping and hopping with her hands behind her back. This will definitely be useful for her plans. Besides that, I also discovered something crucial. The spirit of the 9 Li pot resides
within him. Ninely Pot, as a void demon, how could Chile not remember this name? After all, even the king of the void was injured by this thing 300 years ago. Poor fellow. A hint of pity flashed in Chile's eyes as she silently glanced at the cave. Alright, Sister Chile, we should go back now. Xiaxi skipped over to Chile's side and said obediently, if we stay any longer, it would be bad if we were discovered by powerful humans. Chile affectionately patted her head, then made a sweeping motion in the air with her left hand. The air suddenly cracked open, revealing a pitch-black space that resembled a starry sky. Now that you've had enough fun, it's time for us to head back. The two stepped into the crevice and disappeared on the summit of Nanchang Mountain. Su shouted at the wall. Bai Tao, whose only visible feature was his eyes, immediately poked his head out. Is it safe? There shouldn't be any problems, Suyi said calmly, but the image of the little demon girl suddenly flashed through his mind. If there was anything about this mission that puzzled him, it was only that little demon girl. Even now, he still doesn't understand what the other party's purpose was in appearing before him, or in guiding Bai Tao. The only conclusion we can draw is that the other party has some ulterior motive. But the little girl's earlier words, killing is meaningless, left him somewhat puzzled about her thoughts. Could it be that there are factions and different stances among the void demons? Su didn't think about it any further, but instead said to the rock wall, please move these wounded soldiers and the two instigators over there. Alright. After receiving a safe signal from Su Yi, Bai Tao also suddenly crawled out of the wall. He did almost nothing on this mission, but now he's happy to clean up the mess. Just as Bai Tao was busy moving things, Su also reached out and grabbed Wang Tieju's tattered suit jacket, lifting him up like trash and rummaging through it. He quickly found a fragment of bronze in a hidden pocket inside the lining. The fragment was covered with patterns and had an irregular shape. It was about the size of a palm. Faint energy fluctuations emanated from his body. Over the past few days, Wang Taiju has been using Fan Qi to refine this fragment. Even Fan Qi, after refining it for several days, was unable to completely refine the fragment. These are fragments of the Ninely Pot. The old potter's voice sounded quite excited. Each fragment can repair the Jiuli pot. In addition to retaining the original functions within the fragments, they can also increase the strength of the Jiuli pot to a certain extent. Do I also need to refine it? Su also played with the fragment in his hand, slightly immersing his consciousness into it. Suddenly, a separate space appeared in his mind. This place is similar to the world within a pot, a completely new world, but it is only 3 zhang, approximately 10 meters, long and wide, making the space extremely small. A wooden house stands in this space, with a sign bearing the symbol of a puppet at the entrance. Of course you don't need to, Old Pot said smugly. After all, with me as the artifact spirit, you can skip the refining process directly. Young friend, you only need to use your repair hands to fix me and these fragments. We are one, so it won't drain your energy much. Once the repairs are complete, this puppet house will be able to return to the world within the pot. Besides the puppet house, what other functions does this fragment have? Su asked, voicing his most pressing question. This is why he chose to go up the mountain despite the risks. I'm sorry, Old Master, whose voice was tinged with regret. Besides the puppet house, there shouldn't be anything else in the fragments. Okay, I understand. Although he had expected this outcome, Su still sighed softly. He gently pressed down on the Jiuli pot in his bosom, preparing to activate the repair hand. A strange sense of unease suddenly flashed through my mind. Suyi paused slightly, but ultimately placed his hand on the Ninely pot. Only by fully restoring the Ninely pot will he have enough power to find Tang Tan's whereabouts. Repairman. This is what they call the puppet house? Suya's consciousness stood inside the restored world within the pot, looking up and down at the wooden house in front of him. Repairing the Ninely pot is not complicated. With the fragments in hand, he only needs to activate the repair hand to easily connect them together. The presence of Elder who allowed him to skip the refining process entirely. That's right. Old Master who appeared beside Su Yi, his eyes filled with excitement. Many of my functions were destroyed along with the Jiuli pot itself. As long as you can keep finding the fragments, my functions can be continuously improved. At this moment, the shape of the Jiuli teapot in which the old pot resided also changed. Strange patterns covered its body, quite different from before. Then you can tell me about the specific functions of this puppet house. Su stood leisurely to one side and asked with interest. Although the spout was not among the fragments found this time, but he had witnessed the puppet's strength before, so he was naturally very interested in it. I just checked and found that there were originally 4 puppets in this puppet house. Old Master who stroked his beard and pondered for a moment before explaining to Su Yi. If I'm not mistaken, it's the one that chased Bai Tao, the one that was shattered by the void demon, the one Fan Qi used, and the one that Wang Taiju controlled at the end. 2 of the puppets have been destroyed, and I have moved the remaining 2 into the world within the pot. With a flick of his hand, the old man in the pot caused the 2 puppets that had just been in the cave to suddenly appear in front of Su Yi amidst the swirling immortal mist. Oh, Su Yi immediately showed interest and looked at the 2 puppets in front of him. If he remembered correctly, the 2 puppets were at the Rock Realm and Mountain Realm respectively. He's much stronger than he is now. Both of these puppets were made of
special spiritual materials, and the degree of damage is within acceptable limits. Old Master Who continued, and their characteristics are speed and steel, respectively. Special characteristics? Su asked, puzzled. This is a characteristic added by the spirit attachment house in the world within the pot, the old pot replied. If the spirit attachment house were still there, both the jade treasure and the puppet could be randomly attached with a characteristic to obtain different effects. However, the spirit attachment room has now been destroyed, and the characteristics attached to these 4 puppets were all spirit attachments performed a long time ago. Like the puppet that tracked by Tao, its characteristic is tracking. It can capture the energy of a target object within a certain range and track it. Presumably, Fan Shi used the characteristics of this puppet in combination with his own abilities to keep finding Bai Tao's location. And the puppets you attacked in the mountains and forests have the characteristic of cannon, which can use energy to launch long-range attacks with considerable power. The trait, swiftness, can greatly increase the movement speed of the puppet. The steel property grants the puppet extremely strong physical strength, even comparable to the captain of the Mountain Realm hunting team. I see. Su nodded, becoming increasingly curious about the various mysterious functions of the 9-li pot. How exactly was this precious jade broken in the first place? But Old Who's memory seems to be incomplete. Every time I ask him, I get no useful answers. How should the puppet be controlled? Su Yi continued to ask. You only need to connect your energy and mental power to the puppet to control it directly. As soon as Old Who finished speaking, Su walked over to the hooded puppet from the mountain realm and placed his palm on its head. He attempted to connect energy and mental power to the puppet. Just 10 seconds later, the hooded puppet, which had been motionless, suddenly opened its eyes. Su Ye's eyes also glowed with a faint yellow light, and a mysterious feeling welled up in his heart. At this moment, a split-screen image seemed to appear in his mind, showing him observing everything from the perspective of a hooded puppet. He tentatively moved his right hand, and the hooded puppet's right arm immediately rose up. This feeling is like playing some kind of brain-computer interface game, where you can control the game character simply by using your consciousness. Suddenly, he was seized by a playful impulse and immediately began to try to control the puppet to make many movements. It must be said that Su Yi has a very strong learning ability. In just 2 minutes, he was able to control the puppet with perfect ease, even making it perform many illogical actions. The puppet's physical attributes and abilities were also displayed in his hands. This steel golem's body is even harder than Tao Pan when he's at full power. A casual punch can split mountains and shatter rocks, demonstrating its formidable power. Interesting. The puppet suddenly stopped and returned to its original position. Su Yi pondered for a moment and then smiled. Yes, that's roughly how the puppets are used. Old Master Who smiled broadly, seemingly very proud of the puppet's functions. However, normally, a person can only control one puppet at a time, and the mental energy consumed during the control process is also very high. Su also deeply agreed. After controlling the puppet for just 2 minutes, he felt a wave of fatigue wash over him. However, he still curiously approached the swift puppet and placed his hand on it. He wanted to try controlling 2 puppets at the same time. As mental energy and power surged in, the perspective of the swift puppet also appeared in Suya's mind. However, Su soon understood why Master Who said that a person can only control one puppet at a time. He not only had his own perspective in front of him, but also the perspectives of the 2 puppets. Whenever he tries to move or make a movement, another puppet often follows suit. If we compare controlling a puppet to drawing a circle with the left hand and a square with the right, anyone can do it with a little practice. Simultaneously controlling 2 puppets is like drawing a circle with your left hand, a square with your right hand, and a triangle with your mouth all at the same time. Its difficulty increases dramatically. Even Su Yi couldn't do it, and it also consumes a great deal of mental energy. Very good. With these 2 puppets helping us, we'll have even more trump cards. Su Yi released his control over the puppets with satisfaction and nodded slightly. Can the puppet house still create puppets? He then asked, voicing his most pressing question. In theory, it is possible to create low-level puppets using certain materials, but their level will vary slightly depending on the strength of the materials. Most of these puppets can only be used as cannon fodder, and it is difficult for them to reach the rock realm because they have only a shell and no core. There are 2 methods to create puppets that are at least at the rock realm level. The first method is to fuse the biological souls absorbed by the 9-li pot into the puppet, thereby giving the puppet some of the strength and abilities of the original soul. And the second method. Old Master Whose voice suddenly turned serious as he looked at Su Yi. Human corpses that have been dead for no more than 3 hours can be placed in the puppet house and continuously supplied with energy, and they can be directly refined into puppets. Puppets created in this way will possess all the power of their original owner. Hey, you're awake. When Su opened his eyes and his consciousness returned to his body, Bai Tao had been waiting for a long time. He stood up slightly and gently rubbed his temples. How are they doing? Their vital signs are stabilizing, but these 2 are seriously injured, Bai Tao said softly, kicking the heavily injured Fan Shi and Wang Taizhu. If it weren't for these 2 guys interfering, their D-level mission
wouldn't have been so complicated. But those two puppets in the cave just now suddenly disappeared, and that's related to you. Bai Tao looked at Suyi tentatively. Ah, I put it away. Su readily admitted this without offering any further explanation. Okay, I knew it. Bai Tao shrugged. The only people still able to move around in the cave are him and Suyi. Therefore, the disappearance of the puppet must be related to Suyi. But since everyone has their own secrets, he didn't ask any further questions. Did you take the treasures from Wang Tieju's body as well? Bai Tao squatted down next to Suyi and asked casually. Yes, that fragment is quite important to me. Suyi didn't hide anything. After all, he took the fragment in front of Bai Tao. So how do you plan to explain this? Bai Tao asked. From a mission perspective, besides searching for traces of the Void Demon, this mysterious treasure that releases the Aurora is also part of the mission objective. Don't worry, I'll explain this to you. A weak voice suddenly rang out from not far away, interrupting the conversation between the two. The two looked in that direction and saw that Tao Pan, who had suffered severe injuries to his chest and abdomen, had slowly opened his eyes and woke up. He let out a weak breath, supported himself on his knees as he stood up, and his gaze fell on Wang Taiju, who was covered in serious injuries. It looks like you've defeated him. Tao Pan looked at Su Yi with a complicated expression. As the captain of the hunting team, he was certainly not lacking in intelligence, and he belatedly realized that Su Yi seemed to have already planned everything. Even his own coma was part of his calculations. Therefore, he didn't even bother to ask Su Yi how he defeated Wang Taiju. He, the captain of the Mountain Realm hunting team, was completely outmaneuvered by a mere Stone Realm freshman. Even if you ask, it will only humiliate you. Tao Pan looked around the cave, and after seeing the unconscious Qi Shu and the seriously injured Fan Qi, a trace of disappointment flashed in his eyes. As the captain, I not only failed to protect my team members, but I also failed to stop the mastermind behind this mission. He gave a wry smile. It seems I'm no longer qualified to be the captain of the hunting Void Squad. That's not how it works, Su Yi said with a calm smile, adding, Captain Tao Pan, you've done more than enough. The most important thing in the hunting team is trust and unity. Your belief in your teammates' actions until the very end is the best a captain can do. Even if I don't intervene, you are absolutely capable of stopping Senior Fan Qi on your own. At least from the perspective of the hunting Void team, you are fully qualified. Is that what you think? Tao Pan looked up at the gaping hole with a large opening and let out a long breath. He quickly calmed down and looked at Su Yi. This mission was made possible entirely by your efforts in catching the mastermind. So if you want to take that fragment of treasure, then go ahead and take it. I will explain to my superiors afterwards. Then thank you very much, Captain Tao Pan. Su Yi smiled and bowed. With Tao Pan's help, he naturally no longer needed to bother explaining himself. However, in order to explain this matter, I will have to make some appropriate cuts to the part about you in this mission. That's natural, I understand. Su nodded. He didn't care about the mission rewards. Obtaining the fragments of the Ninely Pot was already a huge gain. Those two puppets alone could significantly enhance his strength. However, there is still something I don't understand. After thinking for a moment, Tao Pan finally asked, why would a mere nightclub owner dare to take such a risk and scheme against us Void Hunters? He looked at Su Yi, trying to get a reasonable explanation from the latter. However, Su also frowned slightly after hearing this. This matter did indeed leave him somewhat perplexed. How could Wang Taiju, who owns both a loan company and a nightclub, so coincidentally find the fragments of the Julie Pot? His design for Fan Qi from beginning to end can be described as ingenious. Not only did they exploit human weaknesses to the extreme, but they even dared to take risks and scheme against Tao Pan and others who were at a higher level. It felt as if he had a meticulously crafted plan, with everything designed to fit perfectly. It was only because of Su Ye's appearance, or the interference of that little demon girl, that Wang Tieju's plan became uncertain, leading to his complete defeat. If it weren't for the sudden guidance of that little demon girl, even if Su Yi could have sensed the truth, he would never have been able to make arrangements in advance like this time. Perhaps we should ask him about this, Su Yi suddenly said, looking meaningfully at Wang Taiju on the ground. Now that you're awake, stop pretending, or you know what I'll do to you. No sooner had he finished speaking than Wang Taiju, who had been lying on the ground unconscious, trembled slightly, slowly opened his eyes, and sat up. As expected, nothing can be hidden from you. He muttered something to himself, his face contorted with resentment from his injuries. I was just testing you casually, Su Yi said calmly. I didn't expect you to actually be awake. Upon hearing this, Wang Tieju's lips twitched violently, and he glared at him with resentment. Tell me, are all these plans your own ideas? Su Yi half squatted on the ground, looked at Wang Taiju, and asked with a deep gaze, how could this be? Wang Taiju sighed, leaning against the rock wall with a look of regret. All my plans were written in a letter. That was a letter I received 5 days ago. The letter told me to go here so I could find the item that would change the course of my life. In addition, the letter contained a very detailed plan, including the appearance of the hunting team, how I would get Fan Qi to obtain the fragment, how I would make him kill his own teammates, and how I would use his mind to scheme against you. I have carried out all my plans strictly in accordance with the teachings in the letter. He glanced at Su Yi resentfully. If it weren't for your appearance disrupting my plans, the plan in the letter is flawless. You said, you believe? When Su heard Wang Tieju's words, his heart trembled as if he had been hit by a hammer. His immediate thought was that he had seen the letter the police chief had received at the Jiangqing police station. Could this be Tang Tan again? Suyi suddenly grabbed Wang Taizhu by the collar and hissed, "Where is that letter?" Wang Tieju's face was ashen, and he was struggling to breathe as Suyi pulled him along. He struggled to speak, saying, "It's in my pocket." Su threw him on the ground and quickly searched his pants pockets, finding an envelope. Inside the envelope was a folded letter that looked very neat. Suyi opened the letter slowly with a hint of nervousness, but quickly froze. The handwriting on the letter was an unfamiliar font that he had never seen before, but its content is quite astonishing. Not only did they predict the time and place of the appearance of the Jiuli pot fragments, but they also accurately pinpointed the hunting void team that would appear in Xuancheng, which was the hunting void team 25. What followed was a series of meticulously planned steps and specific details. It's less of a letter and more of a guide to a criminal plan. From how to use the Jiuli pot fragments after obtaining them, to how to guide Fan Chi into the trap, find the fragments on his own, and attempt to possess them. Even the instruction manual that was originally placed in the fragment space was recorded in this letter. When Wang Taizhu first received the letter, he thought it was just a prank, but after seeing the contents, he was somewhat surprised. So, thinking that it wouldn't hurt to go and see for himself, he arrived at Nanchang Mountain according to the time recorded in the letter, and sure enough, he found traces of the Jiuli pot fragments in the cave. After that, he took the letter's instructions to heart and acted strictly according to what was written on it. Everything unfolded exactly as planned in the letter. However, Su Ye's appearance and Bai Tao's inexplicable approach to Nanchang Mountain and subsequent pursuit became variables. Who wrote this letter? Tao Pan, who was also nearby, saw the contents of the letter and his pupils constricted, his expression one of shock. The letter writer not only had a keen understanding of the personalities of all members of the 25th Hunting Squad, but also accurately predicted their reactions after encountering a certain event. Just thinking about this kind of thing sends chills down my spine. There's a signature on the back of the letter, Wang Taizhu said cautiously. Su immediately turned the letter over and, sure enough, saw a name in the lower right corner of the blank back. What? Tao Pan exclaimed in surprise as soon as he saw the name. How could I not recognize him? Tao Pan took a deep breath, his expression instantly turning serious. The third counselor of the Void Demon Council, Tian Su. Rumor has it that he is an extremely intelligent being, capable of divination and calculation. He appeared in government records twice, each time causing immense damage, and he was extremely skilled at planning, scheming, and manipulating people's hearts. He didn't even lift a finger, yet he turned both cities upside down. He gave Suyi a deep look and said, "In a way, he and you are the same type of person." To this day, we still cannot confirm the location of the Void Demon Council's stronghold, and half of that is because of this guy. I never imagined that he was the one who orchestrated this whole incident. Wait, could the traces of the illusory demons left on Nanchang Mountain also have been left by that guy? Tao Pan had a lot of ideas popping into his mind, so he started pacing around and thinking. Clearly, this letter contains immense importance and a vast amount of information, and even as the captain of the Hunting Void Squad, he would need time to process it. Suyi held the letter, lost in thought. After confirming that the letter had nothing to do with Tang Tan, the tension in his heart disappeared, replaced by a look of interest. Is it possible to manipulate people's minds and remotely control this entire incident? He not only possesses an extremely powerful intelligence network, but he is also able to deduce that the Hunting Void 25 team would appear here based on geographical location and specific personnel distribution. Besides, the reason why Wang Taizhu was chosen as his puppet was because he had mastered the method of using energy, as well as his own greed. Every plan recorded in the letter is interconnected. Fan Chi chose to kill his teammate entirely because of this guy's scheming. Interesting. Suyi not only showed no panic, but even revealed a strange smile on his face. If our positions were reversed, and I were him, could I create a similar crime guide? Su asked himself the same question and quickly found the answer. What an interesting conclusion. The next second, he casually tossed the letter in his hand to Tao Pan, who was walking beside him. Tian Su. I'll remember that name. One day, I will make you regret trying to scheme against me. Tao Pan hurriedly took the letter, looking at Su Ye's departing figure with confusion. Su Ye's voice slowly drifted over. I think that trace of the illusory demon probably doesn't have much to do with this counselor. Let's investigate the letters as clues. We might find some leads. He grabbed Bai Tao, who was standing at the entrance of the cave looking slightly dazed, and the two of them jumped out of the cave. It was already late, and after fighting all night, both of them were exhausted and desperately needed time to rest. As for the follow-up handling of the incident, it should be left entirely to Tao Pan. Are we just going to walk back like this? Bai Tao asked as he unwrapped the insulating bandages from his hands and feet. This is the far outskirts of the southern city, several kilometers away from the city center. With their current physical strength, it will probably be dawn by the time they get back to the city. Don't worry, we'll drive back. Suyi calmly took a car key out of his pocket. Car keys? Bai Tao was taken aback.
back. Where did you get the car? It's the nightclub owner's car, Su said, swinging his key ring. I stole it while searching him. Shouldn't we just ignore that, Captain? He is a real mountain ranger and the person in charge of this mission, so of course he has to stay on site to collect evidence. By the way, Su-yi, are you free tomorrow morning? What's wrong? Is something the matter? We've accomplished our mission this time, but before we go back to school, I'd like to take you somewhere. Okay, I don't have anything important to take care of, so it's no problem for me to go with you. The two talked as they walked further and further away, heading down the mountain. About 20 minutes later, a car started wobbling from the foot of Nanchang Mountain and sped towards Chuancheng. Along with the engine noise came a long, mournful wail. Hello, hello, hello. I just remembered, you don't even have a driver's license, do you? Su yawned as he walked out of his hotel room, feeling utterly exhausted. This is a hotel prepared by Chuancheng for awakened ones from various academies and the Hunting Void team. You can check in for free simply by showing your identification. Is it already 11 o'clock? After a night's rest, the fatigue and injuries from last night's battle have mostly recovered. Su glanced at his phone, speechless. Yesterday, I was stopped by traffic police on night duty for driving without a license. I went to the police station to give a statement, and my vehicle was impounded, which took some time. He was almost mistaken by the police for a car thief, but fortunately, he proved his innocence with his student ID from Longsha Academy. By the time I got back to rest, it was already 3 a.m. He rubbed his messy hair and leaned sleepily against a pillar in the hotel lobby. About 10 minutes later, Bai Tao finally came over. However, Bai Tao was quite different today than usual. His shifty, cunning demeanor had vanished. He was now dressed in a suit, his hair styled with gel, looking every bit the successful man. He approached Suyu with a briefcase in his hand and said in a calm tone, "Let's go. Where are you planning to go to swindle people?" Suyi squinted at Bai Tao and couldn't help but complain. Bai Tao, however, seemed to have no intention of teasing or joking and simply chuckled twice in response. Soon, he took Suyi into a taxi and headed towards their destination. The two stopped in front of a hospital and went inside under Bai Tao's guidance. Before entering the hospital, Bai Tao went to the supermarket next to the hospital to buy 2 boxed meals and a bunch of fruit. Suyi seemed to realize something, and the playful mood on his face faded a bit as he looked at Bai Tao thoughtfully. He had a vague idea of why Bai Tao had brought him here. The two remained silent as Bai Tao led them into a ward with practiced ease. This was a private hospital room. As soon as Suyi entered, he noticed a middle-aged woman lying on the bed and a little girl sitting next to the bed, sleeping on the bed. It seemed as if they heard the sound of a door opening. The little girl sleepily looked up and mumbled to herself, "Is it time to change the dressing?" But when she turned around and saw Bai Tao, her eyes widened and she excitedly stood up. "Brother Bai Tao." She rushed over and embraced Bai Tao. Bai Tao patted the little girl's head with a look of doting affection, a stark contrast to his usual carefree demeanor. "I'm sorry, I've been quite busy with my studies and work lately and haven't been able to come see you." He looked apologetic, his expression gentle. "You haven't eaten yet, have you? I brought you and your mother some food." He put down the fruit and lunchbox he was carrying and led the little girl to the bedside. The middle-aged woman, whose eyes were tightly closed, slowly woke up. Her eyes were filled with exhaustion, and she lay limp on the bed, slowly reaching out her hand towards Bai Tao. Bai Tao quickly grabbed her hand and gave her a gentle smile. "Mom, I'm back to see you." The woman noticed Suyi standing behind her and looked puzzled. Bai Tao immediately introduced her, saying, "This is my good friend Suyi from the academy. He came with me to visit you today." Seeing this, Su also stepped forward and said with a gentle smile, "Hello, Auntie. Bai Tao has mentioned you to me many times. We came here specifically to visit you while we were on a mission." The woman looked relieved. Although she couldn't say anything, she still gave Suyi a gentle look. Immediately afterwards, Bai Tao sat down on the edge of the bed and chatted with the woman about his recent situation. The little girl sat obediently to the side, always with a smile on her face, seemingly enjoying her time with Bai Tao. According to Bai Tao, he had excellent grades, a perfect personality, and shone brightly at Longsha Academy. In addition, his company also prospered and flourished. Su, who was listening nearby, couldn't help but twitch his cheeks. Only Bai Tao could tell a fake story so realistically. They chatted like that for a full half hour before Bai Tao stood up and looked at the two of them apologetically. "I can only accompany you this far today. We need to return to the academy as soon as possible to submit our assignment. I've already paid the hospital for Mom's treatment, so don't worry." The woman and the little girl were both a little reluctant to part, but they still smiled at him and nodded. "Take care, Brother Bai Tao." The little girl waved her arms vigorously. "Brother Suyi, I hope to see you again next time." "I'll come to see you often," Bai Tao said with a smile and a wave. Suyi walked to the little girl's bedside and patted her head. "We will meet again." Then, he got up and walked out of the ward with Bai Tao. The moment the door closed, Bai Tao's smile vanished instantly, replaced by a bitter expression. He and Su walked side by side, remaining silent for a full 5 minutes before he suddenly spoke. "The people just now were my adoptive mother and sister. They adopted me when I was 3 years old and have always been very good to me. When I was 10 years old, my adoptive father's company was on the verge of bankruptcy, and in in order not to default on the workers' wages, he chose to take out a loan. Unexpectedly, he was cheated by his friend and ended up owing huge amounts of high-interest loans. Because of this usurious loan, his company went bankrupt, he was abandoned by everyone, his house and car were mortgaged, and we became penniless. When it rains, it pours. At this time, my adoptive mother was diagnosed with incurable cancer and could only be kept alive by the high cost of treatment. My adoptive father could not bear the pressure and chose to jump off a building when I was 12 years old. He paused for a moment, a hint of helplessness flashing in his eyes. At that time, my younger sister was only 3 years old, and my adoptive mother was seriously ill. So in order to enable her to receive treatment and allow my sister to live a normal life, I chose to leave home. I used every means at my disposal, including cheating, deceiving, forging documents, and even swindling, to get money to treat my mother's illness. That's why I've been hunted down by many people, and for years I've been constantly on the run. But this money can only prolong her life, it cannot cure this disease at all. Although most of the people I defrauded were loan sharks, unscrupulous businesses, or capitalists, what I did was undoubtedly illegal. Even though I awakened my abilities, and even though I could run, I still couldn't escape the pursuit and was captured by a senior void hunter from Dragon Summer Academy. But he didn't punish me for it, instead, he thought I had great potential. So, through his recommendation, I joined Dragon Summer Academy. Su-yi, the reason I brought you here today is actually, you want me not to expose you to the school about taking out high-interest loans but not planning to pay them back, right? Su-yi smiled calmly, saying what Bai Tao wanted to say before Bai Tao could. After all, if this kind of thing is exposed, it will not only affect your college life but also your reputation. What are you thinking about? He stretched leisurely. Is it really necessary to tell me about something so trivial? He walked straight past Bai Tao, took the lead, and turned his head slightly, a calm smile on his face. We're friends, aren't we? Go back and pack your things. We should head back to the academy to hand in our mission. Ah! Bai Tao looked at Su-yi with eyes full of emotion. He took a deep breath and returned to his usual shifty-eyed appearance, a smile appearing on his face.